Chapter 1. Zhou An'an, have returned. The repository of thoughts. Dear survivors, the survival game of the survival tower is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. The game will begin in 30 minutes. Duration of the game. 30 days. Main storyline of the first survival game. Acid Rain. The rules of the game are devoid of regulations. All rules must be discovered by oneself, regardless of the methods employed. As long as one successfully survives for 30 days, a portion of the resources from the game can be brought into reality. The specific operational methods should be explored independently to the conclusion of each game. Points and attribute points will be awarded contingent upon one's performance in the game. Upon first entering the game, there is a 1-hour preparation period. After 1 hour, the catastrophe will commence. Special warning. Life is singular. Dying within the game corresponds to death in reality. Players who perish will be unable to return to the real world. The final interpretation rests with the survival tower game. The last sentence is of utmost importance. In essence, it signifies that regardless of rationality or the emergence of any bugs, the game's explanation prevails as the ultimate truth. A digital screen abruptly materialized before Zhou An'an, displaying her personal attributes. Player, Zhou An'an, modifiable once. Strength, 5 agility, 8 endurance, 8 speed, 5 hearing, 6 mental strength, 7 skills, none. Equipment, none available. Attribute. Points, 0 points. 0 communication channel, inactive. Trading channel, inactive. Zhou An'an sat quietly by the window, a cold smile gracing her lips, while her heart fervently shouted, Zhou An'an, have returned. Her hands were deftly altering the name on the panel to sugar is no longer sweet, dismissing all else. For the rest bore no distinction from her previous life, merely reflecting her initial weakness upon entering the game. Yet her former name had not been sugar is no longer sweet, but rather quiet. Turning her gaze towards the towering edifice in the distance, an indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes, her feelings akin to a palette of colors spilled chaotically. 3 years prior, Earth seemed to have succumbed to a grave illness, with calamities befalling in quick succession. As time progressed, the frequency of disasters intensified, forcing humanity to migrate repeatedly. Yet, even amidst such efforts, the living space for humankind continued to dwindle, habitable areas becoming increasingly scarce. Countless lives were lost to these disasters, while survivors grappled with immense pressures of existence, uncertain whether tomorrow or calamity would arrive first, and whether they could awaken after closing their eyes for the night. Numbly, they lived day by day. Just as despair began to envelop humanity, dozens of towers suddenly emerged across the globe. Upon entering the protective zone of the towers, individuals could automatically receive information imparted by the towers. The towers, known as the survival towers, soared to a height of 118 stories, their peaks obscured by clouds when gazed upon from below. The survival tower stood impervious, devoid of doors or windows, resembling a solid structure with no means of access, composed of an unknown material. No weapon could inflict even the slightest damage upon it. A circular area with a 5-kilometer radius surrounding the survival tower was enveloped in its protective embrace. Within this sanctuary, an invisible barrier seemed to isolate all natural disasters beyond its confines. Wherever the survival tower stood, it became a refuge for the people. Yet, the scarcity of survival towers was alarming to accommodate more individuals in need of protection. Surrounding edifices grew taller, with several subterranean levels, and every dwelling was compressed to the utmost extent. Zhou An'an currently resided in a single-person apartment, a mere 10 square meters in size, with a ceiling height of 3 meters. This 10 square meters referred solely to the living area, not the total building area. In this limited space, a bedroom, kitchen, living room, restroom, and storage room were all amalgamated, compelling individuals to maximize their living quality. For instance, Zhou An'an's current apartment, though only 10 square meters, effectively utilized an upper loft, bringing the usable area to approximately 17 square meters. To conserve space, the staircase leading to the loft was ingeniously designed as a drawer and storage cabinet. Downstairs, a 2 square meter restroom housed a toilet and wash basin, with a washing machine tucked beneath the basin. Although the machine elevated the basin's height, space saving was paramount. The kitchen occupied 3 square meters, featuring a compact refrigerator, The staircase and storage cabinets collectively consumed another 2 square meters. The remaining area functioned as a combined living and dining room, which was filled to capacity with a table, a chair, and various storage units. The table, positioned to benefit from natural light, was the sole source of illumination. The bedroom was situated in the loft, furnished with a 1.2-meter tatami mat, accompanied by a small wooden table, while the remaining space was allocated for a wardrobe. Thus, this 10 square meters was filled to the brim. However, once the issue of living arrangements was resolved, a more pressing dilemma emerged: the scarcity of food and clean water. Many rivers and mountain water sources, regardless of purification efforts, failed to meet drinking standards, serving only for washing clothes and bathing being permissible only when no wounds were present, while avoiding contact with sensitive areas to prevent illness. Medicinal resources were equally limited. Most individuals endured ailments without medical intervention. Occasionally, rain would fall, prompting the populace to utilize various containers to collect rainwater, which was then filtered for consumption. Although still insufficient, it was a more accessible source than food, which was nearly impossible to obtain. People discovered that within the protective radius of the survival tower, while natural disasters were warded off, the cultivation of any plant life was futile. No vegetation could thrive within this sanctuary, as if vital conditions for growth were absent. Within the entire protective zone of the survival tower, not a single green plant could be spotted, only a landscape dominated by structures. To procure food, individuals risked their lives, venturing beyond the protective circle. Yet, with limited resources and the need for safety and prompt return, they dared not stray far, resulting in intensified competition for dwindling supplies. In the past year, the quest to satiate hunger had become a luxury. Merely sustaining vital signs and avoiding starvation required immense effort. Chapter 2. The slaughter behind the game. Humanity's despair deepened. However, seemingly attuned to the needs of mankind, 6 months after the arrival of the survival towers, all individuals within the protective circle received a message. Survival Tower would initiate an alternate space survival game. Each session permitted 1,000 participants, with new batches entering every 40 days. Those who entered the alternate space survival game were required to endure for 30 days. The first batch of individuals to enter this alternate space was selected at random. They could be robust adults or frail elderly and children, and whether they would return alive remained uncertain. After 30 days, those who survived would return and could bring back a portion of the resources acquired in the alternate space. Survivors would have a 10-day period for recovery after this interval. They would once again be drawn into the survival game, maintaining a total of 1,000 participants. New entrants would be randomly selected to replace those who had not survived. This is merely the information available to the public. In the beginning, the concept surrounding the return of resources was rather nebulous, with no detailed explanation regarding the quantity one could bring back or the methods of retrieval. Many were oblivious to the true nature of the so-called survival game in an alternate space. Why did the survival tower emphasize that death within the game would preclude a return to reality? Yet, Zhou An'an, having been granted a second chance at life, understood that this survival game was, in fact, a test of endurance, surviving for 30 days amidst various natural disasters that endure. Amidst such calamities, one must first relinquish any notions of naive benevolence. Such kindness could prove to be the gravest impediment to survival. The very person one rescues in one moment might turn into a dire threat in the next, even if they are a family member. For instance, in her previous life, she had once shared a deep bond with her family, mutually supporting each other during perilous times. Yet, when her sister-in-law pushed her into harm's way to shield herself, her own brother was more concerned with the well-being of his wife, offering solace to the terrified woman, utterly neglecting the fact that his own sister had been thrust into danger and was on the brink of death. Only after comforting his wife did he turn to his sister, who was now gasping for breath. In her final moments, she heard her brother exonerating her good sister-in-law. "An'an, your sister-in-law did not act with malice. Do not blame her. This is fate. It was meant to be. Do not resent her. Rest easy, your sister-in-law, and I will carry your hopes forward." What utter foolishness! Having been sacrificed as a scapegoat, he offered not a word of reproach to the woman responsible, urging her not to bear malice towards her. Could such words come from brother? Moreover, she could distinctly sense someone trying to remove the ring from her finger, her lifeline to the alternate space. Had she not been on the verge of death, she would have spat in his face in indignation. Zhou An'an chuckled bitterly, perplexed as to how she had failed to see her brother's infatuation before it, a brother who, upon witnessing his sister's plight, sought revenge not against the perpetrator, but instead allowed her to be wronged, all while coveting her spatial ring. In her heart, Zhou An'an scoffed. If he showed no compassion, she would not feel beholden to any moral obligation to end this life. Should she follow the path of her previous existence, she was determined to exact vengeance, whether against the venomous sister-in-law or the love-struck brother. They would no longer be regarded as family. However, each survival tower is governed by its own laws, forbidding mutual slaughter within its protective confines. Any transgressor would be drained of life force, leaving behind a mere husk. Otherwise, she would have sought to eliminate those two for the sake of her former self. Regrettably, she could not risk her own life for revenge. That would be an unwise trade. For now, she could only await an encounter in the trial game, where the rules of the survival tower would not apply. Besides shedding any semblance of compassion, maintaining robust health is paramount. When danger looms, one must be swift, outpacing the majority. For a moment's delay could spell the difference between life and death. A sharp mind, stocked with survival knowledge, is essential for making effective judgments in the face of peril. Moreover, understanding how to extract resources from the survival game is crucial. While these details would soon become common knowledge, the initial batch of players had yet to enter the game, leaving them in the dark. However, Zhou An'an was aware that the items acquired within the game could be brought back to reality because each player activated a 1-cubic space upon entering. Surviving each game would expand that space by an additional cubic meter, and so forth. The longer one survived, the greater the space became. Furthermore, players could seize space from one another, albeit the plundered space could not merge with their original area. In other words, if one were strong and ruthless enough, even with limited game experience, they could equip multiple spatial items. However, any stolen space items would cease to grow, remaining static in size as they were when taken. Upon entering the survival game, one could immediately activate a 1-cubic space, but the binding of this space required a vessel, with jewelry being the optimal. Choice rings, pendants, earrings, bracelets, bangles, and watches. The type of vessel was not determined by the player but rather chosen by the survival game, with jewelry being prioritized. Should a player bear no jewelry, the game would randomly bind the space to clothing, shoes, or hats items that are easily lost or stolen, given their larger size and the likelihood of being torn. That if the vessel were to break, the space would vanish as well. In her previous life, many seasoned players had suffered due to their space vessels breaking, preventing any increase in space regardless of how many games they survived. Consequently, they resorted to robbing new players of their space vessels. Though the stolen area could not grow, it was not bound to any specific owner. Whoever possessed it could utilize it, with a sufficient quantity of stolen space items being comparable to the original growing spaces. Chapter 3. Acid Rain. Ultimately, one could simply carry a few extra items. This, in essence, reflects the survival game's encouragement of player-on-player violence. After all, those who steal are often wary of reprisals, even risking their lives in the process. Thus, after claiming their prizes, astute individuals would ensure the original owner was eliminated. It is one of the reasons for the persistently high mortality rate, despite increased attributes and enhanced physical capabilities. Human nature is inherently greedy. Moreover, the most unfortunate circumstance is when the space is bound to one's hair. As is well known, humans cannot escape the woes of hair loss, making such spaces the most prone to loss, often without a clue as to where it went, since one cannot discern which hair the space is attached to. Once bound to hair, one is condemned to never cut their hair again. Women may fare slightly better, but men are left with no choice but to grow their hair long. In a world devoid of water and food, washing one's hair is an extravagant luxury. If one cannot wash or cut their hair, it becomes a source of constant discomfort. Zhou An'an idly twirled a silver ring on her finger in her previous life. Her space had been bound to this very ring. Her brother, Zhou An'an, was among the second batch of players to enter the survival game. At that time, the binding rules had yet to be discovered, resulting in his space being linked to the watch on his wrist. As for her sister-in-law, she entered in the 6th batch, when the binding rules were already established. Thus, she constantly wore a red thread bracelet with golden beads, with her space bound to that thread. While the beads served merely as decoration. Zhou An'an glanced at the wall clock. Less than half an hour remained before the first batch of players would enter the survival game. She changed into a new outfit, layering a fitted thermal shirt and leggings beneath a loose sports outfit. She also switched to athletic shoes. The hair no longer required meticulous grooming, for she naturally sported a short style. Having completed her tasks, there was still 10 minutes before the first batch would enter. There was no need to indulge in a hearty meal. As her home had dwindled to scant provisions, however, she had concealed a half bottle of water. Furthermore, the initial entry into the survival game afforded a preparatory hour, which she could utilize to stockpile food and water. This was indeed a privilege for the first group of players, while subsequent entries would determine the availability and duration of preparation at random. As seconds ticked away, a melodious chime resonated, followed by a radiant beam cascading from the survival tower, swiftly permeating the atmosphere. In an instant, 1,000 individuals vanished. Zhou An'an surveyed the simultaneously unfamiliar and familiar surroundings, releasing a long breath indeed. Everything mirrored her past life. She found herself within a cinema. In the dim light, the large screen ahead displayed a film. Lacking the memories of this body, she had no inkling of the movie's content, and at that moment, Zhou An'an had neither the time nor inclination to concern herself with it. Detecting player Tang Ibu Tian's first entry into the game, binding spatial vessel ring activated, containing 1 cubic meter of space, successfully bound to player Tang. Ibu Tian, please utilize it judiciously. The game commences. Strive to survive only in life does all become possible. Without hesitation, she rose and addressed the individual beside her. Excuse me, may I trouble you to let me pass? The man, glancing at her, softly inquired, What's the matter? I need to step out. Zhou An'an reiterated her intent without further explanation. The man, now silent, shifted aside, drawing his legs inward. She expressed her gratitude and swiftly made her way out. Fortunately, her seat was near the aisle apart from the individual beside her. The row ahead was entirely vacant, allowing her to navigate to the central corridor seamlessly. As she hurried toward the cinema's entrance, the man who had granted her passage turned to observe her retreating figure, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Zhou An'an was acutely aware of this man's identity, for she had traversed a similar scenario in her previous life. He was the current boyfriend of the body she inhabited, and today marked their first date at the cinema. Yet, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to engage with him further. As she moved toward the exit, the game's announcements echoed within her mind. Congratulations, player Tang Ibu Tian has successfully entered the survival game. Kindly safeguard your storage ring should it be lost or damaged. The space will likewise be forfeited. Players have 1 hour to gather supplies, with initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an ID card placed in the space. Hurry to prepare what you deem essential. Your mission: survive for 30 days within the game. Special note: death in the game equates to true demise. Strive to endure. A calamity approaches. Countdown initiated. Zhou An'an did not squander precious moments assessing her surroundings, but rather opted to heed the voiceover of the game. As she listened intently, her feet propelled her toward the nearby supermarket. Armed with only 2,000 yuan, she was acutely aware of the looming disaster: acid rain. This meant she must utilize her funds to amass a month's worth of food and water. However, it was evident that 2,000 yuan would prove insufficient. The survival game imposed no adherence to laws or ethics, thus she devised a plan of stealth. She made her way to the food section, particularly the instant meal aisle, where she seized the opportunity to discreetly gather items from the inner shelves into her spatial ring. This was the advantage of having the space bound to her ring. According to the regulations, one must physically contact an item to claim it. Thus, clothing, shoes, hair ties, and clips posed a challenge. However, her ring circumvented such limitations, allowing her to seamlessly gather items without detection. Zhou An'an's efficiency was remarkable. In a brief span, she filled her space, for a cubic meter was not vast. She maneuvered a shopping cart to the checkout, fortunate that the supermarket was not crowded, with merely 2 individuals ahead of her, each with few items. Chapter 4: Acid Rain 2. Outside the supermarket stood 2 modest medical counters. Although limited, they stocked basic medications such as cold remedies, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhou An'an managed to acquire 2 tubes of burn ointment, iodine, cotton swabs, and alcohol, totaling over 200 yuan. While she did not anticipate being caught in the rain, it was prudent to be prepared. Having emerged from the supermarket with 2 heavy bags, 30 minutes had elapsed, and the sky had grown increasingly overcast. Zhou An'an had no intention of returning to the residence of this body. She lacked the original owner's memories and was unaware of its location, and time was not on her side. She dashed into a hotel approximately 200 meters from the supermarket, retrieving her ID card to secure a room. The survival game exhibited a commendable degree of humanity, not only providing initial funds, but also an ID card. However, the funds were somewhat meager. After acquiring the room key, she placed her belongings inside, meticulously scanning for surveillance devices. Unsatisfied, she ripped the bedsheet from the bed and draped it over the television, obscuring the entire area. Only then did she extract a portion of her supplies from the space. Hastily locking the door as she exited, she proceeded to a nearby convenience store, purchasing 2 packs of water. After entering a blind spot, she emerged with empty hands. At another store, she repeated the process, acquiring 2 more packs of water, again retreating to the surveillance dead zone to store them within her space. Each pack contained 24 bottles, each 500 milliliters. In total, she secured 4 packs, amounting to 96 bottles. Assuming 3 bottles daily, she would have 6 remaining by the end of her 30-day survival challenge. Although she wished to procure more to bring back to reality upon leaving this game world, time constraints hindered her. Once acid rain descended, water resources would become critically scarce, making future collection exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, she could ration her supplies, ensuring ample hydration during the 10 days following her return to the real world. Indeed, any unused items stored within the space could be transported back to reality upon the game's conclusion. Given the limited capacity, only a portion of the supplies could be retained. Each game entered would increase the space by an additional cubic meter, yet how many would truly survive? She recalled that in her previous life, 1,000 players entered the first game, but only 33 emerged alive. The remaining 967 perished within the game. In this realm, death was irrevocable. There was no return to reality, and the space and its contents would vanish. However, those 967 players would be randomly assigned in the next game, and despite the low survival rate, the revelation of the initial group's successful retrieval of supplies fueled an insatiable desire for the survival game, among others. Regrettably, the individuals entering are chosen at random, devoid of any discernible pattern. It is not merely a matter of desire to gain entry. Whether one can enter, survive, and successfully retrieve supplies is entirely contingent upon fortune. However, at this moment, Zhou An'an could scarcely afford to ponder such matters, for time was of the essence. Amidst her hurried thoughts, she cast a glance at the countdown timer in her mind's eye, noting that only a few minutes remained before the onset of acid rain, which only heightened her anxiety. The plan to procure additional supplies had to be shelved. The incessant countdown served as a stark reminder she dared not delay any longer and hastily returned to the hotel. At the front desk, she exchanged 200 yuan for coins and proceeded to the vending machine to purchase beverages and snacks. It was not that she wished to limit her spending, rather, she was constrained by her dwindling funds and the conspicuousness of buying 200 yuan worth of items any further. Expenditure would surely draw unwanted attention. As she stood before the vending machine, rain began to pour outside. The streets erupted into chaos, filled with wails and cries of distress, mingling with the cacophony of hurried footsteps, honking cars, and the sounds of collisions, all of which incited those within the hotel to gaze outside. Zhou An'an needed no visual confirmation to understand that acid rain had begun to fall. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in it would undoubtedly cry out in pain. Observing the throng rushing towards the entrance, peering through the glass doors, Zhou An'an remained unmoved, showing no inclination to join the fray. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was distracted, she swiftly returned to her room with her purchases. What followed was a period of cautious survival. Unbeknownst to Zhou An'an, the moment she departed the vending machine, others were quick to mimic her actions, frantically buying supplies. That it was evident that she was not the only one with a sense of urgency. Others, having noticed her behavior, immediately resolved to stockpile provisions and acted upon it. However, they utilized mobile payment methods, while Zhou An'an relied on coins. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The game system had not provided them with phones, only cash, and, given the necessity to purchase supplies, there was little inclination to squander funds on mobile devices. Moreover, time was of the essence. Only an hour remained, and the acquisition of a phone would require obtaining a bank card, which in turn would necessitate linking it to the device. By the time all these operations were completed, precious moments would have elapsed. Thus, cash transactions were far more expedient. Nevertheless, since Zhou An'an had not looked back after securing her items, she remained oblivious to the fact that the vending machine had been emptied shortly after her departure. Regardless, purchasing in excess was not a concern, as the front desk provided complimentary shopping bags and even offered to deliver items to her room. Once back in her room, Zhou An'an secured the door, feeling slightly uneasy. She positioned 2 wooden chairs against it and conducted a thorough inspection for any surveillance devices, confirming her safety before beginning to organize her belongings. The bedsheet that had previously covered the television and water dispenser still lay in place. Though the space was filled to capacity, many items remained encased in packaging. By dismantling these boxes, she could reclaim considerable space, allowing smaller items to fit into the available gaps. The hotel room was equipped with a large water barrel, so she stored the water she had purchased within her space, recognizing that the acid rain would contaminate the local water supply. Thus, pure water was now more precious than food. This large barrel would suffice for several days of hydration. Chapter 5. Acid Rain. She took advantage of the onset of the acid rain when the water from the tap remained uncontaminated and filled the basin to the brim. Regrettably, her modest room, costing 68 yuan, lacked a bathtub. Otherwise, a full tub of water would have sufficed for her hygiene needs for an extended period. However, she had purchased a collapsible bath bucket during her grocery shopping, which proved to be perfect for storing water at this moment. The beverages she had acquired from the vending machine were also stowed away in her space, alongside instant noodles, biscuits, jerky, various types of ham, canned fish, luncheon meat, milk, spiced eggs, spiced chicken feet, and spicy chicken necks she had bought at the supermarket or for free. She only symbolically bought 2 bags of steamed buns, given their short shelf life, as her storage space could not preserve them. Of course, if she later obtained items to enhance her space, upgrading it to a preservation space or dividing it into 2 compartments could be options. However, the latter seemed less beneficial. Even if the 2 spaces could be used by family and friends, it was hardly preferable to seizing someone else's. The advantage of dividing the space was that each time she entered a game, both spaces would grow in size. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had entertained such an idea, and it was her brother who had relayed this information to her. Yet, such items were exceedingly rare throughout her past life. They had remained mere legends, never witnessed by her, which ultimately thwarted her sister-in-law's plans. Reflecting on it now, it seemed plausible that her sister-in-law might have been motivated to harm her in pursuit of her space, especially since she had already cleared 5 games and was entering the 6th, with her space having expanded to 6 cubic meters. Nevertheless, she had always adhered to her inherent kindness, never resorting to taking from others, while maintaining a strong sense of vigilance towards outsiders to protect her own space. Her sister-in-law, having just entered the game with only 1 cubic meter of space, might have coveted her resources, making her intentions to harm and steal entirely conceivable. It was regrettable that in her past life, she had been completely defenseless against these 2, even disclosing the nature of her space to them. She had refrained from purchasing rice, millet, or flour, as the conditions here did not allow for cooking. Even if she brought them back to reality without clean water, preparing them as meals would be inconvenient, making instant food the better option. She made sure to stow everything possible in her space, recalling her past experiences that the outside world would gradually descend into chaos, beginning at least 3 days later and reaching complete disorder in about 10 days. Therefore, most of the money left after her purchases was used to pay for her lodging. She chose a more affordable single room at 68 yuan per day, paying for 10 days up front. Her concern was that if she failed to pay within the first 10 days, she would be forced to sleep in the lobby, a fate she had experienced in her previous life after only paying for 3 days. The influx of people seeking shelter from the rain meant that many, armed with cash, occupied the vacant rooms. Although the societal order had not yet collapsed, the acid rain had hindered travel and caused prices to soar, yet money retained its value. merely depreciated by rising costs. The rain continued intermittently, and the accumulating water on the ground was acidic. The hotel, rather than expelling everyone, gathered those without rooms in the lobby to sleep on the floor. The open space was filled with men, women, the elderly, and children, leaving no room for privacy. Consequently, despite secretly stashing some supplies, she found no opportunity to consume them, and others had already begun to eye her, making her experience in the first world exceptionally difficult. Additionally, as the hotel was in close proximity to the cinema, her first date's boyfriend had also sought refuge there, which was why Zhou An'an recognized the man sitting beside her as this body's boyfriend. However, they had been introduced by mutual acquaintances, marking their first date, implying a lack of familiarity between them. This explained Zhou An'an's polite demeanor when speaking to him upon leaving the cinema. Unfortunately, this boyfriend had trudged through the water when the rain had paused, and his feet and calves were reddened and swollen from the acid rain, showing signs of infection after a few days. As food and clean water dwindled, her previously attentive boyfriend demonstrated the true meaning of birds of a feather flock together. In times of crisis, they fly apart. As a player entering the game, she felt no emotional attachment to him. His blatant betrayal did not even elicit a change in her expression, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief at his decision to cease pursuing her. It was not until 10 days had passed, when the water and food were completely consumed, that the hotel descended into chaos, with no one monitoring payments. Everything was determined by strength. She managed to seize a room, barricaded the door, and finally consumed the supplies in her space, enduring until the game concluded. Upon returning to the real world, she even divided the scant resources she brought back from her space, sharing half with her brother and sister-in-law, ensuring they lived comfortably during those 10 days. Her brother had entered the game in the second batch, and upon exiting, somehow returned without a single item of food, leading him to take the majority of her remaining supplies. Of course, this was his own account. In truth, as Zhou An'an reflected on this now, she realized how naive she had been, suspecting that her brother's actions were merely a ploy to extract more resources from her. Zhou An'an rubbed her face. Armed with the lessons from her past life, she was determined that her first task in this new life would be easier, enabling her to bring back even more resources. However, this time, she would not share a single morsel with that scheming brother and sister-in-law. If they could survive, they would. If they could not, they could perish. Should the opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to take action within the game, for all familial ties had been severed in her past life, and in this one, they were all adversaries. Chapter 6 Acid Rain. The initial survival games are relatively simple, serving as a boon for novice players, allowing them a gradual acclimatization. However, this advantage is only bestowed upon the first batch of players. Those who enter later may find themselves facing a hellish beginning. Despite the simplicity of the first game, very few manage to leave the game world unscathed. Reflecting on her experience, she considers herself quite fortunate, having become part of the 33. This illustrates that while the first survival game may not present a high level of difficulty, its mortality rate is alarmingly high. As she organized the items in her space, she found a heap of belongings on her bed. She lifted the bedboard and stuffed these items inside, leaving only a few bags of snacks and 2 bottles of drinks, purchases made from a vending machine. After ensuring that the window was securely closed and washing her hands, she began to eat. Before entering the game world, her stomach had been growling with hunger. Once inside, she had been preoccupied with shopping and neglected to eat or drink. Now that she finally had a moment to herself, the pangs of hunger became apparent, accompanied by the sound of her stomach rumbling. Recalling the steamed buns she had bought, she quickly retrieved them, knowing they had a short shelf life and would not keep. Besides, she could hardly remember the last time she had eaten a bun. Since disasters had plagued her world, food had become increasingly scarce. With the survival towers, surroundings unsuitable for cultivation, the few edible plants available were dwindling. Finding a few wild vegetable leaves was already a considerable fortune. The prospect of enjoying white flower buns was a distant dream. As for raising livestock, that was out of the question, given the inability of plants to survive near the survival tower. If there was food, why not consume it? Although the survival game's survival rate is disheartening, their essay saying, one should at least die with a full stomach. Upon reflection, entering the survival game seems rather advantageous. Despite the inevitable calamities that players must endure, the game provides initial funding and a preparation period for resources. If managed wisely, the possibility of enjoying hearty meals every day in the future is not a mere fantasy. With this thought, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at being selected for the survival game. Moreover, the ability to take resources back to reality granted them, the lower class, a glimmer of hope. Indeed, without comparison, there can be no pain. Juxtaposing her situation made her feel an abundance of joy, dissipating much of the shadow and resentment from her past life, especially when she discovered a packet of ham and a bottle of spicy sauce to accompany her buns. The contrast of happiness became even more pronounced, although she had been relatively well off in her previous life, thanks to the expansion of her space with each game. The thought of her burdensome brother and sister-in-law only fueled her frustration. If not for them, she could have thrived, perhaps even emerging as a formidable player later in the game. The more she pondered, the more her anger festered. While her brother performed admirably in the survival game, her sister-in-law was a genuine liability, consuming not only her brother's resources, but hers as well. Reflecting on her brother and sister-in-law's interest in her space, she suspected it was for their own gain, to bring more items back to the real world. Shaking her head, she dismissed these tangled thoughts from her mind, deciding to focus on the present. As she ate, she accessed her panel to check her status. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 5 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 5 hearing, 6 mental power, 7 skills, none equipment, none assignable attribute points, 0 points, 0 communication channel, activated trading channel, not activated indeed. Just as in her previous life, the communication channel activated an hour after entering the game when the disasters officially commenced. However, unlike before, it no longer served as her mental refuge. She could sense the rampant complaints being shared without needing to open it. The original count of 1,000 players might have started to dwindle, but it mattered little to her. She did not possess the grand aspirations to save the world. Her sole intention was to survive in these treacherous times. Currently, the skills, equipment, and assignable attribute points within the game panel could only be obtained upon the game's conclusion. Yes, only potentially. At the end of each game, players would receive points, but everything else was left to chance. Each game concluded with a lottery, boasting 100 slots, of which 96 were mere consolation messages, leaving only 4 slots with actual prizes. This meant a mere 4 chance of winning. Furthermore, the contents of the lottery slots varied for each player, making the outcome entirely dependent on luck. In her previous life, her first game yielded nothing but a consolation message. She could not help but wonder if this time would mirror her past or if fortune would smile upon her. Nevertheless, she held little hope, remembering that in her last life, none of the survivors had drawn items or skills, with only 2 acquiring attribute points. Of course, it was possible that others had concealed their winnings, as those 2 had only revealed their gains after amassing considerable strength. Having filled her belly and organized her belongings, she confirmed that the window was closed and lay down on her bed, covering her head with the blanket to sleep. In a few days, chaos would ensue outside, making restful sleep impossible. Taking advantage of the current moment, with disaster just beginning and the moral fabric still intact, she resolved to rest as much as possible. As for her boyfriend, thoughts of him had long since faded from her mind. Meanwhile, Tang Kaixian anxiously awaited his girlfriend's return from the cinema, initially assuming she had merely stepped out for refreshments or to find a cleaner restroom. However, as the minutes ticked by without her return, unease began to settle in his heart. Had she lost interest in him, leaving without so much as an explanation? Chapter 7 Acid Rain. Upon reflection, it seemed illogical. After all, this was not their first encounter. They had genuinely enjoyed each other's company during their initial meeting, which was why she had agreed to a date. Furrowing his brow, Tang Kaixian retrieved his phone and dialed the number he had saved just 2 days prior. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again. How could this be? Just a few hours ago, the call had gone through without issue. Little did he know that the current Zhou An'an was no longer the same person. She had transformed into the player Zhou An'an. Upon entering the game, many aspects of her identity had been digitized and erased, including her original phone number, which now rendered it a deadline. Unde Dankai Susan Dian Zipiten. But each time he was met with the same disheartening message. This left him restless in the cinema. After exiting, he surveyed the bustling streets, looking for a trace of Zhou An'an, but she was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, he called the mutual acquaintance who had introduced them. "Hello, Sister Wang. Who exactly have you introduced me to? We had plans to watch a movie, and without so much of the word, she vanished. Isn't that ridiculous? It's utterly unacceptable." I tried calling her, but at a dead number. No, I definitely dialed the right one. It worked this morning. I don't know where she is now. Could you please reach out to her and find out what is going on? I'm not the type to cling to someone who isn't interested. If she is unhappy, she could have just said so instead of playing this disappearing act. Thank you, Sister Wang. I appreciate your help. After hanging up, his furrowed brow remained creased. He glanced at the time on his phone and decided to find a place to eat while awaiting news from Sister Wang. Although he found Zhou An'an physically appealing, he was not infatuated. If a better option presented itself, he would not hesitate to pursue it. After all, aside from her looks, her family background was rather ordinary. However, there existed a stark difference between ending a relationship and being abruptly discarded. Zhou An'an's actions had undeniably wounded his pride, something Tang Kai-xian found intolerable. After ordering a bowl of ramen and settling into his seat, he was distracted by the sudden onset of an ominous storm outside. Within mere minutes, rain began to pour relentlessly. Through the glass door of the small restaurant, he observed the chaos as pedestrians, caught off guard, scrambled to seek shelter. The small eatery quickly became crowded with drenched patrons. Tang Kai-xian was baffled. It was merely rain, after all. Why the panic? Yet, the sound of crying soon reached his ears, and he quickly realized that the rain was acidic. Those who had been caught in it were now nursing red, swollen patches on their skin, some unable to bear the pain and weeping openly. Others were anxiously dialing their phones, worried for their families. As the restaurant filled with noise and distress, a wave of panic washed over him. Yet he felt a tinge of relief. Had he been outside when the rain began, he too would have been among the afflicted. He contemplated stepping outside to assess the situation, but reconsidered as he noticed the restaurant was now packed, with many patrons standing and searching for a place to sit. He dismissed the thought, fearing that if he stood up, he might lose his seat. It was easy to rise, but finding another spot afterward would prove far more challenging. Just then, the proprietress approached with a steaming bowl of noodles, compelling him to quell his desire to peek outside and focus on his meal. Before he could finish, Sister Wang's call came through. Wonderful. She too was unable to reach Zhou An'an. Never mind then. With her temperament, perhaps we were never a good match. If you come across someone more suitable, please let me know. After they hung up, he resumed eating. It dawned on him that Sister Wang seemed unaffected by the storm. Perhaps the acid rain was localized? He resolved to call her again after finishing his meal. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Sister Wang was unaware of the chaos was that she had been asleep at home when he called. Living on a higher floor with her windows closed and good soundproofing, she had heard nothing of the outside commotion. Otherwise, she would have been preoccupied with the crisis at hand. As Sister Wang ended the call, lamenting the unreliability of the two young adults, her daughter called. Having been caught in the acid rain, she urgently requested burn ointment, suggesting they procure some once the rain ceased. Thus, when Tang Kai-xian finished his meal and called Sister Wang, he was met with her exasperated tone. The rain continued to fall relentlessly outside, though it had lightened somewhat. No one dare venture out. Tang Kai-xian shared in their trepidation. His initial relief had morphed into anxiety. He had come unprepared, with no rain gear, and if the rain persisted, how would he make his way home? Moreover, it was uncertain whether an ordinary umbrella could shield against acidic rain, especially since no one was seen using one outdoors as a reference. As these thoughts clouded his mind, he found himself blaming Zhou An'an for the predicament. After all, had he not been waiting for her, he would have remained comfortably at home, either sleeping or engrossed in a game, without the burden of worrying how to return home in the rain. As time ticked away, the patrons of the small eatery, once calm, began to grow restless. Discontent spread like wildfire as complaints arose. If I had known, I wouldn't have ventured out today. This is beyond unfortunate. The weather forecast is utterly unreliable. What is the meteorological department even doing? Is acid rain considered a natural disaster? Who has burn cream? I can hardly bear the pain. This isn't a pharmacy. Who carries ointment when they go out? I remember there's a pharmacy not far from here, but how do we get there in this rain? Chapter 8. Acid rain. Uncertain of when this rain might cease, I worry for my child left alone at home. My intention was merely to step out and procure some food, yet I found myself ensnared by this acid rain. The windows on my balcony remain unshut. I ponder whether they might leak. The cacophony of voices surrounding me only heightens my irritation, intensifying my disdain for Zhou An'an. As the situation deteriorates, this aversion inevitably morphs into malice. Upon awakening, I find the night has fallen. Even through the door, the clamor outside is unmistakable. The rain continues unabated, trapping those who sought refuge in the hotel. With darkness enveloping the city, they are compelled to contemplate the prospect of spending the night here, rendering the vacant hotel rooms highly coveted. I smile faintly, thankful for my foresight in securing a 10-day reservation. In 10 days, as chaos reigns, who will concern themselves with whose room it was? This game is insidious in its design, encouraging us, the surviving players, to turn against one another, to seize one another's equipment and resources. Should fortune smile upon us, slaying another player might yield additional rewards. Albeit these rewards are randomly bestowed and the likelihood of their occurrence is exceedingly low. Nevertheless, even this minuscule probability exists. As players endure several rounds of the game, moral boundaries dissolve, and mutual slaughter becomes the norm. Let's not speak of fleeing the city, even if other cities are also besieged by acid rain. The survival game forbids any escape. Every player who ventured beyond the city limits on the inaugural day met their demise, suffocated without exception. This explains why a game of ostensibly low difficulty harbors such a high mortality rate. Many astute individuals exist, but the game offers no opportunities for cunning. When calamity befalls, most think only of escaping the disaster zone, while a select few, filled with trepidation, choose to hide. Ironically, it is often this latter group that survives. In my previous life, I too feared the harm acid rain might inflict upon my body, lacking any medication to mitigate the risk. The thought of exiting the city without assurance of rescue was daunting. Mere infection could prove fatal, especially as I had no means of transportation. In truth, acid rain does not persist indefinitely. As the downpour intensifies, it transitions to ordinary rain, diluting the acid and rendering it less harmful. However, this realization eludes most until the water accumulates to waist height, compounded by fierce winds that deter any attempts to return home to loved ones. Just as I switch on the room's light, poised to enjoy my dinner, a knock on the door interrupts my thoughts, halting my search for supplies. Who is it? I call out. Hello, room service. What can I do for you? I refrain from opening the door, already aware of their purpose. As expected, the attendant continues. Good evening, ma'am. Due to the exceptional circumstances, accommodations are limited. Would you consider sharing your room with another guest? The cost can be shared. No, thank you. I'm not short on funds, nor am I accustomed to sharing a room. Please find someone else. I firmly decline, fully cognizant of the potential complications of exposing my resources to another. My refusal is anticipated, for nearly all guests have similarly turned down the offer, with only a few wavering. Yet the woman accompanying the attendant refuses to relent. She perceives me as a mere young girl and believes a few soft words might sway me. Dear, there is no need for concern. I'm also a woman. Sharing a room would pose no inconvenience. I can sleep on the floor, ensuring your rest remains undisturbed. The daily rate is 68 yuan. I will cover 38. And you need only pay 30. The woman's persistence is evident, framing the arrangement as a significant concession on my part. Without careful consideration, it appears I would be at an advantage, only needing to provide a space for her to sleep on the floor. However, the ongoing acid rain has rendered travel perilous, and societal order is beginning to fray. Looting has become commonplace, and even government aid is dispensed without charge. In the beginning, some engaged in private transactions involving money and gold, yet the price of a 500 milliliter bottle of water surged to nearly 1,000 yuan. What use is a mere 30 yuan? Over 10 days, that amounts to only 380 yuan, barely enough to purchase half a bottle of water. Moreover, The local inhabitants rely on mobile payments, but in a matter of days, such methods will become obsolete. How can they transfer funds when they possess no phones? Even if I were to allow her to stay, it would deplete the hotel's shared resources, such as water. Given these myriad concerns, I cannot entertain the idea of cohabitation, not even with friends of this body, let alone a stranger. At this moment, Zhou An'an remains oblivious to the fact that the woman speaking outside is also a player, and any payment would be in cash. Rest assured, I am true to my word. I will not vie for the bed. We are both women, and it is prudent to look out for one another. The woman attempts to appeal to camaraderie, yet she underestimates my resolve. I choose to ignore her. Moving away from the door. The societal order has not yet collapsed. With the door closed, even if the attendant possesses a spare key, she cannot enter without my consent. There is little recourse regarding room service. Order remains intact, and I am merely a guest in their establishment. The knocking persists, yet silence reigns within, as it is evident that the occupant has no desire to acquiesce, nor even acknowledge her presence. Chapter 9. Acid Rain. Chi-Siki's expression turned sour. This marked the 8th refusal of her request for shared accommodation. She never anticipated that since entering the game, she would find herself in such a predicament. Yet, one could hardly blame her. After finally encountering an abundance of delectable food, she could not resist indulging, even though she was aware of the pressing time constraints. Once she finished her meal and glanced at the clock, she realized half the time had already slipped away, prompting her to hurriedly gather supplies while devising ways to conceal them from others. Although entering this survival game and acquiring a storage space was a pleasant surprise, the fact that it was inexplicably bound to her undergarments was nothing short of absurd. Each time she needed to collect supplies, she had to press the items against her chest to store them in the space, an utterly ridiculous ordeal. Due to this peculiar method of collection, amassing resources consumed considerable time. However, she managed to dash into a hotel just as the acid rain began to fall, though a few drops had already landed on her, sending prickling sensations across her scalp. Truth be told, as an outsider aware that she could leave in 30 days with a portion of supplies, she harbored an unexplainable sense of superiority, looking down on the NPCs from the depths of her heart. Yet, after being repeatedly rejected by several NPCs, her irritation began to surface. After all, they were merely a collection of data. Even if she were to perish, it wouldn't matter. Why could they not be a tad more accommodating? Why must they complicate matters for the players? At this early stage of the game, with order yet to descend into chaos, she could only suppress her frustrations internally and refrain from acting upon them. Miss, perhaps you should consider another room? If they are unwilling, we cannot force them. If all else fails, you can sleep in the corridor, the attendant suggested, exuding a sense of helplessness. Were it not for the generous tip of 100 yuan Chi-Siki had offered, she would have been reluctant to engage in such thankless labor. With a sullen countenance, Chi-Siki followed the hotel staff as they knocked on several doors. Yet still, no one was willing to accommodate her. After all, who would want to share living quarters with a stranger? Especially since the attendant was knocking on the doors of single women. Had a single man been present, perhaps there would have been a chance for her to be taken in. Ultimately, with no other options, she was left with no choice but to join the NPCs without rooms, laying down on the floor of the corridor with the bedding provided by the hotel, though this came at the exorbitant price of 50 yuan per night. A clear example of profiting from misfortune. If she desired a cheaper alternative, the hotel offered no bedding for just 10 yuan a night. Although Chi-Siki's remaining funds were dwindling, she was unwilling to lie directly on the corridor carpet, disregarding the cleanliness issue. As a player in an acid rain world, she understood the necessity of having bedding in advance. Rain would inevitably bring a drop in temperature. This was common knowledge, especially at night. She had no desire to awaken with a cold, particularly given that she had not prepared any medication. For 50 yuan per night, the hotel provided 2 blankets, a sheet, and a pillow. This arrangement was only marginally cheaper than the 68 yuan rooms, yet the conditions were world apart. No bed, no private bathroom, and no additional amenities whatsoever. But who could she blame? She could only fault herself for arriving too late. Now, only rooms priced at 288 and 388 yuan per night were available. Rates far beyond her means. For the time being, she had to make do with this arrangement. She resolved to wait for the chaos to ensue before seizing a room in the ensuing disorder. However, sleeping in the corridor offered little in terms of privacy. One could not even dare to remove their clothing, let alone leave personal belongings unattended while they slept. Thankfully, with her storage space, she was spared from such worries for the moment. Although she had a conspicuous bag outside, it contained little of value, no food, thus alleviating her fears of theft. Nonetheless, her consumption could not escape the notice of others sleeping in the same corridor. With the acid rain just beginning, resources were not yet scarce, but in a few days, when water and food supplies became critical, she would need to engage in clever maneuvers to secure sustenance. She hoped to secure a private room before that time arrived. Zhou An'an remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. Had she known, she would surely have chuckled at Chi Siki's naivety. This was a world beset by acid rain and torrential downpours. Absent were earthquakes, zombies, bizarre occurrences, or invasions by otherworldly beasts. In the early stages, while there were injuries resulting from the acid rain, deaths were almost non-existent. Only those severely drenched suffered, and as the game progressed, fatalities arose from infections due to a lack of medical supplies. Even in times of resource scarcity, everyone managed to survive. Now, finding accommodation was a challenge. In a few days, hoping to secure a room would be akin to chasing a mirage. As the acid rain continued its relentless descent, even the hotel staff found themselves stranded here. Should any rooms become available, the staff would naturally have priority for occupancy. Unless the chaos escalated and one possessed the audacity or sufficient strength to seize a room, the prospect of acquiring one during the early stages was futile. Even reborn players like Zhou An'an had not considered snatching someone else's room. They had opted instead for the straightforward approach of paying for their stay. Ignorance, it seemed, bred a certain fearlessness. Zhou An'an prepared a pot of boiling water using the kettle provided by the hotel and opened a pack of instant noodles, ready to indulge in a warm meal. While waiting for the noodles to cook, she opened the communication channel, aware that the players' current exchanges were rather devoid of substance. Yet for the time being, it served as a form of entertainment to pass the time. Although the signals for phones and televisions had yet to be interrupted, the players lacked mobile devices and had no time to procure them. The television broadcasts were likely inundated with urgent reports regarding the sudden onset of acid rain. I wished to be full. The game only granted an hour of preparation time. How utterly insufficient. Moreover, the funds provided are scant, leaving me unable to purchase quality supplies. Could they not be a tad more generous? The game is exceedingly stingy. Survival is not easy. Upon my arrival, I indulged in a delightful shrimp noodle dish. I must say it was exquisite. Alas, I squandered half an hour of precious resource gathering time while savoring my meal. I had planned to engage in zero-cost procurement when disaster struck, yet to my dismay, the calamity turned out to be acid rain, rendering me unable to venture outside. I am the best in the world. The person above must be a fool. Did you not see the initial game prompt? Do you not even know that this disaster is acid rain? Chapter 10. Acid Rain. The brother is indeed clever, having found refuge within the supermarket, where supplies are readily available at no cost. Ha ha ha. Gullah beast. I hope you can still find joy in the days to come. Do not forget that the duration of this game is 30 days. Should the rain persist for 30 consecutive days, the supermarket will be submerged. Zhou An'an curled her lips into a faint smile. Taking shelter in the supermarket was undoubtedly a wise choice in the early stages. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the supermarket is not akin to a hotel with individual rooms, is an open space. Moreover, once the incessant downpour continues for an extended period, the first establishment to be affected will undoubtedly be the shopping mall. This city is home to at least 1 million inhabitants. When throngs of people surge into the supermarket, the available supplies will be woefully insufficient, leading to rampant looting and violence becoming the norm. Zhou An'an glanced at the number of participants in the chat channel. There were indeed only 186 individuals remaining. It seemed that the 800-plus so-called wise ones had ventured outside the city. Venturing outside would mean certain death, so on the very first day of this game, over 800 players had already perished, some even before the communication channel had been activated. Melissa, am I the only one who noticed? Why does the group show fewer than 200 members? Wasn't it said that there were 1,000 entrants into this game? Are there perhaps other groups? Rich man, what other groups? Those people are dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group, as if they were collectively stunned. Sugar dumpling. How did they die? How could so many perish at once? Sticky rice cake. Is that true? Over 800 people. How could they all have died in such a short span? Rich man, do not doubt me. The moment I enter the game, I intended to leave this city. Fortunately, I was delayed by a car accident and was unable to move for a while. By the time I reached the city's edge, it was somewhat late. I noticed a crowd hastily exiting the city and followed behind them. Guess what I witnessed? Gula beast. Come on, buddy, stop with the suspense. Just tell us already. Rich man, they are dead. All of them. Those who reached the perimeter road collapsed and died within a minute. I was utterly horrified. A moment of silence fell over the communication channel. Sweet Orange, how do you know they were players? Perhaps those who died were NPCs. Rich man, believe it or not, but I saw it with my own eyes. There were people on a bus, and as soon as it entered the perimeter road, it halted. The driver shouted that someone had died and fled from a bus. Zhou An'an. It appears the truth about the majority of players' demise erupted in the chat channel, just as in her previous life. Consequently, the surviving players were deterred from venturing outside the city. That night, many were restless, unable to sleep. Those confined to the hotel were preoccupied with thoughts of loved ones, their companies, their jobs, or the supplies of others. Although the hotel possessed a restaurant, few guests dined there, resulting in minimal food reserves. Moreover, the hotel primarily offered exquisite and high-end dishes, making it unaffordable for the average individual. Even common vegetables were transformed by the hotel chefs into dishes that were prohibitively expensive. The hotel lacked a supermarket. It only had a few vending machines, which primarily offered snacks and beverages. Yet, even those were completely sold out on the day the acid rain arrived. Most of the individuals flooding into the hotel carried no food, leaving many to sleep on empty stomachs that night. As for ordering takeout, that was out of the question. No one was accepting orders. As the acid rain poured relentlessly outside, delivery personnel were human too. They would not risk their lives to deliver meals. The following morning, the rain continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Many could no longer contain themselves and attempted to call for help. However, the emergency lines were perpetually busy, indicating a significant number of individuals seeking assistance. Perhaps even the police were overwhelmed, wishing to call for help themselves, for they too were human, trapped in their precincts amidst the acid rain. Though they had vehicles, they were parked in the courtyard, and the parking area was a considerable distance from the office. The challenge of reaching their cars posed a significant issue, compounded by the continuous downpour that had disrupted the city's drainage system. Various debris had clogged the drains, leading to severe flooding. Given that it was acid rain, no one dared to wade through the water to clear the obstructions. Consequently, large areas of the road became inundated. Even though the police station was situated on higher ground, ensuring that the water was not excessively deep, at least passable for vehicles, other routes could not guarantee the same. Any vehicle that ventured out might quickly become submerged, and given the acidic nature of the rain, whether the vehicles could be repaired after such an ordeal was another matter altogether. Thus, even if the phone lines were connected, the police would still be unable to respond. After a night of torrential rain, the hotel lobby was now covered in water, enough to submerge the soles of one's shoes, forcing the occupants to gather on the second floor and above. This hotel, located on a major thoroughfare, typically bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, had attracted an overwhelming number of people seeking refuge from the acid rain. Zhou An'an isolated herself in her room, indifferent to the tempest outside. She ate, drank, and slept at will, confident that her safety was assured for at least the initial days. Upon the conclusion of the first survival game, those who survived would receive a piece of equipment. The second day passed uneventfully, as did the third. With time on her hands, she exercised in her room, knowing that while she inhabited another's body, the physical attributes still belonged to her. Although the enhancements gained from the game could only be applied to her current form and not her original statistics, a healthier and stronger physique would undoubtedly increase her chances of survival. Just as she believed the third day would pass in tranquility, her door was knocked upon in the evening. Zhou An'an paused momentarily, feeling a surge of impatience. She chose not to open the door, but instead inquired through it. "Who is it? What do you want?" Chapter 11 Acid Rain Impatience resonated within the voice, its tone exuding an air of unwarranted authority, as though the speaker were indeed a beleaguered employee driven to irritation by relentless work demands. "I am a service attendant responsible for cleaning. Please open the door so that I may attend to my duties." Zhou An'an rolled her eyes. Which hotel staff would come to clean at night? Moreover, since the onset of acid rain, the service of cleaning guest rooms had essentially been suspended, as the staff were already overwhelmed managing the corridors, leaving no time for room maintenance. Even if cleaning were to occur, it would be at the guest's request, and Zhou An'an had not solicited any such service. Thus, the individual outside the door was most likely not a legitimate attendant. Furthermore, the intentions of the person outside were dubious. After all, in her previous life, she had encountered many similar situations. Indeed, Zhou An'an's intuition was correct. Outside her door stood 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, all players, one of whom was Chisiki. None of them had secured a room and were forced to rest in the corridor. Chisiki had inadvertently observed Wang Kai conjuring items from thin air, confirming his identity as a player. The other 3 were acquaintances, and Chisiki approached them, leading to their gathering. Given that none had rooms, they conspired to deceive an NPC into opening her room, planning to seize control of it once inside. At that moment, Chisiki shared a piece of information. A single woman occupied room 1013, reportedly quite young and hence likely to be easily manipulated. Although this woman resided in the hotel's cheapest room at 68 yuan per night, the prospect of deceiving a young, single female was enticing. If they could persuade her to open the door, they could forcibly enter, restrain her, and intimidate her into compliance. After all, they had no ill intentions toward her. They merely sought her room. If she cooperated, they might even offer her food and drink to ensure her survival until they departed the catastrophic game. As for her fate after they left, that was of no concern to them. She was merely an NPC, a collection of data. Had Zhou An'an been privy to their thoughts, she would have delivered a scathing rebuke. What of NPCs? To her, this was the real world, albeit from an unknown dimension. The conspirators reached a consensus to invade Zhou An'an's room, and under Chisiki's guidance, they knocked on her door. "What cleaning? Didn't I already say my room does not require cleaning? Please leave and do not disturb me. I will notify the staff if I need assistance." The 4 outside exchanged glances, and one of the women, aside from Chisiki, feigned a higher tone. "I apologize, madam, but I am merely following the hotel's regulations. Your room indeed requires cleaning. Kindly open the door and spare us the trouble, will you? We are all just trying to work. Let us show some understanding. I've said I don't need cleaning. Do not disturb my rest, or I shall file a complaint against you." Zhou An'an remained resolute in her refusal to open the door. Instead, she retrieved a watermelon knife from her belongings. While it was dull, it could still inflict significant harm if wielded with force. Although she believed these individuals lacked the audacity to force their way in, she was prepared. Should they dare to intrude, Zhou An'an would not hesitate to retaliate. She had lived through several games in her past life and had taken lives before. She bore no psychological burden regarding murder. In fact, prior to her death in her previous life, she had come to accept and adapt to the violence inherent in the games. Seeing Zhou An'an's unwillingness to open the door, the group outside persisted. Wang Kai lowered his voice, suggesting, "Shall we force the door open? I doubt this hotel's doors are particularly sturdy." "No." Another man, Zhang Pingqiang, quickly countered. "The acid rain has only just begun. Order has not yet descended into chaos. If you act recklessly, the hotel security will throw you out, and we might even have to compensate them. You have the funds, we do not. If you get into trouble, do not drag us down with you." A shadow crossed Wang Kai's eyes, but he merely pressed his lips together in silence, refraining from further argument. Now was not the time for infighting. It was far easier to survive together in this hotel than to go it alone. After all, these players had activated spatial items and had stashed away some food and water. Should worse come to worst, they could resort to scavenging, as long as they avoided being isolated and outmaneuvered. For those who hailed from a world on the brink of collapse, Such acceptance was remarkably easy. Although the survival tower enforced strict laws within its protective confines, survival necessitated venturing beyond its boundaries in search of resources. Outside the protective zone, the struggle for resources often resulted in the loss of many lives. Thus, moral considerations were considerably less stringent than in peaceful times. Zhang Pingqiang's previous comment bore an incitement that he understood all too well, yet he played the part of the oblivious. Let us abandon this and choose another room. I recall that 1011 is also occupied by a woman, albeit one with a child. I worry that the child might cry uncontrollably and attract unwanted attention, he suggested. What of that? If the child dares to cry, we can simply eliminate it. After all, they are merely data. Perhaps once we exit, they will respawn. As their attempts to breach Zhou An'an's door faltered, Qi Siki proposed a rather ill-conceived plan, which was met with unanimous approval from the group. After all, it was easier to prey on the vulnerable. Though their whispers were muted, the sounds reached Zhou An'an's ears through the crack in the door. From their conversation, she discerned that these individuals were also players, for they referred to the inhabitants of this world as NPCs. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Since these individuals had initiated contact with her and harbored ulterior motives, she felt justified in taking preemptive action. She resolved to eliminate them and seize their belongings. These items could serve her needs or be sold for points. Although the trading channel had yet to open, Zhou An'an understood that it would activate once the first game concluded and points were allocated to the surviving players. Chapter 12. Acid Rain Nonetheless. There were at least 4 individuals outside. She had distinctly heard 4 different voices, 2 men and 2 women. One of the female voices struck her as familiar, as if she had encountered it before, yet she could not immediately recall where. Reflecting on her own solitary situation, she pondered how to seize the opportunity while ensuring her own safety. Everything hinged on self-preservation. After all, it was not worth placing herself in peril merely to eliminate her adversaries. However, she had memorized the voices of those 4. Unless they denied her a chance, she would be relentless in eradicating them. Though not a bloodthirsty villain, she certainly could not be deemed virtuous. Soon, the footsteps of the 4 faded away, accompanied by their distant chatter. Through the door, she could no longer discern their words, leaving her to wonder if they were plotting against her. As silence enveloped the corridor, Zhou An'an made no move to inspect outside. Instead, she fortified her door once more, ensuring no one could force their way in. On the 4th day of the catastrophe, Zhou An'an awoke early to the cacophony echoing from the corridor. Still enveloped in a haze of sleepiness, she rubbed her face to shake off the remnants of slumber. Amidst the clamor, she detected a rustling sound and something tapping against the window. Recalling the changes in the rain during this time from her previous life, she rose and peered through a narrow gap in the curtains. Indeed, the rain had intensified unbeknownst to her. What had begun as a steady drizzle over the past 3 days had transformed into a torrential downpour. Not only was rain falling, but the wind had also picked up, albeit not violently, sending the raindrops pattering against the glass, producing a gentle rhythm. The droplets, dense and rapid, cascaded down the window, coalescing into streams that flowed downward. Zhou An'an observed that water had begun to seep into her room from the lower edge of the window, though it was not severe. Nevertheless, it appeared quite alarming. If the rain persisted, the water within would only rise, and the glass might not withstand such prolonged assault. This uncertainty had caused a stir among the hotel occupants. Yet, in reality, the acid rain had transitioned into ordinary rainfall, swiftly diluting the previously accumulated acidic water. The downpour continued relentlessly for a day and night, causing the water level, which had already submerged the first floor, to rise to the 2.5 floors. However, the acidic rain was also being diluted, making it feasible to navigate by boat if one were available. Naturally, swimming home was only practical for short distances. Longer journeys would prove overwhelming. Yet, now is not the time for such thoughts. Having consumed a barrel of the collected tap water over the past 3 days, she opened the window, secured one end of a rope to a bucket and the other to the bedpost, lowering the bucket outside. She promptly shut the window again. preventing a deluge from pouring in while still allowing a trickle through the gaps. After all, this was not her property. Even if the floor were to flood, she would not mourn it. Still, she firmly closed the window, tightening the rope to minimize the incoming rainwater. After all, this would be her residence for the foreseeable future. From her gathered supplies, she retrieved 2 rolls of tape and began to meticulously affix them to the glass, a precaution against the impending gales. The outside bucket quickly filled, and as she opened the window to laboriously bring the water inside, droplets cascaded on her hair, face, and upper body. A shiver coursed through her, prompting her to change out of her damp clothing. Wrapping a towel around her wet hair, she recalled purchasing ginger powder at the supermarket and hurriedly prepared herself a cup of ginger tea with hot water. Afterward, she made herself a dose of cold medicine. Her health was not at its peak, and neglecting preventive measures could easily lead to a cold. On the 5th day of the calamity, the rain intensified further. Resembling a celestial river ruptured in multiple places, cascading down without restraint. Accompanied by a strengthening wind, much of the foliage had succumbed to the rising waters. Yet the gusts continued to sweep debris amidst the storm. These items collided against walls and glass, creating a cacophony of noise. However, Zhou An'an felt no concern. Even if the glass shattered, the tape would prevent dangerous shards from scattering indoors. Nevertheless, many windows in the hotel shattered amid the storm, and within just over an hour, the wind and rain surged through the broken panes, occasionally tossing objects into the rooms, resulting in chaos. Particularly in the hotel, where no rooms had balconies. Guests in any room with broken windows faced the brunt of the storm, soaking their beds and linens, leaving many without a place to sleep. Those whose windows had shattered scrambled to gather their belongings, some even fleeing without shoes, fearful that the debris might strike them and cause injury, especially in critical areas. After all, seeking medical attention was impossible in such conditions. Severe injuries could lead to a slow demise. Furthermore, the damp bedding rendered useless meant the hotel's original stock of linens was insufficient, and with the sudden drop in temperature due to the storm, everyone sought warm supplies, leading to a frenzy over blankets that surpassed the urgency for food and clean water. The hotel staff found themselves besieged by guests demanding clean bedding, yet the staff, not foolish, denied the existence of linens in storage, merely handing out keys to unoccupied rooms, leaving the guests to search for themselves at the mercy of luck. As expected, there was another knock at Zhou An'an's door. It was once again the quartet of players. Chapter 13. Acid rain. It turned out that they had successfully seized the room belonging to the mother and daughter duo, initially intending to imprison them. To this end, they had bound their hands and feet. However, due to their deep slumber, even the night watch fell asleep, allowing the pair to untie each other and escape the room. Given the cover of night, they dared not raise an alarm, fearing that doing so might awaken their captors or lead them to encounter other nefarious individuals. Instead, they sought refuge in a discreet location, planning to seek assistance from the staff by day. They had only paid for 3 days' accommodation, and with the final day upon them, they needed to settle the bill anew should they wish to extend their stay. Upon locating a staff member to reclaim their room, they discovered that the 4 individuals who had taken over were adamant about remaining, offering to pay for their stay. After a brief discussion, the 4 promptly paid for 4 days' lodging, each contributing 68 yuan. This left the staff member with little recourse. After all, the room was technically available since the mother and daughter had only settled their bill up to the previous day. With no vacant rooms to be found and unable to sleep in the corridor without bedding, the mother and daughter were compelled to take 2 keys for other rooms from the staff and set off in search of supplies. As for the 2 rooms they had vacated, whether the windows were broken or the belongings within salvageable would depend solely on their luck. With a stroke of fortune, they might even find a room to claim for themselves. The abrupt turn of events spared the mother and daughter from further misfortune. Shortly after their escape, the glass of the window from their former room shattered, and as the fierce wind howled at the stroke of midnight, the 4 remained sound asleep, oblivious to the tumult outside. This negligence resulted in the sudden storm hurling heavy objects through the broken window, drenching the 4 and leaving them chilled to the bone. Furthermore, the debris inflicted injuries upon them, with Wang Kai suffering the most grievous fate. His arm was shattered upon impact. as the four scrambled out of the room. Collapsing onto the carpeted corridor floor, a gentle breeze swept through, causing them to shiver in unison. They were not alone in their plight. Many others shared their predicament. With the torrential rain and flooding, the hotel's power had ceased, plunging the midnight corridor into darkness. Hurt. Who has a flashlight? Quickly, turn it on to see how bad it is. It feels like my arm is broken. Wang Kai groaned. Responding to his call, someone retrieved a flashlight from the shadows and switched it on. What a wretched game this is, offering no respite, not even allowing us a moment's peace in the dead of night. Under the beam of the flashlight, they all turned their gaze to Wang Kai's arm. The grotesque angle confirmed their fears. It was indeed broken. His expression was one of sheer agony, twisted in pain and fear, amplified by the shadows cast by the flashlight's glare, rendering his visage a nightmarish sight. Terrified, the two girls stole a glance at his face before averting their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It's really broken, and it appears quite serious. I wonder if there's a doctor in this hotel, or anyone knowledgeable in setting bones. But even if there is, given the severity of the break, surgery might be required. This ISN team merely dislocated. We may need to go to a hospital, they pondered, anxiety creeping in. With all this flooding outside and the acid rain, how can we possibly reach a hospital? What are we to do? We can't stay like this indefinitely. This game provides no items, no health potions. What are we supposed to do in this situation? What else can we do but endure? Even if we went to a hospital, who knows if it's still operational? This game offers no mercy, thrusting us into a tempest at this ungodly hour, leaving us no time to prepare. Enough of the complaints. We must think of a solution. Our bedding is soaked, and with the current weather, it will take time to dry. Without blankets, we will struggle in this harsh climate. Not to mention, my clothes are drenched as well. This infernal game has only given us an hour to prepare. We barely had time to gather food and water, let alone purchase clothing. Now look at this. My clothes are wet, and I have nothing to change into. Hand me the flashlight. Stay here while I seek out the staff. We paid for 4 days' accommodation, and with the room in this state, it's uninhabitable. They must take responsibility. Yet, they were not the sole group facing this dilemma. The dark corridor intermittently flickered with light, revealing many in disarray. However, the staff were preoccupied with their own troubles, having suffered broken windows in their own rooms, retreating to those that remained intact. Fortunately, unlike the lethargic four, others had sensed something amiss and, upon witnessing the chaos outside, had vacated their rooms, thus evading the brunt of the storm and keeping their clothes dry. In such weather, drying clothes without the use of dryers and air conditioning would prove to be a formidable challenge, let alone starting a fire for warmth. Such facilities were not available in the hotel, and the management would never allow guests to damage property, believing that natural disasters fall under the realm of force majeure. While insurance may cover such calamities, burning hotel property for warmth would leave them with no one to claim compensation from afterward. Disorder would reign if chaos ensued, and once it began, it would spiral beyond control. Though their clothes remained dry, their bedding was largely soaked, with only a few intact sets remaining, snatched in haste by those fleeing their rooms. The chill of the night had made the need for warmth increasingly apparent, especially following the deluge. Previously, guests could exchange payment for bedding in the corridor. But after the tempest's ravaging, the importance of warm supplies had escalated to a level rivaling that of food and water. Chapter 14. Acid Rain Thus. The supplies for warmth can no longer be acquired with mere monetary expenditure. They will soon be firmly grasped in the hands of a select few. Although the crowd finds themselves trapped in the hotel, with the lower floors inundated, each room contains a modicum of food, and there remains a portion of stock within the hotel. In truth, they have not yet reached a state of utter despair. However, as the calamity encroaches relentlessly, the absence of rescue will grant those who hold supplies absolute power, rendering money nearly insignificant. Particularly in this era of digital transactions, should the network collapse and power fail, the affluent, devoid of cash, would find themselves no different from the destitute. Currently, with Wang Kai injured, the situation has become dire, given the severity of his wounds. Infection and fever are inevitable, and further complications may arise. It won TB long before the other three abandoned him. In the face of disaster, loyalty is scarce. Even among kin, the assurance of support is tenuous, let alone among a hastily assembled group. Zhou An'an gazed at the cracks in the window pane, grateful for her prior preparations. In her previous life, she had already succumbed to slumber in the corridor at this hour, never experiencing the scene of monstrous debris shattering glass amidst the howling winds. However, being startled awake in the dead of night by those fleeing their rooms left a lasting impression. Amidst the wails and groans, dawn finally broke, the tempest subsided, and the rain ceased, though the water had already submerged the third floor. Fortunately, as dawn arrived, the raging winds calmed, and the torrential downpour transformed into a gentle drizzle. Regrettably, this drizzle was not ordinary rain. It was an acid rain of extreme corrosiveness, with a pH level far exceeding that of the initial downpour. It fell upon the already flooded surface, creating billowing clouds of vapor. The white gas rising from the water's surface gave an ethereal semblance to the scene, but alas, this paradise was toxic. For those fortunate enough to remain unscathed amidst the disaster, their initial relief at the rain's lessening was quickly overshadowed by a new predicament. The heightened corrosiveness of the acid rain caused many to sustain injuries while seeking floating debris for escape, leading to further casualties and suffering. Listening to the anguished cries of those who came into contact with the rain, Zhou An'an remained unfazed. As a player, her task was to endure for 30 days, after which she could safely depart with any unused provisions from her space. Meanwhile, the local inhabitants were left to grapple with survival amidst this calamity. Who could predict what further disasters awaited them after her departure? Even if they managed to survive, life would be exceedingly arduous. On the sixth day, a resounding knock echoed against Zhou An'an's door. No, it was more akin to a pounding. The unmistakable intent of the outsiders was clear. If she did not open the door, they would shatter it. Irritated yet aware that morality was waning, Zhou An'an decided that she could not ignore them indefinitely. These desperate individuals might indeed break down her door. To ensure her safety, she quietly moved the heavy object blocking the entrance. Gripping a watermelon knife tightly in one hand and the doorknob in the other, she swung the door open, aiming the knife at the intruders. The force and speed of her strike revealed no intent to spare. She was determined to inflict harm. The intruders, initially brimming with bravado, were caught off guard by her ferocity. One man, believing himself to be intimidating, was completely unprepared for a woman willing to wield a blade. Though chaos loomed, order had yet to fully unravel, and Zhou An'an's actions shocked the assailants. In the ensuing moments, the knife grazed the arm of the man at the door. Despite his instinctive retreat and the defensive motion of raising his arm, the blade drew blood, though it did not strike a vital area. "What are you doing?" he bellowed, attempting to intimidate her. Yet Zhou An'an remained undeterred, her focus unwavering as she aimed again, this time at his neck, intent on taking his life. Realizing the peril, the man turned to flee, but it was too late. The knife's edge skimmed his throat, blood gushing forth. Though the wound was not deep, the fear it instilled was palpable. Clutching his bleeding neck, he bolted away, calling for help, no longer the audacious figure he had been moments before. Witnessing Zhou An'an continue to wield the knife with determination, the companions of the wounded man scattered in terror, while those who had been watching from a distance shrank back, seeking refuge. No one dared approach. The fear of being caught in the crossfire was too great. In a time of scarce medical resources, any injury could lead to infection and potentially death. As Zhou An'an shut the door with a resounding thud, the onlookers collectively exhaled. While there had indeed been deaths in recent days, none had dared to brandish a weapon so brazenly as she had. The man she had injured now cowered in a room with shattered windows, afraid to emerge. Blood continued to flow from his neck, and in a panic he wrapped a towel around the wound in a futile attempt to stem the bleeding. In reality, Zhou An'an's strike had not been particularly grave. In peaceful times, prompt medical attention would suffice to avert a life-threatening situation. Alternatively, had there been a doctor or medical supplies available, there would have been a significant chance of survival. The issue lies in the absence of doctors and medical supplies in this place. Even if he manages to survive for the time being, Subsequent infections and starvation will inevitably claim his life. Those who initially accompanied the man to knock on the door have now vanished without a trace, witnessing his imminent demise. It is evident that a man on the brink of death holds little value. Who would dare to approach him? After all, they were merely a makeshift assembly of misfits, united solely by mutual interests, with scant emotional ties binding them together. Chapter 15. Acid rain. When calamity descends, naturally, everyone scatters. The man succumbed to death quietly. Within less than an hour after sustaining his injuries, he lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, and this unconsciousness offered no chance of revival, as his wounds continued to bleed unabated. Had his limbs been injured, a tighter bandage might have stemmed the flow of blood. However, the injury was on his neck, where a looser bandage could not stop the bleeding, while a tighter one would impede his breathing, leaving him in a dire predicament. It was not only this man who teetered on the brink of death. At that moment, Wang Kai was also perilously close to demise. Having received no medical attention for an extended period, his arm had become grotesquely deformed and swollen, now twice its original size. He too began to slip into unconsciousness, occasionally stirring, but with eyes that reflected a profound disorientation, and the intervals of his waking grew increasingly brief. Beyond the absence of a physician to provide care, another grim reality loomed. He had been wholly abandoned by his small group, having gone an entire day and night without sustenance or a drop of water. One wonders if, in this twilight of existence, he harbored any regrets. Zhou An'an's ruthlessness swiftly instilled fear in most onlookers. Aside from a select few covertly scheming in the shadows, the rest kept their distance from her. Who would dare provoke a person capable of wielding a knife with such abandon? Moreover, her indiscriminate attacks struck anyone within reach, showing no regard for the innocent. Just moments ago, a curious observer had nearly fallen victim to her blade, and even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. Chisiki and her companions witnessed this scene, their muscles twitching involuntarily, and after a prolonged silence, they exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of relief. They were fortunate that the day they knocked on her door, she had not answered. Had she burst forth wielding her knife, perhaps one among them might not have survived to this moment. After all, none could guarantee they would be the fortunate one. Though they had scavenged for resources in their original world to survive, confronting violence was a different matter altogether. In this game world, despite the brief hour they had spent here, they discovered that its inhabitants adhered to moral codes and laws. It bore a resemblance to their existence within the protective confines of the survival tower. Within a certain perimeter, no one dared act recklessly, for the consequences were severe. Even after disaster struck, these rules remained unbroken, leading them to gradually lower their guard, assuming that since laws and regulations constrained others, they, as players beyond the law, stood above these NPCs. Additionally, they each possessed the advantage of a unique space. Yet, they overlooked a fundamental truth: madness exists everywhere. And even the most orderly and stringent world is not exempt. Just like the figure they now observed, who brazenly wielded a knife without regard for the law. The most troubling aspect was that no one dared resist. The individuals who had once opened the door had either perished, been severely injured, or fled. Ironically, a group of grown men found themselves intimidated by a mere girl. To Chisiki, any one of those men could easily overpower Zhou An'an, should they muster the courage to disarm her. Overcoming her would be a trivial endeavor. What a pack of cowards. At that moment, they collectively abandoned the idea of storming Zhou An'an's room, having just been deliberating such a scheme. The prospect of confronting madness was too daunting. Zhou An'an, unfazed by their trepidation, understood that after demonstrating her ferocity, she had secured her temporary safety. For the time being, no one would dare target her. Upon returning to her room, she removed her blood-stained clothing, cleansing her skin where the blood had splattered with water she had previously stored, and washed the soiled garments, allowing them to drip dry in the bathroom. Although the weather outside made it difficult for clothes to dry, at least the washed items no longer bore the stench of blood. Once the water had sufficiently drained, she could hang them in her room to air dry slowly. Discarding them was not an option, as this was the only outfit she possessed. Her hurried entry into the game had left her unprepared. Today marked the 5th day of the calamity. Zhou An'an gazed out at the curtain of rain while nibbling on a package of pork jerky, straining her ears to catch the sounds outside. Aside from the patter of raindrops splashing into the water, she thought she glimpsed something darting beneath the surface, a shadow moving with such swiftness that she could not discern its true nature before it vanished into the depths. Suddenly, she recalled a tale from her previous life, one she had heard while hiding in the hotel corridor, never having ventured outside to witness the events firsthand. It was said that a strange fish had emerged in the waters, an unprecedented species that was impervious to acid and possessed formidable attacking power, with sharp teeth capable of inflicting severe damage. Due to its size and strength, many who ventured out to seek resources in the rain faced dire consequences, with some sustaining grave injuries while others were outright killed or devoured. Of course, those who were wounded rarely survived. The acidic water and the stagnant pools had turned into cesspools, with bacteria claiming the lives of the injured. Furthermore, the scent of blood would attract other perilous creatures. Even if one managed to reach safety, the lack of medical supplies would seal their fate. Consequently, those who encountered the monstrous fish seldom returned alive, at least not in the immediate aftermath. Thus, Zhou An'an had only heard tales, never having laid eyes on the creature herself. Might the fleeting shadow she had just seen belong to that very fish? The moment this thought crossed her mind, the shadow reappeared within her line of sight, only to submerge again moments later. Yet in that brief interval, she discerned its shape. It was approximately 1.5 to 2 meters long. Not only that, but it was remarkably wide, by her estimation, at least a meter across. Viewed from above, it appeared somewhat rotund and surprisingly endearing, resembling an oversized pomfret with a relatively small tail fin. In her previous life, she had remained hidden in the hotel, inadequately prepared and with insufficient provisions, leading to a life of intermittent hunger that barely kept starvation at bay. She had been timid, watching groups of people venture out, none of whom return alive. Preferring to endure hunger rather than face the unknown dangers outside, she had chosen to subsist on meager portions. Thus, she had never confronted the external perils directly, nor had she ever seen the fish with her own eyes. All she possessed were second-hand accounts. She pondered whether the fish outside was edible. After feasting on human flesh, it might be repulsive to consume, yet now, it should still be palatable, right? However, even if it were edible, none would dare dive in to retrieve it. After all, when faced with such a formidable creature, who could say who would become the predator and who the prey? For such a large fish, humans were merely delectable morsels. Moreover, in her previous life, she had never heard of anyone fishing for sustenance from the waters. She was uncertain whether these fish, having consumed human flesh, became more ferocious or grew in size, rendering them elusive to capture. There was, of course, another possibility. The sheer abundance of these creatures led to the demise of all who ventured to catch them. Following the earlier lesson of caution, she enjoyed a relatively peaceful night as sleep, undisturbed by any unwelcome visitors at her door. On the 6th day of the calamity, the rain ceased. Chapter 16. Acid rain early in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Zhou An'an opened the communication channel and, as expected, noticed a decline of over 20 survivors. It seemed likely that many clever individuals attempted to seize the opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition, while others were still oblivious, only to fall victim to the monstrous fish. As if on cue, someone began to speak. "Rich Grandpa, damn it, we aren't even near the ocean. How could there be such a large fish?" I witnessed it tear a survivor in half with a single bite. The upper half went straight into its mouth, leaving only the lower half gushing blood. It nearly scared me to death. Had I not reacted swiftly and possessed decent swimming skills, I could have been next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A fish that eats people must be a shark, right? Aren't sharks supposed to live in the deep sea? Surviving is hard. This game is becoming increasingly difficult. I thought the acid rain and floods were already the worst, compounded by the impending food and water crisis. But now there are sharks too? How are we supposed to survive? Rich Grandpa, I don't know what kind of fish it is, but I can assure you, it's definitely not a shark. Number 1. Regardless of what kind of fish it is, the important thing is that it devours humans. Sweet Yuan Bao, I was planning to venture out to search for supplies once the rain stopped, But after hearing this, should I still go? Gullah beast, of course. You shouldn't go out. Even if there are supplies outside, there are dangers and unknown ones at that. Going out may not lead to finding supplies, but rather serve as a feast for the big fish. How go? The point made above is quite reasonable. If supplies are scarce, it would be foolish to risk our lives outside. We only need to endure here for 30 days to leave. Princess Xiangxiang, are you certain they're NPCs? They seem very much like real people to me. If we steal their belongings, aren't we depriving them of their hope for survival? That seems rather cruel. Brother's still a brother. Who is this ethereal fairy? If you are so noble, why not share half of your supplies with me? I've gone 2 days without food, and if this continues, I might starve. Have some pity on me. Since you can sympathize with NPCs, why not extend that to a living person like myself? Dissimilar firework. Count me in too. I've also gone 2 days without food. Oh, benevolent fairy, please lend me your support. I am obtrusive. Everyone, we're straying off topic. Aren't we discussing that massive fish? To my knowledge, there are no rivers or lakes nearby, and the only moat is usually shallow and clear. So where's that fish coming from? Is it an intruder or a mutated normal fish? If it's the latter, we are in grave danger. This statement sent shivers through the group. If ordinary fish had mutated into such creatures, what would prevent them from going outside? How many ordinary fish could have transformed? Gradually, the group began to agree with Hao Gu's sentiments. Indeed, would they need to rob NPCs if supplies were available? Why venture out into life-threatening situations for them? Moreover, since they had entered the game, each player had an hour of preparation time, during which they had accumulated some supplies. Even if they couldn't feast, they could survive the 30 days with careful rationing. After all, many in the real world live day to day in a similar manner, and there was no reason they couldn't do so now. Once the 30 days passed, they could return to their original world and slowly replenish their losses. Furthermore, when leaving, they could take some supplies with them, though they had yet to figure out how to do so. Zhou An'an sighed. Was chaos about to commence? In her previous life, upon her first entry into the game, she had felt both anxious and fearful. With so many people in the corridor, she had been too scared to check the communication channel and had focused solely on concealing her presence, oblivious to when the players began to hatch their nefarious plans. Furthermore, she had to deal with that scoundrel, Tang Kaixian, and to hide her identity as a player, had to feign compliance when he approached her. Reflecting on her past self, she felt rather foolish. Players hiding in the hotel, perhaps influenced by their peers, finally made their move against the local inhabitants on the 8th day of the disaster game. However, due to prior intimidation, no one had targeted Zhou An'an, allowing her to remain undisturbed for several days until the 13th day, when her door was knocked upon once more. Zhou An'an sighed, realizing that her time of safety was drawing to a close. Despite the rain having ceased for the past 2 days, the remnants of acid rain and the presence of predatory fish had deterred many from seeking supplies, exacerbating the scarcity. The diminishing resources primarily referred to food and clean water, while blankets were less of a concern as the sun had dried those that had been soaked. Zhou An'an's identity was rather obvious. She was undoubtedly a player. Only players had access to activated spaces and could hoard food and water in advance. Having remained in her room for 12 days without venturing out, it was impossible to survive without a space and prior provisions. Initially, her fierce demeanor had dissuaded others from bothering her. However, as violence and theft escalated in the hotel, it became commonplace for people to die daily, even without stepping outside. Gradually, the group accepted this brutality, and Zhou An'an's previous behavior no longer seemed as shocking or terrifying. Thus, a self-assured gang set their sights on her. With a series of loud knocks on her door, voices from outside called out, "Listen up, I know you're a player too. Since we are both players, we will make it difficult for you. Brother Ping is organizing everyone to unite, pooling resources for equitable distribution to ensure every player survives. Open the door, and as long as you join our team, no one will trouble you, and we will protect you." Zhou An'an's lips twitched. In her previous life, this player, known as Brother Ping, had similarly formed a team in the hotel. Initially, it appeared organized and fair, but it gradually devolved into something sinister. After all, the task time had passed the halfway mark, and players who had initially collected minimal supplies were now depleting their resources. Under Brother Ping's rallying call, everyone willingly surrendered their supplies, believing that by contributing a little, they could enjoy Brother Ping's provisions for the remainder of the game. After all, their meager supplies would not last until the end. As for what would happen once the pooled resources were exhausted, that was Brother Ping's concern. There was no stipulation on how much they had to contribute. With the mindset that one is a fool if they do not seize an opportunity, the majority willingly joined, while only a few were coerced into participation through threats and temptations. Perhaps the player known as Ping Gu initially harbored genuine intentions, aspiring to be a fair leader and guide everyone toward survival. However, upon realizing that the resources contributed by these players were meager, his spirit dampened in an instant. Without hesitation, he conspired with a few key individuals to abscond with the meager supplies. Chapter 17. Acid Rain. As for how the players who surrender their supplies would survive after their departure, that was no longer within their concern. After all, you play the first day and we play the 15th. Since you plotted against us, do not blame us for plotting back. With this mindset, this group of individuals ran off without a shred of remorse, illustrating that in this world, pure altruism is a rarity, merely contingent upon the allure of temptation. In Zhou An'an's eyes, all calculations and counter-calculations boiled down to a simple desire, seeing so many resources and being unwilling to part with them, leading them to flee with the supplies. Supermarkets and markets were typically located below the second floor, and the resources had either been snatched away or spoiled by the acid rain, leaving scant edible items. It was no wonder this group was tempted. As for the dangers outside and how they managed to escape, no one knew. Those players who had initially contemplated taking advantage of the situation awoke to find themselves destitute. Those who had been prudent enough to reserve some supplies were fortunate. Regardless of the quantity remaining, they would not starve in the short term. As for the future, they were certainly capable of deceit and theft. Conversely, those naive players who had surrendered all their resources faced dire consequences. Zhou An'an had always been cautious in concealing her identity as a player, which had spared her from unwanted attention. However, unexpectedly, someone had come looking for her. Aware of the nature of this group, she had no intention of joining them. It would merely serve to make her a fool, delivering supplies to others. Accepting that she could no longer hide her identity, Zhou An'an had no desire to continue her charade. After the consumption of these past few days, her remaining supplies could barely fit within her space. Thus, she had stored all her resources there, ensuring that even if she opened the door, she would not fear being robbed. Moreover, it was uncertain who might end up robbing whom. Clutching a watermelon knife, she opened the door and coldly regarded the individuals outside. I shall consider this matter for 2 days before providing you with a response. Though the burly man outside had heard of the woman in this room, her icy gaze and the tightly gripped knife made him uneasy, despite his stature and the presence of companions. Her reluctance to outright refuse, stating merely that she needed 2 days to ponder, preserved his dignity and left room for negotiation. Had she brandished the knife to attack immediately, he, as a man, might not have been at a disadvantage, yet the unpredictability of blades could lead to injury. Zhou An'an's approach provided him with a way to retreat gracefully. Very well, take your time to consider. We are all players here. As long as we unite and endure these 30 days, we can escape this world together. It is quite difficult to go it alone. A larger group can provide mutual assistance. Wouldn't you agree? After all, none can predict what calamities may lie ahead. The man spoke earnestly, clearly an ardent supporter of Ping Ji's ideology. He might even have been among those who fled with supplies in a previous life. However, it mattered little. Within 2 days, these individuals would likely abscond with their resources, and who would care whether she joined their faction or surrendered supplies then? Were it not for the dangerously deep water outside, tainted with acidity, she would have longed to depart immediately. The sheer number of people here and the ensuing chaos were already evident in her imagination, especially when these individuals noticed her abundance of resources. It was futile to suggest stealthily consuming food. When others appeared gaunt and weary, struggling to stand, Zhou An'an exuded vitality. No one was a fool. After concluding the negotiations, Zhou An'an intended to close the door, only to sense a malevolent gaze directed at her. Looking up, She locked eyes with a woman who seemed startled and quickly averted her gaze. Yet, Zhou An'an did not miss the fleeting malice. She decided against shutting the door, maintaining her cold demeanor and raising the knife, its tip aimed at the woman. Who is she? Was her name? Upon seeing her raise the knife, the man felt his heart race and instinctively stepped back, nearly toppling those behind him. He raised his arm in defense, only to find that she did not strike, instead opting to speak again. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, realizing that the closeness of their encounter had nearly put him at risk. Had she attacked, escape would have been impossible, and injury, if not death, would have been inevitable. At this moment, injury was tantamount to losing half one's life. Following the direction of the knife's point, the man recognized the woman. He admitted, "Actually, I do know her. Her name is Chi-Siki. She too was a player, named Chi-Siki." Zhou An'an nodded, keeping the blade trained on Chi-Siki, warning, "Chi-Siki, mind your gaze. Should you dare to cast that loathsome look at me again, you shall lose those eyes." Chi-Siki lowered her head, gritting her teeth, struggling to suppress her emotions. No one saw the venomous rage brewing in her downcast eyes. Damn it! At least before entering the game, her identity and life had afforded her some dignity. Now, she was subjected to humiliations she had never previously endured. It was utterly infuriating. Despite Chi-Siki's bowed head, Zhou An'an sensed an intensified malice. However, having just placated the group before her, she knew that attacking one of them would only create unnecessary complications. She resolved to grant herself 2 days. The dissolution of this group would mark the time to exact her revenge. It was not merely Zhou An'an's ruthlessness. Past experiences had taught her that one must never indulge those harboring ill will, for one could never anticipate how such malice might manifest or what consequences could arise. Yet, for safety's sake, she would not wait for them to leave before taking action. She would strike while they were still present. After all, she could not ascertain whether Chi-Siki was an ally of Ping Ge. What if she were among those who had fled with him? It would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, making her future pursuit of Chi-Siki all the more challenging. Moreover, she was certain she did not know this woman. The hostility emanating from her was that of a stranger. If Chi-Siki could direct malice toward her, surely she would not hesitate to extend it to others. This could be seen as a form of divine justice. Chi-Siki felt a chill run down her spine. Although the woman had merely issued a few warnings, she sensed imminent danger. This woman harbored murderous intent. No, upon returning, she had to persuade Ping Ge to deal with this woman appropriately. Once she joined the group, they must ensure to eliminate her. However, before that, she needed to acquire her resources. The woman appeared healthy and well-supplied, a stark contrast to the others. Just when she thought the matter was settled, Zhou An'an addressed the man again. "Raise her head. I wish to see her face." What else with the perpetual bowing? Is she truly so ashamed to show herself? Chi-Siki, filled with indignation, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "It is you who cannot bear to show your face. Your entire family is equally unworthy." After a brief moment of blinking and gathering her emotions, she slowly lifted her head, presenting a pitiful expression. "Sister, what have I done to deserve such animosity from you?" "Huh, that voice sounds somewhat familiar. What could this mean?" Zhou An'an furrowed her brows, her thoughts swirling in her mind, until she finally recalled where she had heard that voice before. Chapter 18. Acid rain reflecting on that day when the server brought a woman to seek a shared room, only to be rejected. It suddenly struck her that the persuasive voice had belonged to this very woman. Moreover, just days prior, this woman had masqueraded as a server, knocking on her door. This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The repeated visits indicated a fixation on her, and it was only due to her previous vigilance that the woman's schemes had failed. However, at that time, Zhou An'an had not opened the door, hence she had not seen the woman's face. Now, confronted with this entirely unfamiliar visage, a wave of irritation washed over her. What nonsense was this? Considering that this woman was a complete stranger to her, it was evident that any animosity could not have stemmed from past grievances. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that the woman's resentment must have arisen from that day when she had refused to share a room. This woman seemed to harbor a grudge and was now seeking revenge. Perhaps this time, The group had come to recruit her into Ping Ji's gang, with this woman orchestrating the move from behind the scenes. This solidified Zhou An'an's resolve. This woman could not be allowed to remain. Zhou An'an had never considered herself a virtuous person. As she had only just embarked on this initial game, her strength was still feeble. The only thing she relied upon was the indifferent mindset and disregard for life she had cultivated in her previous life, which allowed her to act decisively without hesitation or psychological burden. Nevertheless, regarding her strength, she was well aware of her own limitations. As long as others did not provoke her, she would not instigate trouble. However, if others approached her, she would not cower, for in such circumstances, retreating was unwise. One step back would lead to successive retreats. Rolling her eyes, she thought, "There's no need for your T-skills with me. I want T-fall for your tricks. If you wonder why I target you and not others, perhaps you should introspect instead of resorting to your T-art. We are all adults here. Who hasn't T-read a few novels steeped in T-culture? Your skills are rather rudimentary. Do you truly believe everyone around you is a fool? Do you think you're the only clever one in a world filled with simpletons?" She averted her gaze, disregarding the hurt expression on the woman's face, and smiled at the man while scanning the others. Her eyes conveyed an unmistakable disdain, making the accompanying individuals visibly uncomfortable. Particularly, the leading man spoke with an air of authority. "I must give this some thought. You will have my answer in no more than 2 days." The rapid shift from aggression to politeness seemed to leave him somewhat flustered, prompting him to hastily agree. "All right. No rush. Take your time." The woman exuded an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with, since he had agreed to consider her proposition without outright refusal. Waiting a couple of days was hardly an issue. As Zhou An'an closed her door, Qi Siki's face turned ashen. Her carefully crafted persona had been dismantled by just a few words from Zhou An'an. Sensing the disdainful and mocking gazes around her, Qi Siki wished desperately that she could turn back time. If only she had avoided approaching this woman when she knocked on her door. Alas, one cannot purchase foresight, especially without wealth. She could only adopt an even more aggrieved demeanor, as if she had genuinely been wronged. Yet, it was hardly the time for such dramatics. They were on the brink of starvation. Who had the time to witness her performance? The group soon departed, and Zhou An'an returned to her room. Time flew by, and she calculated that by the next morning, those who had surrendered supplies would realize that Ping Ji's group had vanished, along with their offerings. Therefore, she was determined to act that very night. While she had no interest in the supplies, Qi Siki had to be eliminated. The previous day, she had ventured out twice and discovered where Qi Siki resided. The complication was that she was living with many others. Nearly no one was left sleeping in the corridors, as the situation had deteriorated. If one fell asleep there, they would wake to find their supplies missing, and sometimes even their blankets. Additionally, everyone had formed groups, as going solo made them easy prey for robbery. Thus, small collectives shared a single room. However, with so many individuals crammed into one space, the bathrooms had become communal, especially in those rooms lacking window glass. Zhou An'an prepared to take action in these common areas. Identifying Qi Siki in the dim light would not pose much of a challenge, as that particular room was occupied solely by men besides her. As Zhou An'an grew increasingly impatient, contemplating whether to let Qi Siki be for the moment and strike at a later opportunity, the door she had been watching creaked open. A beam of light spilled out. She quickly concealed herself in an empty room, cautiously peering out. Initially, she could not discern whether the figure emerging was male or female, but as the person turned to enter another room, she caught a glimpse of the silhouette. It was undoubtedly a woman, though the face remained obscured. It could only be Qi Siki. Without hesitation, she followed her into the room. Once Qi Siki stepped into the bathroom and shut the door behind her, Zhou An'an was left to wait outside. Hearing the lock click open, a figure exited, but before the person could react, a blanket was swiftly thrown over their head. "Who? Help me!" The muffled cry was indistinguishable, but before the plea could continue, a hammer struck the person's head through the blanket with a series of heavy blows. The figure crumpled to the ground. Zhou An'an did not relent, striking twice more to ensure the person was lifeless before lifting the blanket and retrieving the flashlight that had fallen to the floor. The bloodied face was barely recognizable. She wiped it clean and poured some water over it until she could discern the features clearly. It was indeed Chi-Siki. Wrapping the body in the blanket again, she maneuvered it to the window and, from the upper floor, heaved the corpse out. Silently, she returned to her own room. When dawn broke the following day, those who had aligned themselves with Ping Gu awaited their breakfast. Yet as their stomachs grumbled with hunger, no meal arrived. They soon sought out Ping Ji's group, only to discover that the entire gang had vanished, along with the supplies they had surrendered. Outrage surged as they realized their supplies had been absconded. Armed and furious, they set out to confront Ping Ji's group, but alas, their adversaries had disappeared without a trace. No matter how much anger boiled within them, it was rendered futile. As for Chi-Siki, she was equally missing. Initially, a few companions had harbored doubts, but upon learning that Ping Ji's group had vanished with the supplies, their suspicions crystallized. Chi-Siki had undoubtedly fled with them. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an found herself momentarily forgotten amidst the chaos. As the days passed and resources dwindled, by the 19th day of the game, she had managed to secure all the food, drink, and 2 weapons within her space, leaving only clothing, bedding, and other essentials outside. The number of people in the hotel is dwindling, particularly since no new natural disasters have occurred during this period, and even the water levels have begun to recede. Although strange fish have been reported attacking outside, remaining in the hotel without supplies feels akin to awaiting demise. Some, unable to suppress their restlessness, have ventured out in groups of 3 or 5 in search of provisions. The fate of those who have departed remains uncertain. They have almost all failed to return. They may have perished outside, or perhaps discovered resources and chosen a new refuge. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are indeed numerous places to seek shelter. Chapter 19. Acid Rain. And they harbored no personal attachments to the hotel. There was nothing and no one here that they could not bear to part with. Why then? Would they risk returning? Furthermore, should they come back and be discovered by those from whom supplies have been taken, they would surely be torn to shreds. The current state of affairs outside was dire, and venturing out in search of resources was fraught with peril. Each outing posed a threat to their very lives. The supplies they possessed represented their hope for survival. To have stripped others of their hope was unbearable. Anyone would be incensed if they were to be deprived of their hard-won sustenance. After all, it was a matter of self-preservation. In the days that followed, while numerous outsiders arrived at the hotel, upon witnessing the chaos within and the ravenous eyes of those who seemed ready to devour them, it became evident that there was little to eat or drink. To intrude recklessly here was tantamount to courting death. This was the domain of others, and without knowledge of where danger might lurk, they risked ambush. Being robbed of supplies would be fortunate compared to the alternative of losing their lives, perhaps even becoming a feast for the very people they sought to evade, ultimately leaving no trace behind. Some who dared to peek inside the establishment, upon encountering such a scene, turned away without crossing the threshold. Others, using binoculars, opted to circumvent the area entirely. Indeed, many structures now bore a similar air of despair, and the sight was no longer shocking to most. Yet, there remained individuals who, undeterred, sought to find any overlooked morsels. The outcome was predictable. Those who entered did not return, their meager supplies snatched away. On the 23rd day of the game, someone finally succumbed to temptation and began to scavenge from the dead. The initial act was the most daunting. However, once the first bite was taken, subsequent actions bore no psychological burden. Zhou An'an continued to hold her ground within the hotel. Although it housed a group of cannibals, venturing outside posed equal dangers. Perhaps her notorious reputation served as a deterrent. Nonetheless, there were those who foolishly approached her, only to meet their demise at her hands. Their corpses became sustenance for the others, temporarily quelling their hunger for a day or two. After she had dispatched 3 individuals, the remaining group refrained from provoking her further, primarily due to their inability to overpower her. Moreover, they lacked her ruthless resolve. A moment's hesitation could mean death. When Zhou An'an exited, her door was ajar, allowing onlookers to see that she possessed no supplies, save for what players typically carried. As players, they all had their own storage spaces, concealing resources from prying eyes. With merely 2 days remaining in the game, Zhou An'an had little interest in the communication channel. The carefree atmosphere of her initial entry into the game had long vanished. The chat was now rife with hostility. Some expressed a desire to inflict harm upon others, a hatred that rivaled that of sworn enemies. Even the usual online beggars had fallen silent, as shouting into the void proved futile. After all, no one had excess food to share, and even those who did would clutch it tightly to themselves. The once glorious altruists had also vanished. Whether they had run out of resources or had fallen victim to others during their charitable endeavors remained a mystery. Each day, Zhou An'an found herself idly seated on her bed, replaying the intricate details of her past gaming experiences, both her own and those she had overheard, diligently documenting them. Afraid of forgetting, she took advantage of her solitude to meticulously organize her memories. For outside her sanctuary, the world was indifferent to her plight. On the evening of the 30th day, Zhou An'an was well fed and dressed neatly. Wrapped snugly in a blanket, she inspected the windows and drew the curtains tightly. She barricaded the movable objects against the windows and settled down, keeping a safe distance from the glass. Around 10 o'clock, hail began to fall outside, accompanied by fierce winds. The storm raged, with hail pounding against the glass, creating thunderous sounds that threatened to shatter the windows. True to her apprehensions, a window pane shattered with a crash. However, having drawn the curtains tightly and placed heavy objects beneath them, the shards and the invading hail were staved off. Yet, the wind remained unrelenting. Cocooned in her blanket, Zhou An'an retreated to the bathroom. The ordeal persisted for over 2 hours. Even when the hail ceased, the wind continued to howl, driving damp air into the room. She wrapped herself tighter and ignored both the harsh environment and the anguished cries of others in the hotel, sitting quietly until midnight. At that moment, the scene before her warped, and she found herself back in her home, safely within the protective bounds of the survival tower. The time was still daylight, contrasting starkly with the game's timeline. Aside from a thin layer of dust, her home showed little change. Zhou An'an first changed out of her disheveled clothing, tossing them into the washing machine. Then, using a towel dipped in clean water, she scrubbed herself thoroughly, even washing her hair with care. Next, she retrieved items from her storage space. Despite its cubic limitations, she had managed to accumulate a decent amount of supplies. Even with the consumption over the past few days, what remained would last her over 10 days, and any excess could be carried into the next game. After all, who could predict the circumstances of the next beginning? While this may pertain to others, Zhou An'an was aware of the initial conditions from her previous games. Although she recalled that the next game did not necessitate bringing supplies, she still intended to carry some with her. Who was to say whether her rebirth would invoke a butterfly effect, altering the course of fate? As long as she was well fed, her family would not go hungry. There was no need to leave supplies for others. Thus, carrying her resources with her was entirely feasible, provided they fit. However, for the next game, she planned to don several layers of warm clothing, as the calamity she had faced in her previous life had been related to the cold. The supplies she had gathered this time were ample in food, though her drinking water was slightly lacking. Nevertheless, it sufficed for consumption, and she could manage to spare some for occasional porridge. Considering the opportunity to draw prizes at the end of each game, she felt a twinge of hope, despite the dismal odds of winning. In her last life, she had received a mere thank you for participating. Yet, perhaps this time would prove different. As she initiated the lottery draw, the screen revealed no change from her previous experience. Still, a thank you for participating. Disappointment washed over her as she closed the interface. Having finished her shower and dried her hair, she had just slipped into fresh pajamas when the phone rang. A mild sense of annoyance welled up within her. Without even glancing at the screen, she knew it was her brother calling. Before her rebirth, she had always been somewhat socially anxious, with few friends to speak of. Even neighbors were met with silence. She had always preferred solitude in her endeavors to gather resources. Since the death of their parents, her brother and sister-in-law had become her only 2 points of contact. Zhou An'an pondered for a moment, considering the wisdom in refraining from alarming the snake in the grass. After all, she was still rather vulnerable at this juncture. Thus, she decided to answer the call. Being a reincarnated soul, she understood the gravity of her situation. Yet her brother was not necessarily privy to her past. Ignoring his call would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Her intent was to avenge the grievances of her former life, and she realized that simply disregarding him would not obliterate the lingering animosities. Even though she had yet to answer the phone, she could surmise the reason behind her brother's outreach. He had likely caught wind of the game and learned that the surviving players had returned, bringing with them valuable resources. Therefore, he was reaching out to her. If the call went unanswered, it would signify her demise within the game, and if she answered, he would undoubtedly request those resources. Taking a deep breath, Zhou An'an steeled herself against the tumultuous emotions that surged within her as she gazed at the all-too-familiar, yet strangely distant number on her phone. Upon answering, she was met with that recognizable voice on the other end. Chapter 20. I did not bring supplies back, An'an. It has been a month since I last heard from you. Have you, like the others, immersed yourself in the game? I have heard that those who entered the game returned with an abundance of delectable treats. There is even talk of a cubic space that some filled to the brim with supplies, delicacies that are currently unattainable for us. How much did you bring back? Do tell me, brother, did you acquire a fair share of delightful provisions? Recently, my wife and I have struggled to find sufficient sustenance. We can barely manage to feel satiated. Please lend me some of what you brought back. Rest assured, I will return the favor. Once I gain access to the game and secure some supplies, I will repay you. Zhou An'an was adept at calculating his gains, and even through the veil of the internet, Zhou An'an could feel the weight of his manipulations. What do you mean by repayment? Since the passing of their parents, the siblings had parted ways and lived separately. This so-called brother had borrowed many items from her, each time promising to return them. Yet he had never fulfilled those promises. Zhou An'an would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than trust Zhou An'an's words, especially with that wretched Tang Xuejia involved. Oh, Zhou An'an replied faintly, and the conversation dwindled, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to her previous life. What had you said back then? She had declared, we are siblings. Why should we distinguish between yours and mine? I have brought back a great many supplies, all of which are no longer available here. They're guaranteed to be delicious. Let us forego discussions of repayment. You and your wife are my only family in this world, and it is only right that we assist one another. I shall give you half of what I brought back. At that time, Zhou An'an had been overjoyed, promptly stating that there was no need for her to deliver the supplies herself. He would come with his wife to collect them, insisting that she deserved to rest after her arduous journey in the game world. Having just returned, fatigued, she had readily agreed, pleased by her brother's thoughtfulness. She had sincerely laid out all the supplies she had retrieved, arranging them meticulously on the ground, even counting and dividing them into 2 equal portions before their arrival. However, when they appeared, their greed rekindled, and Zhou An'an exclaimed, there is so much here. Let us divide it 3 ways. Your sister-in-law needs to be well-nourished as we plan to have child. Once she is pregnant, you will become an aunt. Consider this an early gift for your nephew. After all, you cannot consume all this alone, and your sister-in-law and I will remember your kindness. Your future nephew will also be grateful. Without awaiting Zhou An'an's agreement, he began to rummage through the supplies, disregarding her prior arrangement and creating a disordered mess. Reflecting on this, Zhou An'an felt a bitter smile tug at her lips. She had only herself to blame for being so naive. She had never considered him a stranger. The supplies laid out in the living room had represented everything from her spatial storage, with not a single item kept for herself. Now, she realized that her brother and sister-in-law must have assumed she had merely offered a portion of the supplies. Are you home? My wife and I are coming over now. You've just returned from the game? You must be tired. Just wait for us at home. Brother, I'm sorry, but I did not bring any supplies back. You need not come over. I'm quite fatigued and would prefer sleep. Let us discuss everything tomorrow. Zhou An'an resolutely declined. She had yet to compose herself, and with her simmering anger at the sight of that despicable couple, she feared she might lose her temper. How could you not have brought anything back? Everyone else has. A woman's sharp voice pierced through the phone. Zhou An'an let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, the couple was on the other end. Merely surviving this ordeal is a feat in itself. I had no supplies to bring back. Enough of this. I'm tired. Let us speak tomorrow. Without waiting for further remarks, Zhou An'an hung up, swiftly switching her phone to airplane mode. After all, She did not possess a formal job. Her previous endeavors involved scavenging for food outside the survival tower, working solely for herself, both as the employer and the sole employee. With a clear conscience, she climbed into bed and fell asleep. Once the call ended, Tang Xuejia felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Darling, did I say something wrong that upset her? I didn't mean to. You know me. I have no distrust toward her. Don't overthink it, Jia Jia. And I would never hold it against you. You are her sister-in-law. How could she possibly be angry with you? If she dares, I shall take up for you. I won't allow you to feel wronged. Perhaps she truly did not bring any supplies. Didn't you notice how many first-timers in the game were clueless about how to retrieve supplies? They only learned after exiting the game that they should have stored them in that peculiar space. Or perhaps it is simply too weak and couldn't gather much. You've seen others complain about how their haul was inadequate, and by the end of the game, they were reduced to quenching their hunger with mere water. Some even ran out of water, which is worse than our situation. If one was unable to bring anything back due to ignorance, it's no matter. Next time, she will know better. I shall call her again once she awakens and remind her to bring back more of the food she enjoys. It was unfortunate for Jia Jia. She had hoped this time would allow her to indulge, yet it seemed that it had disappointed her by returning empty-handed. We shall have to wait for the next opportunity. Next time, I must ensure she brings back more of your favorites. Zhou An'an spoke with such certainty, as if he had already concluded that his sister would heed his advice. Yet, Tang Xuejia held a different opinion, although Zhou An'an had occasionally assisted them. This time, she sensed that Zhou An'an had acted with deliberate intent. How could she possibly return without any supplies? Perhaps she had brought back valuable items she was unwilling to share. With this thought, she urged, "Darling, let us go visit Nin. It has been far too long since we last saw her, and I am quite concerned about what she has endured in the game. As her brother and sister-in-law, we ought to check on her and let her feel the warmth of family." This notion irked Zhou An'an. His sister was of a marriageable age, and he had intended to introduce her to a capable friend. However, upon merely broaching the subject, she had vehemently rejected the idea. While this might have been inconsequential, he had already made arrangements with his friend, and his sister's adamant refusal had led to a quarrel between them. The once promising acquaintance had grown resentful, refusing to partner with him in future scavenging endeavors. With no choice, he sought out another companion. Yet this new individual was even weaker than him and lacked a vehicle. Much like Zhou An'an himself, this left them to scavenge near the survival tower, primarily out of fear of being unable to return safely if they ventured too far afield. Previously, when he had accompanied that capable friend, they would have found refuge in the vehicle if they couldn't return. Now, however, they faced the dangers of sleeping outdoors without any means of protection. Furthermore, the limited capacity of their bicycles, even with added baskets, rendered it impossible to carry back a substantial amount of supplies. Compounded by their weakness and proximity to the tower, they risked becoming easy targets for others looking to rob them. This situation led to an extended period of silence between the siblings. Had Zhou An'an not needed her assistance, he might have chosen to ignore her entirely. My younger sister, having been indulged since childhood, has become selfish and self-centered, completely oblivious to the needs of others. The last suitor I introduced her to was truly exceptional, possessing qualities far superior to hers. Yet, she stubbornly refused to meet him, causing me to lose face and friends in the process. I ask, what harm could possibly come from a mere meeting? Would it truly cost her anything? Would he devour her? Tang Xuejia recalled this incident, and upon witnessing her husband's indignation, she eagerly stoked the flames of his outrage. Chapter 21. Longing indeed. The individual you introduced to her possesses commendable qualities in various aspects, yet I cannot fathom her thoughts, as she refuses even to meet him, leaving you embarrassed before your peers. It seems to me that this girl is deliberately provoking you, intent on undermining your dignity. She is utterly ungrateful. I have treated her with such kindness, considering her akin to my own sister, wishing to spare her any misfortune. Now, it appears my good intentions have been squandered. The couple exchanged barbs, rallying against Zhou An'an, venting their grievances as if this collective assault could bring her to her knees, making her suffer immensely. Alas, their tirade was futile. Zhou An'an remained blissfully unaware of their murmurs. After a notably lengthy slumber, Zhou An'an awoke at around 5 o'clock the next morning, the dawn still shy of full brightness. After lying in bed for a while, she decided to rise. She washed her face and brushed her teeth, then retrieved a box of spicy and sour noodles from her inventory, preparing herself a hearty meal, adding 2 sausages and a pack of dehydrated vegetables. The tangy flavors were quite appetizing, and after finishing one serving, she felt a lingering desire for more. However, after patting her stomach, she resolved against further consumption, not due to a lack of resources, but simply because she felt sufficiently satiated. The noodles were particularly delightful. Although sustenance was plentiful in the game, cooking was impractical in the hotel. Initially, there were water and electricity, allowing for the boiling of hot water to prepare instant noodles, but eventually, she was left with only biscuits, bread, sausages, and jerky. Eating required utmost caution to avoid attracting unwanted attention. So she chose lightly flavored items to prevent rousing the appetites of those who were perpetually hungry, thereby avoiding any potential danger or trouble. Once she had eaten her fill, she set about organizing her inventory, classifying items beyond mere food and water. As the game neared its conclusion, at least half of her inventory was empty. Leaving it vacant felt wasteful, so she filled it with supplies she deemed useful. With her hunger satisfied and nothing pressing to occupy her, she decided to tidy up these items while preserving her food and drink supplies in her inventory. Although this place was her home and she alone possessed the key, she felt it wiser to keep her provisions secured within her inventory. However, just as she began to retrieve items from her inventory, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted her, suggesting that someone had pressing matters to discuss. Zhou An'an sighed in resignation. The rhythm of the knocking made it clear that her bothersome brother and sister-in-law had arrived. At such an early hour, they were already at her door, evidently eager to check on her. Taking her time, she returned the items she had displayed back into her inventory, ignoring the knocks. She stowed away all her food and drink, leaving nothing behind. After ensuring that no inappropriate items remained in her home, she finally approached the door. Outside, her visitors had grown impatient. Zhou An'an's knocking had escalated to pounding, accompanied by shouts calling her name. Zhou An'an, open the door quickly. Don't think I don't know you're in there. Open up now, or I'll break the door down. With a long face, she stood at the threshold, showing no intention of letting them in. What do you want so early in the morning? If you can't sleep, must you disturb others? Do you think everyone shares your idle ways? It's barely dawn, and the sun has just risen. What are you doing standing there? Let your sister-in-law in first. Are you both insane? I haven't even gotten out of bed, and you're knocking at my door. It's not like you're the only one struggling in this game world. What is wrong with me sleeping a bit longer? I'm not eating your rice, nor relying on you for sustenance. I will sleep as long as I wish, and it's none of your concern. And then, don't blame your brother. He speaks plainly, but he means no harm. We're just worried about you and wanted to check in. Well, you see me now, so hurry back. I still want to sleep, and I lack the energy to entertain you. As she attempted to close the door, Zhou An'an blocked it with his arm, his face a mask of displeasure and reproach, his gaze towards her filled with disdain. What are you doing? Your sister-in-law and I have come all this way, and you want tea even let us through your door. Is this how you treat family? Zhou An'an rolled her eyes. Stop pretending to be so noble. You simply want a free meal, don't you? Let me tell you, there's nothing to eat here. I went to bed hungry last night, and still haven't tea eaten since returning. That can't be. I smell meat on you. Seriously? You must have a dog-ass nose. It's just from adding some sausages to my noodles. I even opened the window to air out the smell. How could you still detect it? Are you imagining things? You think you smell meat? That's my food. Enough. Step aside. Let your sister-in-law and me in. We can discuss matters inside, not stand out here disrupting everyone. Oh, so now you're considerate of others? I thought you didn't care. Why couldn't you have come later? Must you disturb me before I'm even awake, banging on the door? You think you're knocking only I can hear? Why do you have to be so difficult? Zhou An'an, frustrated by his sister's obstinacy, seethed in anger. Meanwhile, Tang Xuejia feigned a wounded expression, though internally she screamed with rage, wishing to pounce on Zhou An'an and tear her apart. Yet, she could not afford to act out, especially in front of Zhou An'an, who preferred her to maintain a gentle, compliant demeanor, as he was quite fond of that persona. If she were to lash out at Zhou An'an now, It would surely jeopardize her carefully curated image, and she feared losing his affection. Zhou An'an, equally irritable, sensed a stark change in his sister since their last encounter. She bore little resemblance to the obedient and selfless girl he once knew. The once gentle and understanding Zhou An'an had transformed into a sharp-tongued and unsympathetic version of herself. Could a mere game induce such a profound metamorphosis? Had she perhaps been possessed by some malevolent spirit? As Zhou An'an stood firmly at the door, barring their entry, his expression darkened. If you are truly my sister, where have you come from? Are you a lost soul, occupying her body? Taken aback for a moment, Zhou An'an could not help but chuckle. Her brother's imagination was quite extraordinary. All this fuss over her reluctance to let them in? Zhou An'an, are you out of your mind? Even if I am your sister, I am an adult now. Don't forget we live separately. We are two distinct households. This is my home, and you cannot simply enter at will. And do you think my patience signifies foolishness? It's barely morning, and many are still asleep. Your incessant knocking disturbs not only me, but also our neighbors. Our homes are not close together. I trust you are not simply eager to plunder the supplies I brought back from the game world. Are you? You wish to take advantage of me? You have miscalculated this time. In the past, I could offer you some assistance, but this time, I truly possess nothing to spare. Everything left at home has perished, and since my return yesterday, I have consumed nothing but a sip of water. How dare you two knock on my door before dawn? Moreover, look at you both, arriving empty-handed as if you only brought your mouths to feast. Zhou An'an, how can you speak like that? Your sister-in-law, and I came to see you out of concern. Were it not for the fact that you are my sister, I would not care whether you lived or died. Chapter 22. Have you hidden it away? How unfortunate it is to be your sister. I can only wonder what sins I committed in my past life to end up with siblings like you. It's one thing for you not to take care of me as your sister. It's another to expect me to support you in every way. You're a grown man with 2 shoulders and a head. How can you shamelessly drain me of my resources? Am I too accommodating, allowing you to think my belongings are yours? Zhou An'an, I am your sister, not your parent. I have no obligation to look after you. And what about that burden beside you? That burden, Tang Xuejia. I simply cannot endure it any longer, even though she does indeed resemble a burden. An'an, please don't speak so harshly about your brother. He cares for you. Tang Suzia in does it. You don't know how worried he was when you went missing. He couldn't eat or sleep well, and once you returned, he simply had to come and see you to feel at ease. Last night, he hardly slept a wink, consumed by concern for you. How can you think so poorly of us? You are breaking your brother's heart. He may not express himself well, but he truly cares for you. If anyone is to blame, it should be me, your sister-in-law, for holding him back. Seeing someone peek through the door, Tang Xuejia quickly defended her husband, putting on a facade of self-sacrifice. Although reputation may hold less weight in this era, she was unwilling to tarnish hers, especially after being labeled a burden. That was simply intolerable. Even if the words weren't directed at her specifically, she was aware that Zhou An'an was indeed referring to her. Besides, as the siblings squabbled, it seemed to implicate her as well. How infuriating it was to hear that wretched girl refer to you repeatedly. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, her demeanor portraying immense injustice, while in truth, Zhou An'an's words did strike a chord. Observing Tang Xuejia's tearful facade, Zhou An'an felt a wave of exasperation. Her sister-in-law had a remarkable knack for feigning distress, particularly in her role as a victim, and her brother, with his love-struck mindset, was particularly susceptible to this act. It was hard to tell if he truly lacked intellect, relying solely on base desires, leaving onlookers feeling repulsed. Enough of this pretentious display. I have no interest in your theatrics. You simply wish to swindle something from me, don't you? Apologies, but I have nothing of value to give you this time. Now that you have seen me, your intentions are fulfilled. Even if your sentiments are insincere, I acknowledge them. You may now leave and cease disturbing my rest. This incessant intrusion is tiresome. Zhou An'an rolled her eyes dramatically, attempting to shut the door, but Zhou An'an forcefully blocked it, rendering it impossible to close. Regardless of the situation, he remained a man, and Zhou An'an's strength was no match for him. As Zhou An'an glared at her with fury in his eyes, Zhou An'an felt her patience wearing thin. If only this were a game world where she could easily dispatch him. Yet aside from the physicality, she knew killing him would come with consequences, and she had no desire to sacrifice herself for such a despicable person. She had been granted a second chance at life, not merely for revenge, but to live well. Resigned, she glanced at him and then at his hand firmly pushing against the door. What more do you want? When will this end? I've already stated that I brought nothing back with me. Yet you persist. You show up at my door early in the morning. Now that you've seen me, why don't you leave? Surely you're not intending to search my room? Brother, if I call you brother again, could you at least have some dignity? Zhou An'an's expression briefly faltered at her words, but quickly returned to normal. Tang Xuejia, on the other hand, showed no signs of discomfort, revealing a thicker skin than her husband. Regaining his composure, Zhou An'an decided to press further. Zhou An'an, you refuse to let us in. Are you hiding something valuable? Are you afraid we might see it? You ungrateful little wretch. After all I've done for you, now that you have something, you wish to keep it concealed. Move aside and let me see what treasures you brought back from that game world. As he pushed the door, Zhou An'an unexpectedly released her grip, causing Zhou An'an to stumble forward, barely catching himself against the door frame. You wish to look? Then go ahead. But once you've satisfied your curiosity, leave me in peace. Fuming from nearly falling, Zhou An'an initially intended to strike Zhou An'an, but upon hearing her words, he turned his attention to the room instead. Although the space appeared somewhat chaotic, he did not find what he sought. In his mind, he believed Zhou An'an had hidden it away, and his expression darkened as he reprimanded her. Zhou An'an, how unreasonable can you be? Did you know we were coming? Which is why you delayed opening the door. Did you take the opportunity to stash everything away? Zhou An'an shot him an incredulous look. Has he finally begun to think? What kind of ridiculous notion is that? If you hadn't hidden anything, why is the living room in such disarray? Did you hastily hide your belongings, leaving the room in chaos? Rolling her eyes, she retorted, This is my home. I maintain it as I choose. Whether I want it tidy or messy is my business. Besides, even if I possess supplies, they are mine to distribute as I see fit. Do you underestimate me or overestimate yourself? Zhou An'an, I will regard you as my brother only when I choose to. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Zhou An'an was momentarily speechless. Though he disagreed with her sentiment, he recognized that in this society, it was commonplace for family members to look out for themselves, rendering her words somewhat valid. Yet, he remained undeterred. Recalling their purpose for visiting and the longing in his wife's eyes, his gaze darkening once more. Then tell me, if you aren't hiding anything, why is the living room in such disarray? Zhou An'an rolled her eyes again. I just returned yesterday and haven't had the chance to tidy up. Is that reason not sufficient? Impossible. You are not Zhou An'an. My sister is not this messy. Zhou An'an's skepticism lingered, and he scrutinized her with suspicion. What spirit has possessed my sister's body? Where did my sister go? Did you kill her? Zhou An'an rolled her eyes again, astonished at her brother's wild imagination. Yet she refused to indulge him. Zhou An'an, who are you really? You are not my brother. He would never treat me this way. Speak. What vile spirit has taken over my brother's body? Come forth and return my caring brother to me. Zhou An'an was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't speak like that. You know I am serious. What is your name? Where did you come from? My sister is a bit of a neat freak. She would never leave her home in such disarray. Zhou An'an, in her past, she indeed exhibited a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. However, after enduring the trials of a post-apocalyptic game, where life and death hung in the balance, all forms of her obsessions were effectively cured. Now, she does not mind if her home is slightly disordered, even if it were a desolate ruin. She could effortlessly fashion a nest to rest upon. In the face of survival, what significance does obsession hold? Seizing the opportunity presented by the quarrel between the two, Tang Xuejia stealthily slipped into the house, meticulously surveying every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unexamined, including the rooms with doors ajar, the kitchen, and the bathroom. Chapter 23. He is your brother regrettably. All the supplies were tucked away in her space, including the spices she had just carefully stored. No matter how thoroughly they rummaged through the room, they would be unable to find anything to eat. Tang Xuejia did not spot what she was searching for and immediately cast her gaze towards the storage cabinets, exclaiming, "An'an, your room is such a mess. Let me help you tidy it up." Although she spoke of cleaning, she rushed towards the cabinets, deftly opening all the doors. Alas, she found nothing of interest inside, leaving her feeling disappointed and puzzled. If the items were neither in plain sight nor in the cabinets, where could they possibly be hidden? Zhou An'an ceased to intervene, merely observing as Tang Xuejia searched under the guise of tidying up, while she couldn't resist taunting Zhou An'an. "You're allowed to leech off her because she is your sister, but the moment you're prevented from doing so, she is no longer your sister? Zhou An'an, you truly are a scoundrel among scoundrels. And you, Tang Xuejia, you're a perfect match for him, both shameless and utterly devoid of dignity. Dang Suziya, have you found what you were looking for? Look at you two. You're nothing but a pair of bandits. Rogues, please understand that this is my home, not yours. You barge in and rummage around. Tang Xuejia, do you have no shame at all? Although my brother was a bit shameless before, he has never stooped this low. Ever since he married a greedy, shameless, and hypocritical woman like you, his level of shamelessness has skyrocketed. I can't help but wonder if you corrupted my brother or if you two were always kindred spirits in this regard." Tang Xuejia's expression soured. While she was indeed searching for something, being called shameless to her face was hard for her to accept. It stripped away all her pretenses. She was left with no dignity, especially in front of Zhou An'an, which threatened to shatter the image she had carefully crafted. Despite Zhou An'an scolding her husband as well, she genuinely feared that he might develop a different opinion about her. Perhaps such women, embodying the essence of a white lotus, possess an innate talent for theatrics. Tang Xuejia's tears were instantaneous, not requiring any time to brew. Her eyes reddened, and tears pooled, ready to spill over. With watery eyes, she looked at Zhou An'an. "Darling, how can my sister say such things about me? I was merely trying to help her organize her messy room, but she completely misunderstood my intentions. I am more wrong than Doi. Boo-hoo." However, Zhou An'an lacked the wit to perceive her act. His mind was clouded by affection. Upon seeing her cry, he immediately felt pity and pulled Tang Xuejia into his embrace, comforting her. "Baby, don't cry. I apologize on behalf of my sister. It's all her fault for misunderstanding you. And then, hurry and apologize to your sister-in-law. Look, you've made her cry. Do you have no conscience?" Zhou An'an, I admire how shamelessly you both can spew such fabrications. Can you enlighten me on how you achieve this? Don't you feel guilty while uttering these words? Or do you manage to convince yourselves of your own lies? Listen to the audacity in your tones. How do you come up with such nonsensical remarks? Zhou An'an, you're courting disaster. With her dignity stripped bare and Tang Xuejia beside her feigning tears, Zhou An'an was now thoroughly enraged. He swung his palm at Zhou An'an. Yet, she had anticipated this. Although she had always been compliant in the past, never daring to retort, Zhou An'an had never laid a hand on her. Nevertheless, after over 20 years of siblinghood, coupled with their past lives, she knew his character well. Seeing his twisted expression, she swiftly grabbed the backpack hanging above the shoe rack behind the door and met his outstretched hand with it. With a loud smack, his palm struck the bag, and she was unharmed, but the impact caused pain to his hand. In his fury, Zhou An'an's anger intensified, and he swung again. Zhou An'an's gaze turned icy. Anyone would be irritable after being struck, especially since he had previously allowed Tang Xuejia to bring about her demise, even acting as an accomplice. In essence, he was a sworn enemy. With a flick of her wrist, a rolling pin appeared in her hand. Had it not been for the laws governing the sanctity of her abode, she would have wielded a more lethal weapon. She dodged his slap and aimed the rolling pin at his abdomen, wishing she could unleash her full strength to inflict severe injury. The sudden impact caused Zhou An'an's face to change instantly. Although the rolling pin was not sharp, the blow was excruciating. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, gasping for breath as if he were a fish out of water, utterly unable to muster any sound of pain. Tang Xuejia's expression shifted dramatically. While she had intended to take advantage of Zhou An'an, she had also harbored thoughts of sowing discord between the siblings, hoping her husband would reprimand his sister. Despite having been compliant in the past, Tang Xuejia had always disliked her, envious of her youth and beauty, as well as her fortune. She consistently found more supplies than the couple did. Fortunately, in the past, Zhou An'an had been obedient, ensuring that at least half of the supplies she found ended up with the couple. Hence, despite her disdain, Tang Xuejia never considered turning the siblings against each other. After all, if they became enemies, it would be challenging to coax supplies from her. Even though Zhou An'an had claimed she hadn't brought back anything yesterday and that there was no food left at home, Tang Xuejia had not believed her. Given her good fortune, she found it hard to accept that she could have returned empty-handed. She preferred to believe that she had found something valuable but was unwilling to share, deceitfully claiming she had nothing to give. Thus, she had been whispering in Zhou An'an's ear, successfully inciting his anger. This morning, they rose before dawn, eager to confront Zhou An'an. Upon arriving at Zhou An'an's apartment, they found the front door locked and waited for over 20 minutes. Once the door finally opened, they rushed in, assuming that once inside, they could easily persuade Zhou An'an to part with her supplies. However, Zhou An'an's behavior today was entirely unexpected. She refused to open the door and, when she finally did, not only denied them any supplies but also displayed a dreadful attitude, showing no respect for her sister-in-law and daring to strike her brother. "Oh!" Tang Xuejia screamed in alarm. "Darling, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Tears streamed down her face. She was genuinely anxious. After all, if her husband couldn't handle Zhou An'an, she had no hope of extracting anything from her. Zhou An'an was already in too much pain to speak. His face contorted in agony. Tang Xuejia could no longer maintain her gentle persona and turned to Zhou An'an. "Zhou An'an, he is your brother. How could you lay a hand on him? Look at the extent of your brother's pain. Why aren't you hastily dialing for emergency assistance to transport him to the hospital?" Zhou An'an let out a cold laugh. "You barged into my home, robbing and destroying, and yet you expect me to remain passive? I shall report this to the authorities. Even if you are my brother and sister-in-law, we have long since become two separate families, and you have no right to invade my home in such a manner. Furthermore, my possessions are mine to give or withhold as I choose. You cannot seize them by force. Surely, you both are aware of this fundamental truth." Chapter 24. Skill card. Tang Xuejia's expression was rigid. She had just contemplated calling the police, considering her husband had been assaulted, and it appeared he was in considerable pain. Regardless of the fact that the assailant was his own sister, and despite her lack of genuine affection for him, merely relying on him, she felt a pang of concern. Particularly, the way Zhou An'an clutched his abdomen and his contorted visage seemed far from feigned. He genuinely appeared injured, and his silence, born out of agony, led Tang Xuejia to suspect that he might have been struck in a vital area. This could not be allowed, for it would undoubtedly affect her own happiness. Yet, when she approached Zhou An'an to assist him from Zhou An'an's line of sight, despite the pain distorting his features, he discreetly winked at her. This revelation illuminated Tang Xuejia's understanding. Zhou An'an's discomfort was indeed real, but it was also partially an act. Thus, upon hearing Zhou An'an's intention to call the police, her expression became tense. In such circumstances, even if the police were summoned, the primary goal would be mediation, as although Zhou An'an was injured, they were in Zhou An'an's home. After all, they were outsiders, and according to the laws of the survival tower safe zone, if the fault lay with them, they were deemed deserving of their plight, even if they had been assaulted. Even though the adversary was her husband's sister, this was still not their home. Strictly speaking, they had initiated the confrontation, and even if actual injuries were sustained, self-defense could mitigate the repercussions. Moreover, given Zhou An'an's current condition, it did not seem as if he had sustained any serious harm. Another crucial reason was that Tang Xuejia certainly did not wish for matters to escalate to this extent with Zhou An'an. After all, once the police were involved, it would signify an irrevocable breach, complicating her efforts to extract resources from Zhou An'an. Despite the woman having entered the game, and irrespective of Zhou An'an's claims or whether she had indeed found anything, Tang Xuejia harbored a lingering suspicion that Zhou An'an was concealing supplies from them. For even if her home lacked resources, they, as players, possessed a personal space. Unfortunately, the items within that space remained inaccessible for inspection, necessitating her continued coaxing of Zhou An'an. Even if she would not reveal everything, acquiring even a portion would suffice. Although the game was a disaster survival scenario, it was said that players were granted time to collect resources before facing mutations. Untainted supplies were tantalizing, and she yearned for them. To be candid, she could scarcely recall the last time she savored pre-apocalypse cuisine, nearly forgetting the original flavors. Now, with an opportunity before her, Tang Xuejia was resolute in not letting it slip away. Despite the current discord among the three, she still wished to salvage the situation, especially considering Zhou An'an had previously been quite submissive. This was the first instance she had exhibited such defiance. Perhaps they had indeed overstepped, arriving too early. What was the meaning of this? They were family, after all. What grievances were so insurmountable? Was it merely that they had come a tad too early this morning, disturbing her slumber? An apology from her and her husband should suffice. Please make an emergency call and get your brother to the hospital. That blow you dealt might have struck a vital area. We have no children yet, and if he is seriously injured, the Zhou family line could face extinction. In that moment, Zhou An'an's expression hardened. Observing the couple's demeanor soften, Zhou An'an feigned acceptance, refraining from further mention of the police, merely pushing them away. Don't speak of family. You two only ever plot against me. If things don't go your way, you resort to violence. I have no kin like you. Leave my home at once. Perhaps fearing Zhou An'an might truly call the authorities, or due to their failure to uncover any resources. The couple chose not to persist in their presence. They had scoured the premises thoroughly. Her home was limited in size, leaving no viable hiding spots. It seemed they had indeed come away with nothing this time. Of course, there was another possibility. The items could reside within her personal space. After all, every player acquired a personal space upon entering the game, a fact that was no longer a secret. Yet, it was not the right moment to broach the subject of personal spaces. Today's events had already escalated to an uncomfortable level. They would retreat for now, allowing tensions to ease before plotting anew. Regardless, the resources in Zhou An'an's possession would not be relinquished by the couple. It was merely a matter of time before they obtained them. Tang Xuejia, supporting Zhou An'an, remarked with a semblance of resignation, "Darling, since your sister is not welcoming us, let us depart for now. When her mood improves, we shall return. We are family. After all, where is the need for lingering animosity?" If only she could express her feelings without resorting to violence, none of this misunderstanding would have arisen. It was merely out of concern that you came to see her early this morning. Zhou An'an regarded the couple's shameless attempts at justification with cold indifference, choosing not to refute them. Once they exited, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The couple, enraged, twisted their expressions in private, yet outwardly feigned sorrow, presenting an image of hurt and grievance. Zhou An'an was unconcerned with their theatrics. Although the survival tower safe zone was secure, the daily grind of survival had dulled many to the point of indifference towards others' affairs. Who had the energy to meddle in someone else's business? It was merely the couple's untimely arrival that had drawn a crowd in the hallway, as those venturing out for work or supplies had yet to depart. Thus, even if onlookers whispered behind their backs, Zhou An'an remained unperturbed. After all, who had the luxury of time for idle chatter? She secretly harbored thoughts of eliminating the couple. But regrettably, she had only entered the game once so far, and during her initial experience, no items had appeared. Even in her previous life, she had not heard of any items manifesting, rendering her currently unable to compete with Zhou An'an. Bound by the laws and regulations of the survival tower safe zone, she could not act against them in the real world. She certainly did not wish to enter the game from a detention center. Reluctantly, she allowed them to continue living. In her second game, a skill card seemed to have emerged. However, in her past life, that particular skill card had been acquired by a male player named Zhang Chong, who, leveraging its power, thrived in the early phases of the game. A single advantage could lead to a cascade of further advantages. Once ahead, one remained ahead. Furthermore, this was a permanent skill card rather than a one-time item. After acquiring it, Zhang Chong had seized numerous resources from other players in the later stages of the game. Yet, Zhou An'an met her demise early on and was unaware of Zheng Chang's fate thereafter. He had kept his acquired skill a closely guarded secret, and until Zhou An'an's death, the nature of his skill remained undisclosed. Were it not for the game system's announcement following his acquisition of the card, which had been prominently displayed in the chat channel for half an hour, they might never have known who had obtained the skill card. Zhou An'an yearned to claim that skill card for herself, yet she was oblivious to its source. She only knew it had been obtained after Zheng Chang had dispatched an NPC named Mao Yuning, a detail revealed in the game system's broadcast. With resources in her possession, Zhou An'an's life began to flourish. She contemplated trading a portion of her supplies for points, enabling her to exchange for a new residence, thus alleviating the incessant harassment from the couple. The dilemma lies in the fact that her current space is exceedingly limited, coupled with the prior depletions. The supplies she has brought back are scant at best. Aside from her personal necessities, the remainder, even if entirely converted into points, amounts to little more than a drop in the ocean concerning the points required for purchasing a residence. Thus, she must patiently await the 9th day, reserving just enough for her sustenance for one day, while exchanging the surplus for points. After all, she is well aware from previous games how to swiftly amass greater supplies, and there is no need to burden herself with the meager remnants in the gaming realm. Chapter 25. A family without overnight grudges remaining here is hardly safe. Each venture into the gaming world requires a commitment of 30 days. Who can predict what transpires during such a span? After all, there are still those like Tang Xuejia and Zhou An'an, who are preoccupied with her possessions. Zhou An'an, having faced death once, has garnered a profound understanding of the despicable nature of these two individuals. In her previous life, blinded by familial affection, it was only at the moment of death that she could see clearly as that affection vanished from her heart and eyes. However, Zhou An'an, as a substitute new player, will also enter the game this time. Zhou An'an contemplates whether she can eliminate him without his knowledge, but a second entry into the game seems implausible. She must devise a plan for the future. Setting aside the notion of a second entry, the two of them are bound to different maps, leaving little chance of an encounter. Even if fate were to bring them together, she must act only when success is assured. Compassion is not an option. Her hesitation stems from caution. Should she strike and fail to eliminate him, her intentions would be exposed, alerting Zhou An'an to her ulterior motives. To leave a serpent alive is to invite endless troubles. Moreover, with the treacherous and cunning Tang Xuejia at Zhou An'an's side as a strategist, her need for vigilance intensifies. Additionally, her current physical condition pales in comparison to Zhou An'an's. Thus, she must be wary of a potential counterattack. The most advantageous course of action would be to intercept that skill card. Regardless of its nature, any permanent skill would be a significant gain. This time, both siblings have entered the game, leaving Tang Xuejia alone. With Zhou An'an absent, Tang Xuejia is free from the facade of pretense. Who knows what vile schemes this malicious woman might concoct? In her previous life, although she did not take action upon entering the game, it was due to her having shared a substantial portion of her resources with them, leaving her own supplies barely sufficient for daily sustenance. They were undoubtedly aware that little had been reserved for her, thus they did not harbor ill intentions. Yet, this time, having received nothing from her, she fears that Tang Xuejia might not be so easily dissuaded from devising some detrimental plot against her once she has entered the gaming realm. For instance, she might stealthily pry open her door to abscond with the supplies she left behind. Such treachery is well within Tang Xuejia's capabilities. In this world, resources and points are the most coveted commodities. She need not worry about the points, as they cannot be accessed without her authorization. Before her departure, she exchanged all her resources for points, ensuring that even if Tang Xuejia infiltrated her apartment, she would find nothing of value. After all, furniture cannot be absconded with. And as for clothing, not only would there be the issue of fit, but wearing them would unmistakably reveal her as the thief. The notion of leaving no trace is one Tang Xuejia would likely avoid. Moreover, while this world suffers from a scarcity of food and water, it remains technologically advanced. Zhou An'an has always been frugal, and the items she possesses are inexpensive. New items hold little value. while second-hand goods are even less so. Thus, she has little to fear from theft. Time passed swiftly, and during this period, Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia took turns attempting to contact her, all of which Zhou An'an declined. However, 2 days after that fateful morning, they arrived at her door once more. This time, they exercised restraint and did not arrive at the break of dawn. As the clock neared 10 in the morning, a familiar knock echoed at her door. Peering through the peephole, she beheld the two faces she recognized all too well, igniting a profound sense of annoyance within her. She would rather be in the gaming world, where survival is fraught with peril, yet preferable to facing these two. The duality of her physiological and psychological revulsion plunged her mood to its nadir. Initially, she contemplated feigning absence, but considering their relentless persistence, she surmised that if she did not open the door, they would continue knocking indefinitely. Thus, she resolved to unlock the door. Prepared for their arrival, she had been storing leftovers in her space after each meal, leaving only a small bag of flour made from various wild vegetables and fruits, alongside inedible roots, roughly a pound in weight. This flour represents the most common food in their world, purchasable with points and regarded as the cheapest sustenance. However, it is primarily the impoverished who buy such fare. To conserve food, few would mold it into rice balls, as it is typically used for porridge, diluted with ample water to achieve a watery fullness. Apart from this, she possessed a half bucket of drinking water. Beyond that, there was little else to eat, until she could ensure a decisive strike against the two of them. Zhou An'an resolved to engage in superficial pleasantries, maintaining the facade to avoid alarming them and inciting their caution. Upon witnessing Zhou An'an's prompt opening of the door, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flitted across Tang Xuejia's eyes. She was convinced that the previous incident was merely a fluke and that this younger sister remained easily manipulated. The space was cramped, lacking a designated area for guests. Yet these two had never been known for their politeness, promptly finding a spot to sit after entering. Since their arrival, Zhou An'an had remained silent, while Zhou An'an maintained a stern expression, evidently still irked. Tang Xuejia, seeking to mediate, remarked, "Look at you two. Why the tempestuousness? We are family. After all, one name cannot bear two Zhou characters. Can't you let bygones be bygones? You are siblings, after all. Blood ties are unbreakable. Why not put aside the bickering? You are not children anymore, are you?" Turning to Zhou An'an, she feigned concern. "An'an, you have no idea how much you hurt your brother last time. He was in such pain that he barely slept through the night, and only felt better the following day. His mind has been occupied with thoughts of you. Once he felt a bit better, he insisted on bringing me here to see you." As Tang Xuejia spoke, she scrutinized Zhou An'an's face, but was met with disappointment as Zhou An'an's expression remained inscrutable. It was as if she wore a mask, devoid of any visible emotion. Even her gaze remained unchanged. Yet, it dawned on Tang Xuejia that since Zhou An'an returned from the gaming world, her gaze had lost all warmth. A sense of uncertainty crept into her heart. Could they truly persuade Zhou An'an to relent and provide them with resources? Yet, no matter how Tang Xuejia racked her brain, she could not recall how she had offended her previously. She jabbed Zhou An'an with her finger. "You see, you're always lamenting about your sister at home. Yet here you are, mute as a gourd, lacking even a word." Observing her theatrics, Zhou An'an finally spoke. "Enough of the charades. Surely you haven't forgotten? Just a few days ago, our families had a rather unpleasant encounter. My brother nearly resorted to violence against me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might still be bedridden. There is no need to maintain a facade of goodwill. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What brings you here today?" "Zhou An'an, what manner of attitude is this? We came here with good intentions. I require no visitations from you. When one pays a visit, they typically bring something in hand. Yet you come to my home empty-handed, leaving only with your arms full. To put it bluntly, you are merely here to take advantage. Zhou An'an, how dare you speak so? Have you grown wings? Enough, enough. You two siblings, cease your quarrel. We are family. Why not enjoy a harmonious existence? Are you not concerned about the neighbors overhearing and laughing at your squabbles? Well, I came here today with your sister-in-law not for any particular reason. Primarily, I was concerned about you and wanted to check on your well-being. Secondly, Our household has run out of provisions, so I thought I might inquire if you have any food to spare, which I promise to repay once I am able. Zhou An'an scoffed, such sweet words. Throughout our lives, how many items have you borrowed from me without ever returning? Furthermore, your calculations this time are fundamentally flawed. I have already informed you that I did not bring back any supplies. So many perished in the game world, and merely returning alive is a stroke of fortune. Do not harbor any illusions about resources. Chapter 26. Unveiling, then lend me some points, and I'll buy the grain myself. Once I have them, I promise to repay you. Don't you have any points left? None at all. Otherwise, would I be asking you? Zhou An'an attempted to feign a look of grievance, but lacking Tang Xuejia's finesse. He appeared more menacing than pitiable. Show me your point balance. Otherwise, I won't believe you. After all, this isn't the first time you've deceived me. In this world, akin to an apocalyptic scenario, bank cards had long been abolished. Points now resided solely within mobile banking accounts, rendering Zhou An'an unafraid of being caught hiding his. Fine, I'll show you. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever deceived you? I was merely joking before. Why are you so easily fooled, girl? I said I have none, and I truly have none. Why don't you trust me? I'm your brother. Would I really deceive you? Seeing Zhou An'an's seemingly generous response, Zhou An'an immediately sensed something amiss. Her mind raced to unravel what scheme this couple was concocting. Zhou An'an, confident and prepared, had anticipated the possibility of scheming against his sister. Before arriving, he had transferred all his balance to Tang Xuejia, leaving only 2 points in his account, equivalent to 20 yuan from the pre-apocalyptic era. He welcomed Zhou An'an's scrutiny, even relishing it, for it would not only prove his honesty, but might also elicit sympathy from her. Perhaps this foolish sister would soften and bestow all her points upon him. Regardless, she would soon re-enter the game, and even if food were scarce, she could gather resources in the areas outside the survival tower. Starvation was not a concern. The couple had agreed to retain 2 points in the account, reasoning that leaving none would appear suspicious. Zhou An'an, noticing the pathetic figure of 2 in his account, couldn't help but smirk. She then turned to Tang Xuejia, sister-in-law. Show me your account as well. Tang Xuejia's previously smiling face froze. Me? There's no need to look at my account. All our points are with your brother. I have nothing. You know our family relies on him, and the points are all his. I truly have none, and then believe me, that's unacceptable. You are family. If we're to look, we must look together. Otherwise, I won't believe that your family has no points left. I suspect you two are conspiring to deceive me. Either show me your points or leave now, and I'll pretend today never happened. Consider it my favor to you both. Tang Xuejia's face flushed, and seeing Zhou An'an's insistence, she felt at a loss until her husband shot her a knowing glance. The two, united in their conniving, she quickly grasped his intent and replied, Fine, since you insist. I'll show you, so you stop doubting us. However, my phone has been acting up lately, so it may take some time. Upon hearing this, Zhou An'an instantly understood their ploy. She knew these two all too well, especially her brother. Though she couldn't predict his every move, she could guess his intentions with remarkable accuracy, especially after witnessing their true colors in a past betrayal. Moreover, she noticed the unspoken communication between them. She decided to let these two jesters entertain her a little longer, waiting to expose them and see how they would retain their composure. Given their thick skins, they might soon act as if nothing had transpired. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. I'll look when you're ready. Zhou An'an chose to give Tang Xuejia an opportunity. To ensure their downfall, one must first drive them to madness, although perhaps not entirely fitting. That was the essence of her intent. Tang Xuejia felt elated, mixed with disdain for Zhou An'an, thinking her foolish enough to be easily deceived. She began to feign operations on her phone, and after a few minutes, she reluctantly presented it to Zhou An'an. Here, look, my account has no points, see? We only have those 2 points left in your brother's account, and without them, we might starve. We don't even know what our next meal will be. An'an, if you help us, both your brother and I will be grateful. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, we will assist you. After all, we are family, right? Zhou An'an glanced at the empty account, and then at Tang Xuejia's face, suddenly bursting into laughter. Tang Xuejia, confused by her reaction, felt an ominous premonition. The next moment, Zhou An'an declared, "What kind of family is this? A family that constantly schemes against one another? My dear brother and sister-in-law, do you dare to reveal your accounts simultaneously? You think I don't know that you've been transferring points back and forth? I won't hold it against you. But have you truly taken me for a fool? When you showed me your points earlier, they were in sister-in-law's account, weren't they? Now, I want to see her account, but she's transferred the points back to yours. Is it amusing to keep transferring points between yourselves? Do you consider me a simpleton or a performer in your little show? If you dare to show me both accounts simultaneously, I will give you all my points on the condition that your combined accounts genuinely only hold 2 points." Faced with such blunt exposure, Zhou An'an's face darkened to the point of dripping with disdain. "Zhou An'an, why are you so meddlesome? It's just a few points I'm borrowing. If you don't want to lend them, then don't. Why must you concoct these excuses? Besides, what harm is there in borrowing a few points? It's not like we won't repay you. Why act like this? You're my dear sister. You should care for your brother." Zhou An'an sneered. "Enough with the theatrics. You too. Do you think I care for you? Have you ever cared for me?" Zhou An'an, don't treat others like fools. Love is mutual. You seek only to take from me without any intention of giving. Is it not shameful? You're a grown man, yet you expect me, your sister, to support you and your wife? How shameless can you be? Approaching 30, and yet you behave like a giant infant. As the siblings argued, Tang Xuejia, sensing the impending conflict, quickly intervened, pulling Zhou An'an back. Her sister-in-law was no longer the meek figure of the past. She had become fierce. She remembered the injuries her husband had sustained, knowing all too well that Zhou An'an was capable of striking where it hurt most. With tensions rising, Tang Xuejia feared for her husband's safety and the potential rift in their relationships. Thus she hurried to mediate. After all, there was room for reconciliation. They could return in a few days to borrow points and exchange them for food. The points are reset. We shall see when the time comes what she has to say. While she attempted to obstruct Zhou An'an, she also signaled him discreetly. Unfortunately, her well-intentioned efforts went unrecognized by Zhou An'an, likely due to his current state of anger, as he harbored no intention of letting the matter rest. Nonetheless, he retained a semblance of composure. At this moment, Tang Xuejia approached and grasped his arm, and he did not shake her off. Yet his expression remained stern as he fixated on Zhou An'an. Chapter 27. Do not harbor excessive hopes. It appears that were it not for legal constraints, or rather, had he not killed Zhou An'an, he himself would face severe repercussions. He had contemplated taking a knife to his own sister. Just observing the bulging of his eyes and his grimacing visage, one could hardly perceive her as a beloved sister, but rather as an arch-nemesis. In her past life, Zhou An'an might have capitulated easily, perhaps even surrendering at the sight of her brother's expression. Alas, the Zhou An'an of that past is deceased, a victim of the treachery of this vile couple. In her heart, they had long been sentenced to death. Zhou An'an was unperturbed. Tang Xuejia, while ushering Zhou An'an away, sighed, "Darling, let us return home for now. Our sister must be dealing with something that has dampened her spirits. We can come back in a few days and allow her some time to cool off. I trust she won't forsake us in our time of need. Let's give her a little space and head back." Tang Xuejia's words were imbued with clarity, yet the notion of being forsaken in times of peril resonated in her tone, given their mutual understanding. If Zhou An'an failed to grasp the underlying message in his wife's words, he would be a fool indeed. Thus he acquiesced, "Very well, if you're feeling down today, I shall refrain from arguing. We will reconvene another day for a proper discussion. Regardless of our differences, you are still my sister. I cannot be ungrateful." Zhou An'an crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips as she observed the couple's theatrics, showing no inclination to retain them. After a brief exchange, and upon seeing Zhou An'an's indifference, the couple exchanged glances and departed in defeat. Zhou An'an watched as they retreated from her home, and once they were no longer an obstruction, she swiftly shut the door with a resounding bang. The loud noise startled the couple, causing their steps to falter. Zhou An'an, on the verge of an outburst, was restrained by Tang Xuejia's quick intervention, compelling him to suppress his irritation, and with a scoff, they left. Zhou An'an sighed. Initially, she had wished to relax and wait for the next game to commence, diving straight into the quest for resources. However, it was apparent that this couple was intent on disrupting her peace. Therefore, she resolved to venture out during the day to seek provisions to avoid their incessant interference. With the advantage of her spatial abilities, any resources she found would be safe from others' grasp. Nevertheless, to evade unwanted attention, she decided to keep her player identity somewhat concealed, retaining only a minimal amount of resources on hand to avoid raising suspicions about her spatial capabilities. After all, there are always those who are troublesome. Once the game ended, they would unwittingly expose their spatial secrets to others, making it evident to anyone that they were players. Thus, starting the following day, Zhou An'an embarked on her daily excursions, returning home late each night. However, with enough supplies in her space to sustain herself for 10 days, the urgency dissipated. She adopted a laid-back, fate-accepting attitude towards her resource hunting, prioritizing her safety above all, rendering the search for materials less crucial. To avoid the couple's entanglements, she would linger in the streets until darkness enveloped the city, returning home just before the apartment gates closed. Zhou An'an's actions left the couple frustrated, as their repeated attempts to find her were met with futility. Initially, they were unaware that Zhou An'an had ventured into the wild to scavenge for resources, and after knocking fruitlessly at her door, they resorted to calling her. Yet, a phone call was hardly an ideal solution. They feared it might alert her, allowing her to prepare or evade them. Ideally, they wished to catch her off guard, preventing her from transferring her points ahead of time. But in their desperation, they had no choice but to call. Zhou An'an had no intention of stringing them along. The call was answered promptly, and she explained, "I'm out gathering resources. I didn't bring much back from the game this time, and my pantry is nearly bare. My points are diminishing rapidly. If I don't find some food soon, I'll be left hungry." Zhou An'an. Was she truly playing the impoverished card? Was she attempting to cut off their lifeline? However, before she could finish her sentence, she continued, "Brother, you and sister-in-law have no points left, yet you're idling in the safe zone. Hurry and go gather resources. The season is still favorable, and there is plenty to be found, and you both need to accumulate more points and supplies. What will you do when winter arrives? You can't expect me to support you indefinitely. After all, you are a grown man. If you can't even provide for your household, that would be utterly pitiful." Zhou An'an. So, it seems all the words were left for her to say, "When will you return? I have matters to discuss with you." "I cannot return. The resources I found today are insufficient for tomorrow's needs. I must gather more, or I shall suffer the pangs of hunger." "Then do not venture out tomorrow. Your sister-in-law and I will come to you. Just stay at home and wait for us." "That one tea do. If I don't go out to find food, what shall I eat? Will you provide me with points? Alternatively, transfer me 100 points, and I shall remain home awaiting your arrival." Zhou An'an. "Dang Suzy ya." Did they just hear her request for points? "I have no points. I'm uncertain where to acquire them. Instead, how about this? I'll bring you food when we come. You want tea, go hungry. That one tea suffice. You two have no credibility with me. Points are more reliable. If you can convert the food you're bringing into points and send them to me, I'll wait at home for you." How's that sound? How does that sound? Not at all. They sought points from Zhou An'an, not to provide her with them, and the conversation ended on a sour note. Perhaps due to their repeated failures to gain any advantage from Zhou An'an and her steadfast defense, the couple finally resigned themselves to their fate. After all, persistence was futile. While Zhou An'an would answer their calls, finding her in person was an impossibility. Each time they came up empty-handed, leaving them both weary and disheartened. They soon realized that in their obsession with Zhou An'an, they had not accumulated a single point, and if this continued, they would soon face starvation. With no other options, the couple decided one of them would venture out for resources while the other sought temporary work within the safety zone. 9 days swiftly passed, and with just 1 day remaining before they would once again enter the game, Zhou An'an exchanged her remaining resources for points, leaving only 5 bottles of 500 milliliters water, 3 packets of instant noodles, and 10 60-gram sausages in her spatial inventory. After all, she needed to retain some provisions for her initial entry into the game world. Based on her experiences from her previous life, this time there would be no allotted time for gathering resources, and if nothing had changed, she would be dropped in the mountains, requiring time to navigate her way out. Hence, it was imperative to reserve some food and water for herself, as only after descending the mountain could she collect supplies. Upon exiting the exchange point, her phone rang again. She answered to hear Zhou An'an's voice, and in, "Are you about to enter the game again? This time, make sure to bring back plenty of supplies. You know how scarce resources are becoming. If this continues, your sister-in-law and I will face starvation. Our parents are long gone. I am your only kin, and you wouldn't want to see me perish, would you? If anything were to happen to me, you would be left with no kin in this world. Zhou An'an. You have played your emotional card, brother. I cannot assure you of this either. To be honest, it was manageable at the beginning of the game, but the initial funds are quite limited. Moreover, one must endure a certain number of days within the game. At times, the resources collected in the early stages prove insufficient for the later demands. Therefore, I cannot guarantee you whether I can bring anything back. Do not hold too much hope. Chapter 28. Cold Wave 1. Do your best then. Whether or not your brother and sister-in-law starve is up to you. Alright, I understand. Zhou An'an was truly disinclined to engage in further conversation with these avaricious individuals. In her heart, she mused, attempting to morally bind me. No chance. Whether you perish from hunger or misfortune is of no concern to me. Thus, the phrase "I understand" was merely a literal expression. Once she found an opportunity within the game, she was determined to eliminate the two of them herself. Otherwise, her resentment would remain unquenched. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Zhou An'an received the notification that she was about to enter the game. Soon, she adjusted her mindset and made all necessary preparations. As the countdown concluded, she was transported into the game world. If this life mirrored the last, she would soon face the cold wave. Therefore, before departing, she stuffed several warm garments and some commonly used medicines into her space. Due to the advancements in technology, the cold weather clothing in her world was vastly superior to that of the game world. The medicines, too, were more effective, as they were not food items, though expensive. They were far easier to procure. Having foreseen the plot, she naturally began her preparations early. To facilitate discreet collection of supplies, she also packed a large backpack into her space. After all, the inhabitants of the game world were not blind or oblivious. When a need arose for concealment, she would not hesitate to do so, as being caught off guard in the game could lead to her demise. Zhou An'an was determined to exercise caution at every opportunity. Moments later, she found herself in the game world. Towering trees obscured the sky, stretching endlessly before her. She stood on a slope with a narrow path winding downward, seemingly without end. Indeed, the path twisted and turned, obstructed by the trees ahead. As anticipated, nothing had changed. She had landed in the same spot as in her previous life. It appeared her rebirth had not triggered a butterfly effect, primarily because she had only changed herself without attempting to alter the fates of others. After all, even in her former life, her compassion for her brother and sister-in-law had been her only weakness. The notion of a saintly persona had long since become obsolete in the face of calamity, unless one were a false saint. Congratulations, player Tang Etienne. You have successfully entered the survival game. Your storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, currently totaling 2 cubic meters. A gentle reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will also be lost or compromised. Players have 15 hours to prepare supplies, with initial funds of 2,000 yuan and identification already placed in the space. Hurry and gather what you deem necessary. This mission, survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special note, leaving the birthplace will be deemed a failure of the game. Additionally, dying in the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. A natural disaster is imminent. The countdown begins. Zhou An'an hesitated no longer. The mountain posed no immediate danger. Her priority was to reach the foot of the mountain as swiftly as possible. At the base, there lay a town named Baiwa Town, where she could procure supplies. This area was a tourist zone, and Baiwa Town was the largest in the vicinity. Other settlements were merely small villages or farms, hardly worth consideration. Distance was one issue, while the availability of supplies was another. Baiwa Town, though small, had limited resources. Once the cold wave struck, the roads would ice over, making traversal perilous. A moment's inattention could result in disaster, preventing supplies from reaching the area. Moreover, the external situation was equally bleak, as she recalled from her previous life that this game was global in scope. She had no way of knowing how far other players had landed from the town, so she pressed forward, anxious about missing her chance to gather resources. In her prior life, due to her initial ignorance of the situation, she had slowly made her way down the mountain, only to find the essentials: instant noodles and compressed biscuits, snatched up by players who had started their buying frenzy. By the time Zhou An'an arrived in town, all the affordable and popular convenience foods were gone, leaving her to purchase only dried meat and ham, which were exorbitantly priced. With her limited funds, she dared not buy excessively. The streets were crowded with food stalls and small restaurants, and in her attempt to conserve money for the essential food and water needed to last 30 days, she had no choice but to join the queue at a roadside eatery. Consequently, she missed numerous opportunities and wasted considerable time, leaving her finances stretched thin. The buying frenzy had driven prices up at the stalls, and the meager supplies she managed to gather barely sufficed for her survival over the 30 days. Had she not braved the danger of venturing out during the disaster to scavenge for food, she might have returned to the real world empty-handed after the second game ended. As for the notion of obtaining resources for free, such an idea was utterly impractical before the disaster struck. While the game imposed no punishment for such actions, the risk of getting caught could mean missing the optimal time for resource collection. Of course, if luck were on her side, that would be a different matter. But Zhou An'an, fully aware of the stakes, would never take such risks, at least not until she had acquired sufficient strength. As she hurried along, she would occasionally take a sip of water from her space or nibble on a piece of ham to replenish her energy, all while maintaining her pace. Not once did she dare to pause even for a minute. The steep mountain paths were treacherous, and a moment's distraction could lead to a fall that would jeopardize her subsequent actions. Furthermore, she had to be wary of snakes, insects, and rodents that might suddenly emerge from the underbrush. Even non-venomous bites could prove fatal due to infection within the game of calamity. Should she perish, it would be for real. Despite her haste, it took over an hour to reach the mountain's base. Her current identity was that of a tourist named Tang Xiaoqian, staying at a guest house called Yingui Farm at the eastern edge of Baiwa town, having already paid for 3 days of accommodation prior to her arrival. Today marked her second day, so she need not extend her stay just yet. However, upon entering the game, the money she had on her was all but gone, leaving her with only the initial funds of 2,000 yuan. Thus, saving 2 days' worth of rent was indeed a small fortune. Upon reaching the base, she retrieved her large backpack from her space and headed straight for a supermarket in Baiwa town. Though the town was not large, it boasted 2 supermarkets, neither particularly grand, but still adequately stocked, especially with instant foods and souvenirs. Numerous fruit shops lined the streets, while vegetable vendors were scarce. Even the local market was modest, as the indigenous residents, spread across the land, typically had their own gardens, rendering them self-sufficient. Who among them would bother purchasing vegetables? Though the tourists staying in goose houses had access to kitchens for their use, how many would actually choose to cook while out and about? Moreover, goose houses only provided the kitchen and utensils. Ingredients like seasonings and vegetables had to be bought separately, and patrons were required to pay for gas each time they utilized the kitchen. Consequently, the local market was frequented primarily by residents seeking fish and meat, with few buyers for vegetables. The local produce that cannot be consumed by the residents is largely sent to the various small eateries scattered throughout the streets. Given the thriving tourism industry in this area, visitors from afar inevitably seek dining options, thereby invigorating the culinary sector. Aside from these modest restaurants, the streets are predominantly lined with goose houses and souvenir shops. During this journey, there's been little opportunity to focus on anything else, as most meals require preparation on the spot, and there is no inclination to wait at this moment. However, upon encountering a shop selling steamed buns, she decided to purchase 30. It was not that she wished to buy fewer, but rather that these items have a limited shelf life, and her storage space lacks preservation capabilities. Buying in excess would inevitably lead to spoilage. Chapter 29. Cold Wave 2. She instructed the vendor to pack 10 buns into a bag, which she then placed in her backpack. This time, the backpack was not worn on her back, but cradled in her arms. As she added items to the backpack, One hand discreetly slipped inside, stowing away 3 bags of steamed buns into her spatial storage. Passing by a stall selling soup dumplings, she requested another 10 boxes of Zilong Bao. These dumplings were best consumed fresh. Once cooled, their flavor diminished, and reheating them produced a strong scent that could attract unwanted attention. Initially, the kitchen of the guest house was available for her use, but that wouldn't last long, so she limited her purchase to 10 boxes, each containing 10 dumplings, roughly the size of half a palm, enough for 2 boxes per meal for those with hearty appetites. After completing her purchases, she wasted no time and hurried toward the supermarket. Perhaps due to its mountainous location, there were no shared bicycles on the streets, only the occasional motorcycle carrying passengers. Electric tricycles and sightseeing cars could be seen. Even taxis were scarce, as the town was small enough to traverse from one end to the other with ease. However, with the influx of players, the chaotic traffic of these vehicles was far less convenient than walking, especially since the supermarket she intended to visit was not far away. Upon entering the supermarket, she began filling her cart with milk, liquor, instant noodles, biscuits, chocolates, candies, and spicy strips, quickly filling it to the brim before pushing it to the checkout. Although the self-checkout was significantly faster, the game provided them with cash, rendering self-checkout useless, forcing her to stand in line. While waiting, she snagged a dozen boxes of chocolate beans and a few boxes of gum and lollipops from a shelf beside the register. After exiting the supermarket's checkout area, she began transferring items into her backpack, sneaking many into her spatial storage. Apart from 2 cartons of milk, everything else was stowed away. Since most of the items had been covertly transferred, her backpack was not full. She left the 2 cartons of milk in the backpack at the service desk and re-entered the supermarket. This time, after filling her cart again, she purchased 2 large-capacity shopping carts from the luggage section. Although there weren't many cameras in Baiwa Town, some existed, making it impractical for her to carry so many items with her hand alone. After checking out, she used the opportunity to fill the shopping carts while secretly transferring some items into her spatial storage, ensuring the carts did not appear overly full. She left them at the service desk and ventured into the supermarket for the 3rd time, as she relied on her spatial storage to discreetly transfer items. She always sought a corner to do so, especially since there were fewer cameras outside the main sales area. Thus, her operations went smoothly, remaining undetected. After all, she was merely placing purchased items into shopping bags, which attracted little scrutiny, granting her considerable leeway. Had she attempted to transfer items in the main sales area, she could not have guaranteed such safety, for there were always those who liked to hide things in their clothing, necessitating the presence of security personnel monitoring the surveillance footage. Although there were cameras outside the sales area, they were fewer in number, and it was unlikely anyone would be closely monitoring them. At most, they would review footage only if someone complained or reported a loss. However, with the impending disaster signaled by the game's onset, who would bother to review the footage then? As long as she was not caught in the act, she would likely face no issues. By the time she entered for the 3rd time, the supermarket was bustling with people. Many popular items were already sold out, and even though the staff replenished the shelves, they barely had time to unpack. The staff wheeled out carts of goods, only for them to be swiftly snatched away, some even taking entire boxes as if these items were free. She managed to grab 2 boxes of instant noodles, barely glancing at the flavors. Of course, flavor was inconsequential, especially in the later stages of the game. She also seized some seasonings and purchased a 5-kilogram bag of rice and a 5-kilogram bag of flour for making porridge. As she left the supermarket, her large backpack weighed heavily on her back, and each hand pulled a small cart, both filled to capacity, with each cart additionally topped with a large shopping bag brimming with goods. She had spent most of her money, leaving her with little remaining. Although signs of disaster had yet to manifest, the influx of players was frantically depleting resources, forcing the locals to join the frenzy. After exiting the supermarket, she made her way to a secluded corner, scanning for cameras before stowing all her items into her spatial storage. Everything was hastily packed away, except for the backpack, which still held its contents. The 2 cubic meters of space may not seem expansive, but it could accommodate a considerable quantity of goods. With food supplies nearly complete, she turned her attention to beverages. She visited a shop and purchased over a dozen bottles of drinks and mineral water, packing them into her backpack and covertly transferring them into her spatial storage before moving on to another small shop. There were plenty of such stores along the street, and she managed to acquire nearly 200 bottles of drinks and mineral water, along with several lighters. Regrettably, being late summer, warmers were not yet available, but she did manage to find 2 traditional hot water bottles. At a camping supply store, she procured an insulated blanket, a windproof sleeping bag, a windproof lighter, a portable stove, and 20 canisters of fuel. Although she had brought a portable stove from the previous game, it was of a different model and utilized different size canisters. So she had left it behind in the real world. She also acquired a portable pot, suitable for boiling noodles. After this extensive shopping spree, even with careful budgeting, her funds were nearly exhausted. She made her final stop at the market. Despite having consumed various mutated vegetables, wild greens, and edible leaves in the real world, she still wished to buy some fresh vegetables. In addition to leafy greens, she sought more storable options like onions, potatoes, and cabbages. If possible, she would have liked to purchase dried vegetables as well, but she was uncertain if they were available. While she did not find dried vegetables, she did manage to buy storable fruits, including apples and pomelos, along with 2 jars of locally pickled chili sauce and some braised pig's head meat. Using her backpack as a shield, she stowed these items into her spatial storage before returning to the guest house. With her remaining funds, she extended her stay for 3 more days and, citing a fear of the cold, requested an additional blanket and comforter from the guest house owner. In her eagerness to stockpile supplies, she had only eaten 2 sausages during her descent and sipped a few mouthfuls of water, now feeling quite famished. Initially intending to grab something ready-made, she found that every vendor and restaurant selling snacks was overflowing with long lines, causing her to grow impatient. Rather than using her purchased vegetables, she spent 15 yuan to buy 2 green onions, a bunch of bok choy, 3 cucumbers, a head of garlic, and a small bottle of cooking oil, along with a single-use kitchen pass. She quickly stir-fried the bok choy and made a cucumber salad, carrying her meal back to her room. Her room was designed as a standard double, approximately 10 square meters, complete with a bathroom equipped with a water heater and 24-hour hot water for showers. The room, apart from a bed, is furnished with a small round table, 2 armchairs, a television cabinet, a television set, a hot water dispenser, and a wardrobe, perhaps for ease of maintenance. The floor is adorned with wooden flooring rather than the traditional carpeting often found in hotels. Zhou An'an placed the stir-fried dishes on the small round table, dining while watching television. At that moment, calamity had not yet struck. The television program exuded tranquility, and she glanced at the local channel, discovering it to be a promotional video showcasing various tourist attractions. She did not change the channel, but continued to eat her meal while attentively watching. Chapter 30. Cold Wave 3. If all goes as planned, she must remain here for a full 30 days. Although she possesses the memories of her past life, during that time, she was solely preoccupied with evading natural disasters and had only a cursory understanding of this environment. Ultimately, she is not a local, and her knowledge of this place is insufficient. Thus, acquiring more information is beneficial. Moreover, she wishes to venture out at the onset of catastrophe to see if she can procure any supplies. However, she can only engage in zero-cost acquisitions, as her funds have been depleted. By that time, chaos will have already ensued. Even if she had money, no one would be willing to accept it. At that juncture, resources will become the true currency. In her previous life, she recalled a gold shop in this small town alongside 2 banks. Her primary objective is the gold shop, a moderately sized establishment of over 200 square meters, with counters arranged in a square layout, showcasing an array of gold jewelry. Whether it be 18K or 24K gold, she desires it all. As for the banks, they're not currently within her considerations. Currency obtained from banks can only be utilized in the present world, and by the time she could access bank funds, the disaster would have already struck. Even if the currency were still valuable, it would have depreciated significantly. While banks also possess gold bars, those items are likely well guarded. The doors of the bank, the vault, and the safes are probably beyond her current capabilities to open. The gold shop, despite having certain security measures, is comparatively less fortified than a bank. Furthermore, since her intent is to visit after the disaster has commenced, the gold shop would likely be unattended. Even if the electricity remains operational and the surveillance cameras continue to function, by the time the security personnel arrive, she would have already made her escape with the goods. Although gold may lose its value post-disaster, perhaps a gold necklace will not even exchange for a packet of biscuits. Her intention in acquiring gold is not for immediate use in this world, but to facilitate a swift conversion into local currency within future gameplay. According to the rules, each time one enters the game, the initial capital is set at 2,000 yuan. At least during her previous life, this was the case. Whether this will change in future iterations remains uncertain, as she had already met her demise by then. Truth be told, such an amount of money is scarcely sufficient for purchasing even a few necessities unless one engages in zero-cost acquisitions. Otherwise, it yields little in terms of quality goods. Conversely, gold is universally accepted across virtually every realm. Even in her real world, gold can be exchanged for points, and the conversion rate is quite favorable. Due to varying technological advancements, gold in her reality can even be utilized as an energy source. In the gaming realm, particularly before the onset of a disaster, the price of gold remains considerable, and its compact nature makes it an ideal choice for stockpiling. The reason she did not seek gold during her initial game was due to it being a world plagued by acid rain, where venturing outside without adequate protective gear was out of the question. Even for the sake of her own safety and life, she would not engage in reckless pursuits. Despite her knowledge of the storyline, she could do little against the acid rain, as the preparation time allocated during the first game was exceedingly brief, aside from stockpiling supplies. There was hardly time for anything else. Even gathering provisions required a frenzied pace. As dusk descended, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a serene and beautiful glow. Alas, this tranquility was but a facade of hypocrisy. With her funds exhausted, she had no plans to venture out just yet. After dining, she reclined on her bed, closing her eyes to rest. She intended to wait until nightfall to explore, first to ascertain the location and route to the gold shop, and second to discover any overlooked items to collect. For instance, she might pluck a few vegetables or scallions from nearby gardens, although these would not fetch much. Her lack of funds necessitated such actions. Furthermore, once the cold wave arrives, these crops would be among the first to suffer the brunt of the impending calamity. It would be better to consume them rather than allow them to rot in the ground. She had brought along some medications from her previous collection, particularly cold remedies, antipyretics, and anti-inflammatory drugs, thus she did not need to purchase any this time. However, had she possessed funds, she would have considered stockpiling more medicine, as it would surely be useful in the future. As night deepened and the lights began to twinkle, the vibrant nightlife of this tourist destination came alive, especially with street vendors peddling an array of snacks and souvenirs. The main street was ablaze with lights, bustling with people, and lined with shops and food stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. Tourists flocked to this vibrant scene, adding to the charm of the tourist town. With 4 hours remaining before the disaster strikes, Zhou An'an meandered through the small town and was astonished to discover 2 gold shops. In her previous life, she had thought there was only one. One of the shops was smaller and located in a slightly obscure area, struggling with business. Upon entering, she noticed a limited selection of gold jewelry, predominantly 18K, with a majority being silver ornaments. In tourist areas, such gold and silver jewelry is often rife with fakes or at least lacks sufficient purity. However, the other gold shop is a national chain, with this branch in Baihua Town ensuring a certain level of quality. After a cursory exploration of the first shop, her interest waned, leading her to the other establishment, aptly named Rich Nest, the national chain's outlet. This shop spanned approximately 200 square meters, offering not only gold jewelry, but also jade and silver pieces. Zhou An'an perused the shop with satisfaction. After traversing the route between the gold shop and her lodging a couple of times to familiarize herself with the surroundings, she set off toward the town's outskirts. She recalled that there were numerous small vegetable gardens outside the town, having paid special attention to them during her descent from the mountains earlier in the day. However, the moonlight was dim, and leaving the town center, she found the area devoid of street lamps. She could only discern the outlines of the gardens without identifying the types of vegetables planted. She hesitated to use her flashlight, as a beam of light in the pitch-black night would render her an easy target. In the dark, she gathered some greens, indifferent to their specific identity, shaking off the soil as she retrieved her large backpack from her spatial area. Regardless of the vegetables, she stuffed them into her bag. However, after filling half the pack, she paused. Collecting too much would lead to spoilage, and her storage space was limited. Taking out a bottle of water, she washed the dirt from her hands before stepping onto the main road, dusting herself off and returning to the inn with empty hands and a confident stride. With just over an hour remaining before the disaster struck, she had no intention of venturing out again. Upon returning to her room, she indulged in a hot shower and carefully washed her hair with the shampoo provided by the inn. Anticipating the cold wave, she pondered whether she would have another opportunity for a warm shower afterward. She dried her hair with a towel and borrowed a hairdryer from the innkeeper, ensuring her hair was thoroughly dried. Wrapped in a blanket within her room, she quietly awaited the impending disaster. Today, she did not plan to raid the gold shop, for the cold wave would not descend to its lowest temperature instantaneously. Rather, it would be a gradual process, necessitating an additional 2 days of patience. Not long after, she sensed a change in the air. Hastily, she rose from her bed, donned the thermal undergarment she had brought, and activated the air conditioning, setting it to heating mode. She nestled under the covers, soon drifting into a peaceful slumber, with 2 comforters enveloping her and the air conditioning providing warmth. She felt assured that the evening chill would not penetrate her cozy sanctuary, leaving her entirely unconcerned. At this hour, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, it was likely that this area was a tourist destination, yet the streets were largely deserted. As the temperature continued to drop, the remaining crowds gradually dispersed. Chapter 31. Cold Wave. For perhaps due to the weight of her thoughts, Zhou An'an experienced a restless night, waking twice to visit the restroom. She sensed the chill in the air and adjusted the air conditioning temperature upwards by 2 degrees. In her pursuit of comfort, she never hesitated to indulge herself, knowing that the latter stages of any game would bring their own trials. Upon rising in the morning, she donned a warm coat and filled her thermos with hot water from the dispenser, adding a packet of coffee. After sealing the lid and shaking it to dissolve the coffee, she savored a warm sip before opening her room door. The moment she stepped outside, a gust of cold air enveloped her, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to draw her coat tighter around herself. The temperature, though not quite below freezing, felt nearly as frigid. The cold air that kissed her exposed face was immediately biting. She had risen early, relatively speaking, as it was already past 8 a.m. The biting cold kept most guests huddled in their rooms, where they had turned on the heating, reluctant to venture outside. After all, those staying at the inn were tourists. Who would travel in such weather, burdened with off-season heavy clothing? It wasn't as though they were scaling snow-capped mountains. The unusual weather this time was unprecedented. Even wearing a coat, she felt the cold, let alone without one. Thus, everyone holed up in their rooms made every effort to avoid stepping outside. Even the innkeeper was nowhere to be seen, though the chain lock on the glass door of the lobby was unlatched, indicating her presence. The chilling air had likely driven her to seek refuge elsewhere. Not particularly concerned about her absence, Zhou An'an slung her backpack over her shoulders and headed straight for the kitchen. There were no surveillance cameras in the kitchen, a common feature in ordinary inns, with monitoring only at the front desk and in the courtyard. She retrieved a couple of steamed buns from her space and heated them in the microwave. Afterward, she took out her thermos and placed 1 box of buns inside, then returned it to her space before transferring the heated buns into a disposable container, which she also stored away. Although the space didn't retain heat, the temperature remained significantly higher than that of the outside world, ensuring that items stored there cooled down more slowly. Remembering that she had an extra thermos available, she decided to wash some rice and prepare congee. The water was still running, so she utilized the drinking water provided by the inn. While waiting for the congee to cook, she sat in the small dining area outside the kitchen, pinching pieces of the bun and savoring them in small bites. Occasionally, she retrieved some chili sauce from her space, carefully spooning a bit onto her buns. The sauce was somewhat salty, so she only dared to take a tiny amount at a time. As the warm buns filled her stomach, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. As she busied herself with the kanji, she heard footsteps and peeked out of the kitchen to find the innkeeper approaching, clad in a fluffy fur coat. "Boss, I came looking for you earlier, but you were gone. I've started cooking. Here's the firewood fee," Zhou An'an said, producing 50 yuan from her pocket. "You can hold on to this for now. It's been so cold, I'm too lazy to go out for meals. I might be using your kitchen for a while, so you can deduct the fee from here. When it runs out, I'll replenish it." "All right, it's freezing today, so I was just hiding in my room. I only came out because I heard some noise. Take your time cooking. Just call me if you need anything." "Thank you, innkeeper. By the way, do you know someone named Mao Yuning?" "Mao Yuning? I haven't heard of him. Is he a relative of yours?" "Oh, I'm just asking casually. He is a friend of a classmate of mine, and I heard he is staying nearby. I thought you might have crossed paths with him, given your interactions with guests." "Not all. There aren't any families with the surname Mao in Baihua town. Perhaps he is not in this town. There are 2 families with that surname in Shangyang town, about 30 miles from here, but I can't say if either is related to Mao Yuning." Seeing that her inquiry yielded no fruitful results, Zhou An'an decided to abandon the search. Traveling to Shangyang town was not feasible, and even if she did, it would be a matter of chance to find someone named Mao Yuning. Moreover, the current road conditions were poor, and even if such a person existed, she could miss the opportunity entirely. After all, she was uncertain about when the player had eliminated Mao Yuning to obtain his chance in the game. The innkeeper, satisfied with the payment, left, as every little bit contributed to their livelihood. Having finished cooking the kanji, Zhou An'an, with her backpack as cover, retrieved another thermos. These were provisions she had purchased at the supermarket yesterday, and they were proving to be quite useful. She transferred the cooked kanji into the thermos, pouring any leftovers into her small pot before returning the thermos to her space. With her backpack laden with kanji, she returned to her room, where the kitchen lacked heating. While the stove provided some warmth, it quickly dissipated once the fire was extinguished. It was far better to eat in her room, where she could enjoy the comfort of the heating. Outside, the scent of cooking gradually reemerged. After Zhou An'an left, 2 more groups of guests utilized the kitchen to prepare kanji. It was unclear whether the scarcity of ingredients from the previous night or the cold weather was to blame, but nearly all snack shops outside remained closed that morning. This left guests who had hoped to indulge in a leisurely breakfast returning to their rooms. Disheartened and resigned to consuming the instant snacks they had purchased the day before, all while contemplating leaving the quaint town. However, Zhou An'an had never considered departing. Setting aside the treacherous mountain paths, with cliffs on one side and steep inclines on the other, even leaving this place would be futile, wasting precious time that could be spent gathering supplies. After all, the calamity was a global issue, not confined to Baihua town alone. As for preemptively eliminating Mao Yuning to seize Zheng Cheng's skill card, that was merely a fleeting thought. She was still unaware of their whereabouts. What if they had spawned in different locations? With 1,000 players entering the game, it was improbable that they would all emerge in Baihua town. To her knowledge, there were 3 designated areas for player spawns, with Baihua town being just one of them. Thus, encountering Mao Yuning would be purely a matter of luck. After satisfying her hunger, Zhou An'an poured herself a couple of swigs of liquor, feeling the warmth radiate through her body before she locked her door and ventured outside. Following the route she had scouted the previous day, she made her way to the Golden Nest. Perhaps because it was a chain store and not locally owned, the jewelry shop remained open despite the freezing temperatures. However, the once open glass doors were now shut, and through the glass, she could see the sales staff donning thick clothing. Zhou An'an strolled past the entrance nonchalantly, unwilling to linger. With the jewelry store still operating, her plans were thwarted, and she had no choice but to return to the inn. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, a middle-aged woman arrived at the vegetable patch outside the town, intending to pluck a few vegetables for lunch. To her dismay, she discovered that much of the produce had been stolen, with a small patch trampled. Enraged, she could not contain herself and unleashed a torrent of curses. Unfortunately, the vegetable patch was situated outside the town, devoid of surveillance. And since Zhou An'an had come in the evening, no one had witnessed the theft. Thus, while the woman fumed with anger, she could not pinpoint the culprit and, after a while, begrudgingly returned home with the vegetables she had managed to gather. Although the loss of those few vegetables may seem trivial, it nonetheless ignites a profound sense of frustration, particularly given that the other party displayed a lack of appreciation, even trampling upon a small patch of flourishing crops. It is only natural for her to feel incensed. After all, these were cultivated through her own efforts. However, with no sign of the vegetable thief, she can only resign herself to misfortune. Furthermore, there is no one in the vicinity of the garden. Even if she were to unleash a torrent of invective, there would be no audience to bear witness, rendering her solitary outburst somewhat futile. In any case, with the biting cold of the day, even cursing would chill her lips. It is far wiser to return home and seek warmth and comfort. Chapter 32. Cold Wave. Zhou An'an remained oblivious to the scorn directed at her. At present, a sense of unease gripped her, for her acute sensitivity indicated that this world's temperature seemed to be lower than that of her previous life. If this was indeed the butterfly effect of her reincarnation, would the challenges of the forthcoming days also escalate correspondingly? Should her suspicions prove correct, the days ahead would be arduous, perhaps even more so than before. In her past life, she had failed to procure a winter coat at this time, nor had she managed to bring one from the real world. Consequently, she had resorted to requesting extra blankets from the innkeeper and purchasing 2 thin jackets. Yet, even under those circumstances, she did not recall it being as frigid as it was now. Could it be that her body had weakened after her rebirth, now more susceptible to the cold? A myriad of thoughts raced through Zhou An'an's mind, leaving her anxious, for any conjecture bore adverse implications for her. At times, she felt that the shadow of her previous death had instilled in her certain psychological maladies, almost leading her to exhibit symptoms akin to paranoia. However, upon awakening on the 3rd day to find a thin layer of frost blanketing the ground, she confirmed that this cold had indeed arrived more swiftly than before. While it remained uncertain whether this world's temperature would dip lower than in her previous life, the rapid onset of chill was indisputable. Fortunately, she had brought a winter coat this time, which should afford her a modicum of comfort compared to her last existence. Silently reassuring herself, Zhou An'an once again utilized the inn's kitchen to heat buns and porridge. Today, a noticeable increase in the number of people borrowing the kitchen was evident. Fortunately, the kitchen boasted 6 stoves, allowing 3 households to cook simultaneously, each taking up 2. Grateful for her backpack, she discreetly retrieved her thermos from its depths, filling it with her warm meal. Given the presence of others, it was inappropriate to dine on the spot, and the kitchen was a fair distance from her room. Without a thermos, the meal would surely cool by the time she returned. Thus, her actions did not seem out of place. Nevertheless, the appearance of her thermos did attract curious glances from 2 other families. After all, who would travel with a thermos? Acknowledging their gaze, Zhou An'an offered a faint smile, explaining that she had purchased it from a local supermarket. The 2 families returned her smile, contemplating the idea of acquiring their own thermoses, as these stainless steel vessels were durable and easily transportable upon their departure. Realizing that she possessed only 2 thermoses, Zhou An'an felt it prudent to acquire a couple more. After finishing her meal, she tightened her clothing and prepared to revisit the supermarket. The store had remained open over the past few days, despite certain goods being sold out. Nonetheless, as she sought a thermos rather than food, supplies were plentiful. She stumbled upon a special offer for a spacious thermos that, while appearing somewhat bulky, was not a concern given its discount. She purchased 2 more thermoses and still had enough funds to acquire 2 rolls of tape for sealing windows. Coincidentally, as she prepared to exit the supermarket, 3 individuals laden with bags entered and greeted her. Once they parted ways, Zhou An'an recalled that they were the fellow tenants who had shared the kitchen with her that morning. They must also be in search of thermoses, she mused. Contrary to her expectations, the streets were not bustling with chaos, likely due to the abrupt severity of the cold front, catching many off guard and prompting them to huddle indoors for warmth. Additionally, those who had stocked up on supplies were temporarily untroubled by hunger or thirst, resulting in fewer pedestrians. However, en route to the supermarket, she noted several shops with varying degrees of damage to their doors and windows, likely inflicted during the night when few ventured outside. She made a deliberate detour past the gold shop, which remained open but was eerily quiet, making it impossible for Zhou An'an to take action against it. She anticipated that it would soon close its doors like the others, at which point an opportunity would present itself. Returning to the inn, she borrowed the kitchen once more, filling her 4 thermoses with the warm food and bringing them back to her room, where she stored them in her space. With some space now available after removing her clothing, she contemplated whether she could seize the chance to raid the supermarket for additional supplies when she eventually targeted the gold shop. Even if food and water were scarce, acquiring other essentials such as clothing or bedding would be advantageous. Lacking a mobile phone like those used by the inhabitants of this game world, she found it nearly impossible to gather information about the outside world without venturing out. The only source of news was the game's chat software, which offered scan insights. This time, she learned that Zhou An'an had also entered the game, albeit not in this town. Thus, even if Zhou An'an wished to take action, it was beyond her reach. Extracting the tape she had purchased that day, she began sealing the gaps between the glass and window frames. The inn's insulation was inadequate, especially at night, when, if her head ventured outside the covers, she could feel the biting wind against her face, penetrating to her very bones. Were it not for the knowledge that this world bore no supernatural ties, she might have suspected a ghost was blowing cold air upon her. That night, the temperature plummeted suddenly. From a daytime warmth of 7 to 8 degrees, it dropped to 0. Despite covering herself with 3 blankets, Zhou An'an awoke shivering. Regrettably, neither in the real world nor within this game world were electric blankets available, which would have provided her with some comfort. After being jolted awake by the cold, Zhou An'an turned on the light, relieved to find that the power remained. Climbing out of bed, she filled 2 hot water bottles from the dispenser, cradling one while placing the other at her feet. Snuggled under her blankets, she hesitated to sleep again, for the rapid drop in temperature was alarming. It had been 0 degrees just before she had slept, yet now the chill was sufficient to rouse her, despite being swathed in 2 blankets. The reality was undeniable. She had indeed awakened due to the dropping temperature, which was occurring at an alarming rate. If this trend continued, she feared she might not awaken again, succumbing to the cold in her slumber. Unable to see the situation outside, she had drawn the curtains, and with nightfall upon the inn's courtyard, only a solitary dim light illuminated the space. Zhou An'an, disinclined to rise and investigate, opened the communication channel, only to be met with a chorus of lamentations. "Grandpa has money. Damn it. This disaster game is nothing but torment. Although we can take supplies back, the trials endured here are utterly unbearable." Fat Orange. Indeed, before entering the game, while provisions were somewhat scarce, survival was still viable. But within this game world, I genuinely fear freezing to death. There are no winter coats available this season. I could only buy 2 tracksuits, which offer little warmth. If this continues, I dread that I may freeze to death long before the game concludes. Chrysanthemums blooming on the mountain. In the past, during my time in the outside world, I often lamented the hardships of existence. However, upon entering the realm of the game, I truly grasped the essence of what it means to struggle for survival. Gullah beast. Indeed, I believe it may be better to abstain from participating in this game. Although I often go hungry in the real world, at least within the safe zones of the survival tower, I am shielded from tormenting natural disasters. Jasmine fragrance. Absolutely, in the previous world, we faced acid rain, and now this world is fraught with cold. If we manage to endure this realm, who knows what we may encounter next? Hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. The mere thought is terrifying. Chapter 33. Cold Wave 6 Upstairs, be quiet. I detest the crow's mouth more than anything right now, exclaimed the conspicuous figure. Don't deceive yourself, responded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Since we have entered this survival game, the calamities foretold by the one upstairs are likely to befall us all, perhaps even multiple times. Of course, this is contingent upon our survival in each game. After all, the rules are clear. Dying in the game equates to real death. There are no second chances. It's arduous to remain alive, said Living Difficulties. To be frank, after listening to you all, I'm feeling quite disillusioned. What is the purpose of life? Is it merely to endure suffering? If so, why continue living? Wouldn't it be better to simply perish? Philosopher upstairs? Quipped White Scarf. Stop spreading negativity here. It's better to live, even in misery. If you wish to die, No one will stop you. However, do not incite despair among others. Life is already challenging enough without your provocations. One must uphold a sense of morality. Retorted Tang Kai. Let us redirect the conversation. Urged Purple Grape. Does anyone possess the ability to foresee? Please share what this disaster entails. Will it be extreme cold or icebound conditions? And how low will the temperature drop? Zhou An'an. Because someone had struck a chord. In her previous life, the temperature during this game had not plummeted drastically, merely around -27 or 28 degrees. The initial rapid drop had caused some individuals to suffer health issues, compounded by inadequate supplies for warmth. The unexpected chill caused bodily functions to falter, leading to various discomforts and even latent ailments. However, those who survived gradually acclimated to the cold. Though it was arduous, as long as there was sustenance and warm clothing, survival was not insurmountable. Of course, one must remain wary of others seeking to kill for supplies, which meant most players managed to stay alive. The majority of the populace referred to here are players. The local residents tended to be more conservative, especially in the early stages, lacking the reckless abandon of the newcomers. For these outsiders, finding warm clothing could be challenging, but for locals, it was not so difficult. After all, who among them lacked a few old cotton garments, or even surplus bedding? Clothing and bedding are not disposable items. Most individuals keep their garments for several years before discarding them. Older folks might even have closets brimming with old clothes. As for food, which local household lacks a stockpile? At the very least, they have grains and oils, as these are sourced from their own fields. Most would set aside enough provisions during harvest season to last for at least half a year, merely varying in quality. Moreover, during the frantic rush for supplies, local residents also participated, typically favoring bulk purchases of grains and oils rather than convenience foods, except perhaps for families with children who might stockpile a few snacks. Even in the later stages when water, electricity, and gas would cease, the proximity to mountains meant that over 80% of local families possessed traditional stoves. Cooking rice from raw grains was not a daunting task. The true threat came from the foreign players, for by that point, warm meals were irresistibly alluring to those suffering from hunger and cold. Perhaps the most challenging to survive were the NPCs who had come here for vacation. They truly lacked everything and were often timid. Thus, they were among the first to perish. However, this was inevitable. In such brutal conditions, survival of the fittest prevails. Who has time to care for others, even kin? One might find even their own siblings turning into their murderers. In the face of self-interest, human nature is often put to the test. Zhou An'an observed the chaotic discussion with a yawn, tears of fatigue spilling from her eyes. The discourse was utterly devoid of substance, leaving her feeling somewhat bored. As she perused the conversations, she took a swig of baijiu, a warm sensation quickly spreading through her body. Perhaps due to various measures taken, she felt no chill and inadvertently drifted into slumber. Thankfully, the temperature did not drop significantly during the latter part of the night. Upon waking the next morning, she was greeted by the frigid atmosphere within the room, her face feeling as though it might freeze solid. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the air conditioner, realizing it had inexplicably ceased functioning. Hastily, she reached for the light switch on the wall, only to find it unlit. Had the power gone out? The room was dim, yet not too dark to discern her surroundings. Although the curtains blocked some light, they were not thick enough to obscure the faint glow filtering through. The 2 hot water bottles had cooled, but since they had remained nestled in the blankets, they felt merely cool to the touch, not icy. After all, the water in the dispenser was heated to less than 100 degrees. The hot water bottles were not particularly scorching. Dressing quickly, she emerged from her cocoon, retrieved a portable stove, and boiled some water to wash herself. During the boiling process, she lifted a corner of the curtain. Looking out the window, she found it obscured by a thick layer of frost, rendering the outside world indistinguishable. The water had not boiled, only warmed slightly. Zhou An'an used it to wash her face and brush her teeth, then added more water to make a cup of soybean milk powder, retrieving a thermos from her supplies. After downing a generous cup of soybean milk and a few dumplings, she felt a bit warmer and decided to seek out the innkeeper to inquire about the power outage. According to her recollection, Baiwa Town should not have experienced a blackout at this time. After wandering about, she discovered that the previous night as high electricity consumption had caused the circuit breaker to trip. Well, the power was back on. It was frigid. Someone must have secretly used electricity for other purposes last night, likely utilizing high-wattage appliances. Otherwise, merely running the air conditioner would have caused a trip. The innkeeper's assertion was firm, and Zhou An'an believed him. He himself hadn't purchased any high-powered heating equipment. Had he done so, he would surely have needed it last night. With the electricity restored, the air conditioner whirred back to life, and the room's temperature began to rise. Although still not particularly warm, it was a vast improvement over the earlier frigid conditions. She sought out an additional blanket from the innkeeper, who reluctantly complied. Understanding the importance of warmth in such unprecedented weather, no one could predict how long these conditions would persist. With the air conditioner operating, the room was no longer intolerably cold. She spread the blanket given by the innkeeper beneath her, layering 3 blankets on top, with 2 hot water bottles cradled in her arms. She had yet to utilize her sleeping bag and thermal blanket. After several days of adaptation, coupled with her prior preparations, her body had begun to acclimatize somewhat to the low temperatures. While Zhou An'an fared reasonably well, other tourists, including the players, were not as fortunate. No one had anticipated the nature of the calamity they would face in this survival game, nor had they prepared in advance. During their frantic shopping spree, most had purchased only food and drink, failing to consider the necessity of additional clothing. As temperatures continued to plummet, they belatedly sought out garments, only to find it somewhat too late. Due to the cold, many businesses had closed, and those that remained open had only last year's inventory of winter clothing, with scant options left. After all, few tourists would think to buy winter coats while visiting a tourist site, and even more critically, this area's attractions closed during the winter months, resulting in a scarcity of visitors. Thus, these merchants, even though they import cotton clothing, primarily cater to the local populace. Consequently, the quantity available is naturally limited. This explains why Zhou An'an could only procure 2 jackets and was unable to acquire any cotton garments. At present, she lacks neither sustenance nor warmth, and she enjoys the security of a temporary refuge, which places her in a more favorable position than most players. However, Zhou An'an's situation is rather unfortunate, as he never anticipated that he would be among the second batch of players to enter the game. Chapter 34. Cold Wave 7. However, at present, no one has yet discerned the laws governing spatial binding carriers. It is merely understood to randomly bind to an item on one's person. Thus, no special preparations were made, and all one could do was pray that when the spatial binding occurred, the item would not be too peculiar. Zhou An'an was unsure whether his prayers had any effect, but upon entering the game, his space was bound to the watch on his wrist, which brought him considerable joy. After all, being bound to a watch was far superior to being bound to undergarments, hair, or even body hair. Upon entering the game, he was filled with excitement. That insufferable girl, Zhou An'an, had refused to give them anything despite their flattering words, claiming she had not brought any supplies back. Now that he had fortuitously entered the game himself, he was determined to return with a space brimming with resources, and he would not share a single thing with that insufferable girl. How delightful it would be to infuriate her. However, he soon realized his assumptions were overly optimistic. In this game world, he possessed only 2,000 yuan. Although he was unaware of the purchasing power of this currency, he understood that 2,000 yuan would not procure many supplies, nor could it even buy anything of decent quality. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. Having just entered the game, Zhou An'an was imbued with a whimsical confidence, likely bolstered by the online displays of various players showcasing their bountiful hauls. This had inflated his expectations. He believed that with an expansive space bound to such a convenient carrier as a watch, it would be a cinch to acquire goods from supermarkets without spending a dime, even if he had no money in hand. Thus, Zhou An'an remained unperturbed, even entertaining dreams of striking it rich. Little did he know that those who had attempted to acquire goods without payment during their first foray into the game rarely returned. Even among the fortunate few who did, it would be embarrassing to confess online that they had been caught stealing in the game. After all, it was hardly a matter of pride. In the game, one might indulge in reckless behavior without fear of recognition, but in reality, it was a different story. Relatives, friends, and neighbors would look down upon him, if they learned he was a thief in the game, and he might even find them keeping their distance or spreading rumors about him. Consequently, no one who returned to reality spoke of the notion of obtaining goods without payment, leading Zhou An'an to harbor a skewed perception that all was well. Sunshine had returned, and he was thriving once again. Zhou An'an's birthplace was a bustling metropolis, and although his attire was somewhat shabby, he initially attributed it to the aesthetic sensibilities of this body. However, upon retrieving his identification, he discovered that his identity was merely that of a migrant worker in this game world. He had no home in this city and resided in a communal dormitory at a construction site. No wonder he dressed so poorly. The absence of a stable, private residence was not good news. Though he possessed a unique advantage, he did not wish to share living quarters with other laborers. He was a player, not a genuine migrant worker. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. The construction site was in its third phase of development. The first phase had been completed and was now on sale, while the second phase was nearing completion, with windows and doors yet to be installed. The third phase was just beginning to take shape. According to his knowledge, the first phase featured 2 model units, which had been exquisitely furnished, complete with all necessary appliances and furniture. If he could manage to obtain the keys to the model unit, he could simply move in. For what he understood, the keys were kept at the sales office, tucked away in the front desk drawer. The game announcement indicated that they had a full day to gather supplies. So the immediate priority was not to search for keys, but to collect resources. Without taking leave, Zhou An'an left the construction site and headed to the largest supermarket nearby, which boasted 32 floors in total, with the supermarket occupying 10 of those floors. Above, there were office spaces. This establishment was a comprehensive shopping and entertainment complex, with the first 3 floors dedicated to groceries, followed by various retail outlets, entertainment venues, an indoor ice rink, arcade, cinema, billiard room, and food court. Zhou An'an's objective was the supermarket. After all, even seasoned players, upon first entering the game, were unaware of the calamities they would face, let alone this newcomer. Thus, he had no specific strategy for resource collection. Furthermore, Zhou An'an's eyes were now filled with visions of delectable food and drink. Within the supermarket, he began stealthily transporting items into his space. Whether it was due to the influx of players entering the game today or the usual crowds at the supermarket, he found himself waiting in line for quite some time after making a token purchase. Ultimately, he spent over 100 yuan, but his cubic space was already brimming with goods, filling him with immense satisfaction. He planned to return to the construction site, find a secluded spot to hide the items in his space, and then return for another haul. No, he would visit another supermarket to continue his thieving spree. However, this plan was never to be realized. Immediately after completing his purchase and passing through security, he was forcibly escorted to the security office. Zhou An'an shouted in indignation, claiming he was being wrongfully accused of theft, insisting he had done nothing wrong. One security guard coldly remarked, "Are you feeling guilty? We never claimed you were brought here for stealing. If I'm not being accused of theft, then you are merely supermarket security without any legal authority. On what grounds do you detain me? Release me at once, or I shall sue you and your supermarket. Let us see how you manage afterward." Zhou An'an, confident that his space was imperceptible to outsiders, argued with conviction. He even adopted a somewhat haughty tone, buoyed by his status as a player. The threatened security guard remained unfazed, simply stating, "We have no legal authority, but the police do. So sit tight. They'll be here shortly." Zhou An'an felt a moment of panic, but quickly reassured himself that all the goods were safely stored in his space. Even if the police arrived, they would find no evidence of wrongdoing. Even if they confiscated his watch for inspection, they would discover nothing unless he were dead. Only then could someone else seize his space. Thus, the items concealed within it would remain undisclosed. With this thought, he felt a renewed sense of calm. Yet, before the police could arrive, his expression shifted once again as he suddenly recalled the existence of surveillance cameras. In his moment of carelessness, he had forgotten about the possibility of being recorded in the supermarket. He hastily replayed the events that had transpired since entering the game, particularly whether he had been captured on camera while collecting resources. After careful consideration, he felt reassured once more as the items he collected were all from the shelves. which were stocked with multiple rows of products. He had only taken from the inner rows, shielded from view by the outer rows, and the cameras were positioned overhead, rendering it impossible for them to capture his actions. Before long, the police arrived, having been informed of the theft, and upon learning that the stolen items had seemingly vanished into thin air, their expressions turned incredulous. They had already received numerous similar reports that day, and within their precinct, they had detained more than 10 individuals, all currently held for questioning. Thus, the police paid no heed to Zhou An'an's defense. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they took him in for questioning. While Zhou An'an felt a surge of anxiety, he also harbored a misplaced sense of invulnerability. Lacking any stolen goods, their maximum accusation could only be theft, and suspicion alone could hardly cost him his life. Given this rationale, he believed there was nothing to fear. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. In circumstances such as his, a thorough body search will be conducted upon entering the precinct. Chapter 35. Cold Wave 8 items such as mobile phones, wallets, watches, and jewelry are to be temporarily confiscated. Consequently, his spatial carrier watch was also taken away, despite Zhou An'an's vehement protests, wishing to retain it, for it contained all the supplies he had pilfered and served as his greatest asset. However, the police paid him no heed, perceiving his complaints as mere acts of defiance, and ruthlessly removed the watch from his wrist. Furthermore, due to his insolent demeanor, they issued him a stern warning. Zhou An'an was nearly driven to the brink of fury. That watch was his portal to resources, filled with all his gathered supplies, while others were outside, fervently collecting provisions in preparation for the impending calamity. Not only was he barred from gathering resources, but he was also subjected to interrogation, and now even his spatial storage was confiscated. The abrupt transition from sudden wealth to utter destitution nearly shattered his resolve. Confronted by the unyielding police, he felt an urge to retaliate, but the realization of his impotence restrained him. Should he dare to act, regardless of the outcome, he would likely find himself handcuffed and perhaps even propped against a radiator or a table leg. Thus, he refrained from recklessness. After all, compliance, even while confined, allowed him a semblance of freedom. Zhou An'an sensed the game world's profound malice towards him. In the face of the law enforcement officers, he finally moderated his demeanor, recognizing that even if he internally dismissed them as mere NPCs, he could not afford to act out, especially after experiencing the consequences of his previous defiance. To minimize his suffering, he chose to endure. Although the police found no incriminating evidence on him, surveillance footage revealed that items had indeed vanished at the moment his hands made contact with them, even if he refused to acknowledge it. The police persisted in their relentless interrogation, employing a methodical approach and reporting to their superiors. Despite the numerous incidents occurring in their city, they maintained a keen interest in Zhou An'an due to the supernatural nature of these occurrences. The grassroots officers were tasked solely with interrogation and oversight, leaving the subsequent handling of such matters to their higher-ups. Fortunately, the impending disaster game had provided them with limited preparation time. Had it occurred 3 or 4 days later, Zhou An'an and his companions might have been subjected to experimentation in a laboratory. One could only wonder whether he would still harbor a sense of superiority in that scenario. As night fell, the police concluded their shifts, leaving only 2 officers on duty. Zhou An'an was confined to a detention room, which consisted of 3 walls and 1 iron-barred opening, devoid of windows. The iron bars, solid and robust, were as thick as an infant's wrist, and the gaps between them were too narrow to allow even a head to escape. In this chamber, there were a total of 7 men, including Zhou An'an. The only furniture was a long bench, which could accommodate 3 or 4 individuals at most, but was currently monopolized by a burly man with a face covered in flesh and a stubbled chin. This man sprawled across the bench, and the others, evidently intimidated, opted to sit on the cold-tiled floor. The floor was chilly, and sitting on it was uncomfortable. The lone wooden chair offered little reprieve. However, occupying that chair signified power and status among the detained. Although they were imprisoned, fortunately, they were not shackled, having spent the afternoon in interrogation without sustenance. Zhou An'an was finally served a meager dinner upon entering the detention room. The meal consisted of 2 steamed buns and a portion of boiled greens. Devoid of any oil or seasoning, he absently consumed his dinner, mentally calculating the time as the countdown to disaster approached its conclusion. With the impending calamity looming, he began to genuinely worry. It seemed unlikely he would be released that night, and he pondered the nature of the disaster. If it were an earthquake, it would be catastrophic. He could only hope that the police station was sturdy enough to withstand such a tremor. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. Zhou An'an had never anticipated that he would one day find himself imprisoned for theft in a foreign realm, potentially forfeiting his chance of survival. What would happen to Jia if he perished? How would she manage alone? He no longer expected his sister, that ungrateful wretch, to care for his wife after his demise. The thought of his wife struggling to survive without him struck him with profound sorrow. No, he could not die. He must find a way to escape. Amidst this tumultuous anxiety, the countdown reached its end, yet he felt no anticipated tremors. Only a chilling cold enveloped him. Dressed in work pants and a sleeveless t-shirt, with a thin white hoodie over it, he should not have felt cold, yet goosebumps erupted on his arms. Particularly, the tiled floor exacerbated the chill, as if icy air was seeping up from beneath him, rendering him increasingly uncomfortable. It was not only he who felt this way. The others were equally affected. One man, unable to bear the cold any longer, rushed to the bars, gripping the icy metal with both hands and shaking it vigorously, producing a clanging sound. "Damn it! Why is it so cold? Officer, can you provide us with some clothing?" No response came. Undeterred, he continued to shout, embodying a stubborn resolve. The other detainees silently observed him, neither attempting to intervene nor joining in his outburst. Even the man sprawled on the bench opened his eyes, his lifeless gaze fixated on the loud one as if scrutinizing a corpse. Eventually, the police could no longer tolerate the noise. One officer, wielding a rubber baton, approached angrily. "Shut up. If you keep this up, I want you hold back. Anger me, and you might not survive." Zhou An'an widened his eyes. The police in this game world were fierce, unlike their counterparts in reality. Here, they resembled a band of ruffians. After all, which officer would utter such threats? Silence fell instantly as the detainees huddled together in the detention room, including the earlier loudmouth. With a sudden quietude, the officer sauntered away. But it wasn't long before the cold became unbearable, particularly for one man dressed inadequately, his lips beginning to turn blue. The previously silent group could no longer contain themselves. They rose from the floor, gripping the bars and calling out to the police. "What are you doing? Do you think this is a joke? You dare shout here?" The on-duty officer, now thoroughly exasperated, approached again, baton in hand. "Officer, it's freezing. Can you provide us with some clothing? Alternatively, a blanket would suffice. Otherwise, we might freeze to death." At this point, it became evident to all that this disaster was related to the plummeting temperatures. The officer smirked derisively. "I warn you, behave yourselves. I'll see if I can request something for you." The officer was not alone in his duties. 2 of them would need to confer. After delivering his message, he disregarded the continued pleas from within and turned to leave. Concerned that the detainees might suffer from a cold, the officers ultimately decided to address the situation. They found a colleague monitoring the surveillance feeds, and, after a brief discussion, they retrieved 2 blankets from the duty room and shoved them through the gaps between the iron bars. These individuals do not resemble ordinary people. They possess extraordinary capabilities. After an extensive interrogation, no conclusive results were yielded, leaving uncertainty as to whether they harbor additional methods. Should they feel cornered, they might resort to desperate measures. Consequently, their release is not an option, and they are provided with only 2 blankets. The duty room accommodates but 2 beds and 2 blankets. Even if one wished to offer more, it is simply unattainable. With the provision of blankets, the commotion subsided. However, due to the scarcity, the group was compelled to huddle together. Only the fellow reclining on the bench remained undisturbed, neither shifting nor vying for a blanket. Chapter 36. Cold Wave 9. The man sat up and cast a significant glance at the crowd. Noticing their bewildered expressions, he suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. This, combined with his fierce-looking face, created an incongruous effect. As the others beheld his smile, they exchanged regretful glances. Yet their peripheral vision remained alert to his every move, wary of the possibility that he might be unhinged and suddenly lash out. To their surprise, the man reached up to pat his head and soon after produced a thermal blanket, commonly known as a space blanket. Although thin and lightweight, its insulating properties were remarkably effective and it occupied minimal space. Ignoring the curious stares of the onlookers, he unfurled the blanket and wrapped it around himself, covering everything below his shoulders. He then retrieved a piece of clothing and swiftly fashioned it into a head covering, concealing his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. Next, he donned a windbreaker over his attire. He glanced at the crowd, gauging their reactions, before reclining back on the bench and closing his eyes, appearing unaffected by the frigid air. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the onlookers exchanged glances, seemingly eager to speak yet uncertain of how to begin. It turned out he was one of their own. Initially, they had assumed they were trapped with an NPC, only to discover there was a fellow player among them. Perhaps encouraged by his initiative, others soon followed suit. A bespectacled man with a flat-top haircut, previously huddled beneath a shared blanket, suddenly shifted, exposing either his back or legs, loosened his belt, and with his back turned to the group, fished around in his pants. He then pulled out a sizable object, straining slightly to extract it, lowering his trousers to reveal his patterned shorts beneath. As the crowd observed, they realized he had produced a sleeping bag. The quality of sleeping bags in this game world was commendable, filled with genuine down, providing excellent warmth, albeit slightly thin. The man swiftly laid out the sleeping bag and crawled inside, fastening the hood-like top over his face. Despite their awareness of the surveillance in the detention room, the chilling temperatures made it unbearable, especially since the room lacked any heating system. The cold wind seeped in through the iron bars, making it increasingly difficult to endure. Moreover, with one person already making use of their space, why should others remain hidden? Survival took precedence over secrecy. Continuing to endure the cold could lead to dire consequences, especially with the in-game notifications warning of an impending disaster. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that this calamity was linked to the drop in temperature. So why maintain their restraint any longer? Additionally, the flat-top man discovered that certain elements of the game world were obscured from their view. Upon his initial capture, he had considered the option of confessing, thinking it might allow him to cooperate with the authorities and secure ample resources. However, he was determined not to reveal the existence of his spatial storage, as that was his trump card and last resort for survival. He needed to retain access to his space to transport resources from the game world back to reality, revealing it could lead to NPCs seizing it for research, jeopardizing his chances of reclaiming it when the game concluded. Yet each time he spoke of game-related topics, the police interrogating him appeared utterly perplexed, as though they had heard nothing of it. After several attempts, he realized that the game had obscured certain information, rendering voluntary disclosures impossible. He was uncertain why fate had dealt him such a cruel hand. He was among the first players to enter the game, and during the previous round, they were given only an hour of preparation time, with a mere 2,000 yuan to start. He had successfully smuggled numerous supplies into his storage without being caught, which had whetted his appetite for more in this round. Unfortunately, as he attempted to collect items this time, a stock clerk standing behind him caught him red-handed. Consequently, he found himself in this predicament, and to prevent any potential excuses, the authorities had reviewed the surveillance footage, leaving him no avenue for defense. Thus, he resolved to embrace his unfortunate situation, unaware that it would lead to the current outcome. This confounded game left no room for loopholes. Perhaps due to this defeatist attitude, after witnessing the brother on the bench retrieve items from his space, he too followed suit. After a few minutes of silence, two more individuals extracted sleeping bags, relinquishing their claim to the blankets, and climbed into the warmth of their newly acquired sleeping bags. Only three remained, exchanging glances with one another. They, like Zhou An'an, had their spatial storage confiscated by the police and could only watch as others utilized theirs. Their every move had already been observed by the authorities, yet they chose not to raise any alarms, simply documenting the time for future reporting. With three individuals sharing two blankets, their situation had improved considerably. although the cold floor continued to seep up through the seats, making them shiver uncontrollably. After a while, despite being covered with blankets and huddled together for warmth, they found themselves trembling, their lips turning slightly blue. Unable to withstand the chill any longer, Zhou An'an nudged the man in the sleeping bag, who had just rummaged through his pants. "My friend, do you have an extra sleeping bag? May I borrow one? Or perhaps some clothing or other warm items? I won't take it for free. I can offer food in exchange. Once we get out, I'll repay you. Just name your price, as long as it's reasonable. We can make a deal." The other two players without storage turned their gazes toward the flat-top man, eagerly awaiting his response. If he agreed, they could follow suit and borrow items as well. After all, they were all housed in the same detention room, making them essentially roommates. It would be unreasonable to favor one over the others. Zhou An'an chose him specifically because he appeared to be the weakest and least intimidating of the four men with storage. The man lifted the hood of his sleeping bag, revealing an expressionless face. He glanced at Zhou An'an and gently shook his head. "Sorry, I only have this one. I fear I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should ask someone else. Don't be so stingy. Besides, I'm not taking it for free. We're from the same place, after all. Isn't it only right to help each other?" Zhou An'an pressed. "If you say no, then it's no. Do you not understand what I'm saying?" Seeing the man's impatience and unwillingness to relent, Zhou An'an's temper flared. Since polite requests had failed, he decided to take matters into his own hands. His eyes glinted as he lunged at the man, a fist raised, aimed directly at his head. Initially, he believed that a single blow would render the man unconscious, allowing him to seize the sleeping bag effortlessly. However, he was taken aback by the man's swift reflexes, which left no room for opportunity. In an instant, the man's body twisted sharply, repositioning his head with remarkable agility. Zhou An'an's punch met with nothing but air, and his fist struck the tiled floor with a resounding thud, followed by a pained cry of despair. Chapter 37. Cold wave. Zhou An'an's hand throbbed painfully, having exerted nearly all his strength in an attempt to fell his opponent with a single blow, hoping to prevent any counterattack. However, his efforts backfired. Not only did he fail to strike the man, but he also injured himself in the process. Grimacing in agony, he momentarily neglected the man before him and cautiously released his grip, only to be met with a surge of excruciating pain, leading him to suspect a fracture in one of his bones. Though the man with the buzz cut had evaded Zhou's attack, he was incensed by the encounter. His arms shot out from the sleeping bag, and one clenched into a fist, striking Zhou An'an squarely in the face. A cry of pain escaped Zhou's lips as his head snapped to the side, the intensity of the blow leaving him to stifle a groan, his body instinctively swaying to one side. By the time he comprehended that he had been struck, he felt a numbing sensation spreading across half his face. "I warned you to refrain from hitting me. If you think I'm an easy target, let me tell you, you've chosen poorly." Zhou An'an glared at his assailant with venomous eyes. The bespectacled man, his gaze as icy as his demeanor, feigned indifference while plotting vengeance. Once they left the police station, he vowed to deal with this insolent youth, fearing that Zhou had developed a deep-seated animosity towards him, which he wished to eliminate. This altercation subdued the others, and although the cold was biting, two of them huddled under blankets to share warmth, ensuring they did not succumb to the freezing temperatures. Only Zhou An'an remained, aching and shivering, filled with resentment yet forced to endure. Little did he know that in his previous life, he had fared far better. In his past existence, Zhou An'an had imparted valuable insights to Zhou An'an after their first exit from the game, causing him to hesitate and ultimately avoid perilous decisions, thus evading capture and confinement. Despite limited resources due to initial funding constraints, he had managed to survive the early stages, later seizing opportunities to acquire a wealth of supplies as chaos erupted. When the game concluded, aside from what he consumed, he returned to the real world laden with valuable resources. However, upon his return, Zhou An'an was not satisfied. He lamented his hardships to Zhou An'an, successfully extracting a substantial portion of supplies from her. In contrast, this iteration of Zhou An'an had kept her knowledge to herself, with Zhou An'an relying solely on information gleaned from the internet, where players predominantly boasted of their acquisitions, rarely sharing survival strategies. The influence of Zhou An'an's experience ultimately led him to take reckless risks, yearning for zero-cost acquisitions during peacetime, culminating in his current predicaments. As the long night passed, dawn finally broke. The police station dispatched 3 vehicles to transfer the prisoners to a designated laboratory. However, the treacherous road conditions provided the prisoners an opportunity to escape. The bespectacled man had intended to seize Zhou An'an in the chaos, but Zhou's agility allowed him to slip away from their grasp almost instantaneously. Indeed, the advantages of a bustling city contrasted sharply with the limitations of a small town. Had this transpired in Baihua Town, the sparse population would have facilitated a much smoother escape for the captors. Zhou An'an did not venture far. He needed to reclaim his space, for without it, he could not store any supplies he might find. A mere backpack would hardly suffice for carrying much, and heavy loads would attract unwanted attention. Thus, he stealthily returned near the police station. Fortunately, the officers remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou's watch could render items invisible, leaving the belongings merely stored on a shelf in an unguarded room. The other 2 prisoners shared Zhou's thoughts, and before long, the trio convened, each understanding their shared objective. Recognizing their common goal, they agreed to collaborate, enhancing their chances of success. As the prisoners fled and the vehicle crashed, the police station received a call, prompting an immediate mobilization of officers to pursue the escaped convicts. Consequently, the police station became less populated. The frigid weather compelled the remaining officers to seek refuge indoors, affording the trio a prime opportunity to infiltrate the police compound. The storage room was devoid of guards, and due to the daylight, no one monitored the surveillance feeds, as it was inconceivable that anyone would dare to trespass in broad daylight. Thus, the trio succeeded in breaching the premises and reclaiming their rightful space, clearing out the room of all its contents, leaving only empty shelves behind. Had their space not been limited to 1 cubic meter, they might have taken the shelves as well. Although they coveted the weapons within the police station, they ultimately acknowledged their limitations and stealthily exited the premises. On the 5th day of the disaster game, the temperatures continued to drop, though the rate of decline had lessened. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -16 degrees Celsius, and the survivors began adapting to the harsh climate. Some individuals donned thick winter jackets, venturing out in search of supplies, while the streets became rife with looting. Zhou An'an had already raided the jewelry store the previous night, though the sound of shattering glass had been deafening, and the piercing alarm blared as she smashed through the display cases to seize the gold jewelry within. No one emerged to investigate. Having pilfered 2 counters of gold bracelets, chains, and necklaces, Zhou An'an ceased her destruction upon finding a safe. She initially intended to pry it open, but soon discovered its formidable security. With no other option, she retrieved a large backpack from her space and filled it with lighter items, just enough to accommodate the entire safe. Though the alarm had yet to attract attention, she understood that lingering too long could invite scrutiny, prompting her to make a hasty exit. She bore no fear of being implicated, for the entire Baihua town had experienced a power outage that afternoon, rendering any surveillance cameras inoperative. The alarm's activation was merely due to its battery backup, which still held a charge, or else it would have remained silent. With her backpack laden, Zhou An'an quickly vacated the area and returned to the guest house. Perhaps due to the late hour and the power outage, rendering heating systems inoperative, few ventured outside, and the shadows of passers-by were fleeting. Upon her return, however, the other guests could not help but notice her bulging backpack. Zhou An'an found herself in a predicament. While it was unsafe to leave her supplies in the room, the safe's contents could not be contained within it. The gold jewelry she had collected would undoubtedly yield substantial resources in future games. Yet the allure of the safe's hidden treasures lingered in her mind. This is an enigmatic 6th sense. Contemplating the skill card acquired by a person named Zheng Chong, she speculates whether there might be a second skill card in this subsequent game. Adhering to the principle of preferring to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 rather than letting a single one escape, she chooses to trust her intuition. Thus, she brings the entire safe back with her. Ignoring the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, Zhou An'an returns to her room, secures the door, and, illuminating the space with a flashlight, unveils the safe. Chapter 38. Cold Wave. The cumbersome safe was positioned right at the entrance, effectively blocking the door. Even if someone outside possessed the key and managed to unlock the door, they would be unable to push it open. Furthermore, should someone possess extraordinary strength to move both the door and the safe, the friction against the ground would inevitably produce a loud noise, alerting Zhou An'an and allowing her to prepare herself, thus avoiding an unexpected attack. Although Zhou An'an had been reincarnated, she never considered herself invincible. Moreover, having met an untimely demise in her previous life, her knowledge was quite limited. She was only aware of the initial games, leaving her in ignorance of subsequent events. Therefore, it would be prudent for her to take advantage of her foresight in the early games, to develop her strength in a discreet manner. It is often said that a swift step leads to further progress, while a slow one results in a sluggish pace. She remained oblivious to whether others had concealed their abilities, as some individuals prefer to amass wealth quietly and would not boast about their fortunes, even if they had received a stroke of luck. Thus, she dared not become complacent. Perhaps it was due to the exertion from her recent sprint, or perhaps her anxiety had overshadowed her awareness of the surrounding temperature. Despite the frigid conditions outside, she had not felt the cold. However, upon returning to her room and settling down, she suddenly became aware of the chill. With dawn yet to break, Zhou An'an switched on her flashlight, removed her shoes and outerwear, and nestled back under the covers. Whatever needed to be addressed could wait until daylight. Attempting to pick the lock with a flashlight was unwise, as it would create noise. During the day, external sounds could somewhat mask it, but in the stillness of night, even the slightest noise might attract attention. Moreover, the lock was not easily tampered with and would require considerable effort. She had already exhausted herself from running, so there was no rush. She had time to delicately explore her options, certain she would eventually discover what lay within. As the sun rose, Zhou An'an rose from her bed, dressed, and engaged in some light stretching. She prepared a bowl of instant noodles, enhancing it with dehydrated vegetables, shrimp, and seaweed, and added a few drops of sesame oil for flavor. The warm broth filled her with comfort, and she savored every drop. Equipped with an axe, hammer, and iron rod, she began the task of breaking into the safe, neglecting to organize the gold jewelry she had collected the previous day. The safe proved to be remarkably robust, and it took her 3 full days to create a gap wide enough for her arm to slip through, disrobing one arm to endure the cold. She reached inside the safe and, using her ring, collected its contents into her spatial storage. After confirming that everything had been retrieved, she donned her clothing once more. After warming herself, she laid out the items she had taken from the safe on her bed. There were 6 boxes, each the size of shoebox. Upon opening them, she discovered an array of gold jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and pendants, an assortment of styles, each encased in transparent plastic bags. Arranging the boxes on her bed, the dazzling gold dazzled her eyes, presenting a truly splendid sight. However, this was not what she sought. From the moment she opened the boxes, an inexplicable rapid heartbeat surged within her. Something was drawing her in, but it was not the gold jewelry. She began extracting the items, quickly accumulating a small pile on her bed. As she reached the bottom layer of the content from the 3rd box, she noticed something peculiar. The color of the bottom of this box differed from that of the previous 2. Hastening her efforts, she soon discerned that the bottom bore a pattern, resembling a promotional card page. Once she removed all the contents, she examined the box closely and realized that it was not merely patterned at the bottom. Rather, a promotional card page had been placed there. The card was the same size as the box's base, making it easy to mistake the pattern as being printed directly on the box if one did not scrutinize it closely. Extracting the card revealed that it was composed of unusually thick and sturdy material, comparable to a bank card, being at least 2 or 3 times its thickness. Beyond that, it appeared unremarkable. Setting the promotional card aside, she emptied the other 3 boxes but found nothing of interest. She returned the gold jewelry to the boxes and stored them away. Despite their seemingly small size, the boxes were surprisingly heavy once filled with precious metals. Zhou An'an repeatedly examined the card in her hands. Its promotional content advertised real estate, though not in Baiwa Town. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, she could not discern any clear information. After all, since entering this game, she had never left Baiwa Town and thus remained uninformed about the outside world. The properties listed on the promotional page were even more mysterious to her. She meticulously inspected every corner of the page, even transcribing the text, pondering whether it contained any cryptic messages. However, after much effort, she was left frustrated and tossed the page on her nightstand, exhausted and ready for sleep. Upon awakening, she resignedly picked up the promotional page again. After half an hour of further examination, she finally noticed something odd. The middle section of the page seemed thicker. Could it be hiding something? With no other discoveries to pursue, Zhou An'an decided to investigate further. Carefully, she began to pry at the edges of the card with a knife. To her surprise, it was not as sturdy as she had anticipated. Within a short time, she created a small gap and inserted the knife tip, gradually widening it. Once it was large enough for her fingers, she pried the card apart, revealing 2 layers. Within lay a translucent light green orb, roughly the size of a mung bean, which had excellent elasticity. Previously compressed between the card layers, the orb's bulging form had gone unnoticed. Pinching the small green sphere between her fingers, she squeezed it firmly, only to have it immediately revert to its original round shape upon release. Pondering the nature of this mysterious object and why it required such concealment, she suddenly heard the game's announcement. Skill ball detected. Would you like to absorb it? A skill ball? This was indeed a skill ball. Ha ha ha. After an arduous search, her efforts bore fruit effortlessly. Initially, she feared that her inability to locate Zheng Chong or the NPC named Mao Yuning meant she would miss the chance to acquire new skills. But unexpectedly, a path had opened before her amidst the challenges. Absorb. What was there to hesitate about? The long-desired object was finally within her grasp. To linger in indecision for even a moment would be a disservice to herself. The player, Tang Yibu, cradled the skill orb in her palm, initiating the absorption countdown after 10 seconds. As the timer commenced, Zhou An'an swiftly pinched the resilient orb between her 2 fingers of her left hand and placed it delicately into the palm of her right. She harbored a hint of selfishness. Prior to absorbing the skill orb, she was uncertain of the skill she would acquire, and she was oblivious to how it would be unleashed. What if the skill she obtained could only be activated with the hand that absorbed it? She was not left-handed, and she found it far more convenient to utilize her right hand. Naturally, it would have been preferable to have no such restrictions, but what if? Chapter 39. Cold Wave 12. She was not inclined to gamble on the possibility, for her left hand was far less agile and convenient than her right. After all, she was not left-handed. Zhou An'an's eyes were fixated on the skill orb, unwavering. Then, as the countdown concluded, the orb began to melt gradually, transforming into a droplet of colorless water. At that moment, her palm resembled a sponge, absorbing the droplet. The process was somewhat slow, taking over a minute for it to be completely absorbed into her palm. When she explored her palm with her fingers, she discovered it was dry. The colorless droplet had entirely permeated her palm, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Uncertain if it was merely a trick of perception, she sensed a faint, cool sensation coursing from her palm up her arm, then to her shoulder, chest, and heart, eventually spreading throughout her body. This sensation lingered for about 5 or 6 minutes before dissipating. At that moment, the game's announcement sounded audible only to her. Congratulations! Player Tang Yuan has acquired the skill teleportation. Each movement covers a distance of 5 meters, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Can this be announced network-wide? If yes, a gift package will be awarded. To her slight disappointment, it was indeed the teleportation skill. Truth be told, she had hoped to acquire a combat skill. This teleportation was evidently intended solely for escape, compounded by its 5-minute cooldown. Nevertheless, she consoled herself. Compared to players who had gained nothing, she had already taken a significant step forward. Humanity learns to be content. From another perspective, teleportation could indeed be seen as a life-saving skill. If used wisely, it could allow her to evade unexpected dangers and perhaps even turn the tide in her favor. As for the system announcement, she was reluctant, yet the allure of the so-called gift package tempted her. After some contemplation, she inquired, "Is it possible to conceal my identity during the system announcement?" "Yes," replied the game's mechanical voice without hesitation. "Conceal identity for the announcement." The game system ceased its vocalizations, and after a little over a minute, it resumed. Announcement concluded. The gift package has been delivered to your space. Please check it. Failure to collect within 24 hours will be deemed a forfeiture, and the package will automatically vanish. Well, she thought. So it operates this way? A package that can disappear if not collected in time. In her past life, she had never received a skill card. Thus, she was unaware of network announcements offering gift packages, much less the notion that they could vanish if not claimed promptly. Glancing at the safe still positioned at the entrance, she deemed it a useful item. If placed at the door, even if someone outside managed to unlock it, they could not enter. Thus, for the time being, she should be safe. She also looked at the window, pleased to see that a security screen had been installed. This quaint and spanned 3 stories. The second and third floors each housed 22 rooms, while the first floor contained only 12, designated for the kitchen, hall, and the owner's residence. The public restroom was situated in the courtyard outside. Zhou An'an's room was on the second floor, likely due to the owner's consideration of safety. After all, many travelers brought their families along, and without protective screens, any mischief from a child could lead to dire consequences for the owner. However, this arrangement inadvertently benefited those players who preferred to remain low-key. As long as they secured the door, they need not worry about anyone climbing through the windows. Zhou An'an retrieved the gift package from her space. The package was square, roughly the size of her palm, wrapped in a layer of wrapping paper adorned with a bow. The superficial presentation was quite well executed. She untied the bow and tore off the outer wrapping, revealing a square box inside. Upon opening it, she discovered a silver-white ring. Beneath the ring lay a piece of paper. Examining the ring closely yielded no discernible features, but the paper revealed usage instructions. This small ring was, in fact, a space-binding device. Moreover, upon use, it would allow the spatial medium to merge seamlessly with her body, rendering it invisible. What a splendid item! This system announcement had indeed proven fruitful. Zhou An'an felt no inclination to check the chat channel for the announcement. Instead, she hurriedly followed the instructions. She took the ring and pressed it against her spatial ring, then silently counted down. After 30 seconds, the ring transformed into a beam of light and merged with the ring, causing her spatial ring to shimmer, assimilating into her finger. Zhou An'an tested it. The spatial location remained on her finger, but the ring was gone, now integrated with her being. A genuine smile graced her lips. Since her rebirth, it seemed her fortunes had shifted. Not only had she acquired a skill card and gained the ability to teleport, but the contents of the gift package were also perfectly aligned with her desires. Zhou An'an felt that this ring was even more practical than the skill card. Having obtained these 2 treasures in quick succession, her previously despondent mood had significantly lifted. Last night, snowflakes began to fall outside, albeit lightly, yet they intensified the already frigid air. Moreover, a gentle wind accompanied the snowfall. Though not fierce, it was quite chilling, and many players found cold gusts seeping through window crevices, further lowering the room temperatures. Fortunately, Zhou An'an had prepared in advance, sealing the gaps in her windows with tape, thus preventing cold drafts from intruding, a commendable measure of warmth. Her thermos now contained hot water, and 2 hot water bottles maintained their warmth. With the pipes frozen, she had resorted to recycling the hot water. Any that cooled would be poured into a basin, collected, and subsequently boiled to refill her thermos. Now that snow had begun to fall, if water became scarce, she could simply gather snow and melt it for hydration. Currently, she could not venture out to cook in the large kitchen, though the gas supply remained intact. Any visible food could attract attention. However, she possessed a portable stove, ensuring a continual supply of hot water and daily warm meals. Thus, her days sequestered in her room were not as arduous as they could have been. Outside, chaos had erupted. The small town had few police officers, incapable of managing the situation. Those still wandering outside were undoubtedly the bold. However, their targets were primarily shops, supermarkets, and clothing stores, with little interest in the souvenir shops. Yet, the calamity had only just commenced, and disorder was only beginning to unfold. While supplies were still accessible, as the disaster worsened, resources would dwindle, and even these establishments would likely succumb to looting. Thus far, no one had targeted their inn. Each establishment housed numerous guests, the majority of whom were players. If anyone were to storm the inn, the outcome of any ensuing conflict was uncertain. Although the snow was light, after 3 consecutive days of falling, it had accumulated into a thick layer. As people braved the cold in search of supplies, the snow underfoot had compacted, making it treacherous and prone to slips. This has also added difficulties to travel. Zhou An'an even learned from the communication channel that some players had inexplicably acquired ice skates and were gliding over the trodden snow, proudly flaunting their finds in the chat. Zhou An'an could not comprehend what was so commendable about this. It was neither edible nor drinkable, and hardly compared to the instant noodles consumed in the morning. On the 19th day of the game, the inn where Zhou An'an resided experienced its first wave of theft. Chapter 40. Cold Wave 13. In a small group of 3 players, their initial intent was to infiltrate a guest house to pilfer some warm supplies, hoping to stumble upon food as an added bonus. However, upon breaching the guest house, they inadvertently found themselves in the room of another player who was far from defenseless. Not only did this player hold their ground against the trio, but they also fought back while shouting, their voice piercing and shrill, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass. The sound was nearly unbearable, threatening to rupture eardrums. The immediate victims of this assault were the 3 would-be thieves, their ears ringing from the sharp cry as blood streamed from their noses. It was evident that this ability was a group attack skill, affecting not only the players in direct confrontation, but also those residing in the guest house. Zhou An'an, startled by the commotion, recalled similar incidents from her previous life. Yet the nature of this scream was unprecedented. It seemed her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect. The sound was anything but ordinary, suggesting that the player who unleashed it possessed a unique skill. Zhou An'an felt a pang of frustration. Had so many skill cards already been revealed in the second game? In her previous life, she had been entirely unaware of this. What she missed? The piercing cry quickly drew the attention of others, and soon, players began pouring out from various rooms. The outcome was predictable. The 3 thieves were caught. Initially, they managed to hold their own against one opponent, but with the influx of reinforcements, they feared for their lives. Fortunately, as the calamity had only just begun, NPCs had yet to become indifferent to life, and the players, still in the early stages of the second game, had not yet become ruthlessly cold-hearted. Moreover, some players were new arrivals, having never faced a situation that disregarded the law, and thus did not consider killing the trio. Under the threat of death, the 3 were compelled to produce supplies from their inventory to buy their lives. With grim faces, they reluctantly extracted their provisions, akin to squeezing toothpaste, until they finally yielded enough to satisfy the crowd, allowing them to leave the guest house. Despite their initial grim expressions while emptying their packs, once expelled, the 3 players wore faces of relief. They had managed to preserve their lives, a delightful surprise indeed. When captured, they had braced for the worst, even composing their last words in their minds. Yet fate had taken a fortunate turn. Curious about the source of the shrill cry, Zhou An'an ventured out, not out of mere curiosity, but to observe the screaming player, who she suspected had acquired skill. It was imperative that she remembered their face, for should they cross paths again, she could be caught off guard by a surprise attack and risk losing her advantage. The scream was truly ear-piercing. Even from behind several walls and doors, it had caused her discomfort, let alone the impact of facing it directly. When Zhou An'an arrived, she assisted in restraining one of the players, and after extorting supplies, she received a packet of seaweed-flavored crackers and 10 gummy candies. Her contribution was minimal. Thus her rewards were modest, yet she felt pleased with her gains. After all, it was a windfall. Every little bit counted. The guest house owner had also played a significant role in the scuffle. 2 players, possessing relatively good stamina, attempted to flee upon sensing danger, only to be swiftly subdued by the owner, who then saw them bound by the oncoming players. After securing a substantial amount of supplies, Zhou An'an remained silent, pursing her lips as she observed the expelled players. While she was aware that killing players would render their items forfeit, making them fair game, Revealing such information could pose a threat to her own safety. After all, who could resist the temptation of seizing unclaimed resources? She dared not gamble on the extent of human greed, even though her space was bound and concealed, rendering it undetectable to others. If someone set their sights on her, it could lead to incessant troubles. Moreover, with her current strength, she might stand a chance against one or two adversaries, but if a small group targeted her, she could find herself in dire straits. There were many seeking warmth in numbers, and such small factions could be found everywhere. For the time being, she did not wish to abandon this sanctuary. The resources in this small town were scarce, and it would not be easy to find another suitable refuge in haste. Therefore, she chose to keep this information under wraps. Yet, this was still a lurking danger. It was merely the second round of the calamity game, and it would not be long before astute individuals began piecing together the facts. After all, in her previous life, the knowledge that space and its contents could be plundered was no longer a secret by the time of her demise. Zhou An'an resolved to impersonate an NPC in future games if circumstances allowed. As long as she was careful not to be seen while storing supplies in her space or retrieving items, she could effectively masquerade as an NPC in front of players. With unexpected gains, everyone was in high spirits. Although the loot from the 3 players was divided among the group, each person received little, yet it was still a boon. The owner of the guest house, displaying a knack for organization, perhaps spurred by the recent events, decided to rally everyone together. This was not only to guard against thieves and robbers, but also to strategize on seizing supplies from others. Despite being a local, his resources were limited, having rented out most of his land, leaving him with only a small vegetable garden. Who could predict how long this inexplicable disaster would last? Would his supplies last until help arrived? As the saying goes, with grain in hand, one can remain calm. Thus, possessing ample supplies was crucial, especially during such extraordinary times. However, the probability of successful raids was low, and defending their territory offered a distinct advantage. Hence, he summoned all players to discuss a plan, dispatching the swiftest among them to fish, luring smaller groups into the open, and then converging to stage a counter-robbery. The group was filled with enthusiasm, eager to participate, and the sense of unity within the guest house soared to unprecedented heights, both players and NPCs wholeheartedly supporting this initiative. After all, having a source of supplies equated to hope, and it was far better to focus their attention on outsiders than on their own kind. As players, they certainly did not want NPCs turning their gaze upon them. Indeed, at this moment, both NPCs and players have been categorized as allies by the owner of the guest house. If not for the passage of time, Zhou An'an felt she might witness the birth of a stronghold. Zhou An'an was not above joining in the fray, quickly blending in with the others. She acted like an ordinary player with little to show in terms of supplies, actively participating in each fishing expedition. Whenever the group gathered to share meals, she feasted on the provisions distributed to her after the fishing trips. Moreover, she always feigned reluctance, eating only until she was moderately full, which rendered her even more akin to one who is deprived of resources. Naturally, no one paid her any attention, for there were certainly many fatter sheep than she. In the days that followed, although the temperature consistently continued to plummet, it sometimes dropped a degree over 2 days, and at other times a degree in a single day. This gradual decline even went unnoticed by some oblivious individuals. Those who were more sensitive at most merely grumbled a few complaints. Damn it, this cursed weather grows colder by the day. Chapter 41. Cold wave on the 23rd day of the disaster game. An unexpected drop in temperature gripped the day, plunging it at least 10 degrees lower than the previous day. The abrupt chill caught everyone off guard, compelling even those who had been fervently fishing and robbing to retreat into the warmth of their homes. The cold was so severe that their breath crystallized in the air, and with limited warm clothing, even staying indoors left them shivering uncontrollably, let alone venturing outside to confront the frigid winds. Zhou An'an, possessing foresight, had prepared the night before by layering her clothing, and upon sensing the morning's temperature shift, she wrapped herself snugly like a bear, securing her door tightly and employing every insulating measure to combat the discomfort brought on by the sudden cold. This drastic temperature change had both advantages and disadvantages for the surviving humans. The downside was evident. Travel became perilous, and most lacked adequate clothing to withstand the cold, halting activities such as fishing, looting, and scavenging for supplies. Conversely, the reduction in people venturing outdoors meant fewer instances of robbery, as if the world had been pressed on pause, leaving only the howling winds and the biting air, occasionally interrupted by debris swirling through the streets. This debris would occasionally strike against glass or metal shutters, producing either dull thuds or sharp clinks. In the wake of resource shortages and societal chaos, moral standards had plummeted, with individuals either scheming against others or guarding themselves against becoming victims. Though the number of those plotting against others had increased, the harsh weather rendered their plans futile, as the risk of venturing outside could lead to freezing to death in the unforgiving cold. After all, no one could predict if the weather would shift again. Zhou An'an, however, was aware but had no intention of stepping outside. Her supplies were sufficient, and she recognized that gathering more would be futile given her limited space. As long as no one put themselves in her line of fire, she preferred to avoid conflict. Moreover, she understood that while the temperature might not drop further today, recklessly going outside posed significant risks. This was only the second round of the disaster game, and her physical condition had not improved substantially, aside from her past experiences. She still ranked among the weaker survivors. The innkeeper had already distributed all the warming supplies, keeping only what was necessary for himself. It was insufficient to meet everyone's needs. The principle of too many people vying for too few resources was painfully evident. Gradually, some guests, unable to endure the cold in their rooms, approached the innkeeper for solutions. However, he had none, as he too was feeling the chill. Although the inn was equipped with air conditioning, electric blankets, and heaters, without electricity, these amenities were rendered useless. As time passed, someone suggested that those who had formed bonds during their stay should gather together for warmth, clustering in the same room to share body heat. The survivors began to form small groups, and the once unified crowd began to exhibit individual thoughts and desires. However, this arrangement did not last long. By the 24th day of the disaster, as temperatures continued to plummet, new strategies needed to be devised. The best solution they could conjure was to build a fire. Braving the biting cold, they scavenged for anything that could burn and returned to create a fire in the common area. The floor, made of polished stone, was safe for a fire, but lighting one on the wooden floors without a fireplace was akin to courting disaster. A fire could easily lead to a catastrophe, endangering everyone's lives. To minimize heat loss, all doors and windows were tightly shut and thick curtains were drawn. Fortunately, the common area was open, allowing for adequate air circulation despite the closures. Zhou An'an chose not to stand out. Blending in was the wisest course of action. Although she resided alone in her room, she still sought out combustible materials to contribute to the collective effort, often returning to the common area to warm herself by the fire. At night, she would retreat to her room to rest. During the day, she would occasionally sneak away to indulge in better provisions, replenishing her energy. Although the nearby mountains were overgrown with vegetation, the season was unsuitable, and the rapid onset of the cold wave rendered the trees unburnable. Setting the mountains ablaze was an entirely different matter. Thus, finding combustible materials proved challenging, leaving them to huddle around the meager fire they had managed to create. Thanks to the fire, they could enjoy warm meals and hot drinks. Yet many kept their rations hidden, so what they consumed in front of others was rather modest. More than half of the inhabitants, like Zhou An'an, discreetly returned to their rooms to eat. Although everyone was aware of this, no one dared to expose each other's secrets. Moreover, those able to do so were primarily players. The indigenous residents lacked space and had their supplies on display. On the 25th day of the disaster game, around 9 a.m., heavy snow began to fall from the sky, with flakes the size of a quarter, quickly blanketing the ground in white. In the realm of this game, such snowfall was unprecedented. In reality, such a sight would incite panic. Yet, whether the NPCs were oblivious or accustomed to such weather, no one expressed shock at the heavy snowfall, merely muttering curses and complaints. Players, too, remained unfazed. In a game world where anything could happen, they would likely adapt even to blades falling from the sky. The snowfall not only intensified the cold, but also hindered travel as it accumulated rapidly, soon reaching knee-deep levels after just 2 hours. The severity of the snowfall and the speed at which it fell were evident, compounded by fierce winds that knocked the lighter individuals off their feet and into the snow. This made the quest for combustible materials even more arduous, yet the need for warmth was undeniable. On the 26th day of the disaster game, the previously collected combustible materials had all but burned away. To keep the fire alive, they reluctantly turned their attention to the inn's furniture. Despite the toxic fumes produced by burning painted items, at this moment, survival took precedence over safety, leaving the innkeeper feeling utterly helpless. Had he foreseen such inclement weather? Had he anticipated the cessation of water, electricity, and gas, he would have procured a heating stove and secured 10 or 8 tons of coal. Alas, one cannot purchase foresight with wealth. Although it pains him deeply to incinerate the furniture he painstakingly acquired, the current meteorological conditions show no signs of improvement. On the contrary, they seem to be worsening. In this dire situation, if he does not burn the furniture, allowing the fire to extinguish, whether he can endure until dawn remains an uncertainty. Chapter 42. Cold way for the sake of his own survival. He nodded in agreement. In truth, descent was not an option. After all, there were only the two of them, while the group of tenants numbered over a dozen. If he dared to object, they would certainly disregard his wishes. Their inquiry was merely a formality, as their cooperative arrangement had become a matter of mutual interest, complicating the dynamics of their interactions. The collective action was surprisingly swift. Before long, the hall was filled with a substantial pile of damaged furniture. With combustible materials at hand, the fire in the hall blazed back to life. To be candid, burning such items produced a considerable amount of smoke, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Although Zhou An'an was uncertain of the gas's toxicity, she made a conscious effort to limit her time in the hall. Even when present, she wore a mask, ensuring it remained on throughout. Despite the game's conclusion clearing all negative statuses from her body, she was unwilling to inhale such fumes, especially with only a few days remaining in the game. On the 27th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an spent merely over 2 hours in the hall, divided into several intervals. The rest of her time was spent in her room, where she felt adequately prepared compared to others. Even if it was a bit chilly, she would not succumb to the cold. Outside, the snow continued to fall, accumulating to at least 5 to 1, 6 meters, rendering it impossible for shorter individuals to see above it. However, Zhou An'an felt no concern, for her memories indicated that snowfall of this thickness typically signaled an impending halt. Sure enough, as noon approached, the blizzard abated. Yet with such deep snow, venturing outside was out of the question, and everyone was compelled to remain indoors. Fortunately, having looted ample supplies in the preceding days, they would not starve even if they couldn't venture out for food. As some individuals with supplies chose not to dine in the hall, the number of occupants dwindled. Of course, like Zhou An'an, there were those who spent more time in their rooms, but occasionally ventured to the hall for a stroll. The ceiling of the single-story lodge was approximately 5 to 4 meters high, so even with nearly 2 meters of snow, air circulation was not severely impeded, given that the lodge had more than one level. Nevertheless, due to the heavy snow cover, access to the rooftop was obstructed, causing concern among the residents about the potential for the building to collapse under the weight. The owner shared these worries. Thus, on the 28th day of the disaster game, the owner gathered all surviving individuals to inform them of the necessity to clear the accumulated snow. Although no one was particularly enthusiastic about it, the prospect of the house collapsing loomed over them all. Zhou An'an supported this decision wholeheartedly. In her previous life, many players had perished in the final stages of the game when their homes collapsed, burying them alive. Those fortunate enough to escape immediate death often succumbed to suffocation beneath the snow. However, the door leading to the rooftop was sealed, and as it swung outward, they had no choice but to work together to remove the door panel, lest they remain trapped. The owner cleared 2 empty rooms to serve as temporary storage for the snow removed from above. The door leading to the rooftop was situated near its center, thus creating a need for a path wide enough for a person to pass through to facilitate the removal of snow from the rooftop below. The fervent activity made the cold feel less biting. Even though hands, feet, and faces grew colder, The bodies remained warm, with some even breaking into a sweat. By the end of the day, roughly half of the snow on the rooftop had been cleared. The initial effort to carve out a pathway was laborious, but subsequent work proved far easier, as it merely involved transporting snow down. However, as they moved the snow, they consciously avoided the front of the house, directing their efforts to the other three sides. On the morning of the 29th day of the disaster game, after another busy morning, the snow on the rooftop was finally cleared, granting everyone a sense of relief that the threat of collapse had diminished. Perhaps the recent snow removal efforts had made the cold feel less severe, for even after completing the rooftop, some individuals enthusiastically began clearing the snow from the entrance in the afternoon. Zhou An'an opted not to join the afternoon snow-clearing activities. Her supply of warm clothing was ample, and with only a day and a half remaining until the game's conclusion, she felt that if her current trajectory mirrored that of her past life, significant dangers were behind her. The remaining concerns pertained solely to her fellow survivors, as many were depleting their supplies and might resort to theft to stave off hunger. The lodge had evidently sidestepped this predicament, as the prior looting and counter-looting actions had left everyone with at least some supplies, ensuring they could endure the next few days. When their food supplies dwindled, and they contemplated taking from others, it would coincide with the final stages of the game. Thus, on the afternoon of the 29th day, while most busily cleared snow outside, Zhou An'an began to inventory her provisions. She endeavored to store as much as possible in her spatial compartment, quickly filling the 2 cubic meters available. Observing the remaining food and water, she realized there was enough to last her through the next couple of days. The surplus of items that she could neither consume nor carry would inevitably benefit the NPCs in the lodge. If this were a genuine world rather than a mere collection of data, the calamity would persist even after their departure. Conversely, if it were simply a compilation of data, it would dissolve upon their exit. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an leaned towards believing in the authenticity of this world, hoping that this cold wave was merely an isolated incident rather than the prologue to a true apocalypse. On the 30th day of the disaster game, she anticipated a tranquil day ahead. Yet, unexpectedly, someone knocked on her door that afternoon. Zhou An'an frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Regardless of the reasons behind the visitor's actions, she could not help but assume the worst. As the knocking grew more insistent, she reluctantly approached the door to open it. Standing outside were 4 individuals. One was the lodge owner, accompanied by 3 others, 2 men and a woman. Chapter 43. Cold Wave 16. As the door swung open, the boss spoke first. "Miss Zhou, our supplies are running low, and to prevent anyone from starving, we have decided, after discussion, to consolidate all our resources and share a communal meal. Would you like to join us? Is that to say we will be sharing a communal pot?" Zhou An'an mused, noting that participation seemed to be voluntary at this stage. She had no objections to dining together, as her own space was already brimming with provisions, leaving no room for additional items. Moreover, the food in her room was either surplus or unsalvageable, and she was willing to leave the leftovers for the others. Contributing her supplies would also mitigate the risk of others coveting her possessions, even if such reprieve would be fleeting. With only a little over a day remaining until the game's conclusion, nodding, she replied, "All right, but I don't have much left." As she spoke, she stepped aside to allow the others entry. The remaining items, aside from those tightly packed in her space, included some high-calorie foods, several sausages, and 3 bottles of mineral water that she had cleverly hidden away. The rest lay openly displayed. "This is all I have left. Please take it." Zhou An'an gestured toward the assortment. While she perceived her offerings as modest, the others were visibly astonished. The table was adorned with a dozen packets of instant noodles, 2 large hams, 2 bags of dried noodles, 7 or 8 packets of pickled vegetables, and 4 bottles of water. If rationed carefully, these supplies could sustain them for several days. Notably, with the noodles, if one added ample water during cooking, each could enjoy a bowl of broth-laden noodles, providing at least a temporary satisfaction. Water was abundant. Despite the current lack of running water, the outside world was blanketed in snow, and one could easily dig up clean snow to melt for drinking. The others were genuinely taken aback, perhaps considering Zhou An'an's generosity unparalleled. She was not the first person they approached. Previous individuals with supplies had been reluctant to share, while those with scant provisions could contribute little even if they chose to participate. Who else would be as magnanimous as Zhou An'an, willing to relinquish all her resources? Though it was possible she had stashed some away privately, it was of little consequence, for her contributions were undoubtedly the most substantial. The group, buoyed by her generosity, eagerly departed with the supplies. Before leaving, the boss reminded Zhou An'an to join them for the meal at the appointed time, to which she nodded in agreement. As on the surface, she had run out of supplies, and failing to join them might raise suspicion. When mealtime arrived, and Zhou An'an had yet to appear, someone came specifically to knock on her door, urging her to join the feast. In the common area, 7 or 8 individuals sat closely around the fire, each receiving a bowl of soup with scant noodles and 3 biscuits. Zhou An'an quickly finished her portion, and just as she intended to leave, the boss called out to her again, "Miss Zhou, please wait. Earlier this afternoon, we discussed something you may not be aware of since you weren't present." They had contemplated that their supplies would eventually deplete, and given the deep snow outside, it was uncertain when it would melt. Thus, they planned to establish a pathway outside to see if they could unearth any resources buried beneath the snow. Zhou An'an pursed her lips. Truth be told, she had no desire to partake in such endeavors, especially with only a day left in the game. With sufficient food and drink at her disposal, she saw no reason to endure unnecessary hardship. However, upon reflection, she acquiesced, realizing that those gathered around the fire for dinner were likely not players, but rather NPCs. Players, possessing resources and facing the imminent conclusion of the game, would naturally hesitate to share their belongings, preferring to retain them for their return to reality. After all, their original world was one of scarcity, and such provisions would prove invaluable. In the face of survival, selfishness was hardly a fault. Since the NPCs would be venturing out to clear snow the following day, she resolved to disguise herself as one of them. The next morning after breakfast, everyone armed themselves with tools. After the boss oriented them towards the door, they commenced clearing the pathway. Zhou An'an noted that, in addition to the meal gathering, 2 new individuals, 1 male and 1 female, had joined them. The boss had cleverly divided everyone into 2 teams. One group would shovel snow while the other warmed themselves by the fire, rotating as needed to prevent anyone from becoming overly fatigued while safeguarding their existing supplies. While the atmosphere here was relatively peaceful by evening, it became evident that a conflict had erupted among some players upstairs, culminating in one being killed. Zhou An'an felt a sense of disbelief at this stage of the game. Such a death seemed utterly unwarranted. Yet, she harbored no sympathy. Each individual had their own choices to make and bore the responsibility for those choices. After dinner, Zhou An'an returned to her room, secured the door, and moved 2 chairs to block the entrance before consuming the remaining items that could not fit in her space. Once finished, she returned the chairs to their original position. With the game set to conclude at midnight, she had no intention of sleeping, especially after the earlier fatality. Who could predict whether others might resort to treachery in these final moments? She was determined not to falter at the last opportunity. Her suspicions were confirmed around 10:30 p.m. when she heard noises outside her door, reminiscent of someone attempting to pick the lock. Zhou An'an swiftly retrieved a hammer from her space, concealing herself in the shadows. She preferred not to use a knife, fearing the glint might betray her position. After a few minutes, the door creaked open, and a shadowy figure crept in on tiptoe. Zhou An'an held her breath, waiting as the intruder approached her bedside. With a sudden motion, she raised the hammer and struck at the back of the intruder's head. The figure, tall in stature, offered some challenge in reaching, but it was not insurmountable. Upon feeling the impact, the intruder instinctively recoiled to the side. Chapter 44. The conclusion of the second game, regrettably. Zhou An'an was not a true novice. Having experienced a lifetime, she had long since become ruthless, devoid of any psychological burden or hesitation when it came to killing. Thus, the hammer struck down relentlessly, each blow stronger than the last. Although the man managed to evade the first strike, the hammer grazed his head, eliciting a muffled cry of pain. Damn it! One side of his head throbbed with agony, yet there was no time to pause and assess the damage. Before he could react, the second blow followed swiftly. To his dismay, Zhou An'an had already altered her approach with this second strike. Perhaps she had anticipated his anticipation. She wielded the hammer as if it were a sword, delivering a fierce blow to his neck from the side. The impact was deafening, leaving him gasping for breath, his limbs becoming uncoordinated. Seizing the advantage, Zhou An'an continued her relentless assault, striking at his neck and head with reckless abandon until the man collapsed. It would be more accurate to say he slumped half onto the bed, blood splattering across the sheets. The illumination tool he had been holding fell to the ground, and Zhou An'an picked it up, discovering it was a flashlight, albeit obscured by several layers of cloth, emitting only a faint glow. This was critical. Without the moonlight on such a dark night, and with the snow outside blocking any light, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to find their way to the bedside without tripping. The dim glow allowed Zhou An'an to perceive her target as if he were a living target. She removed the cloth from the flashlight, revealing the scene before her. The bed was soaked in blood, the man's head a grotesque mess, unrecognizable save for the fact that he was indeed male. Yet, with his demise, his previous identity held little significance, and Zhou An'an had no desire to delve deeper. Glancing at the time, she noted that there was just over an hour until the game concluded. Given the bloody scene on the bed, it was clear she could no longer lie there, so she opted for a chair instead. The ensuing moments were uneventful as she contemplated the possibility that this man was a player. Thus, he likely possessed a spatial storage. After killing the woman in the previous game, she had neglected to seek out the spatial aspect, a habit formed from her past life. She flicked on a flashlight, stifling her disgust as she began to search the corpse. Since the man was deceased, his spatial storage had become unclaimed property. Anything she could grasp would reveal its existence. Zhou An'an methodically checked the man's possessions. The watch on his wrist was not the answer, nor was the ring on his finger, and the jade pendant around his neck yielded nothing. Finally, she discovered that he wore a shirt beneath his clothing, and this shirt contained the spatial storage. This would suffice for the time being. Although he had succumbed in the final moments of the game, his space measured 2 cubic meters. The man's storage was filled with various items, though not to capacity, allowing Zhou An'an to gather and stow away everything she could from the room. She then shed her outer cotton coat, donning the oversized shirt beneath it. As time ticked away, the moment of the game's conclusion arrived. After a brief moment of disorientation, the map shifted. The previously pitch-black night transformed into a bright landscape. Due to the time discrepancy, she returned to the real world just after midnight. The morning sun crested the horizon, casting gentle rays that illuminated the land, while a light mist lingered in the cool air. Zhou An'an exhaled in relief. She had finally returned. After a bath and a brief rest, she began to sort through the items in her 2 spaces. She had no intention of keeping the shirt, as it was tailored for men and quite oversized, rendering it unsuitable for her. Eventually, she would sell it, but there was no rush. Even if she entered the next game, her space would only be 3 cubic meters. This 2 cubic meter shirt could serve her for a time until she expanded her storage or found a more discreet option to sell. As was customary, the lottery proceeded, yielding the same lackluster rewards from her previous life. Thank you for your patronage. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an had also returned from the game world. His experience had been fraught with hardship. Early on, when societal orders still prevailed, he had attempted to acquire items for free, only to be reported and apprehended by the authorities. Having missed the initial opportunity to gather resources, he eventually escaped, but was left with little time for collection. He found himself joining forces with fellow inmates to pilfer and rob. His moral compass was hardly rigid, and entering a survival game meant such ethics were cast aside. After all, he needed to gather supplies not only to survive but to bring back to the real world. His beloved Jia awaited him, and he envisioned her delight upon seeing the bounty of resources he would return with. Moreover, he yearned to flaunt his success to his less capable sister, demonstrating that he could amass supplies without her assistance. Each time he contemplated this, he was eager to witness Zhou An'an's face filled with regret. Unfortunately, while the beginning of the game had gone well, as time progressed, their ill-gotten gains dwindled, leading to infighting among their makeshift group. Had it not been for his own ruthlessness, he might have found himself as yet another casualty in the game. In the later stages, he had attempted to locate Zhou An'an, inquiring with many, only to find no one had any information about her. Resigned, he abandoned his search. He even considered seeking her out in the chat room, but everyone used pseudonyms, obscuring her true identity. Without knowledge of her nickname, he could not recognize her even if she spoke. Upon entering the game, some information became accessible, and through encounters with seasoned players, he learned more about spatial storage. For instance, each time one participated in a game, their spatial capacity would automatically increase by 1 cubic meter. Chapter 45. The Disparity. Initially, he sought to find Zhou An'an with the intention of transferring the supplies he had gathered into her space for safekeeping. After all, as a newcomer to the game, his storage was limited to merely 1 cubic meter, which rendered his capacity to carry resources woefully inadequate. However, to his dismay, he could not locate her. As circumstances grew increasingly challenging, he ultimately had no choice but to abandon this plan. While a cubic meter of space could accommodate a substantial amount of food, internal strife led to unexpected hostility directed at him, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of his supplies, most of which were provisions. Consequently, when he exited the game, only 1/3 of his cubic meter was filled with food. The remainder was occupied by various other items. Yet, even in this predicament, Zhou An'an brimmed with pride, for these items had long since vanished from the real world. After all, crops could not be cultivated within the safe zone, and any wild produce was often claimed by birds and other animals, with some succumbing to natural disasters. This scarcity not only rendered food hard to come by, but also made it exceedingly difficult to procure anything of quality. Even wealth could not guarantee access to sought-after items, as they were in high demand. At that moment, Zhou An'an laid out the contents of his space upon the bed, while the couple eagerly assessed the bounty they had returned with. "Darling, you are incredible. You even managed to find chocolate. I can hardly recall the last time I tasted this," Tang Xuejia exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she playfully squeezed her voice in a flirtatious manner. Zhou An'an chuckled, wholly forgetting the peril he had faced to retrieve those few pieces of chocolate. "Who is your husband? He is no ordinary man. Of course, my dear loves such treats, so I would go to great lengths to procure them for you." Zhou An'an beamed with pride. "Look at this. This is the disparity. Just a few pieces of chocolate, and my family is elated beyond measure, showering me with praise. If it were my less-than-ideal sister, she would scarcely utter a kind word. Indeed, the old adage rings true. A fine sword belongs to a hero, and flowers are bestowed upon a beauty. Even the finest treasures must be offered to someone like Jia to garner appreciation. Were they given to Zhou An'an, she might well complain about the futility of collecting such items, insisting he should have gathered more staple foods instead. "Thank you, dear husband. I knew you were the best to me. I love you," Tang Xuejia exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhou An'an's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Her joy evident. Whether her heart mirrored this happiness remained a mystery. That kiss nearly swept Zhou An'an off his feet, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Darling, look what I have." Zhou An'an presented an exquisite box to Tang Xuejia like a prized treasure. The moment she held it, her excitement erupted. "Husband, you are too wonderful. I adore this gift," she gushed, eagerly tearing open the wrapping. Inside lay a cosmetics set, complete with toner, foundation, concealer, repair cream, and luxurious eye cream. Everything a woman could desire. This gift struck a chord with Tang Xuejia, clearly more cherished than the chocolate. Although cosmetics were available, their exorbitant prices made them unattainable for the likes of them. On rare occasions, when they found themselves with a bit of spare cash, purchasing even a small jar of face cream was a painful decision, as they watched their points dwindle. Now, seeing her husband return from the bathroom with an entire set of cosmetics for her was utterly delightful. She could hardly contain her joy. As they meticulously sorted through their supplies, their exhilaration was palpable. At this moment, their bond appeared exceptionally strong, as a majority of the items Zhou An'an had brought back had been selected with Tang Xuejia in mind. Each gift delighted her, from clothing to shoes, bags to makeup. The least favored items were merely household goods that had been hastily gathered. Had Zhou An'an been present, she would undoubtedly have sighed at the folly of romantic infatuation. questioning the wisdom of collecting frivolous items when they should focus on gathering long-lasting provisions. With only a few minutes to gather resources before the next game, every second counted. Not everyone would have the opportunity to scavenge for food upon landing, so the only viable option was to retain a portion of supplies in their space, ensuring survival for the 30 days post-game. Otherwise, they would be left to resort to consuming the grotesque remains of monstrous creatures, a repulsive prospect indeed. Zhou An'an had tasted that horror before. The experience was profoundly distasteful. This time around, she would ensure her provisions were ample, refusing to share with those burdensome relatives. The items she had collected were more than sufficient. As she prepared to secure 30 days' worth of supplies before the next game, she resolved to gather whatever she could within the first frantic minutes, without concern for classification. Food and water were paramount, and anything else was merely a bonus. Seeing his wife so elated filled Zhou An'an with a sense of bliss and fulfillment. I shall take a day off today. Tomorrow, let us visit my sister. This time, I'm certain she has brought back something as well. We shall catch her in the act and see how she attempts to justify herself. With this thought, Zhou An'an felt a swell of pride and anticipation. However, the next day, as Zhou An'an was lost in dreams, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted her awake. She felt an indescribable irritation rise within her. There was no need to guess who it was. Zhou An'an and his spouse, undoubtedly. The relentless knocking was akin to a summons, loud and insistent, a rhythm only someone as foolish as Zhou An'an would employ. As for their reason for visiting, Zhou An'an could surmise with the slightest thought. They likely wished to flaunt the considerable haul Zhou An'an had brought back from the game, perhaps with the ulterior motive of extracting some benefit from her as well. She reached for her pre-prepared earplugs, inserting them into her ears, and pulled the blanket over her head, resolutely ignoring the incessant knocking at her door. Chapter 46. Let it go. The couple knocked on the door for quite some time, to the point that even the neighbors began to complain. However, Zhou An'an showed no intention of opening the door. Frustrated, the couple had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Their attempt to boast had failed, leaving their hearts as heavy as if stuffed with cotton, and even the joy of successfully bringing back supplies from the game world had been diminished. They returned home feeling quite dejected. Zhou An'an spent the entire day indoors, alternating between sleeping and organizing her supplies, or simply staring blankly into space. It is said that this couple never learns their lesson. The very next morning, they returned, but this time they had made some progress. They called the police, although they wanted the officers to accompany them to knock on her door. The police quickly located Zhou An'an's phone number based on the information they provided and called her to confirm whether she was truly missing. After all, in this day and age, going missing generally implied entering a game without the hope of returning alive. The call was soon connected. Hello, who is this? I'm an officer from the Public Security Bureau. May I ask if you're Zhou An'an? Yes, officer. I am Zhou An'an. May I inquire what the matter is? Zhou An'an was fully aware of the situation and knew that it was likely instigated by her troublesome brother and sister-in-law. But she feigned ignorance for the sake of the call. Do you have a brother named Zhou An'an and a sister-in-law named Tang Xuejia? Yes, what about them? Did they enter the game and fail to come out alive? However, if they died in the game, I cannot retrieve their bodies. On the other hand, if there is an inheritance, I would be willing to accept that. Zhou An'an recognized that the couple was likely nearby, as she could hear their breathing and faint voices in the background, indicating that they were on speakerphone. Thus, she deliberately chose to speak in a manner that would irritate them. The officer was taken aback. What kind of siblings were these, wishing ill upon one another? The brother suspected the sister was dead in the game, while the sister suspected the same of her brother. The most absurd part was that both of them were eager to inherit from the other. The brother spoke with some subtlety, while the sister's words were so blunt it left one at a loss for how to respond. Their sibling relationship had become quite peculiar. The officer did not doubt his assessment. He was certain that both siblings were secretly hoping for each other's demise. He cast a meaningful glance at the couple before him, which made Tang Xuejia uneasy and Zhou An'an's expression darken. Well, they're currently at the Public Security Bureau. However, they reported that you might be dead in the game, and they requested we pry open your door to check if you were at home. The officer had no intention of shielding them, promptly revealing the truth. Huh, Is it that they wish to ascertain whether I am deceased so they can inherit my possessions? Please inform them that even in death, I would not leave them a single thing. Prior to entering the game last time, I had the matter notarized. Should I perish, all my belongings will be donated to the Federation, which will then distribute them to those in need, excluding my dear brother and sister-in-law. The call was indeed on speaker, so everyone present heard her words clearly. The police officers, not only the one on the phone, began to cast peculiar glances at the couple, their expressions a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Zhou An'an could no longer maintain his composure, and Tang Xuejia's face darkened further. Zhou An'an, is that any way to speak? I am your brother. A brother who exploits his sister without lifting a finger? Such a brother I can do without. You should leave while you can. We have long since parted ways. We are now two separate families. Please stop harassing me. An'an, do not speak of your brother in such a manner. He is genuinely concerned for you. You do not know, but he too entered the game this time and barely escaped with his life. As soon as he exited, he came looking for you, worried for your safety. Tang Xuejia, cease your theatrics. Others may not know your true nature, but I certainly do. Your concern for my well-being is a fade. What you truly want is to see how much I have brought back from the game, so you can seize it for yourselves. Don't try to use your feigned worry as a pretext. You ought to know that I have been avoiding home ever since I emerged from the game, only staying with friends to evade your attempts to take advantage of me. You lack self-awareness and even think to incite the police to pry open my door. Let me make this clear. I have no siblings like you. From now on, we shall part ways. Let us not pretend to know one another. Zhou An'an was no longer interested in engaging with them in pretense. The couple was as bothersome as chewing gum stuck to her shoe, and she preferred to confront the situation directly rather than endure endless entanglements every time she returned from a game. After all, even if she did not encounter them the next game, she would surely remember them in her subsequent life. Furthermore, by the fourth game, Tang Xuejia would also be drawn into the game world, and at that time, she would settle old scores alongside new ones. Officer, this is the situation. My well-being is my own responsibility. If they report anything concerning me in the future, I shall refuse to cooperate. Please inform them that whether I am alive or dead, they should not covet what belongs to me. I will not give them even a fraction. The officer smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, understood. After hanging up, he turned to the couple. You both heard that call. I did not expect your relationship to be so strained. May I ask, are you truly siblings? It sounds as if there is a deep-seated grudge between you. Mistake. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou An'an quickly forced a strained smile. My sister has always been rebellious and disobedient. Perhaps she resents me for being too controlling. Anyway, since my sister is fine, we will not bother you any longer. We shall take our leave now. With that, he wore a forced smile, nodded at the surrounding officers, and hurriedly pulled Tang Xuejia away from the Public Security Bureau. Their retreating figures seemed rather flustered. Chapter 47. Entering the third game as the phone call ended, a wave of clarity washed over her. She realized that her previous thoughts had been misguided. She had been overly cautious about alarming the enemy. In retrospect, what was the harm in causing a stir? With her foresight from a past life, even if she could not eliminate him in one go, opportunities would arise again. Though the game world had its laws, they were merely formalities in the early stages. Chaos reigned in later phases, rendering concerns for life and death trivial. Once she meticulously organized all the supplies at hand, Zhou An'an set aside a portion intended for exchange for points. It was common knowledge now that many players returned from the game world with resources and with her space already bound. She simply stored the items meant for point conversion in her space before heading to the exchange area. The supplies she traded accounted for a significant portion of her space, yielding 500 points. The modest exchange amount was due to the low value of the items she opted to trade. Given the challenges of resource collection in the upcoming game, she needed to reserve enough for her own consumption over the next 10 days, as well as for the next round of the game. With two cubic spaces at her disposal, her space would expand by another cubic meter upon her next entry into the game, totaling 5 cubic meters. The time for resource collection in the game was fleeting, so the remaining space would suffice. Reflecting on her accomplishments in the 2 previous games, she had earned a total of 2,000 points, with each game yielding 1. 000 points. Additionally, she had acquired a teleportation skill, which she believed could be upgraded with her current points. Upon returning home, she eagerly accessed her personal panel. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength. 5 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 5 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skill, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points, equipment. None available attribute points. 2 points. 2000 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated to her surprise, in addition to the 2000 points. She had unexpectedly gained 2 attribute points. After reviewing her stats, she allocated the points to her lowest attributes, strength and speed, raising both to 6. Her mental attribute had also inexplicably increased by 1. Opening the teleportation skill, she discovered that the first upgrade required only 500 points. Without hesitation, she chose to upgrade it. Congratulations to player Sugar is no longer sweet for successfully upgrading the teleportation skill. Maximum movement distance is now 10 meters. Cooldown time remains at 5 minutes, and upgrades can be purchased with points. While the upgrade results were not entirely satisfactory, Zhou An'an did not regret spending her points, as it was currently her sole skill. Perhaps it was the fallout from her previous conflicts or her claim of residing with a friend that led the two individuals to believe they would find no one at her place. They had not appeared in her sight since. Certainly, this was also due to her own seclusion, as she had been focused on awakening her mental power, intrigued by the recent increase in her mental attribute. During this time, she invested 3,000 points to purchase a tutorial from the official source on awakening mental power. Indeed, the world she inhabited possessed mental power, but those who awakened it were exceedingly rare. The benefits of awakening included an enhanced ability to sense danger, and, for those with particularly high mental power, the capability to probe into areas beyond normal sight. Of course, the range of such abilities depended on the level of mental power. In her previous life, Zhou An'an had never attempted to awaken her mental power, as she had never experienced an increase in her mental attributes, nor had she ever considered or exerted effort in that direction. She was unaware of the necessary thresholds for awakening. The data on her personal panel was only accessible to those who had entered the game. Ordinary individuals could not view their own stats. Thus, those rare few who had awakened their mental power relied solely on their own exploration. Regardless, Zhou An'an was determined to give it a try. Even if she could not awaken her mental power, a fortuitous accident might still lead to an increase in her mental attribute. With sufficient mental power, she believed that awakening would eventually come to her. Thus, during these days, she devoted most of her time to meditation, oblivious to the rumors Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia had been spreading about her. Even if she had known, she would have remained indifferent. After all, in a world where survival was paramount, everyone was too preoccupied with their own lives to pay attention to one another. As for Zhou An'an herself, she was merely an inconspicuous figure. What did it matter if rumors circulated about her? Only the longtime neighbors in the same building recognized her. However, they had lived together for years and were well aware of the sibling rivalry, so they would not blindly believe the rumors. Time passed unnoticed, and as the final day approached, Zhou An'an concluded her meditation. Today, she decided to rest and prepare for the impending cataclysm game, as meditation also brought a form of mental fatigue. She needed to be in optimal condition for the upcoming challenge. As the countdown reached 0, Zhou An'an re-entered the game. Upon her arrival, she was momentarily taken aback. The scene into which she had landed was vastly different from her previous experience. In her past life, she had landed on a train, which had just begun to approach the station. When the train finally halted, she had followed the crowd to the exit, only managing to purchase a few snacks from a small shop nearby, mindful of not exposing her space. She could only buy in small quantities, filling a single shopping bag. Finding a secluded area devoid of surveillance to store her items in her space, disaster struck suddenly, leading her into a frantic cycle of hiding and fleeing. In that moment, all resources in that world turned to dust. Thankfully, she had been quick to react, stowing away her meager supplies in her space. Otherwise, she would have lost everything. Chapter 48. Global digitalization. It is far more likely that she would not survive the early stages of this game. After all, without food or water. One would inevitably perish from hunger. The items she had previously brought from the gaming world had nearly all been given away to that treacherous couple, leaving her with scant supplies upon entering the game. However, this time would be different. Her current stockpile was sufficient to sustain her for at least 30 days. Even if she were to acquire no additional resources, starvation would not be a concern. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhou An'an quickly regained her composure. She had landed in the bustling streets of a metropolis, right next to a supermarket. She was indeed fortunate. While her supplies were ample enough to see her through the game, one could never have too much. With 5 cubic meters of space at her disposal, she could certainly stockpile even more essentials. Although time was of the essence and she lacked currency in this dimension, it mattered little. With global digitalization imminent, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to gather supplies. With this thought in mind, she dashed into the nearby supermarket, pushing a shopping cart as she entered. Making a beeline for the grocery section, she swiftly arrived at the aisle for ham and bread, scanning the shelves and tossing items into her cart with remarkable speed, filling it halfway in just 2 or 3 minutes. She then proceeded to the alcoholic beverages section, adding 2 cases of milk to her cart en route, and began selecting bottled water and soft drinks. As her cart neared capacity, she hurried to the snack aisle, not so much for treats, but primarily for a variety of biscuits, which serve as both sustenance and a source of high calories. In her race against time before global digitalization, she shopped with incredible efficiency, soon filling her cart to the brim. The alarm had yet to sound. When the alarm finally rang, 3 piercing tones lasting 3 seconds, global digitalization commenced. Zhou An'an quickly maneuvered her cart closer to the biscuit shelves, her hands poised atop the cart. The supplies she had brought with her were stored in a newly acquired space, leaving her ring space empty. Upon entering the game, her space had unexpectedly expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 3. As the first shrill note of the alarm echoed, everyone instinctively turned to gaze outside, though the shelves and walls obscured their view. However, Zhou An'an was unconcerned with their curiosity. In that instant, her cart and its contents vanished without a trace. Just then, a passerby with their own cart craned their neck to peer outside upon hearing the alarm, and Zhou An'an seized the opportunity to stow away their cart as well. She swiftly placed her hand on the shelves and began to sprint, focused solely on collecting as much as possible, regardless of the items. Were it not for the limited capacity of her space, she would have taken the entire shelf with her, avoiding such complications. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds had elapsed. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, all the surrounding supplies disintegrated into dust, including the supermarket shelves, displays, checkout counters, and shopping carts. Everything except the buildings and the people remained. Panic ensued as some individuals fled the supermarket in a frenzy, with others quickly following suit. Zhou An'an blended into the crowd, swiftly escaping the supermarket. The street outside was left barren, save for pedestrians and a thick cloud of dust. All forms of transportation had disintegrated in an instant. Those who had emerged from the supermarket and other shops were stunned, unsure of how to react. They were fortunate, in a sense. After all, they had only lost supplies nearby. Those in vehicles were merely shaken during the disappearance of their transport. Yet, those aboard planes or ships were not so lucky, plummeting from great heights or sinking into the sea, facing certain doom. Taking a deep breath, Zhou An'an quietly slipped away to the side. In those final moments at the supermarket, she could not guarantee that her actions had gone unnoticed. So she needed to distance herself from the scene. Not straying far, she quickly entered a nearby building, climbing the stairs until she reached the 3rd floor. There, she found a restroom and slipped inside. When she emerged, her attire had changed completely. Even her shoes were different. Her long hair, once styled in a bun, was now tied back in a high ponytail. Moreover, she had retrieved a pair of black-framed glasses from her space, donning them with care. With this new appearance, she felt confident that she would not be recognized, as those who had seen her in the supermarket were strangers. They could only recall her outfit. Now, with a changed appearance, it was unlikely anyone would identify her. At this moment, Zhou An'an had no time to examine her collected items. Her immediate priority was to find a secure place to rest. After all, she would soon face the monstrous entities that would emerge. For each monster defeated, regardless of its strength, a coin would be awarded, which could be exchanged with wandering merchants for essential supplies. She recalled that 100 coins could be traded for a 500 milliliter bottle of water, while 150 coins could procure a 120-gram loaf of bread. These were the most affordable items, frequently sought by the surviving populace. However, monsters were not easily vanquished, especially after global digitalization, which had also affected various tools and items. These creatures possessed sharp claws, a natural instinct for hunting, and physical prowess that often surpassed that of humans, leading to many succumbing to starvation in the early stages. Some even resorted to consuming leaves and bark, a dire measure Zhou An'an had experienced in her previous life, and the taste was far from pleasant. Upon stepping onto the street, Zhou An'an took a moment to survey her surroundings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Although her landing spot differed from her past life, the scenery was reminiscent of the city where she had once arrived. Chapter 49. Global Digitization 2. Given the circumstances, the task became considerably simpler. At least identifying a suitable refuge was no longer a dilemma. Zhou An'an meticulously surveyed her surroundings, her mind racing with memories from her previous life, and ultimately pinpointed a direction. The streets were teeming with bewildered pedestrians, many uncertain of their next steps, while others hurriedly rushed home. However, with all forms of transportation rendered useless, regardless of distance, they were left to traverse on foot. Zhou An'an moved discreetly among the crowd, blending in seamlessly, as she too appeared empty-handed, indistinguishable from the other passers-by. As she walked, she remained vigilant, scanning for any familiar edifices while striving to recall events from her past life. After approximately half an hour, she finally arrived at the National Security Building. A further advance and a turn at the upcoming intersection would lead her to the train station, the very place she had first arrived in her previous life. She halted, tilting her head to gaze up at the National Security Building. It was a mixed-use edifice, with retail shops on the first 2 floors, an amusement park on the 3rd and 4th, and offices and single apartments above. If her memory served her correctly, there were numerous vacant single apartments available for rent, as the area, despite its prime location and bustling atmosphere, was also notoriously noisy, making it less than ideal for habitation. Furthermore, the exorbitant rental prices deterred the average worker from settling here, resulting in many unleased apartments. Zhou An'an's gaze shifted to one of the shops below, an agency. However, she had no intention of renting an apartment, for after the global digitization, all keys had vanished, rendering locked doors inaccessible. Yet, the architects of this global digitization had not entirely severed all avenues of escape, albeit the fortunate few were exceedingly rare. For instance, in the restroom of this agency on the 2nd floor, one of the toilet tanks concealed a key. Securing this key would grant her the freedom to select any room. Upon merging the key with the door lock, the lock would become intelligent, allowing her to bind the room to herself as its rightful owner. Once recognized as the owner, no one could enter without her consent, not even monsters. This meant it functioned as a veritable safe haven, one that was utterly secure. Once bound to its owner, the door would utilize intelligent facial recognition to identify the proprietor and would respond to their intentions regarding entry and exit. Zhou An'an's target was room 1103 on the 11th floor, as it housed a treasure chest containing a weapon that would counteract the impending monsters. With a swift motion, the weapon would immobilize a monster for 3 seconds, presenting the optimal opportunity to vanquish it. Naturally, such a weapon was limited to this game. Once the game concluded, even if placed in a spatial pocket, it would vanish. This was but a sliver of hope left by the unseen forces behind the global digitization. In truth, numerous keys and weapons lay hidden, but the discovery and acquisition of these treasures relied solely on luck. Zhou An'an quickly approached the agency's entrance, pausing momentarily to ensure no one noticed her, before activating her teleportation skill. Having reached level 2 with her teleportation, and with the restroom just 10 meters away, it was well within her range. She refrained from entering directly, as employees still occupied the agency, and an unannounced entrance might invite unnecessary interactions. Zhou An'an preferred to avoid drawing attention and wasting time in idle conversation. She teleported to the 2nd floor, where the area was deserted, the employees having gathered in the lobby below. The upper floor was sparse, and Zhou An'an swiftly located the restroom, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The restroom was small, containing only a single toilet. She closed the door behind her, locking it, and hurried to the tank, lifting the lid to reveal a red key resting quietly inside. She reached in and retrieved it. Aside from its peculiar color, the key bore no distinctive shape compared to an ordinary key, and Zhou An'an did not linger to examine it. She promptly stored it away. She had no intention of exiting just yet, but chose to remain in the restroom, patiently waiting for the 5-minute cool-down period to elapse. During this time, the outside remained tranquil. This was understandable, for the abrupt upheaval had left everyone in a state of shock, their minds preoccupied with other matters, unless absolutely necessary. Who would venture in to use the facilities? The 5-minute cool-down passed swiftly. Recalling her previous life's memories, Zhou An'an calculated her teleportation destination and activated the skill, finding herself at the staircase. Due to the global digitization, power had failed and elevators were no longer operational. Thus, she had no choice but to ascend the stairs. Fortunately, her calculations proved accurate, and she arrived safely at the staircase. A miscalculation could have resulted in her being trapped within the walls, necessitating another 5-minute wait. Thus, the teleportation skill carried its own risks. Ascending the stairs, she heard footsteps and voices echoing above. Zhou An'an lowered her gaze, undeterred, and continued her ascent. The two groups soon crossed paths, yet neither party showed any inclination to greet the other. Zhou An'an spared them only a fleeting glance, while they scrutinized her with curiosity. At last, she reached the 11th floor, surveyed the tranquil corridor, and confirmed it was devoid of others before locating room 1103. The red key materialized in her hand. Zhou An'an inserted it into the lock, watching as the lock transformed and seamlessly integrated with the door, now appearing as if it possessed no lock at all. She bent down, aligning her face with the spot where the key had been inserted. Moments later, she perceived a door materializing in her mind. The recognition of ownership had been successful. As Zhou An'an focused her intent, the door swung open, and she stepped inside. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Guided by her will, Zhou An'an's gaze began to search the depths of the room. Chapter 50, Global Digitization 3. This is a modest apartment, featuring a design of one room, one living area, one kitchen, and one bathroom. The bathroom is quite small, measuring just over 2 square meters. The kitchen is open plan, situated beside the corridor upon entering, yet it is barren save for the cooking appliances. Zhou An'an turned on the faucet, only to find, as expected, that the gas supply had been cut off. The living room spans approximately 5 to 6 square meters and is equally devoid of furnishings. The bedroom, however, is the most spacious, measuring around 10 square meters. The bed and wardrobe remain, likely because the tatami bed is firmly anchored to the floor and the wardrobe is crafted from half the wall. Thus, both items are considered part of the apartment structure and have not been digitized. Zhou An'an gazed up at the ceiling, where the box she sought was located. In her previous life, she had fortuitously acquired this weapon during the later stages of the game, which helped her survive the final crisis. She retrieved a shopping cart from her space, piled its contents aside, and pushed it to the spot where she had found the box in her past life. Standing within the cart, with a dagger in hand, she punctured a hole in the ceiling, her hand reaching inside until she swiftly located what she was after. After adjusting the angle of the box, she soon extracted it. It was a rectangular tin box, more aptly described as a container than a box. Upon opening it, she revealed its contents, a weapon. This was a watermelon knife, approximately 40 centimeters long. However, to label it merely as a watermelon knife would be misleading, for it differed from the ordinary kind. The blade was double-edged, the material indiscernible, yet it was remarkably sturdy. When swung, it emitted a faint red glow, akin to an enchanted weapon. With this, what would ordinarily require multiple strikes with a regular knife to penetrate a monster's skin could now be accomplished with a single slash. Zhou An'an relished the feel of the long knife, brandishing it a few times before carefully placing it back in her space. She did not discard the box, for although it appeared to serve no purpose, it was one of the few items that had not vanished from this world. It could be used to store small belongings. And the box was exquisitely crafted, instantly appealing to the eye. More importantly, despite its lightweight and slim profile, the material matched that of the knife within. While the knife could not be taken out of the game, the box could be, and should she acquire a certain metal refining technique, it might be possible to forge the box into a dagger or something similar. In her previous life, when she extracted supplies, Tang Xuejia had immediately coveted this box, ultimately claiming it for herself. Zhou An'an had lost track of its fate thereafter, having been deceived by her brother and sister-in-law, which led to her demise in the fourth game. However, in this life, she resolved not to relinquish it to anyone, as it occupied little space and could still serve a purpose one day. Next, she began to organize the items she had gathered this time, despite the pressing time constraints. A closer inspection revealed that she had amassed quite a collection, nearly 200 packets of various biscuits, thanks to a final frantic sweep of the shelves. Additionally, there were 2 boxes of milk, bottled water, beverages, assorted hams, marinated eggs, seafood sausages, canned luncheon meat, canned fish, bread, and more. If rationed, these provisions could sustain her throughout the entire game, not to mention the ample supply she had brought with her for 30 days. She then glanced at the shopping cart that had inadvertently come into her possession, retrieving both the cart and its contents from her space, and was pleasantly surprised. Within the cart was a bag of oranges, a bag of apples. Though each was small, they were fresh fruit, along with half a watermelon. There were also 2 packs of instant noodles, 3 boxes of cup noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, a bottle of chili sauce, several packets of spicy snacks, 2 packets of chocolate-filled cookies, a bag of beef jerky, a bag of grilled fish slices, 3 bottles of drinks, and 2 trays of bottled yogurt. Although the cart was not overflowing, its assortment was surprisingly comprehensive. Content: Zhou An'an returned these items to her space. The 2 shopping carts were left in the living room, as there was no point in storing them away when they could serve as convenient storage for various items. She then retrieved an inflatable mattress from her space, which she began to inflate. Before long, a simple air mattress was ready, which she placed atop the tatami, as the wooden boards could be quite hard. Since she lacked ample bedding in her space, the inflatable mattress would provide comfort against the rigid surface. She laid a thin blanket over it, then took out a quilt and a pillow, arranging her sleeping quarters. She also retrieved clothing from her space, including a shirt that had been bound to her space, placing in the room. This room had accepted her as its owner, and without her permission, no one could enter, alleviating her concerns about theft. Some less critical supplies were also placed in the space bound to the shirt. In truth, with this room claiming her as its own, along with sufficient food and water for 30 days, she could remain hidden and still complete the task as long as she outlasted the game duration. However, armed with a weapon, how could she refrain from hunting monsters? After all, the gold earned from slaying monsters could be exchanged with wandering merchants not only for food and water, but also for weapons and even skills, items that could be taken out of the game. Unlike the knife she had found in the box, she could not let this opportunity slip away. In her previous life, struggling to maintain her basic needs, she had spent all her earned gold on sustenance, but this time, her food and water were ample. She wished to use her gold for something of greater value. Moreover, she had a distinct advantage this time, acquiring a weapon early in the game, while the monsters that appeared in the initial stages were the weakest. Having organized her belongings, Zhou An'an accessed her personal panel, confirming that this time's mission bore no differences from her previous life. Although her unexpected acquisition of teleportation in the last game may have caused slight alterations, resulting in her spawn point being different this time, the overarching direction of her mission remained unchanged. Moreover, this minor butterfly effect had ultimately proven to be more advantageous for her. Chapter 51. Global Digitalization. 4 Congratulations to player Tang Edian for successfully entering the survival game. The storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 3 cubic meters. A gentle reminder, please ensure the safety of your storage ring. If it is lost or damaged, the space will similarly be lost or compromised. Players have 18 minutes to prepare supplies, with an initial fund of 2,000 yuan and an ID card, which has already been placed in the storage space. Quickly gather what you deem necessary. The objective of this mission is to survive for 30 days within the game. A special warning. Death in the game equates to true demise. Strive to stay alive. Indeed, the information was identical to what she had encountered in her previous life. However, this time, she did not squander her moments in idle observation, but rather set about collecting supplies. As for the initial fund, the ID card held some utility. Yet the initial funds were rendered obsolete. After all, with the onset of global digitalization, paper currency had lost its original significance. And since their entry into the game occurred shortly thereafter, there was scarcely time to spend it. Thus, in all honesty, the 2,000 yuan served little purpose. It would have been more beneficial to provide some tangible resources. Zhou An'an opened a packet of spicy strips, pairing it with a bottle of drink. As she munched away while gazing out the window. At this moment, the monsters had yet to spawn, yet the sudden upheaval still left people in a state of panic. The streets remained chaotic. Zhou An'an did not plan to venture outside, for there were neither monsters to vanquish nor resources to gather. What was the point of stepping out into the disorder? The monsters were expected to emerge around dawn the following day. So her current task was to satiate her hunger and conserve her energy. Sitting on the tatami mat, her back leaned against the wardrobe, she first accessed the trading channel to list her items. A bag of 200 milliliters of milk was priced at 50 points. A 60-gram small sausage was listed at 70 points. A 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water was set at 60 points. A bag of 120 grams of biscuits was priced at 70 points. In total, she listed these 4 items, 10 of each, believing her prices to be quite reasonable. After all, each completed mission awarded 1,000 points, and those who had participated in 2 games would find that, if they conserved their points, they could endure the early stages of the game without issue. Additionally, her pricing was far more considerate compared to the wandering merchants. Moreover, her prices were based on the previous game's marketplace, striking a balance between high and low. After listing her items, she opened the communication channel, and, as expected, it was filled with laments. Gullah beast, what kind of hellish start is this? I barely had time to purchase anything before it all vanished. How will I survive the days ahead? Tang Yuan Bao. Luckily, I still have some supplies in my storage. Otherwise, I would face starvation. What am I to do? I have money. Why don't you all check the trading mall? Someone just listed food and water, including milk, though I have enough supplies to last through this game. I fear it won't suffice, so I bought from this seller immediately. The prices are a bit steep, but what can we do? It's impossible to gather resources in this game. Different fireworks. Indeed, I managed to snag 2 sausages. I wanted to buy more, but there were only these 2 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boo-hoo, you all have such quick fingers. I only managed to grab the last pack of biscuits. I missed out on everything else. Sticky bean bun, be grateful. I checked in and saw that there was nothing left. Zhou An'an felt a flicker of inspiration, exited the communication channel, and returned to the trading channel, only to find that her listed items had all sold out and her account had been credited with 500 points. This was enough to upgrade her teleportation skill once more, as each upgrade required 2,000 points. However, after some contemplation, she decided against it. Her supplies were limited, and thus this game would likely not yield many sales. She wished to slay monsters to earn gold coins and test whether she could purchase skills from the wandering merchants. If she succeeded, she wanted to reserve those points for upgrading her new skills. Furthermore, her current teleportation skill allowed for a distance of 10 meters per activation, which was sufficient for the time being. After contemplating the 500 points for a while and assessing her supplies, she concluded it would be prudent to refrain from further listings. Not returning to the communication channel, she pulled out a pack of wet wipes, took one to clean her face and hands, wrapped herself snugly in her blanket, and drifted into slumber, deciding to address matters in the morning. Unbeknownst to Zhou An'an, the communication channel was rife with lamentations, as some players vigilantly monitored the trading channel, ready to purchase items the moment they were listed. Although most players were still unaware of the point's utility, witnessing Zhou An'an's swift sales and substantial earnings stirred their interest. Thus, players began listing their supplies in the marketplace. Yet with so many eager buyers and limited resources, items would vanish almost instantaneously, leading to soaring prices. By the late hours of the night, a bottle of 500 milliliters of mineral water had soared to 100 points. However, As dawn broke and monsters emerged, players received information about the wandering merchant in their minds, learning that gold coins could be exchanged for items, albeit at a meager rate. Prior to encountering the wandering merchant, no one knew the conversion rate between gold coins and items, but this newfound knowledge instilled a sense of confidence. Upon realizing that other resources were available in this game, sales in the trading channel plummeted to an all-time low. Those who had purchased items at exorbitant prices were now filled with regret, their previous boasts now transformed into remorse. If only they had known. If only they had refrained from wasting their precious points. Yet, once the transactions were completed, the points had already transferred to the sellers, rendering any regrets futile. Zhou An'an awoke the next morning, refreshed and ready for action. After washing up and eating a bit, she donned her attire and armed herself before heading out to hunt monsters. She opted not to descend the stairs. After all, the monster's first appearance in this building alone provided ample opportunity for her to clear them out. The weapon in her possession, seemingly enchanted, proved remarkably effective, allowing her to dispatch the weaker monsters with ease, almost as if each swing were child's play. Zhou An'an began her ascent, slaying monsters on each floor, ensuring that she eliminated several on the stairs of each level. Chapter 52. Global Digitization 5. Fortunately, the blade proved to be exceptionally effective, allowing her to dispatch monsters with remarkable ease. Otherwise, she would have been utterly exhausted by now and perhaps even injured. After clearing the top floor, she made her way back, encountering several newly emerged monsters along the return route. By the time she finished, it was already past 11, and hunger gnawed at her insides. The relentless slaying of monsters was physically taxing, and the constant vigilance required to guard against sudden ambushes from lurking creatures drained her mentally as well. Upon returning home, she counted the coins dropped by the monsters, a staggering total of 154. What a fortune! That was enough to exchange for a 120-gram loaf of bread. Zhou An'an had specifically cleared out a cardboard box to store these coins, ensuring it was portable since she was uncertain when she might encounter wandering merchants. After wiping her hands and face with a damp towel, she enjoyed a meal, took a brief rest, and then set out once more to hunt monsters. This time, she descended from the upper levels, focusing primarily on clearing the monsters from the stairwell without exiting her building. Though new monsters would inevitably emerge later, their numbers would diminish. Moreover, the narrow staircase provided a safer environment for combating monsters. She could easily defend the staircase, achieving the effect of a lone warrior holding back a tide of foes. Zhou An'an's monster-slaying endeavors had not gone unnoticed, and by afternoon, she was no longer the sole hunter in the stairwell. Among the onlookers were likely fellow players and local inhabitants, discernible by the weapons they wielded. In contrast to their strenuous battles against the creatures, her efforts were almost effortless. While not quite so exaggerated as to claim she could fell a monster with a single strike, she could generally dispatch one with 3 or 5 well-placed blows, as the monsters would naturally resist. Otherwise, it would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Unbeknownst to her, someone had begun to covertly observe Zhou An'an, possibly coveting her weapon. They memorized her room number, plotting to infiltrate her home under the cover of night to commit robbery. Zhou An'an remained blissfully unaware of the lurking threat. Even if she had known, she would not have been concerned. Her dual-bladed knife was no mere trinket. If even the formidable monsters could be dispatched with a well-aimed strike, how much easier would it be to deal with a mere human? By day, she was safeguarded by her formidable weapon, and by night, her door was recognized as hers, impervious to monster incursions, let alone human intrusions. Not even firearms could contend with the peculiarities of her fortified abode. Thus, Zhou An'an returned home with untrammeled confidence. Later that night, as she idly opened the communication channel, she noticed discussions about her and her distinctive weapon. Little Yellow, today, I witnessed a formidable player wielding an extraordinary weapon that could effortlessly carve wounds into monsters, unlike my current kitchen knife, which is too short and ineffective against them. I wonder what these monsters consume to grow so formidable. Their tough skin and dense flesh are a challenge. My blade barely leave a mark. Mimi Rabbit, the player upstairs, is she the one you saw? I envy her blade. If only I could possess such a weapon. Rich guy, what kind of blade is it that you all admire so? Please enlighten us. Survival is tough. Actually, you don't necessarily need a knife. Have you considered alternative weapons? I'd like to share a little discovery. Although these monsters have tough skin, their bones are surprisingly brittle. If you wield a metal rod, you can break their bones with sufficient force. Once they're injured, they become much easier to deal with, and a few strikes to their heads will yield a coin. Zhou An'an was momentarily taken aback. This person had a keen mind. Perhaps they had shared this insight in the chat room earlier? However, during those days, she had been preoccupied with avoiding monsters, leaving little time to peruse the communication channel, so it was possible she had missed the information. If this method proved effective, it could potentially increase the number of monsters slain, which would indeed be good news for the players. Too cracked. Is that true? What a clever strategy. Thank you for sharing, as I happen to have a metal rod that I've always found cumbersome. I shall put it to the test. Nyo, by the way, how many monsters did you all slay today? I toiled tirelessly all day and nearly got injured, yet I only managed to take down a mere 10, barely 20. I have no clue where the so-called wandering merchant is. Having gathered a handful of coins, I wish to purchase something to satisfy my hunger. Does anyone know how to locate the wandering merchant? Any guidance would be greatly appreciated. Zhou An'an couldn't help but marvel at their audacity. They desired to purchase goods from a wandering merchant with merely a handful of coins. She possessed 154 coins and would never dare to be so brazen. If these individuals were to learn about the prices of the merchant's wares, would it not dampen their enthusiasm for hunting monsters? After all, if one could only slay a dozen monsters in a day, it would take 10 days to afford a single loaf of bread. Should it truly take 10 days to secure a loaf, they would likely perish from starvation before ever obtaining it. Moreover, hunting monsters was immensely physically draining. Without sustenance and hydration, they would lack the strength to continue fighting. Zhou An'an hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the merchant's prices, but ultimately decided against it. It was better to not dissuade them from their pursuit of coins through monster hunting. Furthermore, even if she shared the information, they might not believe her, suspecting her of ulterior motives. It was perhaps best for them to remain hopeful, maintaining their fervor for monster hunting while they still had the advantage over the weaker creatures. Otherwise, the surviving monsters would only grow stronger, making their future endeavors increasingly difficult. Though, for Zhou An'an, should she find herself outmatched by the monsters, she could always retreat into her home and survive until the game's conclusion. After all, the provisions in her storage would suffice for her needs, allowing her to sustain herself throughout the later stages of the game. Chapter 53, Global Digitization 6 Yet. Zhou An'an still harbored a hope that these players could survive a little longer. After all, only seasoned players could accumulate resources, enhancing their chances of survival in the ensuing game. In contrast, new players, faced with the harsh and treacherous game world, had a significantly higher probability of demise, with only a handful of fortunate souls managing to endure. The apocalyptic world was already fraught with difficulties, and she wished for more humanity to prevail. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge. With one person initiating the discussion, a plethora of ideas and strategies soon emerged. Someone suggested using iron rods to shatter the bones of monsters, thereby incapacitating or weakening them before delivering the final blow. Another proposed targeting the creature's eyes to deprive them of their ability to hunt, at which point they could strike wherever they pleased. There were even suggestions to thrust iron rods into the gaping mouths of the monsters, directly assaulting their throats and brains, with the belief that if their minds were pierced, they would surely perish. Others recommended wielding heavier weapons to strike the monsters' hearts, causing internal ruptures, while some even advocated for targeting the creature's temples to induce dizziness. A few audacious souls even proposed piercing the monsters in their vulnerable regions. The exchange channel buzzed with fervent discussions, and Zhou An'an was astounded by the sheer creativity of these individuals. Their inventive methods for slaying monsters were a veritable cornucopia of ingenuity, suggesting that there was little they could not conceive. However, as the conversation veered increasingly off course, her interest waned. The ominous howls of the night creatures lulled her into a deep slumber. It was not that Zhou An'an wished to withhold strategies for acquiring weapons. Rather, the scarcity of early game weapon spawns rendered premature disclosure perilous, likely inciting conflict and even player-on-player violence. It was not a matter of benevolence. Rather, a diminished player count would correlate with fewer monsters slain, leading to a graver situation for those who survived. Perhaps the circumstances could turn more dire than in her previous life. Even for her own safety, such information was best kept under wraps. After all, the initial monsters, while tough-skinned and resilient, were not particularly formidable. The critical threat lay in their zombie-like contagion. To be bitten or clawed meant exposure to the zombie virus, resulting in transformation. These creatures, however, were non-toxic. A mere bite or scratch would only yield injuries. Provided the wounds were not severe and proper care was administered, healing was generally achievable. Consequently, the odds of survival in confrontations with monsters remained relatively high, barring the fragile players. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Zhou An'an, 3 individuals stealthily approached her door with the intent to breach it, seeking to kill and plunder. What they did not anticipate, however, was that despite their myriad attempts, even as beads of sweat formed on their brows, the door remained impervious. In a fit of frustration, they resolved to force their way in, armed with their tools. Yet Zhou An'an remained blissfully unaware, lost in her dreams. The door stood unyielding, as though it were not being assaulted at all. It was only when the commotion drew the attention of lurking monsters that the trio, akin to frightened animals, hastily fled. In their escape, one individual's arm was clawed by a creature, while another twisted their ankle, limping painfully away. They abandoned their tools in their flight. Thus, when Zhou An'an emerged the following day, she was met with a pile of tools on the ground. After a moment of confusion, a smirk of derision graced her lips. Indeed, had someone been restless? However, she had slept so soundly the previous night that she had heard nothing, and now, without surveillance, she remained oblivious to the identities of the intruders. Without hesitation, she claimed the tools left behind, recognizing their potential utility, even if they seemed worthless at present. Who could predict when they might prove advantageous? Moreover, even if they went unused, leaving them here was far preferable to allowing those scoundrels to benefit from them. In truth, Zhou An'an was not the sole target. Multiple parties had their eyes set on her. However, these 3 acted with greater swiftness. Today, Zhou An'an descended to the ground floor and exited the building. In this game world, treasure chests offered more than just weapons. Some contained skill cards as well. Yet, these skill cards did not awaken latent human abilities. Instead, they allowed the wielder to utilize extraordinary skills for a limited duration. For instance, she had acquired the skill of teleportation. Once bound to her, teleportation became a permanent and upgradable skill, while skills obtained from the chests were one-time use only. Although she had not acquired any in her previous life, she had seen others flaunting their finds in the chat room, which fueled her desire to venture out for a stroke of luck. This time, she intended to explore areas she had not visited before, hoping for fortuitous discoveries. Hidden in the shadows, others eagerly watched Zhou An'an depart. These individuals were also fixated on her. Yet, mindful of her weaponry, they hesitated to confront her directly, redirecting their focus toward her room. The woman possessed such a formidable weapon. Surely, there must be treasures within her chamber. They were aware that she was likely a player with a spatial inventory, meaning her possessions might be stored away. But what if they stumbled upon something valuable? Oblivious to the fact that others were attempting to pick her lock after her departure, Zhou An'an would not have cared even if she had known. If they managed to breach her sanctuary, it would be her defeat. After all, the evolved monsters in the later stages had little recourse against such fortified quarters, let alone these ordinary individuals. Zhou An'an was out for the entirety of the day, even having her lunch outside, returning only by evening to her temporary abode. After a brief wash, she began to assess her spoils from the day. Thanks to her weapon and teleportation skill, she had deftly evaded numerous attacks without sustaining any injuries. Amassing a total of 210 gold coins, 56 more than the previous day, Zhou An'an was thoroughly pleased with her accomplishments. Chapter 54, The Global Digitization 7. Regrettably, today brought no treasure chests nor wandering merchants. Instead, a multitude of players emerged, intent on vanquishing monsters. For Zhou An'an, the monsters posed little challenge today, yet the difficulty would escalate tomorrow. According to her recollections from a past life, if her reincarnation did not alter events, the monsters would indeed quicken their pace starting tomorrow. In just 2 days, some monsters would even acquire the ability to fly, albeit at a modest height of 2 to 3 meters and for only a few minutes at a time. This development would significantly complicate matters for players, as it would not only make the monsters harder to defeat, but also facilitate ambushes on the players. Unlike Zhou An'an, who returned today with nothing but coins, the communication channel buzzed with news of a player who had discovered a rather extraordinary chest, from which he retrieved a pair of shoes. However, this individual was quite cunning. Upon extracting the shoes, he swiftly stored them away and darted into a nearby building before anyone could react. By the time others rushed in pursuit, the man had vanished without a trace, leaving them clueless as to his whereabouts. The shoes, unmistakably unique, glimmered with a red light. Unfortunately, before anyone could comprehend the situation, the man had made his escape with the coveted footwear. Speculation ran rampant in the communication channel regarding the shoes' remarkable properties. How could they not be extraordinary if they emitted light? Zhou An'an felt a spark of intrigue, pondering whether the shoes might enhance speed or perhaps increase jumping height, allowing for attacks on airborne monsters. However, such thoughts remained mere musings. After all, even those present could not identify the player who had acquired the shoes, let alone Zhou An'an, who had never seen him before. The likelihood of finding him to uncover the truth was virtually impossible. The crowd was rife with envy, jealousy, and even moral outrage, calling for the player to reveal himself and elucidate the shoe's functions. One player, known as Yunzhong, was particularly vocal, insisting that his fellow players, they ought to assist one another. After all, with the anonymity of the internet, no one could snatch the shoes from him. Why not share the knowledge? At the very least, he could disclose how he had come by such a remarkable item, for if everyone possessed similar tools, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. If he shared this information, they would remember his kindness and be inclined to assist him in the future. Yet, despite their clamoring and appeals to reason, the fortunate player remained silent. This was understandable. Anyone who obtained a valuable item would likely keep it hidden, particularly if their own strength was lacking. Revealing such information would render them a target for theft. Strangely enough, just as discussions about the shoes reached a fever pitch, another piece of news emerged in the communication channel. A player named IU reported having witnessed someone discover a chest, although it had not been opened publicly. Instead, a tall, thin man had swiftly stashed it away in his inventory. Curiosity piqued. What treasures might lie within that chest? Had the man acted too quickly to allow anyone a glimpse? In response, speculation erupted among the players. Most discussions revolved around whether the chest contained tools to combat the monsters or items to enhance personal power, akin to the elusive shoes. IU even went so far as to describe the location where the chest had been found, mentioning nearby landmarks. Consequently, many players in the vicinity expressed intentions to investigate the area the following day, hopeful that it might be a hot spot for treasure chests. Zhou An'an found herself intrigued by this notion. While she recognized the unlikelihood of such a scenario, she could not resist the urge to explore. She climbed back up to the ceiling, searching for any hidden treasures, but ultimately found nothing, resigning herself to the fact. Determined, Zhou An'an resolved that when she ventured out to battle monsters the next day, she would avoid the main roads and instead explore lesser-known paths. Today, her monster hunting had taken her along well-trodden routes, where she encountered numerous other players and local inhabitants. It was easy to distinguish between players who typically operated solo and locals who tended to travel in groups. With the insights gleaned from the day's discussions, she began to form hypotheses about the locations of the chests. From her vantage point on the ceiling, it became evident that the chests were likely concealed in less conspicuous places. Otherwise, they would have been easily spotted on the main thoroughfares. If they were left unattended, they would undoubtedly attract a crowd eager to claim their contents. As she prepared for sleep that night, Zhou An'an mentally mapped out her route for the following day. Rising early the next morning, she nourished herself and set forth with her weapons in hand. The monsters that had respawned in the stairwell were fewer in number than before, yet they moved with considerably greater speed, thanks to her formidable weapon and the experience gained from the previous day's battles. She was nearly capable of dispatching foes with a single strike. However, with the faster pace of the monsters, she anticipated that some injuries might be unavoidable. Despite her swiftness, traversing from the 11th floor to the first had taken her 45 minutes, during which she had vanquished over 20 monsters. The blood of the creatures had splattered her attire, leaving her reeking of the metallic scent typical of a fishery. Yet, Zhou An'an paid little heed to her disheveled appearance. Emerging from the building, she made her way toward the carefully plotted route she had devised the previous night. Behind the building lay a narrow pedestrian street lined with an array of shops selling food, cold beverages, and an assortment of exquisite trinkets. Chapter 55, Global Digitization 8. However, the stores along that street now stand desolate, their shelves and counters completely absent. To reach that street, one must exit the building and walk approximately 200 meters to the left, where a small intersection awaits. Turning into that path and walking another 200 meters or so will lead one to the street. Perhaps due to her early departure, the street is not teeming with monsters. Zhou An'an treads lightly, striving to avoid drawing the attention of those creatures. After advancing about 70 or 80 meters without incident, she suddenly finds herself ensnared by a pair of eerie azure eyes. Then a ghastly shriek erupts from the creature's mouth. Zhou An'an sighs inwardly. It seems her hopes of swiftly reaching that street are dashed. Indeed, that monstrous roar acts as the key to Pandora's box, awakening the previously silent creatures. As one monster charges towards her, it is soon followed by a second and a third. Alarmed, Zhou An'an senses an impending encirclement by these beasts. After all, she is the sole living soul in the vicinity, unlike yesterday when there were others to share her burden. With no time to lose, she bolts forward. As she runs, she brandishes her weapon, fending off the advancing monsters. Yet, with her as the only target, the number of creatures swells, leaving her with no choice but to fight while retreating, ultimately darting into a nearby building. Before the global digitization, this space was likely a store. Although its purpose remains a mystery, it is exceptionally clean and well kept, with ample light flooding in. The street-facing side is adorned with glass doors and windows, leaving no room for shadows. Thus, despite the power outage, the interior remains bright. This very quality may explain the absence of monsters. Upon entering, Zhou An'an swiftly closes the glass door behind her, wedging her blade between the handles to secure it. The monsters soon swarm to the entrance, extending their sharp claws and battering against the glass. The door trembles under their assault, as if on the verge of yielding. Zhou An'an hastily retrieves a length of rope from her belongings, binding the handles securely before replacing her weapon. Thanks to the transparency afforded by the glass, the creatures remain clustered at the entrance, reluctant to disperse. Zhou An'an scans the store's interior, noticing two small compartments. She approaches and cautiously pushes open the doors to these spaces. Though she suspects they are devoid of monsters, after all, any creature should have lunged out upon her entry. She remains vigilant, wary of unexpected dangers. The compartments are diminutive, scarcely measuring a square and a half, and are utterly vacant. The realization dawns on her. This establishment must have been a clothing store, with the compartments serving as fitting rooms. Convinced of the store's safety, she retreats into one of the fitting rooms. After a while, the cacophony of roars and screeches outside subsides. The monsters, lacking intelligence, likely pursue prey driven solely by instinct. Consequently, upon her concealment, they lose focus and gradually quiet down. At last, Zhou An'an finds a moment to regulate her breathing, patiently awaiting an opportunity to escape. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sounds of growls and curses resume, accompanied by the thud of footsteps. It appears that others have emerged to combat the monsters. With the distraction of these newcomers, Zhou An'an waits a few more minutes before stealthily pushing the fitting room door ajar to survey the situation. Indeed, the monsters that once surrounded her have now shifted their attention to the new targets. Exiting the fitting room, she peers through the glass door, witnessing the chaos of battle outside. The hunters, evidently aware that today's monsters exhibit greater agility than yesterday's, are met with intermittent curses. Zhou An'an meticulously unties the rope, stowing it away. In this world, Even a simple piece of rope is a precious resource. Thus, she prefers to invest time in untying the knots rather than severing it with her blade, despite the latter being a quicker solution. To conserve her resources, she opts for the more laborious method. Gently pushing the glass door open just a crack, she observes the monsters engaged in combat. Some cluster together, while others bellow and pound against various store entrances. Seizing the moment, she takes off running. Time is of the essence, the instant they detect her presence. She knows she will be overwhelmed in less than a minute. True to her instincts, within mere strides, the monsters spot her and give chase. Zhou An'an swiftly darts into an adjacent building, shutting the door behind her and seeking refuge in a secluded corner. Once the chaos outside subsides, she ventures forth again. Zhou An'an notes that the monsters in this iteration appear to be more numerous than before, perhaps a consequence of the butterfly effect stemming from a rebirth. The current density of creatures on the street is decidedly unsuitable for a direct confrontation, compelling her to adopt an evasive strategy, inching closer to her destination. After several cautious maneuvers, she finally reaches the small intersection. Fortunately, this calamity struck during daylight hours, coinciding with peak business times. Otherwise, the shops lining the street would likely have their doors firmly shut, complicating her escape. Turning onto the narrow path, she immediately notices a reduction in the number of monsters. The road itself spans a mere 3 meters in width, with a bike shed on one side. Though bicycles and electric scooters are conspicuously absent, the structure remains intact. Zhou An'an shows no hesitation, battling monsters while forging ahead. The short stretch of over 200 meters takes her nearly an hour to traverse. The pedestrian street is not devoid of monsters, but she is not one to linger. Employing the same strategy, she dashes into a shop, shutting the door as she begins her rapid search. 1 shop, 2 shops, 3 Chapter 56, Global Digitization. After searching through more than a dozen establishments, a sense of exhaustion began to settle in for Zhou An'an, who found herself plagued by self-doubt. Was she perhaps mistaken in her assumptions? How could it be that after half a day of searching, she had yet to uncover a single treasure? In other gaming realms, such efforts would yield at least a modest reward. However, this particular game world was different. Without the discovery of treasure chests, one was left with nothing. It was unclear whether her early arrival had played a role, or if the street had simply fallen out of favor. But perhaps it was the complete disappearance of all items that had rendered this once bustling thoroughfare deserted. Until now, she had encountered only monsters, with no other human presence in sight. Yet, sometimes, certain matters should not be broached. As Zhou An'an sought refuge in a shop, rummaging through her inventory for sustenance, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure darting past, a fleeting shadow moving with astonishing speed. It was the first time since entering the game that she had witnessed someone move so rapidly. This sparked a reasonable suspicion. Could this individual be the one who had acquired those shoes the previous day? She leaned closer to the window, peering through the glass towards the direction in which the figure had fled, only to find that they had vanished from sight. Her curiosity was purely innocent, devoid of any intent to covet the shoes. After all, with such remarkable speed, even with her ability to teleport, which came with a cooldown period, she doubted she could match them. Even if she wished to pursue, she might find herself outmaneuvered, and the last thing she wanted was to suffer a misstep, especially since wielders of rare items were akin to anomalies within the game. Even temporary items could not be underestimated. An unsettling thought crept into Zhou An'an's mind. Was it possible that this individual had obtained those shoes from this very location? Had they returned today, influenced by the conversations in last night's chat channel, to see if another treasure might materialize? Or perhaps, like her, they had discerned the emerging patterns of the treasure chests and sought out this secluded alley. Regardless of which theory held merit, it was clear that neither bode well for Zhou An'an. A sense of urgency began to swell within her. She pondered another possibility. No wonder she had found nothing here. This street had likely been scoured by that person before her. Even if something remained, it had almost certainly been claimed already. If that were the case, it seemed this street was destined to be relinquished. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou An'an sat in the corner, consuming her meager provisions. Once she had finished eating and regained her strength, she steeled herself and ventured back outside. only to be astonished by the sight before her. The once empty street was now bustling with players. New monsters had also appeared, including a humanoid creature clad in black robes alongside the previously encountered beast-like foes. It appeared that her solitary presence had merely been a matter of timing. Now, with others venturing out, the street had come alive once more. Regardless of whether this area had already been explored, she resolved to search thoroughly before departing. After all, what place was devoid of inhabitants? She speculated that the primary battleground of this game lay within this very city. In her previous life, Zhou An'an had heard Zhou An'an describe the game's environment, which too was set in a city with similar architectural styles, leading them to deduce that they could not be too far apart. Unfortunately, in her past life, she had been unaware of his whereabouts and thus could not seek him out. In this life, however, she lacked the desire to expend energy on such pursuits, particularly since both he and Tang Xuejia would be entering the game in the next round, their points of arrival not far apart. Having been reborn for some time, her thirst for vengeance had dulled from its initial fervor. Now, her primary focus shifted away from finding that scoundrel, prioritizing instead the need to accumulate gold coins and exchange them for valuable items with wandering merchants. Additionally, she was curious to test whether she could exit this game world with items stored in boxes without opening them, as she had successfully done in her previous life. As she settled into her quest, she remained hopeful that there might still be undiscovered treasures in this street, for the chest she had found was cleverly concealed, and she surmised that others likely shared this experience. There might indeed be hidden corners yet to be explored. Remembering how she had discovered her knife from the ceiling, she resolved to poke holes in any suspended ceiling she encountered to see if anything might fall or reveal itself. Though the monsters continued to respawn in greater numbers, so too did the influx of players, achieving a delicate balance. The once quiet street now echoed with the lively din of a marketplace, filled with cacophonous sounds from both humans and monsters alike, each noise resonating loudly. Despite her presence adding a competitor to the mix, the players were too engrossed in battling monsters and scavenging for items to pay her much heed. The increased number of foes, while daunting, was mitigated by the shared burden of combat, making the fights feel significantly more manageable. Yet, collecting gold coins after defeating monsters proved cumbersome. Zhou An'an yearned to encounter a wandering merchant soon, hoping to exchange for an automatic loot collection feature, which would alleviate her concerns of missing out on coins or having them pilfered by others. Perhaps luck was on her side. Just as she neared the end of the street, still empty-handed, she was suddenly drawn into a tranquil space. Her muscles, tense one moment, relaxed the next, as she recognized that she had entered the independent trading space of a wandering merchant. In this realm, all external distractions faded away. Alongside her were two other players who, caught off guard by this unforeseen development, were initially slower to react than Zhou An'an. However, they soon regained their composure, drawn in by the glaring, attention-grabbing 5 characters hovering above the merchant's head. Chapter 57, Global Datization. Esteemed guest, welcome to our establishment. May I inquire what you require? What do you have here? Before Zhou An'an could utter a word, someone had already spoken ahead of her. I have a price list. The guest may review it first. As he spoke, the merchant waved his hand, revealing 3 separate compartments. Before the other 2 could comprehend the significance of this, Zhou An'an took the lead and stepped into one of the rooms. Seeing this, the other 2 exchanged glances and entered the remaining compartments. This is one of the appealing aspects of the wandering merchant. Each of these compartments exists independently, thus ensuring the client's right to privacy in their purchases. Even though the 3 individuals were brought in together, they remained oblivious to what each other was buying. Zhou An'an gazed at the illuminated screen before her, swiftly searching for the item she desired, dragging her finger down to explore further. Soon, she discovered the automatic loot collection feature for monster drops, priced at 500 coins. Zhou An'an exhaled in relief. She had not purchased this feature in her previous life, as her resources had been too scant, necessitating prioritization of her basic sustenance. However, she later learned through the communication channel that others had acquired it, and found it quite beneficial. Now, her coin balance was sufficient. After purchasing the automatic collection feature, She was left with only 123 coins, rendering her unable to buy anything else. She already had food and water, which she absolutely refused to spend coins on. After her purchase, Zhou An'an did not hastily exit. Instead, she perused other items. The further she scrolled, the higher the prices became. Yet the cost-effectiveness of the items also increased. After several minutes, Zhou An'an finally located what she sought: superpowers. The prices for different abilities varied. Some could be used in a single world, while others could be permanently bound. Among the permanently bound powers, some were upgradable, and others were not. Naturally, Zhou An'an desired the permanently bound and upgradable ones. Upgrading required points, with each game completion awarding 1,000 points. The upgrading of abilities differed from skill upgrades. Each skill level required 2,000 points, while each ability level required 5,000 points. Of course, one could also exchange upgrading cards from the Wandering Merchant. But these cards were quite costly, at a staggering 8,000 coins, nearly equivalent to the cost of purchasing an ability. Thus, in strict terms, the upgrading of abilities was rather slow. Nevertheless, she still yearned for an upgradable ability. The price for an upgradable ability was double that of a standard one, totaling 4,000 coins. Even so, it was still significantly cheaper than the prices in the game's trading mall. Indeed, the trading mall not only allowed players to list and sell their items, but also offered items for sale, including abilities, albeit at astronomical prices. The types of abilities were numerous, encompassing elemental powers such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning, as well as mental control, spatial manipulation, invisibility, flight, object manipulation, shape-shifting, animal communication, and enhancement of the senses. Regardless of the attribute, the prices for abilities of the same tier remain consistent. Zhou An'an merely wished to ascertain the prices. As for which ability to purchase, she had ample time to consider that. After all, accumulating 10,000 coins was no simple feat, especially given their limited time in the game. If they could remain indefinitely, she would be confident in acquiring all abilities, but alas. Having gathered the information she sought, Zhou An'an swiftly exited the compartment, noticing that the other two had yet to emerge. Upon seeing someone exit, the Wandering Merchant smiled, for as the proprietor of this space, it was aware of how many coins the guest had spent and what they had purchased, even with the partition in place. Esteemed guest, have you completed your purchases? We look forward to your next visit. I shall send you back when you are ready. Wait. As the Wandering Merchant raised its hand, preparing to send her back, Zhou An'an quickly interjected, Esteemed owner, may I inquire if you accept items, such as food? Oh, do you have surplus food? The Wandering Merchant was taken aback, for it was well aware of the nature of this world. It had only ever seen others purchasing food from it, never anyone selling it. However, after some contemplation, it deemed it acceptable. I can accept it, but the price will only be half of the selling price. If you can agree to that, we shall proceed with the transaction. Of course, I can accept. Zhou An'an exclaimed joyfully. In truth, she was merely taking a shot in the dark, as she had never heard of any player selling items to the Wandering Merchant in her previous life. To her surprise, this inquiry yielded unexpected fortune. The Wandering Merchant was equally pleased, as this transaction was quite lucrative. As a merchant, its goods did not come from thin air. They required coins to be procured from special channels, with each item yielding only a quarter of the profit. Acquiring food from this young girl at half price would effectively double its profit. How could that not bring joy? With a wave of its hand, a new compartment appeared, and it gestured for Zhou An'an to enter. Esteemed guest, please proceed with the transaction. All right. Zhou An'an agreed and stepped into the new compartment. Observing the empty table before her, she began to extract items from her inventory, calculating to leave enough for her own sustenance while presenting the rest. One by one, the items vanished, and with each disappearance, a small pile of coins materialized. Once all the items had been cleared, Zhou An'an found herself with a substantial heap of coins. After counting, she discovered she had a total of 4,072 coins, more than enough to purchase an ability. With excitement bubbling within her, Zhou An'an exited the compartment. Without waiting for the Wandering Merchant to offer her a return, she promptly exclaimed, Esteemed owner, I now possess coins and may continue shopping. Certainly. The wandering merchant's eyes sparkled with glee. This human's desire to spend coins signified further profit for it. Faced with an array of dazzling abilities, Zhou An'an hesitated momentarily before ultimately selecting a combat-oriented ability, metal manipulation. In truth, she also desired the shape-shifting ability, but for now, her priority was to enhance her combat prowess. She could acquire the shape-shifting ability later when she had amassed sufficient coins. Chapter 58. Global Digitization 11. Once the gold coins in hand were exhausted, she was escorted out of this realm by a wandering merchant. As she emerged, she nearly collided face-to-face with a monstrous creature, the distance between them a mere half-meter. Even the beast was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhou An'an, letting out a growl and leaping backward in shock. Zhou An'an was taken aback as well. However, she had anticipated such an encounter. In an instant, a square shield, approximately half a meter in diameter, manifested in her hand, its exterior adorned with menacing spikes. This was the manifestation of her newly acquired metallic abilities. The creature did not retreat. Instead, Zhou An'an thrust the shield forward, aiming the spikes directly at the monster's face. "Let your hideous visage terrify me," she thought defiantly. Though the impact did not crush the creature she had envisioned, it left it bloodied and bewildered. The creature, caught off guard, was left reeling. It had intended to evade, only to find itself unable to escape. With a wealth of combat experience, Zhou An'an reacted swiftly. Upon realizing her shield had made contact, its shape morphed instantly. This was a result of her metallic powers, albeit at a level 1, granting her 2 primary abilities: creation from thin air and metallic transformation. Creation from thin air meant she could conjure metal without any external source, limited by her level to a maximum weight of 3 kilograms and dimensions of half a meter by half a meter. Otherwise, the shield could have been larger. Metallic transformation allowed her to reshape any metal within her grasp according to her will. This was exemplified as the spikes elongated while maintaining their forward momentum, resulting in the creature being pierced completely. Before the creature could comprehend its predicament, it met its demise, dying in confusion about the nature of its end. Observing this, its fellow monsters understood the threat Zhou An'an posed and began to distance themselves, redirecting their aggression elsewhere. However, Zhou An'an was determined not to let these walking coins escape, for she aspired to accumulate enough to exchange for a transformational ability. This desire stemmed from her intention to confront her brother and sister-in-law, a pair she deemed treacherous. She needed to secure an avenue of escape, especially considering that Zhou An'an was merely 1 game ahead of her. The circumstances of this game limited her ability to locate him, while the wandering merchant offered opportunities for exchange. Who could say whether Zhou An'an had any hidden cards? Although in her previous life, he had not exchanged for abilities with the merchant, it was plausible he had done so covertly. If ambush was feasible, she preferred to avoid direct confrontation, as she was still not strong enough. Even with the surprise attack on Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, she could not guarantee her success. Thus, altering her appearance would ensure her anonymity and provide a safety net should her true identity be revealed, making it harder for them to guard against her next move. Moreover, the transformational ability would be invaluable for stealthily approaching them, allowing her to strike unexpectedly. She could assume the guise of a moving object, enabling her to close the distance when they were unprepared, thereby increasing her chances of success. Her metallic abilities were also a preparation for assassination, proving useful in combat as well. Even at level 1, her metallic prowess allowed for both offensive and defensive strategies. The spiked shield, for instance, served as both a weapon and a means of protection. Despite its size limitations and the inevitability of sustaining injuries in certain battles, it could still guard vital points. As long as she lived, possibilities remained. Thus, despite knowing that metallic abilities were not the most potent, she chose them for their suitability. The most formidable ability is not necessarily the best. Rather, the most fitting ability is the true optimal choice. While the monsters evaded Zhou An'an, she relentlessly pursued and eliminated them. This approach, though laborious, ensured her safety. The creatures, unwilling to engage her directly, instinctively sought to flee, transforming what should have been a fierce battle into a one-sided massacre. As night fell, Zhou An'an continued her relentless slaughter, her hands growing weary. With the automatic coin collection feature, she saved considerable time, having designated her clothing pocket as the collection point. Each monster she defeated deposited coins into her pocket. Occasionally, she would transfer the bounty into her space. It was not that she wished to collect directly into her space. Rather, the space belonged to a different dimension, incompatible with the automatic collection feature. Thus, she resorted to this cumbersome method. Noticing the hour growing late, Zhou An'an refrained from lingering. She withdrew into a building to recuperate her strength before heading home. Upon exiting this area, the monsters reverted to their ferocious nature. However, with her abilities and a specialized weapon for slaying monsters, her journey was relatively smooth. This was further aided by the fact that after a day of battle, the number of monsters on the streets had dwindled to less than 1/5 of the morning's count, alleviating concerns of being overwhelmed. The ground was littered with the remains of numerous monsters, some dismembered, alongside a few human corpses, far fewer in number compared to the monstrous casualties. The ground was a murky mess, stained with the blood of both humans and monsters, mingled with various debris. Like Zhou An'an, many others were returning, seeking refuge in perceived safe havens. Though they lacked a secure shelter similar to hers, they instinctively gravitated towards previously identified safe locations. At least, clustering together provided a sense of security. Should monsters emerge, they could swiftly deal with them, making such environments preferable to the uncertainty of randomly chosen spots. Chapter 59. Global Digitization 12. It wasn't long before she found herself back on that street. Although the monsters were still present, their numbers had evidently diminished. This short distance posed little difficulty for Zhou An'an as she returned to the building. A few scattered monsters lingered on the stairs, but their scarcity perhaps indicated that they had been cleared during the day. Upon reaching home, she quickly shed her soiled garments and used a damp cloth to wipe away the bloodstains, albeit ineffectively. Her water supply was limited, aside from what she consumed. She had only 7 or 8 bottles left, having sold the rest to wandering merchants earlier that day. Thus, she was cautious not to waste any. After partaking in her evening meal, she began tallying her gold coins. With the automatic pickup feature, not a single coin went to waste. Initially, she had merely 72 coins when departing from the merchant, but now she had accumulated 322. Storing the coins away, Zhou An'an fell into a deep slumber, eager to conserve her strength for the following day's endeavors of slaying monsters and earning gold, all in pursuit of gathering 4,000 coins to exchange for transformation skills from the wandering merchant. Yet, she did not forget her critical mission of seeking treasure chests. The next day, it seemed as though her luck had run dry, or perhaps fortune ebbed and flowed. She managed to defeat numerous monsters, but found neither treasure chests nor encountered the wandering merchant again. Even if she did come across him before amassing 4,000 coins, she had no intention of making purchases. The absence of new treasure chests left her somewhat anxious. The monsters had grown increasingly formidable. Had she not acquired the ability to conjure a shield in critical moments, she might have sustained injuries. Days slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was the 8th day of the disaster game. Monsters had become harder to vanquish, and despite her possession of special weapons, she found it increasingly laborious to strike them. This was particularly true for the flying monsters, which, though not soaring high, were far more challenging to defeat than those confined to the ground. On the 11th day of the disaster game, the secrets of keys and rooms were finally revealed, igniting a fervor among players to seek out keys. After all, who wouldn't desire a secure haven where their possessions remained untouchable and where others could not intrude without permission? Most importantly, it provided peace of mind for a tranquil night's sleep, allowing for rejuvenation and readiness to confront monsters the following day. Some fortunate individuals had indeed discovered a second key, which they listed for sale in the trading mall at a relatively modest price. However, Zhou An'an noted that very few could afford it. While she felt envy, it was tempered by the knowledge that she already possessed a secure room. She had successfully amassed 4,000 coins, yet since her last encounter with the wandering merchant, he had not reappeared. Her luck seemed quite dismal. Had she relied solely on purchasing food and water from him to sustain her life, she might have succumbed to starvation by now. Fortunately, she had stocked provisions and did not depend on the wandering merchant for sustenance. By the 15th day of the disaster game, despite the growing difficulty of defeating monsters, her gold coins had reached 530. Yet, the wandering merchant remained elusive. Just as she resigned herself to another fruitless day, she was unexpectedly transported back to that familiar space. Zhou An'an nearly wept with joy. Excitedly, she entered the shopping chamber prepared by the wandering merchant and unhesitatingly purchased the transformation skill. As for her remaining 530 coins, she intended to save them, hoping to accumulate another 4,000 coins before the game concluded in order to acquire another ability, specifically the water attribute. With the water ability, she would be able to address her needs for drinking and bathing regardless of the circumstances. Frankly, after more than half a month without a proper wash, she felt as though she was festering, particularly her feet and armpits, which she dared not even smell for fear of being overwhelmed. After all, in her relentless pursuit to slay monsters, she had been perpetually on the move, and it was inevitable that she would be sweaty and odorous. Moreover, her garments, which she donned when venturing out and discarded upon returning, emitted a pungent odor that became unbearable once she was home. Today, perhaps fortune favored her, for upon leaving the wandering merchant, she stumbled upon a treasure chest. Although it was merely the size of a shoebox, it was still a treasure chest nonetheless. After a long moment of hesitation between opening it or not, she ultimately resisted the urge and stored it away in her space. Initially, she had assumed treasure chests would be easy to find, hence her intention to keep one to take out of the game world to see if its contents remained intact. Little did she know how elusive they would prove to be. If she were to take it out and discover its contents had vanished, it would be an immense loss. Furthermore, as the monsters grew increasingly difficult to defeat, the items within the chest could potentially enhance her ability to slay more monsters, thus allowing her to earn more gold, which she could then use to purchase useful items from the wandering merchant that could be taken into other game worlds. Thus, she found herself in a quandary. Yet, being outside, she dared not linger too long, fearing that someone might spot her with the treasure chest in hand. She resolved to store it away for later contemplation once she returned home. With the acquisition of the transformation skill and the discovery of a treasure chest, her spirits soared throughout the day, making her feel invigorated as she engaged in combat. However, despite her busy efforts, she had slain fewer than 200 monsters, which was less than she had previously achieved in just half a day. But there was little she could do. Monsters were continually leveling up while the humans had seen little growth in strength. At best, they had become more adept in battle, accumulating a degree of combat technique. Most of the resources and skills exchanged with the wandering merchant were merely basic necessities like food and water, resulting in little overall enhancement of their collective strength. Chapter 60, Global Digitization 13. That evening, upon returning home, Zhou An'an ultimately decided to open the chest. After all, she was in urgent need of enhancing her strength to expedite her monster-slaying efforts and amass more gold coins, which she could exchange for permanently bound skills from wandering merchants. It was clear that such opportunities were fleeting. Who could say if she would encounter another chance to acquire extraordinary abilities without spending points in future gameplay? As for retaining a chest, there was still a fortnight left. Surely she could find another chest by then. The game was still in its mid-stages, and there was no rush. She didn't intend to hoard excessively. Just one chest to carry along would suffice. If she could take it out, it would be a profit. If she opened it later to discover it empty, the loss would be minimal. Moreover, any chests discovered in the later stages of the game, even if they contained miraculous items, would offer limited assistance with just a few days remaining. Zhou An'an quickly rationalized her indecision and felt a sense of ease wash over her as she opened the chest. Inside lay a pair of gloves. Strength gloves, doubling the wearer's existing strength. The description was straightforward yet impactful. Zhou An'an was quite fond of these gloves. Ever since the monsters had grown stronger, her speed in defeating them had waned, primarily because she could no longer deliver fatal blows with a single strike. Encounters with monsters possessing reinforced skin or evolved bodies often resulted in needing multiple strikes to bring them down, even when targeting vital areas. However, With the enhancement of the strength gloves, she believed her efficiency in dispatching evolved monsters would significantly improve, requiring far less effort. Additionally, her strength should also be amplified while using her abilities, wouldn't it? It was worth testing. Zhou An'an activated her abilities, conjuring a metallic spike in her hand, and thrust it forcefully into the wall of the restroom. The wall, presumably reinforced concrete, yielded only a shallow dent, about a centimeter deep. After donning the strength gloves and trying again, she left a much deeper impression. The metallic spike, though short, now quivered securely in the wall. It seemed that with the strength gloves, whether employing her abilities, wielding weapons, or fighting barehanded, her strength was indeed magnified. Delight surged within her, and she happily retired for the night. On the 16th day of the Cataclysm game, Zhou An'an rose early, her spirits elevated by the newfound gloves. She hastily consumed a light breakfast before setting out. She had thoroughly explored the nearby area, and based on her observations of the game mechanics, places that had previously yielded treasure chests were unlikely to spawn new ones. Venturing further afield posed its own challenges. Many areas may have already been scoured by other players, and transportation was non-existent. Not to mention, her limited storage space wouldn't accommodate any vehicles. Even if she had a collapsible bike stored away, she wouldn't dare retrieve it, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Thus, she resolved to continue slaying monsters while meticulously searching for hidden treasures, confident that some might still be concealed in overlooked corners. After all, monster hunting remained her primary focus, with treasure hunting as a secondary pursuit. Days passed as she methodically defeated monsters, and before long, it was the 21st day of the Cataclysm game. During this time, she encountered wandering merchants thrice, yet she had not amassed the requisite 4,000 gold coins to make any purchases. On the 22nd day of the game, Zhou An'an stumbled upon her third treasure chest, unexpectedly nestled within a heap of construction debris. Following the calamity, a wall had collapsed here, and since then, everyone had been preoccupied with slaying monsters, leaving no inclination to clear the refuse. It was sheer coincidence that Zhou An'an discovered the box. As her abilities were nearly depleted, she hesitated to utilize them further, fearing complete exhaustion would leave her vulnerable. Upon spotting the pile of bricks and rubble at the street corner, an idea struck her. She began collecting the stones and hurling them at the encroaching monsters. Thanks to the strength gloves and her recent training, her accuracy was commendable. Even though the monsters occasionally evaded her projectiles, she still managed to land hits. To expedite the process, she opted to gather the stones in clusters rather than bending down each time, swiftly stowing them in her storage space and then retrieving them as needed to launch at the monsters, thus increasing her efficiency. She could not ascertain how many stones she had collected or thrown, but eventually, she had nearly exhausted the bricks on the ground. Her abilities had only partially replenished, but with the remaining energy, she successfully fought her way through the throng of monsters and sought refuge in a building. She secured the door behind her. Though ordinary, these doors could be forced open by the monster's immense strength. As long as she remained silent and concealed within, they would not make a concerted effort to break through. While waiting for her abilities to recover, Zhou An'an opened her storage space to discard the unused stones, only to be taken aback when a treasure chest appeared in her space. The chest was modest in size, approximately half the dimensions of a shoebox, gleaming a golden hue that emanated a soft, golden light. The radiance enveloped the chest, indicating that it surely contained something extraordinary. Zhou An'an carefully withdrew it, examined it closely, and then contentedly returned it to her storage space. She decided against opening this chest, opting instead to bring it back with her. It was the first time she had encountered a chest radiating golden light, and she hoped it would yield a delightful surprise upon her return. With her current strength, even if faced with dozens of monsters at once, she could escape if necessary. Whatever items lay within the chest would merely serve to enhance her existing capabilities, not provide essential assistance. This newfound treasure dissipated the earlier frustration she felt when nearly overwhelmed by monsters. What to be said? This was a classic case of serendipity. Had she not been cornered by a swarm of monsters, she would never have thought to target the pile of bricks. Without that decision, she would have missed this treasure chest altogether. However, her day's bounty was not yet complete. Another surprise awaited her. Just as Zhou An'an's abilities were nearly restored, preparing her for another round of monster hunting, she opened the door to find two familiar faces waiting for her. Chapter 61. Global Digitalization 14. The two individuals were indeed residents of the same building as her. Recently, they had been emerging together at nearly the same time to engage in monster slaying, occasionally crossing paths. Although they had never exchanged greetings or learned each other's names, their faces had become familiar to Zhou An'an. However, the current predicament of these two was dire. It was evident that they had sustained significant injuries. One of them was bleeding profusely from his arm, which he was using to wield a knife with his left hand, as his right arm was injured. It was apparent that he was not left-handed, resulting in a clumsy and sluggish motion as he attempted to strike at the monsters, missing 2 out of 3 attempts. If this stalemate continued, the blood loss alone could prove fatal. The other individual fared even worse. His back was drenched in blood, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from severe wounds and significant blood loss. At that moment, 7 monsters were assaulting the two, 3 flying above and the remaining 4 blocking their escape routes from 4 directions. It was clear that the two were on the verge of collapsing. Zhou An'an hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to assist them. However, there was still a distance of 30 to 40 meters between them, with other monsters in the way. As she charged towards them, slaying the approaching monsters, one of the injured men was suddenly attacked by a flying monster, which clawed at his head. With a piercing scream, a portion of his scalp was torn away, and the already grievously wounded man collapsed to the ground, immediately beset by a monster that swiftly tore off one of his arms. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness, while the monster continued to maul his limbs. The man with the injured right arm was startled by the agonizing scream, and in that moment of distraction, a monster's claw pierced his chest, leaving him bleeding profusely. Yet, despite the intense pain, he did not cry out. Instead, rage ignited within him, his eyes turning bloodshot as he swung his knife with ferocity, managing to fell 2 monsters in quick succession. From the original 7, only 5 remained. In that brief span, Zhou An'an reached them, swiftly dispatching the monster that was still tearing at the fallen man's body. Then, she unleashed her abilities, sending forth metallic needles at the 3 airborne monsters. Through their combined efforts, they soon vanquished the remaining creatures. Zhou An'an barely had time to inquire about their injuries before the man collapsed to the ground, eyes closed, his breathing growing weaker. The substantial blood loss had brought him to the brink of death. He had been fighting solely on sheer adrenaline, but now he was utterly spent. With the monsters dispatched, the tension in the air dissipated, and he could no longer hold on. Zhou An'an silently observed him for several seconds, noting that his tightly shut eyes remained closed. Sighing inwardly, she realized that this game was nearing its conclusion, and he had ultimately succumbed. With the area now devoid of monsters, perhaps drawn to them by the chaos, the silence settled heavily around her. As she contemplated leaving, she paused. These two appeared to be players. Should she not search their bodies? After all, one was already deceased, and the other was clearly beyond saving. She decided to first examine the lifeless one, reasoning that by the time she returned to the other, he might have passed away as well. Therefore, it would not be deemed robbery, but rather the act of scavenging a corpse, even though she had survived longer than the others. Zhou An'an still adhered to a moral code. These two bore no enmity towards her and had never plotted against her, despite residing in the same building. Waiting until the other was deceased to search him seemed a fitting tribute to his final moments. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the man had already lost 3 limbs, leaving only 1 leg intact, well, rather 1.5, as the severed leg had been violently torn from the knee. With an impassive expression, Zhou An'an collected the severed arm and half leg, beginning her methodical search. Finding no spatial storage on the limbs, she eventually spotted a jade guanine pendant hanging around the man's neck. Its translucent quality indicated considerable value, and it was clear that his storage space was bound to this pendant. The space was merely 2 cubic meters, suggesting that he had entered the game during the second round, arranging the severed limbs in their original places. She glanced back at the man who had been barely clinging to life. He was now completely still. The excessive blood loss had taken its toll. and having succumbed to unconsciousness, he continued to bleed out. In that brief time, he had completely passed away. With any sense of guilt lifted, Zhou An'an approached the corpse anew, soon discovering another jade guanyin pendant around the second man's neck, which also served as a spatial vessel, equally 2 cubic meters in size. Surveying the two men and the identical pendants in her hands, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Might these two have been connected in some way? Regardless of their relationship, it was evident that they had shared a deep bond. One had perished, while the other had fought like a madman against the monsters. The identical pendants hinted at a connection, though their spatial storage contained little in the way of resources. If they had survived, the supplies within would have sufficed to carry them through to the end of the game. Stowing the 2 jade pendants safely, she pondered briefly before arranging the 2 bodies side by side and returning home. The day's haul had indeed been fruitful. She had no intention of keeping the resources from these 2. Instead, she would sell them to any wandering merchant she encountered. After all, her own supplies were ample enough to see her through to the game's conclusion. And in the next round, there would be opportunities to gather resources. With her current abilities, she could even venture out during the initial stages of the disaster to acquire supplies at no cost, ensuring she would not lack for materials. Chapter 62. Global Digitalization 15. As for the 10 days away from the game, she still had points in the real world to exchange for enough food to last her through that period, so there was no cause for concern. At worst, she now possessed transformation skills, allowing her to disguise herself and perhaps take advantage of Zhou An'an's resources, even if it meant doing so covertly. On the 25th day of the disaster game, having just defeated several monsters, she was drawn into an independent space by a wandering merchant, and Zhou An'an successfully acquired water abilities. The materials she had obtained from the jade guanyin were sold, although the quantity was too small to yield much profit. Nevertheless, the 4 cubic spaces from the 2 jade guanyins proved quite useful to her, as they served as spatial carriers, far superior to ordinary shirts. She placed both jade guanyins in her room, as this particular game did not yield additional materials. Her own bound space was sufficient, and the other 3 spaces would be preserved for the next game to store resources. The remaining gold coins were not spent. She chose to save them for the end, assessing if they would be sufficient to purchase another ability. Although she currently possessed 3 abilities and 1 skill, one could never have too many valuable resources. The more she could acquire, the less she would need to spend points purchasing abilities in the trading channel, allowing her points to be used for upgrading the abilities she had obtained. Development follows a swift pace. Zhou An'an felt that since her rebirth, her luck had improved remarkably. Aside from her foresight regarding certain plot points, in her previous life, she had struggled to make ends meet and had never acquired any abilities before her demise. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. By the 3rd game, she had already amassed so much. To be honest, Zhou An'an sometimes felt that this reality was almost surreal, fearing that one morning she might awaken to discover it had all been a mere dream. On the 27th day of the disaster game, the monsters had become increasingly difficult to defeat. Even with her numerous abilities, Zhou An'an dared not venture into areas densely populated by monsters. Instead, she found herself lingering within her building, where the abundance of people outweighed the scarcity of monsters, ensuring her safety. She had no desire to perish at the hands of monsters in the final stages of the game. Throughout the day, she managed to slay just over 20 monsters. After all, everyone shared a similar mindset. Those who had already amassed a fortune from monster hunting were eager to survive the final moments. Regardless of how enticing the loot might be, life itself was far more valuable than any material possession. As the monsters grew stronger, venturing out to fight them felt akin to courting death. Fortunately, besides her, there were 7 or 8 individuals who formed a small team, coordinating their efforts to eliminate monsters at the entrance of the building. When faced with overwhelming odds, they could retreat into the building together. As long as the space was somewhat confined, the monsters could not fully unleash their strength, making it manageable to defeat them despite their enhanced power. However, killing each monster took an excessive amount of time, though safety was prioritized. Seeing her meager reward of just over 20 gold coins, Zhou An'an felt overwhelmed, uncertain if she could gather the remaining 4,000 coins before the end. To her, the offerings of the wandering merchant held little appeal beyond abilities. Purchasing anything else felt like a loss. Zhou An'an began to economize on food, carefully selecting items of lesser value to consume while reserving the higher value provisions for the final moments. Should she fall short of the 4,000 coins, she could sell the saved items. On the 28th day, Zhou An'an found herself with only around 2,800 gold coins. Given her current pace of monster hunting and the food she had saved, she recognized she was still falling short. She regretted having sold a portion of her tangible goods at the beginning, as retaining them would have nearly sufficed by now. Fortunately, she still had points remaining. After defeating monsters, she returned home at night and began searching the trading channel for high-value food items to purchase with her points, storing them in her space. Perhaps many shared Zhou An'an's thoughts as food prices began to soar. Once she had acquired enough food to nearly reach 4,000 coins, she promptly ceased her purchases, leaving her points nearly depleted. On the 30th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an began her morning with only 2 small biscuits and half a bottle of water. The water she drank was conjured through her abilities, as she had reserved the bottled water for sale to the wandering merchant. Regrettably, the merchant did not accept water produced by abilities. Otherwise, her concerns about accumulating the final gold coins would have been alleviated. According to the game rules, today she was guaranteed to encounter a wandering merchant, although the exact timing remained uncertain. The game afforded the surviving players one last opportunity to exchange their remaining gold coins for resources. In the morning, Zhou An'an defeated 12 monsters and, after lunch, ventured out again, only to slay 2 more before being pulled into the merchant's trading space. She did not rush to shop. First, she informed the merchant of her intention to sell her materials, to which he responded with a smile. Zhou An'an carefully laid out her food items on the table, retaining only a single pack of biscuits in her space. Once all her goods were sold, she discovered she was still 20 coins short of the 4,000 mark. Reluctantly, she sold her last pack of biscuits, finally reaching the goal of 4,000 gold coins, leaving her with no means to purchase anything with the remaining change. This time, she acquired mental control. This ability, when utilized, could render the target disoriented, causing them to forget their identity and actions for 3 minutes. At level 1, it could simultaneously control 3 individuals, and, as the ability upgraded, both the duration and the number of control subjects would increase. With this new ability, she felt more confident in facing Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia in the next game. Upon exiting the trading space, she dispatched the monsters blocking her path and returned to her room, which was secure from any monsters. Having already utilized her last opportunity to engage with the wandering merchant, she saw no point in further monster hunting, especially since she had no food left. Chapter 63. The Marvelous Uses of Abilities, Part 1. The last pack of cookies was sold, and now it was best for her to lie low and minimize movement to stave off hunger. As the countdown came to an end, the ravenous Zhou An'an finally returned home. This time, she could hardly wait to wash up or change clothes. She rushed out to procure food. Fortunately, she had amassed a considerable amount of points. With her stomach ablaze with hunger, she first indulged in a bowl of mixed grain noodles on the street. To be honest, the taste of food in this post-apocalyptic world was nothing short of disappointing, especially the mixed grain noodles, which were quite difficult to swallow. Yet today, Zhou An'an found these noodles exceptionally delightful. She finished the bowl in no time, even slurping up every last drop of broth. The noodle vendor observed her in astonishment, wondering how long she must have been starving. Thankfully, it was noodles. If it had been anything else, her speed of eating would have surely led to choking. Having satisfied her hunger, Zhou An'an began to contemplate her future sources of food. Although venturing out to buy food was an option, she now possessed a suitable ability and wished to acquire it without labor, an endeavor she considered as collecting interest for her past self. However, preparations were necessary before proceeding. Using her points, Zhou An'an purchased a small quantity of food, and by small, it truly was minimal, consisting mostly of mixed grains. The taste of the earlier noodles lingered in her mind, tempting her to indulge once more. Nonetheless, the meager provisions she had secured would only suffice for 2 meals at most, for if all went smoothly, she anticipated not lacking food in the near future. Upon returning home, she took a bath, changed her clothes, and ensured all 4 of her storage spaces were with her. It was only in the final moments that she discovered her space had gained an additional function since binding to her. These supplementary storage vessels could be placed inside. It resembled a set of Russian nesting dolls. However, whether placing items inside or retrieving them, she had to take them out to utilize them. While this arrangement was somewhat inconvenient compared to her bound space, it was still beneficial for storing items she seldom used, essentially serving as a temporary warehouse. Zhou An'an deliberately ventured to a secluded area until no one else was in sight. With a swift transformation, she became a small cat and proceeded towards Zhou An'an's residence. Now in the form of a cat, she could not take public transport and had to rely on her 4 legs to run. After some time, she finally arrived at the base of Zhou An'an's building. As a small cat, blending into the community was remarkably easy. She didn't even need to enter through the main entrance, as a small hole sufficed. However, the entrance door was closed, and with others milling about outside, she could not revert to her human form to open it. Thus, she was left waiting outside. Before long, someone opened the door and stepped out. Zhou An'an had been patiently waiting beside the door and immediately straightened up. As the door swung open, she slipped inside unnoticed, the individual completely oblivious to her presence. As a cat, climbing the stairs was effortless, and she quickly reached the door to Zhou An'an's apartment. Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia were enjoying a blissful reunion, entangled in each other's affections. After all, Zhou An'an had been away in the game for a month, returning only for 10 days each month. Indeed, a case of sweet separation. The stairwell was deserted. It seemed that those who were out and about were preoccupied with the daily grind. Zhou An'an pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. Hearing no sounds from within, she transformed back into her human form. However, even in this guise, her features had been altered, ensuring that if anyone were to suddenly appear, they would not recognize her. She only wished to quietly perform good deeds without revealing her identity. A piece of metal abruptly materialized in her hand. This was her metallic ability. Placing the metal against the lock, it began to morph and extend into the keyhole, soon forming a key. With a gentle twist, the lock clicked open. Zhou An'an nudged the door ajar to prevent it from shutting unexpectedly. She did not rush in, but paused to listen for any sounds inside. Faint voices could be heard, but it was clear that the couple was not in the living room, which put Zhou An'an at ease. Confirming again that the surroundings were clear, she transformed into a paper-like figure and slipped through the narrow opening. Indeed, the living room was empty. The voices emanated from the bedroom, accompanied by sounds of heavy breathing. As an adult, she knew all too well what those sounds implied and couldn't help but scoff internally. Quietly shutting the door behind her, she made a soft click that would not disturb the couple engrossed in their activities. Zhou An'an scanned the room, collecting anything of value into her storage space. She then approached the door to the bedroom. The door was closed, obscuring her view of the interior. So she had no choice but to wait outside, primarily concerned about being detected when the door swung open. After a brief survey of the area, her eyes fell upon a fruit knife resting on the table. She swiftly stored the knife in her space and transformed into the knife itself, lying on the coffee table. Time passed, and eventually the bedroom door opened. Zhou An'an emerged, completely nude. Zhou An'an quickly shut her eyes. "Oh dear, I cannot look. I fear for my innocence." At that moment, Zhou An'an was still somewhat dazed. After their fervent activities and a brief nap, his mind was still clouded, and he felt utterly fatigued. If not for the pressing need to relieve himself, he would have preferred to remain in bed. As Zhou An'an entered the bathroom, leaving the door ajar, Zhou An'an seized the opportunity to transform back into her paper-like form and swiftly slipped into their bedroom. Tang Xuejia remained asleep, utterly unaware of the commotion. Zhou An'an had thoroughly exhausted her, and she was deep in slumber, oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Maintaining her paper-like form, she deliberately minimized her size, blending seamlessly into the white wall, making her nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Chapter 64. The Marvelous Applications of Extraordinary Abilities, Part 2, Upon Entering. Zhou An'an did not perceive anything amiss, or rather, he did not scrutinize his surroundings closely, as he was still somewhat disoriented. Had he been fully alert, he would have noticed the discrepancies outside, as Zhou An'an had gathered several items to placate Tang Xuejia after her entrance. Notably, The few items he had intended to charm her with were already stored in Zhou An'an's spatial realm. Zhou An'an, upon his arrival, felt no sense of unease. He merely kicked off his slippers and returned to bed. Zhou An'an, with keen observation, noticed the watch on his wrist, which served as the spatial vessel in his previous life. Unless unforeseen circumstances prevailed, it would remain the same in this life, as he would not remove it even while sleeping. Seeing the two entwined on the bed, Zhou An'an closed his eyes, appearing to prepare for another slumber. Zhou An'an activated her mental control, plunging the two into a state of oblivion. Although she had 3 minutes at her disposal, she did not dare squander a moment, swiftly removing the watch and stowing it away in her spatial realm before making her exit. She did not even scour their room for other valuables. Time was too precious, and she was unwilling to take unnecessary risks for trifles. By the time Zhou An'an regained consciousness 3 minutes later, Zhou An'an had already vacated the building. He awoke, rubbing his throbbing head, a nagging sense that he had forgotten something important lingering in his mind, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. He glanced at his wife, pulling her closer, dismissing the thought. Suddenly, a minute later, he jolted awake and looked at his wrist in a panic. The spatial vessel was gone. A wave of cold sweat drenched him, banishing any remnants of sleep. Jia, wake up! Something terrible has happened. Zhou An'an had anticipated the chaos that would ensue after her departure. However, to maintain her anonymity, she had to forego the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. After exiting the building where Zhou An'an resided, she continued her journey in the form of a cat, meandering until she finally returned home. Now that Zhou An'an was still alive, although she had acquired his watch, Zhou An'an could not inspect its contents, nor could she utilize them. Nevertheless, the items she had pilfered from his living room and kitchen would suffice to sustain her for the next 10 days. As for the treasures within her spatial realm, she did not place much value on them. Her primary intent was to evoke feelings of regret and discomfort in Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia. It is worth noting that these two indeed resembled siblings, as Zhou An'an's first suspicion regarding the burglary fell upon Zhou An'an, leading him to promptly report it to the authorities, asserting that he believed his sister was the culprit. The police, however, did not take his claims at face value. They conducted an investigation on site, discovering no signs of forced entry or violent tampering. According to Zhou An'an, Zhou An'an lacked a key to their home. If the possibility of an inside job was eliminated, it was evident that the intruder had to be a player who had entered the game, possessing certain abilities or items. Otherwise, the unaltered locks could not rationally explain the break-in. What baffled the police further was the fact that the couple was at home during the theft and had heard nothing. Were they deaf? Blind? Nevertheless, since a suspect had been provided, an investigation was warranted, which, of course, yielded no results. After all, Zhou An'an, whether in her feline form or another disguise, left behind no evidence, and she herself adamantly denied any involvement. To prove her innocence, she even consented to a search of her residence by the police, which naturally yielded nothing. All the stolen items remained hidden within her spatial realm, which had become invisible due to its binding with her. Despite this, Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia remained convinced of Zhou An'an's guilt, and she could not confess to what she had done. As for the police, they relied solely on tangible evidence. This incident deepened the rift between the parties involved, with Zhou An'an contemplating ways to eliminate his own sister within the game. Ironically, his biological sister was equally intent on devising a plan to do away with him. Having acquired supplies from Zhou An'an, Zhou An'an no longer needed to expend points on food. As for water, she had now purchased a water manipulation ability, ensuring her hydration needs were met. With the first-level water ability, she could produce and purify 1,000 milliliters of clean water each time. Considering the automatic recovery of her abilities, she could generate water approximately 810 times within a 12-hour period. Of course, if she did not purify the water, the yield was still substantial. And as long as the water was not consumed, it could be utilized for various purposes such as bathing, washing clothes, or cleaning. Once these matters settled, Zhou An'an finally remembered to check her personal information, only to discover that she had gained 2 attribute points. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength, 6 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 6 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skill, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Upgradable with points, gold ability level 1. Creation from thin air, metal transformation water ability level 1. Water production. Control of water flow direction transformation skill level 1. Can transform into 30 different objects mental control level 1. Can simultaneously control 3 individuals for up to 3 minutes equipment. None available attribute points. 2 points. 2150 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated her attributes revealed that her strength and speed were the lowest. Although she yearned to allocate her points to enhance her mental power, hoping to improve her mental control, she ultimately decided to distribute the points between strength and speed instead, acknowledging that it was indeed time for an upgrade. After allocating the points, her strength and speed both increased to 7. With the animosity laid bare, Zhou An'an enjoyed a relatively stable existence in the days to come, as the shameless duo refrained from seeking her out again. Unbeknownst to her, however, her brother and sister-in-law harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, diligently waiting outside her community, plotting to follow her the moment she ventured out, with the intention of killing her just outside the safe zone to seize her spatial realm and resources. Indeed, the news had spread that one could usurp another's space and possessions after killing them. Chapter 65. The virus outbreak induced by meteorites. Regrettably, Zhou An'an lacked neither food nor drink, and thus never considered venturing beyond the safety zone in search of supplies. Not to mention the outside world. She scarcely stepped outside her own front door. The main reason being that there was nothing to do outside. It was far more appealing to languish at home. No, rather, she was conserving her energy. This complacency meant that Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, the couple, had been unable to find an opportunity. Time passed, and they were once again drawn into the game. As she surveyed the eerily familiar surroundings, Zhou An'an turned on her heel and headed toward the supermarket, which was a mere 20 meters away. However, upon reaching the entrance, she did not go inside but continued forward. If her memory served her correctly, approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, there was a gold shop that purchased old gold. As she walked, she slipped on the heaviest gold bracelet she had prepared earlier, adorned her neck with a relatively thick gold necklace, and donned a gold ring on her finger. Upon entering the gold shop, she informed the attendant that she was a tourist who had lost her bag, along with her ID, phone, and money, thus necessitating the sale of her gold jewelry. She insisted on receiving cash since she had lost everything, and without an ID, she could not even apply for a new bank card. The attendant, unsure of the truth behind her story, quickly agreed upon seeing the jewelry she wore. Although she claimed it was old gold, these pieces were brand new, freshly donned, and sparkled with brilliance. The attendant surmised that they required no further processing, needing only a light cleaning before being placed on display. However, it was made clear that due to her inability to provide a receipt or identification, the buyback price for the old gold would be somewhat lower. Zhou An'an feigned hesitation before, with a pained expression, acquiescing to the terms. Despite its considerable size, the shop was privately owned and not part of a chain, and the owner had some dubious connections, rendering him indifferent to whether Zhou An'an could provide receipts or identification. In truth, there were multiple gold shops in the vicinity, but Zhou An'an specifically chose this one because in her previous life, she had sheltered from an initial catastrophe in the same location as the shop owner, and thus had some knowledge of him, prompting her to sell her gold here. As expected, the transaction proceeded smoothly and swiftly, devoid of cumbersome procedures. Upon exiting the gold shop, she found herself with an additional 15,000 yuan on top of her original 2,000 yuan in funds. Having retraced her steps, she returned to the supermarket entrance, turned on her heel, and pushed a shopping cart inside. Before long, she emerged with a cart brimming with goods, filled into 3 large shopping bags. After leaving the supermarket, she promptly checked into a nearby small inn, carrying her purchases into her room. Once she had stored her items in her spatial compartment, she donned a large backpack and set off directly to the nearest farmer's market. The market offered more than just vegetables. It boasted an array of poultry, fish, meat, dried goods, and various grains and oils, providing a comprehensive selection of wares. Understanding the limitations of her backpack's capacity, even when using it to shield her spatial storage, she realized she could not collect an excessive amount. Nevertheless, something was better than nothing. After exiting the farmer's market, she found a secluded corner to transfer her goods into her space before heading towards the nearby shops. There were numerous small shops adjacent to the farmer's market, and as she strolled, she utilized her backpack's cover to gather more items. Despite her spatial compartment having expanded to 4 cubic meters upon entering the game, she managed to fill it to the brim after a shopping spree. Returning to the small inn with a backpack laden with supplies, she entered her room and extracted 3 additional nested spaces from her compartment, transferring her goods into them. She prioritized filling the shirt compartment, followed by another for jade pendants. These 2 together perfectly occupied her 4 cubic meter space. With the remaining compartment hanging around her neck, she exited once more, her large backpack slung over her shoulder. Knowing that there were not just one but several supermarkets nearby, and with the impending disaster looming, she intended not to return to the inn again. The initial calamity to confront was a meteor shower. Pushing a heavily laden shopping cart, she opened 3 storage lockers, pretending to stow away her items while discreetly transferring them into her space. After several trips, her original compartment was filled to capacity, and nearly 3 hours had passed. Zhou An'an slipped into a restroom stall, stowing her items into the jade guanine compartment before returning it to her main space and re-entering the supermarket. This particular supermarket was bustling, with a constant flow of customers and long queues at the checkout. Thus, her multiple entries went unnoticed. To avoid drawing attention, she ensured her shopping cart was not overly full, matching the load of others around her. When her space was nearly filled, with only 20 minutes remaining before the meteor shower, she dashed towards a pharmacy counter, purchasing various commonly used medications, including 10 packs of masks, each containing 10 masks, enough to last her 30 days, along with 5 sets of protective clothing. Though she wished to buy more, the stock was limited to just those 5 sets. All of these items were discreetly stowed away in her space, concealed by her backpack. After leaving the pharmacy, she hurried towards the elevator, ascending to the 4th floor, which housed a food court. There, she exchanged 200 yuan for a food card, ordering ready-to-eat meals such as buns, flour rolls, and fried dough sticks, requesting the vendor to package them for her. Chapter 66. Virus Outbreak Triggered by Meteorites 2. In summary, it was all about how swiftly one could act. However, before she could fully utilize the 200 gourmet food card, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from outside, shaking the entire building. The windows surrounding the food court were blocked, relying solely on artificial light. Otherwise, the fiery glow, smoke, and dust from the explosions caused by the meteorite's descent would have been visible. Nevertheless, the unseen chaos was enough to terrify the gathered crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Earthquake! Run!" It was as if the realization hit them all at once, and they began to flee in all directions. Zhou An'an did not run. Instead, after the waitstaff and chefs had evacuated, she swiftly entered the side of the counter, gathering the prepared foods displayed under glass domes and transferring them into her own space. In that moment, her storage was filled to capacity, leaving no room for anything more. With her backpack now laden, she joined the throng rushing outside. However, while others fled downward, she ascended the building. She was taking a gamble, wagering that the unfolding events would mirror those of her previous life. In her past existence, the sudden meteorite strike had collapsed numerous structures, with only a handful of buildings escaping destruction, including this very one. This was precisely why Zhou An'an had ultimately chosen this building as her refuge. Soon enough, Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia would also seek sanctuary within its walls. The few who noticed her ascending the stairs merely glanced at her, momentarily wondering if she was searching for someone, perhaps a child left behind, before dismissing the thought. The 8th floor housed a playground. Some mothers would buy tickets to send their children there while they perused the rest of the building. They would simply advise the staff to keep an eye on their children, as there was only one entrance and exit, making it unlikely for a child to wander off unnoticed. Moreover, children aged 5 to 8 were typically sensible enough not to stray far. Although the building had backup power, the recent tremors had caused the main electricity to fail, prompting the backup to activate, which meant the elevators remained operational. Yet, no one dared to ride them. Who could ascertain whether the tremors had affected the elevators or if more shocks were imminent? The thought of being trapped inside an elevator was daunting, given the uncertainty of rescue. People flocked toward the stairwells and escalators. Zhou An'an opted for the staircase in the safety corridor, but the rush of bodies descending created a bottleneck, making it nearly impossible to advance. After much effort, she squeezed from the 4th to the 5th floor, nearly losing her backpack in the process, feeling disheveled and clammy from the exertion. Observing the still crowded staircase, she decided to wait a while longer. The cacophony outside continued, though the frequency had diminished. No one considered it an earthquake anymore. The prolonged nature of the sounds suggested something akin to warfare, as if they were under a relentless bombardment. After a considerable wait, Zhou An'an finally noticed the crowd in the corridor thinning and seized the opportunity to ascend. The descent had taken far longer than necessary due to the panic, with people pushing and shoving, resulting in falls and a tragic stampede that further congested the stairwell. After considerable effort, she reached the top floor, exhausted from the climb. In truth, if she were merely avoiding the explosions caused by the meteorite, being above the 10th floor would suffice. Her ambition was to reach the 18th floor, driven by purpose. The topmost level was a private domain, reportedly purchased by a wealthy individual who only occupied it during specific seasons. The security measures here were stringent. To enter, one had to unlock several doors. If the wrong key was used, or if the unlocking took too long, the locks would engage automatically, requiring iris verification for reentry. Simultaneously, real-time surveillance footage would be sent to the owner's mobile device, alerting them to any intrusions and allowing for countermeasures against trespassers. However, for Zhou An'an, this posed no challenge. Possessing the ability to manipulate metal, she could effortlessly craft a matching key, ensuring she would not exceed the time limit or trigger any alarms. Once safely inside, she could locate the secure room and switch the remote control to manual operation, rendering her safe from any potential discovery. As for how to make that transition, it was a task well within her capabilities. In her past life, prior to meeting Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, she had been part of a team led by a captain endowed with metal manipulation abilities. This captain possessed an uncanny knowledge of the control console in the secure room. Transitioning from remote to manual control merely required entering a sequence of codes to gain access and switching modes with a single command. Coincidentally, Zhou An'an had been present when that captain accessed the secure room. She had witnessed the code entry and memorized it. In this life, her objective was to seize control of this modified floor. The previous captain had been far from virtuous, being quite lecherous. Every woman he had brought to this floor had become part of his entourage, and Zhou An'an, in her naivety, had only later grasped the reason behind it, her alluring appearance and figure. Zhou An'an had contemplated escape, only to fail until she encountered Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, believing she had found a semblance of security. Little did she know, instead of becoming part of that man's harem, she would ultimately fall victim to the betrayal of her own brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 67, The Viral Outbreak Triggered by Meteorites, Part 3. Thus, this time, Zhou An'an felt entirely justified in seizing the opportunity. If circumstances permitted, she harbored a desire to eliminate that man once and for all in this lifetime. Standing at the doorway, she took a moment to calm her racing heart, quickened by the ascent of the stairs, before commencing the unlocking process. The door was secured by 7 locks. Zhou An'an recalled vividly how that man had unlocked them in her previous life. 742-5316. Indeed, the unlocking sequence was of utmost importance. She had to follow the precise order of 742-5316 to release each lock. A single misstep would trigger an alarm. Although the building was equipped with an emergency power supply, this particular floor operated independently, especially when the entire building's backup power was depleted, leaving the entire structure in darkness while this floor remained lit. The mechanics behind this phenomenon and the location of the power supply room for this floor had eluded Zhou An'an in her past life, and she had perished without uncovering those details. However, at the time, her curiosity had been fleeting, and she had never contemplated delving deeper into the matter. As she successfully unlocked each door, Zhou An'an entered the interior. Guided by her memories from her previous existence, she swiftly navigated to the safe room. After entering the password, she gained modification permissions. Zhou An'an altered the program to manual operation and began to change the unlocking sequence. She wished to test whether, when the unlocking sequence was altered, that man would still manage to unlock the door. This would help ascertain whether it was truly his skill or if he had acquired the information through other means. Especially since the owner of the house had not appeared after she had met her demise in her former life. Having completed the modifications, Zhou An'an disabled all indoor surveillance cameras to prevent any external triggers from alerting the homeowner via real-time footage to her presence. Yet still feeling uneasy, she tore 2 bed sheets to cover all the cameras. Her confidence stemmed from her past life, where she had not survived to the end, leaving her uncertain about subsequent developments and whether the homeowner had any contingencies in place. After completing her tasks, Zhou An'an took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Although her elevated position allowed her to see far, the height of the building, coupled with the smoke and dust from the explosions, obscured her view of the ground below. She could only discern a vague outline of the distant scene. In the aftermath of the meteorite strike, the city lay in ruins. The meteorite bombardment had ceased, but numerous explosions had ignited widespread fires. Under the current circumstances, even if fires raged, rescue efforts were impossible. Leaving aside the lack of manpower, the current road conditions rendered it impossible for rescue vehicles to reach the affected areas. From Zhou An'an's vantage point, she could see multiple fires erupting throughout the city. Some structures appeared precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse, while the streets lay in disarray, with debris obscuring the once clear boundaries between roadways and skyscrapers. The sudden meteorite attack had likely inflicted heavy casualties not only on the local populace, but also among the players. However, Zhou An'an's concern did not lie with this. She was more preoccupied with the toxic gas produced when the substances emitted by the meteorites interacted with certain elements in the air. Although the gas was colorless and odorless, Zhou An'an hoped she might glean some insight from her current perspective. This gas, being relatively heavy, indicated that levels above the 10th floor were generally safe, though she remained uncertain about future developments. To enhance her visibility, Zhou An'an even resorted to using a telescope, a possession of the homeowners that she found on a bookshelf in the study. However, despite her efforts, the telescope only provided a clearer view of the surroundings without revealing the presence of the gas, indicating that even a change in height was insufficient. With a sigh, Zhou An'an set down the telescope and accessed her personal panel to review the latest information. Congratulations, player Tang Ibu Tian has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 4 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If the ring is lost or damaged, the space will also be lost or rendered unusable. Initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an ID card have been placed in storage. Current task, survive for 30 days in the survival game, with toxin levels not exceeding 50 m. Exceeding this limit will be considered a task failure. Players who fail the task may leave the survival game after 30 days, but no rewards will be provided, including the retraction of storage expansion. Special reminder, death within the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. The moment had arrived. She must endeavor to endure. Zhou An'an pressed her lips together, feeling a weight of gravity as she prepared to delve into her personal panel. Suddenly, she recalled that she had yet to utilize the lottery opportunity granted upon completing her previous task. She decided to try her luck first, although she suspected she would likely receive another thank you for participating. Upon entering the lottery section, she scrutinized the 100 squares. This time, 4 squares contained prizes, featuring images of a mask, a half-filled vial, what appeared to be a cloak, and a hand. Zhou An'an clasped her hands together and made a haphazard wish before clicking to spin the lottery. As the dazzling lights flitted across each square, she was unexpectedly delighted when the selection did not land on thank you for participating, but instead settled on the hand. A random message popped up. Thief's Hand allows you to select a target to activate a stealing skill, successfully acquiring 1 random item from them. Usable once per day, with a 1-hour cooldown. This was an excellent item. The ability to steal something daily was enticing. If not for her desire to eliminate Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia in this game, she would have liked to bind this stealing skill to them. A broad smile spread across Zhou An'an's face, as she had not anticipated such fortuitous luck this time. A mere 4 chance, and she had won. She glanced at her personal panel once more. Player, Tang Ibu Tian Strength, 7 Agility, 8 Endurance, 8 Speed, 7 Hearing, 6 Mental Strength, 8 Skills, Teleportation, Cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points, Metal Manipulation, Level 1 Creation from Nothing, Metal Transformation Water Manipulation, Level 1 Water Generation. Control of Water Flow Transformation Skill. Level 1 can transform into 30 different objects. Mental Control. Level 1 can control 3 individuals simultaneously for 3 minutes. Equipment. Thief's Hand. Allows you to select a target to activate a stealing skill, successfully acquiring 1 random item from them. Usable once per day with a 1-hour cooldown. Distributable attribute points. 0 points. 2150 Communication Channel. Activated Trading Channel. Activated finally. The equipment section was no longer devoid of entries. Chapter 68. The virus outbreak, triggered by the meteorite for this recent stroke of fortune, has alleviated her melancholic mood, allowing her to temporarily set aside her previous worries and distress. In her past life, just before her demise, her poisoning had escalated to 12M. However, she remains unclear about the circumstances that led to her poisoning. Originally, she had hoped to detect any signs earlier in this life, to perhaps circumvent the peril. Yet it now seems that such aspirations may be difficult to realize. She speculates that her previous stay below the 10th floor could be a contributing factor, as she was only later recruited into a team by that man, ascending to the 18th floor. Nevertheless, since reaching the top floor, her previous level of 11M has indeed increased to 12M. Yet the specifics of this increase continue to elude her understanding. After all, since her arrival on the 18th floor, she has only ventured down to the 15th floor at most, and logically, the number should not have risen. Yet it has inexplicably increased by 1. Upon examining her personal panel closely, she indeed discovered a small red in the lower right corner, inconspicuous yet indicative of her poisoning level. Upon clicking it, her assumptions were confirmed. The degree of poisoning stood at 0M, likely due to her swift ascent during the meteorite explosion. Although ascending the stairs cost her some time, the virus requires time to spread, especially since she was situated on the 4th floor at that moment. The virus manifested only after the meteorite struck, originating from the lowest levels. It seems this temporal gap allowed her to evade the initial risk of infection. With a sigh of relief, she resolved never to descend from the 18th floor unless absolutely necessary. In truth, as long as she remains elevated, her chances of avoiding infection and successfully navigating this game are significantly enhanced. As for addressing the despicable duo, Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, she decided it would be prudent to confront them only once they reached the 15th floor, at which point she would be adequately prepared for protection. After all, the experience from her previous life, where her poisoning escalated from 11M to 12M, necessitates a cautious approach. The chaos outside bears no relevance to Zhou An'an. Her refuge here provides ample safety. Unbeknownst to her, the captain from her past life, Wan Changshan, is already en route to her location. However, the distance is considerable, and the journey is fraught with obstacles, meaning he would not arrive for several days. Many structures have been destroyed, and even those that remain standing are in disarray, rendering their original appearances unrecognizable. In this major city, there are numerous high-rise buildings like the 18-story edifice she occupies. The damaged roads and the pervasive ruins make it challenging to discern where once stood towering buildings or roads, further complicating their search for her building. Wan Changshan's determination to locate this particular structure stems from his unique nature. Originally, he was an inner disciple with 3 spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation. His aptitude, neither exceptional nor poor, perhaps with a few centuries of practice. He could attain the golden core stage. Yet fate intervened during a secret expedition, transporting him to an unfamiliar world. Before he could fully acclimatize, he was thrust into this game. Initially, he felt quite disheartened. Upon entering this new world, he discovered the absence of spiritual energy and his cultivation prowess had vanished entirely. With his abilities reset to zero and no spiritual energy in this world, even with the knowledge of cultivation techniques in his mind, he found himself unable to cultivate effectively. However, upon entering the game world, he was astonished to discover that some game realms possessed a trace of spiritual energy, though scant and tenuous. It was nevertheless a potential avenue for the restoration of his former powers. What he had anticipated would be a slow process turned out to be unexpectedly swift. In the first game, he sensed no spiritual energy. In the second, only a faint trace. Yet by the third game, he recognized a significant increase in the energy's density. Moreover, he fortuitously acquired a treasure from a traveling merchant. Its cost modest, prompting him to purchase it without hesitation. This artifact, akin to a spirit-gathering disc, attracted the majority of the spiritual energy within the game world to his vicinity, facilitating his cultivation. Consequently, within a mere few weeks in the third game, he successfully broke through to the first level of chi refinement, subsequently advancing to the second level. This treasure seemed tailor-made for him, without cultivation techniques. Even possessing such an artifact would be futile. He would not know how to utilize it, and its effectiveness would be moot. The only disappointment lingering in his heart was the realization that despite having traversed into a new life, he once more found himself ensnared in a game. His 3 spiritual roots remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation. Upon entering the fourth game, he initially perceived nothing amiss and began gathering resources like an ordinary individual. Unexpectedly, a meteorite fell upon this planet, ushering in a surge of spiritual energy, though tainted with various undesirable elements. His cultivation techniques enabled him to filter out the impurities while absorbing the spiritual energy. Soon after, he encountered a formidable individual who took an instant dislike to him, provoking one Changshan's ire. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, he executed the soul-searching technique before eliminating the man. To his astonishment, this yielded unexpected rewards. In truth, his prior cultivation level had rendered him incapable of performing soul-searching. However, having encountered a certain secret technique in his past life and conducted extensive research on it, combined with the fact that the man was merely an ordinary individual, Wan Changshan succeeded. Unfortunately, his low cultivation level meant that the information gleaned was incomplete. Nonetheless, he did acquire key insights. Had the information been whole, he might have expedited his arrival. At this moment, Wan Changshan's ambition surged. Despite being in an ordinary world, he considered himself a cultivator, viewing the common populace as mere ants beneath his feet, insignificant and malleable to his whims. Yet to actualize this vision, he would need to bide his time, awaiting the elevation of his cultivation to at least the foundation establishment stage, at which point he could truly embrace his arrogance. Little did Wan Changshan know that someone had already set their sights on him, and this lifetime would not afford him the same hubris. Ultimately, he would become a facilitator for another ascent. Chapter 69. The virus outbreak, triggered by a meteorite. 5 Tang Xueja never anticipated that she would be drawn into the game. Initially, she felt a sense of relief that her partner was ensnared in the game, struggling for survival while she could simply wait for him to return with resources for her enjoyment. However, her relief quickly turned to despair when her partner's spatial carrier was stolen, along with all the items contained within it. Their household belongings were also pilfered, leaving them both destitute. Had it not been for the few points they still possessed, they would have faced starvation. Eventually, they managed to locate a suspected player and devised a plan to steal his space. Yet, upon acquiring it, they discovered it could not be opened. It became evident that the rumors circulating in the communication channel were true. A spatial carrier could only be accessed after its original owner had perished. However, the laws of the real world deterred them from taking rash actions, forcing them to resign themselves to misfortune and wait for an opportunity in the game to eliminate another player and seize their space. After all, as gamers, lacking a spatial carrier was truly inconvenient. Naturally, the individuals they most desired to target were Zhou An'an, but before they could take her space, they needed a functional carrier to navigate the early challenges ahead. They had no idea when they would encounter Zhou An'an. Nevertheless, they agreed that should they cross paths with her in the game, they would find a way to seize her space, ensuring she would have to be eliminated first. For without her demise, the space would remain inaccessible. Tang Xuejia had been brainstorming strategies with Zhou An'an. Yet unexpectedly, she too was drawn into the game. This turn of events left her quite anxious. She merely wished to enjoy the fruits of her partner's labor without participating in any survival game. After all, it was Zhou An'an's willingness to spoil and support her that allowed her to marry him in the first place. Now, having entered the game, she found herself powerless to dictate her circumstances, and even if she wished to rely on Zhou An'an, she had no idea of his whereabouts. Zhou An'an, aware of her entry into the game, thanks to the 1-hour countdown prior to their immersion, had taken the time to impart invaluable survival tips and game rules during that hour. Without his guidance, Tang Xuejia feared she would be utterly lost. With no other recourse, she used the initial sum of 2,000 yuan provided by the game to purchase some supplies, secretly stowing them in her limited 1 cubic meter space. The constraints of her first-time entry meant her storage capacity was limited, and with only 2,000 yuan at her disposal, she had to make frugal choices in her purchases. Even so, her space remained less than fully stocked. As she shopped, her mind was preoccupied with the uncertainty of the calamities that lay ahead. But she was suddenly jolted by the sound of an explosion. Mere moments later, the supermarket building she occupied began to tremble and collapse. Had she not fled swiftly, she would have been buried beneath the debris, with no hope of survival. Fortuitously, fate smiled upon her. Perhaps it was due to her prayers or the universe sensing her despair, but on the third day of the game, she encountered Zhou An'an. Tang Xuejia rushed into his embrace, overwhelmed with emotion, for these past 3 days had been incredibly arduous. The air was thick with smoke from fires and explosions, and the constant threat of collapse loomed around them, with rampant looting and players targeting novices like herself to seize their spatial carriers. She had barely managed to sleep soundly at night. Zhou An'an offered her comfort, and once her emotions settled, he eagerly presented her with the spatial carrier he had obtained, a 2 cubic meter space filled to the brim with supplies. Hearing him boast about his acquisition, Tang Xuejia's spirits lifted, realizing she had found a reliable support once more and no longer needed to live in constant fear. As the saying goes, when one's basic needs are met, desires awaken. After a hearty meal, they began to strategize on how to locate Zhou An'an and subsequently, how to catch her off guard. Zhou An'an, feigning remorse, justified his intentions by claiming he did not wish for such actions against his sister. Tang Xuejia, ever the supportive partner, reassured him, "You cannot be blamed. She was the one who severed ties first. Had she valued your sibling bond, you would not have felt disappointment. Honey, you needn't bear the weight of guilt. She brought this upon herself." As Zhou An'an's internal conflict abated, Tang Xuejia continued, "Life is incredibly difficult, especially in this game, where danger lurks at every corner. Perhaps death would be a release for her. If she were to perish by your hand, it could be seen as a form of liberation. In this harsh world, she should be grateful to you. Indeed, my dear, you are right. My actions are ultimately for her benefit." Zhou An'an appeared convinced. Whether genuinely or merely swayed by Tang Xuejia's words was uncertain. On the 8th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an, having eaten breakfast, donned a protective suit, complete with a double-layered mask and face shield. Soon after, she began to transform, morphing into an 11 or 12-year-old girl. As she shrank, her clothing adjusted to fit her new form. The remarkable aspect of her transformation skill was that not only did her appearance change, but her attire and equipment also adapted to her intentions. Although her transformation skill was only at level 1, allowing for 30 different forms, the specific manifestation was at her discretion, free from any fixed patterns. Thus, despite its limitations, it sufficed for Zhou An'an's purposes. The rationale behind her assuming the guise of a young girl was to lower the guard of others, with Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia's greedy natures. She was confident that even the slightest hint of her being a player would draw them in. Furthermore, as an 11 or 12-year-old girl, they would likely underestimate her, leading to a lack of vigilance. Chapter 70. The virus outbreak triggered by Meteorite 6, if one were to pinpoint the flaws in the guise of the little girl that Zhou An'an had assumed, it would undoubtedly lie in her tone of voice and her eyes. While mastering the tone was not particularly challenging, she could simply feign muteness. The disguise of her eyes proved far more complex. After all, she was not inherently gifted in the art of performance. Regardless of her attempts at deception, she could not mask the innocence and naivety that should accompany a child. Her eyes betrayed the resentment and disdain she harbored towards the two individuals, and that was the utmost limit of her capabilities. Currently, her best strategy was to avoid making eye contact with them, lest they detect any hint of her true feelings. As Zhou An'an understood it, these two were not to be underestimated. In her previous life, she had been blinded by familial affection, unable to discern right from wrong. However, in this life, she vowed not to be so blind again. Upon reaching the door, she first checked the monitors to assess the situation outside, confirming that there was no one present before meticulously unlocking the door and stepping out. Zhou An'an descended the stairs, arriving at the 15th floor. As anticipated, after a thorough search, she spotted Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia. To be honest, compared to her previous life, the two appeared considerably more disheveled now. Their entire bodies were filthy, and as Zhou An'an approached, she caught a whiff of a sour odor, indicating that they had not bathed since entering the game. This was hardly surprising, as aside from those who had acquired water-manipulating abilities from roaming merchants, others likely lacked the means to wash. In her previous life, she had been fortunate to escape the stench due to a man's intervention. As Zhou An'an drew near to the pair, she hesitated briefly before selecting Tang Xuejia as her target, activating her thief's hand skill. Almost immediately, she discovered an item in her inventory, a carton of pure milk. Quite satisfactory. Unbeknownst to Tang Xuejia, she had just lost a carton of milk from her already scarce supplies, an irreplaceable item she had painstakingly gathered. Zhou An'an lingered nearby, searching for the opportune moment to strike, but the two were inseparable. She had initially planned to take them down one by one when they separated, but she was taken aback by the fact that Tang Xuejia even required Zhou An'an's company for a trip to the restroom. Nevertheless, she refused to believe that during the remaining time in the game, they could remain so closely attached at all times. Zhou An'an did not harbor doubts about her ability to confront them. After all, she now possessed a unique advantage. However, she worried that if she were to eliminate one, the other might escape, which would ultimately pose a threat. After spending nearly an entire day on the 15th floor without finding an opportunity, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to return for a meal and some rest. However, as she reached the 17th floor, she heard noises from above and promptly halted, straining her ears to listen. Could it be that man arriving? It had been a while since he last appeared. Regrettably, she felt a pang of remorse for having used her skill on Tang Xuejia instead of him. After all, she believed that this man harbored many secrets. There was a chance she could pilfer something valuable from him. Even though the cooldown period for her skill lasted only an hour, it could only be utilized once per day. Zhou An'an decided against returning home just yet. Instead, she would observe where this man planned to rest for the night. Once the clock struck midnight, she could employ her thief's hand to see what she might acquire from him. She was entirely unconcerned about him breaking in. The sequence for unlocking had been altered by her hands. Regardless of how he obtained his information, she doubted this man could still gain entry, unless he possessed some prophetic ability, something she deemed unlikely. If he did manage to intrude, she had prepared contingencies within. As she ascended the stairs with deliberate caution, striving to avoid making noise, she swiftly reached the 18th floor. Since she was using the emergency exit, which featured a door separating it from the platform, she found that although the door was not locked, it closed automatically. Thus, Zhou An'an stood outside, unnoticed by anyone within. Peering through the crack in the door, she caught sight of the man. He appeared just as he had in her previous life, impeccably dressed. Despite the smoky atmosphere outside, he remained clad in white attire, white trousers, a white shirt, and crisp white shoes, his short hair lending him an air of sharpness and cleanliness, a stark contrast to the grimy appearance of Tang Xuejia and Zhou An'an. It was as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. To be frank, Zhou An'an was still perplexed as to how Wan Changshan managed to maintain such pristine appearance. At this moment, Wan Changshan wore a scowl as he faced the completely locked door, fists clenched, channeling his metal-based abilities into a punch directed at the door. Yet, The door seemed impervious to his efforts, showing no signs of being affected. He placed his hand against the door again, attempting to manipulate it with his metal powers, intending to alter its shape to gain entry. However, the door, made of metal, inexplicably resisted his control, leaving him at a loss. He firmly believed that his method of unlocking was sound, as he had employed a soul-searching approach, directly probing the memories of the occupant without affording them the opportunity to speak. Thus, only one possibility remained. Someone else had learned the method of unlocking the door through unknown means, preemptively altering the locking mechanism before his arrival, rendering his painstakingly acquired knowledge ineffective. He could only wonder if the individual was currently hiding inside, observing everything through the surveillance system. The thought deepened his frown. But what of that frown? He was powerless against the door, and the occupant inside remained unyielding. Observing their leader's frustration, his 4 underlings dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting their boss's ire. The 7 or 8 women accompanying them were even more reticent. This man was not known for his patience, and should he become angered, he might cast them aside. After all, following him guaranteed their safety and provided for their needs, so none of the women wished to leave his side. With a darkened expression, Wan Changshan stared at the door for an extended period, long enough for Zhou An'an to believe he might bore a hole through it with his gaze. Then he uttered a single word, "Go." Chapter 71. The virus outbreak, triggered by a meteorite. Zhou An'an immediately activated her teleportation skill, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself on the staircase between the 16th and 17th floors. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. Zhou An'an swiftly ascended to the 16th floor. Upon pushing open the door to the emergency exit, she noticed a considerable number of individuals in the corridor. This building was, after all, one of the few that remained in the vicinity, and those with nowhere to go had congregated here. Although the locked doors had been pried open, the corridor was still crowded with people. Zhou An'an blended into the crowd, remaining close to the emergency exit. She was eager to ascertain which floor that man would occupy, so she could execute her plan at midnight. While the thief's hand ability was undeniably powerful, Zhou An'an realized it had its limitations regarding distance. It did not allow her to pilfer from anyone at will. Therefore, she needed to determine on which floor Wan Changshan would rest that night to successfully carry out her scheme. She positioned herself near the door, casually leaning against it to widen the gap between the 2 doors slightly. However, after waiting for a considerable time, she did not see anyone from above appear on the staircase. Did that mean he was resting on the 17th floor? Zhou An'an did not believe they had taken the elevator, as she had distinctly heard footsteps from above. Given that the building had only one emergency exit, it was evident they could only be resting on the 17th floor. With clarity in her mind, she settled on the 16th floor, waiting for midnight to arrive so she could commence her thievery. Meanwhile, Tang Xuejia and her companion had finally found a suitable spot and settled down. It must be said that Zhou An'an possessed some skills, for the location they had chosen was forcibly taken, and the opposition had not stood a chance against him. Observing Zhou An'an's brooding gaze, they ultimately chose to retreat. As the two sat together, Tang Xuejia nestled in Zhou An'an's embrace, recounting the grievances she had endured since entering the game, causing his heart to ache. "Xuejia, rest assured, with me here, you shall suffer no more. I knew my husband cared for me the most. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." At this point, Tang Xuejia abruptly shifted the topic. "I wonder where An'an is and if she is safe. With so many buildings collapsing, it truly raises concerns." The implication was her doubt about whether Zhou An'an had perished in the wreckage. "Don't worry, that girl has a strong constitution. It's not her first time entering the game. She will undoubtedly have a sense of crisis. If she were to die just like that, it would be a stroke of luck for her, though it would be a pity for her space and the resources within." Zhou An'an's expression darkened as he spoke, seemingly resigned to the belief that Zhou An'an had met her end, with his words merely serving to comfort Xuejia. After all, both of them suspected that Zhou An'an's space had been taken by Zhou An'an, fueling their deep-seated animosity towards her. Zhou An'an harbored conflicting desires. He wished for her death, yet simultaneously hoped she was still alive. After all, if Zhou An'an was indeed behind the theft of his space, her demise would extinguish any hope of reclaiming it. Conversely, If she remained alive, there was still a chance to retrieve it, albeit with a nagging feeling that it would be unfairly advantageous to her. Although one could also seize another space within the game, the dimensions of the acquired space were fixed, unlike one's own space, which was capable of growth, expanding by a cubic meter with each game entry. Thus, it was imperative to reclaim his own space. From this perspective, he preferred Zhou An'an to stay alive, at least until he could locate her and retrieve what was rightfully his. Eventually, he would not only reclaim his space, but also seize Zhou An'an's. This was her fourth game, which meant her space had grown to 4 cubic meters. The mere thought of acquiring her space filled him with anticipation. Jia, fear not. The number of surviving buildings in this game is scarce. We shall search one by one, and as long as she is alive, we will surely find her. How dare she steal from her own brother's space? Just wait until I find her. I will make her rue the day. Tang Xuejia felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. She could not comprehend why, since meeting Zhou An'an, she had developed an aversion towards Zhou An'an. However, out of respect for her sister-in-law, she had refrained from displaying her disdain, which had been quite suffocating. Now, it seemed the girl had finally provoked her brother's ire, and death awaited her at his hands. Every time she thought of this, a secret thrill coursed through her. The two continued their intimate conversation, but upon noticing others around them eating, Tang Xuejia felt a pang of hunger. Husband, I'm hungry. Shall we eat? Of course, Jia. What would you like? As Zhou An'an spoke, he mentally rummaged through the supplies in the space he had commandeered, selecting items Tang Xuejia favored. Tang Xuejia also delved into her own space, curious to see what she could retrieve. However, upon inspection, she discerned that something seemed amiss in her space. With her space only measuring 1 cubic meter, the supplies were inherently limited. If she were to lose merely a couple of bags of snacks or cookies, it might not be immediately noticeable. Yet, she had lost an entire box of milk. Tang Xuejia furrowed her brow in confusion as she conducted a thorough check. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, her expression changed dramatically. She quickly extricated herself from Zhou An'an's embrace, sitting upright. Jia, what's wrong? What happened? Sensing her distress, Zhou An'an immediately inquired. Husband, it seems I've lost something from my space. Is your space still intact? Yes, the space is still there, but I've lost an entire box of milk. Are you sure? Think carefully. I've never heard of anyone losing items from their space. Could it be that you're mistaken? No, it's impossible. That box of milk was sealed and untouched. You know, my space is already quite small, and losing an entire box of milk is something I cannot be mistaken about. This is indeed strange. Zhou An'an grew vigilant, scanning the surroundings as he wrapped an arm protectively around Tang Xuejia. He did not doubt her honesty, but perceived everyone around them as potential thieves, heightening his alertness. Chapter 72. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteor. Tang Xuejia furrowed her brow, her gaze darting around the crowd, seeking the culprit behind her misfortune. Simultaneously, she cursed the game silently, having already discerned the existence of items, leading her to suspect that someone had employed a skill or item against her. Yet, she remained oblivious to the identity of this individual and the reason for targeting her. Surely, they did not perceive her as a novice, an easy mark to manipulate? If she discovers who that person is, she will ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Her kindness would not extend to sparing them from a fate of utter torment. Filled with a fierce determination, her eyes glinted with malice and vengeance, though unfortunately, Zhou An'an, oblivious to her inner turmoil, remained unaware of her intentions. Perhaps, given that they were of a similar ilk, they would empathize with one another. Even if he did notice, he might interpret their shared intensity as a profound connection. Their glaring stares were far from subtle, and the surrounding onlookers, not blind to the brewing tension, quickly sensed the escalating animosity. With only a few buildings spared from destruction, the survivors were tightly packed within these structures, rendering every room overcrowded with people. Some chose to ignore the brewing conflict, unwilling to invite trouble, while others, timid and cautious, distanced themselves from the two. Yet, there were those unafraid of confrontation, who, upon sensing the hostile energy, boldly met their gaze, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you staring at, brat? Looking for trouble? Believe me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhou An'an was not one to back down easily. Inherently cold and ruthless, he had also gained experience in combat from slaying numerous monsters in the previous game. Threats held no sway over him. However, lacking any special powers himself, he had foregone the opportunity to acquire them with the gold he had earned, choosing instead to use it to ensure Tang Xuejia's well-being. Regrettably, he later discovered that many of his possessions had been stolen, including those he had secured in his storage space, which had vanished entirely. His efforts had been in vain, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Yet this did not diminish the wrath building within him. In fact, it intensified his fury, provoked by the taunts. Zhou An'an's eyes blazed with anger as he surged toward the offender, fists clenched, ready to deliver a blow. Just as he advanced, a brilliant orb struck his chest. Immediately, his body convulsed violently, akin to a wind-up toy frog, shaking uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back in his head. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou An'an collapsed to the ground, a plume of black smoke escaping his mouth. It turned out this assailant was no ordinary player, but one equipped with lightning powers. Zhou An'an had inadvertently struck a formidable opponent. Tang Xuejia, caught off guard, watched in horror as Zhou An'an fell. When she finally reacted, her heart raced with anxiety. Zhou An'an must not be harmed. Otherwise, she would be left vulnerable to bullying. This realization indicated that Tang Xuejia possessed some self-awareness, recognizing that, aside from Zhou An'an, others might not be so easily swayed by her charm. Her concern for his safety was palpable, as Zhou An'an genuinely cherished her, obedient to her every whim. As she saw Zhou An'an convulsing on the ground, she disregarded their disheveled appearances and cried out, "An'an! An'an! Are you all right? You mustn't be hurt. Don't frighten me. I can't bear to be without you." Her cries were filled with genuine emotion, resonating deeply, and she appeared utterly distraught. Although Zhou An'an's body was unresponsive, his mind remained clear. He had merely been momentarily stunned by the attack. Yet, the lingering effects of the electric shock left him somewhat incapacitated. As Tang Xuejia collapsed beside him, he managed to utter, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Hearing his reassuring words, Tang Xuejia felt a wave of relief wash over her, but she dared not take her eyes off him, fearful of revealing her hidden resentment toward their assailant. Fortunately, the man seemed disinterested in further conflict, merely snorting in disdain before turning away. Both of them exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an on the 16th floor remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding on the 15th. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have cheered with delight. Zhou An'an, despite his readiness to cater to Tang Xuejia's every desire, was not without pride. He often looked down upon others. Despite his own limitations, though struck by the lightning power, he still felt confident in his abilities, believing he could have easily bested the attacker in a fair fight. The fact that he had been ambushed only fueled his indignation. Even now, as the pain coursed through him, his mind simmered with thoughts of retribution against the one who had wronged him. Yet, as the haze of the shock began to clear, Zhou An'an hesitated. He feared being caught off guard again. His reluctance to engage in combat was mirrored by Tang Xuejia, who, as a newcomer to the game, lacked any advantages or experience, making her even more vulnerable than him. As the clock struck midnight, Zhou An'an ascended to the 17th floor, pausing at the stairwell to activate her stealth ability against Wan Changshan. Sensing an influx of items in her inventory, she stealthily returned to the 18th floor, locking the door behind her. Once inside, she flicked on the light. Her spirits lifted as she began to examine the treasure she had acquired from Wan Changshan. Chapter 73. The virus outbreak, triggered by the meteorite. To her disappointment, Zhou An'an discovered that the one-time use of her magical ability, the Thief's Hand, had only yielded a notebook. What utility could such an item possess? Was it merely a diary chronicling natural disasters? As she sank into the sofa, she idly flipped through the pages of the notebook. Yet, upon glancing at its contents, her spirits soared with excitement. Although the entries were a haphazard collection of ideas, they unveiled the enigmatic secrets of Wan Changshan. Zhou An'an could hardly fathom that Wan Changshan was not a native of her world, but a being from a different realm. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his original world was one of cultivation, perhaps fearing that her arrival in a new world would cloud his memories. He had meticulously recorded the techniques of cultivation within its pages. Regrettably, the intricacies of these methods were obscure and convoluted. She recognized each character individually, yet their collective meaning eluded her understanding. Nevertheless, this did not deter Zhou An'an from treating the notebook as a priceless treasure, preserving it with great care. Even if its contents were beyond her comprehension for now, it represented a cultivation technique, and who knew when fortune might grant her the insight to decipher its secrets. As she delved deeper, Zhou An'an uncovered numerous arcane spells and incantations, though they remained enigmatic to her. The writings chronicled events preceding her entry into the game, revealing the nature of the artifact that the merchant had exchanged for a device reminiscent of a spirit-gathering plate. The concept of a spirit-gathering plate was familiar to her, as she had perused several cultivation novels in her former world, a realm that, despite its apocalyptic state, still harbored such elements. This discovery invigorated Zhou An'an, prompting her to resolve to employ her thief's hand on Wan Changshan. After all, who knew what other treasures might reside within his possession? With days of persistent theft, she hoped to unearth valuable items. Moreover, she had abandoned any thoughts of confronting Wan Changshan directly. As a cultivator, he possessed countless abilities unknown to her, and she deemed it wiser to extract advantages from him instead. Perhaps one day, her growth would eclipse his, rendering her a force to be reckoned with. Despite having acquired her own unique abilities, Zhou An'an was acutely aware that she was far from being a match for a cultivator. At that moment, Wan Changshan remained oblivious to his loss. He only retrieved the notebook-like journal after each game concluded, and since he was still engaged in the current game, he had no reason to check it, thus failing to notice its absence. Zhou An'an, however, was so exhilarated that she scarcely slept, finally succumbing to slumber just as dawn approached. Before drifting off, she checked her poison levels, relieved to find them at a steady 0 Perhaps Wan Changshan felt secure, knowing that the original owner had perished by his hand, rendering him unconcerned about the real-time monitoring feeds. Moreover, the network was currently down. Only the players could communicate through the game's provided channels, while their mobile devices in the real world had become mere decorations. Thus, as Zhou An'an languidly slept, her bedside alarm suddenly vibrated, jarring her from her dreams. Realizing the source of the disturbance, she sprang from her bed, neglecting her morning routine, and promptly activated the real-time surveillance. Upon seeing Wan Changshan's face on the monitor, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hadn't he failed to unlock the door yesterday? Why was he back again today? His persistence was truly relentless. Unfortunately, although her thief's hand had cooled down, her opportunity for the day had already been exhausted. Otherwise, she would have seized the chance to pilfer the resources he presented. Wan Changshan, possessing a modicum of intellect, had surmised that someone had altered the lock sequence. Hence, he returned today to attempt a different combination. To enhance his chances, he had prepared a list of several sequences, each distinct, and was currently trying them one by one. Zhou An'an observed his futile attempts with a sense of exasperation. Reluctantly, she rose from her bed and made her way to the security room, keeping a watchful eye on Wan Changshan's movements while accessing the permissions modification page. By this time, he had already attempted to unlock the door thrice, all in vain. As he began his fourth attempt, Zhou An'an once again altered the sequence, reverting it to the third failed attempt he had just tried. Thus, it was destined for Wan Changshan to leave empty-handed once more. After a series of failed attempts, Wan Changshan finally lost his patience, delivering a forceful kick to the door, venting his frustration with a string of curses before slinking away in defeat. Zhou An'an returned to her slumber, and upon waking, she resumed her guise as a young girl. Just as she was about to step outside, a sudden realization halted her in her tracks. She had seemingly forgotten to open a treasure chest she had brought back from the previous world. With newfound urgency, she retrieved the 2 jade guanine statues from her storage space, discovering the box within one of them. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, she opened it, her heart soaring with joy. She had indeed been correct. The items within an unopened treasure chest did not vanish. However, her excitement waned as she examined the item's description. It was a piece of gauze, capable of healing wounds regardless of severity. Even the most grievous injuries would mend completely within 5 minutes of application, rendering the victim as if they had never been harmed. Though this item was undoubtedly valuable, it shared the same limitation as the previous treasures from her last world. It could only be utilized within the confines of the current game. Thus, once this game concluded, the gauze would dissipate. Carefully storing the gauze and box back within the Zhou An'an, she ensured the area was clear before making her way to the 15th floor. Chapter 74. The virus outbreak induced by the meteorite at this moment. Zhou An'an had acquired an unusable, incomplete cultivation technique, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of elation. She found herself looking down upon Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia. She fantasized that one day she might cultivate, and, even if she did not achieve anything remarkable, her chances of survival would still increase compared to others. Furthermore, in this lifetime, having taken the lead, her situation had improved exponentially compared to her previous life. Thus, she resolved to take action against the two of them today, to eliminate them quickly and avoid prolonged troubles. After all, she wished to devote more energy to Wan Changshan. Even if she could not defeat him now, extracting some advantage from him would still be worthwhile. Recalling Wan Changshan's frustrated yet powerless demeanor as he struggled with the locked door, she suddenly perceived that he was not as formidable as she had imagined. Given time, if her growth accelerated, perhaps one day he would no longer be her adversary. Silently exiting her home, she made her way to the 15th floor. With numerous rooms lining the corridor, Zhou An'an was uncertain of the two's whereabouts and had to check each room until she finally located them. To her surprise, both appeared unwell, particularly Zhou An'an, who seemed even more disheveled than the day before. It was not merely that he looked darker, he appeared grimy, his disheveled state leaving her perplexed. He was half sitting on the ground, exhibiting a pitiful demeanor as if he had endured some torment, arousing her curiosity. Yet, amidst her confusion, she felt a flicker of delight. Surely Zhou An'an would no longer be glued to Tang Xuejia's side in this state. After all, just yesterday, he had insisted on accompanying her even to the restroom, thwarting Zhou An'an's attempts to act. If her suspicions were correct, that would certainly facilitate her plans to deal with them one by one. Noticing that the area was crowded, Zhou An'an stepped back, finding a vacant spot outside to patiently wait. She had ample time and boundless patience. As predicted, Zhou An'an was indeed unable to remain by Tang Xuejia's side continuously in his condition. When she ventured to the restroom, it was alone. Watching Tang Xuejia leave the room, Zhou An'an promptly followed, ensuring she entered stall. After a brief wait, she utilized her teleportation ability to slip into the stall right after Tang Xuejia. Just as Tang Xuejia was about to lower her pants, Zhou An'an appeared behind her, wielding a massive iron hammer that struck with a resounding blow to Tang Xuejia's head. Without even a scream or a glimpse of her assailant, Tang Xuejia was dead. Consumed by her hatred and eager for a swift resolution, Zhou An'an held nothing back. The hammer obliterated Tang Xuejia's skull, leaving her no chance to plead for mercy. Staring at the lifeless Tang Xuejia, Zhou An'an felt a moment of bewilderment. Was her vengeance truly this simple and effortless? It seemed almost surreal. However, she quickly regained her composure, reaching down to remove a bracelet stained with blood from Tang Xuejia's wrist before teleporting away from the restroom. Yet, Zhou An'an did not return home. Instead, she teleported to the staircase between the 15th and 16th floors, retrieved a towel from her spatial storage, dampened it using her water powers, and meticulously cleaned the blood from her protective suit before walking back to the 15th floor. Once again, she settled outside the room where Zhou An'an was, resuming her position and closing her eyes to restore her energy. A girl of around 11 or 12, clad in protective gear with no backpack in sight, appeared to be without resources, thus attracting no attention. However, the other players viewed the situation differently. If they were players themselves, they would be aware of the value of keeping their resources concealed. Yet, even if this young girl possessed some supplies, they likely amounted to little. At this early stage of the game, when resources were still plentiful, no one was inclined to target such a minor player. As for Zhou An'an, since Tang Xuejia had gone to the restroom, he felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness. Yet, rather than suspecting something had happened to her. He feared that the person who had previously attacked him was plotting against him again. Thus, while he appeared calm, he remained vigilant, wary of any sudden moves against him. However, as time passed, Zhou An'an began to sense that something was amiss. Tang Xuejia had been gone for far too long. Could something have happened? With this thought, he could no longer remain seated, suppressing his discomfort. He stood up and exited. Unbeknownst to him, as he passed the doorway, an 11 or 12-year-old girl watched his retreating figure intently. Once Zhou An'an exited, Zhou An'an rose and followed him outside. He headed straight for the restroom, but rather than barging in, he called out loudly, "Jiejia, Jiejia, are you in there? Jiejia?" Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, there was no response. A growing sense of dread consumed Zhou An'an, prompting him to disregard the curious glances of others and push through the door. He then beheld a closed stall with blood seeping from beneath the door. Though he could not discern the situation inside, he inexplicably felt that it was Tang Xuejia. His face drained of color, his eyes widened in terror as he stared at the blood on the floor. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an stood at the door, suddenly understanding what it meant to have one's eyes bulging with horror. For Zhou An'an's eyes appeared ready to pop from their sockets. Although others had noticed the blood flowing out in this apocalyptic world, a few deaths were hardly a concern. So, despite the abnormality of the situation, no one thought to open the door and investigate. After all, there were other stalls. If one was unusable, there were plenty of others, and in their own struggles. No one wished to pry into another's affairs. Chapter 75. The virus outbreak, triggered by a meteorite. Zhou An'an stood frozen, gazing at the blood seeping from beneath the door, his mind momentarily blank, unable to fathom his thoughts. After a few minutes of stunned silence, he snapped back to reality. Disregarding the discomfort from the lightning strike that had recently afflicted him, he lifted his foot and, fueled by desperation, began to kick the door while calling out for Jiejia. The restroom stall door, lacking sturdiness, succumbed to his forceful kicks and swung open, revealing a woman sprawled in a pool of blood. Though her head was a mangled mess, rendering her unrecognizable, the familiar clothing she wore left no doubt in Zhou An'an's mind. This was none other than his beloved Jiejia. "Jiejia!" Zhou An'an cried out in horror, his eyes wide with anguish, disregarding the fact that he was in a women's restroom as he rushed forward like a whirlwind. Trembling, he cradled Tang Xuejia's lifeless body, unable to comprehend that the wife who had just shown him tenderness had now become a mere corpse. His cries echoed with heart-wrenching sorrow, showcasing the depth of his love for Tang Xuejia. The commotion attracted onlookers, both from outside and those emerging from other stalls. Two individuals, faces flushed with anger at the presence of a man's voice in a women's restroom, soon fell silent upon witnessing the grim scene before them. The sight was undeniably tragic. However, empathy was scarce, for the relentless cycle of life and death had long desensitized them. Even those who felt compassion merely did so in silence. Zhou An'an entered the restroom, her gaze cold as she observed the unfolding tragedy, involuntarily recalling the circumstances surrounding her own death in a previous life, words of indifference echoing in her mind. "An'an, your sister-in-law did not intend this. Do not blame her. This is your fate, and you must not harbor resentment. You may rest now. Your sister-in-law and I will carry on in your stead." Those chilling words reverberated in her ears, causing her eyes to glisten with suppressed fury. After a moment, she snapped out of her reverie and approached Zhou An'an, who was consumed by profound grief, fixated on the lifeless form of Tang Xuejia. Given the setting, it was natural for women to pass by him, and Zhou An'an, a mere child of 11 or 12, slender and small, went unnoticed. Yet in a turn of fate, as Zhou An'an closed the distance to a mere meter from Zhou An'an, she suddenly lunged forward at him, collapsing onto the ground in despair. A metal rod appeared in her hand, its claw-like end glinting ominously. With blinding speed, she thrust the weapon into Zhou An'an's chest. The sickening sound of flesh piercing echoed as Zhou An'an felt a searing pain in his chest. He instinctively looked up, locking eyes with hers, which burned with hatred. Who are you?" he stammered, receiving no answer but the brutal thrust of the clawed rod once more. with an icy expression and eyes aflame with vengeance. Zhou An'an continued her relentless assault, striking him repeatedly. Perhaps the death of Tang Xuejia had spurred her on, for Zhou An'an made no attempt to defend himself. After 4 or 5 thrusts, he collapsed, eyes closing as if lifeless. Zhou An'an stood quietly, observing the 2 bodies in the pool of blood, a wave of sorrow washing over her, far from the satisfaction she had envisioned. Lost in thought, she remained still while the onlookers gaped, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Zhou An'an, who had appeared dead, raised his arm, which elongated unnaturally, nails sharpening to a deadly point, and latched onto Zhou An'an's neck. Reacting swiftly, she wielded her weapon, severing his arm at the elbow. To her astonishment, he had acquired a unique ability, one that seemed to be a grotesque extension of his former self, perhaps intended to enhance Tang Xuejia's pleasure. In that moment, Zhou An'an's thoughts veered into an unexpected direction. Pain flared in her neck, a reminder of her injury. But she paid it no mind as she conjured a long blade, unleashing her fury upon the still-breathing Zhou An'an and the already dead Tang Xuejia. Her strikes came with frenzied speed, as if possessed, venting her pent-up rage. The spectators recoiled, startled by her madness, wary of the blood that might splatter upon them. When her onslaught concluded, Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia lay in a grotesque pile of dismembered flesh. Zhou An'an, clutching her neck, departed the scene, and the crowd instinctively parted to allow her passage. She did not wander far, taking a seat on the landing between the 15th and 16th floors. A piece of gauze materialized in her hand, gently pressed against her wound. As the pain gradually subsided, the injury healed completely, though the bloodstains remained, a stark reminder of the horror she had just witnessed. Silently, she remained there until the curious glances from onlookers faded and they returned to their own affairs. Only then did Zhou An'an activate her teleportation ability, wishing to transport herself directly to her home on the 18th floor, bypassing the door locks. This proved successful. She shed her soiled protective gear, took a shower, donned her nightwear, and collapsed on her bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Though the act of killing those 2 had not been taxing, the emotional toll weighed heavily on her, for despite her resolve, Zhou An'an was still her brother, and the burden of that reality lingered in her heart. Chapter 76. The virus outbreak triggered by meteorites. Additional update. With the sudden resolution of her deep-seated grievances, it felt as if an immense burden had been lifted from her shoulders, yet simultaneously, it seemed as though nothing had changed, leaving her spirit exceedingly weary. However, after a restful slumber, she sensed a profound relaxation throughout her being, as if she had attained a new level of enlightenment, feeling unburdened both internally and externally. Given her already tenuous familial ties, she resolved to regard her deceased brother as someone who had long ceased to exist. The man she had slain was merely an adversary, not her bloodkin. This realization alleviated the pressure in her heart. Nonetheless, her slumber extended longer than anticipated, causing her to awaken past 1 o'clock in the afternoon the following day. After refreshing herself and consuming a light meal, she retrieved the spatial compartment she had acquired from Tang Xuejia. The 1 cubic meter of space proved inadequate for much, primarily containing food, beverages, and a few bottles of cosmetics. This woman, even in such tumultuous times, had not forgotten the art of makeup. After inspecting the contents, Zhou An'an returned the spatial compartment, having sustained injuries during her confrontation with Zhou An'an. And with so many spectators present at the scene, she had been unable to meticulously examine each item, especially since Zhou An'an's original spatial compartment had already been taken by her. Even if he had subsequently seized someone else's compartment, the nature of its contents remained uncertain. Given her injuries and the throng of onlookers, she had been too preoccupied with venting her emotions to linger by the time she ceased her actions. Zhou An'an's body had been left in a gruesome state. Thus, she departed without hesitation. After her meal, she decided to explore the 17th floor, intending to take advantage of the situation at Wanshang Mountain. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in her mind. After her encounter with Zhou An'an, she had utilized her teleportation ability to return home. This led her to wonder if others could also harness such a skill. Fortunately, Teleportation was a unique ability she had obtained from a treasure chest, and she had not encountered any merchants offering such skills. Otherwise, her anxiety would have intensified. For instance, Wanchong Mountain, despite his formidable capabilities, lacked the teleportation skill, rendering him helpless before a mere door lock, which undoubtedly frustrated him. However, since she could teleport, it seemed that even the seemingly impregnable 18th floor was not entirely secure. Reflecting on how soundly she had slept the previous night, she acknowledged her carelessness and resolved to exercise greater caution moving forward. In the future, she would endeavor to rest during the day, engaging in her activities at night, as the average person tends to commit misdeeds under the cover of darkness. After all, what if she teleported to an unfortunate location and ended up right in front of her adversary? Moreover, having previously adopted the guise of a young girl to eliminate Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia, it was imperative for her to assume a new identity for this next endeavor. Ultimately, she transformed into a middle-aged woman in her 40s, of modest stature and unremarkable appearance, someone who could easily blend into a crowd. Before stepping outside, Zhou An'an first scrutinized the surveillance footage to ensure the hallway was devoid of any presence. Although she possessed the option to teleport directly outside, the 5-minute cooldown of the skill prompted her to refrain from using it in an unoccupied corridor. Despite the possibility that she might not need to teleport again within that time frame, she was cautious of the unforeseen, perhaps having failed several attempts. Wanchong Mountain had abandoned his efforts, or perhaps the situation had yet to reach a critical point. Regardless, he had not returned to attempt to breach the door of the 18th floor, which spared Zhou An'an considerable trouble. Upon arriving at the 17th floor, she refrained from entering and instead positioned herself at the entrance of the safety corridor. Activating her thief's hand skill, she discerned the addition of a new item to her spatial compartment and promptly teleported back home. Wanchong Mountain, who had been engrossed in his cultivation using a spirit gathering plate, suddenly felt a distortion in the ambient spiritual energy, prompting him to furrow his brow and expand his consciousness. Although his current perceptive range was limited to a mere dozen meters, it sufficed to address potential dangers in his vicinity. However, he remained oblivious to the materials used in decorating the 18th floor, which effectively shielded him from perceiving its interior, even while standing at the door. In contrast, the 17th floor posed no such barriers, allowing his consciousness to flow effortlessly. Nevertheless, Zhou An'an, having successfully acquired her prize, immediately teleported back to the 18th floor, a fortunate miscalculation on her part. Had she not done so, Wanchong Mountain would undoubtedly have sensed her presence outside the safety door. While he might not have directly implicated her, he would certainly harbor a lingering impression. Should she continue to utilize this guise, any subsequent feelings of unease he experienced could lead him to recognize her figure. Once, he might overlook it, twice, thrice. Eventually, suspicion would inevitably fall upon her. Thus, it could be said that since her rebirth, Zhou An'an's fortune had indeed improved. Upon returning home, she eagerly retrieved the pilfered item from her spatial compartment. Ever since discovering Wanchong Mountain's identity as a cultivator, she had harbored a keen interest in the contents of his pockets, convinced that he possessed a wealth of valuable items. Given the random nature of her thief's hand skill, the anticipation of unveiling the treasures within filled her with excitement akin to that of unboxing a mystery package. To her surprise, she discovered that she had indeed stolen a box. Moreover, the material of this box struck her as oddly familiar. It did not take long for her to recall that its composition resembled that of the treasure chest she had encountered in her previous game. Not long ago, she had opened one, uncovering a piece of gauze that had proven beneficial in healing the wounds inflicted by Zhou An'an. She could only hope that this box was not empty. Wanchong Mountain had never opened this box, nor was it the only one in his possession. As a cultivator, he had amassed various means, rendering him unafraid of the monsters encountered in the prior game, and, consequently, he had not deemed it necessary to utilize the items contained within the boxes. Besides the one Zhou An'an had stolen, for others remained in his spatial compartment. Upon discovering these boxes, he had deemed them unnecessary and casually stored them away. As someone who had traversed the realm of cultivation, He had developed the habit of tossing away items obtained during excursions or in secret realms into his storage pouch, only to inspect them when the mood struck him. Unless, of course, the item was particularly enticing or urgently needed, in which case he would examine it promptly. This habit remained unchanged even after crossing into this new world, thus inadvertently granting Zhou An'an a stroke of incredible fortune. Chapter 77. Virus Outbreak Triggered by Meteorite with a heart filled with trepidation and uncertainty. Zhou An'an cautiously opened the box. To her dismay, she discovered that the box was utterly empty. This revelation left her feeling a profound sense of disappointment, as if she had squandered a rare opportunity for mischief. Just as she contemplated sealing the box again and returning it to her space, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimmer of light. Instantly, she halted her movements. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a minuscule silver bead within the box, even smaller than a grain of millet. The interior of the box was silver, matching the bead, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. This was why Zhou An'an had almost missed its presence. Delicately, she retrieved the tiny bead, and an intriguing message manifested in her mind. X-ray vision can be used 10 times after fusion. Single world item. Would you like to commence fusion? Indeed, just as the gauze she had previously obtained. This was also a single world item. However, the X-ray vision had a limitation on usage, rendering it slightly inferior to the gauze she had acquired earlier, which had no such restrictions. Since it could only be utilized within this particular game, it was better to fuse early than late. Thus, Zhou An'an resolutely chose to proceed with the fusion. Soon after, she discovered she had gained a new skill. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 7 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 7 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skills, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded using points. Metal ability level 1. Material creation, metal transformation water ability level 1. Water generation. Control water flow direction transformation skill level 1. Can transform into 30 different objects mental control level 1. Can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes temporary skill. X-ray vision 10-10 equipment. Thief's hand. Can target an individual to activate a stealing skill, successfully obtaining a random item from them. Cooldown 1 hour. Available attribute points 0 points. 2150 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated she had acquired the temporary skill of X-ray vision. Perhaps it was true that teleportation skills were rare, or perhaps those with such abilities had not set their sights on her, opting instead for better opportunities. Regardless, Zhou An'an concluded her rather unsettling day without any incidents. As the new day dawned, Zhou An'an once again activated her thief's hand on Wan Changshan, who resided on the 17th floor. This time, she pilfered a box of chocolates. However, it was not entirely intact, as one piece was missing. Perhaps Wan Changshan harbored an inexplicable confidence in his abilities, for he remained oblivious to Zhou An'an's subtle maneuvers. Undeterred, she continued her nightly thefts, venturing out just past midnight. When leaving, she would unlock the door, and upon returning, she utilized teleportation. Of course, at times when she was not in human form, she would teleport out, wait for the cooldown to expire, and then employ her thief's hand. Although Wan Changshan sensed disturbances, he failed to discover anything amiss during his mental scans. After a few instances of feeling fluctuations, he grew complacent, convinced that no danger loomed. As the occurrences multiplied, when he did sense disturbances, he could hardly muster the energy to investigate. In his mind, it was merely someone possessing a certain advantage, and he dismissed the matter, preoccupied with his own endeavors. Alongside his cultivation, gathering followers, and charming the numerous beauties around him, he had little energy left to concern himself with others. As for his previous fixation on the 18th floor, he had now relinquished that ambition, having fully claimed the 17th floor with his gang. Those who had previously occupied the 17th floor were either driven away or had voluntarily aligned themselves with him, provided they met his aesthetic standards. Indeed, before anything went missing, Wan Changshan had thought little of the matter, considering it someone else's affair. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an found herself increasingly addicted to thievery. After several successful heists yielding various snacks and an article of clothing, she acquired a second box. To label it merely a box was somewhat of an understatement, as it resembled a small chest, roughly the size of 2 cartons of instant noodles. However, this time, she refrained from opening it. Since it could be carried into the next game as long as it remained unopened, she deemed her current advantages sufficient, preferring to save it for a future challenge where it might serve an unexpected purpose. After all, these items were single-world commodities. Should she open it now, they would be rendered useless in subsequent games. On the 15th day of the disaster game, after successfully stealing yet another box, Wan Changshan finally realized that items were going missing. The delay in his realization was due not only to his indifference towards these belongings, but also because he possessed over a dozen spaces, the majority of which he had acquired through conquest. Given the random nature of Zhou An'an's thief's hand, the items she obtained were not necessarily from any specific space of his, which further obscured his awareness. Upon recognizing the theft, Wan Changshan's mood could only be described as furious. He found himself utterly bewildered as to which brazen fool dared to steal from him. Reflecting on the energy fluctuations he had sensed almost daily, he quickly deduced that someone was indeed targeting him. Astute as he was, Wan Changshan pieced together the situation and surmised that the thief's skill could only be used once a day. Nonetheless, this was still a remarkable ability. This was not merely common theft. It was theft from his very own space. The audacity of such a petty thief infuriated him. Especially vexing was the thief's cunning, as she did not strike at a fixed time each day, leaving him perpetually on guard. He certainly could not maintain vigilance every hour of the day. Moreover, the thief was remarkably elusive. He had never managed to catch even a glimpse of her. This reality seemed to mock his ineptitude, even as a cultivator. He was repeatedly outsmarted by the same petty thief using the same methods, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Chapter 78. Virus outbreak triggered by meteorites. Though Zhou An'an consistently succeeded in her endeavors without being caught, a sense of unease had begun to creep into her heart. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to altering her timing to execute her thieving skills, ever wary of her adversary's detection, adhering to a fixed schedule. To enhance her stealth and evade capture, Zhou An'an transformed into a gecko, a fly, or a tiny insect for her larcenous exploits. Each time she employed her thieving skills, she would immediately use teleportation to return home post-heist. Yet, despite her string of successes, her anxiety intensified with each passing occasion. On this particular night, after the clock struck midnight, Zhou An'an morphed into a nocturnal gecko, utilizing her teleportation ability to materialize outside a door, climbing the wall of the stairs toward the 17th floor. Given the limitations of her thieving skills, reaching the 17th floor was imperative to pilfer items belonging to Wan Changshan. Otherwise, she could have simply executed her plan from home without the hassle. Upon reaching the stairway to the 17th floor, she ascended a few more steps, then patiently awaited the cool-down period of her thieving ability. As the 5 minutes elapsed, a sense of trepidation gripped her. Her heart raced as if foretelling impending misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to utilize her X-ray vision, knowing she had 10 opportunities at her disposal. Feeling particularly anxious that day, she deemed it prudent to assess the situation before proceeding. With that thought, Zhou An'an activated her X-ray vision. This ability functioned akin to mental acuity, but with greater strength, allowing her to see through numerous barriers to observe her desired location. As her vision penetrated the walls, she finally beheld a familiar face and the surrounding environment from her memory. At that moment, Wan Changshan sat in an empty room, devoid of furniture save for a cushion placed in the center. Around him flickered a dozen candles, arranged in an orderly fashion. Though his eyes were closed, the faint tremor of his eyelashes betrayed his wakefulness. Indeed, the X-ray vision proved formidable, allowing her to discern even the minutiae of his expression. Suddenly, as Zhou An'an scrutinized the room, Wan Changshan's eyes shot open, locking on her position with an intense gaze. Despite the several walls separating them, Zhou An'an was startled, gripped by the illusion that he had detected her presence. Instinctively, she retracted her X-ray vision and activated teleportation. However, this time, she did not return to the 18th floor, but instead relocated to the 15th, transforming from a gecko into a diminutive insect, pressing herself tightly against the wall. As Zhou An'an executed her teleportation, Wan Changshan bolted from the room with lightning speed. Unfortunately for him, he was a fraction too late. Standing at the stairway's entrance, Wan Changshan glowered into the darkness, motionless, seemingly engaged in contemplation or sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an, sensing the danger, remained motionless against the wall, mirroring Wan Changshan's stillness. This tense standoff persisted until 2 hours later, when Wan Changshan finally stirred. He flicked on a flashlight and descended the stairs step by step, moving with deliberate slowness, pausing frequently to sense his surroundings. In the oppressive darkness, Zhou An'an felt a surge of anxiety, convinced that danger loomed ever closer. Reluctantly, she activated her X-ray vision once more, revealing Wan Changshan just a few steps away from the 15th floor. Not daring to delay, she fluttered her wings and darted toward a shattered window, escaping through the jagged edges of broken glass. Once outside, she held her breath, acutely aware of the risk of viral exposure. Her toxicity level remained at 0 m, and she was determined to avoid contamination. In the darkness, she strained her wings, soaring upward until she reached the 18th floor, cautiously crawling into the air conditioning duct, where she transformed into a spider to navigate back home. The decision to forego teleportation stemmed from her fear that her adversary might sense her movements and trace her whereabouts. Clearly, Wan Changshan had sensed something amiss and appeared to be prepared, compelling her to exercise extreme caution. It was only upon returning home that the unsettling feeling dissipated. After tonight's harrowing experience, Zhou An'an recognized that despite her acquisition of several skills and abilities, she remained far inferior to cultivators, particularly concerning their esoteric techniques that an ordinary person like her could hardly anticipate or counter. She resolved to remain indoors for the following days and, even while at home, to avoid her human form, remaining vigilant against any potential intrusions. At that moment, Wan Changshan's expression was grim. He had sensed that the presence he had been tracking had abruptly vanished. Previously, he could detect a faint trace of her aura, albeit requiring constant recalibration with each step taken. Yet, just as he felt he was closing in, her essence inexplicably disappeared. Zhou An'an had indeed experienced a stroke of fortune. While the virus had not ascended to the 15th floor, it had altered the molecular and ionic structure of the air. Thus, the instant she exited the window, Wan Changshan lost the ability to sense her, though Zhou An'an narrowly escaped when she settled her nerves and checked her status. She discovered her toxicity level had risen to 1 m. It appeared that while the virus had not permeated the 15th floor, it had nonetheless changed the air outside, leading to her exposure and subsequent poisoning. Could it be that mere proximity to the virus could induce toxicity? For the next 2 days, Zhou An'an refrained from venturing outdoors. Yet her toxicity continued to escalate at a rate of 1 m per day. During this time, she dared not sleep in her bed. Instead, she pried loose a section of the ceiling, transforming into a spider to ascend and rest above. This way, even if someone employed teleportation to enter her home, she would remain undetected. On the 19th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an continued to stay indoors, observing the commotion outside through surveillance cameras. Chapter 79. The virus outbreak triggered by the meteor. The visitor was none other than Wan Changshan. Zhou An'an was somewhat perplexed. It had been quite a while since he last appeared, and she had assumed he had abandoned the 18th floor. Why had he returned now? Had he devised a method to open this door? At this moment, Zhou An'an had reverted to her human form, though her face was no longer her original visage, but that of a middle-aged woman with a somewhat harsh appearance. She sat in the security room, her eyes fixed intently on the surveillance footage, attentively monitoring the outside commotion while remaining poised to modify the program at any moment. Despite Wan Changshan's myriad of tactics, as long as he lacked skills like her instantaneous teleportation, which allowed for wall traversal and relied on a password to enter, Zhou An'an felt confident in keeping him at bay. She dared not gamble on the possibility that he would refrain from attempting the previously used password again, so she promptly altered the unlocking sequence to one she had just tested. After several fruitless attempts to open the door, Wan Changshan, in a fit of rage and humiliation, unleashed several bolts of lightning upon it. Unfortunately, the lightning had no effect on the lock. To be fair, it did have a slight impact during the lightning strikes. Zhou An'an noticed a degree of chaos in the program. Even the surveillance screen flickered momentarily. Could it be that he was employing the power of lightning to disrupt the circuitry of her security system? Zhou An'an felt a twinge of concern, so she maintained her vigilant gaze on the monitor, ready to take action at the first sign of trouble. Thankfully, the efficacy of her security system proved formidable. Once the lightning ceased its assault, the system returned to normal. To ensure there were no lingering effects, Zhou An'an remodified the unlocking sequence, and the system indicated that the modification was successful. Through the surveillance, Zhou An'an observed Wan Changshan's exasperated demeanor and began to wonder if something had transpired outside during her days of seclusion. Otherwise, why would he be so incensed over being unable to open the door? After all, he had not reacted this way previously when faced with a locked door. The voices outside were laced with curses, yet they were subdued, almost as if he were muttering, making it impossible for Zhou An'an to discern the specifics of his grievances. This piqued her curiosity. She was eager to uncover what had transpired to render Wan Changshan so agitated, especially since he had previously maintained an air of detached composure. Now, Wan Changshan appeared noticeably more haggard than when she last encountered him, exuding an unsettling volatility, his once serene demeanor of a cultivator having vanished. Had something truly occurred outside? Had he, who had seemingly given up on the 18th floor, been compelled to return with renewed intent? Moreover, the women and subordinates who once accompanied him were nowhere to be seen. He stood alone at the door. Yet, something felt amiss. Based on her past knowledge of Wan Changshan, he was accustomed to being surrounded by a retinue. Why was he alone this time? Where had the others gone? Had they perished? In her previous life, Zhou An'an had perished early on, leaving her unaware of subsequent events. Was there an unforeseen twist in this game? Merely occupying the higher floors was insufficient to ensure her safety? She yearned to investigate the happenings outside, but with Wan Changshan venting his fury at her door, she dared not leave the security room, fearing the onset of uncontrollable events during her absence. Torn between curiosity and the need to remain within the confines of her safety, she resorted once more to her X-ray vision. Since acquiring this ability, she had only employed it once, leaving her with 9 opportunities remaining. The sight that greeted her was startling. Though it was broad daylight, the floors appeared densely populated with individuals lying everywhere. While napping during the day is not unusual, especially when there is little to occupy oneself, it was implausible that all these individuals were asleep. Surely, a few must be awake, which would be the norm. Zhou An'an scrutinized the scene, noting the absence of bloodstains on the ground or walls, and even those lying down exhibited minimal signs of blood loss. In fact, their complexions were flushed, or rather, unnaturally red. This bizarre situation was evidently abnormal. It was apparent to anyone with functioning eyesight. What on earth had transpired outside? Instinctively, Zhou An'an accessed her data panel to check her poisoning status. Today marked the 19th day of the disaster game, and her initial infection had occurred on the 15th day, leaving her with a current poisoning level of 5M. Everything seemed in order, with a daily increment of 1 unit. Could it be that those outside had surpassed a level of 50M? Unfortunately, Zhou An'an had died early in her previous life and had been preoccupied with her family. Thus, she was unaware of the symptoms associated with a poisoning level exceeding 50M. An ominous premonition gripped her. At this moment, Wan Changshan had fallen silent outside, though he did not depart. Instead, he slumped despondently against the wall, his complexion unnaturally flushed. Seeing that he was no longer active, Zhou An'an felt compelled to leave the security room. Once outside, she conjured metal from thin air, melting it into liquid to fill any potential gaps leading to the outside world. She began with the sewer, followed by air conditioning vents, ventilation shafts, and finally, the crevices around doors and windows. After some time spent sealing these openings, she glanced at the monitor only to find Wan Changshan seemingly asleep, maintaining his previous posture without any movement. By the time her powers were exhausted, she had not managed to seal all the gaps, but she was relatively organized. At least one room, the security room, was completely sealed save for the entrance. Now, Zhou An'an remained hidden within the security room, awaiting the restoration of her powers. Once rejuvenated, she resumed her labors, successfully patching up most of the 18th floor. The areas requiring sealing were adequately addressed, with only minor checks for deficiencies remaining. The entirety of the 18th floor was quite expansive, and even with air circulation halted, the oxygen within could sustain her until the conclusion of the game. Should the need arise, she still possessed an oxygen generator and oxygen agents, though their quantities were dwindling. Nonetheless, they would suffice to carry her through to the end of the game. Upon completing her tasks and returning to the monitor, she discovered that Wan Changshan had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 80. The virus outbreak, triggered by meteorites. Zhou An'an hastily reviewed the surveillance footage frame by frame, soon realizing that while she was preoccupied, Wan Changshan had already vacated the monitored area. Whether he had departed from the 18th floor remained uncertain, as the cameras had their blind spots. She had no choice but to activate her X-ray vision once more. It was imperative to ascertain Wan Changshan's whereabouts. After all, she deemed him quite perilous and could not afford to be complacent. Indeed, upon activating her X-ray vision, she spotted Wan Changshan. He was still on the 18th floor, but concealed behind the door of the emergency exit, a location obscured from the cameras. At that moment, Wan Changshan sat cross-legged on a square cushion, meditating, with an enigmatic circular object beside him, the nature of which was unknown to her. Zhou An'an surmised that it might be the so-called spirit-gathering disc. A flicker of temptation urged her to employ her thieving hand, yet she restrained herself. After all, Wan Changshan's strength was indeterminate, regardless of his status as a cultivator. She was uncertain whether her actions would alert him. If he pinpointed her location on the 18th floor, despite his current inability to breach the door, one could never tell how he might react if provoked. At present, Zhou An'an wished to avoid confrontation, so she quelled her restless impulses. On the 20th day of the catastrophe game, her poisoning condition had escalated to 6M. There was still no sign of activity outside her door, and Wan Changshan's figure remained absent from the surveillance footage. For the fourth time, she activated her X-ray vision, only to find Wan Changshan in the same position as yesterday, exhibiting no signs of movement. Were practitioners of the mystical arts truly akin to meditating monks, remaining motionless for extended periods? Did their legs not ache? Did their posteriors not suffer discomfort? Zhou An'an found this perplexing, yet it did not hinder her from inspecting other areas. After all, with her X-ray vision active, it would be a waste to only observe Wan Changshan in meditation. The scope of her vision extended downwards to other floors. To her astonishment, the previously silent levels now exhibited signs of life. Those who had seemed to be in deep slumber, almost mistaken for the deceased, now sat upright, at least 1/3 of them. Their complexions still flushed, but their eyes gleaming with vitality, betraying no semblance of the dead. She could even sense their exhilaration. What were they excited about? What had transpired? Those individuals were clustered in groups, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones, leaving Zhou An'an in the dark about their conversation, as her X-ray vision could only provide visual insights. Devoid of sound, this scenario left her bewildered. Had her previous assumptions been erroneous? Were these individuals not succumbing to their poisoning at the 50M mark, but rather experiencing some unknown phenomenon? Moreover, she pondered on Wan Changshan's earlier anxiety, which could not have been feigned. Thus, was it possible that even he was oblivious to the unfolding situation? Otherwise, his distress from the prior day would remain inexplicable. Zhou An'an redirected her X-ray vision to the outside, hoping to glean insights into the external environment, only to discover that her vision could not penetrate beyond the confines of the building. Something seemed to obstruct her line of sight. Could it be that the viruses had breached the 10th floor? If so, the days ahead would prove challenging. Initially, she had believed that residing on the 10th floor or above would guarantee her safety throughout the game, but it appeared she had been overly optimistic. Approaching the window, she peered outside through the glass, only to find the same desolate ruins, as scarred as ever, unchanged from her previous observations. In a state of confusion and fearing for her safety outside, Zhou An'an resolved to no longer torment herself. Transforming into a spider, she ascended to the ceiling to sleep, surrendering to whatever fate awaited her, for she remained alive. As Zhou An'an succumbed to slumber, Wan Changshan awakened from his meditation, resuming his attempts to unlock the door. However, after merely 2 sets of numbers, he ceased, having heard commotion from below. Hesitating for several seconds, he abandoned his efforts and descended the stairs to investigate. By the time Zhou An'an roused from her dreams, evening had set in. She checked the surveillance footage, finding no alarming developments. With 10 days remaining until the game concluded and only 6 uses left for her X-ray vision, she decided against activating it again. As no threats had been revealed in the monitoring, it was wiser to reserve her resources for critical moments. Uncertain whether Wan Changshan remained in his meditative state, that fleeting thought crossed her mind only to be cast aside. As long as he did not attempt to breach her door, she could treat him as though he were non-existent. On the 21st day of the catastrophe game, her poisoning index had risen to 7M, yet her body exhibited no adverse effects, merely a bothersome number. Nonetheless, this steadied her nerves, as the rate of increase remained unchanged. If this pace continued, escaping the game safely was assured. Outside her door, tranquility reigned. No one had ventured to the 18th floor, and even Wan Changshan had not attempted to unlock her door, granting Zhou An'an a significant sigh of relief. On the 22nd day of the catastrophe game, her poisoning index had surged to 8M. By the 23rd day, the first thing Zhou An'an did upon waking was to check her poisoning index, which had now reached 9M. As she ate, she opened the surveillance feed at her door, only to be startled once more. At some point, 7 or 8 individuals had gathered outside. They had made themselves at home in the corridor, laying down cardboard bedding and piling various belongings, transforming the once spacious corridor into a chaotic scene. Zhou An'an scrutinized each face on the monitor, failing to recognize anyone, not even Wan Changshan. The need for careful observation arose from the fact that everyone outside bore a ruddy complexion, making identification challenging unless one was particularly familiar with them. Not only their faces, but even their necks and exposed arms bore the same hue. In this moment, the expressions on their faces were rather subdued, lacking the excitement she had witnessed the previous day. Chapter 81. The virus outbreak induced by meteorites. Could it be a mutation? Zhou An'an fixated on the surveillance for a full hour, observing that this group of individuals exhibited no abnormalities apart from their altered skin color. However, the reason for their presence on the 18th floor remained a mystery. Throughout this hour, they had attempted several times to force open Zhou An'an's door, but to no avail. It was laughable. Even Wan Changshan was unable to breach this door, yet they fancied themselves capable of doing so through sheer violence. Nonetheless, if they continued their relentless assaults at this frequency, the security system would likely falter, even if they couldn't break down the door. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an felt little concern. After all, she possessed the ability to teleport. Even if the door were to become inoperable, ingress or egress would pose no challenge for her. Moreover, with a throng of people assembled outside, it was improbable that she could casually open the door without risking confrontation. The thought of eliminating a few individuals did not weigh heavily on her conscience. Yet she was apprehensive about the potential for these people to be infected with some formidable virus. She was uncertain how the transmission of such a virus might occur, and the prospect of a face-to-face encounter filled her with dread. She certainly did not wish to transform into a little red person. Pondering further, Zhou An'an stroked her chin. She felt no trepidation towards this group, unlike Wan Changshan. Thus, she selected one at random and employed her skill thief's hand. To her surprise, she acquired a most extraordinary item. Treasure pot. Insert one item to receive a 10-fold manifestation. Usable once every 24 hours, excluding items of the props and skills category. Manifested items cannot be manifested again. Ah, what a splendid treasure. If only the description had contained more information. Nevertheless, even in its current state, it was already remarkable. This indicated that with a mere handful of supplies, she could successfully endure for 30 days. A 10-fold manifestation meant that for 30 days, she would only need to carry enough provisions for 3 days to sustain herself throughout the month. In a resource-abundant game world, this might not seem significant, but within a world constrained by scarcity, it represented an undeniable advantage. Merely through the sale of supplies, she could accumulate substantial points. At last, She understood why some individuals advanced so swiftly. Yet, she pondered whether this item had been acquired in this particular game. If not, then the individual who possessed it had concealed their success remarkably well, for in her previous life, she had heard no whispers of such matters. With tenfold manifested supplies, if her space were filled with food, it would effectively amplify her carrying capacity tenfold. Furthermore, when collecting resources, she would merely need to fill her current space without exerting additional effort to gather 10 times the amount. Zhou An'an realized she had once been quite naive, oblivious to many aspects of the game. She had assumed that only a few advantages appeared at the game's onset, unaware of the multitude of individuals quietly amassing fortunes. In this life, her eyes had been opened. Indeed, a swift step leads to further swift advancement. Merely in the fourth game, she had reached this level of development, a feat she had not even dared to imagine before. Glancing at her current supplies, she found herself lacking nothing in terms of food, and with her water manipulation ability, she would not be deprived of hydration. If she had to identify a deficiency, it would be the limited quantity of oxygen-generating agents. Thus, Zhou An'an retrieved a box of oxygen agents from her space and placed it into the treasure pot. In the blink of an eye, 10 boxes of oxygen agents materialized. Upon opening one, she discovered it to be identical to her original box, containing 20 small packets, 20 of A agents and 20 of B agents. She happily returned them to her space, realizing that this remarkable treasure would allow her to indulge when necessary. Zhou An'an commended her own good fortune. In high spirits, she opened the communication channel, where complaints, boasts, and trivial chatter abounded, yet she noticed no one mentioned the little red person. Unable to contain herself, she interjected in the chat. Sugar is no longer sweet. Friends, what is the deal with some individuals becoming like boiled shrimp? After sending her message, she was met with silence, as if her words had gone unnoticed. Zhou An'an promptly reposted her inquiry. After sending it 3 times, she finally received a response. Wolf Cub, hey, are you sure you're playing the same game as us? Who becomes like a boiled shrimp? If that were the case, how could they still be alive? I've never encountered what you're describing. Perhaps you could elaborate on your situation. The response left Zhou An'an momentarily stunned. Before she could gather her thoughts, others chimed in, claiming they had not witnessed the phenomenon she described, further perplexing her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could there be some unique contagion within this building? If so, wouldn't that place her in peril? Contemplating this, she reinforced her room once more, utilizing all her powers until exhaustion set in, at which point she would await recovery to continue fortifying her defenses. As she suspected, on the 24th day of the disaster game, the relentless efforts of that group resulted in the breach of the security system at the main entrance. Observing the now inert security system, Zhou An'an began to reinforce the door. She employed her metal manipulation ability to seal the entire door, ensuring that even without the security system, it would not be easily breached. In fact, attempting to force the door would be less efficient than breaching the walls. Additionally, there was another piece of good news. Despite the differing circumstances reported by others in the communication channel, the infection rate continued to rise at the previous rate of 1 million per day, showing no signs of acceleration. This offered her a measure of comfort. Of course, given the ceiling of her dwelling, even though she felt no immediate shortage of oxygen, she still operated her oxygen generator for several hours each day to ensure an ample supply within the confined space. On the 25th day of the disaster game, the surveillance outside had also been compromised, meaning she could no longer see the outside world without utilizing her eye of insight. The peephole on the door had been sealed with steel as well. It was evident that the group outside had not relinquished their attempts to open her door, as the persistent sounds of pounding echoed from outside, indicating their unwavering determination to seize the 18th floor. After some contemplation, Zhou An'an decided to utilize her eye of insight once more. The sight that greeted her was shocking, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Chapter 82. The virus outbreak triggered by meteorites. Previously, when observing through the surveillance footage, the distance had perhaps obscured the details, leading to a mere impression of these individuals as flushed and vibrant, with no notable changes even in their eyes. It might have been due to preconceived notions that Zhou An'an neglected to scrutinize the subtle transformations in these people, thus overlooking this peculiar phenomenon. However, now with the use of her X-ray vision, she discerned something amiss. Beneath their ruddy skin, numerous tiny spikes had emerged, resembling erect body hairs, each one tinged with the same crimson hue, lending them an unsettling appearance. Moreover, Zhou An'an noted that these individuals appeared exceedingly emaciated, nearly skeletal. Although she had previously observed their weight loss, she had attributed it to a lack of food, not giving it much thought. Yet now, their bizarre appearance struck her as familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen it before. The small red spikes on their bodies were hardly noticeable from a distance, as they were short and blended seamlessly with their skin tone, making them easy to miss unless one looked closely. This was the reason Zhou An'an had failed to notice such a change in the surveillance footage earlier. Considering that others in the communication channel had also not identified these peculiar beings, she began to suspect she was facing a group of extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrials? Zhou An'an's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, their likeness seemed vaguely reminiscent of aliens she had encountered in films, yet they were not entirely alike. For their heads were not bald, nor did their eyes protrude unnaturally. As for their gaunt appearance, it could be somewhat concealed by their clothing, at least from a distance, rendering them less conspicuous. Despite her heart racing, witnessing their continued failure to breach the door provided Zhou An'an with a modicum of relief. Regardless of whether they were aliens or merely afflicted by a strange virus, as long as she remained uninfected, all would be well. She did not even care about the source of the infection. After all, in just 5 days, she would be free from this game world. If she could endure these 5 days, she would be fine. She hoped fervently that the house would withstand any attacks from the outside. For any eventual incursions post-game would be of no concern to her. She would have already departed by then. Suddenly, she recalled her piece of gauze, which was highly effective for external injuries, though she was uncertain of its efficacy against the virus. Yet, she was unwilling to risk infection to find out. Moreover, it might not even be a virus. Perhaps they were indeed extraterrestrials. Retrieving the gauze into her spatial storage, she activated her thieving abilities once more. This time, she procured a small bag of cashews. Ever since acquiring that treasure trove, her pilfered items had lost their novelty, being predominantly food or drink. On the 26th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an pondered the items she had stolen, which included a piece of worn lingerie, likely unwashed due to its owner's neglect, bearing an odd odor. The entire house had been sealed, including the windows, leaving her unable to discard it outside. Instead, she found a plastic bag to contain it, layering it with 2 more bags to prevent any odor from escaping before tossing it into a corner of the balcony. She anticipated that time would pass uneventfully. Yet to her shock, on the afternoon of the 27th day, a tremendous explosion resonated from outside, causing the house to tremble. Rushing to the living room, she noticed cracks forming in the walls surrounding the door. What on earth was happening outside? A wave of unease washed over her as she activated her X-ray vision, unveiling the actions of those outside and revealing the source of the ominous sound. It turned out that these individuals had somehow procured explosives, intending to blast her door open. Shifting her perspective to observe the door, she discovered that it remained largely unscathed, while the adjacent wall had sustained damage. If they persisted with this assault, they could indeed break through. Recognizing that even if she could repair the wall with her gold abilities, she would not have the time to do so. She could see several bundles of explosives laid out on the stairwell landing between the 18th and 17th floors, indicating that they could detonate at any moment. Zhou An'an decisively stored any items she could into her spatial area, donned her protective suit and gas mask, and transformed into a spider, scuttling up to the ceiling. Using her gold abilities, she sealed the ceiling above her. Activating the oxygen generator she had stored away, she was relieved to find it was rechargeable. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for how to operate it now. However, a pressing concern lingered. Once the stored power was depleted, how would she recharge it? There were no outlets on the ceiling. The generator could sustain her until the next morning, but after that, trouble would ensue. It seemed she had to either escape or eliminate the intruders during this interval. Fortunately, there were only 7 or 8 of them outside. If they were merely ordinary people without any special abilities, Zhou An'an felt confident in her capacity to deal with them, given her numerous hidden cards. With this thought in mind, she melted the metal she had used to seal the ceiling, preparing to descend and catch the intruders off guard. Yet another thunderous explosion rocked the house, causing it to shudder. Peering through the ceiling's cracks towards the door, she realized she had missed her opportunity. The explosion had created a breach in the wall, through which the small red beings began to pour in one after another. The spaciousness of the 18th floor apartment allowed these intruders to scatter immediately upon entry, inadvertently providing Zhou An'an with a chance. She swiftly crawled out through the cracks in the ceiling, identifying a solitary figure, and stealthily trailed behind. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her human form, brandishing a knife that she swung with great speed towards the being's neck. Perhaps due to the proximity of their positions and the rapidity of the unfolding events, the small red being had no time to react before its head fell to the ground, unable to emit even a single cry of despair. Following this method, Zhou An'an swiftly dispatched another of the small red beings. However, after slaying two, the commotion alerted the others, who rushed to the scene, horrified to find their companion lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Chapter 83. The virus outbreak caused by meteorites. However, before these individuals could burst in, Zhou An'an had already reverted to her spider form, ascending the wall with remarkable agility, ensuring that the assailant remained undiscovered. She dare not linger, as during her second kill, her victim had fought back in their final moments, inflicting a wound upon her. Before she could tend her injury, the commotion outside compelled her to transform back into a spider. In this form, she was unable to retrieve any bandages, so she gritted her teeth against the pain and scuttled out through the doorframe while the commotion ensued around the deceased. As a spider, her speed was impressive, allowing her to swiftly navigate to the restroom. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she quickly transformed back into her human shape, locked the restroom door from the inside, and applied a bandage to her wounds. 3 injuries required her time and attention. Fortunately, they were minor, or she would have suffered excessive blood loss given the distance she had traversed. Unbeknownst to her, a thin line of blood marked her path along the wall. As she began to tend to her second wound, someone had already discovered the blood trail and followed it to the restroom door. Zhou An'an heard the disturbance outside. Thankfully, during this delay, her second wound had already healed, prompting her to swiftly apply the bandage to the third wound. The individuals outside soon realized that the door was locked from within, leading them to suspect that the murderer of their kin might be hiding in the very room. They began to pound against the door, and Zhou An'an felt a surge of urgency. At the moment the door finally gave way, her wound healed, and she transformed back into a spider, scuttling under the sink. The group of intruders burst in, only to see a fleeting shadow vanish, prompting one to shout, "I saw it! Quick, catch it! Don't let it escape!" In an instant, the tiny restroom overflowed with people. Regrettably, at this point, Zhou An'an had already eluded capture. Hiding beneath the sink, she listened to the ruckus as they shouted and began to smash things in their frantic search. Yet they could not find her. Once the group had exhausted their outburst and exited the restroom, Zhou An'an cautiously emerged. She watched them carry 2 corpses into a nearby room and promptly followed, waiting for them to leave before entering herself. With only the 2 bodies left, she shifted back into her human form and began to search them. One of the deceased had indeed been a player prior to mutation, as Zhou An'an discovered a space ring worn on his pinky finger, offering a capacity of 4 cubic meters. This player had participated in the first game, managing to survive the first 3 rounds, only to meet his demise in the 4th at her hands. However, given his current mutated state, even had she not killed him, he likely would have lost his chance to escape the 4th game. With the master deceased, the space became unclaimed, allowing Zhou An'an to inspect its contents. To her surprise, it contained a wealth of items, filling half of the 4 cubic meters, primarily consisting of food and drink, though nothing particularly enticing. The other individual, whether a local native or someone who had lost their space to others, yielded no such vessel, leaving Zhou An'an to ponder whether it might be hidden in an obscure location, such as within hair or body fur, an area she could not examine closely. Perhaps due to her previous experiences, the remaining individuals now approached with heightened caution, even peering into the restroom before entering to ensure it was unoccupied. Little did they realize that Zhou An'an could easily evade their notice with her ability to transform. It did not take long before the third individual met a similar fate. Yet still, no trace of a space was discovered. Zhou An'an remained undeterred. Her primary objective was to eliminate those who intruded, and finding their spaces was merely a delightful bonus. As the fourth individual fell, the remaining four began to panic, fleeing from the 18th floor in a frenzied rush. Zhou An'an chose not to pursue, but instead began to repair the damaged walls, hoping to remain hidden until the game ended. The situation outside remained uncertain, as she feared the unforeseen consequences of leaving the safety of the 18th floor. As night fell, fatigue overcame Zhou An'an, yet she persisted in searching the final corpse. She discovered a space within the belt of the last individual, albeit limited to 2 cubic meters with scant supplies. Nevertheless, even the smallest gains were welcome, and she stored the belt in her own space. Perhaps due to fear from their previous encounters, the remaining individuals did not return, leaving Zhou An'an vigilant and on edge, uncertain of their whereabouts. She noted that on the 28th day of the Calamity game, no one had appeared. Utilizing her thief's hand skill yielded no success, leaving her perplexed. So she activated her X-ray vision. To her astonishment, not only was the 18th floor empty, but the 17th floor was also devoid of people. Those who had previously occupied the space were nowhere to be found. The four who had nearly encroached upon her territory had vanished. It became clear why her thief's hand had failed to procure anything. Extending her vision to the 16th floor, she discovered only one occupant, Wan Changshan. He appeared quite disheveled, his clothing stained with blood, and a fierce expression etched upon his face. Apart from him, there were no others. Zhou An'an had no intention of venturing out. Instead, she remained secure on the 18th floor. Upon checking her status panel, she was taken aback to find that her poisoning status had escalated to 27M after merely 2 days without scrutiny. Now, on the 29th day of the game, her poisoning status had risen to 33M. Observing the communication channel, she noted a significant decline in activity, with only 139 individuals remaining from an original count of 1,000. Chapter 84. The virus outbreak triggered by meteorites suddenly. Zhou An'an felt that if her previous self had not perished at the hands of those despicable men and women, it would have been exceedingly difficult to survive the fourth game. After all, in her former life, she was undeniably weak, her progress lamentably slow. Even being by Wan Changshan's side, survival would have been a formidable challenge. Observing now, Wan Changshan has also become a solitary figure. The companions and beauties that once surrounded him long vanished, indicating that he could not protect those close to him, or perhaps he never even considered safeguarding others. However, it is understandable. Having entered a survival game, each must bear responsibility for their own lives. Relying on others for protection is merely a delusion. Wan Changshan's skin appeared unchanged, resembling that of an ordinary person, yet the weariness etched upon his face was unmistakable. On the 30th day of the disaster game, the number of participants in the communication channel had dwindled to a mere 98. This morning, her poisoning index had already reached 30M. From the dwindling numbers in the communication channel, it was evident that scarcely 1 in 10 had managed to survive this round. Zhou An'an waited until dusk, taking advantage of the waning light to don her protective suit and swiftly leave her home. She had previously utilized her vision to pinpoint Wan Changshan's location, and now she was poised to seize one last opportunity. At that moment, Wan Changshan remained on the 16th floor, perhaps aware that the game was nearing its conclusion. The anxiety that once plagued his face had faded, replaced by an unsettling calm. Transforming into a tiny insect, Zhou An'an flew to the entrance of the safety corridor on the 16th floor. Wan Changshan was in a meditative state. After waiting for the 5-minute cool-down period to pass, she activated her thieving skill and felt an additional presence in her space, prompting her to teleport instantly. Wan Changshan, who had been meditating, sensed her presence. Initially seated, he sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the staircase. Regrettably, he was a moment too late. Yet, he had already detected the faint trace of her escape leading upwards. At that moment, what was there left to deduce? The only place above was the 18th floor, a realm he had yet to tread. Fury ignited within one Changshan's heart. Zhou An'an had dared to pilfer his most treasured possession, the spirit-gathering disc. How could he possibly endure this? Moreover, he had already sensed her fleeing presence. Narrowing his eyes, his expression grew colder, a soft snort escaping his nostrils as he ascended the stairs at a measured pace. Though his ascent appeared unhurried, he was suppressing an impending fury, intent on tearing apart the scoundrel who had dared to steal from him not once, but repeatedly. Now, she had even absconded with his spirit-gathering disc, his most prized tool for cultivation. Without the spirit-gathering disc, not only would his cultivation speed diminish, but during critical breakthroughs, the absence of this artifact to concentrate spiritual energy could lead to failure. Thus, he was resolute in reclaiming what was rightfully his. While the walls of the 18th floor had been reinforced by Zhou An'an's metal abilities, Wan Changshan possessed similar powers, rendering the melting of metallic barriers a trivial challenge. However, upon successfully breaching the 18th floor, he found no trace of the culprit. Concealed in the ceiling, Zhou An'an, now in spider form, quietly patted her tiny chest. Phew! That was close. In her eagerness to hide, she had completely forgotten that he also wielded metal abilities. Fortunately, as a diminutive spider concealed on the ceiling, he could not detect her presence. Her heart raced as she peered through a small crevice, observing Wan Changshan in a frenzy below. After thoroughly demolishing the 18th floor in search of the elusive thief, he ascended to the rooftop, yielding no results. He then proceeded to the 17th floor. Zhou An'an, tense and immobile, clung to the ceiling, anxiously awaiting the countdown to end. When the timer finally expired, she checked her poisoning status, 48M. Thankfully, she had narrowly escaped, holding on until the end. As she surveyed her surroundings, Zhou An'an felt a disorienting sensation. The perspective seemed skewed, as if her home had been magnified infinitely. The enlarged space imparted a profound sense of oppression, making her feel more like an ant. Yet, realization dawned upon her. Having departed the game in spider form, she had returned home in the same guise, landing on the floor. Looking up, it indeed felt as if she had entered a land of giants. Suppressing a laugh, she reverted to her human form to inspect her latest acquisition. In her earlier anxiety, she had neglected to examine what she had stolen from Wan Changshan. Now, upon revealing it, she was momentarily stunned. Could this possibly be the spirit-gathering disc mentioned in his notes? If so, she had struck gold. Although this item held little value for her at present, as she lacked the ability to cultivate and was unaware of her own spiritual roots, she believed that she would encounter its significance in due time. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, she collapsed on her bed, finally allowing herself to sleep. The final days of the game had been exceedingly tense, devoid of any genuine rest. Now, in a safe haven, free from sudden dangers, a good night's sleep was well-deserved. She slept soundly for a full day and night, only roused by hunger. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she prepared a simple meal and eagerly began to tally her gains. Although her points in the real world were modest, they sufficed for the time being, as her space was well stocked with supplies, negating the need for purchases. Upon discovering 3 unopened boxes she had pilfered from Wan Changshan, excitement welled within her. Knowing that good steel should be applied to the blade, she resolved not to open these boxes unless absolutely necessary, for the items within could only be utilized in the game world. Though her current abilities were not elite, they were certainly not lacking. She checked the communication channel, noting that only 88 individuals remained. Another 10 had perished on the final day. Nonetheless, it was clear that those who survived were not to be underestimated. After all, only those with a modicum of skill could hope to endure this harrowing game. Chapter 85. So, it is as Zhou An'an opened the communication channel and perused the messages, she found herself somewhat bewildered. Prior to this, she had inquired about the little red figures within the channel, but received no responses, leading her to believe she was the only one experiencing this phenomenon. She had even suspected that there was a unique source of contagion within her building. However, after reading the discussions, she realized that was not the case. Some even mentioned her in the channel, expressing disdain as if she had nearly caused trouble for everyone. They suggested that some had perished, perhaps as a result of her influence. Through eavesdropping, Zhou An'an discerned that these little red figures were not extraterrestrial beings, but rather the manifestation of a virus triggered by a meteorite explosion. Those infected had a viral index exceeding 50 m, which transformed them into the alarming state she had witnessed. The mode of transmission of this virus was astonishingly peculiar, as it spread through the activity levels of brainwaves. Anyone who had participated in discussions on this topic, or had fixated on the infected individuals, could have their brain cells activated to a point where they would contract the virus. This virus also possessed a latent period, which explained why Zhou An'an's initial infection index had not surged quickly. It later skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Had the game not reached its conclusion, she too might have succumbed to becoming a little red figure. Once transformed, the disaster game system would automatically declare the player deceased, promptly ejecting them from the communication channel. Furthermore, upon the game's conclusion, there would be no return to the real world. Yet, Zhou An'an felt no blame for herself. Who could have anticipated that the method of viral transmission would hinge upon active brainwaves? This mode of contagion was utterly bizarre. Moreover, the activation of the infection pathway required a correlation with the virus itself. No wonder when she posed her inquiries in the communication channel, no one responded. Perhaps later, some grew weary of her frequent questioning, fearing she might utter something inappropriate that could heighten their brainwave activity, thereby terminating the discussion regarding the little red figures. Feeling somewhat drained, Zhou An'an exited the communication channel, not wishing to engage further for a time, as an uncomfortable sense of embarrassment enveloped her, an emotion she could not quite articulate, yet stifled her desire to speak. Without Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia incessantly buzzing about her affairs, Zhou An'an found her days became tranquil, even allowing herself the leisure to stroll through the streets. Although the number of survivors from this game was scant, having already endured 4 rounds, the modest save zone had undergone significant transformations. The opportunity to participate in survival games was no longer a secret. While it may not have reached a level of universal recognition, over 90% of the populace was aware, with many even sharing experiences online. The marketplace was now awash with novel items, albeit at steep prices. After all, even the least valuable of commodities had been procured at great peril by players, and the labor involved inherently elevated the worth of these goods. Consequently, the acceptance of these items was quite favorable. In truth, regardless of how arduous life may become, the stark divide between the affluent and the destitute persists, and this reality held true even in the present apocalyptic world. Thus, though the items they brought back bore high costs, they were not difficult to sell. On the contrary, they were in high demand, particularly consumables like food and beverages. Due to the limitations of space, the items players could extricate were but a drop in the bucket for the real world, compounded by the necessity to reserve some for personal use, rendering supply insufficient to meet demand. However, Zhou An'an had no intention of purchasing such goods. As a player, she lacked for ordinary resources, and as for items like tools, they were traded within the exchange channel for game points rather than real-world currency. Based on Zhou An'an's own experiences, the items she secured from the game rendered real-world points less significant. For an ordinary individual, the essentials of life were sufficiently met by the resources brought back from the game, negating the need for purchases. Transportation was uncomplicated within the limited safe zone, with public transport readily available and cost-effective. Most individuals had secured housing. Those renting found monthly costs manageable in terms of points. And even if one were to exchange real-world points, acquiring food could easily suffice, eliminating the need to sell items. Thus, those possessing tools would utilize them for personal advancement. For only by enhancing one's own capabilities could one gather more resources within the game, thereby increasing the likelihood of survival. The deaths of Zhou An'an and Tang Xuejia made little impact. After all, many had perished in the game, with only 8 managing to return. Even if it were known that Zhou An'an had killed her own brother and sister-in-law, it would bear no consequence. For the laws of the real world could not govern actions taken within the game. The fact that merely 88 individuals returned sparked excitement. as it signified an increase in opportunities for others to enter the game. Currently, the most fervent topic of discussion was whether one would be fortunate enough to be selected for the next round. With a plethora of strategy guides circulating online, individuals began to prepare discreetly, particularly regarding the choice of spatial carriers. Nearly 99 opted for rings, bracelets, and watches, as these were convenient for collecting resources. Yet, the ease of such times was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had slipped by, and the moment to enter the game approached once more. Zhou An'an had made extensive preparations for the forthcoming game. Apart from her innate abilities, she possessed no other advantages, especially in regard to her foresight. This new game would herald an era of uncertainty, compelling her to be thoroughly equipped. Chapter 86. The Melting Ice. Firstly, it was essential to store the majority of her supplies in alternate dimensions. In her personal space, she had placed 2 bottles of water, 2 cartons of milk, a pack of vacuum-sealed biscuits, a large backpack, a hand-pulled cart filled with several sizable shopping bags, and a rather sharp dagger. Additionally, prior to the game's onset, she aimed to ensure she was well-fed and hydrated, for she did not wish to enter the game only to scramble for sustenance. Even if she chose not to seek food, hunger would undoubtedly impair her agility once the game commenced. The countdown swiftly concluded, and as the scene transitioned rapidly, Zhou An'an found herself within the game. How frigid! This was Zhou An'an's immediate impression upon her entry, despite wearing long sleeves and trousers. She could not withstand the sudden chill that enveloped her. Her gaze darted around, realizing there were no warm garments stored in her space. To retrieve such items, she would first need to access her other dimensional carriers. Whether extracting from her own space or another, it was imperative to locate a secluded area. Surrounding her were numerous large ice blocks, each uniquely shaped. Their substantial size rendered them somewhat opaque. Moreover, it appeared that this time, all players had been deposited in the same location, for she could see many bewildered faces around her. Zhou An'an suddenly felt a twinge of unease. She recalled that most of the players entering this game were novices, devoid of any prior experience, and among those she surveyed, hardly anyone donned winter attire. It was likely that before true calamity struck, these players would turn on one another. Although she possessed a trump card, ensuring her escape even if confronted by several attackers, the sheer number of players made her reluctant to reveal her capabilities. Thus, Zhou An'an quickly lowered her head and, upon lifting it again, had assumed a different demeanor. With her arms crossed, she quickened her pace towards the nearest ice block. However, she was cautious not to rush, as the ground was slippery, and a misstep could lead to a fall. Fortunately, the ice block was only a few meters away, and she soon reached it. Yet upon rounding the back, she discovered 4 or 5 individuals already there. Zhou An'an squinted her eyes and decided to circumvent another ice block. Alas, more people awaited her there. At this moment, she felt as though the cold was seeping into her very bones. Even her teeth began to chatter involuntarily, and her feet, clad in sneakers, felt numb against the ground. Given the throng of individuals surrounding her, she abandoned the quest for solitude, realizing that she might freeze before finding a hidden corner. After navigating past yet another ice block, she noticed only 3 individuals present and, without hesitation, retrieved a ring from her finger, sliding it onto her middle finger. This was a tail ring originally belonging to a man, fitting her perfectly. She swiftly extracted a down jacket from within and donned it, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the 3 individuals. Should they dare to threaten her, she was prepared to strike decisively. Indeed, her actions caught the attention of the trio, their gazes fixated upon her. One man, trembling, approached her. "Miss, do you have any spare winter clothing? I'm about to freeze to death." Zhou An'an replied coolly, "No. Who could have anticipated such dreadful weather upon entry? I did not prepare extra garments." The man's expression remained neutral, as if he expected her refusal, yet he continued to advance. "Are there any other clothes?" "Anything will do. I'm not picky." Zhou An'an straightened her posture, her hands seemingly adjusting the zipper while discreetly gathering her strength, ready to act at a moment's notice. However, she maintained her composure, allowing the man to approach until they were merely 2 meters apart. Suddenly, he slipped, lunging toward Zhou An'an with arms outstretched, aiming for her neck. Seemingly caught off guard, Zhou An'an made no attempt to evade him. The man's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yet, before that smile could fully bloom, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The reason Zhou An'an had not dodged was that she had been waiting for him to collide with her, so she could strike. He looked down to see blood staining his thin garment, realizing too late that his intended grip on her neck had missed. Zhou An'an had, for reasons unknown to him, sidestepped away, now standing at least 2 to 3 meters distant. The man could scarcely fathom how swiftly Zhou An'an had moved. Employing her teleportation skill, she remained remarkably calm. The dagger she had plunged into him was not merely a superficial stab. She had twisted the blade as it entered and then withdrew it, striking directly at his heart. Thus, that single thrust was enough to claim his life. The other two individuals, utterly paralyzed by fear, could hardly comprehend the swiftness and decisiveness with which Zhou An'an had acted. Was this the demeanor of a seasoned player? Once they regained their wits, one screamed and fled, while the other retreated silently, likely apprehensive that exposing his back to Zhou An'an would seal his fate. Zhou An'an swiftly retrieved a pair of insulated shoes from her ring space, paying no heed to the two fleeing figures, and changed her footwear with remarkable agility. Observing their escape, she approached the man lying on the ground, whose life hung by a thread, and delivered a final blow to his neck, ensuring his demise. She then extracted the ring from his hand, discovering it was indeed his spatial carrier, albeit limited to merely 1 cubic meter and largely empty. The contents, however, did include 2,000 coins and an identity card, items every player received upon entering the game, though seemingly of little value in this particular scenario. Once she had thoroughly searched the corpse, Zhou An'an transformed into a pure white cat, blending seamlessly into the icy landscape, rendering her nearly invisible. With a few agile leaps, she departed the area, her sharp claws gripping the ice blocks, allowing her to scale them with effortless grace. Chapter 87. The melting ice too, it is said that those who stand high can see far. Although the ice block she climbed upon was not the tallest, and larger ice formations obscured her view, it still afforded her a glimpse of many distant places. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Scattered across the landscape were numerous individuals, certainly more than a couple of hundred, just within her line of sight. The obstructions of ice and the angles of vision further limited her perspective, leaving many areas unseen. Zhou An'an quickly realized her next course of action. She needed to secure a safe haven, regardless of the nature of the impending disaster. As she was alone atop the ice block, she began to search the surroundings for useful items, ultimately discovering a fire axe. This fire axe sparked an idea within her. With her mastery of metal manipulation, she could create any metallic tool she desired. The revelation was clear. She could carve an ice hole to establish temporary shelter, allowing her time to devise further strategies. While still elevated, Zhou An'an opened her interface to review the current mission. Congratulations, player Tang Edi successfully entered the survival game. Storage space expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 5 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring, if lost or damaged. The space will be lost as well. Previously bound spaces are exempt from this restriction. Players have 2 days to prepare supplies. Initial funds of 2,000 yuan and identification card have been deposited in the space. Hurry and gather what you deem essential. Mission objective, survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special reminder, death in the game equates to true demise. Strive to endure. As the calamity looms, the countdown begins. To her surprise, she had been granted 2 days for preparation. Although she remained uncertain of the disaster that awaited, she felt reassured knowing that as long as she avoided the attention of other players during this period, her safety was relatively assured. With this thought in mind, Zhou An'an transformed back in her white cat form and began to leap and sprint between the ice blocks. She was unaware of which locations were unoccupied or less crowded. Despite her elevated vantage point, the other ice formations obstructed her sight. Thus, she arbitrarily chose a direction and sprinted with all her might. Time slipped away as she ran, her body growing warm from exertion, all the while remaining vigilant against potential attacks. It was evident that this place offered little opportunity for resource gathering. Should anyone spot a white cat, they would not hesitate to pursue her, thinking only of capturing her for sustenance. Even if cat meat was unpalatable, it could still quell hunger, not to mention the value of her fur. While in her feline form, Zhou An'an had to evade the hunters among the players. Fortunately, her speed was formidable, and her snowy coat rendered her nearly invisible in this frozen realm, allowing her to escape the gathering of players unscathed. Now, having observed that the area was sparsely populated, Zhou An'an reverted to her human form. She retrieved the fire axe from her storage space and, employing her metal manipulation abilities, fashioned a chisel to begin carving into a massive ice block. The sound of metal striking ice rang out melodically, though it risked drawing attention. To muffle the noise, Zhou An'an quickly tore a strip of cloth to wrap around one end of the chisel. The muted thuds that followed were less likely to travel far. However, the earlier sounds had already sparked interest among nearby players, prompting seasoned players to begin chiseling their own shelters in the ice. Newer players, on the other hand, faced a grim fate. Their storage capabilities only activated upon entering the game, leaving them with little more than what they carried. Without tools, chipping away at the ice proved a formidable challenge, let alone creating a viable shelter. Some astute individuals promptly approached the experienced players, offering their assistance in exchange for the use of their tools once a shelter was complete. Though the ice was solidly frozen, creating a small hole was manageable with the right equipment. However, larger openings would require considerable time and effort. By now, most players had reviewed the mission panel, aware that the disaster would commence in 2 days. Consequently, no one was inclined to exhaust themselves chiseling out expansive shelters, especially with limited time remaining. Zhou An'an's hole was modest, just large enough for her to lie within. From her storage, she retrieved 2 moisture-proof mats, rolled them into cylindrical shapes, and secured the ends with fabric strips, creating a makeshift bed within the ice. Sitting on her temporary bedding, she nibbled on some instant food. Although she possessed a portable stove, cooking within an ice shelter was undoubtedly unwise, beyond the risk of melting the ice and creating drips. The smoke and heat could attract unwanted attention. She had no desire to be targeted, as that could jeopardize her ability to rest peacefully. To stave off the cold during the night, Zhou An'an wrapped herself in 2 emergency thermal blankets, leaving only her eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Additionally, she donned a wool scarf, ensuring warmth without hindering her ability to breathe. During the night, she adjusted the scarf twice, as the fabric covering her mouth and nostrils grew cold from her breath. That night, many endured the biting cold and hunger, with some failing to awaken by morning, succumbing to the frost. When Zhou An'an checked the communication channel at dawn, she noted a grim statistic. The original count of 1,000 players had dwindled to just 875, indicating a loss of 125 individuals even before the disaster commenced. It was clear that this game would not be an easy endeavor, and the surviving players might well number fewer than in the previous game. On the second morning, as she ate breakfast, Zhou An'an reviewed her personal information, noticing 2 attribute points available for allocation. After careful consideration, she assigned both points to strength, increasing her score from 7 to 9. With her personal information updated, she opened the trading shop, pondering whether she might be able to sell some supplies during this game. Chapter 88. Melting Ice 3. Although it is said that first-time players lack purchasing power, there are still 87 seasoned players, each of whom must have their own deficiencies. After perusing the trading mall, she first entered the communication channel, deciding it prudent to ascertain what everyone required before determining what to sell. To her astonishment, she discovered that new players indeed possess purchasing power. The game grants seasoned players an identity card and an initial fund of 2,000 yuan, whereas new players receive an identity card along with 2,000 initial points. This disparity naturally breeds discontent among the veterans, who, after great toil to complete a game, can only earn 1,000 points. In contrast, these new players need only participate in the game once to receive 2,000 points without any effort. It is crucial to note that the purchasing power of 2,000 yuan is fundamentally different from that of 2,000 points. However, the game system appears to be oblivious to the grievances and complaints of the older players, as if it were a preordained program. Despite lamenting the game's inequity, Zhou An'an understands the situation. After all, the area is engulfed in ice, with a thick layer beneath her feet. Even if more funds were provided, there would be nowhere to procure supplies. The veterans possess reserves and need not worry about survival in the short term, but the new players face a dire predicament. If they were afforded the same privileges as the veterans, the newcomers would undoubtedly be doomed, with little hope of survival. Nevertheless, this situation opens the potential for selling not only warmth-related items, but also food. Selling water may prove challenging, given the abundance of ice and dire thirst. One could simply chip off a piece of ice and suck on it. Moreover, without the means to heat water, even if purchased, it would remain cold in hand. Additionally, with the current temperature, unless stored in a spatial container, any water left outside would quickly freeze solid. Though 2,000 points may sound substantial, the reality is they must endure a month in this environment, with unknown disasters looming ahead. Thus, they are mindful of their expenditures, being frugal with their points, and opting not to buy unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, she need not concern herself with the needs of seasoned players. Conducting business with new players suffices, especially since the majority of her stored supplies consist of food and drink, with other items being minimal. Given her previous misadventures in the last game, where 87 others were privy to her blunders, Zhou An'an refrained from speaking in the communication channel and instead entered the trading channel. As she organized her supplies, she began listing items for sale. After the previous game concluded, she had gained 1,000 points, leaving her with a balance of 3,150 points. As she listed her goods, she calculated the potential points she could earn from selling everything. Aside from having leveled up her teleportation ability once, her other abilities remain at level 1. So she aims to accumulate 5,000 points to upgrade her powers. She opted for a metal-based ability, as it is the strongest combat skill she possesses, complemented by 2 points in strength. With this preparation, she believes she can survive this challenging game. After spending a good part of the day carefully selecting and listing a portion of her food supplies, she also listed 10 emergency blankets at a price of 100 points each. These blankets, acquired from her previous ventures, may appear small and thin, yet they offer remarkable insulation. Given that her pricing is reasonable, her items sold out within a mere 2 minutes of listing. Upon returning to the communication channel, she found many lamenting their failure to secure a purchase, with a few even chastising one individual for buying 5 blankets at once. Checking the transaction details, she noted that indeed, one person had purchased 5, indicating either a wealthier player or someone anticipating reselling them at a higher price as the temperature dropped further. However, this matter is of no concern to Zhou An'an, as she had already considered this possibility when listing her items. Additionally, she is not the only seller of emergency blankets. She merely has the largest stock available at the lowest price. Zhou An'an, however, is not idle. She discovered a large box of emergency blankets in her spatial inventory, estimating at least 200 pieces in total. Withdrawing 10 for sale serves both as a test to the market and as a means to quickly acquire points for upgrading her metal ability. Food items are also in high demand, especially among novice players, making lower-priced offerings all the more appealing. After just over an hour of listing, Zhou An'an successfully upgraded her metal ability to level 2, unlocking a new skill, remote control, allowing her to manipulate objects within a 10-meter radius. This means that as long as an enemy is within her attack range, she can conjure daggers, flying needles, or similar projectiles to strike them. In essence, her upgraded ability now includes means for ranged attacks, which she finds quite satisfactory. After all, in combat, it is preferable to avoid splattering oneself with blood. As a day swiftly passed, those who hastily excavated ice caves the previous day expanded their spaces slightly, affording a bit more room to move. Yet, Zhou An'an remained stationary, primarily due to her laziness. Soon, the countdown to disaster concluded, yet no one perceived any change, primarily because most were sheltering from the cold winds within their ice caves, oblivious to the external temperature fluctuations. Initially, the rise in temperature was minimal. Even the ice had yet to begin melting, making it easy for people to overlook the subtle changes. After waiting in vain to discern the nature of the impending disaster, Zhou An'an's anxiety heightened, prompting her to venture outside. First, she altered her appearance, adding height and donning a mail jacket. Upon emerging from the ice cave, she initially sensed nothing amiss. But as she turned her head, she inadvertently noticed droplets of water trickling down the very ice block she had carved. Chapter 89. The melting ice, for she promptly removed her gloves and delicately traced a finger across the icy surface, feeling its frigid touch. When she lifted her finger, droplets of water had indeed formed. Was this the onset of melting ice and snow? What calamities might arise from their thawing? Primarily, the ice blocks beneath their feet posed a risk. Should they melt, they would require rafts or boats for navigation. Furthermore, the uncertainty of what lay beneath the melting ice was a looming danger. Zhou An'an felt a pang of anxiety. Her inventory contained no planks, boats, inflatable rafts, or similar watercraft. With this thought weighing heavily on her, she hastily retreated to the ice cave, cautiously surveying the outside world before accessing the trading mall. The marketplace predominantly featured items sold by other players, and due to their bulky nature, watercraft were seldom collected during resource gathering. Given the constraints of space, even if one managed to gather such items, they could not be transported from the small world without relinquishing something else. After all, the world she inhabited was one of scarcity. Who would sacrifice food and drink for items of little use? Even if placed in the trading mall, it was unlikely that anyone would purchase them. Moreover, with limited starting funds upon entering the game, who would expend currency on such items? As Zhou An'an swiftly browsed the trading mall, she finally stumbled upon something of use, an inflatable mattress, and a double-sized one at that. Perhaps due to its niche appeal, its price was modest, merely 120 points. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked to purchase it. She believed others would soon realize its value, turning it into a coveted item, likely causing its price to escalate or even become unavailable. After all, in the current scenario, using this mattress as a substitute for boats and rafts was quite practical. Its inflatable nature provided commendable buoyancy, and being a double mattress, it offered ample space, ensuring that individuals could comfortably sprawl without the risk of falling into the water. At that moment, as Zhou An'an confirmed her purchase, someone else also discovered the inflatable mattress, only to miss out by a mere 0.01 seconds. Their regret and curses were inconsequential as 120 points were deducted from Zhou An'an's account, and a mattress accompanied by a manual pump materialized before her. Though the pump was hand-operated, she felt satisfied. With her space measuring 5 cubic meters, accommodating a mattress of 2 by 3 meters was feasible. She quickly organized her inventory, relocating all but the essentials to another space. After some effort, she inflated the mattress, preparing for the anticipated situation, thus avoiding the chaos of last-minute preparations when disaster struck. The fully inflated mattress was stored in her space. Although her inventory's area was fixed, its form could be adjusted at her whim, limited only to spaces bound to her. The temperature was rising slowly, with minimal increase, so only the surface of the ice was melting, leaving the cave's interior temperature largely unchanged. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an prudently stored all items from the cave in her space to prevent unforeseen losses, for in this game, every lost item was a painful blow. Having secured her possessions, she exited the ice cave, basking in the sunlight's gentle warmth upon her face. Observing the other players outside, she noticed worry etched on their faces. Clearly, they shared her concerns. Each was apprehensive about the impending calamity, acutely aware of the lack of watercraft or substitutes. If replacements were not found, the forthcoming challenges were all too clear. Despite the trading mall offering life jackets and flotation devices, these were no match for boats, merely ensuring survival without drowning. Moreover, the prices for these items were steep, each costing 100 points. Nevertheless, some players with ample resources purchased multiple life jackets and flotation devices, securing the jackets to the centers of the floats, creating a makeshift raft. While this arrangement still risked wet clothing, it was certainly preferable to relying solely on a life jacket or flotation device. However, such strategies were typically employed by seasoned players. New entrants hesitated to spend points so liberally. Others, displaying ingenuity, bought 4 flotation devices, binding them together with rope and covering them with a large plastic sheet, effectively crafting a rudimentary raft. In the face of impending disaster, players employed all manner of tactics, each striving to devise a solution. On the fourth day of the disaster game, the ice blocks were visibly diminishing, yet the ice layer beneath remained indiscernible, merely marked by a thin film of water. It was uncertain whether this moisture was from the melting ice or the ice layer itself. Fortunately, the nighttime temperatures devoid of sunlight were lower than during the day, slowing the melting process. By the fifth day, the ice cave had become uninhabitable as water began to drip from the ceiling and the surface was awash. However, this was not the moment to retrieve their tools, as moving about on the ice would either invite theft or robbery. Thus, Zhou An'an purchased a life jacket, climbing atop the ice blocks at night to rest, curling her legs to her chest for warmth. She dared not sleep soundly, alert to any rustle that might signal danger, lest she fall victim to an attack in her slumber. Mutual vigilance prevailed among the players, yet some still suffered misfortune, with cries of distress and anger echoing through the night. Although moonlight illuminated the scene, its glow was subdued, casting reflections on the ice. If someone attempted a stealthy approach, shadows could be discerned, but the identity of the intruder remained obscured. Chapter 90. The Melting Ice 5, due to a restless night. Zhou An'an felt particularly fatigued during the day. Even with the dawn's arrival, she showed no inclination to descend from the ice block, choosing instead to remain seated, occasionally dozing off as she quietly awaited the ice's thaw. On the sixth day of the disaster game, the sun shone with an unusual fierceness, hastening the melting of the ice. Although there was no thermometer to measure the precise temperature, it was evident that despite the water's chill, her down jacket was becoming increasingly unbearable. By noon, many players began to deploy their crafted tools, as the melting water had risen to knee level. Wearing a life jacket, Zhou An'an released her inflatable mattress and fashioned an iron rod using her metallic abilities. She plunged it into the water, anchoring it against the submerged ice layer to propel her mattress away from the crowd. As she unveiled her mattress, she immediately attracted the attention of several pairs of bloodshot eyes, prompting her to distance herself prudently. One could fear a thief's intent more than the act of theft itself. Fortunately, her chosen position was already on the periphery of the crowd. Otherwise, escaping would have necessitated navigating through countless obstacles. The presence of predominantly novice players, with little experience, meant that even though the game granted them 2,000 points, their lack of prior knowledge and resource accumulation rendered them ill-equipped. Had they been seasoned players, Zhou An'an would have faced greater challenges in extricating herself, especially considering that nearly all the 88 survivors from the previous game possessed abilities, skills, or other advantages. A confrontation over resources would inevitably lead to conflict, complicating any attempts at departure. Another factor that deterred the onlookers from pursuing Zhou An'an was the intimidating presence of her metallic rod. To novice players, those with abilities were formidable opponents. And despite being newcomers, they had absorbed advice from previous experience-sharing posts. The thought of challenging an ability user was tantamount to courting death. Now, as the ice had melted significantly, Zhou An'an found that the tallest ice blocks no longer obstructed her view. She continued to observe her surroundings while propping the iron rod against the submerged ice, adjusting her mattress's trajectory. Gradually, she drifted further from the crowd. After retracting the iron rod and rubbing her slightly sore arms, she settled cross-legged on the mattress and retrieved a pack of biscuits to eat. Although she was now alone, she refrained from lighting a fire, aware that the mattress's material was not fire-resistant, and any spark could render her without a means of flotation. That night, despite setting an alarm to rouse herself every half hour to check her surroundings, her sleep remained insufficient. At least she could stretch her limbs, unlike before when she had to sit with her knees drawn up, dozing intermittently. On the seventh day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an discovered that her iron rod was no longer functional. Even when extended to 3 meters, it could not reach the bottom. It seemed that the ice layer beneath had completely melted. Unsure of the water's depth, she shortened the rod to 1.5 meters, flattening one end to fashion a makeshift paddle. However, the metallic paddle proved cumbersome, exhausting her with each stroke. Setting aside the paddle, she allowed her mattress to drift freely, now distanced from the crowd, with provisions at hand, alleviating any survival concerns. Glancing at the communication channel, she noted that many players were forming teams. Most of these were novices, and upon examining the messages, she realized that seasoned players were exploiting them, coercing them into spending their points on goods. Once the novices exhausted their resources, the more benevolent players would leave them to fend for themselves, while others would ruthlessly eliminate them to seize their space and possessions. The chat was rife with complaints and curses, with some even engaging in moralistic tirades against the older players for their lack of conscience. Conscience? In a survival game where it is either you or me, what purpose does that serve except to hasten one's demise? Ironically, as these new players banded together for support, the veteran players became increasingly cautious. Although they possessed some advantages, facing a group of 3 to 5 was manageable against a larger mob. Even a skilled veteran could fall victim to chaos. Zhou An'an observed that the number of players online had dwindled to below 600, indicating that nearly half had perished by the 7th day of the game. While perusing the chat history, she inadvertently glanced up to see a figure in the distance, clad in a life ring, struggling to swim towards her. "Help! I have points. If you save me, I'll give you all my points. I'm willing to offer myself too. Please, I can't swim any longer." Zhou An'an, seeking to avoid complications, swiftly produced her paddle and began to move in the opposite direction. With her altered appearance and male attire, the woman perceived her as a man, believing her charm would sway him to assist. To her astonishment, Zhou An'an's refusal to approach, even as she drew closer, left the woman bewildered. Her expression twisted momentarily before she adopted a softer tone. "Please, kind sir, save me. I'll do anything you ask." Her voice turned syrupy, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Unfortunately for her, Zhou An'an, being a woman herself and devoid of interest in other women, was unmoved by her act. Moreover, after her experiences with her brother and sister-in-law, her trust in humanity had plummeted to near zero. Chapter 91. Ice Melting 6. Thus, the woman was completely casting flirtatious glances at the blind man. Furthermore, this was a disaster game, not a peaceful society, so how could anyone possibly come to her rescue? Zhou An'an had no desire to relive the tale of the farmer and the snake. Seeing that Zhou An'an remained unperturbed, entirely ignoring her, the woman finally halted, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Zhou An'an's retreating figure. She could no longer swim. Damn that dog of a man. Watching her perish without lifting a finger. I curse you to not see the dawn of tomorrow. Of course, Zhou An'an did not hear the woman's low mutterings of curses. At that moment, noticing the woman had ceased her pursuit, she also stopped paddling. Sitting on the mattress, she retrieved a bottle of beverage from her storage and, while sipping it absent-mindedly, opened the game panel to check the communication channel, allowing the mattress to drift freely. She noticed the woman in the distance gnashing her teeth in frustration, helpless and gradually becoming a mere speck until they could no longer see each other. The communication channel was sparsely populated, indicating that everyone was struggling for survival and had no time for idle chatter. Although novice players possessed 2,000 points, they felt utterly powerless in the face of the current predicament. Before the ice melted, they had lost the opportunity to purchase several life rings and life jackets. Initially, they thought that possessing a single life ring or life jacket would suffice for survival, but now the vast expanse of water surrounded them, with not a trace of land in sight. Humans are not fish. How could they endure prolonged immersion in water? With no other option, they had to painfully spend their points to acquire more swimming rings, attempting to connect them in the water, at least to avoid being submerged all day long. Otherwise, they would surely reach their breaking point. Fortunately, the game store offered swimming rings and life jackets without limit. Otherwise, the death toll would be even higher. Some acted decisively, beginning to craft makeshift boats, while others hesitated, reluctant to part with their points, hoping for new watercraft to appear in the game store or seeking to seize what others had already prepared. However, the reality was that the game store had not updated its inventory, and snatching from others proved to be no simple task. When a moment came that they could no longer hold on, many found themselves lacking the strength to create their own boats. Particularly, Such labor could only be performed during daylight. Ever since the ice began to melt, the nights have been enveloped in darkness, with hardly any moonlight. Although it was not pitch black, visibility was severely limited. Thus, the number of deaths began to rise. On the 8th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an awoke to the dim light of dawn. With the temperature steadily rising, it was no longer cold. Even when plunging her hand into the water, although still cool, it lacked the bone-chilling sensation. However, the early mornings still held a slight chill, prompting Zhou An'an to don a cotton jacket. Suddenly, she noticed something floating in the distance. It was somewhat far away, and the morning light was not optimal for visibility, making it difficult to discern what it was. She quickly retrieved her binoculars, and upon closer inspection, her spirits lifted. The floating object appeared to be a piece of wood. This was indeed a valuable find. Hastily, she took out her paddle and struggled to row toward it. Upon reaching closer, she realized it was a door, seemingly made of density board, which had become slightly deformed from being submerged, with the edges curling upwards and a piece of glass embedded in it. Without delay, Zhou An'an pulled it over and set it aside on the mattress. This object was far more stable than an inflatable mattress. She retrieved a portable stove from her storage, placed it on the wooden door, filled a pot with water using her water manipulation ability, ignited the stove, and began to boil the water. Once it reached a boil, she added a packet of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a bag of pickled vegetables, preparing herself a steaming bowl of noodle soup. Since entering this game, this was her first hot meal, bringing tears of gratitude to her eyes. She devoured the hot soup, leaving nothing behind, feeling nourished and warm from the inside out. Zhou An'an, as the sun rose higher, shed her cotton jacket and stripped down to her thermal top and bottom. After exerting some effort, she fashioned a cross knot with the ropes on the mattress. Then, she took out 2 more ropes and secured them in a cross pattern on the wooden board. Next, she tied a separate rope to the mattress, fastening one end around her waist before plunging into the water. She pulled the wooden board from the mattress and secured it to one side, thereby increasing her usable area on the mattress. Once she ensured that the 2 items were firmly secured, she climbed back onto the mattress. With the addition of the wooden board, Zhou An'an decided to set up a tent on the mattress. Having a ready-made tent in her storage, she quickly assembled it. Lacking stakes, she used ropes to anchor the 4 corners of the tent and then jumped back into the water to thread the ropes through the bottom of the mattress, securing the tent in place. Climbing up the wooden board to survey her surroundings, she confirmed that there were no other souls in sight. Swiftly, she stripped off her wet clothes and slipped into the tent, retrieving dry garments from her storage. With the wooden board serving as her makeshift kitchen, Zhou An'an was able to enjoy hot meals for both lunch and dinner. She felt immensely grateful for having purchased the water manipulation ability. Otherwise, her limited water supply would have been utterly insufficient. Although players in the trading channel were selling filtered water, who could ascertain its origins? Just moments earlier, Zhou An'an had spotted a floating corpse in the water, its body swollen and pale from immersion. If that water had been filtered after being tainted by a corpse, Zhou An'an didn't believe she had the courage to consume it. Even for washing, she found the thought unbearable. Fortunately, her water manipulation ability not only provided her drinking water, but also made washing feasible. If only she had a container to hold water, she might have considered selling it. However, searching the trading channel for empty mineral water bottles was also an option. Acting on that thought, she indeed found some. Empty mineral water bottles were not valuable, selling for just 5 points per group of 10. Zhou An'an swiftly purchased a substantial quantity. Of course, she did not buy them all for herself, as it was unlikely that one individual possessed so many empty bottles. Chapter 92. The Thaw. Zhou An'an purchased 320 empty water bottles, acquiring all that she could find, and then utilized her water manipulation ability to fill them with water before placing them on the shelves. Water manipulation pure water, sourced cleanly, odorless, approximately 500 milliliters per bottle. Priced at 8 points. This pricing can be deemed quite reasonable. Currently, filtered water is typically sold for around 5 points, while unopened bottled water commands prices exceeding 10 points. Thus, Zhou An'an set her water at a moderately appealing price. She initially stocked 30 bottles, the maximum amount that her first-level water manipulation ability could produce at once. To her surprise, the sales were remarkably brisk. Within 10 minutes of being listed, all 30 bottles were sold out. It was evident that the water's source had raised suspicions, especially after reports circulated in the exchange channel about corpses floating on the water surface. Even if the water had been filtered, the unsettling thought of it having been in contact with corpses was nauseating, and there was a looming fear of unknown viruses. Despite the filtration, a hint of an off taste could still be detected, possibly exacerbated by psychological factors. Moreover, considering Zhou An'an's water was priced lower than that of another seller offering water produced by their own ability at 10 points, her offerings became even more desirable. With the melting ice no longer obstructing vision, players instinctively distanced themselves from one another for safety, contrasting sharply with the earlier necessity for new players to band together against Season 1's. After all, even the most skilled veteran players could not afford to be complacent when visibility was compromised. In truth, camaraderie among seasoned players was tenuous, with no designated resource collection areas. The supplies within their personal spaces became coveted targets. Eliminating a veteran player not only granted access to their space, but also the accumulated resources from previous games, an enticing prospect for any player. Thus, a climate of mutual suspicion prevailed among the veterans. Even those with considerable strength were cautious, for survival thus far required prudence, leading to increasing distances between players. On the 11th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an encountered two floating bodies. One was a corpse so waterlogged that its identity was unrecognizable, the face marred by numerous wounds, though blood had long since washed away. The other body was more intact, a female who appeared to have endured a horrific ordeal. Her eyes wide with terror. Her clothing was tattered, leaving only a few scraps clinging to her. Whether these were torn by another or by aquatic creatures post-mortem remained uncertain. Yes, there were indeed fish in the water, but most players, lacking the means to cook, had not attempted to catch them, as conditions had not yet reached desperation. However, the female corpse bore no signs of having been gnawed upon. Zhou An'an chose not to linger, deftly maneuvering her mattress and wooden board to distance herself from the grotesque sight. A heavy thought weighed on her mind, with water all around. Could the deceased players be suffering the same fate as these two corpses? If they were still swollen, would decay soon follow? Would that not render the water source contaminated? Surely, the tainted water would teem with viruses and bacteria. Even without direct contact, merely floating atop such water could pose a health risk. Contemplating this, she gazed at the surrounding water with growing unease. Yet, despite her discomfort, there was no escape. The vast expanse of water offered no refuge. All she could do was maintain her personal hygiene, wash her hands frequently, wear a mask, and avoid contact with the water as much as possible. On the 17th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an had unknowingly drifted on the water for half a month. One morning, she discovered a corpse pressed closely against her mattress. With an expressionless demeanor, she used her paddle to push it aside, swiftly creating distance between them. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to encountering several corpses daily, her initial revulsion now replaced by a numbing indifference. Logically, one would think to search such conveniently presented bodies for any hidden supplies, as most bodies found in these waters were likely players. However, faced with the bloated, pallid, and even decaying corpses that exuded a foul odor, Zhou An'an refrained from touching them, fearing contamination. Moreover, even if she found a space, it would likely belong to novice players with minimal capacity and scarce contents, hardly worth the risk. She refused to jeopardize her safety for such trifling gains, particularly when the exchange channel was rife with complaints from players experiencing various ailments, with a significant majority reporting fevers, vomiting, and loss of appetite. Zhou An'an surmised that these symptoms were likely linked to the corpses. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the heat became oppressive. On the 20th day of the disaster game, during the hottest part of the day, Zhou An'an changed into short sleeves. Due to the sweltering heat, she opted not to cook, but instead retrieved some pre-prepared food from her space. After finishing her meal, she intended to rest in her tent, but before entering, casually scanned her surroundings. only to discover an unfamiliar person had appeared nearby. Unbeknownst to her, the tent had obstructed her view, and she had not noticed when this individual had approached. Chapter 93. The melting ice age. When Zhou An'an looked over, her gaze met that of another person, causing him to momentarily freeze. His expression quickly morphed into one of malice as a bolt of lightning hurtled towards her. Zhou An'an felt a chill run down her spine. In her view, among all supernatural abilities, those of the lightning type possessed the most formidable offensive power. However, at that moment, her primary concern was the reward and her livelihood. Despite the overwhelming power of lightning abilities, their conspicuous nature made them ill-suited for stealth. The brilliant colors were simply too eye-catching, whether in daylight or darkness. Thus, upon realizing her opponent wielded lightning abilities, she understood that a direct confrontation would not be in her favor. She would have to adopt a more strategic approach. She first conjured a metal plate a short distance in front of the man, sending it forth to intercept his lightning. The two forces clashed mid-air, resulting in a shower of electric sparks. It must be said that the remote manipulation of her second-tier metal abilities was indeed impressive. Although her control range was limited to 10 meters, it was more than sufficient for Zhou An'an. Otherwise, intercepting the lightning before it reached her makeshift mattress would have proven quite challenging. The sudden appearance of the metal plate caused the man's eyes to narrow. He realized that his initial assumption was correct. She was no novice player. His intention had merely been to rob a beginner, who would be far easier to handle. However, as he drew closer and caught sight of Zhou An'an's tent on the water, his eyes gleamed with greed. The ability to set up a tent on the sea implied that the floating object supporting her must be substantial. For days, he had been precariously balanced on a makeshift raft assembled from uneven life rings, yearning for something that could accommodate a tent. Despite recognizing that she might be an experienced player, his avarice compelled him to hesitate for a few moments before deciding to proceed with his plan. To his delight, the player had not yet noticed him. Just as he thought he could stealthily approach her, fate intervened, and he was discovered at the last moment. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and upon being spotted, he immediately unleashed his supernatural attack, expecting her to be caught off guard. To his astonishment, her response was remarkably swift. Before his lightning could reach her, it was intercepted mid-flight. His thoughts churned tumultuously, though mere moments passed. Zhou An'an had no time for contemplation. After summoning the metal plate, she swiftly employed her mental control. The man was less than 10 meters away, well within the range of her metal abilities. With a simple application of mental control, she could incapacitate him, allowing her to defeat him effortlessly. His once fierce gaze dulled, and the half-formed energy in his hands dissipated as they fell to his sides. Zhou An'an would not grant him even a moment to react. After all, her mental control could only last 3 minutes. Thus, several sharp blades materialized and aimed for the most vulnerable part of his neck. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades. As the blades sliced through his neck, blood gushed forth, and in his dazed state, he inexplicably met his demise. As his head hung precariously by a mere strip of skin, his body collapsed onto the floating object he had occupied. Zhou An'an retrieved her paddle and swiftly approached. With a body freshly lifeless, she had to act quickly. Given that he wielded lightning abilities, it was clear he was no novice. This was likely his third game. Thus, his storage space must be at least 3 cubic meters. She removed a ring from his thumb, which served as his storage space. Upon inspection, she found it contained 4 cubic meters, indicating that he had entered during his second game, qualifying him as an experienced player. Zhou An'an felt no sympathy for him. Rather, she delighted in her unexpected windfall. His storage was nearly filled to 3/4 capacity, and a cursory glance revealed a plethora of items, leading her to speculate that some might have been stolen from others. A killer must expect to be killed. There was no doubt about that. However, since he had taken items from others, it was likely he possessed additional space equipment. Zhou An'an searched meticulously and indeed found 2 more items tucked in his pockets. One was a somewhat worn ruby ring, while the other was a silver ring adorned with a star pattern. Both storage spaces measured 1 cubic meter. Had this seasoned player robbed 2 novice players? Regardless, they now belonged to Zhou An'an. With a sense of satisfaction, she collected her newfound treasures, pushed the body into the water, and began dismantling the life rings he had tied together. This man had shown ingenuity, perhaps to ensure his comfort and avoid falling into the water. He had bound 3 layers of life rings. Each layer was arranged to maximize dry, standing, or resting areas. Such extravagance was evident, as he had utilized 16 life rings per layer, totaling 48 for his temporary dwelling. Zhou An'an had no intention of keeping these, so she dismantled them and promptly put them up for sale. Though secondhand, they were bound to attract buyers. After using her water abilities to wash her hands, having gotten blood on them during the search, she remained vigilant. Having learned from past experiences, she refrained from sitting idly on the wooden plank. She occasionally shifted her position or stood to survey her surroundings, cautious of any potential threats. Later, she encountered 2 other players from a distance, but upon noticing each other, they deliberately steered clear. On the 25th day of the disaster game, aggressive fish appeared in the water. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and their attack power was not particularly strong. An encounter with them would still favor a human. However, the primary concern was preventing these fish from damaging her inflatable mattress. If it were to break, she would have no replacement, and she would be left to navigate as the previous victim had, relying solely on life rings. Thus, when faced with such schools of fish, her options were to either retreat swiftly or remain silent, minimizing any disturbance. Zhou An'an opted for the latter, as her iron paddle hindered her speed. These strategies were derived from the collective insights shared among players in her group. Chapter 94. Ice Melt 9. With the emergence of these aggressive fish species, the rate at which players disappeared began to accelerate. It was only when these experiences were meticulously documented that the pace of player vanishings finally slowed. Zhou An'an was relatively fortunate, encountering merely a single group of such fish, which she evaded by quietly hiding in her tent without uttering a word. On the 28th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an once again found herself face to face with a school of fish. This time, however, their numbers were significantly greater than the last encounter. From a distance, the vibrant and colorful school appeared as a swirling mass, shimmering under the sun like a moving cloud of hues. Recalling her previous experience with the fish, Zhou An'an thought that if she replicated her earlier strategy, hiding silently in her tent and holding her breath to mask her presence, this school would soon disperse on its own. Thus, she swiftly dove in her tent and zipped it up, leaving a small gap to discreetly observe the outside world. However, to her utter astonishment, this time the fish seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their surroundings. No longer did they merely linger for a moment before departing upon failing to detect any human scent. Instead, upon discovering her mattress, they began to gather around it. Circling endlessly, Zhou An'an felt an unsettling certainty that some of the fish had detected her presence, which was why they were reluctant to leave. These fish emitted a delicate yet piercing sound, reminiscent of a mouse's squeak. While the call of a single fish was insignificant, the cacophony of many fish together created a unique and haunting chorus. Though the noise was not deafening, it resonated clearly around her, forming a peculiar din that instilled a sense of dread and agitation in those who heard it. Zhou An'an hastily retrieved some tissue from her storage, crumpling it into 2 balls to stuff into her ears, then focused her gaze inward, attempting to calm her mind. While this did not completely drown out the sound, it did lessen the noise considerably, alleviating some of her inner turmoil. The fish's calls possessed an unsettling ability to disturb the psyche, a realization that took her by surprise. In her previous encounter, the fish had arrived and departed swiftly, their sounds barely registering before they vanished, leaving her oblivious to any peculiarities. But this time was starkly different. Now, Zhou An'an sat tensely in her tent, her heartbeat quickening. Even through the thin fabric, every movement and sound from the fish outside reached her ears without fail. She struggled to adjust her breathing, attempting to slow it down, and then further slow it down. Alas, her spatial abilities could not assist her here. If only they could accommodate her, she could have simply retreated into her own dimension, taking the mattress and door with her, leaving the fish to circle in vain. Inwardly, Zhou An'an vowed that when next she encountered a wandering merchant in this game, she would certainly purchase a spatial ability. Perhaps, if such an ability could indeed create a space for her to enter, it would serve her well in future perils, allowing her to retreat while her adversaries searched in vain. Even if spatial abilities, like others, had cooldowns or limitations post-use, proper planning would enable her to evade danger effectively. She lamented not considering such a contingency earlier. Her focus had been solely on revenge, and with her existing spatial equipment deemed sufficient. The notion of acquiring spatial powers had slipped her mind. However, aside from purchasing abilities under special circumstances, she could also utilize her accumulated points in the trading mall, albeit at a higher price. Yet she surmised that merely possessing a first-tier ability would not suffice for her needs. It would require significant leveling up, demanding a considerable investment of points. Despite having exhausted 5,000 points to upgrade her gold-type abilities, her relentless efforts in selling water had yielded 8,720 points. With 2.5 days left in the game, she anticipated earning more, including an additional 1,000 points upon completion, which would suffice for an ability purchase. Still, given her current predicament, that was not an immediate solution. The standoff persisted for over 40 minutes. As Zhou An'an's despair deepened and she contemplated a desperate last stand, the cacophony outside began to wane. Only when the sounds faded completely did she exhale in relief. Yet, her caution remained, and she did not venture out recklessly. Instead, she approached the gap she had left at the tent's entrance, observing intently. Satisfied that the coast was clear, she cautiously unzipped the tent and emerged. The school of fish had indeed vanished. Zhou An'an, wary of lingering in such a psychologically taxing environment, decided it prudent to distance herself from the spot, wary of the fish possibly doubling back along their previous route. Sweating profusely, she maneuvered the metal oars of her boat, which proved rather cumbersome. After over half an hour of effort, she was already drenched in perspiration. An hour's toil had left her in a disheveled state. Nevertheless, she had managed to put a considerable distance between herself and the previous location. The remainder of the day passed without further encounters with the fish. Yet, Zhou An'an remained on high alert, only allowing her water-type abilities to function while remaining vigilant. As night fell, she recalled having heard no reports of fish attacking players after dark, though she wondered if the game designers might increase the difficulty in the final days by allowing the fish to strike at night. Ultimately, that night, Zhou An'an slept uneasily, but fortunately, no incidents occurred and dawn arrived without issue. Now, on the 29th day of the disaster game, she noted a marked decline in water sales. Perhaps players believed the game was nearing its conclusion and sought to conserve points, drinking only as necessary. Alternatively, it was possible that those needing to purchase water had depleted their points, as Zhou An'an herself believed that 2,000 points was scarcely sufficient. Chapter 95. Melting Ice 10. After all, in addition to purchasing water and food, there was a necessity to acquire other essential supplies and survival tools. As the game neared its conclusion, it was quite normal for points to become scant, much like how one's salary often runs short by the end of the month. With only 2 days remaining, Zhou An'an remained on edge, cautiously observing her surroundings for any signs of danger. The wooden plank connected to the mattress had deteriorated over the past 3 days, despite her efforts to protect it and the countless ropes she had wrapped around it. It had still succumbed to disintegration. By today, it was nearly rendered unusable. Zhou An'an dared not step on it, fearful that any weight would cause it to collapse completely. For the placement of the portable stove, she had fashioned a thin metal plate using her gold-based abilities, allowing the stove to rest securely upon it. Even so, she was reluctant to cook anything too heavy. Fortunately, the game was soon to conclude. In the afternoon, the wooden plank finally could no longer endure and slowly fell apart. Zhou An'an sighed as she began to retrieve the ropes. Although the ropes had been soaked for quite some time and lost their strength, she decided to store them in her space since it was now empty. On the 30th day of the disaster game, today marked the final day of the game. After breakfast, she promptly dismantled the tent and retrieved an umbrella from her space to shield herself from the sun. With the wooden plank completely in ruins, she resolved to rely on instant food for the day, grateful that her space contained some snacks such as jerky, fish, yogurt, candy, rice crust, and small biscuits, which would suffice to appease her hunger. The morning passed relatively peacefully without encountering any threats, leaving Zhou An'an somewhat perplexed. Logically, one would expect some unforeseen events to occur as the game approached its end, yet today felt unusually tranquil. However, by noon, the sky suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds hanging low. This in itself was not alarming, as enduring rain until midnight was not overly challenging. Yet as the clouds descended further, even before the rain fell, winds began to whip across the sea, growing increasingly fierce. Zhou An'an sensed the impending danger and hurriedly stowed away all her belongings from the mattress into her space. She donned a life jacket and secured a life ring around herself. The fierce winds churned the waves into towering crests, tossing the mattress violently. Zhou An'an swiftly stored the mattress overhead her space, knowing it was her only one and she could not afford to lose it, at least not before leaving the game. She felt fortunate for having prepared in advance. Otherwise, her situation would have been far more dire. Yet even so, she found herself submerged in the ocean, drenched from head to toe, her hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks, occasionally obstructing her view, with wave after wave crashing down upon her. She was repeatedly pulled under the water, only to resurface time and again. This cycle continued, and she lost count of how many times she had been submerged. Clutching the life ring tightly, she fixed her gaze on the relentless waves. As another colossal wave approached, she took a deep breath, inhaling deeply, with the wave crashing overhead. She was plunged beneath the surface once more. Utilizing the breath she had just taken, she quickly resurfaced as the wave receded. This exhausting cycle persisted, and Zhou An'an found herself utterly fatigued. Just when she felt she could no longer hold on, the winds finally began to die down. Though the waves continued to roll, they merely tossed her up and down without pulling her under again. Clenching her teeth, she secured the life ring around her waist with a rope before wrapping the rope around her life jacket several times. At last, she could breathe a sigh of relief, relinquishing her struggle and allowing herself to drift with the currents. Time became ambiguous as she floated aimlessly. Eventually, the water calmed, and she felt a semblance of strength returning. After a while, she retrieved another life ring, exerting effort to sit within it, her legs and upper body dangling outside, feeling as though she was no longer completely submerged. Zhou An'an was overwhelmed with a wave of emotion, nearly moved to tears at the prospect of no longer being a hapless drifter in the water. What a relief! She took out a box of milk, inserted a straw, and sipped slowly to replenish her strength. Following that, she indulged in some food, casting aside the leftover packaging into the water, as who would concern themselves with the environment at this point. Once she sensed a modest recovery of her energy, she retrieved the mattress from her space, grasping the rope tied to it tightly as she laboriously climbed aboard. The mattress was still damp, and Zhou An'an, equally soaked, scanned her surroundings for any signs of life. Not spotting anyone, she hastily shed her wet clothing, using a dry towel to pat herself down before donning fresh attire. The mattress was too wet to sit upon without soaking her clothes anew, so she fetched a rescue blanket from her space, unfolding it partially to sit upon. Reflecting on the rescue blanket, she regretted having sold too few. With rising temperatures, no one was likely to purchase such items anymore, leaving her to await future opportunities. Though the winds and waves had ceased, the sky remained ominously overcast, suggesting that heavy rain could fall at any moment, yet it lingered on the horizon. Almost all players were on high alert, akin to individuals waiting for the other shoe to drop, perpetually vigilant. It seemed the game was providing a moment of respite, and after about an hour of calm, the rain finally began to fall. Zhou An'an quickly retrieved an umbrella from her space, raising it above her head. Although she was clad warmly, the icy droplets that struck her skin were uncomfortably damp. The umbrella provided some relief, yet as time passed, the rain intensified, gradually escalating into a downpour. The raindrops pounded against the umbrella, creating a cacophony as if determined to pierce through its surface. Moreover, the temperature began to drop. While it had not reached freezing, it was enough to induce shivers. Zhou An'an wrapped herself in another rescue blanket while beginning to set up the blanket frame. Although it was the end of the game, and it remained uncertain if anyone would be willing to spend money, she thought that selling even one would be a victory. Chapter 96. The thought is certainly preferable to retain something rather than lose everything. Moreover, it is believed that after this game, those who survive will consider acquiring survival blankets as essential supplies. In the future, even if there is an opportunity to sell them, competition may drive prices down. Indeed, as Zhou An'an had anticipated, despite her relatively low pricing, the sales were sluggish. By around 9 p.m., the rain had gradually subsided. Zhou An'an, unable to sleep, pulled out her panel and opened the communication channel to pass the time by observing others' conversations. With only a few hours remaining until the game's conclusion, one could never tell if any unexpected events might arise during this final stretch. Thus, it was prudent to remain alert. The number of participants in the communication channel had dwindled to less than 300. While this seemed dismal, it was a vast improvement compared to the previous game, where only 88 players remained. Ning ning. At first, I thought I was fortunate to have entered this survival game, believing I would return with supplies. Little did I know, not only did I not acquire any supplies, but I also nearly lost my life. Sweet lemon. Indeed, the new players this time have been particularly unfortunate, deprived of any opportunity to gather resources, merely receiving 2,000 points. If I hadn't been so stingy with my consumption, I might not have made it to the end of the game. Symbol, exactly. I'm at a loss for how to explain this to my family. I boasted about bringing them delicious food when I was selected for this game, and now it's all gone to waste. I nearly starved myself. I have nothing to take back. Surviving is hard. You'll understand in time. No survival game is easy. One must remain vigilant and find ways to enhance their own abilities. Otherwise, one might lose their life in any given game. Ding ding. Does anyone know how to withdraw from the game? I no longer wish to participate in any survival games. I would rather eat plain rice and vegetables every day than risk my life. Heart condition. What a fanciful notion. Once selected for a game, one cannot withdraw. You remain until you perish in that game. That is the only way it ends. These words from the player cast a pall over the chat channel, and it took several minutes before anyone spoke again. Zhou An'an fell silent for a while, then quietly exited the communication channel. She checked the trading channel and found that out of the 20 survival blankets she had listed, 8 remained unsold. Her account balance exceeded 200 points. By the end of this game, she would surely surpass 10,000 points. This time, she was determined to purchase a spatial ability. The next step would be to focus on upgrading that ability, striving to reach a level that would allow her to retreat into her space. Although she considered listing more items for sale, the clock struck 10:30 p.m., and with only an hour and a half left in the game, she opted against further complications. Returning to the communication channel, she engaged half-heartedly in the ongoing discussions, and before long, the clock struck midnight. As the scene before her transformed, Zhou An'an found herself back in her modest home. Although she had spent 30 days in each game, this particular one felt especially prolonged. Now back in her small, simple abode, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. However, a shower was in order first. After a quick bath and a light meal, she did not bother to organize her supplies. There was little to arrange. She climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. The exhaustion from the final days had been overwhelming, both physically and mentally. She slept soundly until noon the following day. Had it not been for her rumbling stomach waking her, she might have lingered in sleep for several more hours. Taking out a box of self-heating rice, she added water and let it warm while she freshened up. After eating, she finally opened her personal information. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 9 agility, 8 stamina, 8 speed, 7 hearing, 6 mental strength, 8 skills, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points, gold ability level 2, creation from nothing, metal shaping, remote control water ability level 1, water generation, control water, flow direction, transformation skill level 1, can transform into 30 different objects, mental control level 1, can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes equipment, Thief's Hand, can select a target to activate the theft skill and successfully obtain a random item from them. Cooldown of 1 hour. Available attribute points, 2 points, 10, 320 communication channel, activated trading channel. Activated, she allocated both attribute points to speed. Despite her hearing being the lowest statistic, enhancing it was not particularly beneficial for survival. After speed, the next lowest was indeed speed, so it was logical to invest there. Next, she opened the trading channel, navigated to the abilities section, and spent 10,000 points to acquire the Spatial ability. Spatial ability level 1. Storage space, length, 2 meters, width, 5 meters, height, 2 meters, limited to non-living objects. Upon upgrading to level 3, living entities may enter, including the host body, and may enter temporarily. Oh, how delightful! To think that a level 1 spatial ability provides 20 cubic meters of storage space far surpasses what she would have gained through each game, where she could only increase her storage by 1 cubic meter each time. Furthermore, upon reaching level 3, her body would finally be able to enter the space. Zhou An'an felt a surge of hope for the future, even with only 320 points remaining, perhaps due to the consecutive games, wherein so few return alive. The once desired selection for the game now instilled fear among potential players, especially after hearing the harrowing tales of new players who had survived the last game, describing their struggles against hunger, cold, being submerged in water, battered by winds and rain, and nearly hiding in the belly of a fish. Everyone understood that while the game offered many tantalizing prospects, survival was paramount. Otherwise, even the most sumptuous experiences would only amount to a mere countdown of 30 days in life. As the saying goes, a good death is not as preferable as a wretched existence. With this group lamenting their fate, when the 10 days came to an end and the game panel appeared, the expressions of the newly selected players for the next game were all marked by despair. Chapter 97, Earthquake, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the scenery before Zhou An'an transformed. She remained composed, retrieving her identification card from her spatial realm for a brief glance. The name remained Zhou An'an, her visage unchanged, and the card bore an address, though she was uncertain of its proximity. She entered a shopping mall and promptly sought out the restroom, where she opened the task panel to assess her current assignment. While the panel offered no foresight regarding the impending calamity, it did reveal the time remaining before disaster struck, allowing her to strategize her forthcoming actions. Particularly since her arrival had been in a sprawling metropolis, gathering supplies would pose no significant challenge. With ample space at her disposal, she aimed to determine whether this endeavor would afford her the opportunity to fill her storage to capacity. Though she had considered selling her various small spaces, the situation was complicated by the new players who had recently begun their journey in the game, as they had little currency left. Upon completion of a game, the system rewarded players with a mere 1,000 points. Even a 1 cubic meter space held a value exceeding 800 points. Hence, those who had survived the rigors of gameplay were unlikely to expend such a significant amount on a single space, especially given the uncertainty of future opportunities to gather resources. Moreover, selling to veteran players posed its own challenges, given the recent high mortality rates in the last 2 games. It was reasonable to assume that most seasoned players possessed 5 to 10 spaces already. The importance of points was evident, and for them, acquiring space through expenditure seemed far less appealing than seizing it through conquest. Having endured numerous battles, those who survived were anything but timid, and certainly not altruistic. She was reluctant to lower her prices, and the idea of trading real-world resources and points as currency was utterly unacceptable to Zhou An'an. Thus, she resolved to wait, biding her time until she could traverse more game worlds, seeking one where points were more readily obtainable before selling off her surplus spaces. Another factor to consider was that the total volume of her spaces amounted to just over 40 cubic meters, which hardly qualified as substantial. The panel displayed a message: "Congratulations. Player Tang Ibu Tian has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, currently totaling 6 cubic meters. A friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If it is lost or damaged, the space will be lost as well. Spaces already bound are not subject to this limitation. Players have 1 hour to prepare supplies, with initial funds of 2,000 yuan and an identification card placed in storage. Go forth and gather what you deem essential. Current task: survive for 30 days in the survival game. Special reminder, death within the game equates to true demise. Strive to endure." As natural disasters loomed, the countdown commenced. Splendid. With 12 hours remaining on the timer, she had ample time to gather supplies. However, The funds provided by the game were insufficient, necessitating the sale of gold acquired from her storage. Upon exiting the restroom, she donned a backpack, having made a full circuit of the supermarket within the mall, filling her cart with goods that totaled 820 yuan. Outside, in a plaza filled with electric bikes and bicycles, she maneuvered the cart to a wall's edge, where she began transferring items into her backpack while stealthily stowing them away in her spatial realm. The abundance of goods filled her backpack, yet it seemed implausible, prompting her to request 2 large shopping bags. However, she refrained from loading them at the checkout, opting instead to fill them while covertly transferring items to her space. Upon leaving the parking lot, she carried a fully stocked backpack while each hand held a shopping bag that was not quite full. She swiftly made her way to a pocket park at the street corner, where she found a relatively concealed spot to sit. A few minutes later, she emerged, this time without the shopping bags, her backpack now entirely empty. This time, she did not head directly to the supermarket, as her funds had dwindled to just over 1,000 yuan. Instead, she sought out a gold shop, and when she exited, her pockets were enriched with 12,000 yuan in cash. Indeed, lacking a bank card or phone in this game world, mint cash was her only option. After visiting 2 more gold shops, her total funds reached 38,000 yuan, including the remaining 1,000 yuan provided by the game system. Ultimately, she entered a mobile phone store, spending over 4,000 yuan on a phone and acquiring a SIM card using her identification card. Afterward, she hailed a taxi, heading straight for a car rental agency, where she rented a small cargo van. Without a driver's license in this realm, she also arranged for a driver, as she wished to avoid complications arising from unlicensed driving, which could significantly delay her progress. Once the driver parked the vehicle at the wholesale food market, she settled the fare and sent him on his way. Within the market, she expended the remaining 30,000 yuan, nearly filling the van's cargo area. She feigned an intent to organize her supplies inside the van, conveniently shutting the doors while leaving a slight gap. Subsequently, she extracted her smaller spaces, transferring their contents into these compartments until they were filled with the remaining items stored in her spatially expanded area. Once more, she called for the driver, this time directing him to the bustling downtown area, where she located a large supermarket and parked in its lot. By this point, 6.5 hours had elapsed since her entry into the game, leaving 5.5 hours before disaster would strike. After dismissing the driver, she resumed her search for nearby gold shops, once again opting for cash due to the lack of time to acquire a bank card. Furthermore, the modest quantities of jewelry she intended to sell meant that no gold shop would struggle to produce the cash she sought. After visiting several shops, her finances, which had been nearly depleted, now soared beyond 50,000 yuan. Chapter 98. Earthquake 2. An hour had passed, leaving only 4.5 hours before disaster struck. Time was of the essence. She immediately entered the shopping mall, this time inquiring directly about the location of an outdoor equipment store. Inside, she embarked on a substantial purchasing spree, spending over 10,000 yuan to acquire nearly all the necessary supplies. With such a large quantity of items, it was impossible for her to carry everything alone, so she requested the shopkeeper to pack her purchases and deliver them to the parking lot. The shopkeeper readily agreed, directing his staff to prepare the goods. While waiting for the outdoor store owner to prepare her order, Zhou An'an visited several nearby eateries, packing dozens of food items. The majority of her acquisitions were swiftly stored in her spatial storage, leaving only a few non-liquid food containers in her backpack. Accompanied by a young assistant, she made her way to the parking lot, opening the trunk to let him load the supplies. After several rounds of shopping, she not only acquired a variety of instant foods and condiments, but also blankets, bed sheets, and several changes of clothing, particularly undergarments. She replenished her stock of camping stoves and gas canisters, as well as sanitary products, milk powder, dried fish, jerky, assorted hams, and fresh vegetables and fruits, purchasing more of those with a longer shelf life while acquiring only a token amount of the perishable items. With only 40 minutes remaining before the impending disaster, she found herself with just over 2,000 yuan left. She retreated into her vehicle, filling every available space apart from her innate spatial ability. Before loading the remaining items into the cabin, She then exited the car, closed the door, and departed, entering the secure passage. She confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras and swiftly transformed into a cat, darting away from the secure area toward her vehicle. In the surveillance footage, a car appeared to vanish into thin air. However, as no one was vigilantly monitoring the parking lot cameras, this occurrence went unnoticed. Now, less than half an hour remained until disaster struck. Zhou An'an hurried back to the secure passage, reverting to her human form as she exited the mall. A glance around revealed a hotel nearby. She checked in using her ID, paying 380 yuan for the room and an additional 500 yuan as a deposit. With the remainder of her funds, she requested some snacks at the front desk, opting for them to be packed rather than delivered later, and had the staff assist in bringing them to her room. While standard hotel rooms often come stocked with beverages, instant noodles, and some snacks, Zhou An'an was acutely aware that the time for disaster was imminent, and she feared that any unspent money would soon become worthless. After dismissing the staff and closing the door, she checked the time on her phone. Only 7 minutes remained until calamity struck. Utilizing these fleeting moments, she began a thorough inspection of the room, finding no visible cameras. She covered all the electrical outlets, lifted the bed linens, and draped them over the television mounted on the wall, recalling having heard that some hotels conceal hidden cameras within TVs. As the countdown reached 0, the items in the room began to tremble, particularly those on the table, which clattered to the floor. Even the television swayed precariously, threatening to topple. Zhou An'an was momentarily stunned, suddenly conjecturing that the impending disaster might be linked to an earthquake. She rushed over to collect the bags of snacks brought up by the staff, then swiftly began gathering other belongings in the room. At this point, concerns about surveillance cameras faded. Her priority was to gather as much as possible, and her pace was frantic, albeit somewhat chaotic. As the television crashed to the ground, the tremors intensified, making the room feel as if it could collapse at any moment. Zhou An'an hurriedly stored the bed, linens included, into her spatial storage and bolted out of the room. The hotel corridor was now a scene of chaos, filled with screams, shouts, cries, and the sounds of frantic footsteps, heightening the tension among the panicked guests. Joining the throng, Zhou An'an rushed toward the emergency exit. No one dared to use the elevator now, so the stairwell was teeming with people descending in haste. Among the hotel guests were also staff members, but in this moment of crisis, no one paid heed to one another, all focused solely on escaping. Yet some clung desperately to their belongings, dragging suitcases or carrying backpacks, making Zhou An'an, who was unencumbered, a rarity. With her agility rated at 8 and her speed at 9, she deftly maneuvered past guests burdened with luggage, descending the staircase with urgency. Fortunately, her room was on the 7th floor, and she soon emerged into the hotel lobby. The lobby was in disarray as well. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou An'an managed to transport a vending machine into her spatial storage before following the crowd out onto the street. As an outsider, she was unfamiliar with the area, relying on a mass of people to guide her. The streets were far more chaotic than the hotel stairwell, given the bustling urban setting. As they ran, heavy objects continued to plummet from the surrounding buildings, creating deafening crashes upon impact. Zhou An'an avoided the edges of the street, fearing falling debris, and instead kept to the center, propelling herself forward alongside the fleeing crowd. After running for more than 10 minutes, she finally reached a square. The area was densely packed with people. Aside from a sculpture in the center, there were no tall buildings, making it an ideal refuge during an earthquake. Throughout this ordeal, the ground trembled intermittently, a stark reminder that the earthquake was ongoing. With each tremor, the situation escalated beyond just falling debris. Some structures began to collapse. Vehicles on the street were forced to a standstill due to the overwhelming surge of people, resulting in even greater congestion. Otherwise, the journey from the hotel to the square would have taken no more than 4 or 5 minutes. Zhou An'an squeezed into the throng, unable to avoid the press of bodies as waves of people continued to converge on the square. As she witnessed buildings collapsing one after another, some began to weep openly, while others sobbed quietly. A few appeared stunned, staring blankly as if bereft of life, resembling lifeless dolls. Chapter 99. Earthquake 3. The earthquake persisted for a full half hour, gradually diminishing in intensity. Gazing at the once majestic skyscrapers, many had been reduced to mere piles of rubble, and it was impossible to ascertain how many souls had failed to escape, now entombed beneath the debris. In the current state of affairs, the arrival of rescue teams remained uncertain. Those trapped beneath the ruins were nearly beyond hope. In this calamity, hardly a high-rise remained unscathed. Each had suffered varying degrees of devastation, some reduced to complete wreckage. Zhou An'an directed her gaze towards the shopping mall closest to her, which had once been adjacent to the plaza, now barely discernible amidst the twilight. In the haze of night, the mall had lost all semblance of its former glory. Much of its structure had collapsed, leaving only remnants standing against the bright moonlight, which cast an eerie and grotesque shadow over the scene. The jagged remnants resembled monstrous creatures, poised and menacing. Zhou An'an contemplated attempting to teleport into the mall, yet was deterred by her uncertainty about the conditions within, whether any space remained for movement and the looming threat of aftershocks. Furthermore, she recalled that she had entered the game during daylight, and, after 12 hours, darkness had fallen. The city, once ablaze with light before the earthquake, now lay shrouded in darkness, save for the silvery moonlight, which provided just enough illumination to discern the outlines of her surroundings. However, the moon's glow could not penetrate the debris, and even if one were to venture inside, visibility would be severely compromised. There was a real danger of encountering secondary collapses. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided against it, opting to wait until dawn. Although her supplies were not entirely depleted, they were sufficient to sustain her for 2 to 3 months. Like sardines in a can, people were crammed into the expansive plaza. Zhou An'an relinquished her struggle, choosing instead to join others in silent anticipation of what was to come. 10 minutes passed, half an hour. The tremors appeared to have ceased, and the anxious populace found no sign of a subsequent quake. Yet, none dared to venture into the night. Thus, they remained, jostling against one another, riddled with trepidation and impatience, until the first light of dawn arrived. Throughout this time, the atmosphere remained deceptively calm, as if the earthquake had truly come to an end. As daylight gradually broke, the surrounding scenery began to clarify. Zhou An'an beheld the state of the mall and could not suppress a gasp of horror. The signs that once adorned the building's facade had long since fallen away, and the exterior decorations lay in tatters. The remaining fragments of the structure stood like ghostly sentinels, devoid of their former vibrancy, with shattered glass revealing gaping black voids where windows once were. The mall's entrance was entirely obscured by the debris of the upper floors. At the moment the earthquake struck, the city had been alive with nightlife. The shopping mall supermarkets were still in operation, and it was uncertain how many individuals had been trapped within, now buried beneath the ruins. Other buildings fared little better. The city now lay in ruins, a desolate and sorrowful sight. With the dawn's arrival, some could no longer restrain themselves and began to push through the crowd. Some scoured the wreckage for salvageable supplies, while others hurried in the general direction of their homes, causing the throng in the plaza to dwindle. Yet, a portion of the populace remained reluctant to depart, fearing that daylight might herald further tremors, leaving them with no time to escape. Zhou An'an cast her eyes toward the statue that had once graced the center of the plaza, only to find it had vanished, presumably collapsed. Shaking her head, she checked her phone, discovering that the signal had been lost. Clearly, the earthquake had disrupted communications. If that were the case, the devastation was likely more extensive than she had anticipated. Logically, given that 6 to 7 hours had elapsed since the quake, there should have been rescue efforts underway if only certain areas had been affected. However, it seemed probable that the city's rescue teams were likewise in peril. With a slow, deliberate pace, she departed the plaza. Overthinking was futile. Better to seize the moment, while some supplies buried beneath the rubble might still be salvaged and stored away. Conveniently, the mall was nearby. Should another quake occur, her agility and teleportation abilities would likely ensure her safety. Zhou An'an was not alone in her focus on the mall. Many others were drawn to this commercial hub, a veritable treasure trove of resources amidst the chaos. She recalled that she had recently visited the mall, where the first and basement floors were filled with supermarkets. Identifying a general direction, she began to clear away debris, unearthing small pieces of concrete while searching for usable supplies. However, the upper levels of the ruins offered scant resources, likely due to the mall's mixed-use nature. After a time, Zhou An'an grew impatient. The throng was overwhelming, and she could not utilize her space to transport items. The weight of the reinforced concrete made every effort laborious, even with gloves donned. Her fingers were sore from the exertion. She paused her efforts, settling onto the remnants of the structure, removing her gloves and retrieving a bottle of water from her space, twisting off the cap to take a drink. As more individuals began to sift through the debris, the once crowded plaza now housed only a few souls. Zhou An'an finally caught sight of the collapsed statue, broken into several segments, beneath which appeared to lie a motionless figure, presumably lifeless or on the brink of death. After a brief respite, Zhou An'an decided to venture farther afield. With fewer people around, she could leverage her spatial abilities to manipulate the rubble more effectively. And the absence of aftershocks had bolstered her courage. Navigating the uneven debris, she tread carefully, each step producing a cacophony of sounds as she remained vigilant for any salvageable materials, all while watching her footing. Chapter 100. Earthquake. For a momentary lapse in vigilance could result in a stumble. She was not made of iron and steel. A fall amidst the jagged remnants of collapsed structures could inflict injuries upon her. In this precarious environment, even if she possessed medical supplies for immediate care, the risk of infection loomed large. Should she twist her ankle, her subsequent movements would be severely hindered. The uneven ground impeded her pace, and after some time, she realized she had yet to escape the confines of the mall's debris. The landscape was strewn with the wreckage of toppled skyscrapers, rendering the ground a chaotic assemblage of construction detritus. In certain areas, the former roads were indistinguishable beneath the rubble. Occasionally, the roofs of unburied vehicles emerged, hinting at the pathways that once existed. Consequently, Zhou An'an felt uncertain in her navigation. However, as she ventured further away from the square, the number of people dwindled. The few individuals scavenging for resources in the ruins were at a considerable distance, at least 10 meters away. Zhou An'an located a relatively flat piece of concrete and sat down. Taking advantage of the momentary solitude, she retrieved her backpack from her spatial storage and set it beside her. She began to methodically clear away the debris at her feet. When encountering larger items, she utilized her spatial abilities to remove them, placing them down the slope behind her. Some pieces tumbled several times, while others remained stubbornly in place. After a considerable amount of time, she unearthed a dust-covered towel, a women's handbag, a fragment of a tabletop, a charging cable, and some stationary supplies. None of these items were particularly useful. However, within the handbag, she discovered a makeup mirror, along with lipstick, eyebrow pencil, eyeshadow, foundation, and a powder puff. There was also a set of keys and a charger. Zhou An'an opted to keep only the mirror, discarding the rest. Upon glancing around, she noticed that in the brief interval, 3 or 4 more individuals had appeared nearby, though they still kept their distance. The entire city had transformed into ruins, which meant the resources hidden beneath the debris were scattered and indistinguishable from above. With the earthquake having recently struck, people still retained the mindset of pre-disaster principles. Thus, there was no competition for resources. Zhou An'an pulled out a partially consumed bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a few sips. She then tore open a package of bread, eating slowly while resting and observing her surroundings. Noticing her meal, others paused in their searches, rummaging through their finds for food and drink, settling onto flat surfaces to eat. The small loaf of bread quickly disappeared, and Zhou An'an drained the remaining water from her bottle, concealing the empty container back into her spatial storage under the cover of her backpack. She resumed her efforts to clear the debris beneath her. As she continued, a piece of fabric came into view. Hesitating briefly, she proceeded to clear it away. The more she revealed, the more she discerned a gruesome patch of human skin. Only a small portion was visible, leaving her uncertain of the body part it belonged to. But it was evident that the person was deceased. Zhou An'an paused, contemplating her next move. She considered relocating her search. Looking around, she observed that the area was becoming increasingly crowded, prompting her to stand up, strap on her backpack, and move on. She had little interest in excavating remains, especially with more people encroaching upon her vicinity, hindering her quest for resources. No sooner had Zhou An'an left than someone arrived at the site. Quickly discovering the disfigured human remains, he crouched down, intending to unearth the body, but found the concrete debris too heavy to shift. After several fruitless attempts, he ultimately abandoned the effort and turned to another area. After all, the individual beneath the rubble was undeniably dead. Even if he were to be excavated, there would be no chance of revival. Why waste energy on such a futile task? It was far more prudent to conserve strength for one's own survival. The tremors of the earthquake seemed to have subsided completely. Hours had passed, and aside from the occasional collapse of remaining structures that sent clouds of dust into the air, no new quakes had occurred. Although Zhou An'an was distancing herself from the square, should another quake strike, returning would be impossible. Yet, as she traversed areas where buildings had completely crumbled, she felt a sense of security. In the event of another earthquake, the absence of towering structures nearby would facilitate her escape. At worst, she might sustain minor injuries, but her life would likely remain unthreatened. At noon, she found a relatively flat area to hastily consume some food. By 3 in the afternoon, she had uncovered little in the way of supplies, and her appearance was now marred by dust and grime. Zhou An'an summoned water to cleanse her face and dampen her hands to wipe the dirt from her hair. Exhaling a sigh, today's endeavors would conclude here. She had no intention of continuing her search. Her immediate objective was to locate a relatively safe and flat place for shelter. She was hesitant to enter any standing buildings, fearing that another earthquake could trap her inside. Thus, remaining outdoors seemed the wiser choice. Moreover, she had a tent stored in her spatial inventory, alleviating any concerns about sleeping under the open sky. The tent she had previously used while adrift had been safely stowed away. The new tent was conspicuous and might attract unwanted attention, so this one would suffice. In a bustling metropolis, finding a secluded spot was a challenge, so it was best to remain inconspicuous. After aimlessly wandering for over 40 minutes, she finally discovered a relatively open and flat area, likely a green space of a small community. Although it was in disarray, it was far better than the areas where buildings had collapsed. Constructing a temporary shelter atop the towering rubble was not a wise choice. However, she realized that others would have similar thoughts, and indeed, several people were present in the vicinity. Zhou An'an selected a spot, delineated an area for her tent, and began clearing away stones, debris, and concrete. Fortunately, the tent required little space, and, as she only intended to rest there temporarily, she stopped after clearing a small patch. She retrieved the tent from her spatial storage and commenced the assembly. Chapter 101. Earthquake 5. Most individuals have resorted to constructing makeshift tents using scavenged materials such as branches, plastic sheets, bed linens, and quilts. There are very few, like Zhou An'an, who have managed to erect a proper tent. Consequently, despite its somewhat worn appearance, her tent attracts envious glances from others. However, at this stage, the disaster has only just begun to unfold. The moral fabric of humanity has yet to fray to the point of theft. Thus, envy remains the predominant sentiment. Fortunately, as it is late spring transitioning into early summer, the temperatures are not excessively cold. Even sleeping outdoors is bearable with a thick quilt for warmth. Amidst the ruins of the nearby collapsed buildings, which include shopping malls and hotels, finding items for bedding is not particularly challenging, although cleanliness and tidiness are not to be expected. After all, anything salvaged from the rubble, even if it was once new, has now succumbed to the ravages of time and disaster. Even items wrapped in plastic are unlikely to escape the fate of contamination in such dire circumstances. Thus, as long as one does not become overly finicky, enduring the chill is quite feasible. Similarly, by remaining diligent and unafraid of hardship, sourcing food and drink from the debris is not an insurmountable task. What is truly disheartening is that this catastrophe has not only obliterated homes, but also plunged the nights into utter darkness. If the stars and moon were present, there would be some semblance of light, but in their absence, one cannot see their own hand before their face. The mere act of venturing out to use the restroom becomes daunting, for everyone is living in makeshift tents, and stepping outside is the only option. A quick visit is manageable, but should one need to go further, it necessitates a longer trek. The peril of wandering alone at night is not to be underestimated. One might find their belongings pilfered upon return. To avoid unnecessary risks, Zhou An'an had already ventured out to relieve herself before darkness fell. Of course, players are exempt from worries about losing their possessions, for they possess storage space where their items remain safe. Yet, even players are not immune to the grim reality of mortality. The maximum number of players is merely 1,000, and it is inevitable that some have perished in this calamity. For instance, when Zhou An'an accesses the communication channel, she notes that the original count of 1,000 players has dwindled to 937. While the loss of 60 individuals may seem insignificant, it is alarming given that the game has only just commenced. Who knows what further disasters may lie ahead? Zhou An'an realizes that without the foresight of a narrative, the path forward has become shrouded in uncertainty. Many decisions become fraught with risk, leading to potential missteps. Therefore, she resolves not to impose rigid expectations upon herself. Merely surviving the game and emerging alive would suffice. Naturally, if she could gather more supplies, accrue additional points, and enhance her abilities along the way, that would be even more advantageous. The communication channel remains abuzz with chatter. Who could have anticipated that this disaster would manifest as an earthquake? Fortunately, I had just finished shopping at the supermarket and was only steps away from the exit. Otherwise, I might very well have been trapped beneath the rubble, Rain Butterfly shared. Actually, being trapped in an underground supermarket is not entirely without its benefits. I found myself in that very situation. But the abundance of supplies filled my storage space to the brim. Friends in need should come and check it out. Everything is quite affordable, replied Lu Sulan. Your outlook is commendable, but have you considered how you will escape? Inquired the person on the upper floor. There will be rescue efforts, right? Besides, the supermarket has food and drink, along with enough space to move about. During the day, I can still catch glimpses of light from outside, so I need not worry about suffocating, Lu Sulan reassured. Rescue? It may be quite some time before help arrives. The world outside has been reduced to ruins, and rescue personnel are likely overwhelmed, interjected tomato egg soup. Even if rescue operations commence, their numbers are limited and with the city in shambles. It is uncertain how long it will take to clear the debris. If luck is not on our side, we may remain buried until the game concludes. Indeed, we ought to temper our optimism. This is merely an earthquake. Who knows what other calamities may follow? Based on my experience with 3 disaster games, it is unlikely that this will be the sole event. The early stages of the game tend to be relatively easy, but as time progresses, the challenges intensify, often culminating in a significant trial as the game nears its end. Surviving may sometimes hinge solely on fate, mused AI Fei Luoyu. After hearing you say that, I can't help but feel I might not survive this game. I'm currently trapped in a mall's underground parking lot, and the entrance has been barricaded. If rescue does not arrive soon, I fear I will perish from hunger or thirst. Friends, who will come to my aid? I promise to follow your lead faithfully in the future, pleaded a desperate voice. Don't harbor such illusions. The outside is a wasteland. Even if rescue teams arrive, heavy machinery cannot navigate the ruins, and any digging will take an eternity, replied Yu Qian. Asking for help from other players is futile. Everyone is fighting for their survival. With the outside world in ruins, no one can discern where you are buried. Indeed, one must rely on oneself. To survive, one must create their own opportunities. Why not try digging your way out or make use of your storage space? Suggested Pang Zi. It is likely that he is not the only one trapped. If he dares to use his storage, he risks being discovered and losing everything, cautioned Lao Fu. In the face of disaster and survival, those who believe in the innate goodness of humanity are naive. Few are willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Simply refraining from backstabbing is already an act of kindness. Chapter 102. Earthquake 6. Zhou An'an's lips twitched slightly. While she found no fault in what was said and wholeheartedly agreed, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine after reading those words. She chose not to dwell on it further, tightening the quilt around her and succumbing to sleep. At each corner of her tent, as well as at the zipper, she had affixed bells, Should anyone attempt to intrude unceremoniously, the chimes would serve as a warning. Perhaps due to the recent catastrophe, the city lay in ruins. Yet order had not entirely unraveled. Besides her tent, Zhou An'an had not flaunted her wealth, and her tent, having endured over 20 days of exposure to the elements, resembled a dilapidated structure salvaged from the rubble. Thus, others merely assumed she was fortunate enough to have unearthed an old tent. As dawn broke, the tent illuminated with the sun's ascent, for its fabric offered little in terms of shade. Rising from her slumber, Zhou An'an retrieved a basin, toothpaste, and a toothbrush from her space, engaging in a brief wash-up. She stored the water back in her space, intending to dispose of it later when she ventured out to scavenge for supplies. After a modest breakfast, she donned a large mask and exited the tent. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that some individuals had already kindled fires, with others erecting makeshift racks over them, suspending pots to cook breakfast. A few had even crafted temporary stoves from discarded building materials to prepare their morning meals. However, Zhou An'an merely cast a glance before redirecting her focus to the ruins, contemplating whether to gather some abandoned bricks, tiles, and cement to construct a simple stove for a warm meal at noon. While some items were cumbersome to retrieve, boiling water for porridge or instant noodles was still feasible. In the early stages of the disaster, supplies were not overly scarce, and she doubted anyone would covet her possessions, at least for the time being. While rummaging through the debris, she endeavored to keep her distance from the crowd, though not too far, for her tent remained in sight, a repository of her entire belongings. Thus, she frequently glanced back at it during her search. Fortunately, most individuals were preoccupied with their own scavenging and paid little heed to her tent, as constructing one from the salvaged materials was not a daunting task. As noon approached, Zhou An'an returned with a half-full backpack of supplies and a small covered iron pot in hand, accompanied by a ladle. In truth, the pot and ladle were not salvaged, but rather retrieved from her space. Upon returning to her dwelling, she stuffed the backpack into the tent and began seeking out some relatively uniform pieces of rubble to assemble a makeshift stove. Gathering kindling, twigs, cardboard, and wooden scraps, she placed the pot atop the stove, added water, covered it, and ignited a fire. With a lighter conveniently stored in her space, igniting the flames was effortless. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhou An'an ducked into the tent, drew out a basin, and used her water manipulation ability to cleanse her hands and face of the dust that had accumulated. Despite wearing gloves and a mask, her search for supplies had inevitably led to some grime. Given the circumstances, maintaining a semblance of hygiene was essential. Earlier that morning, she had discreetly disposed of the dirty water from her wash and rinsed out the basin. Emerging from the tent with a packet of instant noodles, she added 2 pieces of firewood to the stove, and soon the water in the pot reached a rolling boil. She opened the noodle packet and placed the contents into the pot, returning to the tent to retrieve a large bowl, which contained 2 half-marinated eggs. As the noodles swirled in the pot, the fragrant aroma of the seasoning wafted through the air, heightening her hunger. Nearby, scavengers who had planned to return later could not resist pausing their efforts, driven by their own hunger to eat. After her meal, Zhou An'an did not rush back to scavenging. Instead, she tidied up the area around her tent and retreated inside for a midday nap. It was early summer, and the midday heat was stifling. Fortunately, her tent was situated near a few trees, though not tall or robust. They provided some shade from the sun. A brief slumber allowed her to sidestep the most oppressive heat of the day. After a 2-hour nap, she awoke, feeling the warmth encroaching upon her. Even with the tent's mesh door partially closed, the stifling heat within was unavoidable. Irritated, she opened her eyes, reaching for a bottle of water and gulping down half of it before feeling slightly refreshed. She then washed her hands, face, and neck, allowing the gentle breeze to cool her skin. After sitting in front of the tent for a while, she felt fully awake. However, she saw no necessity to scavenge again just yet, as the sun was still quite fierce. It was not until around 4 in the afternoon, when the heat had subsided, that Zhou An'an approached the ruins once more. Still, she refrained from venturing too deep, merely searching the edges for a while without uncovering much. The number of scavengers had increased significantly since yesterday, where there had been ample space. Now nearly every open area was occupied. Tents of various colors and shapes were haphazardly erected, and as the crowd grew, so did the number of disputes over territory, adding a semblance of life to the otherwise desolate atmosphere. Many chose to linger in the square, appreciating the open space, but the relentless sun during the day was unforgiving, and lying on the ground at night after a day of exposure was uncomfortably warm. Chapter 103. Earthquake 7. Consequently, many opted to relocate and set up camp elsewhere. On the fourth day of the disaster game, as people grew increasingly numb and despondent, almost accustomed to their current way of life, believing that rescue would never come, a rescue team finally arrived. This contingent, consisting of nearly 100 individuals, was forced to traverse on foot due to the dire state of the roads. Each member bore a backpack and wielded a military shovel, indicating that their provisions had largely been scavenged from the ruins along their arduous journey. Thus, it was impossible for them to bring any supplies for the survivors. However, they did bring tidings. The government was planning to establish a safe base and had already selected a location. Those wishing to journey to the safe base could set out on their own, and those participating in the base's construction would enjoy priority housing rights, as well as earn corresponding points. These points would serve as the currency within the base, and once society and the environment were restored, any unspent points could be converted back into currency. In truth, the government's issuance of such a policy stemmed from a series of profound underlying reasons, although the network infrastructure had been ravaged, resulting in a complete breakdown of communication, even between nations in the immediate aftermath of the catastrophe. Advanced satellite technology allowed for precise detection and analysis. It revealed that this sudden and tremendous disaster was not confined to a specific area or nation. Its ramifications were, in fact, global in scope. The situation in every country and region was far from optimistic. Thus, it was clear that waiting passively for humanitarian aid from other countries was an exercise in futility. In light of this grim reality, the only feasible path for the continuation and advancement of human society lay in self-rescue efforts. The urgent task at hand was to gather the survivors who had emerged from the wreckage and to implement a unified and efficient management system for them. Specifically, this meant using the relatively safer bases in various cities as pivotal points for which a series of crucial and immediate tasks, such as debris clearance, home reconstruction, and industrial resumption, could gradually extend outward. Initially, the sight of individuals clad in uniform green attire jolted the spirits of the onlookers, evoking a sense of hope. They gazed eagerly at the rescue personnel, yearning for tangible assistance. Yet, they were met only with a simple announcement. This prompted a wave of discontent among many, as they found themselves in dire straits, desperately in need of substantial aid to escape their predicament. Nutritious food, clean water, functional transportation, governmental assurances, and encouragement. Nonetheless, despite their frustrations, most comprehended the severity of their current conditions, which were exacerbated by the disastrous state of the roads. The earthquake had left the thoroughfares unrecognizable, riddled with massive fissures and mountains of rubble. Ordinary vehicles could scarcely navigate, and even the most capable off-road vehicles would struggle immensely. As for aircraft, while theoretically able to traverse the ruins, the lack of suitable landing sites rendered rescue efforts impossible. After thoughtful deliberation, some individuals accepted the rescue team's proposal to walk out of the city. Once one person made the decision, others soon followed, second, third. Before long, a multitude began to gather their belongings in preparation for the journey towards the safe base indicated by the rescue team. The once stalwart skyscrapers of the city had mostly collapsed, and the formerly wide and smooth streets were now obstructed by debris, making traversal exceedingly arduous. However, upon exiting the city limits, the absence of towering structures would likely make the journey easier, despite the severe damage to the roads. More importantly, the government had planned ahead, identifying flat terrains around each city for the establishment of safe bases. Thus, once they successfully departed the city, the nearest safe base should not be far off. Zhou An'an pondered for a moment, refraining from hastily departing, as she sensed that the game would not be so straightforward, especially since there had been no further disturbances since the initial quake. She had a nagging feeling that the disaster game was concealing something significant. While survival within the city was arduous, the ruins had become a mere shell. How much worse could the environment truly become? Furthermore, resources were not scarce here, but once they entered the safe base, conditions would surely differ. With a surge of individuals heading to the safe base, living conditions would undoubtedly be compromised, and in such an environment, one would have to relinquish the notion of being anything but an ordinary person, participating in labor and construction to earn meager rations for survival. Thus, what was the point? For these reasons, Zhou An'an chose not to dismantle her tent, continuing to search calmly through the debris surrounding her. In reality, while majority expressed a desire to reach the safe base, a small minority remained in a state of ambivalence, not immediately rushing towards it. The rescue personnel did not linger long at the site, quickly departing to continue their mission of locating and informing more survivors, as that was their duty. With the departure of the rescue team, the area, once teeming with people, became noticeably less crowded. However, most individuals were unable to take their makeshift shelters with them, limited to carrying only the supplies they had scavenged. After all, the tents were constructed from locally sourced materials, and given the current state of the roads, walking was the only option. Even if they dismantled their tents, they could not transport them. Moreover, most of the materials used in constructing the tents could easily be found again amidst the debris, rendering them not particularly precious. Of course, many held onto the hope that the base would provide them with shelter. Chapter 104. Earthquake 8. Just over 2 hours after the rescue team departed, the earth began to tremble once more. The remnants of buildings that had withstood the previous quake collapsed with a cacophony, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. In an instant, the already ravaged city resembled a desolate wasteland once again. To be frank, witnessing this scene during the day was profoundly shocking, akin to a classic moment from a disaster film. The last earthquake had struck at night, and in her frantic escape, she had scarcely the time or energy to observe the surrounding changes. This time, however, was different. Not only was it daytime, but the area she occupied was designated as an earthquake refuge, allowing her to conserve energy for observation. In a flurry, Zhou An'an retrieved a cloth to wrap around her head, leaving only her eyes visible before retreating into the tent. She pulled a mesh door shut, needing to keep an eye on the outside conditions. She had chosen this living area precisely because it lacked buildings that had yet to collapse. As long as no fissures appeared beneath her feet, she was essentially safe. If necessary, she could abandon the tent and teleport to safety. The tremors persisted for approximately 6 to 7 minutes, followed by aftershocks every few minutes. Though diminished in intensity, these aftershocks continued to evoke fear. Observing the gloomy exterior, Zhou An'an decided to draw the outer cloth of the tent closed, hoping to block out some of the dust. Even with a mask and the cloth wrapped around her head, she still felt a choking sensation. After more than 40 minutes, the aftershocks finally ceased. Yet venturing outside remained perilous. The dust stirred by the earthquake hung in the air, making breathing difficult and obstructing visibility. The sun itself was obscured. To make matters worse, a strong wind began to blow, whipping dust into a frenzy and further polluting the air. Small fragments of bricks and stones were lifted, landing with a soft thud, causing Zhou An'an to worry. After all, her tent was made of fabric, and these sharp debris pieces posed a threat of tearing it. Although she possessed more than one tent in her spatial storage, the current weather conditions rendered it impossible to set up another. Fortunately, the wind subsided after about 10 minutes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even so, her tent sustained several small rips, indicating the necessity of reinforcing it with branches, much like others had done. She pondered whether those who had fled to the safe zone had exited the city. If they had not, the presence of previously standing buildings could pose a danger. Even without collapsing structures nearby, being confined in the tent was stifling, especially after sealing all openings. Zhou An'an felt an overwhelming sense of irritation, yet there were no alternatives. Thankfully, the tent's fabric effectively blocked the dust, allowing her to fill a basin with water. She stripped down to her undergarments, removed her head wrap and mask, and began to wipe herself down with a damp towel, occasionally fanning herself to alleviate the heat. This state of discomfort persisted for over an hour until conditions outside improved slightly. Although still hazy, it was no longer intimidating to step outside. With her mask and cloth in hand, she ventured out, finally feeling a reprieve from the stifling heat. The dust had obscured the sun, cooling the air. After another hour, the airborne dust settled, leaving a thick layer covering the debris, further contributing to the city's desolation. This earthquake had not only toppled buildings that had previously remained upright, but had also uprooted numerous trees. Zhou An'an bit her lip, contemplating whether to relocate her tent or reinforce the existing structure with branches. After a moment of hesitation, she set out to gather twigs. Fortunately, after the earthquake's devastation, finding branches proved easy. Using her metal-based abilities, she conjured an axe and began to harvest branches from the fallen trees. With her remarkable strength, she quickly gathered the materials needed and, taking advantage of the daylight, began to fortify her tent. After a flurry of activity, she successfully built a canopy over her original tent just before darkness fell. After a moment's thought, she produced a new tent and erected it inside the existing one. No sooner had she completed this task than the sky opened up, unleashing a downpour. Indeed, rain often follows an earthquake. She mused why there had been no rainfall following the last tremor. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. She felt a wave of relief for having set up the new tent, for neither the branches outside nor the damaged tent would have offered any protection against the rain. Her sole concern now was whether the ground would accumulate water. After all, she had pitched her tent on flat terrain, and if it flooded, she would likely face disaster. Thankfully, she had not discarded the inflatable mattress from the previous game. It might prove invaluable in this critical moment. As the rain intensified, she noticed water pooling around her tent. While the accumulation was minimal, the interior was already damp. With no other option, Zhou An'an retrieved the mattress and began inflating it. By the time she finished, water had started to seep into the tent. With the inflatable mattress in place, she was finally spared from sitting in the wetness. However, the tent's low height forced her to hunch over, unable to stand upright. Chapter 105, Earthquake 9. As the rain intensified, the mattress began to feel as though it were adrift on water. Zhou An'an hurriedly unzipped the tent on both sides to allow the water to escape, preventing it from accumulating further within. The rain continued to pour incessantly from the heavens, and although the area appeared relatively flat, it was generally situated at a lower elevation, resulting in a considerable accumulation of water outside. Fortunately, the location she had chosen for her tent was a garden within the community, elevated by several inches compared to the road surface. While the road was cluttered with various construction debris, it was unable to retain water, allowing it to seep beneath and flow towards lower ground. Thus, even with some water pooling around her tent, the situation was not too dire. After opening the tent's zippers, the water level did decrease somewhat, and despite the ongoing rain, it showed no signs of rising again. As the rain persisted, the previously warm weather turned chilly. Zhou An'an retrieved an unsold emergency blanket, unfolding it to wrap herself snugly. Before long, warmth enveloped her. The rain continued intermittently for over 5 hours, finally ceasing in the dead of night. However, given the late hour and the surrounding water, Zhou An'an had no intention of leaving her tent. Any plans would have to wait until dawn. In contrast to others, Zhou An'an was somewhat fortunate. She had an inflatable mattress, whereas many were not so lucky. Some individuals had to transport larger pieces of debris into their tents to create makeshift platforms, sitting atop them to escape the cold, wet ground. The night proved to be excruciating for many, but at last, they persevered until morning. Perhaps due to the previous day's rain, the weather remained cool, even with the sun hanging high in the sky. Zhou An'an wore a long-sleeved t-shirt beneath a tracksuit, her feet clad in rain boots, with her pant legs tucked inside. The water on the road measured about 20 centimeters, not quite reaching the tops of her boots. Yet caution was necessary to avoid splashing water onto her legs or even inside her boots. Zhou An'an didn't rush to dismantle her tent. Instead, she began collecting debris, focusing on medium-sized, relatively rectangular pieces. She believed this corner was suitable, planning to establish her temporary residence here. So her immediate priority was to elevate the tent's base. However, she was cautious not to raise it too high, as excessive elevation could pose risks in the event of an aftershock. Thus, she aimed for an elevation of approximately 30 to 40 centimeters. After a morning of diligent labor, She felt she had gathered sufficient stones and sought out some broken wooden planks and discarded doors. Once everything was assembled, she commenced dismantling the tent. The tent was not particularly challenging to disassemble, as only the top layer was constructed of branches, while the inner tent was easily packed away. In no time at all, the tent was completely taken down. Waterlogged surroundings made it evident that drainage would take time, especially given the city's extensive damage, likely resulting in compromised drainage systems. Zhou An'an used 2 wooden sticks to alternately clear debris submerged in the water, then began stacking the concrete blocks one by one. After constructing a layer, she noticed the water had receded below the blocks and proceeded to build another layer, raising it nearly 10 centimeters above the water surface. She laid the found doors and wooden planks atop the structure and tested the stability. Some areas were uneven, and stepping on the planks caused them to tilt. Bending down to reach into the water, she cleverly utilized the cover of the water to fashion a makeshift axe, trimming the higher points and propping up the lower sections with smaller concrete blocks. After several iterations, the planks finally rested securely. To mitigate the risk of damaging the planks with hard edges from the blocks, she layered them 3 deep, with the top layer formed from 2 relatively intact doors. Once completed, she did not rush to set up her tent. Instead, she removed the doors to allow them to dry in the sun. Given their dampness, it was best to air them out, as placing them on the wooden planks would hinder their drying. Fortunately, by midday, the temperature rose slightly, and the sun's warmth could be felt. Zhou An'an realized that there was no need to complete everything in a single day, even under the current weather conditions. It would be impossible to dry out the wooden planks and doors by afternoon. She resolved to pitch one tent for the night and continue drying the materials in the morning. After a light meal, Zhou An'an resumed her search for usable supplies in the vicinity. Since she did not intend to leave this spot for the time being, she aimed to fortify the outer layer of her tent. The doors, whether wooden, metal, or tin, were far more useful than mere branches. Additionally, with her metal manipulating abilities, she could easily integrate existing metals, altering their properties with minimal energy expenditure. The rain had cooled the air, and after lunch, Zhou An'an continued her search without rest. The afternoon slipped away quickly, and as dusk fell, she realized she had yet to gather everything she needed. Reluctantly, she returned to her makeshift shelter, laying the nearly dry wooden planks and erecting the tent above them. She constructed a simple platform using concrete blocks, placing 2 wooden planks in a cross formation to create a triangular shape, thus establishing a rudimentary kitchen. Retrieving a portable stove, she boiled a pot of hot water, poured some into a thermos for tea, adding a few goji berries for flavor. The remaining water was stored in a thermos. Next, she prepared her meal, cooking a pack of noodles with dried shrimp, dehydrated vegetables, and various seasonings, resulting in 2 fragrant bowls of noodles. After a long day, she feared one bowl would not suffice. Chapter 106. Earthquake. To her astonishment, she consumed 2 bowls of noodles, leaving them utterly empty. Savoring a satisfying belch, she took a gentle sip of tea, then returned her cooking utensils to her space. After sitting outside for a while, she finally retreated into the tent as the evening chill set in. The aftermath of the rain brought a silver lining. The oppressive heat had abated. She secured bells around the tent's perimeter and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without interruption, for everyone around was preoccupied with the urgent task of rebuilding their homes. Exhaustion weighed heavily on all, a fatigue so profound that merely lying down rendered them immobile. That night, nearly everyone slept soundly, having endured a restless previous night due to the rain and subsequent flooding. On the 6th day of the disaster game, the weather turned favorable. The sun ascended high in the sky early in the morning, bringing a rise in temperature. The water that had accumulated was reduced to a mere thin layer, approximately 6 to 7 centimeters deep, revealing the concrete layer that Zhou An'an had constructed the day before. For breakfast, Zhou An'an diced ham sausages and prepared a savory rice porridge, complementing it with 2 marinated eggs. Afterward, she dismantled the tent and continued to dry the wooden planks and doors from the previous day, while she searched for more supplies. During her scavenging, she collected suitable pieces of concrete, gradually expanding the area surrounding her tent. Although it was not vast, She ensured there was space for a cooking area and a small zone for her activities. In a bid to enhance her living conditions, she planned to erect a modest fence using the wooden doors, planks, and branches she had gathered. With the arrival of the rescue team, approximately 3/4 of the residents had already departed, leaving behind unkempt tents that had been soaked and battered by the storm, abandoned by their owners. Zhou An'an found herself surrounded by 7 or 8 such tents, prompting her to dismantle 4 of them, incorporating their area into her own fenced space. After a day of industriousness, as evening approached, she had laid down 2 layers of concrete blocks in her designated area, encircled with a simple barrier of wooden planks, branches, and doors. The base was secured with readily available construction debris. Since this was merely a temporary shelter, there was no need for excessive sturdiness, as she might have to vacate at any moment. Zhou An'an's endeavors did not escape the notice of others, who began to emulate her efforts, marking out their own areas. Some even shifted their locations to enlarge their spaces, given that the departing residents had occupied their spots randomly. The ensuing 2 days brought relentless heat, intensifying as the days progressed. During the midday hours, it became nearly impossible to search for supplies without risking heatstroke. In addition to avoiding overheating, it was crucial to stay hydrated and replenish salts and sugars. Most residents were ordinary locals, and the earthquake had disrupted water, electricity, and gas services. Clean water could only be scavenged from the debris of collapsed buildings at night, leading to a scarcity of this vital resource. To alleviate the water shortage, some residents devised filtration systems to purify rainwater collected during the storms. Zhou An'an, however, had a portion of water in her space and possessed water-based abilities, so she did not concern herself with rainwater collection. For others, survival necessitated careful planning for the days ahead. To avoid discomfort, Zhou An'an chose to work during the early morning and evening, seeking refuge in shaded areas during the day. Fortunately, her fenced-in space contained 2 trees that had withstood the storm. Their canopies, though modest, offered some relief from the sun. On the 9th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an's temporary shelter was complete. She had constructed a small wooden house, overlaying it with a thin layer of metal using her abilities, ensuring it was watertight. Concerns about rust and moisture were not immediate priorities, as this was merely a temporary abode. Inside the wooden structure, she had opted not to set up a tent, as it was unnecessary for the time being. The inflatable mattress she had previously used was deflated and stored away, replaced by a moisture-resistant mat on the floor. She laid a relatively intact wooden door atop a few concrete blocks, leveling the uneven areas with her metal abilities to create a makeshift bed. On the 10th day of the disaster game, the morning sky was overcast, prompting the nearby residents to spring into action early. They used salvaged plastic sheets and tarpaulins to cover the roofs of their makeshift homes. The initial reluctance to cover their shelters stemmed from the heat. However, with rain imminent, they had no choice but to shield their homes from the impending downpour. Zhou An'an felt no anxiety regarding the rain, as her shelter was fortified with a layer of metal. Yet, when the rain began to fall, she found herself regretting her choice, as the sound of raindrops striking the metal was deafening, making sleep nearly impossible. Although the rain was light, it persisted for 3 days, casting a gloomy pall over everyone's spirits. The players were relatively untroubled, as they had access to their storage spaces. Even the newly entered participants had a cubic meter of space for supplies, alleviating concerns about food spoilage. In contrast, the local residents faced significant challenges. Their provisions, salvaged from collapsed structures, were often compromised. Many packages had been damaged in the recovery process, and some items had already succumbed to moisture before being salvaged. Although the recent scorching sun had dried many goods, the continuous rain led to mold affecting some food items, particularly biscuits. Chapter 107, Earthquake, Day 11 of the disaster game. Today, the rain finally ceased, and the sun emerged, providing a glimmer of hope for the weary populace. However, this fleeting joy was soon overshadowed by furrowed brows. What remnants of supplies could possibly survive beneath the rubble after such a deluge? This foreshadowed an excruciatingly difficult period ahead. Even if productivity could gradually be restored and crops could still be sown, the newly planted vegetation would require time to flourish. The previous crops, which had been growing in the fields, were nearly obliterated by the earthquakes and torrential rains. In the aftermath of the earthquake, the government, once the situation had slightly stabilized, promptly initiated the hurried harvesting of these crops. Yet, the limitations of human labor were evident. The devastation caused by the earthquake rendered some heavy machinery inoperative, and the surviving populace was tasked with not only rescue operations, but also the construction of safe havens and the recovery of buried supplies. The multitude of responsibilities was overwhelming, especially given the significant loss of manpower during the disaster. Thus, after a brief respite, the government swiftly enacted various policies to encourage the survivors to voluntarily assist in the establishment of safe bases. The need for labor was paramount, both for the construction of these bases and for the multitude of post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Additionally, collective efforts were required to excavate the buried supplies, particularly from areas like shopping malls, supermarkets, wholesale markets, warehouses, and factories, where the quantities of hidden materials were substantial. To avert unforeseen complications, it was imperative to extract these resources swiftly. Furthermore, there was an urgent need for manpower to harvest the crops that remained unpicked in the fields. Although many of these crops were not yet fully mature and premature harvesting would incur losses, the current predicament demanded immediate action to address their plight. With a significant influx of survivors into the safe bases, daily consumption reached astronomical proportions. Thus, ensuring a basic supply of necessities became crucial. However, just as the efforts began, a second earthquake struck, followed by heavy rainfall and then persistent light rain. The relentless succession of disasters led to the decimation of many unharvested crops, with some rotting in the fields and others washed away by the torrential rain. Where did these crops go? Perhaps they were reburied underground, or perhaps they found their way into ditches, rivers, or even storm drains. The continuous onslaught of calamities instilled a sense of foreboding among the people. They feared that this disaster was far from over. Unlike the indigenous inhabitants' uncertainty, the players were acutely aware that this calamity could not simply conclude. As the weather cleared, in the vicinity where Zhou An'an resided, nearly every tent and fence yard was adorned with an array of salvage supplies. Items were displayed in courtyards, while those collected from the debris, including branches and cardboard, were laid out to dry. With water, electricity, and gas long gone, the necessity for combustible materials to prepare hot meals and warm water became paramount. Thus, these flammable resources became highly sought after. Despite the inconveniences and calamities brought by the recent rains, the previous experiences prompted the community to collect rainwater in any available containers, ensuring a temporary reprieve from water shortages. Those with the means filtered the water, while others simply allowed it to settle in buckets before retrieving the clearer liquid for boiling. However, another pressing issue soon emerged: a pervasive stench. This foul odor emanated from the decomposing corpses of both humans and animals. Although these bodies had not been buried beneath the rubble, the oppressive heat and continuous rainfall accelerated the decomposition process. The lingering scent of decay wafted through the air as the bodies, not promptly removed or interred, began to permeate the environment. Now, Zhou An'an found herself donning a mask throughout the day, yet even this could not completely shield her from the rancid odor. The true horror, however, lay in a potential outbreak of plague. If the putrefying remains were not dealt with swiftly, they would foster a proliferation of bacteria, leading to a severe epidemic. Although contemporary medical advancements far surpass those of ancient times, the necessary medical supplies were also buried beneath the rubble. Moreover, the stench was not solely attributed to decomposing bodies. Various excrement also contributed to the noxious atmosphere. With no flushing toilets or proper sewage management, the inhabitants, while attempting to distance themselves somewhat during their natural functions, could not escape the proximity to their dwellings. Particularly, the men tended to stray further when defecating, but when urinating, they often did so against trees, stumps, or piles of debris, exacerbating the foul odors as temperatures rose in the following days. Disaster Game, Day 16. The heat intensified, and the air grew increasingly oppressive. Zhou An'an could no longer endure the deteriorating conditions, and thus resolved to leave this desolate city rife with ruins. Fortunately, her stockpile of supplies and her personal space was ample, having been supplemented by her recent scavenging efforts. She sought a less populated area where she could live in solitude. Although escaping the city was no small feat and finding a remote sanctuary was equally challenging, she was unwilling to spend the next fortnight in such an unbearable environment. With haste, Zhou An'an gathered her belongings, and on the 16th day of the game, just as dawn broke, she set out with a concealed backpack. All other items were secured within her personal space. Chapter 108. Earthquake 12. Even the dried firewood, the layer of withered branches atop the tent, and the fence walls were not spared. Naturally, not everything was taken away, as branches and fence walls occupy considerable space, and the remaining vacant area in her storage was insufficient to accommodate them all. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Firstly, such combustible materials could be sought after later, and she believed it would not be particularly challenging, especially since she did not intend to venture into densely populated areas. Secondly, she possessed a portable stove and a gas canister, which alleviated any concerns about the lack of combustible materials for preparing warm meals. With such assurance in her heart and minimal worries for the future, she traversed with ease. To facilitate her movement across the uneven ruins and to deter any potential threats she might encounter, she harnessed her metallic abilities to conjure a sturdy iron rod. This dual-purpose tool served both as a weapon and a walking stick. After all, the relentless scavenging of the surviving populace had significantly expanded the area of debris within the city. Aside from the spaces cleared for tents or temporary shelters, everywhere else was strewn with a myriad of construction waste, household refuse, and excrement. Unfamiliar with the city and uncertain of the quickest route out of the urban sprawl, coupled with the treacherous terrain, it took Zhou An'an a full 2 days to gradually exit the city. As time passed, the mountains of construction debris began to dwindle, and her field of vision widened. A broad and level road appeared before her. Yet in stark contrast, the presence of pedestrians became increasingly rare. Even the abandoned vehicles, either discarded due to the earthquake or wrecked in accidents, were few and far between. Perhaps this area, despite the abundance of collapsed structures, concealed very limited resources beneath the rubble, to the extent that one could almost assert they were virtually non-existent. Consequently, local residents naturally avoided this place. Zhou An'an mused that, based on the current circumstances, this region either belonged to a relatively remote and underdeveloped area at the urban-rural fringe or was situated within a residential district still undergoing construction and development. Only in this manner could one explain why the debris had not entirely engulfed the road, resulting in the scarcity of human activity. As she pondered, she continued her forward journey, realizing that if she intended to live in solitude, it would be wise to distance herself from the city, to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhou An'an chose a route out of the city that was diametrically opposed to the direction of the safe base indicated by the rescue team. Upon reaching the road, her pace quickened considerably, making her journey less arduous. However, she still lacked the means to drive. Otherwise, she could have utilized the small cargo vehicle stored in her space. Although this road was relatively free of debris and abandoned vehicles, it had suffered numerous fissures due to the earthquake, with the widest gaps measuring around half a meter. Such a width could easily trap a vehicle. Even though she could extricate herself from such a predicament by retracting the vehicle into her space, it would be a cumbersome process, and considering the proximity of these varying gaps, walking seemed far more practical. With a half-meter wide crevice, she could easily leap over it, posing no obstruction to her progress. Once she had distanced herself from the ruins, Zhou An'an sought a relatively spacious area, selecting a spot with minimal fissures to release her cargo vehicle from her storage. She had no intention of setting up a tent, as it was an arduous task. With hardly anyone around, she planned to organize the vehicle's rear compartment to serve as her temporary dwelling. Should disaster strike, she could swiftly retreat into her space. Throughout her journey, she encountered numerous vehicles rendered inoperable by the earthquake, some even intact, but due to spatial limitations, she could not transport them. Nevertheless, while she relinquished the vehicles, she did not forsake the search for salvage supplies within them. as items preserved within vehicles were typically in far better condition than those buried beneath the rubble and exposed to the elements. Thus, she managed to collect a considerable amount along the way, even discarding several wooden doors and planks to accommodate these findings. Previously, she had believed her storage space ample, but now she wished it could expand several-fold, or that she might encounter another player to acquire additional storage vessels. As she distanced herself from the disaster-stricken city, the air became noticeably fresher. Although a faint odor lingered, it was negligible unless one chose to focus on it. Zhou An'an speculated that there might be the remains of deceased animals nearby, though they seemed sufficiently distant, as the stench was merely faint. Having stored the supplies from the vehicle into her space, she began to arrange the interior of the cargo area. She retrieved the inflatable mattress, along with bedding, cooking utensils, and various useful items purchased from an outdoor supply store. This time, she had learned from her past experiences, acquiring an inflatable raft and a pump. Although the raft was of no immediate use, the pump would be invaluable for reinflating the deflated mattress, eliminating the need for tedious manual inflation. The stored battery in the pump contained enough power to inflate the mattress over 100 times. She also extracted all the wood and cardboard from her space, placing them outside to ensure ample room for the cargo vehicle to be retracted as needed. On the 20th day of the disaster game, another earthquake struck. This tremor was markedly more intense than the previous two. As soon as Zhou An'an sensed something amiss, she swiftly leapt from the cargo area, her hand pressing against the vehicle as she retracted it into her space. She then remained alert, monitoring the shifting ground beneath her. This earthquake could only be described as earth-shattering. Zhou An'an, akin to a nimble monkey, hopped about to evade the sudden cracks forming beneath her feet, wary of what lay beneath. However, sometimes misfortunes occur unexpectedly. Several fissures opened up right at her feet, leaving her no time to react. In an instant, she misstepped and tumbled into a crack approximately 70 to 80 centimeters wide. Chapter 109. Earthquake 13. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly. The moment she sensed her body falling into the crevice, she immediately activated her teleportation skill, vanishing into the fissure. When she reappeared, her feet landed on a fallen tree trunk that spanned the gap above. Zhou An'an quickly assessed her surroundings and, without a moment's hesitation, grasped a branch and stepped carefully onto the trunk, making her way to solid ground. After all, the tree was precariously positioned over the fissure, and if the crevice widened further, the roots might very well plunge into the abyss. At that point, would she not also be dragged down? The cool-down period for her teleportation skill had not yet elapsed. Who could predict what calamity awaited her should she fall in? It could very well cost her life in an instant. Zhou An'an became increasingly cautious, her focus intensely sharpened. For at least 5 minutes, she could not afford to let her guard down, especially given the 5-minute cooldown of her teleportation ability. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the tremors subsided, gradually ceasing altogether. As she had feared, the very tree upon which she had just stood ultimately succumbed and fell into the crevice, wiping the sweat from her brow. Zhou An'an realized she was drenched from head to toe. The preceding events had been nothing short of thrilling. Now that the earthquake had ceased, she surveyed her surroundings, noting the myriad of fissures crisscrossing the terrain, some as wide as a meter and others barely a dozen centimeters. Notably, where 2 cracks intersected, deep pits had formed. Peering down into the depths of one fissure, she found it impossible to discern the bottom, leaving her unaware of its true depth. Seeking a spot free of cracks, she sat down on the ground, disregarding the dirt, yearning only to rest and calm her frayed nerves. Yet even in this moment of respite, she remained vigilant. Who could say if another tremor would strike? Her decision to sit was merely a gamble on the cool-down of her teleportation skill. Should she be so unfortunate as to perch upon a spot prone to cracking, she could still escape using her ability. The earlier evasion had left her utterly exhausted, tinged with a lingering sense of dread. Throughout the night, Zhou An'an hardly dared to sleep, fearful of another earthquake haunting her dreams. Thankfully, as dawn broke, rain began to fall from the heavens, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, convinced that the recent earthquake had passed. Finding a relatively narrow area with fewer fissures, she melted down the metals she had collected into a thick iron plate, which she laid down before retrieving her belongings and settling inside to sleep. Initially expecting that her extreme fatigue would usher her into a deep slumber, she found herself merely dozing intermittently, jolted awake several times by the incessant sound of rain outside. It was not until noon, after having a meal, that she finally succumbed to genuine sleep. Awakened by hunger around 10 at night, she discovered the rain continued to pour relentlessly outside. Zhou An'an turned on her emergency light and prepared instant noodles on her portable stove, savoring a warm bowl. As she listened to the raindrops pattering against the vehicle, an inexplicable chill enveloped her, persisting even after the steaming soup warmed her insides. She suspected she might be falling ill. Regardless, she swiftly boiled a small pot of hot water, retrieved a thick garment from her supplies, and once the water was ready, she mixed in a packet of cold remedy. Whether it was merely psychological or the medication worked rapidly, she felt significantly better after consuming the remedy, no longer feeling cold. Warmth radiated from within her, even clearing her mind. The vehicle's poor insulation made her feel as if cold air seeped inside. To prevent her recovering from a cold from worsening, she erected a windbreak tent inside the vehicle, a recent purchase from an outdoor goods store. Inside the tent, she laid down 2 extra layers of moisture-proof mats, providing a significantly softer surface. She opted not to inflate a mattress. Truth be told, sleeping on an air mattress was uncomfortable. It was tolerable for a night or two, but under better circumstances, she preferred not to. Instead, she took out a 2 by 3 blanket, folded it over the moisture-proof mat, offering a far more comfortable resting place than the air mattress. Nestled within the tent, she placed 2 large pillows at her head, reclined against them, and draped a light silk quilt over herself, accessing the communication channel. Although the vehicle's door was closed, its inadequate sealing meant that air was still circulating, alleviating any concerns about suffocation. Preoccupied with survival and safety, she had neglected the communication channel, believing it offered little assistance and was merely a distraction. However, under the constant tension of potential danger, she often forgot about it altogether. Rain butterfly, why won't this rain stop? I feel like I'm going to mildew. Tomato and scrambled eggs. Just being alive is a blessing. What more could one ask for? Yesterday, I watched helplessly as several people fell into the crevice. It was bottomless. Once you fell in, there was no chance of coming back. Nature could be so merciless, sigh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. You all Haven Tea played enough games. Experience a few more, and you'll realize that sympathy is a luxury. Violet, I no longer wish to play any games. I just want to go home. A for fish, as if anyone doesn't want to go home. But we must first complete our tasks to earn that right. Zhou An'an scrolled through their chat history, finding it filled with trivial conversations, devoid of any substantial information regarding the recent disaster. Losing interest, she pulled out a mobile phone she had purchased upon entering this game world. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated an earthquake would strike, severing her internet connection right after her first disaster. The new phone had yet to serve any purpose. She attempted to connect to the network, only to be met with a failure message. After opening all the applications, she discovered that aside from the settings, nearly all required an internet connection to function, leaving her without even the simplest of games on her device. Chapter 110. Earthquake 14 with no other recourse. She powered down and stowed the device back into her space. The rain outside continued to pour, its relentless patter against the vehicle becoming increasingly irksome. Zhou An'an closed her eyes and began to count sheep. At first, the counting kept her alert, but eventually she drifted into slumber. On the 21st day of the disaster game, she spent her time in a cycle of eating and sleeping. The rain had intermittently fallen for 2 days, creating a layer of standing water outside. However, since she was on the outskirts of the city, the terrain was relatively flat, and the water level was only about 20 centimeters deep. After the rain ceased, the sun finally emerged. Initially, the sunlight was gentle, but by noon, it became scorching, baking the earth. Within a single afternoon, most of the standing water had evaporated, although some may have seeped into the ground. Nevertheless, Zhou An'an remained in the vehicle, as the muddy roads outside deterred her from stepping out. On the 24th day of the disaster game, she awoke to find the mud had vanished, and even the surface of the road showed no signs of dampness. Had the water evaporated so swiftly? standing at the edge of the vehicle. She prodded the ground with a metal rod to ensure it was solid and not a trap before jumping out. She had chosen a vacant plot beside the road for parking, though it was unclear what it was originally intended for. As no grass had grown, perhaps it had been treated with herbicides. The sun had risen early, and despite it being morning, the air remained stifling. Zhou An'an had changed into short sleeves and capri pants, though her large mask still covered her face. The foul odor in the air had intensified following the earthquake and heavy rain. Even in this remote location, she could detect it clearly. Zhou An'an surmised that many animals must have perished nearby, given the lack of human presence in her vicinity. Otherwise, the stench would have been unbearable. Upon jumping out of the vehicle, she quickly noticed something amiss. An unusual abundance of flies and small insects swarmed around her. Upon closer inspection, she found no corpses nearby, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon a crack in the ground, which was swarming with flies. No, not just any flies, but green bottle flies. A chilling thought struck her. Could the foul smell emanate from that crack? Faced with the dense mass of green flies, Zhou An'an felt no courage to lean in and investigate further. This place was no longer tenable. She had to leave at once. After all, anyone knowledgeable would understand the implications of decaying corpses. Returning to the vehicle, she noticed that flies had also gathered around it, with many already inside. She hastily stowed the vehicle in her space. Fortunately, her space could not store living creatures yet, so while the car was safe, the flies remained outside. With nothing else to collect, Zhou An'an quickly vacated the area, alarmed by the rapid increase in flies. It was as if she had disturbed a nest. For 2 consecutive days, she traveled, finding a clearing at night to retrieve the vehicle, planning to pack it away again at dawn to continue her journey. Gradually, the swarm of flies diminished, and she found herself in a field of crops. The ground was mushy, obscuring what had once been planted, but beneath the layer of decay, the soil remained moist. This area had flies too, yet the stench was absent. Exhausted, Zhou An'an decided to establish a temporary camp here. With 4 days remaining until the game's conclusion, she felt a sense of unease. Although this location appeared more desolate and devoid of any nearby settlement, it also featured fewer cracks in the ground, none wider than a meter. It seemed her recent travels had not been in vain. She had distanced herself from the earthquake's epicenter. Perhaps her aimless wandering had led her too far off course, as she encountered no other souls here, which suited her just fine. In the following days, the weather seemed to stabilize. No earthquakes or rain occurred, though the heat persisted. Zhou An'an remained apprehensive. From her understanding of the game, a significant catastrophe was imminent in the final stages, though she was uncertain what form it might take. For days, she pondered this, unable to discern a clear answer. Surely it couldn't be a more severe earthquake? On the afternoon of the 29th day of the disaster game, while seated in her vehicle, Zhou An'an was jolted by a series of explosive sounds, followed by a violent tremor. Alarmed, she leapt from the vehicle and instinctively stowed it away. Initially fearing another earthquake, she soon realized the nature of the impending disaster, a volcanic eruption. She had sensed that a series of global earthquakes followed by incessant rain was peculiar. The disaster game had reserved the eruption for the finale. Gazing at the mushroom clouds rising in the distance, Zhou An'an felt a chill run down her spine. Not only was there one mushroom cloud, but beneath one, she could see flickers of golden flames. After a moment of stunned silence, she sprang into action, the first priority being to don a large mass from her space. Choosing a direction free from the looming clouds, she took off running. She had to be cautious of the cracks underfoot, as the earth continued to tremble, making her steps unsteady. To maintain her balance, she conjured 2 iron rods, one in each hand, using them as makeshift walking sticks. The volcano continued to erupt, the once blazing sun obscured by volcanic ash, casting the sky into a murky gray. Zhou An'an dared not pause. Although the erupting volcano appeared distant, she lacked the experience to gauge the safety of her distance. She could only strive to put as much space between herself and the disaster as possible. Chapter 111. Earthquake 15. Fortunately, perhaps due to her considerable distance from the epicenter, or the relatively modest scale of the nearby volcanic eruption, she found herself untouched by its immediate effects. apart from a few visible particles of ash swirling in the air. There was little else to disturb her. She had yet to catch a glimpse of the searing, molten lava. Observing this, Zhou An'an felt the tension within her gradually ease, allowing her to exhale a long-held breath of relief. However, this moment of reprieve was fleeting, as the violent eruption of the volcano soon triggered a powerful earthquake. This tremor was palpably more intense than the previous one. Despite her surroundings being a vast, flat expanse, Zhou An'an could not suppress the profound dread that enveloped her. The earth beneath her seemed to transform into a furious beast, thrashing wildly, causing the once solid ground to undulate like a turbulent sea. She struggled to maintain her balance. Yet it was futile. She felt like a worn-out toy tossed about by a mischievous child, utterly devoid of control over her own movements. Thankfully, the harrowing earthquake did not last long, subsiding after a mere 10 minutes. Fortunately, no new fissures had appeared, and she managed to grasp a fallen tree for support. Though battered and bruised from the tumult, she had narrowly avoided being swallowed by the previous cracks in the earth. Her life was spared. Before Zhou An'an could fully regain her composure, she was startled by a burst of flames and a resounding roar. The earthquake had once again instigated a volcanic eruption. The distant rumble and flickering light filled her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The sky was darkening and the ash clouds obscured her view. Yet the flames in the distance were unmistakably clear. Regardless of one's abilities or advantages, when faced with such calamity, humanity is but a speck of dust against the formidable forces of nature. As twilight descended and the volcanic ash thickened, her visibility was severely compromised, compelling her to refrain from running about recklessly as she had before. Fortunately, aside from the ash, the volcanic eruption had not directly impacted her vicinity. Once the tremors ceased, the acute urgency of danger faded. It appeared that the lava spewed forth by the volcano would not flow toward her, allowing her a moment's respite from the frantic need to flee. Zhou An'an, still shaken, sat on the embankment, her mind alert and tense, ever wary of potential calamities that could strike anew. Thankfully, after sitting there for over an hour, nothing further occurred. However, the air grew increasingly polluted, and she soon found it difficult to breathe. With little choice, she retrieved her small cargo vehicle and climbed inside. She activated the emergency lights and took out the oxygen generator along with the oxygen supplies. With just over a day remaining until the game concluded, she felt little remorse about expending these resources. After shedding her ash-covered garments and cleaning herself with water-based abilities, she crawled into her tent. Upon opening the communication channel, she discovered discussions revolving around the earthquake and volcanic eruption, with warnings about potential acid rain and advice on precautions. Some even noted that the game store had stocked various items to protect against acid rain, all reasonably priced: stainless steel, aluminum, fiberglass, concrete, and bricks. Quickly, Zhou An'an exited the communication channel and entered the trading section. While her metallic abilities allowed her to conjure iron, stainless steel, and aluminum were beyond her capabilities, compelling her to purchase these materials instead. With her powers, reshaping the metal was not a challenge. Yet she could not ascertain if the materials used in her vehicle were acid-resistant. To be safe, she decided to apply an additional layer of protection. Resolutely, Zhou An'an donned her clothes, equipped herself with a headlamp, and climbed atop her vehicle. She procured numerous stainless steel plates from a trading store and began to affix them to the roof. Thankfully, merely reshaping existing metal consumed little of her energy, allowing her to cover the entire vehicle. Once she had covered the top, she extended the steel plates outward by an additional 10 centimeters, then proceeded to encircle the vehicle with more plates. Finally, after wrapping every part of the vehicle in stainless steel, except for the underside and the rear door, she felt a sense of security. Returning inside, she hesitated before closing the door, leaving a small gap as she continued to lay down steel plates until her entire vehicle resembled a large iron box. Finally, she secured the door and settled back inside. With the oxygen generator continuously in operation, her breathing difficulty subsided. However, she was uncertain whether the generator had enough power to last until the game's end. Yet, she felt little concern, knowing she had a solar generator stored in her space. likely still holding some charge. If necessary, she could retrieve it to recharge the oxygen generator. With her mind preoccupied, sleep eluded her, leading her to open the communication channel to pass the time. However, the ensuing discussions grew mundane, and before long, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Because the entire vehicle was encased in steel, when Zhou An'an awoke, she found herself enveloped in darkness. She hurriedly reached for the emergency light, but after pressing it several times without response, she realized it had run out of power, having forgotten to turn it off the previous night. Taking a flashlight from her supplies, she illuminated her surroundings, dressed, and emerged from the tent. Chapter 112. The end of the earthquake game, listening intently. The rustling sound outside confirmed that acid rain indeed fell from the sky. Fortunately, it seemed to be a light drizzle. After all, her vehicle was fortified with steel plates. If it were a heavy downpour, the sound would have been different. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 9:30 a.m., marking the 30th day of this catastrophic game. If she could endure just one more day, she would return to the real world. Truth be told, this game had not posed significant challenges for Zhou An'an, yet it was undoubtedly the most perilous one she had faced, as she had narrowly escaped falling into fissures on several occasions. If the rain outside was genuinely acidic, venturing out now would be unwise, even though daylight had broken. The oxygen generator's red light flickered ominously, indicating it would cease functioning soon, perhaps within minutes. Hastily, An'an retrieved the solar generator and connected it to the oxygen machine. With no option to go outside, Zhou An'an began to sort through the items in her space, placing those deemed unnecessary on shelves. Although it was the final day of the game, and purchases were unlikely, she still managed to organize a substantial amount of items. When fatigue set in, she prepared herself something to eat or opened the communication channel to pass the time by engaging in others' conversations. No unforeseen incidents occurred, and the day passed in this monotonous manner. Before long, only an hour remained until the game concluded. The previously somber atmosphere in the chat room gradually transformed into one of joy, as they had all survived thus far, amassing a variety of items, many of which were salvaged from ruins. Perhaps the volcanic eruptions and acid rain were the last calamities of this game, as no new disasters emerged until the very end. 5 minutes before the game's conclusion, Zhou An'an opened the vehicle's door and used her metallic abilities to create an opening in the steel plates before finally storing both the plates and the vehicle in her space. Naturally, she was fully equipped for this task, wearing a mask, protective suit, and goggles. The steel plate melted at her doorstep had been fashioned into a metallic umbrella to shield her from the descending acid rain. This vehicle had proven invaluable throughout the game, and Zhou An'an was unwilling to abandon it lightly. Moreover, those steel plates were purchased with her hard-earned coins, true treasures. With ample space now available in her storage, it was prudent not to waste anything. As the scene shifted, Zhou An'an returned to her home, which she had not seen for a month. Looking around the confined space, she felt an unexpected warmth of familiarity. The metallic umbrella had been stored just seconds before the countdown ended, embodying her principle of waste not, want not. However, without the umbrella's protection, her suit had been splattered with acid rain, which surprisingly corroded several small holes into the outer layer, even affecting the clothing beneath. Fortunately, she had foresight, donning multiple layers of clothing before putting on the protective suit. Otherwise, her skin might have suffered. She removed the damaged suit and tossed it aside in the entryway, recognizing that it could no longer serve its protective purpose. Opening her panel, she initiated a lottery draw. As expected, she received another thank you for participating. Zhou An'an remained undeterred, having prepared herself for such outcomes. With only a 4% chance of winning a prize, it was unrealistic to expect favorable results every time. She checked her personal panel. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength. 9 agility. 8 stamina. 8 speed. 9 hearing. 6 mental strength. 8 skills. Teleportation. 5-minute cooldown. Can be upgraded with points. Metal manipulation level 2. Creation from thin air. Metal transformation. Remote control water manipulation level 1. Water generation. Directional control transformation level 1. Capable of transforming into 30 different objects. Mental control level 1. Can control 3 individuals simultaneously for 3 minutes. Spatial ability level 1. Storage space 2 m long. 5 m wide, 2 m high, limited to non-living objects, can be upgraded to level 3 to allow living beings, including the host, to enter briefly. Equipment, Thief's Hand, can target an individual to activate a theft skill, successfully obtaining one random item from them, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Distributable attribute points, 2 points. 4102 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated, she allocated the 2 attribute points to stamina and agility, bringing all values except for mental strength, 8, and hearing, 6, up to 9. Zhou An'an resolved to allocate any future attribute points to mental strength in the next game, should no unforeseen circumstances arise. As for her hearing, she was not particularly concerned. After all her experiences across various game worlds, enhancing her hearing seemed less significant, so she could defer that improvement until the end. Leaving the game world, the tension that had gripped her released, and she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Zhou An'an took a shower, donned her pajamas, and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she replenished her energy and decided to check the number of survivors from this game. To her relief, the outcome was far better than in the previous 2 games, with 378 individuals having survived. In some respects, this was an admirable achievement, especially considering that even seasoned players like Zhou An'an had nearly succumbed to the earthquake's fissures. Those who returned were all, to varying degrees, equipped with supplies, and numerous individuals possessed sought-after goods. The influx of new merchandise revitalized the marketplace. However, these developments bore little relevance for Zhou An'an. She discarded the damaged protective suit downstairs and took a stroll outside, appreciating the relaxed atmosphere of life compared to the constant vigilance required during disasters. Perhaps due to the unceasing influx of players into the game, many of whom perished within its confines, the real world's population was gradually dwindling. As she wandered through the streets, Zhou An'an distinctly sensed a growing desolation and emptiness. She could not help but wonder if this trend would continue until one day all of humanity would meet its end within the game. After all, the game forcibly dragged these survivors into its depths, and their chances of returning alive depended not only on their strength, but also on the difficulty of the initial game they encountered. Perhaps one day, this world would no longer harbor any semblance of humanity. Shaking her head, Zhou An'an urged herself to dismiss such thoughts. Whether in the game or the real world, life was undeniably arduous. Sometimes, death could even be seen as a form of liberation. Chapter 113. Escape from the underground. The days of simple relaxation invariably pass swiftly, particularly in a state of indifference. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and as Zhou An'an glanced at the countdown on her panel, she began preparing to enter the next game. However, upon entering, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, she found herself shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. The attire she wore was not what she had entered in. Instead, she was clad in a grimy, deep blue jumpsuit, evidently long neglected in terms of cleanliness. At that moment, Zhou An'an stood in line among a group of individuals, each adorned in identical clothing, similarly bound. What was happening? Such a scenario had never occurred before. Surely this was not role-playing. Was it? Just as she pondered this, a voice pierced the air. What the hell is going on? The tone was loud, unmistakably laced with shock and disbelief, drawing the attention of all around. The speaker was merely 4 or 5 meters away from Zhou An'an, separated by several individuals. Noticing that the person was gesturing in the air, Zhou An'an quickly deduced that he too must be a player. But what about the others in line? Were they also players? She attempted to stow her handcuffs in her space, only to find it futile. Preparing to try her metallic abilities, she observed someone step out of the line. Their handcuffs and leg irons had vanished. Clearly, this was another player, and one possessing metallic abilities, as only a metal player could manipulate metal in such a manner. Just as Zhou An'an turned to look, the metallic powers were already in motion, and in the blink of an eye, her handcuffs transformed into a clump of iron, which she adeptly stored away. Yet before she could act further, she watched in horror as the individual who had exited the line began to swell. Indeed, swell, and at an alarming rate, akin to an inflating balloon. Within mere seconds, the expansion exceeded the limits of his body, and then, boom, he erupted into a mist of blood, splattering those nearby, including Zhou An'an. who felt droplets of blood spatter across her face and body, the air thick with the coppery scent of gore. In a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure, and the clump of iron returned to her hand, which she swiftly fashioned back into handcuffs, securing them onto herself. Several others mimicked her actions. The crowd fell silent. The earlier clinking of metal had ceased, leaving only the sound of handcuffs and leg iron shifting. Even the player who had previously opened the game panel paused mid-action, his fingers suspended in the air. "What are you dawdling for? Move. Anyone who dares to defy the rules will face the consequences." A voice boomed from an unknown source, menacing and ethereal. Zhou An'an lifted her gaze slightly, following the sound, only to see spherical objects hovering above them, each about the size of a fist, spaced evenly apart. However, these orbs were transparent, making them easy to overlook if one did not pay careful attention. Zhou An'an averted her eyes, unwilling to stare at those objects. She was uncertain whether her gaze would attract their attention or if such an action would be deemed a violation. The peculiar death of the man earlier left her wary. She had no knowledge of what means had been employed against him. For her safety, it was best to remain unyielding amidst the uncertainty. The metallic clinking resumed. Yet this time, no words were exchanged. Only the sounds of the shackles reverberated as they shifted. Zhou An'an speculated that perhaps all these individuals were players. As she followed the line forward, she stole glances ahead, yet the queue was lengthy, obscuring the number of people in front. Due to the recent incident, she refrained from looking back, uncertain if doing so would be considered a violation. Each step was arduous, and Zhou An'an soon noticed that the inner rim of her leg irons bore a protruding edge. While not sharp, it caused discomfort against her ankles, and even with the fabric of her pants between her skin and the metal, the pain was undeniable. Lowering her head slightly, she discreetly employed her metallic abilities to smooth the protruding edge, transforming it into a seamless inner circle. Walking became significantly easier, though still hindered by the leg irons. The incessant pain with each step had lessened. Her subtle maneuver went unnoticed by those around her, and she maintained her pace, mimicking the earlier struggle to appear as though she was laboring with each step. The sun beat down mercilessly, causing perspiration to bead on her brow, especially in the thick, non-breathable blue uniform she wore, creating an illusion that she might faint from heat at any moment. Yet, despite the discomfort, no one faltered in their stride. The memory of the previous incident loomed large, and no one wished to meet a similar fate, even if the process of death appeared swift and seemingly painless. Time stretched on, and Zhou An'an felt the fabric beneath her blue attire had become thoroughly soaked, her mouth parched, and her cheeks flushed from the heat, with beads of sweat cascading down her face. Overwhelmed, she cautiously lifted her gaze, waiting until the nearest orb drifted away from her head, then discreetly slipped a finger into her mouth, channeling her water abilities to quench her thirst. She kept her head lowered to avoid detection, swallowing in tiny sips to suppress any sound, and hesitated to keep her finger in her mouth for too long, stopping after a few gulps. Realizing the orb was returning to her vicinity, it hovered above her head, circling a few times before seeming to lose interest and moving on. Zhou An'an refrained from any further actions, fearful that the orb or its unseen overseer might retaliate. Uncertain of how long or how far they had traveled, just as Zhou An'an felt her endurance waning, the line ahead finally came to a halt. Chapter 114. Escape from the Cavern 2, the entire team began to topple like a line of dominoes, one by one collapsing to the ground, soon disappearing from sight. Amidst the chaos, startled cries erupted, yet there were no explosions of flesh. Before long, it was Zhou An'an's turn. As someone fell toward her, she felt her body slipping out of her control, being pulled backward by an unseen force, followed swiftly by a sensation of weightlessness, and then she vanished entirely. In the moment before her turn, a thought flashed through Zhou An'an's mind. Instinctively, she activated her metal manipulation ability, restoring her shackles to their original form. As the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, she found herself lying on solid ground. Opening her eyes, she adjusted to the dim surroundings and finally discerned the scene around her. Many people lay sprawled across the floor, but they all appeared conscious, glancing about in confusion. Some had already sat up, yet the shock of recent events left them speechless, their eyes darting nervously as they surveyed their environment. Zhou An'an quickly realized that her handcuffs and shackles were gone, and the same was true for those nearby. She silently congratulated herself for her prudence in restoring her shackles at the last moment. Otherwise, she might have found herself embroiled in complications. Before long, others made a similar discovery, raising their hands to examine their wrists, disbelief etched on their faces. They hastened to check their ankles, wincing in pain. After such a long journey, the shackles had left bruises around their ankles, and some even bore raw, broken skin. The moment they touched it, they couldn't help but wince in agony. After a moment's pause, with no immediate danger in sight, a few courageous souls stood up, and gradually, nearly everyone followed suit. The already dim light seemed to grow even darker as they rose. Many began gesturing in the air, undoubtedly accessing their panels to review their tasks. Most were likely players. Zhou An'an, recognizing her surroundings, decided not to hide her intentions any longer and boldly accessed her task panel. Congratulations, player Tang Yushishan has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 7 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will be forfeited as well. This does not apply to bound spaces. All players receive 2,000 points and an identification card, now stored in your space. Points have been credited to your balance. Current task: escape the cavern within 30 days. Special reminder, death in the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. The calamity has arrived. The countdown begins. This is rather delightful. No longer merely receiving a sum of 2,000 coins, Zhou An'an felt pleasantly surprised by the initial allocation of points, especially since completing a task usually only yielded 1,000 points. This early influx of 2,000 points was indeed a stroke of fortune. New players would need to utilize these points to procure essential supplies, while seasoned players like her, having participated in multiple games, considered this a pure gain. After all, who among them didn't possess a stockpile of resources after enduring several games? Even players with only one prior experience might have scavenged from others or brought supplies from the real world. Regardless, everyone had some semblance of preparation. However, this task differed from the previous ones. Survival for 30 days was not enough. Escape from the cavern within that time frame was imperative. The environment they found themselves in was undoubtedly that very cavern. As Zhou An'an continued to inspect her surroundings, a sudden gust of wind rushed toward her. Instinctively, a metallic shield materialized before her. Bang! Ouch! The sound was youthful, yet unmistakably male. Something had struck her shield, followed by a cry of pain. Zhou An'an's expression darkened as she lowered the shield, revealing a shadowy figure before her, a young man wearing glasses. The dim light obscured the frame's color, but he was clearly grimacing, shaking his hand in distress from the impact of his punch against her shield. Upon confirming her target, 2 sharp daggers materialized, poised at the man's neck, crossing as they aimed for his throat. Squelch! Ah! Blood gushed forth as the man, disregarding his aching hand, clutched at his neck. But the daggers withdrew only to plunge into his eyes. His anguished cries echoed briefly before silence enveloped him. He collapsed, convulsing, on the ground, nearing the brink of death. The killer is always pursued by death. This is an undeniable truth. The sudden eruption of violence caused those nearby to recoil, creating a vacuum around Zhou An'an and the man. With a flick of her wrist, a bright flashlight appeared in her hand, illuminating the man's twitching body. With a gentle motion, she plunged a knife, approximately 30 centimeters in length, into his neck once more. The convulsions ceased. The man was irrevocably dead. The flashlight's beam fell upon his left hand, where a black ring adorned his middle finger. Zhou An'an beckoned, and the ring unceremoniously slipped from his finger, flying into her grasp. The power of metal manipulation proved invaluable. Upon acquiring the ring, she confirmed it as the deceased man's storage vessel. Though it contained nothing but an identification card, an unfortunate fate for a novice player entering the game for the first time. Regrettably, the points awarded by the game remained in his account. Even though he had perished by her hand, she could not claim his points. Otherwise, she would have welcomed an additional 2,000 points into her balance. As the onlookers distanced themselves, the bloodshed ignited a sense of wariness among them. Zhou An'an shone her flashlight around, discovering that the area was relatively spacious, measuring at least 500 to 600 square meters, perhaps even larger. Chapter 115. Escape from the underground. 3. The cave was riddled with numerous passageways, arranged in a serpentine fashion, densely packed together. Each passage likely led to different routes. Given her current position, which was relatively far from this side and nearing the center, coupled with the dim lighting, the openings appeared as ominous black voids, devoid of doors or any other barriers. Reflecting on her mission to escape the underground, Zhou An'an resolved to select a passage to explore. However, she refrained from rushing in. Instead, she illuminated several passages with her flashlight, only to find that they appeared indistinguishable from one another. With a sigh, she realized that luck would now play a crucial role in her decision. It was also possible that regardless of which passage she entered, the challenges would be quite similar. Many others, gritting their teeth, cautiously ventured into the passages. If there were 1,000 players present, it was certain that there were far fewer than 1,000 passages, perhaps not even 100. Observing the dwindling number of people in the space as more entered the tunnels, Zhou An'an steeled herself and arbitrarily chose a passage to enter. After all, being among the last to enter was not necessarily advantageous. Upon entering the tunnel, the flashlight's beam was suddenly restricted, illuminating only a short distance ahead. A few individuals walked ahead of her, while others continued to follow behind. However, after 5 or 6 minutes, the group in front came to an abrupt halt, as the passage was too narrow for more than one person to pass through. Consequently, those behind were forced to stop as well. "What's happening up there?" someone asked, unable to suppress their curiosity. "I don't know. Why do we stop?" Another voice chimed in. "Hey, you in front, hurry up. There are others behind." Despite the speaker's loud voice, it seemed that communication in the narrow passage was severely hampered, perhaps due to the length of the line. After all, Zhou An'an had yet to catch a glimpse of the front of the line, leaving her unaware of its true length. This impasse did not last long, as the group ahead soon began to move again, yet only for a brief interval before stopping once more. This time, the pause was noticeably shorter, merely a minute or two, after which the procession resumed its laborious pace. After half an hour of slow and arduous progress, Zhou An'an finally understood the situation. They had reached a junction with 4 branching paths. Each of these paths had doors, and judging by the marks on them, it appeared that the first group had encountered locked doors upon their arrival. The visible prime marks indicated that they had forced the doors open. This explained the lengthy delay earlier. They had been unable to proceed until the doors were breached. Zhou An'an illuminated the 4 passages with her flashlight, but found no discernible differences among them. After a moment's hesitation, she chose the second passage from the left, reasoning that since they all seemed alike, she might as well select one at random. As she stepped inside, the passage remained narrow, allowing only single-file movement, much like the one she had just traversed. The walls appeared to be earthen, but were surprisingly firm. Zhou An'an attempted to scratch at them with her fingernails, only to find them unyielding. However, when pressing her fingers against the surface and twisting them, she could distinctly feel a dust-like substance accumulating on her fingertips. The beam of her flashlight confirmed the walls were indeed earthen, yet she remained cautious, aware that this was a game world where anything was possible, and past experiences could not be entirely relied upon. After advancing approximately 50 meters, the light from her flashlight illuminated yet another set of 4 junctions. Approaching closer, she noticed these doors were also locked, bearing signs of having been pried open. This time, however, the signs of tampering were limited to the locks, indicating that the individuals who had previously passed through were more experienced and knew precisely where to pry to facilitate entry. Gazing at the 4 open passages, Zhou An'an hesitated for a moment before again opting for the second passage on the left. The ensuing hours dulled her senses, as she encountered no additional hazards in the cave. Each distance traversed merely revealed another set of 4 passages leading in different directions. The vastness of this place was unfathomable. Having navigated so many junctions, none intersected with another. Thus far, every door she had encountered had been forced open by those ahead of her. After such a prolonged journey, fatigue began to set in, especially within these confining passages. Upon reaching another junction, she paused at the entrance of one passage, disregarding the dirt beneath her, and sat down, leaning against the wall. She retrieved water and food from her inventory and began to eat and drink. With 4 passages available, those who followed her could easily choose to leave via one of the other 3. However, she soon realized her assumptions were misguided. Fatigue was not hers alone. Others had been enduring their own struggles. When someone ahead finally stopped, it prompted others to follow suit and sit down as well. Soon, those who had been walking behind Zhou An'an mimicked the action, settling down to rest. The individuals who had initially been in front of her, having walked a few more meters, sensed something amiss. They shone their flashlight back and discovered that those behind had not continued, but instead sat down in the passage. After contemplating for a few seconds, they too decided not to proceed and joined in sitting down. While eating, Zhou An'an remained vigilant of her surroundings. After all, alongside seasoned players, there were many novices. As the saying goes, the fearless nature of the inexperienced could lead to unforeseen dangers, potentially inviting those who might seek to seize her supplies, much like the players she had previously defeated before entering these tunnels. Chapter 116. Escape from the Cavern 4. However, this passage is constrained in space, making it quite challenging to execute a stealth attack. After all, the passage is exceedingly narrow. One can focus their vigilance on just the 2 individuals in front and behind, thus minimizing the likelihood of error. At this moment, the individual who had been walking ahead of Zhou An'an had chosen a resting spot several meters away from her. Consequently, Zhou An'an only needed to direct the majority of her alertness towards the intersection ahead, as players in that vicinity were much closer to her. And any moment of carelessness could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, it was evident that after a prolonged journey, everyone was utterly fatigued, each yearning to utilize this brief respite to swiftly recuperate and replenish their carbohydrates to sustain their bodily functions. As such, at least for the time being, no one harbored any ill intentions. It seemed as though they were silently adhering to an unspoken understanding, concentrating solely on their own rest and recovery. After resting for approximately half an hour, the person in front stood up and continued onward. Observing this, Zhou An'an gathered the remaining items beside her and proceeded along the passage. Thus, she ambled forward intermittently, losing track of time in the narrow, dark corridor where distinguishing between day and night was virtually impossible. When Zhou An'an became aware of this dilemma, she swiftly checked the system's time, only to discover it was already the 2nd day of the Calamity game. No wonder she felt so exhausted. She had unknowingly gone a day and night without sleep. Fortunately, having traversed numerous intersections, there were no individuals in her immediate vicinity. Zhou An'an prepared to rest on the spot. However, for safety's sake, she used her metal-based abilities to create 2 iron plates, blocking both sides of the passage and leaving herself a space of about 3 meters. Even if these steel plates could not entirely deter intruders, any contact would certainly produce a sound, thus serving as a warning to prevent a surprise attack during her slumber. Due to the passage's narrowness, Zhou An'an folded her moisture-proof mat in half before laying it on the ground. Yet even in this manner, portions on either side protruded against the walls of the cave. She then retrieved a blanket and a pillow, half of the blanket spread and half covering her, even foregoing a mattress. With the light from an emergency lamp illuminating the 3-meter corridor, the area was sufficiently bright. She took out a portable stove and prepared a bowl of spicy and sour noodles, sweating as she savored the independently packaged toasted bun slices. After boiling a small pot of water and mixing it with cool water for a quick wash, she dressed and lay down to sleep. Of course, she did not forget to take out her phone, set an alarm, and place it beside her pillow. That night proved to be tranquil, with no disturbances interrupting her rest. Upon waking, Zhou An'an cooked herself a pack of noodles, adding a marinated egg. After washing up, she ate while contemplating how to complete her current task. As it stood, she had not encountered any dangers within the cavern's passage. In truth, the cavern resembled a labyrinth. To escape and fulfill her mission, she would need to navigate through it as one would in a maze. The challenge lay in the fact that the passages she had traversed were not straight, winding in the darkness, making it impossible to discern precise directions. Moreover, With so many forks in the road, she had no way of knowing which path led out. Even after finishing her meal, she could not arrive at any conclusions. Holding a bottle of beverage, she sipped while opening the communication channel. 2 heads are better than 1, she thought, hoping to find someone in the group who might propose a clever idea. Despite her reincarnation, she did not consider herself particularly clever. Her initial rapid development stemmed from her prior experiences in earlier games, enabling her to avoid unnecessary detours. Of course, it was also true that her luck had improved in this life. However, upon opening the communication channel, she found nothing but complaints, lamentations, and some individuals speaking in a sarcastic tone. Everyone was struggling to survive in this game, yet she could not fathom the source of such negativity. As for constructive suggestions or illuminating insights, not a single one was to be found. Nevertheless, a few individuals did assert that the cavern resembled a maze. Yet when it came to discussing how to escape, everyone was at a loss. To be frank, even in past games, navigating a 2-dimensional maze map, if it were slightly complex, would require multiple attempts to find the exit. That was while playing from a god's perspective. Now, as she found herself a part of the maze, devoid of any divine vantage point, she had no clue regarding the specific layout of the cavernous maze, its dimensions, or even her own location, making it all the more difficult to find an exit. Zhou An'an observed the discussion for a while, and, seeing no fruitful outcomes, was about to log out, gather her belongings, and continue her journey when a newly appeared message caught her attention, prompting her to halt her actions. I have just exited those passages and arrived in a plaza, or rather a hall. However, this hall is so vast that it rivals a square. And can you believe it? The scenery here is strikingly similar to what we encountered upon entering the cavern. The walls are lined with identical doorways, and I suspect I have circled back to the starting point. Oh no, I fear I may never escape this game. Upon reading this, the communication channel erupted into a frenzy, with messages flying in rapid succession, leaving Zhou An'an feeling somewhat disoriented. She promptly closed the communication channel, retracting her belongings, including the 2 iron plates. Overthinking was futile. Now that she was ensnared in this predicament, she could only forge ahead. However, she resolved that upon encountering another passage, she would mark the entrance, ensuring that she would not have to traverse the same path again, thereby avoiding unnecessary detours. Fortunately, there were no other dangers within these passages. Otherwise, the game would be even more formidable. Yet, it was not long before Zhou An'an realized she had been overly naive. Since this was a survival game, it could not possibly be so simple. But that was a matter for later. At present, Zhou An'an had packed her belongings and continued down the passage. Soon, she arrived at the next intersection, conjuring a dagger in her hand. She etched a cross at the base of one of the passageways, horizontal long and vertical short, with the vertical line leaning towards the right. Subsequently, she ventured into the marked passage. All 4 passageway doors had already been opened, leaving Zhou An'an with no dilemma. She simply chose one at random. Chapter 117. Escape from the underground. Having walked for a short distance, I arrived at the end of the passage and emerged into an expansive area. It appeared to be at least the size of a football field, and many individuals were already present, some moving about to survey their surroundings, while others simply sat on the ground. This vast space alleviated any feelings of confinement. I glanced around and noticed that the plaza was circular, with walls approximately 4 to 5 meters high, and the ceiling arched upward, rising to about 7 or 8 meters at its center. Surrounding this plaza were numerous small doors, some closed, others ajar. Turning back to the passage I had exited, I was taken aback to see a door behind me that had not existed when I first stepped out. It was closed, and, as I gently pushed against it, it opened without resistance. My gaze then shifted to the adjacent doors. Apart from one that was slightly ajar, the rest were closed. Curiosity piqued. I hurried to one of the closed doors and gently pushed it open, noticing the absence of locks on the door frames. I began to wonder if the other doors were similarly unguarded. I quickly tested 2 more closed doors and found them to open effortlessly as well. With my flashlight in hand, I illuminated one of the passages, discovering that the walls bore no distinction from those I had previously encountered. At least, nothing was apparent to the naked eye. Observing the wary players around the plaza, I cautiously circled the perimeter before selecting another closed door and stepping inside. Unlike the narrow passageways I had traversed earlier, this new corridor widened significantly, over 2 meters across, and its height soared to about 3 meters. Suddenly, I turned back to the door I had entered through, only to find it had vanished. Just moments ago, I had pushed it open, and now it had seemingly evaporated, leaving behind only a dark, foreboding passageway. The beam of my flashlight did not reach its end. A sense of unease settled within me. The underground seemed to harbor a peculiar danger beyond that of a mere labyrinth. Moving forward, I ventured a few steps without encountering any immediate peril. After traversing approximately 30 to 40 meters, I stumbled upon a right-angle turn. I inspected the surrounding walls, but found no hidden doors. The material remained unchanged. I scratched the wall with a dagger, dislodging some dust and leaving a few superficial marks. Continuing onward for about 100 meters, I encountered another right-angle turn. And from there, each segment of the passage led to yet another turn, varying in length from short to long, some extending up to 500 or 600 meters. After walking for over 2 hours with only the occasional bend, I was perplexed when I suddenly halted, illuminated by my flashlight. A junction appeared before me a mere 7 or 8 steps ahead. It was indeed a junction, a crossroads, rather than a simple fork. The two paths intersected in a cross, devoid of the pried-open doors I had previously encountered. I cautiously approached, observing no immediate threats, before directing my flashlight towards the other 3 paths. Each route appeared identical. After a moment of hesitation, I chose one path and marked the junction before stepping forward. However, as soon as my foot entered, something emerged from the wall, startling me enough to retreat hastily. The iron plate I had stored in my space now blocked the passageway's entrance. A series of violent thuds echoed as an unknown entity violently collided with the iron plate, seemingly attempting to break free. Instinctively, I activated my metallic powers, causing spikes to protrude from the inner side of the plate. The cacophony of impacts transformed into piercing wails, shrill enough to penetrate even the iron barrier, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Fortunately, this tumultuous episode subsided within moments, leaving an unsettling silence. Yet, I dared not remove the iron plate. I even propped a sturdy iron rod against it, securing the barrier firmly in place. As I glanced toward the other 2 paths, my expression grew grave. What I had presumed to be an ordinary maze had revealed itself to harbor unknown dangers. The previous events transpired too swiftly for me to discern the nature of the assailant, which now remained trapped behind the barrier. I was left uncertain about its power, and thus refrained from rashly venturing into the other 2 entrances. Instead, I fortified them with additional iron plates before accessing the communication panel. Spring returns. Oh no. That was terrifying. I almost lost my life. Pork meatballs. What on earth was that creature? I got bitten, and now I'm worried about poison. What if I mutate? I don't want to die. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can enlighten me about this? Who do you look down on? What is happening? It seems you all are in peril, yet I have encountered nothing. I am wealthy. I caught a glimpse of that creature. To describe it, it resembled a large-headed doll, akin to an alien, with an oversized head and bulging eyes. It stood over a meter tall with webbed hands and feet. Cloud, the observations are astute. May I inquire how you came to know this? I too encountered it, but I was too focused on fleeing to truly see its form. Chapter 118. Escape from the cavern 6 Wealthy man. I have slain one. The carcass of this creature lies beside me, so how could I not scrutinize it closely? Toxic apple. Wow. An esteemed player upstairs. May I inquire how you managed to kill it? Does this creature possess any weaknesses? Monkey. Esteemed player, please save me. Could you enlighten us? This creature moves with astonishing speed. I encountered one moments ago and nearly fell victim to its grasp. Had I not allocated all my attribute points to speed, I might have met my demise right then. Drizzling rain. Truly, you are remarkable. You've already vanquished a monster upon your arrival. Unlike us, who can only flee when confronted. Wealthy man. This creature is not particularly difficult to slay. It merely possesses a higher agility. A well-aimed shot to the head or a swift cut to the throat can end its life in a single blow, provided one seizes the opportunity. Following this, the player known as Wealthy Man shared his insights on how to deal with these creatures, and Zhou An'an listened intently. If her memory served her correctly, this player was an experienced veteran who had entered the game during its inaugural session. He was indeed a true powerhouse. Although Zhou An'an had also survived since the first game, her advantage stemmed from memories of her past life, allowing her to evade dangers and accumulate considerable resources based on her insights. In contrast, he had entered the game utterly uninformed, and his survival until now attested to his true prowess. Therefore, she paid close attention to his teachings, understanding that these creatures were not as formidable as they seemed. Merely possessing heightened agility, she felt reassured. After securing one of the iron plates at the intersection, she stepped into the passage, swinging her machete twice before her. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of the monsters that had previously appeared, yet Zhou An'an remained vigilant. With one foot in and one foot out, she waited, and after confirming no creatures were present, she retracted her foot and exited the passage, sealing the entrance with the iron plate. Next, she removed the last iron plate and stepped forward. Suddenly, a monster burst forth from above, screeching and lunging at Zhou An'an with astonishing speed. Fortunately, she was well prepared. As she stepped inside, her machete swung into action, and before the creature could reach her, it was felled by her blade. With a piercing scream, the monster fell to the ground, and Zhou An'an directed her flashlight downward to illuminate the fallen beast. She had to admit her strike had been remarkably precise, cleaving the creature in two, leaving it lifeless and devoid of any chance to struggle. With her right hand ready with the machete and her left holding the flashlight, she swept the light through the corridor, revealing at least 5 eager monster heads stirring. Some merely poked their features from the walls, resembling three-dimensional portraits embedded in the rock, while others fully emerged, their gazes fixated on Zhou An'an. However, the rapid and gruesome demise of the previous creature instilled a sense of caution in the others, preventing them from immediately attacking, though their eager anticipation was unmistakable in the beam of her flashlight. Zhou An'an swung her machete through the air, and suddenly, several nearby monsters were struck by an invisible blade. The cacophony of their piercing screams filled the corridor, creating a chaotic uproar. Despite her prior preparations, Zhou An'an found herself frowning at the discordant noise. Not one to linger, she swiftly retracted her foot from the passage, aware that her previous actions had likely startled numerous creatures as she heard a series of thuds as something fell to the ground. Once outside, she promptly sealed the entrance with the iron plate. Following her strategy, the inner side of the plate was lined with sharp spikes, and, after a few more anguished cries, silence once again enveloped the area. Zhou An'an exhaled in relief, standing still to regain her composure before preparing to explore the passage that had shown no signs of monsters. Cautiously, she stepped inside. The corridor was quiet, devoid of monsters, yet Zhou An'an remained on high alert, casting her flashlight's beam across the walls above and below, ensuring no corner was overlooked. As she advanced, both feet now within the cavern, she noticed the entryway behind her had vanished. Sensing the shift, she shone her flashlight back only to confirm the previous exit was indeed gone, and realization dawned upon her. Fortunately, her caution had paid off. She had only stepped in with one foot at the previous 2 exits. Otherwise, she might have lost her chance to choose again. Not dwelling on her thoughts, she continued to progress slowly, each step deliberate to avoid an unexpected ambush from any lurking monsters. Fortunately, none appeared. Suddenly, she recalled a remark made earlier in the communication channel by a player named Who Do You Look Down Upon, who claimed to have encountered no monsters. Initially, she believed the player had simply not entered the expansive modern corridors, but her perspective had shifted. The crossroads resembled a complex decision. A wrong choice could lead to an encounter with monsters, while the right one would allow for her current state of safety. The passage was neither excessively long nor short. Zhou An'an counted her steps, 678 in total, each approximately half a meter to 60 centimeters, indicating the corridor spanned roughly 300 to 400 meters, with 2 sharp right-angle turns along the way. Upon reaching another intersection, her suspicions prompted her to refrain from recklessly probing the routes. Instead, she fortified all 3 passages with iron plates and sat down to rest, sipping some water to regain her strength. Once she felt fully prepared, she removed one of the iron plates and stepped inside. After slaying a monster as a warning to the others, she promptly withdrew her foot and resealed the passage. No sounds came from behind the iron plate. Zhou An'an felt a new sense of anticipation surging within her. Chapter 119. Escape from the Cavern 7. The efficacy of setting an example. She opened another iron plate, leading to a different passage, cautiously placing one foot inside. Noticing no immediate reaction from within, she withdrew, contemplating whether to seal the opening once more. Subsequently, she opened the last passage, employing the same strategy, stepping in with one foot while brandishing her machete wildly. To her astonishment, two creatures charged at her simultaneously, resulting in one fatality and one injury among them, which effectively intimidated the remaining monsters lurking inside. Withdrawing her foot once more, she refrained from blocking the entrance with the iron plate this time, choosing instead to stand quietly outside the passage and wait. Although she could hear the creature's shrieks and the rustling movements within, none dared to venture out. It remained uncertain whether this was due to some unseen restriction or the fear instilled by her previous actions. Shifting slightly, she positioned herself away from the entrance, rendering her invisible to the creatures inside. After a brief wait, the cacophony within gradually subsided, and with no creatures emerging, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that at the next junction, sealing off passages with iron plates would no longer be necessary, even though her supernatural ability allowed her to conjure metal at will. She preferred not to deplete her resources unnecessarily. Such powers were finite, and she needed to conserve her strength for unforeseen circumstances rather than waste it on continuous plate fabrication. However, this was not the final phase of her experiment. Opening the passage devoid of monsters, she stepped in with one foot, preparing to retract the iron plate from the other passage. Suddenly, the previously tranquil creatures erupted into a frenzied chorus of screams, surging towards her and catching her off guard. Swiftly, she retracted the steel plate and pulled her other foot back into the cave. It was unclear whether stepping into the passage had lifted some restriction, prompting those previously hidden creatures to charge forth. Fortunately, her agility and speed had reached a level of 9, allowing her to react swiftly as the monsters approached. Retreating just in time as the entrance vanished behind her, the entire episode transpired in a mere flash, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't that she feared her ability to confront those monsters. Rather, it was the abrupt change that nearly caught her unprepared. Had she not maintained her vigilance, she might have sustained injuries, minor or severe. In survival games, injuries could drastically diminish one's combat effectiveness, unless one stumbled upon useful supplies like bandages. Gazing at the now vanished entrance, she took a deep breath and continued forward under the beam of her flashlight. Upon reaching the next junction, she ceased to place iron plates outward. Instead, she simply stepped inside the cave with one foot. If monsters appeared, she would retreat. If not, she would proceed without hesitation. This elimination of the plate retrieval process slightly increased her speed. Though it seemed a mere increment, sometimes even the smallest adjustments could yield significant differences. Setting aside her growing frustration over the elusive exit, she found a thrill in the challenge. By nightfall, she barricaded both ends of the cave with iron plates, allowing herself only a limited space to move. The distinction between day and night had become irrelevant. She would eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and rest when weary. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After several days of adapting to this routine, she no longer felt the same level of danger. Familiarity with her combat environment, opponents, and methods made it feel as though she could navigate through the monsters effortlessly. Yet, what weighed heavily on her mind was that it was now the 8th day of the game, and the passages appeared interminable, with no sign of an exit in sight. The atmosphere in the group had turned despondent, as no one had yet claimed to have found a way out. Despite having developed strategies to confront monsters and swiftly select passages, her progress felt frustratingly slow. With no hope in sight, she resolved to rest early that evening. However, lying on her makeshift bedding and closing her eyes brought no respite. Her restlessness compelled her to sit against the cave wall, opening the communication channel, not only to pass the time, but also to alleviate her mounting frustration and perhaps discover a groundbreaking suggestion from others. To her surprise, someone proposed a rather whimsical idea. Our task is to escape the cavern. Yet it was never specified how to do so. What if the requirement for escape is not as stringent as we think? Since the cavern is surely underground, could we simply dig upward to reach the surface and thereby fulfill our objective? This notion was undeniably imaginative. The discussion in the communication channel erupted with enthusiasm, and even Zhou An'an found the suggestion refreshingly original. After days of traversing monotonous passages, which all seemed to follow the same mold, the prospect of digging upward offered a glimmer of hope. Most in the group shared this sentiment, with some eagerly preparing to embark on this new endeavor. Only a handful remained skeptical, voicing their concerns. After all, no one knew the true depth of the cavern, and while the passages appeared earthen, what lay above could be entirely different. They needed to escape within 30 days, and with 8 days already elapsed, time was of the essence. Could they truly succeed in such a short span? Regardless of the doubts expressed by others, Zhou An'an felt compelled to give it a try. With merely 22 days left on the countdown and no knowledge of how far they were from the surface, she resolved to act swiftly. She shifted some iron plates outward, deciding to commence her efforts at that very spot. Utilizing tools crafted from her metal manipulating abilities proved challenging, as the soil was exceedingly hard. She could only wonder how this cavern had been constructed so sturdily. Chapter 120. Escape from the Underground 8, reflecting on her adept thieving skills. She recalled having pilfered several treasure chests that remained unopened. Perhaps it was time to test her luck. After all, what if they contained some extraordinary weaponry? Using mundane tools to dig was laborious and slow. With that thought in mind, she retrieved the 3 treasure chests from her spatial storage. After washing her hands, regardless of superstition or practicality, she clasped her hands together in prayer and proceeded to open one of the chests. Inside lay a small glass vial, no larger than her thumb, filled with a liquid that constituted more than half the bottle. It was labeled Strength Doubling Elixir, promising to double one's physical power for a single world. While it may not be a weapon, it was a valuable asset for Zhou An'an, who was preparing to excavate a tunnel. Without hesitation, she uncorked the vial and drank its contents. The liquid was tasteless, akin to plain water. Yet within mere moments, she felt a warmth spreading through her abdomen, followed by a surge of power coursing through her limbs. After a brief interval, the sensation subsided. With renewed vigor, Zhou An'an picked up her shovel to continue digging at the earth above her. Indeed, the task had become considerably easier. Setting the shovel aside, she rubbed her hands together and opened the second chest. Instead of a weapon, she discovered a skill card that could activate her self-healing ability for a single world. In the context of this game, the skill card seemed somewhat superfluous. Her gaze then fell upon the final chest, her last glimmer of hope. Inside lay a piece of metal, identified as tasting meteorite iron, capable of changing shape at will, also limited to a single world. Cradling the meteorite with both hands under the dim light of her emergency lamp, she scrutinized it for a considerable time, but discerned no differences from an ordinary iron block. Thus, she decided to transform it into a Luoyang shovel, essential for her forthcoming excavation. To her surprise, the tools crafted from the meteorite proved exceptionally useful. Coupled with the strength-enhancing elixir, the once solid and compacted soil now crumbled under her efforts as if it were mere tofu. To facilitate climbing and transporting the excavated earth, Zhou An'an not only allocated a 2 cubic meter space specifically for soil, but also shaped the tunnel into a staircase design. Empowered by her enhanced strength and superior tools, she resolved against collaborating with others, wary of potential betrayal even from those closest to her. If her own brother and sister-in-law could turn against her, the risk posed by strangers was even greater. She could not afford to be complacent, especially when sleep rendered her vulnerable. After 3 consecutive days of labor, she unexpectedly struck upon a tunnel being excavated by another. Their eyes met, leaving both parties at a loss for words. Just as Zhou An'an contemplated changing direction, the other party suggested, "How about we collaborate? If we take turns resting, we can dig continuously, speeding up the process. Who knows how far we are from the surface?" Zhou An'an hesitated, her inclination being to work solo, as her experiences since her rebirth had instilled a sense of insecurity and social anxiety. However, she acknowledged the merit in his proposal. While digging alone would require her to sacrifice at least 6 hours of sleep daily, a partnership would allow for uninterrupted work 24 hours a day. Moreover, the mutual excavation would indicate that this individual was not a novice, making them relatively evenly matched in skill. Resolutely, she agreed, "All right, we will switch every 6 hours." The other party expressed his enthusiasm, recognizing the increased likelihood of success. "I'll start first. You can rest," he said, handing her the shovel as he retreated. After descending a dozen steps, Zhou An'an secured an iron door in the tunnel between them, set an alarm, and prepared to rest. 5 hours and 40 minutes later, the alarm sounded. She stretched, consumed a light meal, washed her face to rejuvenate herself, and retrieved her belongings from storage before ascending to take her shift. The young man had made considerable progress during her slumber, crafting a staircase-like tunnel. Upon her arrival, he flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "You're back. I'll head off to rest now," he said, attempting to pass her. However, the narrow passage made it easy for one person to navigate, but required body contact for two to pass side by side. Zhou An'an stepped back a few paces, allowing him to descend several steps before utilizing her teleportation skill to position herself above him and resume digging. The young man was taken aback by her sudden movement, having genuinely intended to cooperate without ulterior motives, yet he remained guarded. Trust was a luxury between strangers, prepared for any potential treachery during their close encounter. He was surprised by her agility. Although relieved, he felt an inexplicable pang of envy. Zhou An'an feigned indifference, maintaining vigilance over his actions. Should he harbor any ill intent, she would ensure he understood the consequences. Fortunately, the young man did not act against her. Instead, he departed decisively. Zhou An'an exhaled in relief, sensing his genuine willingness to collaborate. Thus, they continued alternating their shifts every 6 hours, significantly reducing the workload while accelerating their progress. Initially silent, their exchanges evolved into amicable conversations. On the 25th day of the cataclysmic game, Zhou An'an finally witnessed a message in the communication channel proclaiming that someone had reached the surface. Upon her own ascent, she was greeted by the game's announcement, heralding the completion of her quest. Chapter 121. Escape from the Cave 9. This revelation instantly invigorated the two individuals who had previously been engulfed in despair, akin to a sudden surge of adrenaline. It was the afternoon of the 26th day of the Cataclysm game. Their excavation had reached a standstill, having struck solid rock. Upon expanding the opening, they discovered the stone was remarkably large. They initially suspected they were not merely digging into ordinary stone, but had struck the very mountainside itself. Faced with the inability to continue digging upward, both felt a wave of despondency. In unison, they activated their communication channel, hoping to uncover any useful information. After more than half an hour, their suspicions were confirmed. They had indeed reached the mountainside. Other players had encountered the same situation, and the descriptions from those who had completed their tasks affirmed the presence of a mountain nearby. This left them feeling quite anxious. Underground, they were utterly lost regarding their exact position, meaning they had no idea how far they were from the mountain's edge, nor in which direction they should dig to reach it swiftly. They feared they might be perilously close to the mountain, but had chosen the wrong direction, which would necessitate excavating a lengthy tunnel beneath the entire mountain. This was a monumental undertaking. Setting aside the question of whether they had the patience to dig such an extensive passage, time was also of the essence. With only 4 days remaining until the 30-day deadline imposed by the game to escape the cave, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of failing to complete their task. This knowledge only heightened their anxiety. After a prolonged silence, Zhou An'an spoke. "How about this? Instead of alternating, one of us should dig a straight tunnel ahead while the other chisels the stone." Her companion immediately grasped her intention. "Are you suggesting that as long as we reach above the horizon, we would have completed the task?" Zhou An'an nodded affirmatively. "That is indeed my thought. If our hypothesis holds true, then creating an opening above the horizon in the stone would suffice to complete the task. However, We must not abandon our efforts to find the edge, for if our previous assumptions are incorrect, our ability to escape within 30 days would rely on sheer luck. Her companion sighed, acknowledging that Zhou An'an was correct. While he did not wish to perish and yearned to live, he realized that should they fail to accomplish their task within 30 days, they could do nothing but accept their fate, as there were no better alternatives. Seeing her companion acquiesce, Zhou An'an continued, "You should chisel the stone. I just sold a few items in the trading channel and have accumulated 10,000 points. I plan to purchase an Earth-type ability to expedite our digging." Thus, they commenced their cooperative endeavor. Zhou An'an was truthful. Indeed, just moments ago, she had checked her points balance and found that she had 10,080 points. Although she had never held much faith in the Earth-type ability and had never intended to purchase it, she felt compelled to do so in order to expedite their task. Her companion possessed a metal-type ability as well, and given the gravity of their situation, there was no need for concealment. He conjured a pickaxe and a chisel with his ability, vigorously commencing the chiseling of the stone. Meanwhile, after acquiring the Earth-type ability, Zhou An'an utilized it to reshape the soil within a 3-meter radius before her, transforming the hard earth into scattered piles of loose soil, which she then stored in her spatial pocket. She then descended a little further to transport the soil below, repeating the process. However, after using her ability 3 times consecutively, she paused and switched to using a shovel for further excavation. After all, her Earth-type ability was only at level 1, limiting her usage, and she did not wish to exhaust her strength completely, so she ceased its use after realizing she had depleted much of it. While she continued to excavate with the shovel, she awaited the recovery of her ability to use it again. On the other side, her companion worked fervently, and within just half a day, he had created a slanted tunnel approximately 3 meters long, wide enough for a person to enter. Yet, the task panel showed no response. During a brief respite, they exchanged thoughts, speculating that despite having reached the mountainside, the stone they were chiseling was likely still below the horizon. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Thus they persevered. The 27th day of the Cataclysm game came to an end, still devoid of any signs of success. The 28th day proved to be nothing more than a day of relentless toil within the game. On the 29th day, one continued laboriously digging while the other continued chiseling away at the stone. Finally, on the 30th day, just as Zhou An'an was on the verge of losing all hope, feeling that her second life was destined to conclude, she struck down with her shovel and discovered that the wall above her was no longer solid rock, but rather soft earth. She felt as if invigorated by a sudden rush of energy, fervently digging forward and upward at an angle. After approximately an hour of labor, she finally glimpsed the long-awaited light. A surge of strength coursed through her body as she swung her shovel, quickly enlarging the opening. Just as she prepared to climb out, she hesitated momentarily, retrieving a strangely shaped walkie-talkie to announce, "I've reached the surface. Come over here." Do not question how the walkie-talkie functioned. It was a system-produced item specifically sold for this game. However, since Zhou An'an had used her points to purchase the Earth ability, her companion had acquired the device, and they had agreed that whoever succeeded would notify the other. Her companion's excited voice echoed back through the device. "Got it. I'm on my way." With that assurance, Zhou An'an did not wait for him any longer. She reached out, grasping the ground, and swiftly climbed out of the tunnel. Indeed, she had arrived at the foot of the mountain. No, it would be more accurate to say she had entered a hidden valley, a veritable paradise. Checking her task panel, she was elated to see that her task had been completed. Chapter 122, Escape from the Cave. 10 options lay ahead. The first was to immediately exit the game world and return to reality, earning an additional 1,000 points on top of the usual 1,000 points. The second option was to wait for the game to automatically transport her back to reality, which would only grant her the standard 1,000 points without any extras. Zhou An'an surveyed her surroundings and glanced at the time. With 8 hours remaining until the task's conclusion, she decisively opted for the automatic return after the game ended. Her inherently suspicious nature led her to believe that the additional 1,000 points could be a trap. Perhaps the items native to this world possessed some unique properties. Or maybe the game itself was hiding treasures it did not want them to discover, hence the temptation of 1,000 points to lure them out. In any case, the initial value of 1,000 points had diminished for Zhou An'an, prompting her to take a gamble. With that thought in mind, she did not wait for the man, leaving the walkie-talkie by the cave entrance and setting off. She was determined to seek treasure. As for the walkie-talkie, it held little use for her now that the task was complete, marking the end of their collaboration. As a lone wolf lacking in security, she naturally preferred to act independently whenever circumstances allowed. Furthermore, since the walkie-talkie had originally been purchased with his points, returning it to him was simply restoring it to its rightful owner. The valley was adorned with towering trees, densely packed, while the ground was thick with lush grass and interspersed with shrubs, providing ample cover for a nimble figure like Zhou An'an, who stood at 1.6 meters tall. For someone taller, however, concealment would not be as effortless. When the man, exhilarated, emerged from the cave, he spotted the walkie-talkie beside the entrance. Picking it up and glancing around, he found no trace of Zhou An'an and surmised she might have left the game world after completing her task. However, he had not expected her to return the walkie-talkie. After checking the task panel and confirming its completion, he hesitated briefly before making the same choice as Zhou An'an. Unlike her, he did not venture into the thicket, but instead climbed up the mountain from which they had emerged. Their differing choices signified the conclusion of their collaboration, at least until the game itself reached its finale, rendering the likelihood of their paths crossing again exceedingly slim. As Zhou An'an delved deeper, she stumbled upon a bush laden with numerous berries. She hesitated between picking them and leaving them be, unsure of their edibility or potential toxicity. After pondering, she devised a plan to test whether she could list them for sale. According to the game's rules, items for sale would automatically generate descriptions. With this in mind, Zhou An'an resolved to exploit this loophole. She retrieved a pack of tissues, laid one on the ground, and began to gather the berries. Each time she picked a few, she bent down to place them on the tissue. The berries were tiny, hardly larger than peanuts, their vibrant red hue striking against the surrounding greenery, rendering them particularly enticing. After collecting a small handful, she decided to list them for sale. Fengyan fruit, sweet and juicy, perfect for quenching thirst. While it lacked any extraordinary properties, Zhou An'an nonetheless retrieved a thermos to store some, adding them to her space. After walking approximately 300 to 400 meters, she spotted a tree not far away, adorned with golden fruits the size of a baby's fist, some even larger. Excitedly, she pushed through the obstructing shrubs and dashed toward the tree to begin harvesting the fruits. After picking one, she listed it for sale. Chunyang fruit, also known as breadfruit, one could sustain oneself for an entire day. It replenishes essential vitamins, and with prolonged consumption, it promotes optimal health. Zhou An'an could hardly contain her joy. Her suspicions had proven correct. The items in this game world indeed possessed unique effects. The fruit, comparable in efficacy to a fictional elixir, was a delightful find. Without hesitation, she began to gather as much as she could reach, utilizing her powers to retrieve those just beyond her grasp. A metallic disc and a dagger danced through the air, harvesting Chunyang fruits with precision. Concerned about exhausting her abilities, she conjured an axe to chop down branches that were out of reach, allowing her to gather more fruit from the ground. After nearly an hour, she had successfully collected all the fruits from the tree. As she prepared to leave, she cast a thoughtful glance at the base of the tree. The next time she encountered a fruit tree, she used her metallic abilities to pluck a fruit for sale, discovering that it could significantly accelerate the healing of open wounds, reducing recovery time by 3 to 5 times, contingent upon one's physical condition. Confirming the fruit's special properties, she forewent climbing the tree again and instead used her earth-based powers to topple it entirely. What followed was a joyful bout of fruit gathering. Time slipped away swiftly, and before she knew it, night had fallen. Zhou An'an resolved to work through the night. Perhaps it was the valley's nature, but she encountered few animals during her foraging. Those she did see were skittish, fleeing before she could discern their exact positions. She managed to use her metallic powers to catch 2 birds, planning to roast them later. However, she had no time to waste, as she needed to gather resources urgently. To save time, she skipped meals and directly consumed a chunyang fruit. Searching for fruits at night proved far more challenging than during the day. Yet even so, before the game returned her to reality, Zhou An'an managed to harvest fruits from 2 more trees. These fruits took up little space, and her storage was not yet full. Noticing that time was running out with just over half an hour remaining, she transformed into a scythe and began to cut down surrounding shrubs, small branches, and weeds, promptly storing them away. Regardless of their utility, she reasoned that an empty space was still empty. She would collect as much as possible in the remaining time, to be sorted later upon her return to the real world. Chapter 123. Preservation. Zhou An'an harvested diligently, simultaneously storing her bounty in her spatial realm. Although the space appeared nearly full, she found that with a little more effort, she could still fit in additional plants. She remained in this state of collection until the countdown of the game concluded, momentarily stunned as she returned to her reality. Having been so engrossed in her task, she had neglected to monitor the timer, and the abrupt shift in scenery left her momentarily disoriented. Her spatial area was indeed packed, yet the final handful of unknown plants and the harvesting sickle had vanished. However, Zhou An'an felt no sorrow over this loss. After all, it was crafted using her metallic powers, so its absence was of little consequence. She couldn't help but ponder the limitations of her spatial realm. If it were boundless, she could save time by uprooting trees directly with her earth abilities and storing them, returning later to pick the fruits leisurely. Upon inspecting her appearance, which was soiled with dirt, leaves, and grass, Zhou An'an first took a refreshing shower and changed in a clean attire before assessing her recent yield. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 9 agility, 9 stamina, 9 speed, 9 hearing, 6 mental power, 8 skills, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes, can be upgraded with points, metallic ability level 2, creation from nothing, metal transformation, remote manipulation water ability, level 1, water generation, control of water flow transformation skill level 1, capable of transforming into 30 different objects, mental control level 1, can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes, spatial ability level 1, storage space, 2 meters long, 5 meters wide, 2 meters high, limited to non-living objects, can allow living beings to enter upon upgrading to level 3, including the host body. For a brief period, Earth ability level 1, limited trait alteration, Earth spikes. Equipment, Thief's Hand, can select a target to activate the theft skill and successfully obtain a random item from them, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Available attribute points, 2 points. 1354 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated in her quest to acquire Earth abilities, she had depleted her points. The current balance was accrued from several transactions on the final day and a task completion that awarded her 1,000 points. Nevertheless, Zhou An'an felt no regret for her recent harvest. She allocated both attribute points to her hearing, although she did not perceive great significance in hearing. Her current statistics indicated a notable deficiency. Thus, it was prudent to enhance it slightly. Her arsenal of skills and abilities now totaled 8. However, only her metallic powers and teleportation had seen improvement, while the others remained at their initial levels upon activation. This led Zhou An'an to feel as if she were teetering on the brink of overextension. In essence, she possessed many abilities, yet few potent ones that could instill fear in others. While her metallic powers were formidable, they currently stood at level 2, lacking the potency to intimidate. Despite this, Zhou An'an firmly believed that her existing prowess positioned her well among the ranks of players, likely in the upper middle tier. After careful contemplation, she resolved that, barring unforeseen circumstances, such as needing Earth abilities for survival as in her previous life, her first priority would be to upgrade her spatial abilities. Expanding the spatial area would enable her to store and collect a more substantial quantity of resources, which could then be sold on the trading platform. Ultimately, the meager points earned from completing tasks were insufficient for rapid accumulation. Selling resources was the most expedient method to amass points. With ample points, she could accelerate the enhancement of her skills and potentially acquire new abilities, fostering a beneficial cycle of growth. However, The immediate concern was to ensure the preservation of her recent harvest, particularly the fruits gathered in the last half-day. It is common knowledge that fresh fruits are challenging to store for extended periods, and while the game world's fruits may differ from her usual understanding, the longevity of items transported back from this realm remained uncertain. To prevent her hard-earned fruits from rotting, finding a preservation solution became paramount. Zhou An'an checked her point balance in reality and realized it was insufficient for her intended purchases. Thus, she selected several high-value items from her spatial realm, filling a 2 cubic meter space before heading to the exchange center. She converted these resources into points and made her way to the marketplace. There, she purchased a vacuum packaging machine, packaging bags, preservation boxes, cling film, and a preservation refrigerator, acquiring 3 units based on her spatial inventory. Despite the scarcity of resources in the real world, technology was rather advanced, especially in preservation, where significant research investment had been made. After all, no one wished for their hard-won food to spoil due to improper storage. The technology behind preservation refrigerators was impressive. They could keep ordinary fruits and vegetables fresh for approximately 2 months, provided they were checked periodically. However, this did not imply that the items would spoil immediately after 2 months. Rather, they would gradually lose moisture, becoming shriveled and eventually rotting. Having completed her purchases and scheduled the delivery, Zhou An'an faced a significant dilemma. Her current living space was too small to accommodate the 3 refrigerators. Given that they could not be stacked and each unit occupied considerable space, approximately 3 cubic meters, she hurried home. She needed to reorganize her living area to create sufficient room for all 3 preservation units. She even contemplated relocating to a larger house, considering the abundance of resources in her spatial realm. Chapter 124. Daily Life in the Realm of Reality. The law imposes limitations on the living space available to each individual. Unlike the pre-apocalyptic era, when wealth could procure as many properties as one desired, with only a marginal increase in taxes during the transfer of ownership. For instance, the residence currently occupied by Zhou An'an represents the maximum allowable area for a single person. To acquire a larger dwelling, one would need to augment the population. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. Money indeed possesses the power to influence circumstances. While purchasing additional properties may no longer be feasible, renting remains a viable option. Some individuals, in pursuit of accumulating more points, choose to lease their homes and cohabit with family members, enduring merely a minor inconvenience. However, such considerations are for another time, as immediate needs must be addressed, particularly with the arrival of a fresh-keeping cabinet scheduled for this afternoon. Upon returning home, Zhou An'an commenced the task of tidying her living space. Unneeded furniture was swiftly relocated to the trash bin downstairs, available for anyone who wished to claim it. Yet, upon completion of this task, she found the space still insufficient and began to organize her supplies. A portion of her provisions was packed and stowed beneath her bed, while every storage cabinet in her home was filled to capacity, yielding an additional 2 cubic meters of goods, which she planned to exchange for points. The remaining supplies were partially listed in the trading market. Next, she focused on her spatial abilities, preparing to accommodate 2 fresh-keeping cabinets within her inherent spatial realm. While positioning one outside, the act of directly transferring the fresh-keeping cabinet into her space before the delivery personnel seemed inconsequential, as entering the game and becoming a player was no longer a secret. The fact that every player possesses their own space is widely acknowledged. She retrieved 2 solar-powered generators from her space, affixing the solar panels outside her window to begin storing energy for the generators, as the fresh-keeping cabinet required power to operate, and her space lacked electricity. Thus, this became the only means to facilitate the cabinet's functionality. Before long, the cabinets arrived. 2 were placed within her space, while 1 found its place in her home. After connecting the fresh-keeping cabinet to the power supply, she began to extract fruits from her space, wrapping them in cling film before placing them in fresh-keeping bags, which she then sealed using a vacuum packing machine and arranged inside the cabinet. Smaller fruits were directly placed into fresh-keeping boxes, wrapped in cling film, and stacked neatly within the cabinet. Once the first cabinet was filled, Zhou An'an retrieved a solar generator. connecting the two devices with a power cord before returning them both to her space. She continued this process, working tirelessly until the late hours of the night, finally completing the packaging of all her fruits and storing them in the fresh-keeping cabinets. She planned to replace her double bed with a single one the following day, thus freeing up space for an additional fresh-keeping cabinet. As Zhou An'an lay in bed, her mind wandered amidst the haze of fatigue, contemplating her forthcoming plans, but soon, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, she began tallying her recent earnings. She had packaged a total of 9 boxes of Phoenix Eye fruits, 394 Spring Yang fruits, 269 Rofi Eye fruits, and 145 string fruits. Although the Phoenix Eye fruit had no remarkable properties, its delightful flavor made it perfect for serving as a post-meal treat. The Spring Yang fruit served as a satiating option, comparable to a low-level fasting pill. The Rofi Eye fruit, known for its beautifying qualities, when consumed in moderation, could enhance the skin's texture, rendering it more supple and vibrant, superior to cosmetics without the risk of rebound or dependency. Regular consumption could even subtly refine one's facial features. Zhou An'an intended to trade a portion of these in the marketplace, keeping 100 Rofi Eye fruits for herself, while selling the remainder. The strength fruits, as their name implies, could boost physical strength temporarily. However, each fruit only conferred an increase for 2 hours, and the extent of enhancement depended on the consumer's physique. With only 145 in her possession, she did not plan to sell these anytime soon. Next came the task of organizing the branches and weeds she had collected. Unfortunately, these proved to be mere refuse, devoid of any special properties, leaving Zhou An'an disappointed as she discarded them into the trash heap. However, this created a significant amount of space in her area. Zhou An'an decided to test the waters by offering a cubic meter of space for sale, having noticed a lack of such listings in the trading channel, implying that it might not be particularly desirable among players. As she had suspected, once she listed the cubic space, it garnered no interest whatsoever. Clearly, for seasoned players, such a space was rather trivial, while new players would likely have to exhaust their accumulated points to make a purchase. In light of this, she lamented the situation and opted to repurchase the space with her own points, incurring a commission fee from the game's trading market. 10 days swiftly passed, during which Zhou An'an remained perpetually occupied. As the final hours approached, she sought a larger residence suitable for two and planned to lease her current home. Yet, fortune did not favor her. As the next game loomed, she had yet to find an appropriate property. Despite the influx of survivors entering the game and subsequently perishing, which had vacated many homes, a simultaneous surge of previously homeless individuals had secured living arrangements. Consequently, even with numerous players dying within the game, the population in the safe zone remained stable, resulting in an increased demand for housing. It appeared that due to the high mortality rate among players, the management of the safe zone was actively seeking fresh recruits, leading to a swift takeover of any available rental properties, with new tenants being assigned almost immediately. While the management did pay rent, this made it exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals, particularly someone in Zhou An'an's position, to secure a lease. With time running short before the game commenced, Zhou An'an hurriedly stuffed the remaining fruits into the 2 fresh-keeping cabinets before storing them within her space. Chapter 125, The Blood-Red Manor, Part 1. As Zhou An'an gazed upon the resplendent hall before her, adorned with gleaming gold and silver decorations, each surface polished to a brilliant shine, she was captivated by the dazzling interplay of light that flickered at the slightest movement of her gaze. The centerpiece of this grand hall was a magnificent tassel chandelier, its crystalline beads refracting light into a spectrum of colors. The lavish furnishings scattered throughout the hall exuded an air of ostentation and opulence. The hall was densely populated with individuals. A mere glance was sufficient for Zhou An'an to ascertain that this gathering mirrored the previous game, wherein participants were again thrust into a shared environment upon entry. The hall was indeed spacious, larger than that of the last game. Perhaps due to the immense psychological strain the previous game had inflicted, the atmosphere within the hall was eerily silent, despite the crowd. Each player stood in hushed observance, none daring to break the silence or even to check their task panels. not even the novice players. The players who had survived the last game had expressed their grievances across various forums in the real world, fostering a palpable tension among the newcomers, who remained silent in the presence of their more seasoned counterparts. This reticence was compounded by the overwhelming luxury that surrounded them. After several minutes of silence, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Observing the absence of immediate danger, many players opened their panels to check their tasks. With the first brave soul unscathed, others followed suit, emboldened to explore their objectives. In this hall, all present were players equipped with system panels, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Zhou An'an, positioned amidst the throng, had initially considered moving toward the edges, only to realize that she was still some distance away from the periphery. Moreover, the crowd was so dense that, as she surveyed her surroundings, some individuals had taken to sitting on the ground. Intrigued, yet undeterred by the presence of others, Zhou An'an opened her game panel to examine her task. Congratulations, player Tang Ed successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 8 cubic meters. Friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. Loss or damage will result in the associated space being forfeited. Bound spaces are exempt from this restriction. All players receive an initial allocation of 2,000 points. Main task, escape the blood-red manor. This task is structured in stages, comprising 10 phases, each with a time limit of 3 days. Phase 1, leave the hall, with a time limit of 3 days. Failure to exit the hall within this time frame will result in task failure. Countdown, 71, 53, 15. Phase 2, locked special reminder. Every player who completes a phase will receive a gift package. Death in the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. Surprised by the phase nature of this task and the 3-day allowance to depart the hall, Zhou An'an understood why some were unhurried. Having seated themselves on the ground, given the uncertainty of the situation, this was not the time for reckless actions. With this in mind, she retrieved a yoga mat from her storage and spread it on the floor, settling down. Her reluctance to use a moisture-proof mat stemmed from the crowd's density, particularly in the central area where standing space was limited, making it difficult to deploy the larger mat. The yoga mat, being smaller, was a more practical choice. As players who had checked their tasks began to find places to sit, the increasing number of seated individuals afforded Zhou An'an a clearer view of her surroundings. Once nearly everyone had settled down, she stood up again. The remaining standing players were few, and without the obstruction of taller figures, she began to scrutinize the hall. To her astonishment, she noted that this square hall, despite its extravagant decor, lacked both doors and windows, resembling a completely enclosed space. Illumination was exclusively provided by the ceiling lights, particularly bright near the chandelier. Recalling that the first phase of the task required them to exit the hall, she pondered the absence of doors. Where, then, were they expected to leave? Perhaps there was an invisible door? Logically, if such a door existed, it would likely be hidden within the walls. However, instead of acting hastily, Zhou An'an chose to sit back down. At this moment, many players began to share her realization. Those positioned near the walls could no longer contain their curiosity and began tapping and probing their immediate surroundings in search of any potential hidden doors, seams, or buttons. Zhou An'an even observed one individual brandishing a magnifying glass, meticulously examining the wall inch by inch, while occasionally scratching at it with a small knife. Feeling reassured, Zhou An'an decided to let those near the walls explore for any discoveries, planning to determine her next steps based on their findings. However, it wasn't long before she noticed that the central area had thinned out considerably, with players gravitating toward the perimeter. If there truly was an invisible door, the likelihood of it being located on the walls was exceedingly high. Yet, even if they found such a door, its functionality remained uncertain. Would there be limitations, such as a daily quota for entries and exits? 2 individuals beside Zhou An'an also rose to leave the central area, creating ample space around her. Seizing the opportunity, she hastily unfurled 2 moisture-proof mats on the floor, determined to claim her spot. Once her mats were laid out, she erected a tent above them. With the tent providing some privacy, she felt more at ease to engage in activities without the prying eyes of others. The hall was devoid of wind, thus eliminating the need for wind ropes. Zhou An'an's actions prompted a wave of similar responses, as many players began to extract supplies from their storage to claim their territories, erecting tents in the process. Presently, with no method of departure discovered, it appeared increasingly likely that they would need to spend the night in the hall. Although novice players, and those who had only participated in the previous game, lacked the supplies for tents, the initial points granted by the game could be utilized to purchase tents available in the trading mall. Chapter 126. The Blood Red Manor 2. The prices are quite reasonable. A single tent costs merely 20 points, while a double tent is priced at 30 points. If purchased alongside a moisture-proof mat, one need only pay an additional 5 points. Such pricing is indeed commendable. However, after this pricing was introduced in the marketplace, the tents collected by players were left unattended, as even the cheapest among them commanded 50 to 60 points, with some exorbitantly priced at over 100 points. Naturally, Zhou An'an utilized the tents she had gathered herself. Nevertheless, she intended to observe the patrons of the game's marketplace tents. Should their value prove advantageous, she would not hesitate to procure a couple more for her storage. Of course, any purchases would need to be made before the game concluded, as her current storage still had room for potential resources that might be gathered. After all, her original storage was already quite limited, and entering the game had only expanded it by a cubic meter, which hardly accommodated much. As for why she did not wait until she needed a tent to buy one, Zhou An'an had realized that the resources appearing in the trading marketplace were often tailored to a specific game world. Once this game ended, tents might not be available, and even if they were, they would likely not be at this price. Before long, the hall was filled with erected tents, while others, for various reasons, merely retrieved sleeping bags from their storage without setting up tents. At this moment, the walls were almost covered with people, yet none seemed to notice the others. After all, with so many eyes present, any discovery would certainly not go unnoticed, and even the most deliberate attempts at concealment would be detected by those nearby. Those who were not close to the walls had their gazes darting among those searching for clues. Furthermore, if a door were to inexplicably appear on the wall, it would be visible to anyone with sight. Zhou An'an did not believe that one could easily uncover clues upon entering the game, as she was certain the game would not be so effortlessly completed. Otherwise, they would not have been granted 3 days. Thus, it was highly probable that no tangible leads would be found on the first day, with any discoveries unlikely until the second day. As anticipated, a throng of individuals flitted about like headless flies, scrutinizing every inch of the walls. Some even brought ladders from their storage or employed their abilities to construct staircases to examine the higher areas. Others, emulating a previous participant, took out magnifying glasses for a closer inspection. Yet, despite their efforts, no clues emerged. Undeterred, the group continued their relentless probing of the walls. The soft glow of the lights seemed to mock their futile endeavors. Finally, Zhou An'an withdrew her gaze from the players, reclined within her tent, and activated the communication channel. Perhaps due to the presence of 1,000 individuals in the hall, the channel was not particularly lively. Discussions about completing the current task unfolded, with voices rising and falling. One participant even proposed a constructive suggestion. If a door could not be found, they should forcibly breach a wall. In the event that the deadline approached without task completion, such a drastic measure might be worth attempting. However, prior to the deadline, most were opposed to this reckless course of action, as no one wished to risk being declared a failure for damaging the walls. Thus, no one was willing to take the initiative. Even the one who had suggested it merely voiced the idea. As she surfed the communication channel, time flew by, and before long, the aroma of food wafted in from outside. Zhou An'an poked her head out of the tent and observed that many were already dining, with some even setting up portable stoves to prepare meals. Suddenly, she realized a significant issue. In such a confined space, if there was no airflow, how long could the oxygen last for everyone? While portable stoves rely on gas, they also consume the oxygen in the air. Would cooking with them not deplete the oxygen levels in the room? Yet, she was not overly concerned, for her storage contained oxygen generators and supplements, along with several solar-powered generators. Should it come to that, she could simply use an oxygen tube connected to her nose to meet her oxygen needs. However, she still mentioned this concern in the chat channel. Sugar is no longer sweet. This space is sealed with no doors or windows. Where does the oxygen we breathe come from? I see people cooking, but won't the flames accelerate the depletion of oxygen in the air? Upon raising this topic, a brief silence enveloped the communication channel, followed by a chorus of condemnation directed at those cooking. Once they realized the implications, those cooking quickly extinguished their stoves. After all, their survival was at stake, and no one wished to incur the wrath of the group in such dire circumstances. Zhou An'an smirked slightly as she retrieved a few vacuum-sealed braised chicken wings, 2 marinated eggs, a box of luncheon meat, and a bottle of drink from her storage. Retreating to her tent to indulge, the air was filled with the tantalizing scents of various foods. Although her selections possessed distinct aromas at that moment, 90% of the attendees were consuming food, and those not partaking were snacking on treats. Zhou An'an even noticed several individuals munching on fruit. Moreover, with the tent providing cover, the enticing smells remained unobserved, and no one approached her. After satiating her hunger, she nestled in her tent and drifted into a deep slumber. Of course, she did not forget to hang bells at all 4 corners of her tent, including the entrance, so that she would hear the bells ring should anyone touch her tent. In this space, devoid of sunlight, the only illumination came from the ever-present lights, serving as the game's inherent timer, allowing one to discern day from night. Thus, regardless of the time, there were always individuals awake. Zhou An'an did not sleep for long, awakening after less than 3 hours to confront another pressing issue: where to relieve herself. Humans consume food and cannot indefinitely suppress the need to use the restroom, and the hall's floor was laid with polished stone, making it impossible to dig a hole as in the previous game. Many shared Zhou An'an's plight, and at this moment, everyone was showcasing their ingenuity. Chapter 127. The Blood Red Manor 3. Utilizing plastic bags, empty bottles, and disposable packaging, some individuals even removed the decor from the hall, such as lampshades. Although the hall was quite spacious, the crowd was overwhelmingly dense, with few exhibiting any semblance of refinement. Moreover, the cycle of life and death cannot simply be endured at will. Thus, on the very first day of the game, the hall became shrouded in chaos. An amalgam of bizarre odors reminiscent of a crowded train compartment from the 1960s. The stench was not the only issue. The crowding led to escalating conflicts. And with no legal constraints in place, skirmishes and insults erupted sporadically in the corners. Some even met their demise, only to have their space usurped. However, none of this concerned Zhou An'an. As long as no one provoked her, she had no intention of resorting to violence. Yet the odor, it was not only repugnant, but also irritating to her eyes after prolonged exposure. Reluctantly, Zhou An'an donned a large mask. But even that could not stave off the various strange scents that invaded her nostrils. After several hours, some could no longer tolerate the situation. Having uncovered no clues, the players became increasingly agitated, enveloped in a noxious atmosphere. As time passed, the air grew thicker with the stench, making it difficult for many to eat, Zhou An'an included. The absence of any leads only deepened her sense of despair. Zhou An'an even speculated that if she remained in the hall for 3 days, her ultimate fate might be to suffocate from the miasma. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. I'd rather be killed by the game than suffocate here. One man, his eyes bloodshot, shouted as he brandished an axe and charged at a nearby wall. Witnessing his apparent madness, the crowd parted to give him space. He reached the wall and began hacking at it furiously, his expression frenzied, as if his rage had consumed his reason. Each swing of the axe was laden with force, seemingly a cathartic release of his pent-up anger. Rather than intervening, the onlookers were transfixed, eager to see if a hole would materialize in the wall, as they had searched in vain for an exit for so long. With half of their time elapsed, the game's nature suggested that they would surely perish here, an utter obliteration. Although they vocally derided the situation, none dared to strike the wall until now. Now that one had taken action, they opted to observe, hoping to bask in his glory. After all, they were not the ones swinging the axe. Should he succeed in breaching the wall, it would be a cause for collective joy, and if he faced no repercussions, they would gladly assist in widening the opening. Naturally, if there were penalties for defacing the wall, it would be he who would bear the consequences, not them. The man was, in a sense, paving the way for them. Just as the crowd watched with bated breath, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The wall seemed to possess a life of its own. After the man's frenzied assault, he began to tire and paused to catch his breath. At that moment, the onlookers finally discerned the state of the wall he had attacked. However, as they comprehended the sight before them, gasps of disbelief filled the air. The wall was healing. As the man rested, the wall had already restored itself, leaving only a faint trace of the assault. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, it quickly returned to its original state. The speed of this restoration rivaled the man's frantic hacking. The man, too, was taken aback. Faced with this spectacle, his earlier madness dissipated, and he became entirely composed. In that moment, despair gripped the hearts of the onlookers. The plan to break through the wall had crumbled. The exit remained elusive, and with half of their time elapsed. The failure of their scheme felt like the final straw, pushing everyone toward the brink of collapse. Some, upon witnessing this scene, broke into loud sobs. And this sorrowful sentiment proved contagious, resulting in a cacophony of weeping that filled the hall. The noise, a chaotic symphony, surpassed even that of a bustling market. The man, who had been wildly assaulting the wall, now cast his axe to the ground, fell to his knees, and buried his face in his hands, weeping softly. The breakdown of an adult often occurs in an instant. Zhou An'an, already irritable, found her agitation amplified by the sound of crying, rendering it impossible for her to concentrate. Overwhelmed by despair, she reclined on the moisture-proof mat outside her tent, crossing her arms beneath her head, her gaze vacant as it fixated on the distant crystal chandelier. Her thoughts having drifted far away. Time passed, and Zhou An'an, upon regaining her senses, attempted to withdraw her hands, only to discover that her limbs had gone numb. Grimacing, she began to move her arms, preparing to sit up when her gaze inadvertently caught the glimmer of the crystal chandelier. She quickly averted her eyes, but then abruptly turned back to the chandelier. Yet at that moment, it appeared devoid of anything, as if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Zhou An'an's attention was completely captivated by the chandelier, neglecting even the numbness in her arms. She shifted her position, tilting her head and leaning to the side, examining the chandelier from various angles. However, what she had just seen seemed ephemeral, and, no matter how she adjusted her perspective, she could not rediscover it. Yet, Zhou An'an was convinced that her earlier vision was not an illusion. She approached the chandelier, standing beneath it as she continued to shift her position and angle, scrutinizing it intently. Her actions soon attracted the attention of the crowd, with someone stepping forward to inquire, "Beautiful lady, what are you looking at? Have you made a discovery?" At that moment, Zhou An'an was entirely absorbed in the chandelier, too preoccupied to respond. Noticing her silence, the inquirer did not press further but began to examine the chandelier himself, scanning it from top to bottom, side to side. Before long, a throng had gathered around the chandelier, with those unable to squeeze and left to gaze from afar. Fortunately, the chandelier hung high enough that, even from a distance, it was visible, albeit not as clearly as up close. Chapter 128. The Blood-Red Manor, for what is that? A sudden gasp escaped from the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. A tall man, appearing to be in his 30s, stood there, astonished, staring at the chandelier. Following his gaze, the onlookers saw that the chandelier remained unchanged, identical to how it had been moments ago. Yet the astonishment and shock on the man's face were unmistakably genuine. Zhou An'an pressed forward, pushing aside those in her path to reach the man. "Fix your gaze on that object, and do not divert your attention. Now describe to me, what does it look like?" After a brief pause, concerned the man might not cooperate, she added, "Look closely. That object could be the key to our escape." She then addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please step back a bit. Give him space. We must avoid any movements that might cause that object to vanish. This is crucial for us to complete the first phase of our mission. I ask for your cooperation." Upon hearing her words, the crowd retreated, creating a vacuum of 2 to 3 meters around the man. Yet no one left. All were intently focused on him. The man, having heard Zhou An'an, was now fixated on that spot, his mouth moving rapidly as he narrated what he observed. "There's a door. A golden door. The frame is elongated and oval-shaped, but only half of it is visible. There are 2 doors, each with a round handle, but there is no visible lock. Describe its position relative to the chandelier. Zhou An'an interjected, cutting through his stream of words. On a round bead. The bead is on the second ring surrounding the light bulb. From my position, it should be at the 8 o'clock direction. As he spoke, the man could not resist blinking. Staring at a single point for too long had strained his eyes, and he could no longer endure it. However, the moment he blinked, the object he had been observing abruptly vanished. It's gone. How did it disappear? Zhou An'an inquired urgently. I blinked, and it vanished, the man replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he glanced back at the spot. Yet, no miracle occurred. In contrast to the man's frustration, Zhou An'an felt a wave of relief wash over her. The object had disappeared only after he blinked, which suggested he had inadvertently shifted his position. Akin to the refraction of light, even a slight movement could disrupt visibility. This indirectly indicated that the door had always been there. It simply had not been viewed from the right angle. Now that they understood its location, Zhou An'an was eager to leave, as the oppressive environment was becoming unbearable. If this continued, she feared she might succumb to the foul odor surrounding her. The atmosphere was nauseating, rendering her unable to eat. Yet she had to force down food to maintain her strength. The sensation was indescribable, akin to consuming excrement. Thankfully, she had the spring yang fruit, which could sustain her for an entire day. Otherwise, enduring 3 meals while smelling this stench would be utterly unbearable. Zhou An'an yearned to investigate further. But the crowd surrounding the chandelier was impenetrable, and she lacked the ability to fly. Tools were necessary, yet there was no room for them here. Everyone, please step aside. We need to get a ladder to examine it up close. Yes, everyone, step back. We can't discern anything from here. We must find a way to get up there. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. If we fail this mission, we will all perish here. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. Someone shouted, "Who has a ladder? Bring it over." "I have one. I have one." Everyone make way. Let the person with the ladder through. When the crowd heard someone had a ladder, they quickly parted, allowing the person to enter. However, upon seeing the ladder, the crowd fell silent. It was not a step ladder, but a single-sided one. Positioned in the center of the hall, there was no suitable place to lean it against the chandelier, and it appeared too short for the task. Was this person merely causing trouble? Faced with the discontented gazes of the crowd, the one who had brought the ladder felt somewhat embarrassed, but quickly averted his eyes to the chandelier above. Zhou An'an suspected he was foolish. He must have known his ladder would be useless here, using it merely as an excuse to occupy the space beneath the chandelier. After all, it was impossible for him to squeeze in alone when the area was so densely packed. Can your ladder even be used? Are you just toying with us? Ignoring the accusations, the man intently scrutinized the chandelier, glancing left and right. "Hey, I'm talking to you. If you can't help, get out of the way. Don't create a nuisance." Seeing his indifferent demeanor, several players quickly pushed him towards the exit. "Wait, let me see it again." Zhou An'an suddenly recognized him as the first player who had examined the chandelier against the wall. So he intended to conduct a close inspection of the chandelier. Outnumbered, he was soon pushed away from beneath the chandelier. Just then, an angry voice erupted from outside. "Who the hell stole my ladder? Step forward, or I'll make you regret it." The crowd ceased their pushing, turning their attention to the one with the ladder, who was now blushing profusely, resembling a ripe tomato. He stammered, "I meant well. Besides, I didn't steal it, just borrowed it." Laughter rippled through the crowd, revealing that not only was he causing chaos, but the ladder he brought wasn't even his, and he hadn't sought permission from its owner. Zhou An'an, weary of the spectacle, called out, "Those with abilities, step to the center. Those without, please move to the sides." Earth, metal, and wood types prioritize working together to create a pathway to the chandelier above. Time is of the essence. Those without abilities should not crowd forward, or they waste everyone's time. Chapter 129. The Blood Red Manor 5. Ultimately, everyone had merely discovered clues leading to the door, rather than locating the door itself. Moreover, even if they were to find the door, how could they open it without first examining it? Fortunately, the urgency to escape propelled the group swiftly towards the rear, clearing a larger space around the crystal chandelier. A few individuals approached the chandelier, while others hesitated, remaining hidden within the crowd. Nonetheless, the presence of these few was sufficient. Zhou An'an raised her hand and declared, "I possess metal-based abilities, allowing me to conjure metal blocks, albeit in limited quantity." A well-mannered man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, also raised his hand. "I too have metal-based abilities. I am of the wood-based abilities. I also possess metal-based abilities." Remarkably, among the five harbored metal-based powers, Zhou An'an glanced upward, assessing the chandelier's height from the ground. To conceal her second-tier abilities and masquerade as a first-tier, she needed to refrain from drawing attention. However, if everyone shared her intent to hide their prowess and feigned first-tier abilities, it might prove precarious. Unless someone was willing to extract substantial items from their spatial domain to elevate their height, such actions could risk revealing the size of their space. After all, aside from food, water, and essential daily necessities, any larger items would indicate a considerable spatial capacity. Who would desire a vast space? Most players present possessed only 1 or 2 cubic meters, barely enough to store anything substantial. A larger space would be a game changer. Even if it could no longer expand once acquired, it remained a significant temptation for novice players. As the saying goes, what one fears is not the thief, but the thief's desire. If one's spatial vessel were to attract unwanted attention, even seasoned players would hesitate to take such risks. Who could foresee whether someone might harbor ill intentions? Moreover, the abilities granted were varied and unpredictable. Who could say if anyone had stumbled upon extraordinary powers? Consider Zhou An'an's ability. The Hand of the Thief, which enabled her to pilfer items from other spaces, though she could not steal spatial equipment itself. Otherwise, she would be invincible. Of course, stealing such equipment would be futile, as the original owner would still be alive, rendering the stolen items unusable. Does anyone else possess abilities? Zhou An'an inquired once again, but this time no one stepped forward. It was evident that those who remained silent had resolved not to reveal themselves, and Zhou An'an did not press further. After deliberating, a plan was swiftly devised. Given that all revealed abilities were of the first tier, it was clear that if each individual only used their powers once, they could not reach the pearl atop the chandelier. Therefore, after everyone had demonstrated their abilities, they would need to wait for their powers to replenish before continuing to elevate. The consensus was to erect an iron pillar on the ground, with metal-based users taking turns to increase its height, while wood-based users would entwine vines around the pillar, facilitating ascension. Thus, the initial task was to construct a sturdy base for the pillar. A solitary column would be insufficient to stand on its own, even if it were robust. Once someone attempted to climb, it could easily topple. To ensure the pillar's stability, the base could not be too small or thin. One suggestion was to create a large basin, filled with water by water-based users, to secure the base while conserving energy for the metal-based users. Upon inquiring among the spectators, 8 players emerged, confirming their water-based abilities. The group promptly commenced their work. Before long, metal blocks began to materialize from thin air, morphing into desired shapes in the hands of the ability users. This surreal spectacle left novice players in awe, tears of envy welling in their eyes. Each silently vowed to earn points to purchase abilities, though as newcomers, their points were scant, and recent games had yielded little in terms of resources. Exhausted from the previous game, no one wished to linger, especially in an unfamiliar place fraught with potential dangers. Having accomplished their task, the prospect of lingering too long and endangering their lives was a grave concern. Moreover, leaving early would yield additional points, prompting most to opt for an early exit. Among those who survived the tunnel, fewer than 1 in 10 chose to remain, awaiting the game's conclusion. However, it was evident that this remaining fraction had prospered, collecting numerous peculiar items without encountering significant threats. With a concerted effort of 4 players, an 8-meter diameter circular basin was soon completed, its elevated edges standing 30 to 40 centimeters high, capable of holding ample water. Crafted by metal-based abilities, the basin gleamed, seamless and flawless. Next, a cylindrical piece of metal was placed at the basin's center, and the users connected it to the basin using their powers. Once secured, no seams were visible. Only then did the water-based users step forward to fill the basin. As the iron pillar ascended, the gazes of the onlookers grew increasingly fervent, as if they could already envision the successful completion of the first phase of the game. However, since everyone claimed to be first-tier ability users, progress was inevitably slow. The wood-based users began to weave vines around the established section of the iron pillar, enabling the metal users to climb higher and further elevate the structure. After all, first-tier metal abilities did not allow for remote manipulation of objects. Though the four were clearly beyond first-tier abilities, one even reaching the third tier, they all feigned exhaustion. After considerable effort, they finally reached the top of the iron pillar, where they could stretch out to touch the elusive pearl. The tallest among them ascended first, while the others awaited eagerly, prepared to determine their next course of action based on his findings. Chapter 130. The blood-red manor 6 yet. As the man's finger grazed the orb, an unexpected event transpired. He vanished into thin air. Before his disappearance, a chilling scream reverberated through the air. The remaining few exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to ascend and touch the orb. For no one could ascertain whether that man had accomplished his task or had met his demise. The agonizing cry was so harrowing that it hardly resembled the joyful exclamation of someone who had succeeded. Rather, it sent shivers down their spines. Those below were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, with some instinctively retreating a few steps. Their reaction was understandable, as the situation had unfolded too abruptly, offering no time for psychological preparation. Initially, the crowd had been eagerly awaiting good news, but now everything had changed so drastically that most were momentarily at a loss for words. After a few minutes, someone could no longer resist checking the communication channel and discovered a message from a user named Lord Moo. That was the exit. I have emerged, but once you leave, you cannot return. Who can help me retrieve my belongings? My tent is the second one to the left of the person with the ladder. It is an olive-green tent. The players still atop the iron pillar exchanged glances. One of them remarked, I am not far from him. I shall assist in bringing it back. The others readily agreed. However, with so many people present, it was essential to form a queue to prevent congestion. The player who had proposed assisting in retrieving the tent spoke up again. Let us split into 2 groups to take turns guarding. We should be the first to go. After all, we are the ones exerting effort. He harbored a concern he did not voice, although they had found the exit. Who could tell if there were limitations on the number of individuals allowed to leave, or if the game had hidden rules permitting only a certain number to survive? If that were the case, those at the back of the line might not be able to escape, and he was unwilling to toil all day only to benefit others. He did not possess such noble virtues to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The others, having survived several games, were no fools, nor were they overly sympathetic. In fact, one might say, who among them had not stained their hands with blood? They shared his apprehensions. The group whispered among themselves at the top, reaching an agreement before descending one by one. However, in that brief span, individuals below had already begun to climb. Everyone descend. This iron pillar cannot support too many climbers. If it collapses, none shall escape. They urged, seeing the crowd below remain oblivious to their calls, continuing to ascend recklessly. One of the psychics grew irritated and conjured several daggers that appeared out of thin air, plunging them towards the person at the top. As screams erupted, the 3 individuals at the summit fell from the pillar, their crimson blood staining the green vines. A ghastly sight. Those still climbing below were splattered with blood, momentarily stunned, unable to continue their ascent. This unexpected turn of events silenced the previously raucous crowd, which had resembled a bustling market. Zhou An'an's gaze flickered. The manipulation of metal was a skill possessed only by those with second-tier psychic abilities. Yet she was certain it had not been her own doing. Clearly, someone had concealed their psychic level. With everyone now silent below, the player who had initially proposed assistance reiterated his previous statement. Those who had been halfway up reluctantly retreated. The 4 of them began their descent, and as they climbed down, the wood element psychic drew back the vines at the top, ensuring that should anyone ascend, they would find only a bare pillar, unable to proceed further unless they too were psychics. Stop! Zhou An'an suddenly commanded, halting their descent. Let 3 remain here to guard while the 4 of us take turns retrieving our belongings. The others exchanged glances and promptly agreed to her suggestion. Beneath their feet, a ring of metal soon formed, providing them with a temporary standing space. By the time the 4 returned in turns to gather their items, several long queues had already formed below. Due to the available space, collecting their belongings was not difficult. It merely required the time to dismantle a tent. Zhou An'an noticed that 2 individuals appeared displeased, one of whom was cursing. "Damn it. While I was away, someone stole my belongings. If I find out who the bastard is, I'll make him pay." Zhou An'an instantly understood the source of their discontent. Her own possessions remained untouched. After all, when she left her tent, she had conveniently stored everything in her space. It was not foresight, but rather a habit formed from her experiences in previous games. Left behind were merely the tent, 2 moisture-proof mats beneath it, and a few bells tied to the tent. As the wood element's psychic entwined vines around the upper portion of the pillar, Zhou An'an glanced down to see several individuals in the crowd with darting eyes. Realizing how astute their decision to take turns retrieving belongings had been. For no one could predict how many psychics were concealed among the throng below. If they all vacated, those psychics would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to surge forward. However, with their apprehensions, the crowd did not act immediately. After all, those above occupied a strategically advantageous position, while those below, unaware of each other's abilities, could not unite, rendering them at a disadvantage against those above. Moreover, should chaos ensue, it might inadvertently benefit the players encircled within. Chapter 131. The blood-soaked manor. 7. The 4 individuals sequentially touched the orb and departed from their previous location. Arriving in a new environment, their prior apprehensions were indeed justified, as upon passing through the doorway, they initially encountered a queue. However, unexpectedly, those possessing hidden powers within the crowd swiftly disrupted the formation. A chaotic skirmish erupted among the masses, while some, possessing self-awareness, retreated to the periphery to avoid the fray. Others, driven by stubbornness, pressed forward, leading to inevitable casualties. It would be unfair to deem these individuals at fault, for this was a survival game, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Following the tumultuous battle, a portion of the players emerged victorious and were the first to traverse the portal, entering the second stage of the game. Amidst the chaos, others scrambled to the summit, passing through the portal to the second stage. Once the number of entrants exceeded 200, the portal vanished. The individual who reached the pinnacle as the 201st player was utterly despondent. He believed his demise was imminent, bursting into tears while lamenting his unwillingness to perish. Initially, those still engaged in the struggle below were oblivious to the situation. But once they grasped that the portal had become inoperative, a cacophony of shouts and curses filled the air. Eventually, a determined individual climbed to the top and examined an orb, ultimately discovering a second portal. The players were plunged into chaos once more when all had entered the second stage. The task panel indicated that the second phase had yet to activate, suggesting that it would not be initiated until 3 days had elapsed. Upon entering the second stage via the portal, they found themselves in a chamber constructed of transparent glass, shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured the outside world. The room was modest, approximately 17 to 18 square meters, equipped with a kitchen and a bathroom, the latter boasting 24-hour hot water, while the kitchen was outfitted with all necessary appliances. However, upon opening the panel, it displayed that the first stage's tasks had been completed, yet the second stage remained dormant. Although there was a prompt to claim rewards for completed tasks, the text appeared grayed out, indicating that it could not yet be accessed, leaving Zhou An'an with no choice but to abandon the idea. Zhou An'an surmised that those who completed the tasks early were granted a brief respite, prompting her to seize the opportunity to take a shower, change her attire, and wash the discarded clothing to dry, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. The previous sensation of being marinated in unpleasant odors had been unbearable. With the kitchen available, Zhou An'an prepared herself a warm meal, and before the 3-day period concluded, she cooked additional portions, storing them in a thermos. As the 3 days elapsed, the game transported them to a new map. They found themselves in a square adorned with a profusion of vibrant flowers, surrounded by several narrow pathways, each about a meter wide, winding into the unknown. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the blossoms and leaves to sway, releasing a delightful fragrance. Had one not known this was a survival game, it might have seemed a picturesque tourist destination. At this moment, the number of surviving players had reached 529, with the remainder having perished in the conflicts. The crowd promptly accessed their task panels to review their objectives. Main task: escape the blood-soaked manor. This task is progressive, divided into 10 stages, each with a time limit of 3 days. First stage: completed. Click to claim rewards. Second stage: survive and reach the end of the path within 3 days. Deviating from the path or falling off the edge will be considered a violation, and violators will be eliminated. The total length of the path is 1 kilometer. Special note: all players will receive a reward upon completing each stage. Death within the game equates to true demise. Strive to survive. Zhou An'an's gaze shifted to the nearest path. Although the 1 meter wide surface was somewhat narrow, it was sufficient for a single person to traverse. If one walked normally, it should be impossible to fall off the edge, or so she thought. Yet, the game's rules stated that falling off constituted a violation. Did this imply that dangers lurked along this path? Her attention turned to the flower beds flanking the path. Could the peril emerge from these blossoms? Caution was warranted. Evidently, many players adopted a cautious stance, refraining from hasty actions. However, there are always those who act recklessly. A boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18, perhaps believing the path posed no threat, stepped onto the very route Zhou An'an was observing. Initially, there appeared to be no danger. The boy advanced smoothly. Yet, after traversing approximately 7 or 8 meters, Zhou An'an, who had been watching intently, noticed a flower stem emerging from the flower bed, slithering close to the ground. Watch your step. Zhou An'an could not suppress a warning, but it was too late. Almost simultaneously with her words, the flower stem lunged toward the boy's ankle. Ouch! Damn it! The boy exclaimed, stumbling backward, only to find another stem rising behind him, poised to strike at his backside. In quick succession, numerous flower stems surged from both sides of the path, eagerly reaching for the boy. As he cursed and jumped to evade them, attempting to retreat to the square, the onslaught of stems became overwhelming. In a moment of misstep, one of his feet strayed off the path, and he froze, horror etched across his face, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had witnessed something ghastly. Then, with a resounding explosion, the boy was shattered into countless fragments. Perhaps sensing the scent of blood, the flower stems seemed to revel in excitement, extending towards the path. In the blink of an eye, the remnants were engulfed and whisked away into the flower bed, leaving only a scarlet trail upon the ground. Soon, the sound of crunching echoed from within the floral depths. The entire episode transpired in barely over a minute. Zhou An'an, observing the scene, she realized that traversing this path would not be a simple task. After all, she was not invulnerable. Should she be attacked, injury was inevitable, and bloodshed would only incite the flowers further. How, then, could she navigate this treacherous path? The boy's fate had instilled fear in all present players, rendering them hesitant to act. Zhou An'an remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on the flowers, her mind racing to devise a strategy. Perhaps she could don a layer of armor? After all, she possessed metal abilities, and being at level 2, she could envelop herself in a protective layer of armor. Surely that would suffice. Chapter 132. The Blood-Red Manor 8. However, this set of armor must not impede basic movements. Zhou An'an's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Could she not create armor for others and earn points in the process? With this thought, she promptly employed her metal manipulation ability, wrapping a layer of iron around her upper arm and another around her forearm, thus ensuring that they were separated and did not hinder her mobility. Subsequently, she waved her ironclad arm at a nearby individual and inquired, "Would you be interested in my iron wrapping service? Just 200 points." Upon hearing this, the person's eyes immediately lit up. Zhou An'an felt a surge of joy, but it was short-lived. The individual quickly turned to another nearby person and announced, "I offer iron wrapping services for just 180 points. With iron wrapped around your body, you need not fear those attacks." What a surprise! The first responder was a player with metal manipulation abilities. The person had launched a price war against her. She had quoted 200 points, and he immediately undercut her to 180 points, clearly vying for her clientele. Zhou An'an scrutinized the individual for a few moments before emitting a cold chuckle. This was the same person who had not participated when she was building her platform. Yet now he was evidently revealing that he possessed metal abilities as well. He had been unwilling to contribute during the labor, but was eager to snatch away her business. Since that was the case, she would not hold back any longer. Selecting her target, she activated her Thief's Hand ability, sensing the presence of an additional item in the spatial realm. At that moment, with so many eyes around, it was not convenient to inspect it. Zhou An'an cast a few more glances at the individual, imprinting his features in her memory as she prepared to exploit him. She was uncertain about the level of his abilities. Should she act recklessly and fail to eliminate him in one blow, he might retaliate, potentially resulting in mutual destruction. In this crowded space, where he had already exposed himself as a metal manipulator, any injury sustained could attract unwanted attention. Unbeknownst to him, while he remained blissfully unaware of the loss of his item, he continued to enthusiastically solicit business. Before long, more competitors appeared in the square, each offering increasingly lower prices. And soon someone shouted a price of 100 points. The others had no choice but to follow suit, lowering their prices. Once the price reached 100 points, no one dared to go lower. After all, this required the use of abilities, and Zhou An'an had roughly calculated the area that needed to be wrapped. To cover the entire body in one go, one would need at least a level 2 metal manipulation ability. If one only possessed a level 1 ability, it would require 2 or even 3 attempts to complete a single transaction. With the price established at 100 points, the surrounding ordinary players quickly accepted this rate, and nearly every metal manipulator had a queue forming before them. Though points could not be directly transferred, they could be paid for through online purchases. Zhou An'an listed 500 milliliters of water for 100 points, and the player at the front of the line paid and received a bottle of mineral water. After returning the water, Zhou An'an began wrapping iron around his entire body. It took her over 10 minutes to complete the task. This was her first transaction, and her inexperience showed. In some areas, the iron coverage was excessive, leaving inadequate gaps that still impeded movement, necessitating adjustments. Once she completed her initial transaction, she took a half-hour break to recover her abilities and proceeded to perform the same operation for the second individual. In the midst of her busy work, she glanced at the players she had previously used her Thief's Hand on, only to discover he could consecutively wrap 2 players before taking a break. It dawned on her that his ability level was likely higher than hers. He was probably at level 3 or 4. She felt a wave of relief for not having acted impulsively against him, as it could have resulted in her being countered. After observing him a few more times, she withdrew her gaze. Since she was not yet his match, it would be wise to avoid confrontation for now. There would be future opportunities to exploit him. As for whether to devise a plan to eliminate him, there was no profound enmity between them, and it was not a necessity to kill him. If the opportunity presented itself, she would seize it to take his spatial vessel. However, if no opportunity arose, she would let it be. After a bustling day, she had earned 1,200 points. Combined with her previous 4,101 points, she could level up her ability. Spending 5,000 points, Zhou An'an upgraded her metal manipulation skill to level 3. With this advancement, she gained an additional ability, full-body metallization. Zhou An'an felt elated. It appeared she would no longer need to don cumbersome armor, as she could simply metallize her skin to face the floral threats. Inspired by the metal manipulators, she began to weave a vine basket with her wood manipulation ability, enveloping herself entirely within it. This way, when the branches from the flowers attacked, they could only strike the basket. However, players already wrapped in iron did not venture out, for they had all witnessed the gruesome scenes before. Even with protective measures in place, none wished to be the first to take the plunge. After upgrading her metal manipulation to level 3, Zhou An'an decided not to accept further transactions, as they were too slow in earning points and excessively draining on her abilities. She approached the path, metallizing her entire body before stepping onto the small road. Since no one dared to be the first to take the risk, she would take the lead. After walking approximately 7 or 8 meters, the branches indeed reached out towards her, striking her body. Thanks to her full-body metallization, Zhou An'an felt no pain and sustained no injuries. Instead, the branches shattered against her hardened metal skin, breaking many of their limbs. Moreover, her clothing sustained considerable damage, as she ventured over 20 meters without encountering further danger apart from those branches. Zhou An'an swiftly quickened her pace. The distance of 1,000 meters was neither long nor short, and before long, she reached the end. Stepping out of the path, she found herself back in the glass room. Examining her clothes, she noticed they were tattered and torn in numerous places. Zhou An'an retracted her abilities, discovering that the areas struck by the branches were now a vivid red, indicating that even with full-body metallization, she could not entirely escape harm. However, the metallization had indeed mitigated the severity of her injuries. Chapter 133. The Blood-Soaked Manor 9. The second phase of the game poses no considerable difficulty and is devoid of any restrictions on the number of participants. However, the pressing dilemma lies in the scarcity of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is imperative to understand that arming an individual necessitates a waiting period of half an hour for their powers to replenish before they can be utilized once more. Given such an inefficient pace, it is utterly fanciful to expect that all participants can be successfully equipped, even if the extraordinary individuals were to be utterly exhausted in the process. As the players at the rear of the queue gradually became aware of this grim reality, they realized that by the time their turn arrived, it might already be 3 days past. Would they still have a chance to survive? Recognizing this predicament, many began to take matters into their own hands, hastily procuring various items for protection and defense. Some acquired sturdy plastic sheets, others selected durable clothing, while a few prepared moisture-proof mats, sheets, and quilts, with some even resorting to affixing pot lids and plates to vital areas. In essence, everyone endeavored to envelop themselves from head to toe, resembling tightly wrapped dumplings. Thus, even if they were to be mercilessly lashed by the unforgiving branches, they might still grit their teeth and muster the resolve to traverse the arduous 1,000-meter journey. However, upon finally completing the ordeal, they realized that despite their layers of protection, the suffering inflicted by that 1,000 meters was indelibly etched in their memories. For even with all this padding, they were left battered and bruised, every inch of their bodies bearing the marks of the ordeal. One must not underestimate this seemingly short distance of merely 1,000 meters. It appears manageable, and with a swift pace, one might even traverse it in a heartbeat. Yet the stark reality was that, due to their cumbersome wrappings, their movements became agonizingly slow and clumsy, and careless missteps would often lead to entanglements that left them vulnerable to the frenzied assaults of the branches. By the time they reached the end of the narrow path, their protective layers lay tattered and in shambles. Fortunately, reaching the terminus marked the completion of the second phase, granting those who arrived earlier a more ample respite. As they transitioned into the third phase, they were met with an exceptionally treacherous and steep cliff. Here, there were no sturdy cables to cling to, nor any semblance of safety features to rely upon. The narrow path, scarcely 30 centimeters wide, clung precariously to one side of a rocky wall, while the other side plunged into an unfathomable abyss, a chasm that seemed capable of devouring all life. For those afflicted with acrophobia, this segment was indisputably a nightmare, despite its actual length being a mere 500 meters. Each step forward sent shivers of terror coursing through their veins. Many participants, upon gazing at the precarious trail, were seized by trepidation, paralyzed by the fear of misstepping and plummeting into the depths below. Yet, with time slipping away and no alternatives at hand, the players ultimately had to steel themselves and brave the perilous path. Along the way, some could no longer suppress their fears and inadvertently glanced toward the precipice. However, such a fleeting glance bore catastrophic consequences. Due to overwhelming panic and missteps, over 100 players tragically fell into the abyss during this phase. The echoes of their terrified screams as they descended sent chills down the spine of those who remained. Zhou An'an, too, harbored a fear of heights, and thus, during this treacherous passage, she employed her transformation skill to become a gecko. Pressing herself tightly against the inner edge of the path, she resolutely avoided looking down. Every few meters, she paused to steady her nerves, ultimately managing to traverse the section unscathed. Curiously, transforming into a smaller creature alleviated her anxiety. For to a gecko of diminutive size, 30 centimeters was akin to a broad thoroughfare. Moreover, being small allowed her to remain oblivious to the chasm below, effectively dispelling her fear of heights. However, the anguished cries of players plummeting still weighed heavily on her psyche. In truth, had she transformed into a bird, she could have flown over, but uncertainty loomed. Would the game recognize her bypassing the cliff as failure to complete the task? If deemed unaccomplished, would she have the opportunity to return and attempt it anew? After much deliberation, she resolved to remain a gecko and faithfully traverse the path provided by the game. The prospect of not having another chance was too dire to contemplate, as the task explicitly required crossing this narrow passage. The fourth phase involved navigating through a dense jungle. As the players gazed upon the vast and lush forest before them, their hearts brimmed with hesitation and unease. Their eyes flitted about the verdant expanse, contemplating the means of arming themselves adequately to traverse this fourth stage. Towering trees loomed like giants, their canopies forming a dense, overarching veil that obscured the sky. From a distance, only sporadic rays of sunlight managed to pierce through the foliage, cascading down in golden threads upon the forest floor. Despite the daylight, the woodland exuded an aura of profound stillness and tranquility, interrupted only by the eerie calls of unfamiliar birds that sent shivers down one's spine. It was conceivable that not all those peculiar sounds emerged from avian sources. Beneath the trees, a tangle of unknown weeds and shrubs carpeted the ground, intertwining to create a labyrinthine thicket. Should one find themselves ensnared within, even standing upright would not afford a clear view of what lay ahead, obscured by the chaotic flora. Perhaps lurking in a shadowy corner was a venomous serpent, or beneath the seemingly serene underbrush, peril lay hidden, awaiting the unwary. Even standing at the forest's edge, one could observe the rustling leaves, suggesting the presence of some creature within, though whether it posed a threat remained uncertain. Those with keen eyesight might discern serpents coiled upon the branches, occasionally flicking their crimson tongues, leaving it unclear whether they were venomous. Chapter 134. The Blood-Red Manor, Part 10. The game provided information indicating that this jungle spanned an area of 100 acres, and their task was to traverse it while remaining alive. Although the expanse of the jungle was not particularly vast, the intelligence gathered from observing its periphery suggested that it harbored dangers. Despite the absence of roars from large predators, such as tigers or lions, it did not imply their non-existence. After contemplating her options, Zhou An'an resolved to utilize her transformation skill, morphing herself into a sparrow. The sparrow's diminutive size allowed it to be nimble and agile, soaring freely through the air. Compared to other methods of navigating the jungle, flying undoubtedly presented numerous advantages. Firstly, the sparrow could effortlessly evade the intricate obstacles on the ground. Secondly, the dense canopy served as a natural shield should danger arise. It could easily conceal itself among the branches and foliage. Furthermore, Zhou An'an possessed a teleportation ability, enabling her to swiftly evade threats. During this process, she could also change into various forms, such as a branch, a leaf, or even a small insect when confronted with natural enemies. The other participants employed their unique skills as well. After a considerable effort, they finally emerged from the jungle, and Zhou An'an felt grateful for her foresight in choosing to fly above it. As she soared, she observed numerous threats lurking below. Not only were there large beasts, but also snakes, insects, rodents, venomous mosquitoes, and unidentified flying critters, alongside toxic thorns and underbrush. A moment's inattention could lead to perilous consequences. Fortunately, this jungle, despite its dangers, did not harbor supernatural creatures, which could be deemed a stroke of luck amid adversity. After a brief respite, they entered the fifth stage. This phase required them to cross a marshland, and Zhou An'an opted once again to transform into a bird to navigate it. Regardless of the myriad dangers that lay beneath, including the marsh, soaring above rendered the perils on the ground irrelevant. Here, she recognized the true utility of her transformation skill, feeling immensely fortunate for having chosen it. Initially, her motivation for acquiring the skill had been to seek vengeance against a certain pair of individuals, but she had inadvertently discovered its extraordinary advantages within this game. Zhou An'an's audacious maneuvers left many veteran players lamenting their choices. Numerous experienced players had also participated in that previous game and had encountered the transformation ability among their options, but deemed it lacking in offensive capabilities, leading them to forego it. Of course, a few others like Zhou An'an had also invested in the transformation skill, totaling merely 4 individuals. The game progressed to the 6th stage, which involved traversing a precarious log bridge. Suspended over a shimmering expanse of water lay a solitary log bridge, measuring merely 30 to 40 centimeters in width, presenting a dauntingly narrow passage. To make matters worse, this was not a standard rigid bridge, but rather a flexible structure composed of short crossbeams that swayed underfoot. As one stood upon it, the entire bridge would tremble, as if threatening to toss the individual into the unfathomable depths below. Fortunately, 2 rusted iron chains flanked the swaying bridge, although they appeared fragile and precarious, offering little assurance. They provided a modicum of psychological comfort to those traversing the bridge. Beneath the seemingly tranquil water lurked deadly dangers, teeming with ferocious piranhas. These formidable fish, with their razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, occasionally surfaced to display their menacing maws to the players on the shore. It was evident that anyone unfortunate enough to fall from the bridge would instantly become a target for these ravenous beasts. The sheer number of piranhas swimming beneath the surface was staggering. Should someone fall in, they would likely be devoured within minutes, leaving behind naught but a skeleton. Thankfully, this stage posed minimal challenges as long as one exercised caution and remained above water, since the objective required walking across the log bridge. Zhou An'an could not simply fly over as a bird. She had to proceed step by step alongside the other players. For added safety, she utilized her metal manipulation ability to encase her skin in a metallic layer. After all, it is prudent to exercise caution should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Her metallic skin could prevent injuries from piranha bites. Walking on a log bridge was already a precarious endeavor, made all the more challenging by the length of the structure and the number of players crossing simultaneously. Some players even screamed incessantly during their passage. One could only wonder what they hoped to achieve with such outbursts. Perhaps an attempt to frighten off the piranhas? Having successfully navigated the unstable bridge, Zhou An'an completed the task of the 6th stage. Following a brief intermission, they advanced into the 7th stage, which required crossing a desert, with the game explicitly stating that players must traverse 50 kilometers. Upon entering the desert, players could choose any direction, irrespective of its accuracy or whether they were walking in a straight line. As long as they covered the requisite distance, they would fulfill the task. However, remaining stationary did not count. While one could typically walk 34 kilometers per hour, the sandy terrain significantly impeded progress, as every step sank shoes deep into the sand. Additionally, the game indicated that the desert lacked distinctions between day and night. It was perpetually daylight, with temperatures fluctuating between 30 and 50 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, for the duration of 3 days, all spatial items would be inaccessible. This meant that to traverse the dunes, players had to bear the weight of 3 days' worth of water and food on their person. Given the extreme temperatures of the desert, individuals required copious amounts of water to survive. Otherwise, dehydration could easily prove fatal. Zhou An'an felt a surge of excitement. It was time for her spring fruit to shine. Consuming a single piece could stave off hunger for an entire day, allowing her to minimize the amount of food she needed to carry. All she needed was enough water. Of course, those who had purchased water-based abilities would not have to worry about lugging excessive water supplies. Chapter 135. The Blood Red Manor 11. She first listed the spring yang fruit in the trading mall. Originally, there were 394 fruits, but after consuming 2, only 392 remained. Zhou An'an decided to list 300 fruits for sale, keeping 92 for herself, each priced at 60 points, just enough for a meal. Once she listed the 300 fruits, she realized that only one preservation cabinet would suffice for the remaining fruits. The 92 fruits were also sufficient for her needs. After completing the listings, she went to the communication channel to promote her wares. To her surprise, the fruits gained considerable popularity. Within 20 minutes, all 300 were sold, and she received 18,000 points. Zhou An'an was astonished to discover that several other players were also selling these fruits, indicating they had made similar choices, collecting resources and finding the spring yang fruit. She wondered if they possessed any rare fruits that she had not found. With this thought, she immediately searched the trading channel and found a type of replenishing fruit that could swiftly restore lost hydration. However, this was of little use to Zhou An'an since she possessed water-related abilities, ensuring she would not suffer from a lack of water. To be prudent, she decided to allocate 10,000 points to upgrade her spatial abilities to level 3 and reserve another 5,000 points to enhance her water abilities for any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, the mall gradually introduced several types of uniquely beneficial fruits, though none possessed the quality she sought. After closing the trading channel, she promptly spent 5,000 points to elevate her spatial abilities to level 2, expanding the spatial area from 2 meters by 5 meters to 4 meters by 5 meters, while the height remained unchanged at 2 meters. This upgrade also added a controllable time function, allowing her to manipulate the flow of time within the space, slowing it down so that 1 hour outside equated to 3 hours within. Zhou An'an was quite pleased with this enhancement and decided to immediately upgrade her spatial abilities to level 3. Upon reaching level 3, her physical form could briefly enter the space, allowing her to enjoy extended periods of rest in conjunction with the time-controllable feature. This capability could be likened to a bug in certain game tasks. With another 5,000 points spent, the spatial area remained at 4 meters by 5 meters. But the height increased by a full meter, reaching 3 meters, resembling the outline of a 20 square meter room. Additionally, her physical form could enter the space for an hour, equivalent to 3 hours inside, with a cooldown period of 10 hours. At this juncture, she refrained from further upgrading her spatial abilities and instead elevated her initial level 1 water abilities to level 2. The water production and directional control capabilities doubled, now yielding 10 liters per usage and introducing an attack skill known as the water arrow. Although its attack power was modest, its explosive potential was notable. A sudden burst from the water arrow could knock someone off their feet, potentially sending them several meters away. Zhou An'an then listed 169 Luo Fei fruits, retaining 100 for herself. However, these sold more slowly due to their sole cosmetic benefit, offering little assistance in a survival game. Only those without a shortage of points, dissatisfied with their appearance, or those intending to gift them to female relatives will be inclined to purchase. Observing her remaining points, Zhou An'an listed 20 strength fruits, mindful of their scarcity, with only 145 in total, making her reluctant to list more. Yet, these proved to be in high demand. They sold out almost immediately, even more sought after than the spring yang fruits. After waiting a while to gather another 5,000 points, she upgraded her spatial abilities once more, reaching level 4. This time, the height remained unchanged at 5 meters by 5 meters, while the duration and cooldown for her physical form entering the space remained the same. However, she gained an offensive skill called the Space Blade. Zhou An'an felt elated. This offensive ability was formidable, allowing for attacks at a distance of up to 2 meters. Any part struck by the Space Blade would be transported to another dimensional space. For instance, if her knee were attacked, both the thigh and calf above and below would separate, leaving the knee section to vanish entirely. This method of attack surpassed even metal-based abilities. After all, one could block physical attacks with weapons, but the Space Blade was inescapable. While she reveled in her newfound power, a sense of urgency enveloped her. After all, in the trading mall, spatial abilities were available for purchase. Others could buy them, just as she did, and they could upgrade their skills too. Who could guarantee that no one else was acquiring spatial abilities or elevating them to level 4 or beyond? To ensure her safety, It was prudent to maintain a distance of at least 2 meters from others, given the limited attack range of the space blade. However, this was only at level 4. Who knew if the attack range would extend with higher levels, or if additional offensive skills would be acquired? She no longer felt the urgency to upgrade her metal abilities. Having initially believed that the most powerful abilities were lightning or mental control, she had completely overlooked the formidable offensive potential of spatial abilities, which proved to be even more elusive. With the advantage of spatial abilities, she could catch opponents off guard during combat, potentially turning the tide in critical moments. Checking her point balance, she realized that gathering another 5,000 points in the short term would be challenging. Thus, she decided not to wait any longer. She retrieved a small backpack, filling it with 12 bottles of water, a small bag of salt, several fruit candies, 2 packs of biscuits, 2 spring yong fruits, and a towel. The heavy load pressed down on her shoulders, making it feel burdensome. Although she possessed water abilities, it was wise to be prepared. If necessary, she could discard the water upon entering the desert to lighten her load. She donned a sun-protective garment, put on sunglasses, shouldered her backpack, and took out a spring yong fruit to consume, ensuring she would not go hungry for the time being. Chapter 136. The Blood-Red Manor 12. After some contemplation, she consumed another strength fruit. Although it seemed rather wasteful, it was prudent to be prepared. After all, traversing the soft sands demanded an abundance of vigor. Just before her departure, she hesitated momentarily, then retrieved 2 more strength fruits from her spatial inventory, tucking them into her backpack. Additionally, she secured a sports belt around her waist and filled the water compartment of her backpack with 2 bottles of water. Once she entered the desert, all spatial tools would become unusable, thus necessitating her to gather sufficient basic supplies for the 3 days ahead, all of which she would carry upon her back. With her preparations complete, she donned a large mask and set forth. Her timing was slightly delayed, and she noticed that the square had already emptied considerably. Those who departed earlier would inevitably complete the 50-kilometer journey sooner and enjoy an earlier respite. Otherwise, if one lingered too long, they would find themselves pressed for time and hastily entering the next phase. Who could predict whether the subsequent stage would hold treacherous challenges for them? Upon entering the desert, she soon realized that this very phase was fraught with peril. Zhou An'an silently rejoiced in her decision to consume a strength fruit beforehand and to have packed 2 more. Additionally, she had brought along over a dozen bottles of water. Since her entrance into the desert, she discovered that not only were spatial items rendered useless, but spatial abilities were similarly disabled. In fact, all abilities were rendered inoperative. She had initially entertained the notion of utilizing her teleportation skill to enhance her pace, but now it seemed nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Moreover, she had upgraded her water manipulation ability prior to this venture, fearing that the output from a first-level ability would prove insufficient within the desert's harsh confines. Yet now, it appeared her foresight had been wise. The trading marketplace had been temporarily suspended, a precaution against players acquiring necessary supplies while in the desert. Before entering, the game had only warned them about the inaccessibility of spatial tools, neglecting to mention the disabling of abilities and the trading channel. What a significant pitfall they had been led into. The game was adamant about ensuring their suffering, offering no opportunity for exploitation. Zhou An'an could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, her cautious nature had prevailed, and she had always preferred to be overprepared. Had she relied solely on her water manipulation ability and neglected to bring any water, she could scarcely guarantee her survival over the 50 kilometers. Perhaps she would have succumbed to dehydration in the desert. Steeling herself, she focused on her journey. In truth, she was better off than some players who possessed water manipulation abilities. They had entered the desert without bringing any water, only to find themselves ensnared by this treacherous trap. When they attempted to access the trading channel to procure water, they discovered the purchasing function had been temporarily frozen. The ensuing hours would undoubtedly be arduous. But what could be done? All she could do was grit her teeth and strive to complete the 50 kilometers as swiftly as possible, hoping to encounter other players along the way to secure some supplies. However, it was likely that before long, they would realize the vast expanse of the desert would lead them to collapse from dehydration without encountering another soul. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly baking the desert below. Occasionally, a breeze would pass, but it, too, was hot, searing against her exposed skin. Thankfully, her preparations had been thorough. Beneath her sun protective clothing, her skin was already slick with beads of sweat, causing her garments to cling uncomfortably to her body. Zhou An'an wore hiking shoes with low tops, and she could feel the sand accumulating within them. Sweat trickled down her forehead, nearly obscuring her vision. She quickly retrieved a towel from her backpack, gripping it tightly as she walked, wiping the perspiration from her brow. Not long after, she began to feel parched. With limited water supply, she gritted her teeth and persevered, regretting not purchasing a few replenishing fruits. But it was too late for regrets. Soon, her throat felt as if it were aflame. She paused to extract a bottle of water, unscrewing the cap and adding a pinch of salt before shaking it until the salt dissolved. Only then did she tilt her head back and take a sip. The 50-kilometer trek was neither too long nor too short. It took her nearly 3 days to complete, finishing the task with just over 2 hours to spare. Upon entering the glass house, her first action was to drink water, though she dared not indulge excessively. Next, she stripped off her clothing to take a shower. After 3 days, she had developed quite an odor, and her garments reeked of sweat, sourness, and decay. Once she had refreshed herself, drinking water and contemplating her experience, she resolved to prioritize physical fitness in both the game and in real life. She could not rely excessively on her abilities. For instance, in this instance, with all abilities and external aids rendered inoperative, she had no choice but to depend on her innate strength. To be honest, these 3 days felt longer than the 3 years she had lived. As the countdown concluded, the game transitioned to the 8th phase. When all participants reassembled in the same square, it was evident that the number of players had significantly diminished. Many had likely perished during this stage. Almost everyone appeared fatigued, having pushed themselves to the brink of exhaustion just to complete the 50 kilometers, taking only brief rests without daring to sleep. After 3 days and nights without slumber, what state would one be in? Even the short respites had proven insufficient, leaving nearly everyone, including Zhou An'an, in a state of utter depletion. Even after having showered and sleeping for over an hour in the glass house, she still looked far from rejuvenated. Her eyes appeared lifeless, with bloodshot veins visible in her sclera. The 8th phase, while seemingly straightforward, survive for 3 days within the square without stepping outside, would be fraught with challenges. The square was open, and during those 3 days, they would face intermittent attacks from beasts and monsters, making it apparent that securing a restful sleep would prove quite difficult. Chapter 137. The Blood Red Manor 13. As anticipated, the attacks from these beasts were utterly unpredictable. After each skirmish, there would be intervals of perhaps a few dozen minutes, or, at times, 3 to 5 hours, yet the frequency of assaults remained alarmingly high. There were moments when, not only could she not catch a full sleep, but she often found herself unable to recuperate her abilities before the next onslaught commenced. Of course, during the longer breaks of 3 to 5 hours, she could snatch a brief nap. However, the open nature of the square, crowded with players, left no one daring to truly succumb to slumber. Who could tell whether one might become an unsuspecting target for others seeking experience points? Despite the chaos enveloping the square, Zhou An'an managed to set up her tent, adorning it with an abundance of bells. She also laid a perimeter of moisture-proof mats, covering an area of at least 7 or 8 square meters. Should anyone inadvertently brush against her tent, the resulting cacophony of bells would surely betray their presence, indicating that such contact could not be mere coincidence. Thus, Zhou An'an remained in a state of restless half-sleep, perpetually prepared to spring into action at any moment. If these beasts were merely attacking from the periphery of the square, one could find some respite by positioning oneself centrally. Yet the predicament was compounded by the presence of not only terrestrial creatures, but also avian threats. To Zhou An'an's dismay, among these flying entities were dinosaurs. These aerial beasts particularly targeted players situated in the central area, while those encroaching from the square's edges predominantly ran on 2 or 4 legs. The game prided itself on fairness. Observing the colossal creatures soaring overhead was an oppressive experience. Their potential for devastation was formidable, even without considering their offensive capabilities. The sheer weight of their bodies could easily crush several players if they were to plummet from the sky. Lacking knowledge of dinosaurs, Zhou An'an could not discern their species, nor differentiate between herbivores and carnivores. Consequently, each battle concluded with casualties among the players, even if the number of attacking beasts was less than 1/10 that of the humans. Naturally, the quantity of creatures unleashed would adjust according to the existing number of players. Fewer players meant fewer monsters. Otherwise, one might fear that the survivor count post-8th stage would dwindle to single digits. A small consolation lay in the fact that each combat sequence lasted a mere 5 minutes. Once that time elapsed, the beasts would vanish as if they had never existed, perhaps sensing the grievous toll on players. The game displayed a touch of humanity by gifting everyone a survival package, including emergency medical kits filled with highly effective treatments for external injuries, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory medications, disinfectants, bandages, adhesive bandages, cotton swabs, and more. Without such provisions, the mortality rate would have soared. After enduring 3 grueling days, Zhou An'an entered the 9th stage, still feeling utterly fatigued, suspecting that the corners of her eyes bore additional crow's feet. The 9th stage resembled an escape room with 3 distinct levels. Each level required players to gather 9 specific items and place them in corresponding slots on the door to unlock it and progress to the next stage. This time, no one hoarded secrets. After all, concealing information yielded no rewards, and those who discovered clues were not granted extra incentives. Nevertheless, players eagerly scavenged for small items within each level, especially the newcomers, whose inventory was still empty. They seized the opportunity to gather as much as possible, knowing they could discard items later if necessary. Although these trinkets appeared inconsequential and older players often dismissed them, the newcomers were keen to collect them, just in case they might prove useful. The collective strength of numbers was evident. In less than a day, all 3 levels were completed, allowing for a much-needed respite. Upon returning to the glass-walled safe house, nearly everyone chose to sleep. Some collapsed in a slumber immediately, while others opted for a refreshing shower first. Zhou An'an took a quick combat shower. Though the safe house boasted a bathtub, she dared not indulge, fearing she might doze off and risk drowning. Such a demise would be far too ignoble. In a bid to ensure her rest would be uninterrupted, she consumed a spring yang fruit, preventing hunger from rousing her prematurely. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, awakening only an hour before the next game commenced. Her stomach grumbled in protest, signaling it was time to eat, which made her realize she had not truly rested, but rather awakened due to hunger. Yet there was no time to indulge in further slumber. She hurriedly washed her face, brushed her teeth, ate, and changed her clothes, bracing herself for the ultimate challenge of the 10th stage. Completing this final phase would allow her to return to the real world and enjoy a well-deserved break. While the difficulty of this game was yet to be determined, it was undoubtedly more taxing than any previous experience. In past survival games, she had genuinely felt the essence of survival, but this time she sensed herself, and all players, merely being toyed with. The orchestrators of this game were akin to a mischievous child, deriving amusement from the player's struggles and challenges in adversity, all to entertain the unseen puppet masters behind the game. Even with this realization, there was little recourse. They had no inkling of the nature of the beings manipulating their fates, let alone how to extricate themselves from such control. Such thoughts were but idle dreams. Yet, in that moment, Zhou An'an had no time for melancholic reflections. She meticulously timed her actions, and, as the scene shifted before her, she stepped into the final phase of this game. Before her lay a square comprised of colorful, checkered tiles, each measuring 1 square meter. According to the game's rules, every tile corresponded to an object, though some concealed traps or dangers. Crossing these tiles to reach the opposite side would require not only skill, but a fair amount of luck. Overthinking would lead to dire consequences. Whether advancing or retreating, the outcome remained uncertain. Observing others eager to take their chances, Zhou An'an prepared to step forward. Each tile was an enigma, and whatever transpired upon stepping onto one would be visible only to her. Fortunately, luck was on Zhou An'an's side. Chapter 138. The blood-red manor 14, as soon as both of her feet touched the first purple square, a wooden box appeared on the ground. The box appeared to be quite old, its seal not tightly secured, giving the impression that it might collapse at a mere touch. Through the cracked openings of the box, one could glimpse a jar inside, coated in mud and looking rather unkempt, rendering its original form indecipherable, save for its general shape. Zhou An'an opened the box and used her water-related abilities to wash away the mud from the jar, only to discover several large black characters inscribed upon it. Old pickle cabbage. Zhou An'an's countenance darkened instantaneously. However, after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly stored the jar of distasteful pickled cabbage into her space. Upon returning to the real world, she exchanged it for points. Before her lay a red square directly ahead, flanked by a yellow square on the left, a green square on the right, a white square to the right front, and an orange square to the left front. From the colors alone, it was impossible to discern which square contained resources and which posed danger. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou An'an resolved to move in a straight line, stepping onto the red square. The square illuminated immediately, prompting her to quickly place her other foot upon it. As she did so, the game system initiated a countdown, 5 seconds. This meant she had but a fleeting 5 seconds to act. Should she fail to place both feet on her chosen square within that time, it would be deemed a failure, resulting in death. Despite the game comprising 10 stages, none could afford to falter, as the consequence of failure was unequivocally death. The instant Zhou An'an's feet landed on the square, an unexpected event unfolded. A torrent of water surged forth like a colossal dragon, descending with overwhelming ferocity. The deluge cascaded from above with the force of a fierce beast, seemingly intent on swallowing Zhou An'an whole, threatening to wash her away entirely. Faced with such an abrupt turn of events, Zhou An'an had no time to ponder other concerns. Reflexively, she activated her water-related abilities, fortunate that one of her skills allowed her to control the flow of water, which was precisely what she needed at that moment. With a flourish of her hands, she successfully redirected the torrent, guiding it away towards the adjacent right square. Yet, the water seemed inexhaustible, an unending flood that showed no signs of abating. If this stalemate continued, her abilities would inevitably wane, and she would be engulfed by the powerful current. Thus, she decisively stepped onto the left orange square without a moment's hesitation. As her feet landed securely on the orange square, a miracle transpired. The once mighty torrent vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, the previously drenched ground transformed into a dry surface in the blink of an eye, as if the harrowing deluge had merely been a figment of her imagination. Logically, given the speed and force of the water, the orange square should have been splattered with droplets. Yet, astonishingly, not a single drop marred the surface. Glancing back at the red square, she found it equally dry, devoid of any sign of the previous flow. On the orange square lay a small package of white substance. Zhou An'an picked it up, discerning two rather inconspicuous characters: fine salt. These characters could only be seen by tilting the package to catch the light at the right angle. The transparent plastic bag contained white salt, and the characters' fine salt were also in white. Had it not been for the play of light, they would have remained nearly invisible. Unsure of the salt's quality, and despite the peculiar packaging, she had no intention of discarding it. After all, it was a harvest, and she placed the salt into her space. Turning her attention to the verdant green square ahead, she stepped onto it, only to be confronted by a gaping maw barreling toward her face. Before she could discern its nature, Zhou An'an, startled, swiftly employed her teleportation skill, reappearing on the adjacent maroon square. The fearsome mouth vanished in an instant, as if it had merely been an illusion. Now, standing on her current square was a slender snake, coiled and languidly flicking its tongue as it noticed her presence. After a leisurely yawn, it opened its mouth, and something flew out. With a crisp, tiny clatter, it landed and instantly expanded into a shimmering silver basin. Upon expelling the object, the little snake disappeared, leaving behind the glimmering silver remnant. Zhou An'an looked down to find a basin, not overly large but oddly familiar, reminiscent of those exchanged for old mobile phones before the apocalypse. While seemingly of little utility, she nonetheless placed it into her space. Next, Zhou An'an bounded across the squares like a gorilla, jumping from one to another. After leaping onto several squares, she sustained injuries. After a hasty self-bandaging, she continued her venture onto the next square. Setting aside the question of danger, she discovered that the resources appearing on these squares were rather enticing. Though there was indeed peril, it was not a significant threat for someone like her, endowed with multiple abilities and possessing a maximum ability level of 4. Furthermore, she had her teleportation skill at critical moments. Failing that, she could retreat into her space for respite, with a time ratio of 1:3, allowing her to catch her breath, tend to her wounds, or even satiate her hunger without issue. This was the sole opportunity in the game to gather resources with unrestrained fervor, and she would not let it slip away. To maximize her collection, she often veered off in lateral directions rather than moving in straight lines. It was only after sustaining several more injuries that she reluctantly began making her way toward the opposing squares. At that moment, she was merely 7 or 8 squares away from the finish line, and soon enough, she stepped onto the final square, completing her task with a long stride. Chapter 139. The Blood-Red Manor, complete. Although the final phase had been accomplished due to the task's time limit, the moment she stepped out of the square, she was teleported back to the glass room. This task had been completed swiftly, yet she bore many injuries. At the time, her nerves were taut, and she hardly felt the pain. Now, however, with the absence of immediate danger, her mind relaxed, and the ache from her wounds intensified. Some areas even pulsed with a throbbing pain, as if the very vessels beneath the skin were reacting to her movements. Particularly that night, sleep eluded her. Whether lying on her back or side, any position pressed against a wound, causing her torment throughout the night. It wasn't until dawn that she finally succumbed to a deep slumber, whether due to the pain subsiding, her body growing accustomed to the discomfort, or sheer exhaustion. Upon awakening, the pain had somewhat diminished, yet an overall sense of malaise lingered. She remained in the glass room to recuperate until the task concluded, at which point Zhou An'an returned home. This time, she did not rush to bathe. Firstly, her wounds, while scabbed, were best kept away from water for a few more days, so she opted for a gentle wiping method instead. Secondly, the scabs itched terribly, aggravating her mood. She checked her current attributes. Player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength. 9 agility. 9 endurance. 9 speed. 9 hearing. 8 mental power. 8 skills. Teleportation cooldown. 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points. Gold elemental ability level 3. Creation from thin air. Metal manipulation. Remote control. Full metal transformation water elemental ability level 2. Water production 10L. Water flow control. Water arrow transformation skill level 1. Can transform into 30 different objects mental control level 1. Can simultaneously control 3 individuals for 3 minutes spatial ability level 4. Storage space. Width 4m. Length 5 meters. Height 3 meters. Can manipulate time within space, where 1 hour in the outside world equals 3 hours in space. Can allow the entity to enter once for each hour in the outside world. Spaceblade, with an attack range of 2 meters. Earth elemental ability level 1. Minor property alteration. Earth spikes. Equipment. Thief's Hand. Can target 1 individual to execute a theft skill, successfully obtaining 1 random item from them. Cooldown. 1 hour distributable attribute points. 2 points. 2,100 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated, she did not hastily allocate her attribute points, but instead clicked on the lottery. This reward, albeit seemingly trivial, offered a chance for unexpected fortune. After all, she had experienced a stroke of luck before. However, this time, her luck appeared to be lacking. After initiating the draw and watching the cursor dance among the options, it ultimately landed on "Thank you for your patronage." Fortunately, she had not harbored high hopes, so the lack of a prize did not evoke disappointment. It was merely a matter of chance. She assigned the newly acquired 2 attribute points to strength and agility, both of which enhanced her physical prowess. Prioritizing these attributes seemed reasonable, especially since her statistics were now relatively balanced, with even her lowest attribute, hearing, reaching 8. Though she did not perceive any notable difference from the increase in hearing, once her strength and agility each reached 10, she was astonished to discover a change in her panel. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 10, entering level 2 physique, agility. 10, entering level 2 physique, endurance. 9 speed. 9 hearing. 8 mental power. 8 seeing the notation indicating her transition to level 2 physique. She realized that attributes only displayed their level designation upon reaching 10. Simultaneously, she sensed a tangible shift in her power, though she struggled to articulate the specifics of this newfound strength. Yet, there was no denying that she felt stronger. Previously, after completing tasks, she would promptly allocate her points. Yet she had never truly felt any change. She remained the same weak individual. Thus, while she consistently distributed her points post-task, she had not placed significant importance on the process, as the results seemed negligible. However, this was no longer the case. Upon reaching 10 in her attributes, she felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through her being, a sensation that defied description. She retrieved a stainless steel bowl from the kitchen, a feat she could never have accomplished with her previous strength. Now, with both hands applying pressure, she managed to distort its shape. Unfortunately, the confined space of her home limited her ability to test her agility, yet she could already sense a newfound lightness about her. This revelation filled her with anticipation for the forthcoming transformations. What if she elevated all her attributes to 10? Would her entire physique undergo a corresponding change? This thought shifted her focus. She resolved to complete additional tasks to raise all her attributes to 10 before concentrating on enhancing her agility and strength. The prospect of what changes awaited her thrilled her. After 2 more days of rest at home, the itchiness from her scabs finally subsided, though they remained intact. During this time, she had bathed using a damp towel. Despite referring to these days as recuperation, she had not been idle. She diligently exercised daily. In her breaks, she began to organize the spoils from her recent endeavors, preparing to sample a few items for any unique effects. If any possessed special qualities, she would keep them. Otherwise, she intended to place them in the trading market for points. However, upon surveying the modest collection of materials she had gathered, self-doubt crept in. Although she had amassed some resources during the final segment, the yield was meager, and her injuries had increased. In hindsight, she questioned whether the pain endured for such a trifling reward was truly worth it. Chapter 140. Selling spatial items. She uncapped a bottle of beverage acquired during this gaming event and took a small sip, tilting her head back. Despite the lack of packaging, merely labeled with the simple phrase carbonated beverage, its taste mirrored that of the drinks she previously collected in the task world. After waiting for a moment without any adverse effects, she indulged in several more generous gulps before securely closing the cap, intending to observe for a day before deciding her next course of action. It turned out that these supplies were nothing but ordinary goods, devoid of proper packaging or branding, simply indicating their contents. Given this, Zhou An'an had no intention of keeping them, as she found herself quite ample in resources. Moreover, with her 2 bound spaces continuously expanding, acquiring an additional 1 or 2 cubic spaces from others felt rather redundant. Thus, she selected a couple to list for sale. After all, having upgraded her spatial abilities to level 4, her spatial area was already considerable. Currently, the trading channel was replete with spatial items for sale. For novice players, these spaces were prohibitively expensive, while for seasoned players, their utility was limited, resulting in lackluster sales. Nevertheless, recognizing that holding onto these 1 or 2 cubic spaces served little purpose, she opted to sell them at a reduced price, hoping that perhaps an impulsive buyer might emerge. After all, these items had no expiration date and retained their value. She could always resell them later, provided she didn't misplace or damage their carriers. Another factor contributing to the unpopularity of these spaces was that they were obtained through conquest. Even if taken from another player who remained alive, they were still usable. Zhou An'an was fortunate that her spatial carrier was bound to her, allowing her to nest these items within her own space. Otherwise, being burdened with an array of spatial items would be quite cumbersome. In the past few days, apart from exercising, she maintained a routine of timely meals and regular sleep. With ample rest and balanced nutrition, she managed to recover from the fatigue she had accumulated during her gaming exploits, feeling revitalized. Although 10 days is not an extensive period, even with her rigorous daily workouts and increased difficulty post-recovery, the results were minimal. As the days slipped by, the anticipation of a new game loomed. And with everyone not currently engaged in gameplay, resources were not particularly scarce. Consequently, her listed items had sold less than 1/5 in these 10 days. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an remained content, as even the smallest gains were worthwhile. She also selected a portion of her perishable goods to exchange at a real-world resource redemption center, realizing that her reality points had diminished in significance. However, returning to the real world for 10 days after each game provided her a semblance of security. With her spatial abilities now allowing her main body to enter in a time ratio of 1:3, she purchased a comfortable large bed with her points and placed it within her space. Although such items could also be acquired for free in the game, they relied on luck and opportunity, as the nature of the next game remained unpredictable. In addition, she exchanged 2 spatial items for reality points. While spatial items were not highly sought after in the trading mall, they were quite popular in the real world. Owning them in advance allowed players to store items before entering the game, granting them a significant advantage over new players who entered simultaneously. Thus, despite the modest sale price of a few hundred points in the trading mall, each 1 cubic spatial item fetched an impressive 1,200 points in the real world. Much to the delight of the staff, it was clear that these items would not enter the market, but would instead be absorbed internally. Throughout these 10 days, she also diligently charged the solar-powered generators in her space, ensuring that all storage batteries were fully charged to sustain the operation of the 2 refrigeration units. As her ability to recharge them once in the game remained uncertain, she planned to upgrade her spatial abilities again once she had sufficient points, hoping that, at a certain level, her space would acquire preservation capabilities, alleviating the current burdens of maintenance. The refrigeration units occupied considerable space and required continuous power supply. Since the onset of that harrowing disaster game, the world seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand. However, unexpectedly, the residents surrounding the survival tower faced a significant alleviation of their food and resource scarcity. Once, every morsel of food and essential item was precious and scarce, with people struggling desperately for survival. Yet now, due to the numerous lives lost in this brutal survival game, the competition for resources had notably diminished. Even the materials surrounding the survival tower became more abundant than before. Although the rate of resource generation had not changed, the number of individuals vying for them had significantly decreased. Thus, even if the overall population remained stable, every time a player perished in the game, new faces from the outskirts swiftly filled the void. Life continued to be fraught with hardships and challenges, yet compared to the precarious existence of the past, the current quality of life had undeniably improved, whether it was food to fill their bellies or clothing to ward off the cold. Even small forms of entertainment were no longer as unattainable as they once were. Of course, this did not imply that everyone enjoyed a life of abundance and ease. Rather, it suggested that, relative to the dark days of yore, the present circumstances represented a significant improvement. As the countdown to the next game began, Zhou An'an commenced her preparations, aware that the previous game had seen few survivors, signaling an influx of new players this time around. Chapter 141. The city enveloped in heavy snow. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the scenery before me transformed in an instant. Upon entering the new game, I barely had time to comprehend my surroundings before an icy chill penetrated my very bones. A glance around revealed the absence of any other souls in this desolate place. Without hesitation, I retrieved a down jacket from my inventory and donned it. Although my previous attire was not particularly inadequate, the fleeting moments of indecision had left me shivering uncontrollably. Therefore, I prioritized warmth over a leisurely examination of my environment. I certainly did not wish to catch a cold before grasping the situation at hand. The down jacket, while insufficient for the biting cold, offered considerable relief compared to my previous state. Its hood, now pulled over my head, provided a semblance of comfort. I laid a moisture-proof mat upon the ground and retrieved a pair of insulated pants and cotton boots. Sitting on the mat, I removed my shoes and slipped on the insulated trousers, subsequently exchanging my athletic shoes for the warmer boots. Though the layers felt somewhat cumbersome, they effectively countered the frigid temperatures. Rising to my feet, I stowed the moisture-proof mat and turned my attention to my surroundings. I found myself on a long, seemingly rural road, devoid of civilization in sight. The trees lining the roadside stood barren, their branches stark against the sky, swaying slightly in the brisk wind. Deep ditches, several meters wide, flanked the trees, littered with dead grass and debris, discarded plastic bags and cardboard carried by the wind. The road itself remained relatively clean, with only a thin layer of dust on either side. I took out my small vehicle, which I parked at the roadside, and climbed into the cargo area. To shield myself from the wind, I closed the door and activated the emergency lights, rummaging for warm clothing to change into. I opened the interface to check my current mission. Congratulations, player Tang Yidian has successfully entered the survival game. Storage capacity has expanded by 1 cubic meter, totaling 9 cubic meters. A friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will be irretrievably gone. Pre-bound spaces are exempt from this restriction. You have 1 hour to prepare supplies, with an initial fund of 2,000 yuan and your ID card stored in the inventory. Quickly gather what you deem necessary. Mission: survive for 30 days in the survival game. Within 3 days of entering, reach Anchi City and remain alive until the game concludes. Special note: death in the game equates to true mortality. Strive to endure. A natural disaster approaches. The countdown begins. Below the interface, a map marked with routes caught my eye. According to it, my current location was still quite distant from Anchi City. Yet no precise distances or scale were indicated, only a rudimentary route. A red line delineated my intended path ahead. Uncertain of the fuel levels in my tank, I had never bothered to check before. Additionally, I was unaware of how far I was from Anchi City or whether there were any gas stations along the way. With this in mind, I opened the trading channel to search for gasoline. To my surprise, it was available for purchase, not from fellow players, but from the game's official store, albeit at a steep price, 50 points per liter. I exited the cargo area and entered the driver's seat. Upon starting the vehicle, I discovered that half a tank of fuel remained. Unsure if the gas in the trading mall was limited, I gritted my teeth and spent 1,000 points to buy 20 liters. Even with the added fuel, it might not suffice to reach Anchi City, and if I couldn't procure more along the way, I would have to devise an alternative strategy. Naturally, encountering a gas station would be ideal, yet the fact that gasoline was available in the trading mall suggested that the likelihood of finding one en route was slim. Fortunately, my vehicle was equipped with heating, and since I required warmth rather than cooling, using the heater would not deplete fuel reserves. Once the engine warmed up, I could turn on the heater. Though the seal on the cargo area was not particularly tight, I felt shielded from the biting wind while seated in the driver's seat. However, the cold still seeped in, rendering my fingers numb against the icy steering wheel. With a turn of the key, I started the engine. Covering my frozen nose with one hand, I rummaged through my inventory until I found a pair of gloves. After hastily putting them on, I gripped the steering wheel once more, finally relieved of the bone-chilling sensation. The sky loomed dark and heavy, presenting an illusion of proximity between heaven and earth, leaving me disoriented regarding direction. Unsure if my vehicle was facing the correct way, I consulted the interface and drove a short distance. Noticing the red line elongating, I realized I had veered off course. I promptly turned the vehicle around, and this time, the direction was correct. As I drove further, the red line gradually shortened, indicating progress. After a while, the engine's temperature had risen sufficiently, allowing me to activate the heater. The warm air flooded the cabin, raising the temperature quickly. Soon, I was able to remove my gloves. Navigating through intersections required careful consideration, which consumed additional time. I encountered a stretch of road that had been damaged, necessitating my exit from the vehicle to traverse on foot. Ultimately, it took over 6 hours to reach my destination, Anchi City. As I had anticipated, I encountered no gas stations along the way, leaving me uncertain whether this was due to game mechanics or the nature of this world. The outskirts appeared desolate, a testament to the underdevelopment of the area. Although I had officially entered Anchi City, what lay before me were modest single-story houses and 2 to 3-story buildings. However, I could see towering skyscrapers in the distance, albeit obscured by the miles that separated us. Glancing at a road sign nearby, I noted it read, Anfang Road. Chapter 142. The city encased in snow despite the desolation. The streets occasionally witnessed the passage of pedestrians and vehicles, while the shops lining the roads remained open for business. Zhou An'an did not rush to purchase anything, as the game's stipulations required her to reach Anxi City within 3 days, suggesting that the impending calamity would not commence until then. Perhaps signs of a disaster were already manifesting, yet the true catastrophe seemed a distance away. For instance, the current frigid weather was a mere precursor. The temperature was not sufficiently low for even clad in winter attire. She felt little chill. Only the biting wind against her exposed skin hinted at the true cold. Zhou An'an aimed to gather as many supplies as possible before the real disaster struck. Not only provisions, but also materials for warmth. Arriving by car afforded her a significant advantage over those relying solely on their feet. If she could effectively utilize this head start, she could fill her available space and comfortably weather the impending winter. However, the game only provided her with 2,000 yuan, a sum woefully inadequate for her ambitious collection of resources. Thus, she drove slowly, vigilant for any gold shops along the roadside. It seemed that in this lower-income area, such establishments were scarce until she neared the city center. Tall buildings loomed ahead, with a constant flow of vehicles. Even in this cold weather, the vibrant music emanating from the nearby shops stirred a sense of excitement within her. Before entering the bustling downtown area, Zhou An'an swiftly turned back, seeking a secluded spot devoid of onlookers. Regardless of the presence of surveillance cameras, she ensured her disguise was thorough. After securely concealing her vehicle in her space, she hailed a taxi to a nearby shopping mall. Upon entering, she immediately sought the restroom, where she accessed her space to change her attire before re-emerging confidently. Should anyone have spotted her vehicle's sudden disappearance on camera, tracing her would prove challenging amidst the mall's throngs of shoppers. Dressed inconspicuously, she was nearly unrecognizable. Within the mall, she found a gold shop that confirmed they accepted old gold for exchange, albeit requiring a receipt. Lacking any proof of purchase for her 0 yuan items, she presented her ID alongside the 2,000 yuan. Without hesitation, she sold a pair of starry gold bangles, netting 11,000 yuan in cash. Emerging from the shop, she commenced her shopping spree, filling 2 large bags while discreetly transferring items into her space whenever the crowd thickened. Thanks to her established spatial binding, she could move items without direct contact, greatly simplifying her efforts. After successfully stowing away a variety of supplies, she approached a real estate agency to inquire about renting an apartment. With only the stipulation for a clean and secure environment, the staff quickly recommended several suitable options. Zhou An'an selected a 78-square-meter 2-bedroom unit in Building 8, Unit 3, on the 7th floor of Xing'an Community, satisfied with both its location and security measures. Requesting an immediate rental, the staff contacted the landlord, who arrived an hour later. They promptly signed the contract and exchanged the rental fee and deposit, granting Zhou An'an the keys. Accompanied by the landlord and agent, she visited the heating company to pay for heating services, which would be activated by the afternoon. After bidding farewell to her companions, Zhou An'an resumed her shopping. To keep her spatial abilities concealed, she navigated several malls repeatedly until closing time, yet her space remained unfilled. Fortunately, her arrival by car had saved her considerable time, and she still had 2 days to prepare. By the afternoon of her absence, heating had been activated, filling her new home with warmth. That night, she enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, she continued selling gold jewelry, using the proceeds for further shopping. While Zhou An'an indulged in her buying spree, the majority of players were still racing towards their destination. A few seasoned players, equipped with vehicles, had already reached Anxi City after purchasing fuel. Newbie players received only 2,000 yuan and an ID, with no additional compensation, forcing them to rely on foot travel. While vehicles occasionally passed, hailing a ride proved difficult. In the remote wilderness, many feared being scammed, and those attempting to flag down cars often found them speeding away instead. unless they were fortunate enough to catch a bus. 3 days swiftly passed. Zhou An'an had not only filled her space, but also stocked her rental apartment with numerous items. Over these days, she familiarized herself with the local environment and facilities, ensuring she could swiftly find an escape route in case of danger. As the 3rd day drew to a close, snow began to fall gently, heralding a drop in temperature. Anticipating that the forthcoming disaster might correlate with the cold, she refrained from venturing outside after the snowfall commenced. As the snow accumulated, blanketing the ground in white, it showed no signs of abating. Zhou An'an accessed the communication channel, noting that 981 players were currently online, indicating that only a handful had failed to arrive at Anxi City on time, while the rest had met the mission's deadline. Chapter 143. The city enveloped in snow, the small apartment boasts commendable insulation, perhaps due to the winter cold spells of previous years. The landlord mentioned that the interior has been equipped with thermal insulation, complemented by the current heating system. In case of extreme cold, the air conditioning can be activated, ensuring that even with outdoor temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees Celsius, the interior remains as warm as spring. Zhou An'an connected to the internet using her newly purchased phone. The only drawback of this apartment is the lack of internet access. Fortunately, Zhou An'an, being financially stable, opted for a generous data plan when acquiring her SIM card. She does not engage in gaming, primarily utilizing the internet to check news and information, thus consuming minimal data. As the snow continued to fall, traveling became increasingly inconvenient. Although road maintenance crews promptly dispatched snowplows, the incessant snowfall rendered the freshly cleared paths quickly covered once again, creating a dangerously smooth layer of compressed snow beneath. Consequently, accidents on the roads began to rise. While none were severe, minor collisions became frequent. As Zhou An'an perused the news online, she encountered numerous reports of such incidents. Due to the unfavorable weather conditions, a thin layer of ice formed on the roads, making them exceptionally slippery, with this layer thickening over time. This posed significant hazards to road safety, particularly for cyclists and motorcyclists. Automobiles, relatively fortunate, faced merely minor scrapes in the event of accidents. However, those on two-wheeled vehicles risked serious injuries if they were to fall. In light of these circumstances, the government swiftly issued a public announcement, urging citizens to refrain from unnecessary outings and advising them to procure food and warm supplies from nearby supermarkets. Simultaneously, an initiative was extended to local employers, suggesting that if feasible, employees should adopt a work-from-home model. Even walking could place considerable strain on the city's transportation system, as private vehicles frequently altered their routes or executed emergency stops to avoid pedestrians who might suddenly slip. Moreover, many accidents stemmed from pedestrians losing their footing and colliding with stationary vehicles involved in prior accidents, leading to further mishaps. Of course, if certain roles necessitated physical presence, those individuals were encouraged to prioritize commuting via subway. Operating underground, the subway, despite being affected by the cold wave, remained less impacted by adverse weather compared to exposed public buses and private cars, making it a safer and more efficient mode of travel. In this bustling metropolis, many responded to the government's call, whether out of necessity or personal considerations, and chose the subway for their journeys. Consequently, a surge of commuters flooded the subway stations. However, this led to unexpected consequences, with stations becoming overwhelmingly congested. Previously, even amidst crowded conditions, passengers could still manage to board the train. Now, squeezing into a carriage had become a formidable challenge. People jostled and pushed, creating a chaotic and disorderly scene, where even the presence of staff attempting to maintain order proved ineffective. Furthermore, those who finally managed to board discovered that exiting the train was equally daunting. Faced with this predicament, the subway management had no choice but to adjust the stopping times at each platform. Otherwise, passengers would struggle to disembark, leaving those on the platform to merely watch in frustration. However, this adjustment introduced new complications. The extended stopping times resulted in a significant number of passengers arriving late. Consequently, discussions surrounding tardiness became a trending topic online, with many expressing grievances about their bosses and supervisors. After all, who wishes to endure reprimands from superiors due to transportation issues. Perhaps the anonymity of the internet emboldened individuals to voice their frustrations without fear of identification, leading to increasingly harsh remarks, some even laced with insults. This discourse did not merely address the prevalent issue of lateness. It unearthed long-held grievances, laid bare for all to see. In an instant, the online realm seemed saturated with various forms of discontent, dissatisfaction at work, complaints about life, and grievances concerning societal conditions, all manifested in written form on screens. Yet, none of this captured Zhou An'an's attention. At this moment, her primary concern revolved around how the city would respond to the unexpected snowfall and cold wave. Extreme weather often presents considerable challenges to the normal functioning of urban life, potentially leading to traffic paralysis and disruptions in essential services like water and electricity. Moreover, she yearned to learn about the meteorological forecasts regarding forthcoming weather changes, enabling her to prepare accordingly and avoid being caught off guard by unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on her dwindling supply of thermal blankets, now less than 20, Zhou An'an resolved to venture out while conditions were still manageable, at least before the weather became too severe for travel. She planned to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase necessary items. Ideally, she hoped to acquire thermal blankets. If that proved impossible, she would settle for additional down comforters, winter coats, or silk quilts. To maximize her carrying capacity, she cleared some space in her rented room by retrieving a portion of her belongings from her storage. Chapter 144. The city encased in snow for the apartment she rented. Though not situated in the city center, was nonetheless positioned in a bustling district of Anchi City. Upon exiting the community, she found 4 large shopping centers in close proximity, 2 of which were particularly expansive. Within her residential complex, there were also several miniature supermarkets. However, these establishments primarily stocked food and daily necessities. The only warming supplies available were heat packs, leaving little else to be desired. Fortunately, there were 2 pharmacies within the community. After descending the stairs, Zhou An'an first visited these pharmacies, filling her backpack with commonly used medications. Once outside, she discreetly transported her acquisitions into her private space. She had intended to purchase additional items, such as frostbite ointment, but it seemed that these pharmacies had received some directive, as purchases of such items were now restricted. Customers were required to present identification, limiting purchases to 2 units at a time. Fortunately, it appeared that there was no networked purchase limitation, allowing her to secure 2 units from each pharmacy. Upon leaving the community, she strolled along the sidewalk, which had not been cleared of snow due to the lack of manpower and resources. The focus had shifted to the roads, resulting in thick layers of snow accumulating between the 2 isolation barriers. Although stepping into the snow caused one to sink to mid-calf, it was still preferable to the slippery, treacherous surfaces. Zhou An'an did not leave early, so by the time she reached the sidewalk, it was already marked with numerous deep footprints. After trudging for nearly half an hour, she finally arrived at the first supermarket. It was noteworthy that, prior to the snowfall, the walk from her community to the supermarket took only 7 to 8 minutes. Now, it had taken 3 to 4 times longer. Inside the supermarket, the heavy snowfall had not deterred business. On the contrary, it seemed even more prosperous than before. The path from the entrance to the interior was a muddy mess, with staff struggling to maintain cleanliness amidst the constant influx of customers, leaving behind a multitude of footprints. In the past, such conditions would have prompted complaints, yet the current patrons were too preoccupied with securing supplies to care. Upon entering, it became apparent that the staff were busier than ever, as the volume of shoppers was overwhelming. Items flew off the shelves, necessitating frequent restocking. Despite their efforts, they struggled to keep pace with the demand. Zhou An'an did not rush to purchase food items. Instead, she made her way urgently to the household and bedding section, only to discover that it was even more crowded than the food aisles. The items she sought were also in high demand from others. Previously, she might have hesitated at prices exceeding her budget or opted out altogether, but now, no one dared to do so. Without a moment's hesitation, she joined the fray, seizing 2 blankets amidst the chaos and swiftly stashing them into her space. It seemed that surveillance was not overly stringent in this area. as few dared to pilfer larger items, allowing the monitoring staff to concentrate their efforts on the food and small goods sections. After over 2 hours of frantic shopping, she was unable to secure any thermal blankets or heat packs, but her space was filled with 2 blankets, 4 or 5 down jackets, and a long ankle-length fur coat. Her shopping cart was brimming with various supplies, particularly portable stoves and gas canisters, which were essential given the impending disaster scenario. It was likely that water, electricity, gas, and internet services would soon be suspended. In such frigid weather, enjoying a warm meal would be a true blessing, making the acquisition of stoves and gas canisters imperative. Anticipating power outages, she also purchased numerous decorative candles. While emergency lights would suffice, the flickering flames offered a psychological warmth. When she finally approached the checkout, she was met with an exceedingly long queue, each shopper's cart overflowing with goods, causing the processing speed to slow considerably. The checkout line consumed nearly another hour of her time. Upon exiting the supermarket, her backpack was stuffed to capacity, and her arms bore 2 heavy bags. As she struggled along the sidewalk, she lost 1 bag, then another, until after traversing a mere 300 to 400 meters, she was left only with her backpack. She removed it, opened the zipper slightly, and quickly emptied its contents before heading to the next supermarket. When hunger struck at noon, she opted not to return home for a meal, instead sitting on a bench within the mall, consuming her hard-won provisions. After a full day of scurrying about, she had finally filled the available space in her storage, despite the biting cold and the wind that picked up in the evening. Whipping snowflakes against her face with a stinging intensity, she found that the sensation faded with time, her skin becoming numb from the chill. However, Zhou An'an had been so focused on gathering supplies and stealthily transporting them into her space that she hardly registered the cold, even feeling a light sweat beneath her heavy winter coat. Upon returning home, she locked the door and collapsed onto the sofa, finally aware of her exhaustion. After resting for a few minutes, she began to shed her thick outer garments. A hot shower revitalized her, and she prepared a steaming pot of seafood porridge in the kitchen, frying 2 corn cakes and sought some garlic bok choy, all while watching television in the living room. Initially, she intended to find a light-hearted variety show to enjoy, but after flipping through several channels, she found only news reports and live interviews. The broadcast made it evident that the snowfall was indeed significant, leaving her uncertain about what the next day would hold. After all, the snow had not ceased for even a moment throughout the day. If this continued, walking would soon become a challenge. As for snowplows, they were already overwhelmed. Chapter 145. The city enveloped in snow. 5. Should the snow continue to fall incessantly, it is likely that even the snowplows will prove powerless against the mounting drifts. However, there is little concern expressed online. Rather, there is a jubilant atmosphere, as those who work are spared the commute and can instead work from home, while students are liberated from attending school, with numerous educational institutions announcing cancellations. For individuals accustomed to early mornings and late nights, this sudden turn of events feels akin to an unexpected boon. As the snow accumulates thicker by the hour, the number of commuters diminishes, alleviating the strain on the subway system. This burden has shifted to shopping malls, supermarkets, and markets. After all, spending days confined indoors with little to occupy oneself inevitably leads to a focus on sustenance and leisure. Consequently, many shops have shuttered due to the difficulties in travel, causing various industries to stagnate. Those who would typically dine out or order takeout are now compelled to prepare their own meals at home. Those with culinary skills fare better, while others resort to convenience foods and frozen meals such as instant noodles, dried noodles, and frozen dumplings, wontons, buns, and tang yuan. As these items require minimal culinary expertise, merely steaming or boiling them suffices. Moreover, a segment of the populace, lacking even basic kitchenware, has sparked a surge in the sale of cooking utensils in stores. Meanwhile, those who regularly prepared meals at home, now free from the obligation to work, have taken to experimenting with various gourmet dishes. Thus, the internet soon brims with videos instructing viewers on how to create culinary delights, as if everyone has suddenly become a chef or a gourmet creator. The art of gastronomy necessitates an array of ingredients, seasonings, and specialized techniques. contributing to the congestion in shopping malls and supermarkets. Another factor for the crowding is the heightened sense of urgency among some individuals, particularly the elderly who have weathered disasters in years past. They have begun stockpiling essential supplies, acutely aware that the relentless snowfall is unlike any previous occurrence. The cold weather only amplifies their concern, prompting them to prepare for the unknown duration and severity of the snowfall. Consequently, this group has taken to the streets, heading to various shopping centers, supermarkets, and markets to gather provisions. They do not venture out alone, but rally family members and neighbors, targeting items with long shelf lives. Primarily staple foods such as flour, rice, millet, and cornmeal, along with an assortment of dried vegetables, dried fruits, vacuum-sealed items, and various condiments, as well as peanuts, soybeans, and mung beans. Given the likelihood of fresh vegetables being scarce in the days to come, these items offer a means of sustenance, allowing for the sprouting of mung beans, soybean sprouts, and peanut sprouts at home, a semblance of vitamins when fresh produce is no longer available. Additionally, some quietly hoard charcoal, typically associated with barbecues, which sees little use otherwise. The demand for household heating stoves has surged due to the weather, though installation is currently impractical with travel impediments. Therefore, those seeking to purchase stoves opt for smaller, portable models that are easily manageable and straightforward to install. Zhou An'an initially intended to remain indoors, but was inspired to venture out upon discovering that her neighbors had acquired heating stoves and charcoal. While she could forego other purchases, this one seemed essential. Items she had listed in the trading mall had become stagnant, as players entering Anshi City sought to stockpile supplies, causing a deluge of customers that overwhelmed management at various establishments. As players possess the unique advantage of space, navigating through the crowded throng to procure supplies is not a formidable challenge. Thus, despite financial constraints, their resource-gathering efforts persist unabated. Consequently, these players currently face no shortage of supplies, rendering their items in the trading mall unsellable. Zhou An'an promptly retrieved space-consuming items such as blankets, winter clothing, and household goods from her rental unit, wishing she could also remove her small cargo vehicle if only her living room permitted. Nevertheless, she cleared out the passenger seat and cargo area, preparing for the vehicle's concealment. While the internet remains functional, she investigated the local market for charcoal, discovering its availability. While the stoves were found at the agricultural products market, anticipating the high demand for charcoal, she resolved to visit the market first. After traversing a snow-laden path on foot, she finally reached the subway station, took 2 stops, and walked for nearly half an hour before arriving at the so-called wholesale market for perishables. Outside the market, several stores offered various grilling equipment and charcoal. In a quiet corner away from the market, Zhou An'an parked her vehicle and inquired at 2 shops, only to find the charcoal sold out. It was not until she reached the 3rd shop that she discovered some stock, albeit limited to 100 boxes, as the other owners also needed to reserve supplies for themselves. Whereas charcoal previously cost around 30 yuan per box, prices had surged to 90. Zhou An'an, recognizing the urgency, hastily procured the charcoal and requested assistance loading it into her vehicle. Fortunately, her car was parked nearby, and with the foot traffic compacting the snow, she utilized the owner's car to make 3 trips before finishing the loading process. Securing her cargo, Zhou An'an departed, seeking a concealed spot to transform into a sparrow, soaring into her vehicle's cargo area and swiftly transporting the entire vehicle into her space. Thus, even if someone noticed the sudden disappearance of her car, Zhou An'an would remain hidden from sight. She had carefully chosen a location devoid of surveillance, initially intending to fly directly to the agricultural products market, only to find herself compelled to land after 100 meters due to the biting cold. Chapter 146. The city shrouded in heavy snow. Finding a secluded spot devoid of any passers-by, she transformed back into her human form. First, she stomped her feet to regain warmth, then tucked her numbed hands into her pockets. After much wandering, she finally arrived at the local market for produce. Most vendors had already closed their shops, with only a few remaining open. Given that stoves were not as popular as charcoal, even when there were buyers, the demand was minimal. Initially, she intended to purchase 2 stoves, But realizing that she would need to carry them out of the market to find a space to store them, she ultimately settled for just one. As for returning to buy a second stove after stowing the first, she deemed that unnecessary. Besides the stove, she also bought a few sections of chimney, which are lightweight but somewhat bulky. She had the shopkeeper bundle them with rope, slinging them over her back while cradling the stove in her arms as she exited the market. Upon returning home, where warmth enveloped her like spring, she was momentarily overcome with gratitude. In the brief time she had been out, the snow had thickened even more. If it continued at this rate, the first floor would likely be flooded by morning. The accumulation outside was nearly high enough to obscure the entire first floor windows. She retrieved a packet of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and boiled them, adding an assortment of condiments. Although fresh cilantro was unavailable, she still had scallions, which she chopped and sprinkled over the steaming dumplings. The warmth of the soup revitalized her as she savored 2 bowls, feeling a renewed sense of life. The following morning, she opened the curtains to check outside and found that the snowflakes were indeed still falling. Uncertain if it had stopped overnight, she mused that if it hadn't, the first floor must already be inundated. With this thought, she delayed her morning routine and instead grabbed her phone to check the news. As she suspected, the first floor had indeed been submerged. Many residents on that level complained about relying solely on artificial lighting, with some likening their situation to living in a cave, urging the authorities to take swift action to shovel the snow. They feared that if this continued, it would become unbearable. Yet, it was the residents of the second floor who felt the greater anxiety, as the flooding of the first floor meant they would be next. For breakfast, she prepared a pot of clear noodle soup, garnished it with a spoonful of spicy beef sauce, and opened a pack of pickled vegetables. The meal was modest, bordering on simplistic, yet brought her great satisfaction. On the 6th day of the disaster, the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, cascading down in thick, feathery flakes, accumulating ever higher. Finally, the dreadful snow threatened to completely engulf the second floor. The once vibrant online community, filled with laughter and eager anticipation, now found itself steeped in profound despair and lamentation. What had begun as an ordinary snow disaster challenge had escalated into a grave natural calamity, especially as the snow showed no intention of ceasing. In stark contrast to the chaos online, the game's communication channels remained relatively serene. After the initial panic, the players had mentally prepared themselves to face various challenges. Upon realizing that this disaster was likely snow-related, some astute individuals quickly identified the problem and took immediate action. Those who had not yet grasped the situation were promptly alerted through the enthusiastic discussions among their peers. Consequently, nearly everyone preemptively relocated to higher ground to evade the impending danger. As of now, essential services such as water, electricity, gas, and internet were still operational. Although the floors buried under snow lacked sunlight and had become dim and dank, the situation had not yet caused significant distress. In fact, the snow cover provided a modicum of warmth compared to the exposed floors. However, with such heavy snowfall, the collapse of these infrastructures was only a matter of time. When that occurred, the issues of lighting and air circulation would compel them to move to higher elevations. The government had long been aware of this grim situation. Yet, internal divisions regarding whether or not to issue warnings had delayed their response. When the snow had mercilessly engulfed the second floor, they finally issued a formal announcement to alert the public. However, resolving this pressing dilemma was far from straightforward. Setting aside whether there were available rooms on higher floors, the reality remained that the snow had already inundated the second level, rendering daily commutes a distant fantasy. In such dire circumstances, even if vacant accommodations existed, obtaining the keys would be nearly impossible. After all, unless the landlord happened to reside within the same building, an exceedingly rare occurrence, securing a place to stay would be like chasing a dream. As for seeking refuge with neighbors, in an era when community ties had weakened and people lived as strangers mere doors apart, persuading a neighbor to take in a stranger was an arduous task. Of course, money could sometimes yield unexpected results, especially while the internet remained functional. Even if accessing cash in person was impossible, transferring funds via phone or computer was a breeze. Consequently, Some opportunistic individuals capitalized on this situation, offering substantial sums for temporary shelter. The adage that great rewards attract brave souls held true. With a high enough offer, one could always find someone willing to rent out a room. Yet, those who lacked crisis awareness and were solely motivated by greed were few and far between. The vast majority were acutely aware of the risks. Allowing an unknown person into their home during such uncertain times was akin to gambling with the safety of their families. In an age where almost everyone had read thrilling apocalyptic novels, the perilous scenarios and dreadful consequences depicted in those tales were impossible to ignore in the current environment. Therefore, even in the face of enticing monetary offers, most individuals would not easily forsake their rationality and jeopardize their safety, as such recklessness could endanger their loved ones as well. Chapter 147. The city buried in snow. Zhou An'an, residing on a high floor, had long since ceased to open her door, which had been knocked upon countless times. Each time she heard the persistent rapping and shouting from outside, she would merely shout back through the thick door, declaring, "This house is not for rent," and then dismissed the cacophony beyond. Yet, the individuals outside seemed undeterred, continuing their relentless knocking as if convinced that their persistence would eventually sway Zhou An'an to relent and open the door, pleading words spilling from their lips. Regardless of their fervent attempts, Zhou An'an remained resolutely unresponsive. In this era, where societal order had not yet descended into complete chaos, the frustrated and angry would-be tenants dared not resort to violence to force their way in. After all, overtly unlawful actions would still attract legal repercussions. And despite the heavy snowfall, the government had not collapsed. No one dared to flout the law brazenly. Thus, their only recourse was to vent their frustrations with a few choice curses at her door before reluctantly abandoning their efforts to seek out other neighbors, perhaps hoping to find someone more amenable. The notion of moral coercion was utterly irrelevant. Without even a glimpse of one another, how could they exert pressure through mere words? Although some attempted to adopt a moral high ground to chastise Zhou An'an for her perceived inhumanity, such distant admonishments could hardly yield any tangible effect. The neighbors in the same building were nearly strangers, having rarely exchanged greetings, and Zhou An'an had only recently moved in, rendering any familiarity non-existent. It became evident that Zhou An'an was not alone in her actions, as another household was already setting up makeshift bedding in the corridor. However, given the biting cold, it was uncertain how long they could endure such an arrangement. On the 7th day of this calamity, the snow continued to fall without mercy, causing anxiety among the residents of the 3rd and 4th floors. If the snowfall persisted, it seemed inevitable that the 3rd floor would soon follow the fates of the 2nd and 1st floors. Once the 3rd floor succumbed, how far could the 4th floor be from disaster? Despite the ongoing connectivity to the internet and government officials frantically attempting to calm the panicked populace through various discussions, the impact was minimal. Daily life had already been severely disrupted. Alongside transportation difficulties, the most immediate crisis was the scarcity of water resources. The relentless plummeting temperatures acted like a ferocious beast, mercilessly devouring everything exposed to the cold air, including the pipes that had frozen solid. While most of these pipes lay buried beneath thick layers of snow, the temperatures in their vicinity should not have been so drastically low. Yet, reality proved cruel. With the outside temperature plummeting to staggering lows, the freezing of the water pipes was inevitable. Moreover, some pipes had ruptured under the strain of the relentless cold, exacerbating the already critical water supply issue. Under the current circumstances, repairs were impossible, leaving the situation unresolved. However, this did not seem to be an apocalyptic crisis. With snow piled high all around, a little effort could yield usable water after digging and melting the snow. It was merely cumbersome, and the necessity of fuel for melting the snow became an additional concern. While the gas supply had not yet ceased, one wondered what would be used for fuel if it did. Moreover, surviving was not solely about having water. Even if one could forego washing clothes or bathing, toilets still required flushing. Otherwise, the stench from a sealed environment would become unbearable. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Soon after, the power supply faltered as well. The sheer weight of the snow had taken its toll. Aside from the fuel and energy needed for the power generation equipment, The current conditions hindered timely replenishment. In some areas, low-hanging cables had resulted in electrical outages, leading to widespread circuit failures. Presently, only the natural gas and internet remained operational, yet Zhou An'an feared these too would soon succumb. As long as the heating system remained functional, Zhou An'an was uncertain how long it would last. However, unbeknownst to her, she may have inadvertently jinxed herself. For on the following day, the 8th day of this disaster, the heating ceased, whether due to a depletion of fuel or other complications. Zhou An'an was hesitant to hold out hope for its restoration. In her heart, she understood that unless the snow melted and temperatures rose, the restoration of heating was a futile aspiration. Even if conditions improved, the restoration would require time, as many infrastructures have been compromised by the snowfall. Should the calamity come to an end, restoring heating would not be the immediate priority. With this realization, she wasted no time. She quickly set up a stove, connecting the flue to the kitchen chimney, igniting charcoal to warm her space. The once frigid room began to regain some semblance of warmth, though it was a far cry from the comfort of a functioning heating system. To absorb more heat, she relocated to the secondary bedroom, which thankfully contained a bed. The stove's limited capacity meant she had to create a passageway for the flue between the wall and the secondary bedroom, for convenience and to retain warmth in the smaller space. She even moved in a single sofa, occasionally sitting by the stove to bask in its heat. As these essential services ceased, the atmosphere in both the gaming world and communication channels became increasingly bleak, particularly in the online gaming community. The government's reassurances had lost their potency, inciting instead a surge of anger among the populace. The heavy snowfall had obscured all hope, and the experts dispatched by the government, with their forced smiles and hollow reassurances, were perceived as condescending to the desperate. Chapter 148. The city encased in snow, 8. Observing those so-called experts. One cannot help but notice their absurdity as they engage in a solemn, yet nonsensical discourse, often contradicting their earlier statements as if caught in a web of their own making. Who would willingly allow themselves to be treated as a fool? This is a blatant affront to one's dignity and integrity. The populace has become inexplicably incensed, especially during these arduous days, devoid of even a glimmer of hope. The psychological defenses of many have been pushed to the brink, with the unbearable pressure reaching its zenith. At last, one individual took the initiative to unleash the pent-up negativity that had long been brewing within, and this act appeared to serve as a mysterious key, unlocking Pandora's box. In an instant, a multitude followed suit, surging forth like a tidal wave to express their frustrations. Some resorted to vehement rhetoric, while others employed vivid memes to vent their discontent. Yet, beneath this seemingly frenzied outpouring lies a profound fear of the uncertain future, a sense of powerlessness in the face of unchangeable circumstances, and the dread of potentially facing even worse situations. They could only choose this method to temporarily mask the deep-seated fears within, seeking a fleeting moment of solace and peace. The same sentiment echoed in the communication channels. Although resources were not lacking, the persistent drop in temperature and the struggle to stay warm drove many to tears and complaints. After all, individuals like Zhou An'an, who had managed to acquire a heater and charcoal, were in the minority. Moreover, as time passed, others realized that by the time they sought to purchase, charcoal was already sold out. While heaters were still available, the surrounding furniture could be burned. Yet those painted items posed risks of toxic fumes, and did not burn as cleanly as coal, producing excessive smoke, certainly not ideal for warmth. Nevertheless, the lamentations and grievances of these individuals bore no fruit. The catastrophe game showed no regard for their outcries, nor would it resolve any of their dilemmas. They had to devise their own means of survival in such an environment, for elimination equated to death. Comparatively, their plight was certainly more favorable than that of the common folk. On the 12th day of the disaster game, natural gas ceased to flow. That afternoon, the internet also collapsed. Zhou An'an could only helplessly toss her phone back into her space, lamenting the loss of connectivity, as her device had become nothing more than a timepiece. Suddenly, her door was pounded upon, not merely knocked, but violently struck. with snow now engulfing the third floor. The fourth was on the verge of succumbing as well. Residents on the lower floors were frantic, including those on the fifth. Even those on the sixth and seventh floors were filled with anxiety, as the relentless snowfall continued unabated. Zhou An'an, weary of the incessant disturbances, peered through the peephole and manipulated the security door, causing numerous sharp spikes to emerge, thrusting toward the individual battering at her door. Upon impact, the tips morphed into a spiraling form, twisting within the assailant's body. With echoes of anguished cries reverberating, the intruder collapsed, blood gushing forth. Those who followed, whether commanding or opportunistic, were left bewildered by the scene, horrified by the sight of the fallen, and hastily fled the building, some stumbling in their panic, while others soiled themselves in fright. Outside, a pool of blood and two lifeless bodies lay in stark contrast to the snowy landscape. Yet Zhou An'an had no intention of stepping outside to clean up. The frigid weather would ensure the bodies would remain intact for some time, providing a deterrent to any further intrusions. Indeed, her intuition proved correct, as for a considerable period. No one dared to disturb her again, though that was a matter for another time. Fortunately, fate had not entirely forsaken humanity. The game had not extinguished all hope. On the morning of the 14th day, following the onset of the disaster, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the heavy clouds, the inhabitants were elated to discover that the relentless snow had at last ceased its descent. The days of snowfall had cloaked the world in a shimmering white veneer. Yet beneath this seemingly beautiful facade lay an enormous calamity for the surviving populace. 14 days had sufficed for many to deplete their supplies, and even those with remaining provisions were unlikely to last much longer. Although the disaster was confined to Anshi City, it was unclear whether this was a design of the game, as no rescue efforts had materialized during this interval. Even prior to the internet's collapse, various experts had offered encouragement, yet none mentioned the prospect of rescue, nor did the populace seem to consider this absence unusual. Now, the cessation of snowfall brought a flicker of hope and comfort to nearly all. Yet, despite a slight easing of their burdens, the undercurrents of anxiety and fear persisted. After all, who could ascertain whether this lull was merely a fleeting respite before another storm? In this realm of uncertainty and unpredictability, each moment of tranquility could merely be the calm before the tempest. Since the heating system had ceased to function, Zhou An'an had taken refuge within her space to sleep. Although she could only find solace for a maximum of 3 hours each time she entered, it was undeniably safer than enduring the cold, perilous world outside. Even with a heater to provide some warmth, the inadequate ventilation posed immense risks. Carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide could stealthily invade during slumber, and should poisoning occur, the consequences will be dire. Thus, when the cooling period of her space concluded, Zhou An'an would swiftly return, seizing those fleeting moments of tranquility and comfort. Outside, she endeavored to remain alert, allowing herself only brief moments to rest her eyes. Each time before sleep, she meticulously set an alarm to prevent the dangers of fatigue from overtaking her. Now, witnessing the snow's cessation and the sun's emergence, her heart brimmed with excitement and joy. Chapter 149. The city enveloped in snow. Even if the snow merely paused for a moment, she felt elated. After all, it had been over 10 days since she last basked in sunlight, although the rays that now graced her skin offered no warmth. Her spirits soared with the sun's gentle illumination. Almost everyone stood by the window, peering through the glass at the sun rising slowly in the east, hoping the weather would remain clear without further snowfall. The heavy snow had wrought immense havoc upon the city. Higher floors fared somewhat better, but in buildings of only 5 or 6 stories, residents were crammed into just 1 or 2 floors. Setting aside the discomfort of the crowd, the sheer number of people resulted in an unbearable stench, a reminder that humanity consumes the Earth's bounty and must inevitably face the consequences. Yet now, even the sewers lay frozen, not to mention the absence of water for flushing toilets. Even if water were available, the toilets themselves were rendered inoperable. Such conditions were more favorable than those in the 2 or 3-story buildings, where entire structures lay buried beneath the snow and the occupants perished silently in the frigid temperatures. As the sun ascended higher, its soft light illuminated the snow, casting a blanket of white outside the window. Beyond the buildings, flowers, grasses, and trees were entirely obscured. The snow had engulfed even the fourth floor, and in the city, most trees were not tall enough to breach such heights. Occasionally, a tree might grow taller, but each year, city maintenance would trim the crowns to prevent them from blocking sunlight. On the 15th day of the natural disaster game, amidst the anxious hearts of the populace, a soft orange light emerged gently in the east, heralding the last round of the sun as it rose languidly. With bated breath, the people exhaled in relief. Today would be clear, and it seemed the snow would cease. However, the thick blanket of snow outside posed a dilemma. Even if the snowfall halted, they were uncertain how to tackle the snow that had accumulated. The prospect of shoveling snow seemed futile. Stepping outside would likely result in sinking into the drifts, rendering them unable to escape. Should they be buried beneath an avalanche of snow, their lives would be in peril. Thus, all they could do was wait for daily sunlight, wait for temperatures to rise, wait for the snow to melt, and wait for external rescue. Unbeknownst to the trapped individuals, their hopes for salvation were destined to be dashed. This was all a narrative meticulously orchestrated by the game designers. During the snowfall, the game system not only severed all communication channels between Anchi City and the outside world, but also erected a seemingly transparent yet impenetrable wall around the city. This mysterious barrier appeared indestructible, as if it possessed boundless power to safeguard this isolated town. Upon recognizing the unusual circumstances in Anchi City, the outside world promptly initiated various attempts to breach the barrier, employing every conceivable method to penetrate what appeared to be a fragile, yet ultimately unyielding shield. Despite sending out advanced communication signals for help and dispatching professionals equipped with tools for physical assaults, all endeavors ended in failure. More astonishingly, when fighter jets soared into the sky, targeting the location of the glass wall with ferocious attacks, the powerful bombs rebounded mercilessly as though meeting a resilient shield. In an instant, the shockwave from the explosions nearly caused the fighter jets to spiral out of control, narrowly averting catastrophe. Faced with such a bizarre and formidable obstruction, those outside could only lament the situation, powerless to assist. They could only watch helplessly as conditions within Anchi City deteriorated. Due to various reasons, effective communication had been lost, and Anchi City was shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, seemingly forgotten and isolated from the world. The heavy snow completely buried the city, preventing its inhabitants from investigating the true state of affairs and severing all connections with the outside world. While some authorities within Anchi City sensed something amiss, they were unable to take action due to the severe weather impeding their movements. Soon, they discovered that communication with the outside world had ceased entirely. At that point, the conditions were so dire that neither driving nor flying was feasible. They could only wait for the weather to improve and hope that the outside world would soon recognize Anchi City's plight and send aid. However, even as the snow ceased and the sun ascended in the sky, they awaited assistance from the outside world, realizing something was amiss. After overcoming numerous challenges, they finally managed to clear the snow from the rooftop of a building, allowing a helicopter to take flight and assess the situation. Yet, that helicopter never returned. In a moment of desperation, the leadership dispatched 2 helicopters, and after one met its demise crashing into the transparent wall, the second helicopter returned with shocking news. Silence enveloped the room. Thus, by the 18th day of the natural disaster game, the residents of Anchi City remained oblivious to their dire predicament, still yearning for external rescue. Were it not for the absence of internet and electricity, many would likely be clutching their phones, attempting to reach out to friends and family beyond the city's confines. Although the sun rose each day, casting its limited light and warmth, it proved insubstantial for this city cloaked in ice and snow. The temperature within the city showed no signs of rising, and the towering snowdrifts remained obstinately intact, with no indication of melting. Consequently, those who initially held hope for a swift thaw and a return to normalcy found their expectations fading with time, replaced by profound disappointment and helplessness. The situation grew increasingly severe. After many days of depletion, the city's supplies were dwindling, and residents faced the grim reality of running out of provisions. Under the pressure of survival, some moral boundaries began to erode, leading individuals to resort to thievery. Meanwhile, others attempted to excavate tunnels beneath the snow in search of escape or to procure resources from elsewhere. Chapter 150. The city enveloped in snow, however. This notion was swiftly shattered by the merciless hand of reality. Setting aside the imminent peril posed by the potential collapse of the snow above during the excavation of the tunnel, the severe issue of oxygen deficiency due to the drastic reduction in air quality upon reaching the first floor rendered the plan nearly impossible. Even if one were to insist on continuing the digging, it would not fundamentally resolve the daunting challenge of hypoxia. Thus, this path proved futile. All that remained was to leave fate to chance. On the 19th day of the disaster game, the temperature finally rose slightly. Although it was still insufficient to melt the snow, the populace could evidently sense that the weather was not as frigid as the day before. As long as one found refuge in a sheltered spot, basking in the sun's rays for a while could evoke a semblance of warmth. What surprised Zhou An'an was that even with 2 corpses lying outside her door, someone still dared to cast a greedy gaze upon the apartment she rented. However, Zhou An'an had never been one to show mercy. Faced with these ill-intentioned individuals, she responded without hesitation, her retaliation aimed at delivering them to their demise. With a few muffled grunts and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Zhou An'an swiftly and decisively dealt with the 2 would-be intruders who were knocking and banging on her door. As the 2 fell, the lifeless bodies added to the cold ground outside, and this gruesome scene successfully deterred another wave of marauders intent on robbery. One would think that after experiencing such a harrowing slaughter in broad daylight, those outside would at least refrain from their misdeeds for a few days, as such ruthless methods were surely enough to instill fear. Yet, to Zhou An'an's utter disbelief, that very night, another foolhardy individual attempted to pry open her door. This person was exceedingly cautious, each movement executed with utmost care to avoid making any noise. Moreover, the presence of a wooden door separating the security door from the living room provided effective soundproofing. Had it not been for Zhou An'an's fortuitous trip to the restroom and her heightened hearing, she would have likely remained oblivious to the slightest disturbance outside. Upon hearing that faint yet eerily unsettling sound, an uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of her heart. Truth be told, during this period, she had been confined within the narrow confines of her room, unable to step outside. This prolonged imprisonment had subtly altered her mental state. Thankfully, she had the communication channel to engage with the outside world, providing her with some distraction. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of the psychological ramifications that might ensue. In that instant, a torrent of uncontrollable rage erupted within her like a volcano, overwhelming her entire being. The force was so sudden that she had no time to contemplate or restrain her actions. She was, in common parlance, blinded by fury. She dashed to the door, forcefully yanked open the wooden barrier, and without hesitation, pressed her other hand firmly against the cold, unyielding security door. In the darkness, the once ordinary security door seemed to come alive, trembling violently. Moments later, several slender, flexible black tendrils emerged from the crack, each adorned with countless barbs, and at their tips, razor-sharp, triangular spikes glinted ominously. These bizarre tendrils writhed like serpents, swiftly advancing towards the individual attempting to pick the lock outside. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate soul was ensnared by the multitude of tendrils, rendered utterly immobile. Accompanied by a chilling hissing sound, the sharp spikes mercilessly pierced his body, only to retract rapidly. Each puncture released a spray of bright red blood, splattering in the air and creating a gruesome tableau. Simultaneously, blood-curdling screams filled the night sky, resonating with sheer terror and despair, their piercing quality reminiscent of a demon's wail from the depths of hell, especially in the stillness of night. It was akin to the mournful cries of wandering spirits, sending shivers down the spines of many, rousing them from their slumber in sheer panic as they scrambled to illuminate their surroundings. Even Zhou An'an herself was startled by the sudden cacophony, her fury momentarily quelled by the chilling cries. Once the screams outside faded into silence, Zhou An'an restored the security door to its original state, withdrawing her hand as yet another corpse lay outside, alongside a scattering of lock-picking tools. After regaining her composure, Zhou An'an proceeded as if nothing had transpired, finishing her business in the restroom and expressionlessly cracking open a window to discard a bag of refuse containing waste. Using her water manipulation ability, she washed her hands, the icy water gliding over her palms eliciting a shiver. Upon returning to her room, she lit a candle, settled on the sofa, and extended her hands toward the stove to warm herself. Now, on the night of the 19th day of the disaster game, with dawn heralding the 20th day, the snow outside showed no signs of melting, indicating that the temperature still lingered below freezing. Thus, she need not worry for the time being. Once the snow began to thaw, she would have to venture out to clear away the bodies outside. Otherwise, the stench from decomposing corpses would inevitably waft through the cracks of her door. For now, the bodies outside could serve as a deterrent against nocturnal miscreants. Nevertheless, after tonight's events, it was likely that no one would dare to set their sights on her until the break of dawn. Indeed, until morning, she was not disturbed again. Yet, an unexpected occurrence arose the following day. She spotted an aircraft in the sky. Zhou An'an hastily retrieved her binoculars, discovering that the helicopter circled a few times before landing in a distant location. Initially, she had presumed that the appearance of this helicopter would signal the arrival of relief supplies to be airdropped across the city. However, to her dismay, after 2 more days, although helicopters occasionally soared into the sky, no supplies were ever dropped. Adding to her unease was the fact that only 2 helicopters had ever been sighted at once, leading Zhou An'an to harbor a disquieting suspicion. Had this city been abandoned, or was her entire game world engulfed in calamity, leaving everyone to fend for themselves? Chapter 151. The city sealed by heavy snow. Otherwise, since the conditions for flight are now present, why are there only these 2 aircraft? This game world cannot be so impoverished. It is inconceivable that only 2 planes exist in the entire world. Thus, the current situation is evidently suspicious. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhou An'an did not dwell on her concerns too much, as it was already the 20th day of the disaster game. Even with today counted, there are only 11 days left to complete the mission and depart from this place. The supplies in her possession could sustain her not just for 11 days, but even for 5 or 6 times that duration without issue. If there were any genuine worries, they should belong to the local residents. After all, they cannot leave the game world at the appointed time, like her. There exists another possibility. This calamity may target the players alone, and as the mission concludes, they will depart, bringing the disaster to an end. Yet, whether it concludes or not is beyond Zhou An'an's concern, as even if she wished to intervene, she would be powerless to do so. In truth, Zhou An'an was not the only one pondering this. Anyone who witnessed this scene would inevitably speculate. This was particularly true for the locals who were more familiar with their city. Indeed, the speed at which the charcoal burned was alarming. Zhou An'an felt that if the temperature did not rise soon, she would need to consider finding other combustible materials. With nothing else to do at home, she began to sort through her supplies to see if there was anything that could serve as a substitute for charcoal. To her surprise, she unearthed a tremendous treasure basin. Place 1 item inside to receive a 10-fold manifestation. Can be used once every 24 hours, excluding items of equipment and skills. Items already manifested cannot be manifested again. How could she have forgotten about this? Suddenly, she felt as if she had lost billions. It was hardly surprising that Zhou An'an had overlooked this. When she was organizing her belongings, she had placed the treasure basin in a box, which she later neglected to open, thus forgetting about it. Quickly retrieving the treasure basin, she placed a box of charcoal atop it. However, the basin was smaller than the box of charcoal, and she was uncertain if it would work. Yet, amidst her anxious anticipation, as she removed the box of charcoal from the treasure basin, another box of charcoal emerged from within, hovering above the basin. Zhou An'an's grin nearly reached her ears. She no longer had to worry about insufficient charcoal. With 10 boxes of charcoal produced daily, conserving some would suffice. Previously, in an effort to conserve charcoal, she had refrained from burning it continuously. Once the room's temperature began to rise, she hesitated to add more charcoal. Thus, each time she needed warmth, she had to reignite the stove. Thankfully, she possessed a portable stove to ignite the charcoal. Otherwise, she would waste a considerable amount of paper merely to start fire each day. Moreover, she often needed to retreat into her space to sleep. Nevertheless, even with all this, her original stock of 100 boxes of charcoal had dwindled to just over 20. Initially, she had feared that the persistently low temperatures would render her remaining charcoal insufficient, potentially leaving her to endure the cold for a while. She had even mentally and physically prepared for this, stocking up on various cold weather supplies. However, with the treasure basin's tenfold replication function, even if the replicated charcoal could not be replicated again, the 20 boxes she currently had swiftly transformed into over 200 boxes. Even if she kept the stove burning continuously, except when retreating to her space to sleep, it would be sufficient. Therefore, Zhou An'an thought she could spare a few boxes daily to sell in the trading channel for points. Nowadays, the prices of combustible materials remained exorbitant. For instance, a 10-kilogram box of charcoal generally sold for over 150 points. Zhou An'an was astonished to discover that someone had absurdly priced a box of charcoal at 250 points. However, despite such exorbitant pricing leading to sluggish sales, it was not without interest, demonstrating the high demand for combustible materials. After using the treasure basin, Zhou An'an selected 5 boxes of charcoal and set a relatively low price of 160 points per box, listing them in the trading mall. This price proved popular, and with the limited quantity she offered, the 5 boxes sold out in no time, resulting in 800 points credited to her account. Zhou An'an resolved to place the treasure basin in her spatial ability's realm, as it was too unfortunate to have forgotten such a valuable item in a corner gathering dust. It would be better to keep it in a frequently accessed space, so that even if she forgot, she would be reminded upon seeing it. On the 21st day of a disaster game, the temperature rose slightly again, yet it remained insufficient to melt the snow, and Zhou An'an had not prepared an indoor thermometer, leaving her unaware of the exact temperature. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she filled a pot with water and placed it on the stove, adding the rinsed rice to begin cooking porridge. Just as the porridge was nearing completion, the cool-down time for the treasure basin expired, prompting her to extract a box of charcoal for replication. She then selected 5 boxes from the 10 produced and listed them in the trading mall at the same price as yesterday. Although the temperature had increased somewhat, the snow remained, indicating it was still below freezing, thus the cold persisted. Consequently, the sales of charcoal remained robust. It was quickly purchased after being listed. As she savored her porridge alongside some pickled vegetables, Zhou An'an opened the communication channel and was taken aback. A fierce argument was unfolding in the channel, ignited by her sale of those 5 boxes of charcoal. The 5 boxes she sold for 160 points each were purchased by the same individual yesterday and today, who then promptly listed them at 200 points per box for resale. The issue was that 200 points was not even the highest price in the mall, making it acceptable to the players. However, this did not imply that they would condone his actions. Thus, the online discourse was rife with condemnation. Nevertheless, since sellers can remain anonymous when listing items and buyers can do the same, no one knew the specific identity or nickname of this player. Regardless, it was clear that expressing discontent was the appropriate response. Chapter 152. The city sealed by heavy snow in light of the current situation. Zhou An'an merely observed the unfolding events, harboring no intention of intervening. Nor did she feel the need to disclose that she was the player selling boxes of charcoal for 160 gold coins each. Amidst the gossip, she finished her meal for the day, contently rubbing her belly. She could not deny that in this frigid weather, savoring a warm bowl of porridge and rice was indeed a joyful experience. Confined within her room with limited space for physical activity, Zhou An'an merely stretched her limbs, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on happenings outside. As anticipated, she spotted 2 helicopters soaring through the sky yet again, and this time, she discerned from which direction they were approaching. Recalling her previous research online, she remembered that the location should be the municipal building. However, the helicopters remained inactive, merely circling above Anshi City twice before returning to their original positions. Zhou An'an was now quite certain that this game world had effectively isolated Anshi City. Otherwise, Even without external rescue efforts, the helicopters would not continuously hover above Anchi City, but would instead seek assistance from nearby cities. As for whether the entire world had succumbed to such a fate, that was certainly a possibility. Yet even so, these helicopters ought to have ventured over other cities to assess the situation, rather than merely circling above Anchi City. On the 22nd day of the disaster game, she rose, washed up, and had breakfast. After extracting charcoal from her treasure pot, she placed 5 boxes for sale, resulting in an influx of 800 points. Having sold charcoal for 3 consecutive days, she had earned a total of 2,400 points, combined with her existing 2,100, culminating in 4,500 points. She eagerly anticipated selling more charcoal the next day to elevate her spatial abilities to the next level. Enveloped in her pleasant reverie, Zhou An'an found herself lost in delightful visions, speculating on the new skills that would be unlocked at the next level. The increase in area was certain, but she pondered whether it would also extend the duration she could remain in her space, enhance preservation capabilities, or perhaps augment her offensive skills. As she mused, she became somewhat entranced. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered her tranquility. She first heard the commotion outside, a tumultuous clamor that resembled many voices engaged in heated argument or desperate shouting, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. Shortly thereafter, the sound of heavy objects colliding joined the fray, with a series of thunderous bangs echoing as if a massive entity were being violently struck. It was evident that a fierce conflict was unfolding within the building. Zhou An'an furrowed her brow, silently hoping it would not encroach upon her, as she had always preferred to mind her own business. As long as trouble did not seek her out, she would rather remain an observer. However, events seldom unfold as one wishes. As the outside clamor intensified and drew nearer, the sounds became alarmingly distinct, allowing her to discern specific words and emotions. Unable to remain still, Zhou An'an tightened her thick down jacket around herself, her expression darkening ominously. She stood up and swiftly made her way to the living room, pulling open the wooden door that separated her from the security door. Cautiously, she approached the security door and peered through the peephole. Indeed, the uproar originated from a neighboring unit on the same floor. The building featured a design of 2 households per stairwell, with their security doors directly facing one another, creating a door-to-door arrangement. Thus, through the peephole, Zhou An'an could clearly observe the scene at her neighbor's entrance. At that moment, the door to the neighboring unit stood wide open, revealing pools of blood at the threshold and splattered against the walls. The cacophony emanated from within their home. From the ajar door, she could see numerous figures gathered inside. Some were in a frenzy, shouting at the top of their lungs. Others were cursing vehemently, seemingly intent on releasing all their pent-up rage, while others wept bitterly, pleading for something. Amidst the chaos, a chilling laughter erupted, sending shivers down her spine. Additionally, she noticed some individuals shoving and pulling at one another, creating utter disarray. Peering through the small peephole, she also spotted a towering, muscular man standing outside the opposite door. Perhaps due to the biting cold, he was bundled tightly, obscuring his features. Yet his imposing stature indicated he was not someone to be trifled with. In his grip was a bloodied axe, and at that moment, his wolf-like eyes fixated on her door, radiating a menacing intent. Zhou An'an could not help but speculate that if it were not for the lifeless bodies sprawled before her door, temporarily deterring the frenzied individuals, they might have already unleashed their fury upon her home. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that they had not targeted her unit, but rather chosen the opposite household as their initial target. It is worth noting that Zhou An'an was somewhat familiar with the occupants of the neighboring unit. As far as she knew, that apartment was not rented, but purchased by a newlywed couple as their marital home. They had been married for over 2 years and recently welcomed a son, with both sets of parents alternating to assist in caring for the child. This information had been relayed to her by the landlord during her initial visit to the property, a detail she had inquired about to better prepare herself for the disaster game. Zhou An'an remained fixated on the opposite door. After a brief interval, 2 men and a woman emerged from within, joined by the imposing doorman. The 4 of them huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones, and she could not discern their conversation. Suddenly, the woman raised her hand, gesturing toward her own door. Chapter 153. The city enveloped in heavy snow in a flash. Zhou An'an discerned the identity of her opponent. It appeared that they were also a player, one endowed with extraordinary abilities, and were preparing to attack her home. Given this revelation, there was no need for politeness. The situation had escalated to a point that was both anticipated and unforeseen. With a cold glint in her eyes, Zhou An'an activated her skill, Thief's Hand. Simultaneously, she retreated slightly, channeling her powers. At that very moment, she sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the space around her. Subsequently, she noticed an unfamiliar item manifesting in her personal space. Yet now was not the opportune time to examine this new acquisition, as her opponent had already begun to unleash their abilities. In an instant, as her adversary's powers erupted, a torrent of metallic substance materialized in Zhou An'an's grasp. Unlike before, this was not a collection of rigid metal blocks. Rather, it flowed like a liquid metal surge, swiftly converging and enveloping the ordinary security door with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, this seemingly mundane door underwent a profound transformation. Its thickness escalated dramatically, increasing by nearly 10 centimeters in mere seconds. Simultaneously, a thunderous boom reverberated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder. The reinforced metal door quaked violently, causing the entire wall to shudder. Above, where the wall met the ceiling, a cascade of white dust descended like an avalanche, filling the room with a dense haze. Zhou An'an instinctively took 2 steps back to evade the falling debris. Yet despite her efforts, she was still dusted with particles. This demonstrated the formidable nature of her opponent's attack, capable of shaking even such a sturdy door and wall. It was evident that her adversary possessed significant powers. Regrettably, in her haste to fortify the door, she had momentarily diverted her gaze from the peephole and thus failed to ascertain the nature of her opponent's abilities. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief. Had she attempted a similar offensive, she could not have guaranteed such a level of effectiveness. Zhou An'an exhaled softly, feeling a mix of trepidation and gratitude. Fortunately, her vigilance had alerted her to the unusual sounds outside, prompting her to investigate without hesitation, thereby averting a potentially disastrous situation. Moreover, at the critical moment her opponent initiated their assault, her instincts and quick reflexes enabled her to respond effectively. Otherwise, the flimsy security door would have likely succumbed to the ferocity of the attack. Simultaneously, Zhou An'an felt immense relief that her adversaries had not initially directed their aggression towards her home. Had they chosen to strike first, the consequences would have been dire, as she would have been inside, unable to react promptly to such an unforeseen event. If they had forcibly breached her home, the outcome of the ensuing struggle was uncertain. However, it was certain that her residence would suffer damage, and it would no longer provide a safe haven. In such a scenario, she would be compelled to invest considerable time and effort seeking a new place to live and re-establishing her life. The thought of the various supplies, particularly the stove and its chimney in her room that had yet to be stored, filled her with dread. In the current environment, should these items be destroyed or lost, acquiring replacements would be nearly impossible, given the prevailing travel conditions. As the confrontation escalated, every moment was crucial. Moreover, with her opponent having already launched a fierce attack, the race was now on to see whose reactions would prove swifter and whose strikes would be more potent. Stepping forward, Zhou An'an placed her hand upon the security door, channeling her abilities. The recoil from her opponent's attack momentarily stunned them as they gazed at the immovable door, muttering in disbelief at its newfound resilience. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou An'an launched her counterattack. A multitude of small, sharp spikes abruptly emerged from the door, detaching and hurtling towards her adversaries like a tempest. In that instant, her opponents barely had time to utter a full expletive, hastily resorting to their ultimate techniques to counter the deluge of ferocious projectiles. The proximity of the two parties left no room for alternative responses. Instinctively, they could only focus on self-preservation, neglecting the potential dangers their protective measures posed to one another. Among them, the woman who had first attacked displayed remarkable prowess and agility. Faced with the perilous situation, She swiftly waved her right hand, unleashing an invisible force that redirected the oncoming spikes, altering their trajectory at astonishing speed. Simultaneously, another companion sprang into action, his hands moving rapidly as he chanted incantations. In an instant, a massive ice shield materialized before him. Remarkably, this shield was not merely flat. It curved like an impenetrable fortress, safeguarding not only his front, but also flanking him on both sides. While some metallic spikes collided with the ice shield, producing sharp sounds, they ultimately embedded themselves within the ice, failing to breach this formidable defense, and thus could not harm the individual sheltered behind it. At that critical juncture, the man positioned at the rear of the group sensed impending danger. In an instant, he darted away, moving with a swiftness that defied belief, vanishing into the interior of the house, leaving the incoming spikes far behind. Chapter 154. The city enveloped in heavy snow. Meanwhile, the exceptionally burly man who had been guarding the entrance showed no signs of backing down. He first shook his massive muscles vigorously, and then a breathtaking transformation occurred. His skin rapidly morphed, evolving into indestructible blocks of azure rock. In an instant, countless metallic spikes surged towards him like a torrential downpour. However, upon striking his rocky form, they merely produced a series of crisp, melodious clangs, failing to penetrate his formidable defense, ultimately falling impotently to the ground. The few individuals who had narrowly escaped glanced at one another, their expressions laden with gravity. At this juncture, what was there left to comprehend? The one inside was also a player, possessing metal-based abilities and considerable strength. It was no wonder 5 corpses lay sprawled before the door, evidently. This was not an adversary to be trifled with. In an instant, they grasped each other's intent and retreated into the house, slamming the security door shut with a resounding thud. Once the sounds from outside vanished, Zhou An'an approached the security door, melting the iron covering the peephole, peering outside. Where did they go? She wondered, observing for a while without any sign of their return. The door across the way had also been shut, leading her to speculate that they had likely sought refuge in the neighboring house. The original occupants of that home were likely in dire straits. With a flicker of inspiration, Zhou An'an decided to employ a familiar tactic, hanging a string of bells on her door. This way, if anyone attempted to tamper with the security door, the bells would ring, serving as a warning. Satisfied, she returned to her secondary bedroom, now inclined to examine the item she had pilfered using her thieving skills. From her space, Zhou An'an retrieved her unexpected prize, finally discerning its true form, a diminutive box, no larger than a palm, resplendent in a vibrant shade of pink. Gazing at the box, she felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, her forehead beaded with dark lines of frustration. Had she truly risked her skills for a mere cosmetic case? Muttering to herself, she reluctantly reached for the box's lid. The bright color was undeniably suggestive, and if it were indeed what she feared, it would mean a squandered opportunity. However, as Zhou An'an opened the box with a gentle touch, a surge of detailed information struck her like a lightning bolt, transforming her disappointment into sheer delight in an instant. The top of the box boldly displayed the words, "Expansion Box." Beneath it, a line of smaller text elucidated. Any item placed within this box will have its effects doubled when retrieved after 1 hour. Wow, what a miraculous treasure! Zhou An'an nearly exclaimed with excitement. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a card lying quietly within the box. Picking it up, she examined it closely, revealing the words "Wood Element Ability" card emblazoned upon it. Below, an explanatory note read, "Can activate 10 instances of 3rd-level skills. However, note that any interruption during the use of this expansion box will result in failure, reverting the item back to its original attributes. This item has failed to expand in this instance." Without hesitation, she swiftly returned the Wood Element Ability card to the box, firmly snapping the lid shut and stowing the entire box into her exclusive space with remarkable speed. After completing this task, Zhou An'an took a deep breath to calm her exhilarated heart, silently reminding herself to patiently await the passage of 1 hour. Only then could she unveil the final outcome, fervently hoping that her earlier oversight would not adversely affect the second expansion. Whether it doubled the usability of the ability card or its original level would be immensely beneficial for her. This serendipitous acquisition, akin to a 2-for-1 deal, instantly elevated her spirits to unprecedented heights. Zhou An'an found herself humming a tune, grateful that she had stumbled upon a vendor selling sweet potatoes in the trading mall. Spending 30 points to purchase 2 kilograms. She then settled by the fireplace to roast her sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, in the neighboring house, the gathered individuals sat in a circle, their faces grave as they deliberated over Zhou An'an. Following the recent fierce clash, their hearts brimmed with trepidation and vigilance. Among the 6 present, 2 had been rummaging inside during the confrontation and had missed the direct encounter. Most agreed that it would be prudent to avoid the formidable Zhou An'an, as no one could ascertain how many individuals were concealed within her abode. Perhaps only 1 or 2, but the possibility loomed that there could be more. More critically, they feared that those hiding within Zhou An'an's residence were also players, and if their abilities surpassed those of this group, charging in would be akin to walking into a lion's den. While they sought wealth, they did not regard the lives of others lightly. They were certainly unwilling to engage in a destructive conflict with such a ruthless adversary, only to risk losing everything, even their lives. Therefore, in the absence of any knowledge regarding Zhou An'an and her companions, they ultimately made the wise decision to withdraw. Regrettably, after expending considerable effort to seize this house as a new stronghold for rest and recuperation, they now faced a perilous neighbor and had inadvertently forged enmity. It was clear that this location was no longer suitable for habitation. After discussing, they resolved to spend the night here and seek a new dwelling the following day. Even if they found another refuge within the same building, it would be preferable to living directly across from Zhou An'an, where every movement would be exposed to her watchful eyes. As both parties settled into a semblance of calm, the night unfolded with an unexpected tranquility. To guard against the lurking danger, Zhou An'an refrained from entering her space for rest, fearing that during her absence, these individuals might breach her door. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. As Zhou An'an closed her eyes, pretending to doze, she vaguely sensed a disturbance outside, prompting her to spring awake, energized, and without donning an additional down jacket. She hastily made her way to the living room to peer through the peephole. Chapter 155. The city enveloped in heavy snow. Peering through the peephole, she observed several individuals emerging from the neighboring residence. Were they preparing to leave? Even if they were, she intended to seize another opportunity. Fixating on the woman from the previous day, she activated her skill thief's hand, swiftly acquiring an item. The group was already on high alert, consistently monitoring the entrance of Zhou An'an's abode. Yet, at the moment she activated her skill, the woman seemed to sense something amiss. Her gaze fixated on the security door of Zhou An'an's home, as if she wished to bore a hole through it. Zhou An'an squinted, feeling that the woman might have detected something. However, the woman ultimately did nothing. After scrutinizing the door for nearly half a minute, she diverted her attention and rejoined the departing group. As the door across the way slammed shut, the individuals ascended the staircase of the fire escape, their destination unknown. Nevertheless, having already incurred Zhou An'an's ire, it was inevitable that she would continue to utilize Thief's Hand to extract from them in the days to come. In truth, Zhou An'an had always maintained a moral boundary regarding her use of Thief's Hand. She would not initiate it unless she personally witnessed the object of her desire in someone else's possession. Once the commotion outside had dissipated entirely, Zhou An'an returned to her bedroom, seated by the stove, warming herself while examining her recent acquisition. She could distinctly sense that the atmosphere had grown slightly warmer. Even without constantly tending to the fire, it was no longer as frigid. It seemed that before long, the temperature outside would rise enough to melt the accumulated snow. After all, it was already the 23rd day of the disaster game, and soon enough, the game would conclude, heralding a rise in temperature. However, the thick blanket of snow outside would likely usher in another calamity upon melting. As snow can be obstructed by walls and windows, it meant that, although the 4th floor had become uninhabitable, the environment and possessions within remained intact. Yet, once the snow began to melt, the situation would become precarious. After all, walls and windows cannot contain liquid. When that time came, Not only would the items within the residences suffer, but the walls and windows would likely also be unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to yet another disaster when the snow melted. At that point, some buildings might succumb to the weight of the melting snow, tilting or even collapsing. Those who had previously managed to remain comfortably on the upper floors, merely worrying about daily sustenance, would find themselves grappling for survival amidst a new catastrophe. Zhou An'an, however, felt no urgency, for she had learned from prior experiences in the game. She was no longer merely a player with an inflatable mattress. Her storage was well stocked with both inflatable boats and kayaks. Should the building she resided in tilt or collapse due to unstable foundations, she could quickly deploy either the inflatable boat or kayak to navigate the waters to safety. With sufficient supplies at her disposal, even drifting on water for the remaining days would not render her life any less bearable than that of others. Indeed, resources equate to confidence, a truth that resonated deeply with her. Zhou An'an felt empowered, devising strategies for the potential challenges that lay ahead. However, upon inspecting her recent acquisition, she found herself at a loss for words. To her astonishment, the item she had pilfered with thief's hand was an inflatable boat. She pondered the mindset of the player from whom she had taken it. Perhaps their storage had become too chaotic, leading them to fear the difficulty of locating the air pump amidst the clutter. Consequently, the pump was tied to the boat, and Zhou An'an had managed to claim both. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across her face. Although she had no need for the boat, it merely served as a backup. She hoped that the woman possessed more than just this single vessel. Otherwise, when the snow melted, imagining the woman's frantic desperation upon discovering her boat missing, Zhou An'an couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, she felt no sympathy for the woman. After all, it was they who had initiated hostilities against her. She had merely taken a small advantage, refraining from outright violence and merely appropriating supplies. Of course, her hesitation to confront them directly stemmed from their numbers, leaving her uncertain of her own capabilities. Zhou An'an rummaged through the ashes in the stove, retrieving a perfectly roasted sweet potato. After a few shakes to remove the ash, she wrapped half of it in a paper towel for insulation, peeled off the skin, and began to savor her treat. Outside, faint sounds of commotion reached her ears, though they seemed distant, likely several floors away. The departing individuals had ascended 3 more floors before pausing to select a residence to invade. Thanks to the woman's metal-based abilities, there was no need to pick locks. She could simply manipulate her power to form a key, unlocking the door with ease. Thus, the door opened with minimal noise, the ensuing ruckus primarily stemming from the occupants' resistance. Quite frankly, this group was indeed unfortunate. The residence they had chosen had recently been seized by an ability user, who had subsequently recruited 8 subordinates to bolster his survival in this game. While it is true that ordinary individuals could not match ability users, the combined strength of these 8 ordinary people alongside one ability user proved formidable. Furthermore, having occupied the residence, they had certainly fortified their defenses, giving them a geographical advantage. Additionally, the ability user was no weakling, leading to a significant uproar. After a fierce struggle, the newly arrived group of 6 sustained heavy losses, 2 gravely injured, 1 deceased, and the others lightly wounded, before finally securing control of the residence. The high casualty rate was primarily due to the original occupant, who had activated their invisibility skill at the onset of the invasion. During the confrontation, they had launched sneak attacks while their subordinates engaged in direct combat, resulting in considerable losses for these ability users. Ultimately, however, the 8 ordinary individuals faced total annihilation. Chapter 156. The city enveloped in heavy snow 16. The group of 6 has now dwindled to 5. This change, however, bears little significance. After all, they were merely a temporary alliance, devoid of profound emotional bonds. The death of a comrade does not evoke a deep sense of sorrow among them. What troubles them more is the fact that the player who ambushed them took advantage of the chaos to escape. This has left them with a considerable threat lingering in their midst. The thought of that fleeing player, with their elusive and unpredictable tactics, further exacerbates their anxiety. Originally, they had relocated to avoid potential adversaries lurking in Zhou An'an's residence. While they succeeded in evading those threats, they now face an additional enemy, one capable of invisibility and equipped with assassin-like skills. This revelation has cast a pall of silence over the group. Thus, the dilemma of whether to remain in their current abode or seek a new refuge has become a pressing concern. After all, who can predict if a change in location would lead them to encounter even fiercer foes? They have already amassed 2 waves of enemies. Should they falter once more, they may find themselves utterly besieged. Yet, if they choose to stay, there remains the unsettling possibility of that player returning to strike from the shadows. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the thief who harbors intent. That player, having suffered such a significant loss, is unlikely to forego revenge. Nevertheless, for the moment, they must settle in. Decisions regarding future moves can be deliberated later. There is no urgency in the immediate. Upon waking early that day, they hurriedly packed their belongings, only to be embroiled in a fierce battle, leaving them without even a morsel of breakfast, hunger gnawing at them. They hastily consumed some food to stave off their hunger and resumed organizing their possessions. The sleeping arrangements needed attention. With only one female player, she occupied a spare room. While the men were dispersed, some in the master bedroom, others on the living room sofa, and a few opting for makeshift bedding on the floor. To carve out a semblance of personal space, one even pitched a tent outside their sleeping area. Once the female player had settled her belongings and laid down to rest, she was abruptly reminded of the strange feeling she had experienced when leaving the 7th floor. Intrigued, she began to ponder the nature of that sensation. As her thoughts meandered, she suddenly recalled her mysteriously lost expansion box and the wooden elemental ability card contained within. This realization jolted her upright. She quickly began to inventory her possessions, only to discover the absence of her inflatable boat. At that moment, it became clear to her that she had been duped. While she was unaware of the specifics of the thief's skills, having encountered a myriad of peculiar abilities throughout her gaming experiences, she had won that expansion box through a lucky draw after completing a task. It had been a significant advantage, and now it was inexplicably gone. Despite lacking evidence linking the 7th floor residents to her loss, her intuition suggested a connection. Her predicament was compounded by the limited space in her inventory, as she had prepared only a single inflatable boat. She quickly accessed the trading channel, discovering that boats were indeed available for purchase, albeit at a steep price. The cheapest was listed at 600 points. Even with ample points, the necessity of acquiring a replacement weighed heavily on her, for she surmised that once the snow melted, the boat would become essential for survival. As she hesitated, the 600-point boat was sold, and the new lowest price climbed to 800. With no time to dally, she immediately clicked to purchase it, her remaining points dwindling to a disheartening sum. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an, having finished her baked sweet potato, retrieved her expansion box. To her surprise, she found that the usage count of her wooden elemental ability card had doubled from 10 to 20, although its level remained unchanged. The expansion box had limited capacity, suitable only for small items. Standing before it, Zhou An'an furrowed her brow, uncertain of what to place inside. After rummaging through her inventory for quite some time, she found nothing suitable. In desperation, she turned to the trading market, hoping to find a fitting item. It is well known that for treasures like the expansion box, placing various items within is far more advantageous. Furthermore, through exploration and experimentation, Zhou An'an had discovered that the expansion box shares limitations with a treasure basin. Even though an item placed inside would take effect after 1 hour, it could only be used once within a 24-hour period. Therefore, it was crucial to find an appropriate item. Otherwise, merely storing food and drink felt like a waste. Just as Zhou An'an was engrossed in browsing the trading market, an inflatable boat caught her eye. Instinctively, she noted the price beside it. In an instant, her thoughts sparked to life. Replicating a boat was far more beneficial than duplicating charcoal. After all, with temperatures rising, she might not need to light a fire in a few days, rendering the charcoal surplus inconsequential. The treasure basin, in comparison to the expansion box, was even more advantageous. The latter required successful placement and sealing of items to initiate its effect. In contrast, the treasure basin allowed for the replication of items merely resting above it. even if temperatures remained low and a fire was still necessary. Selling the boat to purchase charcoal would be a profitable venture. Regrettably, it dawned on her that her previous narrow-mindedness had hindered her from considering this solution earlier. With newfound determination, Zhou An'an retrieved both the treasure basin and the inflatable boat acquired through the thieving hand, placing them securely atop the basin. She chose this particular boat solely because it was equipped with an air pump. Chapter 157. The city sealed by heavy snow, it proved to be an astonishingly effective method. Remarkably, the treasure pot seemed to entirely accept being regarded as an object, and the items it replicated were indistinguishable from the originals. Even more astonishing was the fact that the rope binding the two items together was also replicated with precision. In other words, this duplication provided him with 30 items, 10 speedboats, 10 inflatable pumps, and 10 ropes. This discovery undoubtedly opened up a new avenue of thought for Zhou An'an. If such manipulation was possible with this item, did it not imply that similar techniques could be applied to a myriad of other objects? If that were indeed the case, would it not mean that she was no longer confined to the limitation of using the treasure pot merely once a day? After all, it could replicate multiple items at once. For instance, if she had previously successfully replicated a box of charcoal, would using a larger box not be considered a single item by the treasure pot? Or even further, what if she placed 2 or 3 boxes in the same spot at once? What would the ultimate outcome be? If her conjecture held true, it would essentially mean multiple replications in a single day. The myriad possibilities filled Zhou An'an with exhilaration, for this was indeed a splendid opportunity to exploit the system. However, she was aware that it was not the moment for experimentation, as she was still engaged in this game, and any reckless action could lead to unforeseen risks. Therefore, despite her eagerness, she resolved to exercise restraint and wait until the game concluded, returning to the real world before attempting anything. After all, one could not guarantee the absence of replication failures. Encountering such a setback without the chance for a do-over would squander a precious opportunity for duplication. Zhou An'an gleefully listed the 10 speedboats for sale, as well as the inflatable pumps, leaving the ropes aside. She noted the ropes were quite distinctive due to their colorful design, as she wished to avoid drawing any suspicion regarding her acquisition methods. After all, that group of individuals was still thriving and resided in the same building as her. She did not want to provoke them into a cornered reaction. Her speedboats, bundled with the complementary pumps, were listed at 300 points each, a moderate price in the marketplace for speedboats, but with the added pumps, it was quite reasonable. Unbeknownst to Zhou An'an, the woman from whom she had pilfered the speedboats was currently fuming at the sight of the speedboat and pump she had purchased, lamenting how long it would take to inflate the speedboat with a standard bicycle pump. Ultimately, she spent an additional 700 points to buy a separate pump, all the while cursing the thief who had stolen her items. Regrettably, Zhou An'an remained blissfully unaware, not even sneezing in response. Just when she thought matters had settled, she was unaware that the situation was far from over. That very night, just past midnight, the skill of Thief's Hand became available for use again. Zhou An'an utilized her teleportation skill to exit her home, ascending 2 floors, and once the 5-minute cooldown elapsed, she activated Thief's Hand once more. The target was, of course, the same woman she had previously exploited, and upon noticing an additional item in her spatial realm, Zhou An'an immediately teleported back home. This time, however, the woman remained oblivious, as she was still deep in slumber, unaware that she had once again fallen prey to Zhou An'an's cunning. Returning to the present, it had not been long since Zhou An'an listed her speedboats when one was purchased, followed swiftly by another. In a mere span of 10 minutes, all 10 speedboats had sold out. This led Zhou An'an to speculate, and upon checking the communication channel, she found that others were indeed speculating about the unfolding situation, deducing the need for speedboats and kayaks. However, many were unprepared, causing the limited speedboats in the trading marketplace to become highly sought after. Yet, given their cost and the thousands of points, not everyone could afford them, nor were those who could willing to spend so much. Consequently, compared to the speed at which charcoal sold, this was somewhat slower. As Zhou An'an gazed at the newly accrued 43,000 points, she felt a sense of unreality. Indeed, it was surreal, She found herself regretting not preparing more items, for her current inventory held only 2 speedboats and 1 kayak. Furthermore, items replicated using the treasure pot could not be duplicated again, and the same rule applied to the items produced. This meant she still had 3 opportunities for replication, unless she decided to spend points to purchase other speedboats or kayaks for duplication, which was not entirely out of the question. However, now that the game had reached its 23rd day, and with no certainty regarding when the snow outside would melt, she resolved to remain patient. First, she would replicate her own kayak and speedboats. Should the demand for such items remain high, she could always buy more for replication later. Even if prices soared, the selling prices would equally rise. With 300 points now at her disposal, she decided to prioritize upgrading her skills. Naturally, her first choice was enhancing her spatial ability. Currently at level 4, her storage space measured 4 meters wide, 5 meters long, and 3 meters high, capable of manipulating time within the space and allowing her body to enter, alongside possessing spatial blades. After expending 5,000 points, she upgraded her spatial ability to level 5, increasing the dimensions to 5 meters by 5 meters while adding the capability of spatial crossing, allowing her to traverse any point within a 30-meter range. This bore similarities to teleportation, but unlike the latter's 5-minute cooldown, spatial crossing had no such limitation. As long as her abilities were not depleted, she could utilize it continuously, far superior to teleportation. Continuing her upgrades, she reduced her points to 300, elevating her spatial ability to level 6. Chapter 158. The city enveloped in snow. As her spatial abilities ascended to level 6, the area expanded to 65 square meters while the height remained unchanged at 3 meters. Additionally, she acquired the skill of spatial tearing. However, the openings she could create were limited to a size of only 30 centimeters. Zhou An'an contemplated this ability, recognizing its potential for waste management, particularly in her current predicament. After some consideration, she spent 10,000 points to upgrade her spatial powers by 2 levels, increasing the area to 85 square meters while maintaining the height at 3 meters, and gaining the skills of spatial leap and spatial shielding. The remarkable skill of spatial leap operates on the principle of establishing 2 specific anchor points, allowing the wielder to traverse freely between them as long as their abilities are not depleted. Although the maximum distance for this leap is capped at 5 kilometers, it suffices for her needs. Spatial shielding, on the other hand, resembles an extraordinary form of invisibility, but its prowess extends far beyond mere concealment. Unlike ordinary invisibility skills, spatial shielding is virtually invincible. Even the most perceptive individuals would struggle to detect anyone concealed within its range. The rationale is simple. Spatial shielding effectively creates an entirely new spatial dimension, making it inherently challenging for individuals in disparate spaces to perceive one another. However, for the user of this skill, such limitations do not apply. When hidden within the realm of spatial shielding, one can observe the surrounding events with acute awareness. This is distinctly different from physically entering another space, where one would be completely oblivious to the happenings outside. Thus, when utilized effectively, this skill serves as a formidable weapon, catching others off guard. Nonetheless, this also necessitated that Zhou An'an remain vigilant against other players, for spatial abilities are publicly available for purchase and upgrade with points, implying that others could potentially acquire the same capabilities that she possesses. Among these newly acquired skills, Zhou An'an favored spatial leap above all else, recognizing it as an exceptional tool for efficient resource collection without expenditure. With the power of spatial leap, she could effortlessly shift between 2 locations, gathering necessary supplies without the frantic rush typically associated with the brief preparation time granted before calamity strikes. For instance, if she selected a large, resource-rich mall nearby as one of her anchor points and set her home as the other once disaster struck and everyone remained indoors, she could freely leap to procure what she needed. The only drawback was the limitation of having only 2 anchor points, necessitating careful selection of locations rich in diverse items. She wondered if further upgrades could allow for additional anchor points. With her points tallying at 27,300, Zhou An'an decided to halt her spatial ability upgrades and focus on enhancing her other powers, such as her mental control ability, currently at level 1, allowing her to control 3 individuals for 3 minutes. Upon reaching level 2, the control duration would extend to 5 minutes while maintaining the same number of subjects. And at level 3, she could control 4 individuals for the same duration. The points for this upgrade amounted to 17,300. Additionally, her metal-based abilities were at level 3, enabling her to manipulate metal, shape objects, and achieve full-body metal transformation. Zhou An'an opted to elevate her metal abilities to level 4, leaving her with only 7,300 points. The upgrade granted her enhanced metal transformation, allowing her to envelop her body in a thicker and softer layer of metal. Previously, the metal surface was hard and produced a metallic sound upon impact, but with the upgrade, even when fully transformed, her skin retained a soft, elastic quality, providing the protective equivalent of a 1 centimeter metal layer against damage. She decided against further spending her remaining points, choosing instead to save them for future needs. After midnight, Zhou An'an teleported back home, having forgotten to use Spatial Leap due to her habitual reliance on teleportation. When she eagerly retrieved the items acquired through her thieving skills, her expression froze, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of helplessness and disappointment. Fortune did not favor her this time, as she discovered she had obtained an inconsequential inflatable pump. This outcome deflated her previously high hopes, leaving her feeling as though her strength had been sapped. Annoyed, she tossed the pump back in her space, muttering about her misfortune and feeling that she had been grossly cheated. Despite her dissatisfaction, Zhou An'an refused to surrender to despair. She resolved to continue her endeavors after midnight the following day, determined to exploit her skills once more in the pursuit of more rewarding treasures. She firmly believed that perseverance would eventually yield satisfactory results. Little did Zhou An'an know that the following morning, a woman would discover that the inflatable pump she had recently purchased for several hundred points had mysteriously vanished, sending her into a state of utter dismay. Despite searching her space repeatedly, she found nothing, her emotions swirling between anger and despair, leading her to unleash frustrated roars. Yet, no amount of emotional outburst could alter the reality that the pump had fallen into another's possession. She began to suspect that someone among her acquaintances possessed a skill that enabled them to pilfer her belongings, casting wary glances at her companions. Meanwhile, Zhou An'an, having remained awake the entire first half of the night due to her excitement over her thieving endeavors, found herself restless during the second half. Eventually, she managed to fall asleep, but when she awoke, the sun was shining brightly, and half the morning had already passed. Habitually peering out the window, she was struck dumb by the sight of the snow having substantially receded. Chapter 159. The city encased in snow, although she had long anticipated the melting of the snow. She was taken aback by the swiftness of its dissolution. The snow began to thaw at an astonishing rate, and she scarcely perceived any change in the temperature within her room. It was only due to the elevated floor where Zhou An'an resided that she found this phenomenon so incredible, as she had not ventured below to witness the transformation firsthand. The truth, however, was utterly unexpected. To the west of the city stood a dormant volcano, silent for nearly 2 centuries, showing little sign of activity. Yet recently, an unforeseen change had begun to unfold, as if a mysterious force were subtly rousing it from its long slumber. Though this defied scientific explanation, in a world wrought with natural disasters, anything was conceivable, and logic could not be relied upon to draw conclusions. The rapid melting of the snow was not solely due to a sudden rise in temperature. Rather, it was the sustained increase in surface temperature that bore the true cause. Despite the sun's gentle rays yielding minimal warmth, deep within the earth, an uncontrollable surge of heat seemed to be rising, gradually warming the snow that blanketed the ground. Yet, Zhou An'an, fixated on the noticeable reduction of the snow's surface, overlooked the fact that the topmost layer showed no clear signs of melting. The astonishing drop in snow levels distracted her from observing the critical details, a lapse attributable to her limited knowledge on the matter. The decline in snow levels signified that her predictions were about to come to fruition. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was barely past 10 in the morning. Just the previous evening, she had looked outside and observed no significant change in the snow's position, at least not one perceptible to the naked eye. This meant that within a remarkably short span, the snow had melted away a considerable thickness. At this rate, it would not take long, perhaps 2 or 3 days, before the snow outside was entirely gone. With temperatures on the rise, the heat would only intensify and accelerate the snow's thawing. Moreover, as the snow below transformed into water, it would expedite the melting of the layers above. Zhou An'an was not alone in noticing this change. Nearly everyone around her had observed the phenomenon. The prices of kayaks and inflatable boats in the trading market surged dramatically. What could Zhou An'an do? Naturally, she seized the opportunity to replicate inflatable boats using her treasure pot for sale. Today, she sold 10 inflatable boats, each fetching 800 points, and they were snatched up within minutes of listing. Additionally, she noted that diving equipment had become highly sought after as these items enabled individuals to explore underwater. Had her spatial abilities not reached their current level, Zhou An'an might have been intrigued by these items, as many submerged foods were no longer edible, yet gold, silver, and jade artifacts would remain undamaged by water. Collecting such treasures could yield significant returns in other realms. However, with her space transition capabilities now available, procuring goods was no longer a daunting task, thus diminishing the need to take such risks. Nevertheless, purchasing and replicating a batch remained feasible, and with this thought in mind, Zhou An'an participated in the rush to acquire the sought-after items. She had to admit, the speed at which people snapped up these popular goods was astonishing. After 2 hours of effort, she managed to secure just 3 sets. Yet, that would suffice. Once her inventory of kayaks and inflatable boats was depleted, she could then replicate the diving equipment. As evening approached, she intermittently heard commotion outside. However, upon peering through the peephole, she realized the sounds were not directed at her or anyone else. Rather, they stemmed from the necessity of climbing stairs after the elevators ceased functioning. The noises she heard were merely footsteps on the staircase and snippets of conversation. Throughout the afternoon, there had been sporadic sounds from outside, preventing any real quietude. Zhou An'an had contemplated stepping out to investigate, but after some hesitation, she ultimately decided against it. Scanning the communication channel yielded no useful information, allowing her to quell her lingering doubts. By evening, it was evident that the snow had melted down significantly, revealing nearly all of the 4th floor. On the 25th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an awoke early, rushing to her window to peer outside. To her astonishment, the entire 3rd floor was now above water. If she remained oblivious to this alarming change, she would truly be a fool. There had been no sunlight during the night, so how could the snow melt so rapidly? This was clearly illogical. Even now, as she opened the window and leaned out, she felt no significant warmth. Even the rising sun offered little heat. In such circumstances, the rapid melting of snow was decidedly abnormal, especially occurring at night. Realizing this, she hurriedly accessed the communication channel, discovering that she was not the only one to notice the anomaly. The group chat was abuzz with fervent discussion, filled with a myriad of speculations and theories, some even quite absurd, yet none appeared credible. Until someone remarked, "I heard from locals that there is a volcano near this city, which hasn't erupted in nearly a century. Could it be that the volcano is about to erupt, causing the ground to overheat and resulting in the current situation?" Upon utterance of this statement, the chat exploded with activity, the text scrolling rapidly as participants struggled to keep pace with the deluge of messages. Liu Lan, there's a volcano near this city? How have I never heard of it? Tomato, stir-fried eggs. If this is indeed a volcano, my friends, the difficulty of our game just escalated tremendously. Should an eruption occur, we may not even be able to escape. Rain butterfly. Oh my God, how terrifying. Are we to perish in this game? I'm still young, with so much life ahead of me. I refuse to die like this. I want to live. Who will come to our rescue? Chapter 160. The city enveloped by heavy snow, the wealthy elder shouted urgently. Upstairs, please be swift. Hurry and inquire with that local about the volcano's precise location in this city. Time waits for no one. His brother echoed. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves without delay. The moment the water surface reveals itself, we must hastily flee in the opposite direction of the volcano. I sincerely hope it is not too late to act now. The conspicuous bow displayed a face of frustration, cursing. Damn it, I knew this wretched game harbored ill intentions. In previous games, the levels would progressively increase in difficulty, culminating in a formidable challenge towards the end. I thought this time the organizers might show mercy, allowing us an easy passage in the final moments. Little did I expect a trap of this magnitude awaited us. Shortly after news of the nearby volcano surfaced, a voice responded, "I have already inquired." The local mentioned the volcano lies to the west of this city, approximately 5 kilometers away. At this moment, the fortune cat hastily pressed for more details. "Brother upstairs, could you kindly find out the scale of that volcano? Is it significant?" The foxtail interjected, "Is there a knowledgeable expert who can enlighten us on the potential dangers of this distance?" The wealthy elder replied, "I am somewhat familiar with this. It primarily depends on whether it is a small-scale or large-scale eruption. For a small eruption, the safety distance is roughly 5,000 meters. Our city is right at the edge of that range. While we may be affected, our lives should be safe. However, in the case of a large-scale eruption, even within a 10-kilometer radius, we could be at risk for volcanic gas and ash. Moreover, volcanic eruptions usually accompany earthquakes, and it remains uncertain whether the buildings we inhabit can withstand such tremors." The unparalleled beauty chimed in, "I have masks for sale. Does anyone need them? An eruption will undoubtedly produce volcanic ash. Comrades, I have just listed a limited stock of masks, so act quickly if you wish to purchase." What a bold advertisement. Sugar is no longer sweet reminded. Do not forget, after a volcanic eruption, acid rain will form. Zhou An'an, having concluded her statement, exited the communication channel and promptly opened the trading channel, eager to shop. She had just sold 10 speedboats today, earning 58,000 points, and with the remaining 300 points from yesterday, she now possessed 65,300 points. She sought to acquire anything useful, prioritizing her own needs before considering duplicating items for points. While she was not in dire need of masks or oxygen tanks, upon perusing the offerings, she discovered that she already possessed the most sought-after items. Remembering she had neglected to utilize her thief's hand ability the previous night, Zhou An'an planned to venture out after breakfast. She intended to search for that woman to exploit her power again, and also to assess the situation outside. With the enhancement of her spatial abilities, the area had expanded, allowing for all her supplies to be stored within her space. Thus, even when away from home, she was untroubled by the fear of theft. The worst-case scenario would merely involve rearranging her belongings upon return. As for the stove, she could easily remove it now. With warmer weather approaching, even without it, she would not feel cold. However, while the stove was still in place, she decided to utilize it for a warm lunch. Delighted by the flour in her space, Zhou An'an prepared hand-pulled noodles, incorporating dehydrated vegetables and diced ham due to a lack of fresh produce. She garnished the dish with shrimp shells and seaweed before serving. The day had turned pleasantly warm, and after enjoying her meal, she felt invigorated. Once dressed, she swiftly gathered her belongings and hesitated when it came to the stove. Given the rising temperatures, she reasoned that even if someone were to break in while she was away, they would likely not take the stove. After all, it still contained a flame, and if she stored it, she would need to ensure it was separated from other items in her space to prevent a fire. Above all, Zhou An'an wished to relish a hot meal. Choosing not to open the door, she glanced through the peephole to confirm the absence of anyone outside. Hearing no commotion near her door, she employed her teleportation ability to step outside. Upon exiting, she was met with the sight of several corpses lying before her door, nearly causing her to step on one as she landed. It dawned on her that she had yet to address this matter. With temperatures rising, the bodies would soon begin to decay, necessitating their swift removal. Thinking quickly, Zhou An'an retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from her space and dragged the corpses to the staircase, kicking them downwards. They tumbled down the steps, landing on a platform between the two levels. She opened the window, peered cautiously outside, and confirmed that no one was below. One by one, she tossed the 5 corpses out. From above, The scene appeared blanketed in white snow, obscuring the melted water beneath, yet the bodies produced a soft thud upon impact, akin to sinking into soft mud. Hearing this sound, Zhou An'an realized that the snow was on the verge of fully melting. Using her water ability, she cleaned the stains on the windowsill caused by the bodies and returned upstairs to clear the mess before her door. However, due to the prolonged presence of the corpses, the blood had seeped into the ground, leaving a lingering uncleanliness despite her efforts. Yet, Zhou An'an could not dwell on this. She was soon to exit this game. So why worry? Just as she prepared to ascend in search of the woman, she inadvertently noticed the lock on her door and suddenly understood why that woman had chosen to use her powers to break the door rather than unlock it. The lock had vanished entirely. It appeared someone had employed some means to remove her door lock. Chapter 161. Snowbound City Beneath Her Mask. Zhou An'an shrugged dismissively. After all, the door remained shut, yet she could still come and go as she pleased. In truth, the seasoned players who survived the initial game had amassed considerable resources, whether in supplies, abilities, points, or other extraordinary means and items, all of which were plentiful. In any game scenario, they formed the backbone of the last survivors. Even the female player Zhou An'an had been covertly watching over the past few days raise her suspicions of being a well-established veteran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal from her repeatedly, especially considering that there were several other players nearby that day. The spoils taken from new players predominantly consisted of food, water, and basic necessities. Only for veteran players could one find a greater chance of acquiring valuable items. Zhou An'an's first attempt at stealing from this particular female player yielded immediate rewards, making it impossible for her to ignore the opportunity. Of course, if she could not locate her, she wouldn't squander her limited daily use of the thief's hand on other players. Zhou An'an believed that players with her level of integrity and conscience were few and far between. She would never strike at another unless they had first wronged her. Having ascended 2 flights of stairs, she employed her thief's hand, only to find her intended target had vanished, leaving her uncertain of the woman's whereabouts. With no other options, she decided to head downstairs and assess the situation. With a large mask covering her face, only a familiar soul could recognize her. Although she retained her original body and features within the game, the mask obscured everything except her eyes, with her bangs cleverly concealing most of her forehead. Moreover, she had only revealed her face in this building before the calamity began, and since the disaster struck, she had not shown herself to anyone in the building. At this moment, she encountered a few people on the staircase, some ascending, others descending. When they crossed paths, everyone instinctively stepped aside, striving to minimize physical contact. While there were certain speculations about the impending disasters, the fact remained that the snow had begun to melt. Though travel remained challenging, it was no longer impossible, given the right means of transportation. What did this signify? It suggested that the previously chaotic social order might soon be restored. The series of looting, violence, and murder that had transpired during this period might face reckoning. But those who dared to commit such acts now could very well find themselves held accountable. Thus, despite the ongoing scarcity of supplies, people seemed to revert to a more courteous demeanor, even nodding in acknowledgement when they encountered one another. Among those Zhou An'an met, 2 had nodded at her. Regardless of their motives or concerns, they had extended goodwill, and she naturally reciprocated with a nod. Soon, she reached the 3rd floor. This level was now exposed, and through the somewhat grimy glass windows, she beheld the bright sunshine and a blanket of white snow outside. However, as the snow melted into water, a portion of it seeped into the underground drainage system. Thus, after the snow had melted on 2 floors, only about a meter of water accumulated on the 1st floor. Standing by the window on the 3rd floor, Zhou An'an stood on tiptoe, peering through the throngs of heads outside, quietly observing the scene. After a while, boredom set in, prompting her decision to venture downstairs. Although the snow was melting rapidly, it was not yet at a visibly discernible pace, leaving a vast expanse of white. She descended slowly down the staircase to the 1st floor. Due to the accumulation of snow on the 2nd and 1st floors, the corridor appeared particularly dim. Zhou An'an had a switch on her flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. As the beam of the flashlight struck the waterlogged ground, it reflected shimmering glints of light. However, The situation with the accumulated water was disheartening. Various unidentified objects seemed to float in the murky water, and upon closer inspection, some appeared to resemble bodies, swollen and pale. Furrowing her brow, Zhou An'an hesitated briefly before retrieving a disposable glove from her space and quickly donning it. Taking a deep breath, she slowly extended her hand into the contaminated water, seeking to gauge its temperature. Logically, the water, formed from melted snow, should be exceptionally cold, especially in the dark first floor, which had long been deprived of sunlight. Yet, despite the thin barrier of the glove, she felt no trace of the anticipated chill. Instead, there was a faint warmth. This unexpected discovery sent Zhou An'an's heart racing, and a sense of foreboding washed over her as memories of discussions in the communication channel flooded her mind. Fixating on the murky water, her thoughts raced through various scenarios that could unfold. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. She would need to remain vigilant to the changes outside. Once conditions permitted the use of speedboat, she must swiftly reach the outskirts of Onset City. As for kayaks, they were simply too slow when danger loomed. Speed often proved decisive. Regrettably, their current mission required them to endure until the task's conclusion upon reaching Onset City. Otherwise, she would have fled as far as possible. With her spatial abilities upgraded, the duration of her entries had remained unchanged. Otherwise, she could have hidden within her space when danger approached. Contemplating her account balance of 300 points, Zhou An'an resolved to return immediately and upgrade her spatial abilities at all costs, ensuring she could alter the duration of her entries. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee her survival in this game. With this thought, she decided against lingering any longer and turned to ascend the stairs, only to encounter a group of individuals, a few of whom appeared somewhat familiar. Among them stood a burly man and the woman who had previously meddled with her door. Zhou An'an's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, fortune favored the bold, for she had been searching for this woman. Little did she know, the woman had come right to her doorstep. Chapter 162. The city sealed by heavy snow. What the hesitation for? As she brushed past the group, the skill of the master thief activated. A barely perceptible wave of energy flickered, and Zhou An'an instantly sensed the presence of something new in the space around her. However, her expression remained impassive. Not even a flicker of her brows betrayed her awareness, as if nothing had transpired. Her footsteps continued at a leisurely pace as she ascended the stairs. In stark contrast, the woman felt a fleeting disorientation, abruptly turning her head to regard Zhou An'an's retreating figure. There was something unsettling about it, a hint of irritation creeping in. Yet, she could not discern the cause of her discomfort. She did not recognize the woman, and the silhouette offered no sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, her gaze bore an undisguised ferocity, even though she did not believe she had encountered Zhou An'an before. The sudden wave of unease had instilled in her a sense that something was amiss, and she felt an inexplicable threat emanating from the woman. Just as she contemplated pursuing her for clarification, a companion beside her grasped her arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Don't complicate matters. What time is it? We need to hurry downstairs and investigate the situation, lest we find ourselves oblivious to our own demise in this game." The woman halted, her intentions to follow Zhou An'an thwarted as she shot a fierce glare at her retreating figure before ultimately turning back to descend with her companions. Although Zhou An'an did not look back, she sensed something amiss. She had not anticipated that the woman would be so perceptive. Having just pilfered something from her, the woman had somehow caught on. It was not so much a full awareness, but rather a vague inkling. Her pace quickened slightly. As the staircase remained crowded, she refrained from using her teleportation ability, opting instead to continue walking until she reached the 5th floor. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she promptly activated her teleportation skill and returned to her home. Upon her arrival, she discovered an additional large object in her space. It was a wooden chest, securely fastened with iron nails, and she had no idea what it contained. However, Zhou An'an had no time to pry open the nails and inspect its contents. The urgency of her recent experience weighed heavily on her. Thus, she resolved to upgrade her space without delay, knowing that the items would remain safe within her domain to be examined later. Her spatial abilities had already reached level 8, and after expending 5,000 points, she ascended to level 9. The original dimensions of 5 by 8 meters had expanded to 5 by 9 meters. Curiously, no additional skills had been acquired. Zhou An'an invested another 5,000 points to elevate her spatial powers to level 10, and the change was remarkable. Her space increased dramatically from 5 by 9 meters to an impressive 81 square meters. This meant that she now possessed a space of 80 square meters, maintaining a height of 3 meters. Although no new skills had emerged, her conjecture was confirmed. The duration one could remain within the space had doubled. This meant she could now spend 2 consecutive hours inside, and with the triple function activated, it equated to 6 hours of time spent within her sanctuary. She continued to upgrade her abilities, and after spending 10,000 points, she found herself with 55,300 remaining. Zhou An'an utilized 50,000 points for a 10-level leap, propelling her space to level 20 with an astonishing area of 50 square meters. This newfound expanse would allow her to store a multitude of items without the need for meticulous calculations or restraint during future scavenging endeavors, especially with such ample space. She envisioned acquiring a camper van to store within her realm when the opportunity arose in the next game. In truth, she had long coveted such a vehicle, yet her previous spatial limitations had deterred her from pursuing it. Beyond the myriad of eclectic skills she had acquired, her time within the space had indeed increased. Each entry now permitted her to remain for 3 days, equivalent to 1 day in the external world. Upon the expiration of this duration, she could exit, replenish her spatial energy, and re-enter once again. There were drawbacks, however. The recovery of her abilities was solely time-dependent, lacking the crystals or cores that could hasten the process. Had she possessed sufficient crystals or cores, she could have entered immediately. Each forced exit from her space prompted a swift replenishment of her abilities, allowing her to return repeatedly until the very last second of the game. Yet, she realized she was perhaps overthinking, for thus far, she had not encountered such resources. Of course, her spatial capabilities had granted her several additional skills: space compression, space collapse, space vortex, space storm, and space bubble. Space compression proved advantageous in combat, allowing her to isolate an enemy within a compressed area, creating a suffocating effect, essentially crushing them. However, this ability had limitations. The constructed space could accommodate only one individual, or two if they were of a childish stature. Space collapse was particularly effective against multiple foes. If adversaries were situated within a building, she could invoke this skill to cause the structure above to collapse, delivering catastrophic damage. However, unskilled application could easily result in harm to herself or those nearby. If not physical injury, then certainly a disheveled appearance. The space vortex allowed her to conjure a vortex from thin air, serving as either an offensive or defensive mechanism, reminiscent of wind-based abilities. The space storm required the synergy of lightning and wind abilities, creating a tempest that inflicted wind and electrical damage upon all entities within its radius. Lastly, the space bubble was ideal for survival in aquatic environments. Should she fall into water, she could immediately generate a protective bubble, safeguarding herself from drowning or choking. The bubble would also absorb oxygen from the surrounding water, ensuring a steady supply for the occupant's breathing, alleviating concerns of asphyxiation. This skill could be employed for herself or others, albeit with a higher energy expenditure. Chapter 163. The city sealed by heavy snow. Currently, there are 300 points remaining. I could level up once more, yet after a moment of hesitation, I decided against it. Through this upgrade, I have discerned that only by reaching levels of 10, 20, and so forth does the duration for entering the space change. Thus, I surmise that the next opportunity to alter the duration will arise at level 30. However, with my current points only sufficient for a single level up, it is a meager sum indeed. Therefore, it is prudent to conserve these points for any urgent needs that may arise, sparing me the trouble of hastily searching for items within the space to sell. After all, once the clock strikes midnight, my treasure basin will again be available for use, allowing me to replicate another batch of speedboats for sale. The speedboats I possessed now only have one replication opportunity left. Nevertheless, I managed to acquire 3 sets of diving equipment from the trading mall. In the absence of speedboats, I can replicate diving gear. As for kayaks, they require manual paddling, making them somewhat slower and consequently less popular. Thus, their selling price remains low in the trading mall. Regardless, I decided to inflate a kayak in advance. Whether or not it will be of use later, having it ready will allow for immediate use when the need arises. Especially since my spatial abilities have expanded significantly post-upgrade. As for the speedboats, I currently have only 1 left in my space. The others were sold after replication. Even if I need to inflate it, I must wait until after midnight, when the replication function of the treasure basin refreshes, to replicate and then inflate it. Given the various uncertainties, I initially intended to keep 1 speedboat, but now resolved to retain 2 for any unforeseen circumstances. Once everything was settled, I swiftly entered the space, preparing to dismantle the large box. Although it was secured tightly with numerous nails, my metal manipulation abilities allowed me to effortlessly transform the embedded nails into liquid. I pried open the wooden nails and was instantly taken aback. What on earth was this? Inside the box lay a person, or rather a corpse. Perhaps in dread of decomposition, the body was curled up within a large plastic bag, vacuum-sealed, surrounded by ice cubes. Upon opening the box, I could still feel a chill escaping. The ability of the thief's hand had unexpectedly procured a corpse for me, a turn of events I had never anticipated. Feeling a sense of foreboding, I was about to close the lid again when I paused, for the corpse seemed somewhat familiar. However, the vacuum sealing had distorted the features, and after a prolonged gaze, I finally dredged up a name from my memory, Wan Changshan. I could hardly believe I was encountering Wan Changshan again, and under such peculiar circumstances. Yet, given that he had been a formidable figure in his previous life, how could he have met such an untimely demise? I recalled employing the thief's hand to pilfer several items from him, but after the cataclysm caused by the virus from the meteorite, I had not seen him again. After the demise of my brother and sister-in-law, my rage dissipated, and Wan Changshan became a distant memory. Now, I was utterly astonished to see him again. However, I found myself puzzled. If he were indeed dead, why not simply dispose of the body? Instead, it was vacuum-packed and stored in the space. Could it be that this corpse harbored some secret? Reflecting on the encounters and details from my past with Wan Changshan, I gradually discerned that perhaps he held undisclosed secrets. It was likely for this reason that the woman had preserved his corpse after my demise. What secrets could Wan Changshan possibly possess? At that moment, I was at a loss, as errant thoughts surged through my mind, causing me to waver regarding the fate of this corpse. After much contemplation, I decided to seal the box once more and placed it into a separate spatial container, as my space was replete with provisions. Keeping a corpse alongside food and supplies felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, it was only fitting to allocate a private space for Wan Changshan's remains. Meanwhile, the woman discovered that a significant item had gone missing from her own space that very day: Wan Changshan's corpse. Wan Changshan was a cultivator, a fact she had inadvertently uncovered. It took considerable effort and cunning to confine him. Initially, she sought to extract cultivation techniques from him, which she indeed succeeded in obtaining. However, it was frustrating that despite possessing the cultivation methods, she was incapable of practicing them due to lacking a spiritual root. This reality was deeply unsatisfactory. Recalling tales from cultivation novels, which often spoke of the possibility of exchanging spiritual roots, she wondered if it might be feasible to transfer Wan Changshan's spiritual root to herself. With this notion in mind, she began to torment Wan Changshan, attempting to compel him to willingly transfer his spiritual root. Yet, how could he possibly acquiesce? Not only did he not possess the knowledge to facilitate such a transfer, but even if he did, he would never agree to relinquish his own. Despite Wan Changshan's formidable physique and abilities, the woman exploited various methods to ensnare him, ultimately binding his spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of utilizing any means to escape. Ultimately, Wan Changshan, unable to endure the torment, self-destructed his dantian, resulting in his demise. Following Wan Changshan's death, the woman was left in a state of despair. She had yet to acquire the spiritual root she desired, and Wan Changshan could not simply die. Unwilling to let her efforts go to waste, she resolved to preserve his corpse, contemplating that perhaps during future ventures she could discover a method to extract his spiritual root for her own use. However, recognizing that a corpse would inevitably decay, she feared that even preservation in formaldehyde could damage the spiritual root, rendering her efforts futile when the time came to exchange roots. Hence, she procured a large plastic bag, sealed the body, and placed it within a substantial wooden box, even going so far as to exchange points for ice-based abilities. Chapter 164. The city enveloped in snow. As the heavy snowfall rendered the city nearly uninhabitable, ice blocks were produced to preserve corpses. However, Wan Changshan's remains, upon reaching Zhou An'an, did not receive such favorable treatment, as her awakening ice abilities were merely a figment of his imagination. Furthermore, Zhou An'an remained oblivious to the true value of this corpse, who could stealthily pilfer items from one's own space. The woman found no trace of evidence. Yet, for reasons unknown, she recalled the woman she had brushed past on the stairs, Zhou An'an herself. After midnight, Zhou An'an promptly employed her treasure-gathering device, transforming a single speedboat into 10, 8 of which she stowed away, while filling the remaining 2 with air to place in her space. On the 24th day of the disaster game, Zhou An'an awoke early and immediately opened the window to peer outside. Although the snow had not entirely melted, it had begun to break apart into floating chunks. Water was now visible. Some individuals were already navigating the icy waters in kayaks or speedboats. Zhou An'an began her preparations for departure, prioritizing a hearty meal to ensure she had ample energy for whatever challenges lay ahead. Next, she attended to her bodily needs, lest she find herself seeking a restroom after venturing outside. Subsequently, she utilized her transformation abilities to alter her appearance, or rather, to change her gender. Even her hair was cut short, and she fashioned an Adam's apple. The adage that details determine success was not merely a saying. After all, she was certain that she had attracted the attention, or perhaps suspicion, of that woman on the stairs, a woman capable of ending Wan Changshan's life, which instilled a sense of caution in Zhou An'an. With all preparations complete, she confirmed that the outside world was silent and devoid of any presence before she teleported from her home. Descending the stairs, she soon reached the 3rd floor, where the 1st floor was nearly submerged, just a few centimeters shy of flooding the 2nd floor. The stairwell's windows had been shattered, and debris lay strewn below for people to tread upon. At that moment, someone was climbing to the window, tossing items into the water. With a long queue extending back to the 3rd floor, each person gripping something in hand, Zhou An'an suddenly felt she had miscalculated. If she were to conjure a speedboat out of thin air now, it would undoubtedly draw too much attention, especially with numerous locals present who were oblivious to the existence of space. She gritted her teeth and turned back upstairs. Upon returning home, she contemplated her options and decided to don the diving gear she had procured, ensuring she was fully equipped except for her flippers. Once more, she exited her home. This time, upon reaching the 3rd floor, she bypassed the queue and positioned herself at the window, donned her flippers, secured her oxygen mask to her face, and leaped into the water from an inconspicuous angle. With a splash, she broke the surface, though the water was not particularly deep. The height from which she jumped was similarly modest. Zhou An'an quickly surfaced, choosing a westward direction, and vigorously began swimming. Soon, she maneuvered behind 2 buildings, ensuring no one was in sight before releasing the speedboat, climbing aboard, removing her flippers, and taking off her oxygen mask. Without changing out of her waterproof suit, she threw on a jacket and started the speedboat, heading eastward. Anchi City, a bustling metropolis, was characterized by its towering edifices. With the water level now receding to the 2nd floor, over 90 of the structures stood exposed. Zhou An'an was cautious not to accelerate too quickly, wary of colliding with any submerged obstacles. The speedboat moved swiftly, and with no traffic to contend with, she soon arrived at the eastern edge of the city. From a distance, she observed a considerable gathering of people, or rather, an assembly of speedboats and kayaks. Zhou An'an surmised that this must be the outskirts of Anchi City, where only players remained, as the task required them to endure the entirety of the game within the city's confines. Leaving would equate to failure. Zhou An'an anchored her speedboat, recognizing that this area, likely a newly developed residential district, was characterized by concentrated high-rises. A number of individuals were heading in that direction, presumably in search of shelter. Zhou An'an donned disposable gloves, plunged her hands into the water, and gauged its temperature. Whether it was the scorching sun or increased subterranean activity, the water was no longer merely lukewarm. It was indeed hot enough for bathing. Contemplating her next move, she ultimately opted against venturing toward the buildings and instead retrieved materials from her space, erecting a small canopy above the speedboat. Though the structure was not particularly sturdy, it provided her with a semblance of privacy. Perhaps inspired by Zhou An'an's actions, other players soon followed suit, constructing their own canopies atop their speedboats. Concerned that her vessel might drift beyond the game's designated boundaries of Anchi City, Zhou An'an secured her speedboat to a tree submerged in water with a rope. This would prevent the boat from drifting away. Of course, she had not used a particularly robust rope. She merely employed the same one the woman had used to tie the speedboat and pump together. In the event of danger, a swift cut would sever her line of escape. On the 26th day of the disaster game, the influx of people grew even larger, potentially mingling with locals. Human nature often compels individuals to follow the crowd. Witnessing so many gathered here could lead those initially intent on leaving to inexplicably remain. Despite the early morning chill, the water temperature remained uncomfortably warm, and by midday, under the relentless sun, it became almost scalding to the touch. Zhou An'an's heart raced with anxiety. She hoped for a day devoid of incident. On the 27th day of the disaster game, Chapter 165, the city enveloped in snow around 10 a.m., the earth suddenly began to tremble, and the water's surface started to sway, creating ripples that glistened under the sunlight. In that fleeting moment, a palpable tension gripped nearly everyone present, prompting Zhou An'an to swiftly don her life vest. Testing the water beneath her, she discovered it was scalding hot. Were it not for the murky filth floating within, perhaps even corpses, she would have willingly immersed herself for a warm bath. The unexpected upheaval instigated a mad dash among the local residents, who had been lingering at the brink of Anchi City as they fled towards the outskirts. Within mere minutes, only players remained in the vicinity. Some bore expressions of anxiety, while others were overtaken by fear. Many players had previously felt a sense of superiority over the indigenous people. Yet now, observing the locals retreating further away, an unfamiliar emotion, envy, began to swell within them. Zhou An'an spent the entire day in a state of unease. Although the anticipated volcanic eruption had yet to occur, the sporadic tremors heightened her anxiety, as if disaster loomed just around the corner. It was as though a cat was toying with a mouse. The tremors were teasing, never fully erupting. By the end of the day, Zhou An'an was utterly exhausted, and her companions felt similarly drained. If one were to open the communication channel at that moment, they would be met with a chorus of curses, either directed at the volcano's erratic behavior or at the game for its cruelty. With such relentless tension throughout the day, Zhou An'an barely found a moment to assess the sales of items produced by her treasure pot. Perhaps it was due to the vast expanse of the area, but she had not encountered the group of women she sought. After all, Anchi City was sprawling, and this eastern sector was quite extensive, making it unsurprising they were out of sight. As dusk descended, Zhou An'an was reluctant to prolong her anxiety in the encroaching darkness. She and her inflatable boat retreated into her space. A restful slumber was imperative for her to rejuvenate her mind and body before venturing out again at dawn. Given the 1:3 ratio, while an entire night passed outside, Zhou An'an spent nearly a day and a half in her space, finally feeling adequately rested and fully restored. Emerging from her sanctuary, she found herself seated in the inflatable boat, which had not capsized into the water due to her careful maneuvering. However, the tether connecting the boat to the tree branch had snapped. After readying it, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. It was evident that last night had witnessed significant tremors, as several buildings had vanished, and in some areas, the remnants of collapsed structures were visible above the water surface. The debris from the fallen buildings had undoubtedly contributed to a slight rise in water levels, as the tips of trees that had once been partially visible were now nearly submerged. The water temperature was unmistakably high, as evidenced by the steam wafting upwards. After standing on the boat for a while, she noticed individuals rushing towards the ruins. Initially perplexed, her confusion dissipated upon witnessing them clearing a small, flat area atop the debris to rest. Indeed, with the rising water temperature, remaining on the surface had become unsafe. Aside from the risk of scalding, no one knew how much heat the inflatable boat could withstand. The buildings that had collapsed, regardless of any further tremors from the volcano, were already in disarray. They could hardly collapse further. Thus, the ruins appeared to offer greater safety than the water, provided there were no structures still standing nearby. Realizing this, Zhou An'an wasted no time. She untied the rope from the tree branch and maneuvered her boat in the vicinity. Most of the ruins were populated, with varying numbers of individuals scattered about. Zhou An'an chose a ruin that hosted only 2 people, disembarked and deflated her boat, stowing it away in her space. While she could have easily stored it whole, doing so would reveal the substantial capacity of her space, which contradicted her desire for discretion. Moreover, she had another inflatable boat ready in her space, fully inflated and on standby for emergencies. She could also find an opportunity to enter her space later and inflate this one as well, just as she had folded the boat and prepared to store it. Several individuals approached the ruins. A mere glance was enough to momentarily stun her. It was that woman. What a stroke of luck. As if she had been searching tirelessly only to find her without effort. However, considering this woman's capability of besting Wan Changshan, Zhou An'an was not inclined to confront her directly. She resolved to conserve her stealthy abilities for the time being, especially while they were both in close proximity. Given her current male guise, the woman paid Zhou An'an little heed, even amidst the presence of players. Her actions of deflating and folding the boat led the woman to dismiss her as just another novice, having participated in a few rounds of the game. As Zhou An'an stowed her boat, the newcomers disembarked and swiftly concealed their own vessel, perhaps emboldened by their perceived superiority. The expressions on their faces conveyed an air of arrogance. Zhou An'an couldn't help but wonder if Wan Changshan had truly been slain by this woman. She began to harbor doubts, speculating that if the woman were indeed responsible, it was likely through underhanded means rather than a direct confrontation. The ruin was not vast, with 3 collapsed buildings in the vicinity, creating a modest cluster of debris. 2 of these mounds already bore individuals, and Zhou An'an opted to join one of the occupied rises rather than the solitary one. After all, the Woman S group comprised 5 members, and positioning herself on the unclaimed mound could spark an altercation. Chapter 166. The city shrouded in snow, she was quietly contemplating in her heart, wishing to conceal herself behind the crowd and launch a surprise attack. After all, the woman's strength was indeed a conundrum, and she was outnumbered. Confronting them head-on would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Evading the enemy's might and launching a covert strike was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy. Just then, Zhou An'an turned and walked towards a direction where there were people. Upon seeing this, the woman and her companions exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying satisfaction. They thought to themselves that this individual exhibited a modicum of discernment, recognizing when to retreat. Meanwhile, the person on Zhou An'an's side remained indifferent, showing not a flicker of excess emotion. This was, after all, an anticipated development. After deftly climbing up, Zhou An'an swiftly commenced her actions, selecting a spot slightly distant from the individual. She first cleared away the surrounding debris, creating a small patch of open ground, before scavenging through the discarded construction waste, meticulously filling in the ground's depressions. After considerable effort, she finally rendered the area relatively flat. With the preliminary preparations complete, Zhou An'an retrieved her tent from her backpack and began to set it up. Once her abilities were restored, she slipped into the tent, immediately entering her space. The first order of business was, of course, to inflate the deflated speedboat. The tremors had become more frequent today, and many buildings around had collapsed. However, it wasn't long before people began to occupy the newly formed ruins. Zhou An'an had no intention of relocating, primarily because she noticed that the Woman S group also showed no signs of moving. Thus, a day passed in mutual vigilance, yet without incident. Now, on the 29th day of the game, Zhou An'an emerged from her tent, stretching lazily in the light of the rising sun. Last night, she had once again retreated into her space at midnight, but had come out in the latter half of the night. She was cautious about recklessly depleting her abilities, reserving them for critical moments. To avoid alarming the enemy, she had refrained from employing her thieving hand ability these past 2 days. The morning was relatively calm, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the afternoon. After a series of tremors, the surrounding water began to bubble as if boiling, emitting steam and producing bubbles. Zhou An'an immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed into the tent to gather her belongings into her space. Subsequently, she exited the tent and began dismantling it. She sensed that today was ominous. Perhaps a volcanic eruption was imminent. Taking advantage of the current calm before the storm, she hurriedly stowed away her belongings, wishing to avoid revealing the vastness of her space unless absolutely necessary. However, sometimes plans are rendered futile by unforeseen changes. With a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, causing everyone to instinctively gaze in that direction, where they could see flames and thick smoke in the distance. The volcano had erupted, and at that moment, Zhou An'an had only managed to dismantle half of her tent. With little time to spare, she hastily stored the remaining tent pieces into her space and, amidst the chaos, employed her thieving hand on the woman nearby before retreating into her space. At that moment, anxiety permeated the air. Following the volcanic eruption, everyone understood the impending dangers, and those unfamiliar with the situation quickly sought knowledge through the communication channels. Given their proximity to the volcano, it was evident that they would be affected. Yet, due to their status as players, they were unable to leave Anchi City, leaving them in a dire predicament. Some, like Zhou An'an, had acquired spatial abilities, but their levels were not as advanced as hers. Therefore, unless faced with life-threatening danger, they dared not squander their powers to enter their spaces. The woman's expression was as grim as if she had consumed something vile. She had just sensed a familiar fluctuation and instinctively scanned her surroundings, only to find nothing. In truth, it was nearly impossible to spot anything amidst the chaos, as many more individuals had converged upon the ruins. With several buildings having collapsed, the expanse of debris had increased, naturally attracting more people. At this moment, the woman surveyed the individuals among the ruins, each of whom appeared suspicious, yet there were at least 30 or 40 of them, making it impossible for her to identify the true thief. Moreover, this was hardly the time for such pursuits. Her expression darkened as she checked her own space, only to find it even more disheartening. She was missing a crucial item, the bamboo dragonfly. Indeed, this bamboo dragonfly was an item with a function akin to that of the animated counterpart, allowing low-altitude flight. However, it was a single-use item that could only fly for 2 hours. While this item might seem trivial elsewhere, it was invaluable in this game. For instance, when magma covered the area, she could use the bamboo dragonfly to evade it. But now it was lost. Her countenance could hardly have been more dismal. Unbeknownst to her, upon entering her space, Zhou An'an discovered the item she had stolen, initially assuming it to be worthless. However, upon realizing its functionality, her spirits soared. She promptly took out her treasure bowl and placed the bamboo dragonfly within it, secretly relieved that she had not used the bowl yet today. It wasn't that she had refrained from using it. Rather, there was no one interested in the speedboat, and diving equipment was of no use either. Entering the water now would be akin to shedding skin. Unable to find anything particularly valuable for the time being, she had wisely chosen not to use the treasure bowl. And now she felt fortunate for that decision. After spending 3 hours in her space, she calculated that the volcanic eruption outside had likely subsided. Deciding to venture out, she donned the bamboo dragonfly atop her head, followed by a hat for camouflage. Considering the post-eruption ash fallout, she covered her face with a large mask and donned a swimming mask over her eyes, draping herself in a sheet for further concealment. As she exited her space, a wave of heat enveloped her, and a gray haze hung in the air. The sun, once high in the sky, had vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, the particles floating above were shades of light gray, dark gray, white, and yellow, all indicating volcanic ash. At that moment, the ruins beneath her feet remained intact. but the surrounding individuals seemed to have scattered in search of refuge. After all, who is unaware of the dangers posed by volcanic ash? Chapter 167. The city cloaked in heavy snow, they must have all found places to hide, though it remains a mystery where they went. The volcanic ashes shrouded the surroundings in a thick haze, significantly reducing visibility. Moreover, due to Zhou An'an's retreat into the space, she missed that critical period, leaving her unaware if those individuals had departed or taken refuge in the nearby buildings that had yet to collapse, or perhaps they had chosen some other location altogether. Nevertheless, it is a fact that the water level in the vicinity has receded, possibly due to the lava evaporating a substantial amount of moisture. Or perhaps a drainage system somewhere has suddenly become operational. Gazing at the omnipresent volcanic ash, Zhou An'an dared not linger. After all, the hazards posed by volcanic ash to human health are considerable. Even though she is tightly wrapped, there is no guarantee against harm. Observing her surroundings and not detecting any immediate danger, she hastily ascended to the highest point in the area before returning to her space. For the nature of the space dictates that one enters and exits at the same location. She saw no signs of lava, perhaps due to her distance from the eruption point, or perhaps because the accumulated water prevented the lava from flowing this far. Thus, periodically, Zhou An'an would emerge from her fortified sanctuary to restore her abilities. While within the space, her powers are considered active and cannot be replenished, perhaps due to the eruption already having occurred. During her frequent entries and exits, she did not experience any more seismic activity. However, the water remained scalding hot. Soon, night fell, and fearing potential dangers that might arise in the dark, Zhou An'an calculated the time and did not emerge until dawn. On the 30th day of a natural disaster game, Zhou An'an re-emerged in the morning. Her abilities had diminished to less than half, necessitating a period outside to recuperate. Hardly had she stepped out when the ground began to tremble violently, as if an unseen hand were ruthlessly stirring the earth. Following this, a deep, terrifying rumble reverberated, and the once dormant volcano erupted once more. This eruption was evidently far more colossal than the previous days. Despite the considerable distance separating Zhou An'an from the volcano, she could still distinctly feel the searing wave of heat crashing towards her. The sensation of intense heat surged through the air, causing her to break into a sweat instantly. To her horror, she observed the crimson lava surging towards her like a wild stallion, racing with alarming speed in her direction. The velocity of the lava was astonishingly swift and bizarre, defying all natural laws and common sense, rendering it almost unbelievable. Yet, this is merely a virtual game world, where anything beyond imagination seems plausible. Perhaps this was a deliberately designed level intended to present players with greater difficulties and challenges, or perhaps to claim more lives. With this thought, Zhou An'an felt a tightening in her chest. Though her remaining powers were dwindling, facing such perilous circumstances left no room for hesitation. Without delay, she made a decisive move, swiftly returning to the safety of her space. Just before she vanished into the space, she noticed a multitude of people emerging from every direction. However, Zhou An'an had no time to concern herself with others. Her priority was to ensure her own survival. She remained in the space until her abilities were nearly depleted before arming herself and donning the bamboo copter, this time without covering her head. The horrifying scene she had just witnessed lingered vividly in her mind, compelling her to avoid stepping onto the ground, rather the debris. After all, who could tell if the ruins beneath her feet had already been engulfed by lava? As it turned out, her instincts were correct, although she activated the bamboo copter immediately upon emerging. The spatial rule that one enters and exits at the same spot meant she still made contact with the debris for a few seconds. In that brief moment, the soles of her tourist shoes melted. Fortunately, the bamboo copter responded promptly, lifting her off the ground. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Zhou An'an could only curse her misfortune. After spending such an extended time in the space, the lava's temperature remained alarmingly high. How bizarre! Ascending 7 or 8 meters into the air, she finally had the composure to glance down. Following the volcanic eruption and the fissures caused by the earthquake, the previously accumulated water on the ground had vanished without a trace. She observed the spot where she had just landed. It resembled a small mound, clearly indicating that the bricks, rubble, and cement pieces had not been melted by the lava, but rather covered by it. Maneuvering the bamboo copter, she continued to ascend, aware that the closer she drew to the ground, the higher the temperature. The bamboo copter had a limited altitude, roughly 20 meters, beyond which it could not rise. At this height, the intense heat from below was barely perceptible, yet Zhou An'an felt a stinging sensation on the soles of her feet. Alas, she had sustained a burn. Enduring the pain, she waited until the bamboo copter's power was nearly spent before returning to the space. During those 2 hours, her abilities had replenished considerably, which sufficed for her needs. Calculating the time differential and the recovery rate of her powers, she believed that if she floated with the bamboo copter outside for another hour, she could endure in the space until the game concluded. But that was a matter for later. At present, she was cautiously removing her shoes. Her soles had indeed been burned, and blisters had formed. Hastily, she utilized her metal-based abilities to construct a wheeled chair, settling onto it as she searched for medicine. Fortunately, during previous games, she had seized every opportunity to gather supplies, including medicinal items, and she successfully located a burn ointment. After cleansing the soles of her feet with saline solution and allowing them to dry, she meticulously applied a layer of ointment with a cotton swab. The cool ointment alleviated the searing heat almost instantly, reducing her pain as well. With daylight still lingering, she needed to venture out once more to restore her abilities. After wrapping her feet simply, she donned a fresh bamboo copter and swiftly exited the space. Upon emerging, her body plummeted downward, but she had prepared in advance, activating the bamboo copter as she exited. Chapter 168. The snowbound city comes to an end. The bamboo dragonfly finally activated when it was just over a meter above the ground, lifting her gently into the air. In this brief moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhou An'an's face, a mixture of anxiety and fear overwhelming her. After all, the prospect of plummeting from a height of 20 meters was daunting, not to mention the searing ground temperature that would be perilous to her skin. Fortunately, the bamboo dragonfly performed admirably. As Zhou An'an soared through the sky, she scanned her surroundings only to find them utterly deserted, which struck her as peculiar. Surely, the other participants in this game could not have perished, leaving her as the sole survivor? Or were they perhaps concealed within the sporadically standing structures? Upon reaching an altitude of 20 meters, Zhou An'an activated the communication channel, only to discover that over 400 players were still online. It appeared that a considerable number of participants had survived, though their locations remained a mystery. The previously boisterous channel was now eerily silent, as not a single soul uttered a word. After waiting in vain for a response, Zhou An'an decided to exit the channel. Having lingered outside for an hour, she calculated that her restored abilities would suffice to keep her in the space until the game's conclusion, and thus she resolutely returned. Regrettably, although the bamboo dragonfly had a 2-hour operational duration, she had only utilized it for 1, meaning that the remaining hour would be wasted as it could not be reused. The drawback of single-use items was evident. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an remained unperturbed, for she still possessed 8 of them, allowing her to spare 1 and retain 7. The tumultuous winds outside were of no concern to Zhou An'an, who remained in the space until merely 3 minutes remained before the game ended. Donning the bamboo dragonfly, she emerged from her sanctuary, thoroughly enveloped in protective gear. Having previously encountered similar circumstances, she maintained an unusual calmness during her descent, devoid of any panic. Even as the intense heat enveloped her, she remained unfazed, for she had adequately prepared for this ordeal, dismissing the potential for burns on her soles from her mind. As anticipated, when she was merely a meter from the ground, the bamboo dragonfly seemed to receive an unseen command, propelling her upward once more. However, the speed of her descent was alarmingly rapid, leaving Zhou An'an no time to comprehend the chaos unfolding below before she was whisked back into the air. Fortunately, the ascent was relatively gradual, allowing her to stabilize and gaze downwards. What should have been a ground strewn with debris was now replaced by an endless expanse of molten lava, flowing with an almost sentient rhythm. Its surface was cloaked in a thick layer of black ash, swirling with the molten currents like foam amid raging waves. The ominous heat radiating from this torrent was palpable even at a height of 20 meters. Zhou An'an remained transfixed by the breathtaking spectacle below, its grandeur both exhilarating and awe-inspiring. Yet, before she could fully absorb the scene, the game abruptly concluded, and she found herself back in her home, her head nearly brushing the ceiling. She hastily maneuvered the bamboo dragonfly to the ground and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling dazed, as if she had yet to recover from the overwhelming experience. After some time, she finally removed the bamboo dragonfly. The game had drawn to a close, and Zhou An'an sprawled across her bed, closing her eyes slowly, yearning for a deep slumber. Despite having slept adequately in the space, the fatigue enveloping her was insatiable. Her sleep was restless, plagued by a series of nightmares. When she finally roused from her stupor, she touched her forehead, sensing a fever brewing. Struggling to her feet, she drank a glass of water and retrieved a thermometer, confirming a temperature of 37.9 degrees Celsius. Quickly, she gathered anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and antipyretic medications. While the cause of her ailment eluded her, she reasoned that it was prudent to take medication regardless. Though her appetite waned, Zhou An'an compelled herself to eat a small amount before drifting back to sleep. Upon waking again, her fever had subsided. Yet she felt an overwhelming hunger accompanied by a pervasive fatigue, as if her energy had been entirely depleted. The old adage rang true: illness arrives like a mountain, yet departs like threads. Zhou An'an spent 2 full days at home, recuperating before she felt somewhat restored. Uncertain of the reasons behind her illness, she harbored a lingering suspicion that her prolonged time spent in the space was a contributing factor. Regardless, she harbored no regrets about seeking refuge therein, especially with the dangers lurking in the game's final days. Ultimately, she recognized the gravity of her health compared to the peril of the game. Having spent the last 2 days solely eating and sleeping, Zhou An'an had neglected to organize her supplies or even check her game panel. Now that she felt revitalized, she finally opened her game interface. Naturally, the first order of business was to partake in the lottery, though her luck had once again proven lackluster, yielding only a thank you for your patronage. Zhou An'an had grown accustomed to such disappointments, leaving her unperturbed. She allocated the 2 attribute points she had gained to stamina and speed, successfully elevating both to level 2. Now, only hearing and mental acuity remained, and with 2 more games, she could elevate all her attributes to level 2, leaving her curious about the physical transformations that awaited her. Player, sugar is no longer sweet strength. 10, level 2 achieved, agility. 10, level 2 achieved, stamina. 10, level 2 achieved, speed. 10, level 2 achieved, hearing. 8, mental acuity. 8, skill, teleportation, cooldown, 5 minutes. Can be upgraded using points, metal manipulation level 4. Creation from nothing, metal transformation, remote control, full body metallization. Chapter 169. Invasion of the Otherworldly Beings. 1, water-based ability level 2. Generates 10 liters of water, controls the direction of water flow, and launches water arrows. Transformation ability level 1. Capable of changing into 30 different objects. Mental control level 3. Can simultaneously control 4 individuals for a duration of 5 minutes. Spatial ability level 20. Storage space, 50 meters wide, 50 meters long, 3 meters high. Can manipulate the flow of time within the space, where 1 day outside equates to 3 days inside. Allows the entity to enter once for every day spent outside. Includes spatial blade with an attack range of 2 meters. Spatial tearing, spatial teleportation, spatial shielding, spatial compression, spatial collapse, spatial vortex, and spatial storm. Earth-based ability level 1. Allows for minor alterations to the properties of the Earth and creates Earth spikes. Equipment. Thief's Hand. Can target a specific individual to activate the stealing skill, successfully obtaining 1 random item from the target. With a cooldown of 1 hour, usable once per day. Available attribute points. 0 points. 85300 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated accumulating points has proven fruitful this time, not only elevating the spatial ability to level 20, but also leaving a substantial number of points remaining. Truly, This treasure trove serves as her greatest asset for amassing points. Having forgotten about this amidst several games, it felt as if she had squandered billions. 10 days swiftly passed, especially this time. As Zhou An'an felt time flew by particularly quickly. She barely had time to accomplish anything before the start of the next game arrived. Upon entering the game, she scarcely had the opportunity to observe her surroundings when a sharp sound of slicing air rushed towards her from behind. Her body's reflexes outpaced her thoughts. She quickly transformed her entire body into metal, simultaneously bending her upper body downwards while conjuring a large blade in her hands. With a swift twist of her curved form, she slashed backward with the blade. A piercing, shrill cry erupted, followed by the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. It was only then that Zhou An'an discerned that the creature that had just attacked her resembled a monstrous mantis. However, this creature was many times larger than a mere mantis, aptly described as a humanoid giant. At that moment, the creature lay lifelessly in two severed halves, a result of her decisive strike. From the severed sections of its body, a thick, yellowish-black liquid oozed out, grotesque and eerie. Clearly, this was the creature's blood, despite its strange coloration. Yet, she had no time to scrutinize the scene before her, for in the blink of an eye, another fearsome creature, shrieking and howling, lunged at her like a hungry tiger. Zhou An'an, sensing the imminent danger, dared not hesitate, hastily raising her blade, fully focused on the impending confrontation. This newly emerged creature was significantly larger than the one she had just slain, especially its enormous head, which contrasted starkly with its slender, frail body. Such a slender physique struggled to support such a massive head. The creature's form evoked the image of a cooking spoon, its elongated body resembling the handle, while its round, smooth head resembled the spoon's bowl. As it opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, and flailed its long, noodle-like limbs with ferocity, it charged towards Zhou An'an with a formidable presence. Standing at least 3 meters tall, its elongated body exuded an overwhelming sense of threat. Zhou An'an's nerves tightened to their utmost limit. Not to mention its lower limbs, just the sight of its upper limbs was enough to instill fear. As they were adorned with glimmering long blades, their edges lined with serrated teeth, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh with the slightest contact. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Zhou An'an understood that any moment of negligence could lead to her demise. Thus, she summoned every ounce of her focus to confront this dreadful foe. Utilizing her abilities, Zhou An'an conjured 2 large blades, wielding them with precision as she met the oncoming creature with a resounding clash, attempting to strike at its waist. However, its waist was positioned too high, making it easier for her to target its thighs. This creature, unlike the previous one, was far from easy to defeat. After all, it had not been caught off guard. The two engaged in an intense struggle, with neither gaining a clear advantage. But out of the corner of her eye, Zhou An'an noticed several more creatures sprinting toward her. With that in mind, she had no desire to linger in this area any longer. She needed to escape. Not only had she yet to review the game panel and tasks, but the increasing number of monsters compelled her to retreat. As she fought, her mind also surveyed her surroundings. This was a wasteland, though it may not have always been so. Beneath the tangled vines and branches, remnants of former structures could be discerned, suggesting that this had once been a city. Over time, nature began reclaiming its territory, with various creeping plants entwining the remaining buildings, while weeds spread like wildfire, engulfing the ruins entirely. Finding cover here was not particularly challenging, as numerous buildings remained partially standing. By simply parting the vines, one could easily find refuge. Chapter 170. Alien Invasion 2. At this moment, Zhou An'an found herself engulfed in a state of utter bewilderment, utterly unaware of the circumstances surrounding her. The areas obscured by a dense tangle of vines left her in the dark regarding the potential dangers lurking within. Perhaps these concealed spaces harbored entities far more terrifying than the grotesque monsters that roamed outside. To recklessly venture into such unknowns without preparation could lead to encountering an even graver threat, transforming her escape from disaster into a self-imposed demise. After a brief internal deliberation weighing the risks and benefits, Zhou An'an's gaze fell upon a particularly robust tree not far away. Without hesitation, she engaged in combat with the surrounding monsters while strategically retreating towards the tree's direction. This tree was indeed impressive, its trunk thick enough to require the embrace of two individuals. What drew her attention further was its intricately woven roots, creating a unique structure that made this towering giant appear more accessible for climbing. With her agile dexterity and indomitable spirit, Zhou An'an fought while retreating, swiftly reaching the base of the mighty tree. Without delay, she utilized her hands and feet, moving upward with the swiftness of a nimble monkey, navigating the interlacing roots. Fortunately, the tree did not harbor any fearsome creatures, for if she had faced an onslaught from both ground and tree, the experience would have been harrowing. However, it was evident that some of the pursuing monsters were also adept climbers. Luckily, they could not match Zhou An'an's speed, and soon enough, the distance between them widened. This might have been attributed to her agility and speed attributes, both of which have been enhanced to level 10, marking her ascension to a higher realm of physical prowess. As she ascended further, she successfully navigated past the gnarled roots at the base and reached the main trunk, providing her with a strategic advantage. Thus, Zhou An'an paused to eliminate the monsters that had managed to climb the tree after her. With only the thick trunk before her, the monsters could not attack in groups, forcing them to confront her one by one. This arrangement rendered her task considerably easier, as confronting a single monster was far less daunting than facing multiple foes simultaneously. After a series of decisive strikes, she swiftly dispatched all the climbing monsters, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with their lifeless forms, while those unable to ascend raged impotently below. Once satisfied that no threats remained in the vicinity, Zhou An'an quickly slipped into her spatial refuge. During the earlier battle, she had refrained from entering the space, fully aware that emerging at the same location could place her directly in harm's way. Upon entering the space, her first instinct was to access the interface and review her current tasks, only to find it unresponsive. After a few attempts, she grasped the reality. The spatial anomaly was a separate realm, providing sanctuary from external dangers while simultaneously severing her connection to the outside world. In other words, she could only review her tasks and interface once she exited the space. With this understanding, Zhou An'an resolved to take her time, opting for a well-deserved rest before plotting her next moves. The fierce battle had drained considerable energy and stamina, not to mention the numerous wounds that marred her body. Although most of these injuries were superficial, the pain they inflicted was agonizing. Enduring the discomfort, she retrieved antiseptic and bandages to tend to her wounds. For the deeper abrasions on her arms and calves, she meticulously disinfected them to prevent infection before skillfully wrapping them in bandages. For the less severe scrapes on her hands and shoulders, a simple application of antiseptic sufficed. While treating her wounds was a routine task for Zhou An'an, she found herself particularly discontented by a gash on her cheek. Fortunately, it appeared shallow, and with proper care, it should not result in a permanent scar. This prompted her to exercise utmost caution and delicacy while attending to her facial injury, ensuring each movement was gentle. After spending over 3 hours in the space, she finally emerged, discovering that an hour had elapsed in the outside world. Perhaps due to her sudden disappearance, the monsters had grown restless after waiting for her return and had dispersed. To her relief, upon exiting the space, Zhou An'an found that no monsters remained beneath the tree, a circumstance that pleased her greatly. She promptly accessed her interface to check her tasks. Congratulations to player Tang Yidi for successfully entering the survival game. The storage space is expanded by 1 cubic meter, now totaling 10 cubic meters. A kind reminder, please safeguard the storage ring, as loss or damage will result in the loss of the space as well. This does not apply to bound spaces. Given that this task does not allow for the purchase of supplies, each player is granted a single opportunity for a lottery draw, with a 100 chance of winning. In addition to the lottery, novice players will receive an extra 2,000 points. Best of luck to everyone. Current task: escape the alien-infested forest within 30 days. For each day you leave early, you will earn an additional 1,000 points. Special reminder, death in the game equates to true death. Strive to survive. As aliens roam, fight with all you might. it became evident that those bizarre creatures were indeed aliens, with the objective of fleeing this forest occupied by aliens. And lacking a map or any knowledge of her location, the wisest course of action was to choose a direction and proceed in a straight line. However, the towering trees and their intricate arrangement would inevitably lead to deviations from her intended path. Chapter 171: Invasion by Otherworldly Beings 3. Moreover, the constant threat of encountering monsters and the necessity to flee in the face of overwhelming odds render the completion of this task anything but easy. Zhou An'an gazed up at the towering trees that stretched into the clouds, realizing that the sunlight on the mountain was largely obscured, making it challenging to discern direction by light alone. Thus, possessing a compass would be ideal. In her previous gathering of supplies, she had neglected to procure such an item. Yet upon visiting the trading mall, she discovered that a compass was indeed available for purchase. A mere compass, however, cost 200 points. Nevertheless, Zhou An'an made the purchase without hesitation, only to feel remorse immediately afterward, as she discovered that in this jungle, for reasons unknown, the compass went haywire upon being drawn from her possession, the needle spinning wildly, as if possessed. In a swift motion, Zhou An'an resold the compass for 200 points, now awaiting the next unsuspecting fool. Perhaps the compass she bought had changed hands countless times, with a previous seller regarding her as the unsuspecting mark. Yet, without the compass, she was undeterred. Zhou An'an transformed into a small bird, unfurling her delicate wings and soaring upward with determination. As she soared above the treetops, the verdant expanse below greeted her vision. Gritting her teeth, she flapped her wings vigorously, propelling herself higher into the air. Upon clearing the jungle, she beheld the scenery beyond. Though it seemed a distant dream, the mountains in the distance appearing vague and unclear. The saying goes, a distant mountain is a tiring journey, and she knew all too well the vastness of the distance before her. Zhou An'an scanned the horizon, finally settling her gaze on the direction of a mountain. Though it was difficult to discern due to the distance, it could serve as a point of reference, and she resolved to head that way. Just as she prepared to descend, an epiphany struck her, and she flapped her wings with renewed vigor. As a player, transformation was one of her skills, which meant that transformed Zhou An'an was still Zhou An'an. Did this imply that she need not traverse the jungle solely on foot? Flying above was equally valid. If so, this game would become significantly easier for her. Pleased with her own cleverness, the irritation of being seen as a fool dissipated. As the proverb states, the higher you stand, the further you see. Zhou An'an flapped her wings with fervor, heading towards her chosen direction. However, after flying a mere dozen meters, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Looking up, she noticed that a dark cloud had gathered above, intermittently flashing with lightning, ominously hovering directly overhead. Her heart raced. Could it be targeting her? No. She had to descend quickly. Realizing this, she dove downwards, approaching the treetops rapidly. Just a little closer, and she could plunge into the jungle. At that moment, a bolt of lightning, having gathered its strength, struck with incredible speed, leaving her no time to take refuge in the forest. Zhou An'an now understood that the lightning was indeed aimed at her, and her plan to fly across the sky was thwarted. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation, as the lightning was about to strike her. With no escape, she thought, why not retreat in her space? In the blink of an eye, Zhou An'an's form vanished from the air, and as she disappeared, a bolt of lightning struck the very spot she had just occupied. The deafening crack echoed, and branches below were blasted apart, with many leaves cascading downward. It seemed the lightning, realizing it had missed its mark, retreated into the cloud, which lingered for a while, reluctant to dissipate as it failed to locate its intended target. Within her space, Zhou An'an was still somewhat shaken. The preceding moments had been perilously close, the lightning almost striking her. Despite her ability to transform and wield various powers, she remained immortal, unable to withstand the might of lightning. Had she been struck, the consequences could have been dire. After spending over an hour in the space, calculating that approximately half an hour had passed in the external world, she prepared to exit. Remembering her entry from high above, a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the treetops, she realized that if she exited directly, she would surely fall. As for transforming into a bird, she was not a true bird. The speed of descent would not allow her to regain altitude in time. After some contemplation, she decided it best to transform into a leaf. Unfortunately, she could not change forms while in the space and would have to wait until she exited. Upon emerging from a space, she transformed into a leaf. Yet, even then, the transformation nearly resulted in injury from the branches. A slender, oval leaf with a pointed tip floated gently downward. Zhou An'an felt grateful for her caution and decision-making, for she noticed that the place she was descending to had numerous broken branches, some with sharp, jagged edges. Had she appeared in her true form, falling from such a height would have likely resulted in her being impaled like a candied hawthorn on a stick. To avoid injury, she maintained her leaf form until she landed safely on the ground, confirming that her surroundings were clear of danger and devoid of any presence before reverting to her original state. Reflecting on her chosen direction, Zhou An'an snapped a twig, removing any unnecessary branches, and grasped it as a makeshift staff, tapping the underbrush as she advanced. After traversing approximately 40 to 50 meters, she heard rustling sounds ahead. In an instant, Zhou An'an transformed back into a small bird, swiftly hiding within the grass. The rustling grew closer, soon accompanied by voices and the sound of something sweeping through the underbrush. Where did they go? I saw someone over here just moments ago. How could they have vanished? Are you seeing things? You didn't see anyone, yet you insist there was someone. Now, where are they? Forget it. Even if someone were here, they would surely be another player, likely knowing less than we do. Not necessarily. What if we encounter the natives of this jungle? Chapter 172. Invasion of the alien species. 4. Let us search again. Perhaps they've hidden upon hearing the noise. As these words fell, Zhou An'an sensed something drawing near her concealed spot in the thicket. With a swift motion, the little sparrow transformed into a grasshopper, using her powerful hind legs to leap away from the underbrush. However, she did not retreat into her spatial refuge. Instead, she capitalized on her small and agile form to hop onto a modest bush, taking shelter beneath several leaves as she observed the unfolding scene before her. 4 individuals approached, 2 men and 2 women, their familiarity with one another evident, suggesting they were not merely a hastily assembled group. Yet, discord lingered among them, their exchanges laced with complaints. Unable to find their quarry, they reluctantly prepared to depart. At that moment, Zhou An'an's thoughts shifted, and with a flick of her wrist, she activated her stealthy skills against one of the more delicate-looking girls. The choice stemmed from her perception that such a woman, often characterized by a haughty demeanor, was likely to possess treasures of some merit. Yet, disappointment awaited her. Once the figures vanished, and she resumed her human form to examine her spoils, she found only a jar of honey. It was not that the item was worthless. Rather, it was far too mundane, a stark contrast to her lofty expectations. Resigned to her fate, she considered that it would be unwise to pursue them simply because her theft yielded nothing of value. Coincidentally, the direction in which they had departed aligned with her intended path, so she continued forward. However, not long after, a sudden scream pierced the air. This was soon followed by sounds of a struggle, shouting, curses, and cries for help. The voices bore a familiar ring. They belonged to the quartet she had just observed. Clearly, they had encountered some form of alien creature. Yet, Zhou An'an had no intention of intervening. She was prepared to circumvent the chaos. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. She soon realized that the group was not only fighting but also fleeing, inadvertently leading the creature towards her location. If she chose to escape in another direction, she might not only fail to evade capture, but also become an unwitting participant in their plight. In a fit of frustration, Zhou An'an cursed her unfortunate circumstances. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving her no choice but to transform once more into a small bird, her wings flapping rapidly, stirring a gentle breeze as she darted toward a nearby tree. Perching securely on a sturdy branch, she finally had the leisure to gaze towards the source of the commotion. From her advantageous position, she could observe the unfolding drama below. Initially, the dense foliage and tangled undergrowth obscured her view, reducing the cacophony to mere indistinct sounds. After a few minutes, however, she noticed the nearby shrubs and grasses beginning to tremble violently. Suddenly, The frantic figures of the four individuals emerged, resembling frightened animals as they sprinted towards her sanctuary. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that two of them bore visible injuries, their garments stained with blood, their expressions etched with sheer terror. Hot on their heels was a grotesquely massive creature, its form reminiscent of a bear, yet vastly surpassing any normal specimen in size, easily 3 times that of an adult bear. Its lumbering steps caused the ground to tremble slightly, each resounding roar echoing through the air, instilling dread in all who heard it. As it pursued relentlessly, the creature obliterated everything in its path, from sturdy trees to fragile shrubs, clearing Zhou An'an's view. Even the typically fearless Zhou An'an felt a chill coursing up her spine as the monstrous figure came into clearer focus. It moved with deliberate slowness, yet each stride covered a considerable distance. The once formidable underbrush now served as little more than an inconvenience to this behemoth, while the same terrain transformed into an insurmountable barrier for the fleeing humans. They darted haphazardly through the thicket, stumbling and tripping, their frantic efforts to escape hampered by the very foliage that had once concealed them. Despite their desperate flight, they could not create enough distance from their relentless pursuer. As they drew nearer, Zhou An'an quickly spread her wings and took flight, just as the creature thundered beneath her tree, its massive paw uprooting the very trunk she had occupied moments before. Fortunately, other birds had also taken to the skies in response to the disturbance, allowing her departure to seem less conspicuous. Perhaps accustomed to the chaos, the creature paid no heed to the little bird that was Zhou An'an, fixated solely on the retreating figures of the four individuals. She flew to a neighboring tree, watching as they fled deeper into the wilderness until they were mere silhouettes, their voices fading into the distance. With a sigh of relief, she contemplated her next move. Yet, given this unexpected turn of events, she resolved to avoid walking further, testing instead whether traversing as a bird would attract any unwanted attention from the ominous lightning. The outcome proved undeniable. It would. Chapter 173. The Invasion of Otherworldly Beings 5. In that moment of dire peril, Zhou An'an swiftly retreated into the spatial realm, evading the lethal bolt of lightning that struck where she had just been. Unfortunately, the two towering trees she had narrowly missed bore the brunt of the strike, their robust branches severed and scattered on the ground, while portions of the trunks were charred black as if they had endured a catastrophic fire. It was difficult to fathom the consequences had the gaming authorities not considered the dense forest surrounding them. A raging inferno would have been uncontrollable and disastrous. Zhou An'an harbored grave suspicions that they might even orchestrate a raging wildfire just to test her resolve. Having successfully concealed herself within the spatial realm, Zhou An'an temporarily eluded this unexpected threat. However, given the time dilation between the space and the outside world, she refrained from recklessly emerging, even after the immediate danger had passed. Thus, she patiently waited for over an hour, sipping a cup of honey water she had prepared with a newly acquired jar of honey, perhaps a tad too much honey, as it turned out quite sweet. When she finally felt the moment was ripe, Zhou An'an cautiously emerged from the spatial realm, executing a swift maneuver akin to a flash of lightning. Yet, as soon as she stepped out, she instinctively recoiled like a startled rabbit, the entire process lasting merely 2 or 3 fleeting seconds. Her caution stemmed from the lingering concern that danger might still lurk outside. Fortunately, after this brief yet heart-pounding exchange, she discerned that the immediate peril had dissipated. The terrifying lightning had vanished without a trace. It seemed that briefly transforming to evade danger was feasible, yet the game forbade her from traversing in any other form. Thus, she resolved to rely on her own 2 legs for travel. To maintain her course, she occasionally transformed into a bird, soaring above the treetops to ascertain her direction. When encountering other players or otherworldly beings, she made every effort to adopt inconspicuous forms to circumvent them. Initially, her journey proceeded smoothly, but after more than 2 hours, she encountered another otherworldly being. Employing her previous tactic, she morphed into a small bird, perching on a nearby branch, awaiting the creature's departure before continuing her journey. However, an unforeseen event transpired. The otherworldly being unexpectedly halted beneath her tree, tilting its head and sniffing the air. Zhou An'an was momentarily taken aback. Could this creature be hunting by scent? Her suspicions were confirmed when the being began to ascend the trunk, climbing directly toward the branch where she perched. Though its speed was remarkable, Zhou An'an's reflexes were equally adept, and as the creature approached, she flapped her wings and took flight. To her astonishment, she realized that her escape had not guaranteed her safety. The creature unfurled its arms and pursued her through the air. In her haste, she glanced back and noticed a thin membrane connecting its arms to its body, which had now stretched taut, resembling wings that enabled it to fly. Navigating through the branches, Zhou An'an observed the relentless pursuit of the creature and had no choice but to retreat into the spatial realm once more. She noted that since entering this game, her utilization of the spatial realm had reached an unprecedented frequency. The otherworldly being, still airborne, fervently sniffed the air, its grotesque visage contorting with confusion. Its prey had vanished, suddenly and inexplicably. Undeterred, it began searching the vicinity, but despite its keen sense of smell, the elusive Zhou An'an was nowhere to be found. Had it been devoured by one of its own? Frustration mounted as the creature realized it had detected nothing in its search. Although its olfactory senses were exceptionally sharp, its vision was poor, and it relied solely on scent to locate prey. It was aware that some of its kind could disguise themselves, not only altering their appearance, but also masking their scent, making it exceedingly difficult for the creature to track them. After a fruitless circuit around the area, the being resigned itself to the belief that another of its kind had stolen its quarry and begrudgingly departed in search of new prey. Zhou An'an lingered in the spatial realm for half an hour before re-emerging, confirming the absence of danger. She sighed in relief upon realizing that the creature had vanished. Unbeknownst to her, had she emerged just 2 minutes earlier, she might have been caught by the creature or discovered by it. Although the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain, a battle was inevitable, likely resulting in considerable noise that could attract unforeseen threats. This minor incident rendered Zhou An'an increasingly cautious as she continued her journey, acutely aware that she could encounter otherworldly beings with unique abilities. Fortunately, the following encounters were devoid of any extraordinary capabilities, allowing her to navigate seamlessly by transforming her form. Along the way, she encountered several players being pursued by otherworldly beings but chose not to intervene. As darkness enveloped the forest, the dense canopy obscured most of the waning light, quickly shrouding the woods in inky blackness. Zhou An'an pondered the potential dangers of the night and ultimately decided to return to the spatial realm to rest. Despite the day's travels and her intermittent use of the spatial realm, she had not expended much of her energy, as her encounters with others had been largely evasive. Consequently, the remaining energy would suffice to sustain her through the night until dawn. Chapter 174. Invasion of the Otherworldly Six before entering the spatial realm. Zhou An'an ensured that the surroundings were devoid of danger. She retrieved her treasure basin and extracted a box of canned goods, placing it atop the basin, which yielded 10 boxes of canned food. She then stored the items within the space, and herself swiftly vanished into it. Unbeknownst to Zhou An'an, as she entered the space, a perilous threat loomed on the horizon. As night descended, the world transformed into a carnage-filled arena for the otherworldly beings and the novice players, embarking on their first foray into the game, confronted unprecedented challenges. While they had heard numerous anecdotes and thrilling tales about the game through various social platforms, those narratives were merely hearsay. The terror and pressure felt in the throes of reality were beyond imagination. These fledgling players were not only severely lacking in practical combat experience, but also possessed negligible battle techniques to employ in the face of crisis. Their sensitivity to danger almost non-existent. Consequently, as darkness enveloped the forest, many instinctively ignited bonfires. On one hand, the blazing flames provided a semblance of courage and comfort, as most perceived darkness to be far more perilous than light. On the other hand, the fires allowed them to prepare warm meals to satiate their hunger. However, they could not have fathomed that in this shadowy forest, the flickering bonfire would be so conspicuous. Against the backdrop of the inky night, the fire's glow became a beacon, drawing the otherworldly creatures toward them, thus initiating a bloody massacre. In merely one night, the players suffered catastrophic losses. When Zhou An'an emerged from her space the following day and checked the game panel for data, she was astonished to discover that the once thriving player population had dwindled to just over 700. This indicated that nearly a quarter of the players had perished in a single night. Upon opening the communication channel, she found numerous players recounting the events of the previous night, some narrating their experiences with vivid detail, as if they had witnessed the horrors firsthand. Inevitably, skepticism arose, and one player readily admitted to being present at the scene when a novice was slain. He had escaped detection by those otherworldly beings due to his concealed position. Zhou An'an believed this account, for she had once transformed into a bird, witnessing players being hunted and harmed by the otherworldly creatures. She refrained from lingering on the chat, merely skimming through the discussions before exiting, uncertain of how long it would take her to traverse the forest. She resolved to hasten her journey to avoid succumbing within the game, having gleaned from the conversation that nighttime in the forest was far more perilous than during the day. She was even more determined to refrain from using her abilities in daylight. To this end, she placed copious amounts of food and supplies into her original ring space, as utilizing the spatial abilities consumed energy, albeit minimally. Nonetheless, considering the need to employ her abilities to evade danger and the necessity of remaining in the space throughout the night, conserving her energy was paramount. Whether due to the game's unique settings or the current season, Zhou An'an had yet to encounter a single fruit-bearing tree throughout her prolonged journey, whether edible or otherwise. Engrossed in her thoughts, she navigated through the forest, occasionally soaring above to ascertain her direction, while contending with the undergrowth of tall grasses, low shrubs, and perilous, unidentified foliage that could inflict harm. Additionally, the ever-elusive otherworldly beings, who regarded humans as sustenance, rendered her day arduous and exhausting, despite not covering much ground. As another day waned, and the sky began to dim, Zhou An'an was about to enter the space when she suddenly heard a whoosh behind her. With no time to ponder, she swiftly transformed into a caterpillar and concealed herself in a patch of grass, peering out toward her previous position. A bald man stood there, wielding an axe. After a moment of shock from his failed strike, he quickly turned and fled. Zhou An'an, momentarily bewildered and still processing the incident, watched the figure rapidly retreat into the twilight. After much internal deliberation, she ultimately decided against pursuit. The sky was now painted a dusky yellow as the night crept upon the earth, and soon the forest would be engulfed in darkness. Given the circumstances, the odds of catching up with him were slim. Even if she could succeed in the chase, navigating through the pitch-black forest, fraught with dangers, was nearly inevitable. While revenge is a natural impulse, Zhou An'an understood the importance of not recklessly placing herself in peril. After all, life is singular, and losing it over a moment's impulse would be a grave folly. Moreover, after enduring numerous trials to arrive in this place, she was reluctant to deviate from her path in blind pursuit of an unknown individual, risking unnecessary detours. Yet, just as the figure was on the verge of disappearing from view, Zhou An'an, with swift reflexes, employed her thieving ability in the final moments. Since he had dared to attack her, it seemed only fitting to relieve him of some possessions as a minor act of retribution. With this thought, a sly smile played upon her lips. Confirming that the area was clear of danger, she retrieved her treasure basin and successfully acquired 10 down comforters. Once all her belongings were stored in the spatial realm, with dusk rapidly approaching, Zhou An'an slipped back into the space to inspect the items she had just pilfered. Since the goods were stored within the spatial abilities designated area, checking them was quite convenient. However, upon inspection, she felt a pang of disappointment, for her haul consisted solely of a box of self-heating rice, containing 8 portions of 4 different flavors. Chapter 175, Invasion of the Other Species, 7 Well, Better Than Nothing. I suppose, to her surprise, during her previous gathering of supplies, she had not collected anything like this. Zhou An'an decided to have this for dinner, and if it proved palatable, she would replicate these self-heating rice packs with her treasure basin the following day. However, upon tasting it, she discovered that the flavor was rather mediocre. Yet, as a convenience food, it was undeniably practical. Nonetheless, when compared to a proper stir-fry. Its taste paled significantly, not even worth mentioning when put alongside the culinary skills of a chef, let alone her own. Zhou An'an mused that once this game concluded, she would elevate her spatial abilities to level 30 to see if she could acquire the preservation feature. If she could attain such a function, she could prepare more meals and store them in her space, allowing her to enjoy warm dishes even in games where cooking was impractical. As for why she refrained from upgrading now, it was largely due to the game's setting in the jungle, where resources were scarce. She hadn't seen a single wild fruit, let alone any vegetables that resembled those she recognized, leaving her uncertain of what was edible. Moreover, her spatial inventory was already well-stocked, eliminating the need to risk foraging for wild greens. Regarding hunting small animals, there was little to catch, apart from players and the other species. The only creatures around were birds and snakes. Birds offered little meat and flitted between trees, making them difficult targets. As for snakes, Zhou An'an preferred to keep her distance. Thus, resource gathering was virtually impossible in this game, unless one resorted to thievery. Additionally, the game lacked any truly safe zones, with encounters with other players and the other species lurking at every turn, except within her space. However, when inside her space, she could not upgrade her abilities, so she could only wait until the game concluded. In the initial days, everything proceeded relatively smoothly. She managed to evade encounters with both the other species and human players. Although she occasionally had to resort to her spatial abilities, she had avoided direct confrontations, which left her feeling quite satisfied. Yet, as often happens when one is too comfortable, calamity struck. On the 5th day, the game unexpectedly issued a restriction, the announcement echoing in everyone's minds, inciting a collective urge to curse. Zhou An'an could not contain her frustration. Damn it! I knew this wretched game would stir up trouble, just as I was beginning to get by. It has to raise the stakes. Sighing, she lamented that the recently lowered death rate would likely surge once more. Once upon a time, she had struggled to survive in that cruel reality, and upon learning of a survival game, she had naively believed it to be a glimmer of hope for those who had narrowly escaped the cataclysm of the apocalypse. Yet today, she had come to a stark realization. What a false dawn. This was nothing more than a deadly gas bomb, cloaked in a sweet veneer. On the surface, the game appeared to offer them a chance to reclaim the severely depleted resources of the apocalypse. But the grim reality was that each participation in this game quietly claimed countless lives. Without this so-called disaster game, even though life in the real world was fraught with hardship and peril, the mortality rate was incomparably lower than that of the game. Now, deep within her, Zhou An'an harbored profound skepticism towards this survival game. She began to question its true intentions, pondering whether it was a sinister means to reduce the human population. In her familiar vicinity around the survival tower, the residents had changed time and again, particularly in the building where she once lived. The faces she had once known had vanished, replaced by unfamiliar visages. Previously, she had given little thought to this, but now, reflecting on it sent a chill down her spine, leaving her feeling lost and desolate about the future. Zhou An'an harbored grave doubts about the game's operations, fearing that one day, all of humanity might be drawn into this game, perishing within it until the very last of the human race was extinguished. The new rules imposed by the game dictated that from this day forward until its conclusion, those possessing spatial abilities could only enter their spaces for a cumulative total of 2 hours per day, resetting at midnight with no accumulation of time. For non-combat abilities, the daily limit was set at 1 hour, also resetting at midnight. This meant Zhou An'an could no longer retreat to her space for rest at night. Although the 2 hours of external time translated to 6 hours within her space, sufficient for a good sleep, there were occasions when she had to retreat to her space during the day in the face of danger. Consequently, her nighttime hours in the space would be limited. Furthermore, even if she did not utilize her spatial abilities during the day, she was restricted to just 2 hours in her space, meaning she would have to spend part of the night in the forest, braving the perils of darkness. Additionally, the limitation on non-combat abilities significantly affected her, as her second most frequently used transformation skill fell under this category. Thus, to avoid losing her way, She often needed to transform into a bird and soar high to scout her surroundings. This meant she could not afford to transform into other forms to evade danger. Overall, these two new regulations were decidedly unkind to Zhou An'an, and it was no wonder she let slip a few expletives. Who wouldn't in her position? Resignedly, after venting her frustration, she continued onward, having walked for nearly half an hour when she intended to transform into a bird to ascertain her direction. Suddenly, another species charged at her from the side. Startled, Zhou An'an had no idea where it had come from, as it had not been there moments ago. With no time to ponder, she conjured a knife approximately half a meter long and swung it at the approaching creature. The blade struck the other species, but to her astonishment, it left no mark. Chapter 176. Invasion of the Otherworldly Species 8. No sooner had the words left her lips than the creature, provoked, erupted into a frenzy. It opened its gaping maw and let out a furious roar, while its massive, razor-sharp claws descended from above like lightning, aimed directly at Zhou An'an's head. In that moment, Zhou An'an was rendered utterly oblivious to everything else. Her mind went blank as she faced the precipice of death. The only thought that pierced through her panic was the desperate need to retreat into her own space for a temporary reprieve from danger. It was crucial to understand that this monstrous entity's hide was impervious even to the hardest steel, and the chilling glint of its claws hinted at their lethal sharpness. Zhou An'an was acutely aware that if those claws struck her, it could spell her doom in an instant. However, due to the constraints of the new rules, she was reluctant to linger in her space for too long. After taking a moment to steady her breath, she resolutely brandished her steel knife and burst forth from her refuge. The moment she emerged, there was no time to ascertain the exact position of the creature. Gripping the hilt of her knife tightly, she swung it wildly with all her strength. Though her seemingly chaotic assault did not inflict any substantial harm on the ferocious beast, it succeeded in pushing it back a few steps, granting Zhou An'an a fleeting moment to catch her breath. Then she took flight, her legs propelling her forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Amidst her frantic escape, she did not forget to employ her ultimate ability, her psychic control. It was the first time she had harnessed this enigmatic power against a monster. In an instant, the previously formidable creature, with its tough skin and muscular frame, became as stiff as if ensnared by a spell, its eyes turning vacant and devoid of life, plunging it into a state of stupor. Zhou An'an, in the midst of her frantic flight, glanced back and was overjoyed to see the creature immobilized. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity, she hastened her pace, sprinting away with utmost speed. As seconds ticked away, approximately 5 minutes later, the creature began to regain its senses. Upon awakening, it immediately realized it had been outsmarted by a mere human, igniting a furious rage within it. It unleashed a thunderous roar, frantically searching around for the source of its humiliation, Zhou An'an. Yet at that moment, Zhou An'an had already vanished without a trace, making her difficult to locate. The enraged creature, powerless to find her, vented its wrath upon the surrounding trees and underbrush. In no time, the area within a radius of several dozen meters was left in disarray. Ironically, its futile fury alerted nearby players, who promptly altered their course, thereby narrowly avoiding a calamity. Having escaped unscathed, Zhou An'an did not relax until she was certain the danger had passed. Only then did she exhale deeply, transforming herself into a small bird to soar into the sky and discern her direction. Although she had intended to assume this avian form to navigate prior to encountering the creature, her confidence had been shaken by the harrowing escape. Fortunately, she quickly found her bearings. Perhaps it was simply her day of misfortune. After a brief while, she encountered yet another creature, this time 2 of them. The good news was that these 2 were not particularly formidable, and Zhou An'an dispatched them with relative ease. While their blood was not crimson and did not emit a foul stench, once it flowed, it still left an odd scent lingering in the air. Concerned that this scent might attract other creatures, Zhou An'an hurriedly left the scene, scarcely managing to catch her breath. True to her fears, less than 10 minutes after her departure, another creature followed the scent trail, but Zhou An'an had already disappeared into the distance. As she continued her journey, she encountered several more creatures, yet none matched the ferocity of the first. Though some posed a challenge, she ultimately triumphed over them all. As dusk approached, Zhou An'an came to a halt, realizing there was no safe haven within the jungle. She resolved to make camp on the spot. Setting up a tent was out of the question. Such structures were flimsy and would offer no protection against a nighttime assault by the creatures. Instead, she opted to retrieve a small cargo vehicle from her space, fully stocked with supplies. Climbing into the cargo area, she considered the issue of ventilation. The vehicle's ceiling was not particularly airtight, and using lights inside would inevitably betray her position. Thus, she entered her space to set up a light-blocking tent. Once she exited her space, she placed the assembled tent inside the vehicle and nestled herself within. After illuminating an emergency light, she began to prepare her evening meal. Though she had been hungry for quite some time, the tension had masked her appetite. Now, as she relaxed, the pangs of hunger became pronounced, and she felt nearly devoid of energy. Even the self-heating rice seemed to possess a newfound flavor. Over the past few days, she had replicated nothing but self-heating rice, and her space now housed dozens of boxes of it. After finishing her meal in peace, Zhou An'an felt an even stronger urge to acquire a true RV. While the cargo vehicle provided ample space, its rudimentary conditions were far from ideal. The metallic walls obscured her view of the outside world. An RV, on the other hand, would offer complete living amenities while allowing her to observe her surroundings and detect threats at a moment's notice. Regrettably, this mission would not afford her that luxury. She could only hope that the next game would take place in a bustling metropolis, providing her with the opportunity to secure an RV, sated and re-energized. Zhou An'an prepared to upgrade her abilities, specifically her metallic powers, as the game's new rules pressed them to confront danger head-on. Enhancing her combat capabilities had become a pressing necessity. Chapter 177. Invasion of Extraterrestrial Species 9. The Earth-based abilities can also be upgraded twice, and these powers serve as a commendable form of defense, useful for constructing barriers such as walls. Although the walls created may not possess the sturdiness of metal, their thickness is commendable. Moreover, being surrounded by soil in the forest provides her with advantageous conditions, facilitating the manifestation of her abilities. For instance, after releasing her small cargo vehicle, she constructed earthen walls around it, thereby establishing an additional layer of protective fortification. Currently, she possesses 300 points, requiring 5,000 points to ascend a level. With her gold-based abilities at level 4, Zhou An'an expended 15,000 points to elevate her gold abilities by 3 levels. Her pre-existing metallic powers were already formidable, allowing her to conjure objects at will, manipulate metal, and achieve full-body metal transformation. Now, following the upgrade, her metallic abilities have introduced 3 new skills: metal liquefaction, accompanied by high temperature, metal refining, and the meticulous manipulation of metal transformation. While these newly acquired skills may not qualify as decisive techniques in intense combat, the elevation of her metallic powers to level 7 has significantly increased her stored energy, nearly doubling her ability reserves. This implies that even if her actual combat strength is equivalent to level 3, her endurance in battle has impressively extended to twice its previous duration. After temporarily withdrawing from the enhancement of her metallic abilities, Zhou An'an swiftly commenced the improvement of her Earth-based powers. As her Earth abilities gradually advanced, it became evident that, although no specific techniques were overtly introduced, she could distinctly sense the burgeoning energy within her. Simultaneously, her skill in altering the properties of Earth had evolved into a refined and potent force. By the time her Earth abilities reached level 6, Zhou An'an felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, believing she could construct a complete house within a mere 5 minutes. This rate of progress was truly astonishing. Without hesitation, she stepped out of the tent, leaving the zipper unfastened, allowing light to pour into the cabin. Approaching the vehicle door, she listened intently for any unusual sounds outside. Hearing nothing amiss, she confidently grasped the door handle, gently pulling it open with a soft creak. With one door ajar, Zhou An'an stood at the edge of the cabin. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, cloaked beneath a heavy shroud, as she squinted slightly. Patiently waiting for her eyes to adjust to the gloom, and discern the vague outlines of nearby objects. Once she could barely make out her surroundings, she inhaled deeply and slowly extended her hands. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged in her palms, silently flowing forth like a tidal wave of power. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Thick earthen walls rose from the ground as if summoned by her will. These walls ascended and thickened at a visible pace, forming impenetrable barriers that stood resolute upon the earth. As the walls rapidly emerged, the ground around them seemed to succumb to intense pressure, plunging downward significantly. The grasses and shrubs that had once thrived in this area lost their support, collapsing chaotically. Their roots lay exposed, some completely uprooted, sliding into the deepening pit. In contrast, the towering trees displayed remarkable resilience. Although the subsiding ground loosened their foundations, they stood steadfast. Each tree's intricate root system remained tightly anchored to the earth, maintaining their upright posture. Of course, this applied to the larger trees. The smaller ones, deprived of soil, leaned precariously, albeit not completely toppled. At this moment, Zhou An'an was unconcerned with the state of the trees. Her sole focus was ensuring the safety of her immediate environment. Due to the limited visibility of the night, she opted not to construct a house, but instead erected 2 layers of tall walls around her small cargo vehicle, each wall exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness. With these barriers in place, even if she were to encounter an extraterrestrial attack during the night, they would offer her some shield and serve as a warning, granting her precious preparation time. At the very least, they would afford her enough time to react and retreat into her space with both herself and the vehicle, as she still had ample time remaining to enter her space, which would refresh after midnight. Furthermore, with these walls, even if some light were to escape, it would likely not attract the attention of the extraterrestrial beings, as the walls towered approximately 4 meters high, despite the absence of a roof. The decision to forego a ceiling stemmed from the uncertainty of how branches overhead might create noise, potentially drawing the attention of nearby extraterrestrial entities. Such consequences would be counterproductive. Returning to the tent within the cabin, she checked her remaining points, finding a balance of 45,300. After some contemplation, Zhou An'an chose not to expend further points. Remembering the recent rule changes in the game, which had prevented her from utilizing the treasure basin, she seized the opportunity to retrieve it from her space before midnight. Locating an empty box, she counted the spring yang fruits she had, tallying a total of 78 remaining after consumption and sales over the past days. Carefully, she placed them into the box and set it atop the treasure basin. Moments later, the original 78 fruits transformed into 780. However, considering the preservation of these fruits had become a pressing issue, Zhou An'an began to arrange them for display. Truth be told, these fruits were quite popular in the current game environment, as during the day, for safety reasons, players could not afford to linger in one place for too long. This led to the necessity of hastily consuming their meals. Chapter 178. Invasion of Foreign Species 10. Whether one chooses to walk while eating or to devour hastily. Such practices are undeniably detrimental to the human digestive system. This is particularly true for individuals with inherently fragile gastrointestinal functions, exacerbating their plight. Already struggling in the game with inadequate sustenance, their minds remain perpetually tense, leading to frequent episodes of diarrhea, constipation, abdominal pain, and bloating, adding further pressure to their beleaguered digestive systems. However, the introduction of the spring yang fruit has promised significant improvement. A mere morsel consumed daily can satiate one's hunger for an entire day. Thus, one could consume a piece in the morning and, when evening comes and travel is no longer feasible, indulge in regular fare. This approach not only skillfully circumvents the myriad dangers associated with pausing for a meal, but also frees up precious time for hasty journeys. Moreover, the spring yang fruit, sold by Zhou An'an at an affordable price, quickly garnered enthusiastic acclaim from players upon its release. At this moment, Zhou An'an remained unaware. She had tucked away 220 pieces in her refrigerator, placing the remainder for sale. The trading mall boasted a delightful advantage. Regardless of how long it took for items to find buyers after being listed, they would maintain their original state, unaffected by the passage of time. This essentially functioned as a preservation mechanism, allowing goods to remain intact over extended periods, immune to deterioration. However, a minor drawback existed. The regulations explicitly prohibited sellers from purchasing their own wares. Were it not for this restriction, Zhou An'an might have regarded the trading mall as a veritable preservation chamber. After all, it ensured the safety of her items without the worry of degradation over time, thereby affording optimal protection for her valuable possessions. Yet, it was evident that the game developers were vigilant against such loopholes. Perhaps due to the surrounding walls, the night unfolded in an unusually tranquil manner, devoid of any perilous encounters. Nevertheless, the day's trials left Zhou An'an feeling utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally drained. Consequently, when she entered her tent to rest, she could scarcely muster the energy to peruse the communication channel, collapsing on her bed and succumbing to slumber almost instantly. Thus, Zhou An'an slept soundly until the sun ascended high in the sky, illuminating the world outside, shielded by the tent's light-blocking features and the additional cover of her vehicle. The light struggled to penetrate. As she awoke naturally, she glanced around at the dim surroundings, oblivious to the dawn that had already broken. It was only when she instinctively summoned the game panel and noted the display time that realization struck her. Day had indeed arrived. With a start, she leapt up, hurried into her space to freshen up, poured herself a glass of milk, and consumed another spring yang fruit before stepping out, ready to embark on her journey. She resolved to continue her routine of eating spring yang fruit each morning and enjoying a proper meal in the evening until she exited the game, thus conserving time without hindering her travels. Just before retracting her small cargo vehicle into her space, she suddenly recalled the spring yang fruit she had listed for sale the previous night. Upon checking, she was astonished to discover that it had all sold out. Clearly, many astute individuals recognized the fruit's potential to save time and mitigate risks within the game. Aside from the 220 pieces she retained for herself, the remaining 560 pieces were listed at a price of 120 points each, resulting in a total of 67, 200 points credited to her account. Coupled with her original 45, 300 points, she now possessed a staggering 112, 500 points. While she could not claim to be the player with the highest points, she certainly ranked among the top. Her spirits soared as she reveled in her newfound fortune. The treasure trove was indeed her prized possession. Of course, such success required popular commodities. Otherwise, replicating mundane items would yield little benefit. She merely created a small breach in the wall to exit, mindful that completely dissolving the earthen barrier would deplete her abilities, and it was prudent to conserve her powers. After all, one could never predict when danger might arise, and Zhou An'an aspired to maintain her optimal state at all times. Transforming into a bird, she soared aloft to ascertain her direction before descending and setting forth on her journey. Unbeknownst to her, the wall she had left with an opening not only facilitated the passage for subsequent players, but also inspired many, with some sharing this method in the communication channel. The previously underappreciated Earth-based abilities experienced a surge in popularity. Inspired by her ingenuity, players wielding metal and wood abilities began to adopt similar strategies, constructing temporary shelters before retiring for the night, rather than resorting to makeshift tents or tree branches as they had previously. As days passed, the 9th day of the Calamity game arrived. One evening, feeling bored and idle, Zhou An'an entered the communication channel and stumbled upon this phenomenon. She found herself momentarily speechless, observing others seemingly newly enlightened to this trick. She questioned whether the game had diminished the intelligence of some players. Constructing a safe haven to rest was hardly an unusual practice. Even if one individual failed to conceive the idea, surely hundreds of others in the game would not overlook it. It was improbable that she was the sole individual to have thought of it. Of course, it was also plausible that some had indeed come up with the idea, but had dismantled their fortifications upon departure, evading discovery. Nevertheless, Zhou An'an merely sighed in contemplation before redirecting her focus. Having sustained an injury earlier that day, though not severe, a cut marred her shoulder. She had felt little discomfort amidst the adrenaline of travel and combat. However, now, resting in safety, the wound throbbed painfully. Even the slightest movement intensified the agony. She sighed again, missing the roll of bandages she had once procured. Regrettably, it was a single-world item. Had it been otherwise, she would have feared no injury, as the bandages would expedite her healing. With this thought in mind, she hastily searched them all, seeking any healing abilities that might alleviate her suffering. Chapter 179. Invasion of the Other Species 11. Although there were no healing abilities available, a variety of ordinary wound remedies were offered for sale by various players, rather than from the game itself. The sellers' identities remained concealed, leaving one in the dark regarding who was peddling these wares. It was undeniable that these remedies were merely standard items without any extraordinary effects. Zhou An'an space was already well stocked with such items, rendering any purchases unnecessary. With no special healing potions at hand and no healing powers to invoke, she resolved to let her injuries mend gradually. However, for the next couple of days, she clearly could not engage in any vigorous activities. After some deliberation, Zhou An'an decided to take a day of rest the following day. No longer confined to just a few walls, she had constructed a sizable and tall house. The absence of a door was inconsequential to her, as she possessed earth-based abilities. Instead of blocking the entrance, she had left an opening near the roof for ventilation. Of course, she had not forgotten to drape a black cloth over the vent to obscure the light, for she intended to illuminate the room, and any light escaping would be less than desirable. Considering her need for rest, Zhou An'an reinforced the perimeter of her dwelling with 2 additional layers of walls. The inner side of the outer wall covered with iron plates. She had completed all of this before nightfall, taking a nearly hour-long pause to recover her powers, and could finally deem the project finished. After a satisfying meal, she took anti-inflammatory medication since her wounds appeared rather deep. Despite having disinfected them, the jungle environment was not particularly forgiving, and she feared potential infection. As night approached, Zhou An'an realized that no matter how she lay down, her arm throbbed painfully, with the pulsing of the blood vessels almost palpable. She touched her forehead and sensed a slight fever. After measuring her temperature, she confirmed it was elevated and hurriedly took 2 fever-reducing pills. Perhaps the antipyretics contained a sedative, for despite the persistent ache in her wound, she soon drifted into a hazy slumber. The construction of such a robust fortress-like safe house effectively repelled fierce attacks from the other species, a method that had long ceased to be a secret among the players. Thus, when passers-by caught sight of the uniquely shaped, windowless earth fortress, they immediately understood that it likely concealed a player within. What puzzled them, however, was that despite the bright daylight, ideal for travel, this player had not set out but remained inside the safe house. Perhaps they had overslept. Though uncertain of the reason, onlookers recognized that this matter bore no relevance to them, and such individuals were best left undisturbed. After all, anyone capable of constructing such a formidable stronghold was no ordinary person. One could easily discern that an earth-based ability indicated a high level of power. Who would be foolish enough to provoke such a formidable entity, especially one as exceptional as Zhou An'an? This included the novice players newly entering the game. Having endured numerous challenges and setbacks over time, those who had survived until now were well aware of the perils, whether they should be cognizant of them or not. A mere glance sufficed to convey that this was not an entity one could afford to confront. For novice players, the dangers posed by these seasoned players were akin to those of the other species. According to the game's rules, players could seize each other's spatial carriers, but they could only be utilized after the original owner's demise. Thus, should these experienced players harbor intentions of robbery, they would not spare lives. The other species merely thrived on brute strength, while the cunning and ruthless nature of veteran players far surpassed them. Therefore, to novice players, avoiding seasoned players was paramount. If avoidance proved impossible, fostering no animosity was crucial. Ideally, a mutual non-interference as they passed each other would be the best outcome. When necessary, these novice players could take a step back, prioritizing their survival above all else. While some novice players were indeed robust and headstrong, such individuals often perished early in the game. Those who survived were typically adept at reading the room, knowing when to advance or retreat, or were simply fortunate. Consequently, whenever they spotted a sturdy fortress in the distance, they unhesitatingly opted to take a detour, avoiding any hesitation striving to remain unnoticed. However, this strategy was only effective during the day. As night descended and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the seemingly abandoned fortress became a beacon of hope for some, a potential refuge for a safe night's rest. Yet, upon approaching and circling the structure, they discovered that it bore no entrance. Undoubtedly, this place had already been claimed by others. Faced with such a reality, despite feelings of discontent, they could do nothing but depart with a sense of loss and disappointment, seeking another possible shelter. Even if they had to resort to climbing trees for sleep, they would remain far from such experienced players to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Though Zhou An'an spent the day sheltered from the other species and potential dangers, it was not an easy day. After taking antipyretics the previous night, her fever had subsided, but upon awakening, the pain from her injuries had intensified, particularly with any movement that elicited sharp pangs. She felt relieved by her choice in her current condition. If she had ventured out today, she would have struggled to confront any threats. Fortunately, her day had been relatively uneventful. It was unclear whether no other species had passed through or if they simply overlooked her presence, assuming the fortress was devoid of inhabitants. Unlike the encounter she had experienced a few days prior, she was grateful not to have attracted the attention of any particularly keen-scented creatures. Otherwise, her so-called safe haven would have been compromised. After a day of rest, although her injuries still ached, it was no longer to the extent that she could not lift her arm. Chapter 180. The invasion of the otherworldly 12, considering the long and arduous journey ahead. Zhou An'an recognized that she could no longer afford to be complacent. After a day of indulgent leisure, she had already delayed her precious itinerary significantly. Once she felt her body had sufficiently recovered from its previous discomfort, she resolutely set forth on her expedition. However, as her injuries had yet to fully heal, she proceeded with utmost caution to avoid any direct confrontations with the otherworldly beings. At the slightest hint of a disturbance, she would swiftly evade, and when evasion was impossible, she would retreat into her spatial refuge. Ever since she had constructed a fortress as sturdy as a house using earthen walls that fateful night, she no longer needed to rely solely on her space for rest. Since the inception of her makeshift dwelling, she had encountered no dangers at night. Perhaps fortune was simply smiling upon her. Thus, during daylight, Zhou An'an was more liberal in her use of her spatial abilities. With her careful approach, although she faced a few perilous moments that day, she emerged unscathed. The only drawback was that her pace had noticeably slowed compared to before. Nonetheless, any forward progress was preferable to stagnation. However, due to her injuries, Zhou An'an remained in a state of heightened tension throughout the day, and this anxiety rendered her exhaustion far more profound than at any previous time. It felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her yearning for a comfortable place to slumber. Yet, mindful of the limited uses left for her treasure basin, she hurriedly summoned it and casually replicated some food, storing the copies in her spatial realm without further ado. Once her defensive measures were in place, she lay down and succumbed to sleep. That night passed without incident, a stroke of good fortune as she did not encounter any creatures that hunted by scent. Otherwise, even within her fortress, she would have likely faced a fierce struggle. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of slumber, she awoke feeling somewhat revitalized. She heated a box of self-heating rice and, while unwrapping the bandages on her wounds, discovered that they had begun to scab over, albeit with some surrounding redness and swelling. Nevertheless, it appeared to be nothing serious. After taking 2 anti-inflammatory pills, she drifted back into slumber. The ensuing days brought no significant dangers, a testament to her prudence, especially since her earlier recklessness had resulted in injuries and a day's delay. One learns from missteps, and thus she remained doubly vigilant. On the 13th day of the Calamity game, after a period of careful recuperation and treatment, her injuries showed marked improvement. Most wounds had healed, leaving only a few scabbed areas that occasionally itched, tempting her to scratch. Despite the discomfort, she resisted, fully aware that this was a normal part of the healing process. However, during the day, as her nerves remained taut and her focus directed towards the path ahead and potential dangers, the subtle itch faded to the background. Yet, When night fell and the environment transformed into a serene quietude, her body relaxed, and the unbearable itch surged forth like a tide. Especially while lying in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, and could only endure the urge to scratch the itchy spots. Each time, she nearly succumbed to the temptation. Her reason reminded her that such actions could lead to reopening her wounds and risking infection. Scarring mattered little to her. Her primary concern was that a renewed infection could disrupt her journey and even threaten her life. Thus, she gritted her teeth, silently enduring the torment, striving to fall asleep, for slumber would render her oblivious to the itch. By today, the itching had lessened significantly, and Zhou An'an had hoped for a restful night's sleep. However, she awoke in the middle of the night, chilled to the bone. She quickly added another blanket and listened intently to the sounds outside. Unbeknownst to her, a faint rustling noise had begun to permeate the air, intermittent as if countless tiny feet were dancing lightly upon the ground. Lying in her bed, doubt crept in. Had it begun to rain? Since entering this game, the weather had consistently been fair, aside from the dense canopy that obscured the sunlight. The woods had been devoid of wind, rain, or a drop in temperature. She leaned against the wall, straining to listen. The rustling grew clearer, and after a moment, she discerned it was indeed the sound of raindrops falling upon the leaves. However, the thought of rising to confirm the rain was a luxury she could scarcely afford. Lazily, she returned to bed, snugging her blanket closer, as if to shield herself from the outside world, and soon drifted into slumber. Upon waking in the morning, the chill in the air prompted Zhou An'an to don a coat. Approaching the wall, she used her abilities to carve a small hole. Peering through, she discovered that the outside world was indeed enveloped in rain, with large droplets cascading from the sky, forming shimmering curtains of water. Hastily, she dug another hole through the outer layers of the wall to gain a better view of the forest. The rain was heavy and accompanied by fierce winds. The howling gusts bent the trees, their branches flailing wildly, leaves colliding and rustling, creating a symphony of sound intermingled with the patter of rain. This cacophony only intensified her sense of cold. Feeling the temperature drop further, Zhou An'an quickly retrieved thicker clothing and rummaged through her space for waterproof attire. Just as she was about to put them on, a thought struck her. She took out the remaining 2 sets of waterproof clothing and packed them into a bag, then extracted her treasure basin. Through its replication function, she successfully created 30 sets of waterproof garments. After reserving 5 sets for herself, she promptly listed the others in the trading marketplace. With the rain falling today, she was certain these items would be in high demand. After all, while thick clothing provided warmth, being drenched would render one just as cold. With waterproof attire, however, one could remain insulated against both wind and rain. Zhou An'an's predictions proved accurate. As soon as she listed her 25 sets of waterproof clothing, they were snatched up in an instant. Chapter 181. Invasion of the Other Species 13. At this moment, Zhou An'an was unaware that she had ventured into the storm fully armed. Despite being wrapped up securely, even donning rain boots, her face and hands were exposed to the elements. The rain, whipped by the wind, struck her skin with a piercing cold that felt like ice. The chaos around her, with debris tossed about by the fierce gusts, resulted in occasional impacts against her body. Although she quickly raised her hands to shield herself, her face still suffered several blows, each causing rainwater to splash onto her visage, momentarily blurring her vision. Initially, she had contemplated using an umbrella, but the intensity of the wind dissuaded her from that notion. It would be futile to attempt to shield herself from such a tempest. The ground was treacherously slippery, particularly on inclines, and the pervasive undergrowth, muddied by the rain, offered little respite. Though the grass cushioned her steps, mud still clung to her rain boots, weighing her down further, and some of it splattered onto her pant legs. This muck rendered the path beneath her even more perilous. Had she not managed to grasp nearby trees or branches on several occasions, she would have undoubtedly fallen numerous times during her journey. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, she encountered many players along the way, yet not a single otherworldly creature crossed her path. She could only speculate whether they had sought refuge from the rain. After a brief period, fatigue and irritation set in. Looking up, She could see nothing but the branches and leaves flailing wildly in the wind, reminiscent of a chaotic dance of demons, a sight that would be quite terrifying under the cloak of night. Despite having traversed for most of the day, her progress had been minimal, and perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. But she felt the previously scabbed wounds on her body throbbing anew beneath her clothing and waterproof gear. Gritting her teeth, Zhou An'an pressed on until midday, when she finally felt she could endure no longer. She retrieved her truck from her spatial pocket and climbed inside. In such torrential weather, constructing an earthen shelter seemed impractical. It would likely collapse under the relentless storm. Instead, utilizing the truck was the wiser choice. She forcefully shut the truck's door, the sound echoing in the dimness that enveloped her. Fumbling, she activated the emergency light, illuminating the cramped interior with a soft, yellow glow. Slowly, she unzipped her heavy waterproof jacket and removed it. To her astonishment, she found that several areas of her clothing beneath had become soaked, particularly at the cuffs, collar, and pant hems, the damp fabric clinging to her skin and sending a shiver down her spine. It became evident that waterproof attire was not infallible, especially during continuous movement. The dampness in these areas was a testament to its limitations. While traversing through the storm, Zhou An'an had been solely focused on her path, cautious of slipping and ever alert for unforeseen dangers. Thus, she had not noticed the extent to which her body had been drenched until she found herself in the quiet refuge of the truck. The sensation of dampness was now acutely apparent. The cold rainwater seeped through her garments, chilling her to the bone. This feeling was magnified, causing her to involuntarily shudder. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely decided to retreat into her spatial realm. The temperature outside was rather low, and the truck's interior offered little warmth. Changing clothes here could easily lead to a cold. In her spatial domain, however, the temperature was just right, allowing her to shed her wet garments without fear of illness. Without concern for conserving spatial time, she quickly changed into a dry and warm outfit, then took several soft tissues to dab at her damp hair, drawing it to a half-dry state. Next, she filled a basin with warm water, gently splashing it on her face to wash away the fatigue and grime accumulated during her arduous journey and to alleviate the chill that had settled in her skin throughout the morning. However, as the warm water made contact with her cheeks, she was startled to discover that her facial muscles had become stiff, nearly devoid of sensation. Whether the water splashed on her face or her fingers stroked her skin, it felt as if she were touching another person's face. Having been exposed to the harsh elements for an entire morning, her visage had succumbed to the numbing cold. Even the soothing warmth of the water could not instantly restore her sensitivity. Before exiting her spatial sanctuary, she donned a hooded jacket, securing the hood over her head before stepping out. She retrieved a portable stove, along with a packet of dried ginger slices and a bag of brown sugar, to brew herself a comforting cup of ginger tea. This remedy was known to dispel chills. After consuming 2 cups of the warming concoction, she felt warmth radiate from within, and she exhaled a sigh of relief as she prepared a bowl of steaming noodle soup on the stove, savoring it gratefully. After a brief respite, she rearmed herself, donning a fresh set of waterproof clothing while temporarily storing the damp attire in her spatial realm. This time, she layered a raincoat over her waterproof jacket. Though it added to her bulk, it significantly reduced the likelihood of her inner garments becoming soaked. The tempest persisted throughout the day and by evening. With no sign of abatement in the rain, Zhou An'an reluctantly retrieved her level 3 wood-type ability card. After all, constructing an earthen wall would likely be futile against the torrential rain, and wood-type abilities, unlike metal-type ones, could not conjure soil out of thin air. She could only utilize the earth available to her to build a barrier. Yet, with the ground so saturated and muddy, even if the storm ceased, a wall made from this wet earth would hardly be sturdy, risking collapse in the dead of night. Fortunately, she found herself amidst a vast forest, surrounded by lush trees and abundant foliage, providing an ideal environment for someone with wood-type abilities, as their power here rivaled that of earth-type abilities. However, she had not purchased wood-type abilities. Her wood-type card only had 20 uses, so she intended to conserve it as much as possible, knowing that her innate energy was boundless, only depleting when used, but recoverable over time. Chapter 182. Invasion of the Other Species 14 after 3 consecutive displays of her wood-based abilities. A fortress of considerable form and structure finally emerged before her. Unlike the traditional notion of sturdy, impenetrable earthen walls, this fortress, crafted from timber, possessed a relatively loose structure, featuring various gaps and openings. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to withstand the current onslaught of wind and rain. Notably, the fortress constructed by Zhou An'an was not only expansive, but also ingeniously incorporated several large trees, enhancing the overall stability and magnificence of the edifice. This design alleviated any concerns that a sudden intensification of the storm might topple her makeshift refuge. However, due to the intentional spacing between the trees and the particular location she had chosen, the interior remained quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate a small delivery truck. Surrounded by a damp landscape, Zhou An'an was acutely aware that, although rain no longer dripped from above, the ground had become a quagmire. Naturally, she dismissed the idea of establishing a tent in such a humid environment. Consequently, with no option for prolonged rest within the shelter, residing in the truck became the most prudent choice. That night, amidst the tumult of wind and rain, Zhou An'an lay within the truck, troubled by the cacophony outside, leading to a restless slumber. Upon waking, she glanced into a mirror, only to discover the onset of dark circles beneath her eyes. Observing the relentless storm outside, she had no choice but to arm herself once more, first transforming into a small bird to scout the skies, before resigning herself to brave the elements. Fortunately, it seemed the inclement weather had driven the other species into hiding. Were it not for this, encountering them under such conditions would have posed a significant challenge, particularly if their strength exceeded her own. In such a scenario, escape would have been nearly impossible, rendering her a mere offering. Perhaps the game developers had considered this aspect, allowing the other species to retreat during such adverse weather, which, in a way, was a silver lining, as it meant that she would only have to contend with the harsh weather, free from the threat of the other species, an indirect form of safety. However, as evening approached, the wind subsided, although the rain continued, albeit with diminished intensity. With dusk nearing, Zhou An'an paused her journey and retrieved the small truck. She took out her treasure basin, preparing to replicate her remaining 17 uses of the third-level wood-based ability card. The previous morning, she had wasted 3 uses on a waterproof suit she had replicated with the treasure basin. To her dismay, Zhou An'an muttered a curse under her breath. It was unclear whether the game was guarding against such exploits, but when she placed the wood-based ability card on the treasure basin, it remained unresponsive. Clearly, this bug could not be exploited. With a sense of resignation, she withdrew her hand, returning the treasure basin to her space, deciding to postpone any further replication until her safety fortress was fully established. Once again employing her abilities, she constructed a temporary fortress, enveloping the entire small truck within it. After dinner, Zhou An'an was pleasantly surprised to find that the rain had ceased, although a lingering humidity permeated the air, making prolonged exposure to the outdoors quite chilly. After replicating a box of spicy snacks with the treasure basin, she soon succumbed to slumber. The first half of the night unfolded in serene tranquility, with the stillness punctuated only by the occasional drip of water from the trees, creating a soothing rhythm that lulled her further into sleep. However, as the night deepened and time slipped into the latter hours, the situation took a sudden turn. Zhou An'an, lost in a dream she could not recall upon waking, was abruptly jolted awake by the piercing roars of the other species. Her drowsiness vanished in an instant as she sprang upright, her heart racing in the enveloping darkness. Straining to listen intently to the distant roars, she refrained from turning on the light, aware that the fortress woven from her wood-based abilities did not block out light. Illuminating the interior would effectively guide the other species to her location. Initially, the sounds seemed remote, but within moments, they grew closer, rapidly approaching, their clarity intensifying in her ears. Alongside the roars, unsettling noises surfaced, reminiscent of heavy objects trampling over broken branches, producing a series of sharp, terrifying crackling sounds. The eerie repetition of these sounds tightened her nerves further, As the ominous noises drew nearer, Zhou An'an had no time to contemplate. She made a swift decision. Without hesitation, she and the truck dove into her space. In an instant, the only remnant of her fortress was a hollow structure, meticulously crafted from branches and vines. Standing solitary in the darkness, Zhou An'an's luck was not on her side that day, for the pursuing other species relied heavily on their sense of smell for hunting. Although she had managed to retreat with the truck, the brief absence left behind traces of her scent. Consequently, the creature, upon arrival, wasted no time attacking the fortress. Whether the darkness affected its olfactory instincts was uncertain, but its relentless assault soon breached the makeshift stronghold. Upon invading, it found the interior deserted, devoid of any presence beyond the woven cover of branches and vines. Sniffing around, the other species quickly realized its coveted morsel had fled, igniting a furious rage. The fortress, which Zhou An'an had painstakingly constructed, was soon reduced to a heap of twigs and leaves. Having gone 2 days without sustenance due to the relentless rains, this creature, having finally caught wind of a potential snack, was not only deprived of its meal, but had also sustained injuries. Now, having found another opportunity, it was left infuriated when the morsel vanished before it could strike. Chapter 183. Invasion of the Aberrants 15. Indeed, just as she had suspected. Prior to reaching the location of Zhou An'an, specifically, just before Zhou An'an heard the fierce roar, a certain aberrant had encountered a player. However, this player was not a novice. Rather, he was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, possessing considerable strength. The aberrant aimed to slay him for sustenance, yet the player was not one to succumb easily. He intended to retaliate. Unfortunately, the circumstances favored the aberrant and were decidedly unfriendly to the human. After all, the aberrant relied on its keen sense of smell to navigate its surroundings, whereas humans depended on sight. At night, even the illumination from a flashlight offered little assistance during combat. Fortunately, the veteran player possessed extensive combat experience and a range of diverse abilities. Despite the limitations imposed on his vision, he managed to maintain his footing in the encounter for a short duration. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, both sustaining injuries after an intense battle. The various constraints rendered their strengths nearly equal, though this balance was temporary. Should the conflict persist, the aberrant would undoubtedly have the upper hand. The reason being that in comparison, human stamina was ultimately inferior to that of the aberrant, making prolonged endurance a challenge for the human. Thus, as both parties found themselves evenly matched, the confrontation had effectively transformed into a war of attrition. In such a situation, humans were destined to struggle against aberrants over the long term. Although the aberrant's intellect was limited, its instincts made it acutely aware of this straightforward truth. Consequently, it initially refrained from rushing to victory, instead savoring the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game. However, unexpectedly, the human seemed as elusive as an eel, proving difficult to capture. As the aberrant watched its energy dwindle during the struggle, it realized that the human showed no signs of fatigue. At some point, the human apparently resolved to cease the battle, making no elaborate movements. A flash of light signaled the use of a mysterious skill card, and in an instant, he vanished from the aberrant's presence. While the aberrant relied on its sense of smell to locate prey, this did not render it blind. Thus, upon witnessing the dazzling light, the aberrant instinctively closed its eyes. When it opened them again, the human was nowhere to be found. To its dismay, not only had the figure of the human disappeared, but also the scent that had once lingered, evaporating as if it had never existed. No matter how fervently the aberrant sniffed and searched, it could not capture even a trace of the human's essence. Enraged, the aberrant let out a furious roar. At that moment, Zhou An'an heard the furious cries. As the aberrant vented its frustration upon the surrounding trees, a gust of wind wafted a faint trace of the human's scent towards it. Instantly, the aberrant hastened its pace, eagerly believing it would finally secure its quarry. Yet, to its dismay, it once again found itself empty-handed. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and a gnawing hunger, anger surged within the aberrant, intertwining with a sense of resentment that coiled around its heart like a venomous serpent. The amalgamation of these negative emotions coalesced into a formidable force, assaulting its already fragile rationality, nearly shattering it. In that moment, the aberrant felt an overwhelming impulse to obliterate everything in its path. However, the detestable human had long since fled, leaving no trace. Left with no recourse, the aberrant unleashed its pent-up fury upon the surrounding environment. Thus, the carefully woven fortress of vines and branches became the target of its wrath, ravaged and left in disarray. Fortunately, Zhou An'an had anticipated that the aberrant would not depart immediately, so she took a moment to rest in her space, remaining there for over 4 hours before emerging. While 4 hours had passed for her, only a little over an hour elapsed in the outside world, meaning the aberrant had already vented its anger and departed. However, the moment Zhou An'an stepped out of the space, her body lurched forward, nearly causing her to stumble. Startled, she quickly steadied herself and retrieved a flashlight from her space, illuminating the path ahead. By the beam of the flashlight, she beheld the remnants of the fortress she had painstakingly constructed, now reduced to ruins. Scattered across the ground were severed branches and vines, mingled with mud, creating a chaotic scene. Attempting to extricate her vehicle from this wreckage would undoubtedly prove challenging. Beyond ensuring stability and security, she had to consider whether any broken branches might inadvertently puncture her tires. Although the probability of such an occurrence was minimal, Zhou An'an was unwilling to take the risk, as this vehicle was her sole means of transport, and the nature of the next game remained uncertain. Surveying the destruction around her, Zhou An'an sighed resignedly and switched off the flashlight. She stood still, allowing her eyes to adjust to the darkness. After a considerable time, she felt capable of discerning the outlines of objects nearby and bent down to carefully collect the scattered debris, thanks to the assistance of her space. Her cleanup efforts progressed smoothly. Despite the numerous remnants, she was able to store them in her space and dispose of them at the edge with relative ease. After considerable effort, she finally cleared a small patch of ground sufficient to accommodate her cargo van. With a thought, she summoned the van and swiftly climbed into the cabin. She would make do for the night, as navigating in the dark, even with her abilities, was bound to be challenging. Cocooned within the van's shade, Zhou An'an silently prayed that no aberrants would approach her in the night. Fortunately, just as she had hoped, from that moment until dawn, no aberrant disturbed her, allowing her to spend a relatively peaceful night within the confines of the small vehicle. Yet, she found herself unable to sleep soundly through the night. Chapter 184. Invasion of the Mutants 16. With the external walls no longer providing cover, any approaching mutants could directly assault her vehicle. Fortunately, she managed to reach safety by dawn. After consuming a spring yang fruit, she stowed away her small cargo vehicle and set off once more. The weather today was delightful. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Despite the persistent mud beneath her feet, her spirits were inexplicably lifted. Zhou An'an knew that the muddy paths would continue for several more days, as the forest was too thick and the canopy too expansive, good weather or not. Sunlight struggled to penetrate. Additionally, the ground was covered in dense undergrowth, further obstructing the light and preventing the sun from warming the earth. Yet, as long as the rain held off, the terrain would gradually become more traversable. On the 20th day of the disaster game, the treacherous path beneath her feet began to transform. The initial treacherous mud, which had made every step a struggle, slowly solidified. However, the time required for this change exceeded Zhou An'an's expectations. Over the past half-month, she had grown accustomed to the survivalist life within the jungle, learning to adeptly utilize the various trees, shrubs, and vines around her, even the very soil beneath her feet, transforming them into tools and resources essential for her survival. More importantly, after 20 days of jungle existence, Zhou An'an had developed the ability to deduce the potential presence of lurking mutants by observing subtle traces left in the underbrush, trampled grass, broken branches, or indistinct footprints, allowing her to subtly alter her course and successfully evade these latent threats. While her assessments were not infallible, the margin of error was generally minimal. It was this newfound ability to preemptively avoid most dangers, coupled with the drying mud underfoot, that enabled Zhou An'an to quicken her pace. She had begun to rely less on the confines of space for evasion. Each time, she transformed into a bird and soared into the skies. She could see the endpoint from afar, igniting a quiet joy within her. As she walked, she calculated her time and distance, feeling confident that she would not only accomplish her task, but perhaps even exit the game ahead of schedule. According to the game's rules, for every day she exited the forest before the 30-day mark, she would earn an additional 1,000 points. Zhou An'an estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she could secure at least 4,000 points. Indeed, events unfolded as she anticipated. The forest's edge approached at a visibly rapid pace, and since the torrential rain, the weather had remained fair, with no further complications arising in the game. Zhou An'an's injuries had healed completely, and with the destination drawing ever closer, her confidence and hope soared, further accelerating her pace. Consequently, she found herself arriving at the forest's edge by noon on the 24th day, much sooner than her initial expectation of reaching it around the 25th or 26th day. Standing a mere 10 meters from the forest boundary, she spotted a line ahead. It was not a line drawn on the ground, but rather suspended in the air, approximately 1.5 meters above the earth. A band of red mist about 30 centimeters wide, motionless in its suspension. Taking a few cautious steps forward and sensing no imminent danger, her heart calmed slightly. However, she refrained from advancing further, instead conjuring a knife from her metal-based abilities and thrusting it toward the red mist. To her surprise, the knife encountered no resistance, piercing straight through the red haze and flying several meters forward before embedding itself in the ground. Beyond this boundary lay earth, not asphalt, overrun with wild grasses that stood no taller than 0.5 meter, punctuated by wildflowers of various colors and forms. Crossing this patch of grass, she would find herself at the foot of a mountain, its height substantial, adorned with lush vegetation that rivaled the density of the forest she had just traversed. At first glance, the scenery appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. The landscape across from her seemed somewhat ethereal. Zhou An'an cautiously advanced, yet the distance was short. Even moving slowly, she soon reached the edge of the red line. Prepared for potential danger, she raised her hand to touch it, only to find no sensation at all, almost as if the red mist were merely an illusion. Realizing there was no threat, Zhou An'an stepped confidently across the red band. An electronic voice resonated in the air. "Congratulations, player Tang Ibu Tian, for successfully exiting the mutant-occupied forest and completing the task. As you completed the task 5.5 days early, you have earned an additional 5,500 points, now credited to your account. Player Tang Ibu Tian has successfully completed the task and will soon be transported out of the game world. Please prepare yourself for the transfer. Countdown 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the scenery before her shifted, and Zhou An'an found herself back home, having exited the game early. The day she had gained would not count against her 10-day rest period, granting her 15.5 days in the real world. However, upon accessing the game panel, she discovered that although she had exited early, she could not finalize her score until the original 30-day duration had elapsed. Nevertheless, she viewed this as an opportunity to rest and recuperate. Frankly, the added rules had made for a rather anxious experience, and while she had gradually adjusted, it did not diminish her fatigue. Now that she was safely back in the comfort of her home, it was time to rest, perhaps indulging in a solid night's sleep. Before she knew it, the 30-day mark set by the game had arrived, and Zhou An'an received a notification. The task has concluded. We will now begin the settlement process. All players, please open your panels. Having already rested in the past 2 days, she eagerly awaited the task's conclusion and promptly opened the panel. Chapter 185. The preservation function after space upgrade player. Sugar is no longer sweet strength. 10. Entering secondary physique, agility. 10. Entering secondary physique, stamina. 10. Entering secondary physique, speed. 10. Entering secondary physique, hearing. 8. Mental strength. 8. Skills. Teleportation, cooldown of 5 minutes. Can be upgraded with points. Level 7 metal ability. Creation, metal transformation, remote control, full body metallization, metal liquefaction with high temperature, metal refinement. Fine metal transformation, Level 2 Water Ability. Water generation of 10L. Control of water flow direction. Water Arrow. Level 1 Transformation Skill. Ability to transform into 30 different objects. Level 3 Mental Control. Can simultaneously control 4 individuals for 5 minutes. Level 20 Space Ability. Storage space, 50m wide. 50m long, 3m high. Manipulation of time within space, where 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. The body can enter once for every day outside. Space Blade with a range of 2 meters, Space Tear, Space Leap, Space Shield, Space Compression, Space Collapse, Space Vortex, Space Storm, Space Bubble. Level 6 Earth Ability. Change properties, Earth Spikes. Construction Equipment. Thief's Hand. Can select a target to activate the theft skill and successfully obtain a random item from the target. With a cooldown of 1 hour and usable once per day. Available attribute points, 2 points, 225100 communication channel. Activated trading channel. Activated Zhou An'an first allocated the 2 attribute points to mental strength and then proceeded to draw for rewards. Unfortunately, her luck proved unsatisfactory once again, resulting in a mere thank you for your patronage. With the frequent occurrence of such disappointing draws, she gradually learned to temper her expectations, which ultimately led to a more balanced mindset. After all, with great hope comes great disappointment. If one holds no expectations, then there is little to lament in the face of failure. But should fortune smile upon them, the reward becomes a delightful surprise. Having added the newly acquired 2 attribute points to her mental strength, Zhou An'an reflected on the advantages of enhanced hearing that she had experienced in a previous game. Nevertheless, she concluded that prioritizing mental strength would yield greater benefits, as a higher mental attribute would enable her to maintain sharper focus and quicker reflexes during combat. Thus, she opted to enhance her mental prowess over her hearing ability. 10 days swiftly passed, and during the subsequent 15 days back in the real world, she diligently utilized her treasure pot to replicate items. Although these items were ordinary necessities, such as food and drink, they could still fetch high points in the specific game world environment. While she no longer lacked points, who would ever complain about having too many? As the next game approached, Zhou An'an invested 50,000 points to elevate her space ability to level 30. The original dimensions of 50m by 50m transformed into a new configuration of 50m wide and 80m long. Although the entry time remained unchanged, a separate 10 square meter vacuum area was created within the space. This vacuum area was inaccessible even to Zhou An'an herself, yet she could effortlessly retrieve items from it using her thoughts, regardless of whether she was inside or outside the space. This 10 square meter vacuum area also maintained a height of 3 meters. The remarkable functionality of this mysterious vacuum area was undoubtedly preservation. However, this was not the ordinary preservation function one might expect. Its potency was astonishing, verging on the extraordinary. It remained entirely unaffected by any external environmental factors, standing in stark contrast to common preservation methods. For instance, should an item be placed within this vacuum area, it would remain in its original state, unchanged. No matter how much time elapsed, variations in surrounding temperature, fluctuations in humidity, or the freshness of the item itself would have no impact whatsoever. Zhou An'an envisioned a scenario where she could place a steaming, delectable dish into this vacuum area and retrieve it at a later time, still as fresh and flavorful as when it was first cooked, even retaining its original warmth. This remarkable ability to preserve both freshness and warmth proved invaluable for perishable foods, such as cooked meals, which are particularly sensitive to temperature changes. Henceforth, she could enjoy hot meals at any time, no longer burdened by the limitations of certain game worlds that made cooking impossible. However, this revelation also led Zhou An'an to some regret. Had she known that reaching level 30 would grant her such an exceptional function, she would have upgraded sooner, or, at the very least, prioritized it immediately upon returning to the real world. If she had upgraded earlier, she could have prepared meals for the full 30 days of her next game. Yet, with only 1 day remaining before the next game commenced, the prospect of preparing 30 days' worth of meals in such a short time frame felt daunting. It was not due to a lack of ingredients or other resources, but rather the sheer impracticality of mass-producing 30 days' worth of meals in just one day. Realizing the constraints of time, Zhou An'an decided to retrieve a portion of her supplies from her space and brought them to the point exchange in the real world, converting her prepared resources into points. Recognizing the drawbacks of hurried preparations, she opted to purchase ready-made items to store in her space instead. It was undeniable that since the advent of the game world into reality, despite the rapid decline in population, the quality of life had significantly improved, particularly in the realm of dining. The variety of eateries on the streets had multiplied exponentially. Although the ingredients and dishes available did not match the abundance found in the game world, they were nevertheless far superior to what had previously existed. Zhou An'an had contemplated foraging for meals in the game world, yet she was uncertain of the environment that awaited her in the next game. What if it mirrored the conditions of the previous game, rendering her financial resources and points irrelevant due to a lack of purchasing options? After exchanging her points, Zhou An'an began to leisurely explore the streets. Since her return to the real world, she had rarely wandered about, as her space was well-stocked, negating the necessity for work. Instead, she often preferred to prepare her own meals. After all, during her time in the game, most of her sustenance consisted of hastily prepared instant meals. Now that she had returned to reality, with no immediate threats looming, she could indulge in freshly cooked meals daily. Chapter 186. Stranded on an island in the perilous and challenging realm of the game, the struggle for survival had become utterly exhausting, leaving one drained and weary. Upon finally returning to the realm of reality, it was only natural to yearn for moments of enjoyment and delight. Setting aside other matters, particularly regarding sustenance, she resolved to indulge herself fully, as she possessed the means to do so. After all, with ample time and energy while idling at home, she was determined to satiate her culinary cravings. Despite the emergence of numerous eateries lining the streets, she seldom ventured to patronize them, leaving her entirely oblivious to which establishments offered superior flavors. Thus, she adopted a strategy of broad experimentation. She would enter every snack shop within her sight, procure various delicacies, and subsequently store them in her own space. The locals had long grown accustomed to such behavior from Zhou An'an, no longer finding it peculiar, as the existence of personal spaces was no longer secret. Even those who had never set foot in the gaming world could easily acquire space, provided they had sufficient points, especially restaurant owners who sought to ensure a stable supply of ingredients. In the current market, resources tended to be more abundant at the conclusion of each gaming session, but as the month drew to a close, supplies would tighten considerably. This tension, however, was relative. Yet, many observed Zhou An'an's actions of packing an excessive amount of food with bemusement. For certain dishes were best enjoyed hot, their flavors diminishing when cooled. Little did they know that Zhou An'an's space was unlike their conventional understanding. It possessed preservation capabilities, alleviating any concerns regarding the food cooling down. As for the packing boxes occupying space, this was hardly an issue, given that her space measured 10 square meters with a height of 3 meters, providing a total of 30 cubic meters, ample room even if the boxes took up some space. While packing, Zhou An'an meticulously labeled each portion with the name of the shop from which it was purchased, as she intended to revisit those with exceptional flavors, while avoiding those that disappointed her. Each of these delicacies was acquired with points, earned through exchanged resources. Her supplies did not materialize from thin air. She calculated her provisions, determining that enough food for 30 days sufficed, and then ceased her efforts. In the midst of this bustling activity, time flew by, and soon it was time to enter the game. Zhou An'an glanced at the abundance of food within her space, a smile gracing her lips. How delightful! Initially, she had anticipated that leveling her space to 30 would extend her entry time. Yet it seemed that while the duration remained unchanged, the addition of a preservation function was an unexpected boon. Thus, she felt no disappointment. The preservation capability was something she had long desired, and now it had materialized. As the heart-pounding countdown reached its conclusion, the world before her transformed dramatically. A powerful sensation of weightlessness surged over her, akin to a tidal wave, catching her completely off guard. The air was filled with piercing screams of terror, as if the entire world had succumbed to apocalyptic panic. Simultaneously, Zhou An'an felt herself spiraling uncontrollably, as if caught in a violent whirlwind. Objects that had been contained within her space broke free, swirling chaotically, some crashing into her with painful force. Zhou An'an was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Suddenly, a hand gripped her arm like a vice, accompanied by a desperate, shrill plea. "Help me, please. I don't want to die." The woman's voice was hoarse, her face a mask of uncontainable fear. The grip on her arm was so tight that even through layers of clothing, Zhou An'an could feel the woman's anguish. Instinctively, Zhou An'an turned to see the source of the frantic cries. However, as her gaze inadvertently swept past a nearby window, a jolt of terror coursed through her, rendering her face pale. In that instant, she comprehended her perilous situation. She was aboard a plane, plummeting at breakneck speed. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. She realized that if she lingered, she might not escape the impending disaster. Without a moment's delay, Zhou An'an summoned an unexpected strength, forcefully pushing the woman away. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, darting into her space to evade the impending calamity. After spending over 3 hours within her sanctuary, she emerged only to discover that an hour had elapsed in the outside world. In that fleeting moment, she had been compelled to act. Her fleeting glance through the window revealing the dire circumstances she faced. The plane's descent had been alarming, and there was no time to spare. She had to take immediate action or risk being caught in the disaster before it unfolded. Inside her space, she meticulously monitored the passage of time. And before she realized it, over an hour had passed. Logically, regardless of the plane's descent speed, it should have already made contact with the Earth. Zhou An'an mused about the potential aftermath, whether a catastrophic fire or a violent explosion would ensue. After this prolonged interlude, she assumed that whatever fate awaited the aircraft had likely reached its conclusion. However, as Zhou An'an cautiously stepped out of her space, she was met with an overwhelming wave of scorching heat, crashing upon her like a tidal wave, catching her entirely off guard. Chapter 187. Stranded on a deserted island before she had the opportunity to fully comprehend her surroundings, she instinctively retreated back into her personal space. It was not until over 3 hours later that she emerged once again. By that time, everything had settled into a quiet aftermath. Standing amidst the ruins, it was evident that this place had suffered a fire. The remnants of a burnt aircraft lay before her, the debris still radiating a faint warmth beneath her feet, though the searing heat had long since dissipated. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was utterly alone, oblivious to the fate of those who had once occupied the seats of the ill-fated plane, whether they had perished or fled from this desolate site. With cautious attention to her uneven footing, she staggered away from the wreckage. The devastation was complete. What remained had little to no value for reuse. Initially, the scattered debris obscured the landscape, but as she made her way to the periphery, a multitude of chaotic footprints came into view. A sudden realization struck her. There were indeed survivors from the aircraft, most likely fellow players. Hastily, she distanced herself from the area and found a sturdy tree, utilizing her metallic abilities to swiftly ascend to a thick branch. Opening her panel, she checked the details of her current mission. Congratulations! Player Tang Etienne has successfully entered the survival game. Storage space has expanded by 1 cubic meter, totaling 11 cubic meters. A friendly reminder, please safeguard your storage ring. If lost or damaged, the space will be irretrievably lost as well. Pre-bound spaces are exempt from this restriction. Due to the inability to procure supplies in this game, each player is granted a compensation of 2,000 points, with an additional 2,000 points awarded to novice players entering the game for the first time. These points may be utilized to purchase necessary supplies in the trading mall. Current mission: survive for 30 days on the deserted island. Special reminders: 1. Death in the game equates to real death. Strive to survive. 2. To protect the interests of all players and ensure the safety of novice survivors. Player versus player attacks are strictly prohibited. Violations will result in mutual annihilation. 3. The island harbors not only wild beasts and poisonous plants, but also enigmatic entities. As night falls, dangers multiply. Seek a concealed location swiftly to avoid detection by these entities. lest you face dire consequences. Zhou An'an pondered. Has mere physical suppression ceased to satisfy certain individuals? They have even summoned the mysterious and unfathomable entities. It is well known that such phenomena elude scientific explanation. How could mere mortals hope to contend with such beings? Were they merely dispatched to serve as fodder for these entities? Although the game organizers ostensibly prohibit player conflict, seemingly enacting protective measures, the reality is far more complex. By thrusting these entities into their midst, one must question whether individuals can truly emerge unscathed when confronted by such supernatural horrors. That notion seems a mere fantasy. Taking a deep breath, she gently activated the communication channel, watching as the screen flickered with dim light, data scrolling rapidly to reveal the current online count. Upon discerning the figure, her eyes widened in shock. Merely 732 individuals remained. What did this signify? Recalling the harrowing moments of the plane's demise, a chill of dread coursed through her. Had she not possessed the ability to retreat into her space, she might have been among the deceased, one of the over 200 souls lost. This meant that in that catastrophic incident, more than 200 players had tragically perished. The magnitude of this number was staggering. They had scarcely entered the game, and already, so many had been eliminated. However, based on Zhou An'an's knowledge of aviation, a standard passenger aircraft could hardly accommodate 1,000 individuals in one go. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that these 1,000 players were likely divided among 2 or 3 different flights. Could it be that in this desolate island, 2 or even 3 horrific plane crashes had transpired? If so, the survival of over 700 people from such calamities appeared to be a remarkable feat, of course. This was largely due to the players possessing extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, the death toll would have been even higher. As she contemplated these revelations, her gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the wreckage. To her astonishment, a young girl, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, emerged from the previously desolate ruins. Upon closer inspection, the girl's youthful visage was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a flower in full bloom. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying with her every movement, exuding vitality. Clad in a fitted pink outfit that accentuated her slender form, she radiated an irresistible aura of youthfulness. At that moment, the girl stood motionless on the wreckage, her large, expressive eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed her chaotic surroundings. The devastation before her was clearly shocking, leaving her face a canvas of astonishment and trepidation. Seeing this, Zhou An'an's heart raced with realization. This girl had likely purchased spatial abilities too, having reached the requisite level for free passage. The only uncertainty was her level. Was it higher than Zhou An'an's? Just as Zhou An'an pondered this, several figures began to materialize amidst the wreckage, both men and women, each bearing varying degrees of fatigue and vigilance. When their gazes met, there was a fleeting connection, quickly severed as they instinctively averted their eyes. Yet, this seemingly casual glance was merely a fade. Beneath the surface, all were keenly observing one another, their bodies radiating an air of caution. Chapter 188. The Island of Terror 3. From her elevated vantage point, Zhou An'an observed everything with keen insight. She discerned that, although the individuals present exhibited no overt hostility, an unmistakable air of caution lingered among them, difficult to conceal. Each seemed like a solitary island, meticulously safeguarding their territory, wary of even the slightest encroachment by others. Clearly, these individuals had yet to consult the task panel. Had they done so, they would have realized that inter-player aggression was prohibited, thus sparing themselves from such apparent discomfort. Zhou An'an bared her teeth in a wry smile, recognizing that her previous caution had been well-founded. She was indeed correct in her assumption. Many possessed spatial abilities, and a considerable number had elevated their skill levels. This realization tightened her chest, prompting her to swiftly scan her surroundings with the sharp gaze of a hawk. At that moment, her heartbeat quickened, for she was uncertain whether others had emerged from the spatial realm before her and were now lurking nearby, much like her own current position. Perhaps at this very instant, that early exit might be observing her movements with hidden eyes, just as she was watching the players before her. Zhou An'an widened her eyes, scrutinizing every corner, when suddenly, a shadow caught her attention. Amidst the lush greenery, a small patch of black emerged, indistinct at first due to the dense foliage. However, as she focused intently, she discerned that it was indeed a figure clad in black. This person quietly concealed themselves within the thick branches of a sturdy tree. Coincidentally, the tree was not too far from where Zhou An'an sat, allowing her to notice their presence in such a brief span of time. Despite the verdant canopy, the color black, though not particularly striking, could still be detected by a discerning observer. After all, no matter how densely the leaves grew, minute gaps would inevitably exist, rendering it impossible to completely obscure a person's form. Maintaining her composure, Zhou An'an continued her watch, soon spotting two additional individuals. Unlike the figure in black, these two were far more cautious, dressed in camouflage attire, making it exceedingly difficult to spot them amidst the greenery. Indeed, it seemed like the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow oriole lurking behind. So far, Zhou An'an had identified these three. Whether others remained hidden in the shadows was yet to be determined. It appeared that these individuals had already checked the task panel, thus showing indifference to any newly emerged players, opting instead to observe from a distance. The game's rules were clearly defined and strictly enforced, rendering the possibility of competing for spatial vessels utterly moot. The crux of the matter was that, should the original owner of the space still be alive, any successful attempt to seize the vessel would ultimately be futile. Furthermore, if someone attempted to eliminate another to acquire their spatial vessel, the rules dictated that the aggressor would also meet their demise. Thus, unless an intense animosity existed between the parties, coupled with a significant disparity in strength, such that the weaker party would willingly sacrifice their life to drag the other into an inescapable abyss, no rational individual would take such a risk. After all, everyone was astute enough to avoid unnecessary peril. Amidst the ruins, several figures emerged, each on guard as they descended the debris, spreading out to seek relatively safe and concealed spots to review their task panels. Zhou An'an remained perched on her branch, unwilling to shift her position. The task merely required them to survive on this desolate island for 30 days, with no specific location mandated, leading Zhou An'an to conclude that her current position was quite satisfactory. Thus, she chose to remain. As for the game's warning that nights were more perilous than days, Zhou An'an dismissed it entirely. Given that players were free to enter their personal spaces without restriction, she could easily retreat into her own sanctuary at night, comfortably awaiting the dawn before venturing out to continue her survival. Soon, more players emerged from the shadows of the ruins. Zhou An'an felt a pang of introspection. In comparison to these formidable individuals, her own accomplishments, while commendable, still paled in significance. Much of her progress stemmed from her prior knowledge of the narrative, which had afforded her the advantage of foresight at the onset of the game, enabling her to deftly navigate one trap after another, leading to her current favorable situation. In contrast, these newly arrived players had genuinely climbed from the ground up, establishing themselves as powerful forces. In terms of raw ability, Zhou An'an was acutely aware that she might not measure up to these individuals, possibly lacking their diverse skills. However, she found solace in the fact that the unique rules of this game mitigated the consequences of inadvertently revealing her location. Gradually, those utilizing spatial abilities to evade danger began to emerge, descending the ruins to find their respective refuges. Only a handful, after examining their task panels, departed the area. The majority chose to remain. Zhou An'an counted, and by nightfall, 19 individuals had descended from the ruins following her, with only 4 choosing to leave, while the others opted for the nearby trees as their resting spots. The tree Zhou An'an occupied caught the attention of others. Upon noticing her presence, they promptly redirected their focus. As dusk approached, though the sky remained bright, the sun had dipped below the treetops, rendering the area more exposed due to the downed trees resulting from the plane crash. Before entering her space, Zhou An'an hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against employing her skill of stealth. Chapter 189. Stranded on a deserted island 4. In truth, Zhou An'an was not entirely disinterested in the possessions held by these individuals. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that there was no personal connection or existing conflict between them. However, the more critical reason lay in her uncertainty regarding the rules of this game, particularly whether employing the art of thievery constituted a violation. After all, the prospect of losing her life over a trivial theft seemed utterly unworthy. Moreover, to initiate a theft against a complete stranger could easily be interpreted as an act of provocation. Yet, her hesitation regarding the implications of such actions within the game's framework led Zhou An'an to conclude that it would be wiser to forego the temptation of minor gains. Since entering this game world, every individual she encountered appeared to be of notable significance, undoubtedly possessing a plethora of rare treasures that left her yearning with desire. Nonetheless, this allure was insufficient to compel her to take risks. Ultimately, if her life were to be forfeited, everything would be lost. She could not guarantee that she would have a second chance at rebirth. Despite the game's descriptions of the numerous dangers and unknown threats lurking on this deserted island. Thus far, they had encountered no extraordinary occurrences in their current location. The only noteworthy sight was the scattered wreckage of an aircraft nearby. As for the so-called ominous entities mentioned in the game, they remained unseen, perhaps waiting for the cover of night to reveal themselves. As time passed, dusk enveloped the sky, casting an increasingly dim light. Concurrently, her companions began to vanish one by one from sight, evidently retreating into their respective safe spaces for the night. Observing this, Zhou An'an hesitated briefly before decisively employing her skills to swiftly enter her own space. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her disappearance, the darkness deepened to an almost impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The once silent island was suddenly engulfed by a howling wind, intertwining with a chilling, ghostly wail that seemed to echo through the air. This sound resembled a woman's soft sobs, filled with sorrow and despair, reverberating in a manner that penetrated the very bones of those who heard it, sending shivers down their spines. Those who had previously resisted the urge to seek refuge in their spaces, driven by curiosity about the ominous entities, could no longer maintain their composure upon hearing this eerie sound. They hurriedly sought shelter, abandoning all other considerations. In mere minutes, the area, once bustling with people, transformed into an eerie emptiness, devoid of any presence. As the wailing grew louder, a shocking spectacle unfolded before them. Translucent figures emerged from the air like phantoms, floating slowly. A closer inspection revealed that these forms bore a resemblance to humans, albeit in a disconcerting, semi-transparent state, their bodies fragmented and incomplete. Those who recognized familiar faces among these ghostly apparitions might discern the tragic fate of players who had perished in the plane crash. Their souls now transformed into these haunting entities. To make matters worse, the majority of these specters had suffered grievous injuries before their demise, their forms grotesquely marred, a manifestation of their tragic end. Yet, what many failed to realize was that these players had not truly been eliminated from a game. Rather, they had transitioned into a spectral state. For the ensuing 30 days, if they could evade destruction by other players, they would have the opportunity to return to the real world in their original human forms when the game concluded. It is worth noting that while existing as spectral beings on this island for 30 days presented both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, they were not required to eat or drink, thus conserving the precious points initially granted to them for survival. Moreover, any physical attack would inflict no harm upon them. Instead, as phantoms, they could pose a threat to the surviving players. However, the inherent drawbacks were equally evident. Despite retaining their consciousness, they had lost all control over their own bodies, forced to observe as external forces dictated their actions, unable to direct the course of events according to their own judgment. As phantoms, they were compelled to remain in a pitch-black space during the day, unable to speak or move, akin to being trapped in a game of statues. Only at night could they emerge into the forest, uncontrollably compelled to attack players. Should players evade them, it would be well and good. However, if players resisted, there was a chance they could be vanquished, for within this game, new tools have been introduced in response to the existence of these ominous entities. Talismans, including immobilizing talismans, explosive talismans, illusionary talismans, trapping talismans and counterattack talismans. Chapter 190. Stranded on a deserted island despite the fact that there are only 5 types of talismans, each priced exorbitantly. The explosive and counterattack talismans exhibit unparalleled counteroffensive capabilities against malevolent entities. Undoubtedly, the formidable power inherent in these 2 talismans justifies their status as the most expensive among all. However, aside from these 2 elite talismans, the remaining 3 are relatively more affordable. Even so, employing them against these spectral beings can still afford the user precious opportunities for escape. It is crucial to note that while these 3 talismans may not annihilate their targets outright, they can nonetheless bind and impede the movement of the malevolent entities, rendering them sluggish or even immobile. This presents an opportunity for other lurking malevolent beings to capitalize on the situation and devour the ensnared entity, thus augmenting their own energy reserves. Notably, as the number of consumed entities increases and their strength accumulates, even those once grievously wounded or missing limbs may have the potential to regenerate. Should a player embodying a malevolent entity be consumed by another, their chance of returning to reality would vanish entirely. Regrettably, these talismans serve solely as weapons against malevolent entities and bear no substantial impact on the ferocious beasts hidden within the jungle or on other players. However, the players who have entered this realm remain blissfully unaware, having been preoccupied with the spectacle during the day. Upon re-entering the space, they find themselves unable to access the trading marketplace or chat channels, thereby missing critical information. That night, over 160 individuals were lost, including a dozen malevolent entities. The majority were human players. As they had just entered the game, many lacked experience. Some even purchased talismans. Yet in their panic at the sight of attacking entities, they failed to utilize even 1/5 of their potential. Thus, malevolent entities currently hold a distinct advantage. As dawn broke, the players who had taken refuge in the space gradually emerged. However, no new players appeared amidst the ruins today. Instead, the individuals began to depart in search of new surroundings. According to the hints provided by the game, various beasts indeed inhabit this deserted island. While the exceptionally fierce and powerful creatures would pose a formidable challenge, capturing gentler animals such as wild chickens, rabbits, and deer seemed entirely feasible. Successfully hunting these smaller creatures would signify a valuable food source, requiring no expenditure of money or points, merely a degree of labor. This would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival, allowing them to conserve points for purchasing talismans, thus providing a means of self-preservation. Moreover, many observant players were thrilled to discover that the wild vegetables proliferating in this region bore an uncanny resemblance to those familiar from the real world. This revelation was exhilarating, as it indicated that these wild greens possessed edible value, potentially serving as vital ingredients for sustaining life. Even more exciting was the sight of certain trees laden with abundant fruits. A closer inspection revealed that these fruits closely resembled those commonly found in reality. Thus, although this game, fraught with uncertainty and challenges, lacked commercial establishments for procuring supplies, nature generously provided a diverse array of resources, enabling players to adapt and utilize their surroundings to meet basic survival needs. This discovery was swiftly shared in the communication channel, sparking an animated discussion among players on how to prolong the preservation of these food items. For instance, certain wild greens could be dried to create preserved vegetables, while wild chickens, rabbits, and deer could be smoked into jerky, ensuring longevity. They could also be cooked over an open flame, boiled, or stir-fried. As for cooking utensils, these were not in short supply in the marketplace, with prices remaining low. Consequently, over 90% of players began to target these wild game and fruits. Only a handful of lethargic or confidence-deficient individuals opted for foraged or purchased foods. When Zhou An'an accessed the communication channel seeking useful information, she found the vibrant discussions focused on food as well as talismans. It was then she realized what she had missed and hurriedly opened the trading marketplace. Indeed, the talismans had been added, prominently displayed at the forefront. The counterattack talisman commanded the highest price at 400 points, delivering immediate effects with a guaranteed fatality against malevolent entities. However, this came with a prerequisite. The malevolent entity must first attack the user for it to be deemed a counterattack. Next was the explosive talisman, which delivered area damage. While not guaranteeing a kill, it could inflict significant injuries, incapacitating the entity. Within a 5-meter radius of the explosion, all malevolent entities would be affected, making it a commendable area attack talisman, also priced at 400 points. The immobilizing, hallucinogenic, and binding talismans were comparatively less expensive, priced at 200, 180, and 210 points respectively. Additionally, the marketplace began offering weapons capable of slaying malevolent entities. The Peachwood sword, priced at 10,000 points. This was akin to the cost of purchasing special abilities. Thus, new players often lacked sufficient points to procure such weapons, resulting in significantly lower sales. Zhou An'an, possessing 175,000 points, was unconcerned about this mere 10,000 points. She decisively purchased the Peachwood sword and, simultaneously, acquired 2 of each talisman for future needs. In her mind, she harbored a small scheme. She wished to test whether the treasure basin could replicate the Peachwood sword. If it could, selling it at a slightly lower price than the marketplace might yield favorable sales. Chapter 191. The Island of Horror 6 Yet. It became evident that she had overestimated her chances. After all, the items in the game were not designed to allow her to exploit loopholes. Nonetheless, she received a hint. The Peachwood sword could not be duplicated using the treasure basin during this game. This indicated that once the game concluded, she could replicate it. But the future opportunities to utilize the duplicated sword remained uncertain. Zhou An'an sighed, feeling as though she had incurred a significant loss of points. However, there was little she could do, for she was not the one who crafted the game's rules. Even if she wished to resist, she found herself powerless. Yet, her attention turned towards the wild vegetables, fruits, and animals in the forest. Regardless of whether in the real world or the game realm, opportunities to consume fresh vegetables and fruits were scarce. In reality, wild vegetables could be purchased, albeit from a limited number of sellers, and the few available were hardly enough for her own consumption. As for fruits, their prices in the real world soared to extravagant heights, rendering them a luxury. Her space could preserve items, negating the need to dry them like others. Thus, could she not stockpile some wild vegetables and fruits to occasionally supplement her vitamin intake? Since her rebirth, her daily vitamin supplementation relied primarily on pills. Moreover, according to the discussions in the group, the fruits and vegetables here were said to possess delightful flavors. Zhou An'an swiftly made her decision. Upon descending from a tree, she chose a random direction to search for wild vegetables and fruits. With no map to guide her, she had no idea of her current location on the island and could only proceed in a seemingly arbitrary direction. Of course, for safety's sake, she remained cautious, observing her surroundings for any signs of danger before bending down to gather edible plants. However, even with such precautions, circumstances took a turn. Amidst the seemingly peaceful grassland, a snake had been stealthily lurking, its slender, serpentine body perfectly camouflaged within the environment, remaining motionless. Consequently, when Zhou An'an surveyed her surroundings, she failed to notice it. At that moment, engrossed in plucking wild vegetables, she remained oblivious to the impending peril. Yet, just as Zhou An'an was intently focused on her task, the concealed snake suddenly lunged out from the dense underbrush like a flash of lightning. Its speed was akin to that of an arrow released from a bow, viciously aimed at her unguarded calf. In that moment, Zhou An'an was crouched low to the ground. Faced with this unforeseen assault, she instinctively reacted. Yet, the suddenness of the event left her little time to evade effectively. Thus, at the critical moment, she unhesitatingly activated her unique ability to metallize her entire body. The event unfolded with astonishing swiftness, but fortunately, she had mastered her metallic powers quite adeptly. Just as the snake's sharp fangs grazed her delicate skin, her body was enveloped in an impenetrable layer of metallic armor. Thanks to her elevated level of metallic abilities and her remarkable reflexes, she successfully transformed into metal, significantly minimizing potential injury. As the serpent bit down fiercely, a sharp crack resounded. It had encountered something hard. This abrupt twist left the snake momentarily bewildered. It had anticipated a soft meal, only to find its prey unexpectedly solid. Realizing it could not penetrate the object before it, the snake hastily released its grip. However, it was far too late. In a split second, Zhou An'an seized the opportunity. As the snake remained in a daze, a long knife appeared in her hand, and she swung it without hesitation. With a swift whoosh, the blade struck the snake's body with ferocity. A resounding squelch echoed as the sharp edge cleaved the serpent in two. Despite being severed, the resilient snake did not succumb easily. Both halves writhed frantically on the grass, driven perhaps by the instinct to survive or a clear awareness of its peril. The head, still attached to the remaining body, fixed its gaze on Zhou An'an, launching a frenzied assault with its gaping maw as if to devour her whole. Fortunately, Zhou An'an possessed quick reflexes. Before the snake could close the distance, she swiftly rose to her feet and retreated several steps, successfully evading the strike of its head. At that moment, a flurry of sharp, glimmering flying knives materialized in the air without warning. These blades whirled at high speeds, emitting piercing sounds as they sliced through the air, seemingly ready to tear asunder the very atmosphere around them. Their target was the remaining half of the snake. In the blink of an eye, the half-snake faced imminent doom. The flying knives descended with thunderous force from various angles, mercilessly striking the serpent's body and swiftly reducing it to a pulpy mass. The once fearsome snakehead was left in a horrific state, hacked into several pieces by the relentless assault. This scene vividly illustrated just how razor-sharp the weapons forged from her metallic abilities could be. It is important to note that while snakes are indeed soft-bodied creatures, this does not imply they lack skeletal support, especially in crucial areas like their heads. Nevertheless, even such sturdy structures crumbled before the lightning-fast blades, shattering into fragments as easily as cutting through tofu. The upper half of the snake lay motionless, but the lower half continued to thrash wildly. Without hesitation, Zhou An'an commanded the flying knives to obliterate the remaining segment, ensuring the threat was entirely neutralized. Finally, she turned her attention to her calf, where the snake had bitten. Still in her metallized state, she observed two shallow indentations on her metallic skin, glistening with a metallic sheen. Chapter 192. Stranded on a deserted island. Fortunately, Zhou An'an reacted swiftly. Although the snake had already sunk its fangs into her, it had not yet pierced her skin, as she had already transformed her entire body into a metallic state. Consequently, only faint bite marks remained. She retrieved alcohol and cotton swabs from her space to disinfect the small indentations before retracting her extraordinary ability. Upon inspection, the affected skin appeared slightly darker than the surrounding areas, but fortunately, it had not been punctured. This meant that regardless of whether the snake was venomous or not, it was of little consequence. With this minor incident in mind, Zhou An'an became increasingly cautious. Each time she needed to crouch down to forage for wild vegetables, she would first metallicize her skin to guard against any hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. It proved to be a wise decision, as soon after, she faced yet another assault. A rodent-like creature lay in wait within the underbrush, motionless, until it seized the opportunity to pounce on her as she crouched, biting her on the backside. However, thanks to her metallic skin, she remained unfazed and did not feel the need to defend herself. Indeed, the creature caused her no harm, merely tearing two small holes in her trousers. Zhou An'an grimaced, contemplating changing into another outfit from her space, but ultimately decided against it. After all, much of the day had already passed, and her current attire had become soiled. Instead, she retrieved a tracksuit from her space and tied it around her waist to conceal the holes in her pants. Since her clothing was already dirty from navigating the jungle, she felt no urgency to change, opting to wait until the evening to address it. It was a pity about her camouflage pants, but she thought that with a bit of stitching, they could still be wearable. The unique pattern of camouflage would likely disguise any repairs, provided her sewing skills were adequate. After all, no one would fixate on a stranger's backside upon first encounter. However, the rodent-like creature was not so fortunate, as it sensed danger and attempted to flee. Zhou An'an swiftly summoned a metallic shovel from her powers and flattened it into a mere pancake of flesh. Although it was technically meat, she found its appearance utterly repugnant, especially now that it was smeared with blood and gore. She despised it so much that she also dismissed the nearby wild vegetables that had been tainted in the process. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred as dusk approached and visibility in the forest diminished. Zhou An'an began searching for a suitable place to rest. After careful consideration, she chose to ascend a tree, as the likelihood of encountering wild beasts was significantly lower aloft. She certainly did not wish to emerge from her space the following day only to be confronted by a ferocious creature. Ultimately, she selected a sturdy, low-hanging tree to climb, primarily for ease. Just as she nestled into a comfortable spot, a sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by an all-too-familiar wailing sound that sent chills down her spine. To make matters worse, she sensed that the source of the wailing was alarmingly close. Instinctively, she glanced in that direction and beheld a shadow, suspended in midair, its claws poised to lunge towards her. Despite the distance between them, the momentary distraction allowed the ghastly figure to close in. Zhou An'an realized with horror that it possessed only half a head. Without a moment's hesitation, she retreated into her space. Since gaining entry to her space, life had become infinitely more convenient. It was not only secure, but also maintained a pleasant temperature. The only drawback was that within this realm, she could not access her system panel or utilize her other powers. She had to function like an ordinary person, with no other diversions available. Zhou An'an mused that if conditions allowed in her next world, she would be sure to collect a few physical books to pass the time. Her phone remained functional, but it lacked any offline games, and, without internet access, its capabilities were reduced to merely telling the time. Most of its features required online support, and she had no need for its camera or video functions. After discarding her soiled clothes into a separate container without washing them, after all, she had plenty of garments. She resolved to do laundry only upon returning to the real world. Moreover, since that day when she spotted players camouflaged in trees, she had retrieved her own camouflage outfit, neatly packed into a box and replicated using her treasure basin. Thus, she was far from lacking in camouflage attire. Had it not been for her need to change into clean clothes daily while traversing the deserted island, she might have considered selling some of her replicated camouflage outfits in the trading marketplace. She meticulously washed the wild vegetables and fruits she had foraged, reserving a small portion for immediate consumption while storing the rest in her preservation space. These cleaned items could simply be retrieved when needed. Though she lacked pork, she had managed to catch a rabbit that day. After skinning and cleaning it, she chopped it into small pieces and prepared stir-fry. Just before serving, she added the cleaned and chopped wild vegetables, heating them briefly before removing the dish from the stove. As for the staple, she mixed flour into a batter, incorporating several bird eggs she had collected from the woods, seasoning it with salt, setting up her portable stove, and preheating a skillet. She coated the bottom with oil using a brush before pouring in the egg batter, adjusting the pan's angle to spread it evenly. Before long, the moisture in the batter evaporated, allowing the mixture to solidify. She deftly flipped the pancake, and in no time, a golden egg pancake was ready. Fortunately, having gathered more than one portable stove enabled her to cook the rabbit and the egg pancake simultaneously. Even if she had only collected one, the treasure basin served as her ultimate cheat. Admittedly, her technique with the skillet was somewhat lacking, resulting in a slightly burnt exterior, but it was still palatable. Savoring the chicken pancake alongside the stewed rabbit and fresh, vibrant wild vegetables, Zhou An'an felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with her meal, to the point of indulgence. It was only after a lengthy stroll within her space that she finally retired for the night. Despite her overindulgence, she had not finished the entire pot, so she stored the leftovers in her preservation space to enjoy later. After all, a night outside equated to a day and a half within her space, necessitating several meals to sustain her. Chapter 193. Stranded on an Island 8 as the external world welcomed the dawn of a new day. Zhou An'an finally composed herself and exited her sanctuary. The weather was splendid. The sun had just risen, illuminating the surroundings, and birds flitted gracefully through the trees. Zhou An'an's eyes widened in disbelief as she marveled at the vibrant clusters of wildflowers that had blossomed beneath the very tree where she had taken refuge overnight. The delicate yellow petals danced like butterflies in the gentle breeze, creating a sight of exquisite beauty. Just the previous evening, when she had climbed the tree, there was nothing but weeds and fallen leaves beneath it. Yet, in the span of a single night, 6 clusters of wildflowers had emerged, perfectly arranged around the base of the grand tree as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. Unable to tear her gaze away from the enchanting blooms, Zhou An'an felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. She furrowed her brow, contemplating what fell amiss. Aside from their strikingly orderly arrangement, there seemed to be no other peculiarity. Despite her intense scrutiny, she could not articulate what was troubling her. Trusting her instincts, she chose not to recklessly descend to investigate further. Instead, she swiftly opened the communication panel, hoping to glean insights from her companions. Perhaps it was breakfast time, or perhaps some were still ensconced in slumber. The chat room felt unusually quiet, with only a few sporadic comments. Since she had scarcely engaged with this communication channel previously, she decided to scroll back and review the exchanges from the day before. Despite her vigilance and acute awareness of her surroundings, her fingers danced across the screen, sifting through the messages in search of valuable information. After perusing dozens of entries, she found little of use. Most were mere complaints about harsh conditions or boasts about hunting successes. Though her hands continued to scroll, her gaze frequently swept the area, remaining alert for any signs of danger. Suddenly, her attention fixated on the clusters of wildflowers once more. If her memory served her correctly, those flowers had been yellow moments ago. Yet now, they had transformed into a striking crimson hue, their vibrant petals standing out even more against the verdant backdrop. It appeared that the flower shapes had also altered, appearing fuller and larger than before. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not imagining things, she exclaimed in disbelief, "What extraordinary flowers can change their color and form at will?" This phenomenon was utterly confounding. Had her eyes deceived her? She had never encountered anything like this before. With a heart full of suspicion, she carefully considered her next move. Raising her right hand, she prepared to wield her metallic abilities to sever the flowers at their roots. However, just as she was about to act, a crucial thought struck her, and she halted mid-motion. Without hesitation, she activated her spatial bubble ability, encasing herself in a transparent shield that enveloped her entirely. Once fortified, she focused intently, manipulating several razor-sharp flying knives to strike at the wildflowers with formidable force. In a heartbeat, just as the knives were about to reach the flower stems, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The once vibrant flowers vanished from her sight as if they had never existed, leaving behind only a wisp of ethereal smoke that spiraled upward like a delicate serpent before dissipating into thin air. What on earth was that? Zhou An'an gasped, momentarily stunned. Yet she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her protective bubble while using her teleportation ability to distance herself from the area. After running several hundred meters, she paused to assess her surroundings, finding no immediate threats. Releasing the spatial bubble, she transformed into a small bird and perched on a tree branch. Reopening the communication panel to inquire, "Has anyone encountered a wildflower that can change color and shape? What is this thing that transforms into smoke?" 3 minutes passed without a response, leading Zhou An'an to wonder if everyone was preoccupied with their own concerns. Just as her patience waned and she contemplated closing the channel, a reply finally came through. "What the hell was that? I encountered the same flower. I accidentally stepped on it, and it turned into smoke. Does anyone have an antidote? Oh my, I saw it too. It was just ahead of me. I need to go around." Zhou An'an realized she was not alone in this bizarre experience, and it seemed everyone had encountered the phenomenon that very day, leaving them all in the dark about its true nature. With that, she resolved not to waste more time in the communication channel. Chapter 194. Stranded on a deserted island 9. No one knows the origin of these wildflowers, which seemingly appeared overnight, as if conjured from thin air. In truth, their emergence was no coincidence. These flowers were manifestations of spirits, specifically those of players who had perished since arriving on the island, slain by sinister entities. Rather than fading into oblivion, their souls were granted a second chance by the game, an opportunity to exchange life for life. If a living player were to come into close contact with these wildflowers and became enveloped in the green mist, that mist would siphon away the vitality of their body. Should it consume the life force of 3 bodies, the spirit could reclaim its corporeal form, returning as a living, ordinary player. If one could endure until the end, they would naturally escape the game alive. Conversely, those unable to succeed in this life-for-life exchange would become fallen ones, forever trapped within this game, unable to return to the realm of reality. Thus, the greatest adversaries for these players were not the wild creatures lurking in the mountains, but rather themselves. They were divided into 3 forms by the game, forced to engage in mutual slaughter, all while being unable to communicate with one another. In this brutal cycle of self-destruction, the living players found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, as they remained oblivious to the true nature of their peril. Once a body's life force had been consumed, its owner would also transform into a spirit, joining the ranks of the flowers, thus rendering them incapable of offering clarity to their living counterparts. It is important to note that the process of life force consumption takes time, approximately 24 hours. This explains why some players, despite having encountered the flowers and being engulfed by the mist, could still communicate within their group. However, until their vitality was entirely drained, they remained unaware of the impending threat. Consequently, those who came into proximity with the green mist often believed themselves to be afflicted by poison, leading them to deliberately avoid the flowers upon discovery. Despite lacking definitive answers, this uncertainty only heightened her vigilance. Although she had no specific destination in mind, an instinctual desire compelled her to distance herself from the site of her earlier encounter. To safeguard against danger, she gathered wild fruits when she encountered them on trees, but refrained from harvesting wild vegetables, as they posed a greater risk. When confronted by wild beasts, regardless of their size, she chose to evade them, fearing that a misstep might lead to a dangerous encounter with the unexpectedly sprouted wildflowers. As she continued her journey, she did not encounter any more of those ominous flowers, yet a foreboding sense lingered within her. It seemed as though the game's difficulty had escalated. Those seemingly harmless flowers instilled in her an inexplicable dread, particularly as some in her group speculated that the mist contained toxins. She found herself in agreement with this suspicion, feeling fortunate to possess the skill of a spatial bubble, which served as a safeguard against toxic gases, a veritable boon. Yet, even with this advantage, she remained cautious, knowing there was no rush to advance. Thus, she traversed the path with meticulous care, making only modest progress throughout the day. As dusk approached, Zhou An'an contemplated her next move. Rather than retreating to her space, she sought a secure location to release her small cargo vehicle. However, this time she opted to enter the driver's seat instead of the cabin, as the wider vantage point would allow her to detect any imminent dangers more readily and respond accordingly. Her hesitation to enter her space stemmed from a desire to engage with the communication channel. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. Although she had not encountered any immediate dangers that day, a lingering sense of unease persisted regarding the nature of the flowers, which could harbor unknown threats. She was eager to learn if others had made any discoveries. Additionally, she sought to ascertain whether those who had come into contact with the green mist exhibited any unusual symptoms or even succumbed. Seated in the driver's seat, she scanned her surroundings and, satisfied that no threats were present, activated the communication channel. While perusing the information shared in the channel, she remained vigilant of her environment, prepared to retreat into her space at the first sign of trouble. Perhaps due to the day's unsettling events, the communication channel was abuzz with activity. Numerous individuals were actively sharing their experiences and speculations regarding the sudden appearance of the flowers. Glancing at the conversation, Zhou An'an first checked the number of survivors. To her relief, she found that the count had not diminished significantly since the morning, easing her anxiety. Clearly, the flowers were not fatal. Even if the mist were toxic, its effects seemed to progress slowly. Otherwise, the number of survivors would have plummeted more drastically. Noticing that others were actively proposing countermeasures, Zhou An'an focused her attention on the chat. Before long, someone suggested the use of protective suits. Surprisingly, this proposal garnered considerable support. as many believed that such suits could effectively shield against toxic gases. Even Zhou An'an felt tempted by the idea. If protective suits proved effective, she could don one during the day, ensuring her safety even if she inadvertently stepped on a flower that released toxic gas. Nonetheless, she remained cautious, aware that protective suits were not infallible. The forest contained numerous thorns and underbrush. Should a suit become punctured, toxic gases could easily infiltrate, placing her in peril. Yet, once this suggestion was raised, the trading channel quickly filled with listings for protective suits, gas masks, and other related items, with some individuals even advertising in the communication channel. Zhou An'an had no intention of purchasing, as she already possessed several suits in her space, and, with the aid of her treasure pot, she felt confident that her supplies were sufficient. Thus, she continued to monitor the discussions within the channel. However, the ensuing developments extinguished her thoughts of acquiring a protective suit. Reports surfaced of individuals who had worn protective gear but still succumbed to the effects, feeling disoriented and uncertain if they had been poisoned. Chapter 195. Stranded on an island 10. As soon as those words were uttered, the isolation suits in the communication channel swiftly fell into a state of poor sales. Accompanying the isolation suits were protective clothing, which had also seen a brief surge in sales, but now all items had become unsellable. After all, if these items failed to provide protection, who would squander their points on such a purchase? That would be akin to throwing money away. Zhou An'an could not afford to dwell on this, for earlier that morning, she had encountered Xiaohua and witnessed the transformation of Xiaohua into a wisp of blue smoke. Although she had activated an air bubble at the time, who could truly ascertain whether the bubble could completely isolate those harmful gases? In other words, Zhou An'an was uncertain if she had been poisoned. While she had not exhibited the debilitating symptoms described by others in the group, the tension of the day had left her feeling undeniably fatigued, sparking a degree of panic within her. Despite feeling exhausted, she did not seem to share the more pronounced symptoms of those who had been in closer proximity to the blue smoke. Nonetheless, Zhou An'an remained uneasy and resolved to take some anti-inflammatory and antiviral medication once she entered her space, as a form of psychological comfort, if nothing else. At that moment, the chat channel was rife with panic. The sudden emergence of this unknown danger left nearly everyone feeling unsettled. Thus far, no fatalities have been reported, but the uncertainty surrounding such phenomena, especially within a survival game, rendered it impossible not to feel apprehensive. After perusing the chat for a while longer, Zhou An'an noticed the daylight gradually fading. She did not wish to wait for the ominous entity to manifest, so she decided to enter her space with both herself and her vehicle. Upon entering, her first task was to boil water for a bath. While waiting for the water to heat, she retrieved her anti-inflammatory and antiviral medications and took them according to the prescribed dosage, feeling somewhat reassured. Once the water was boiled, she thoroughly washed herself, taking care to observe her skin for any irregularities, but found nothing amiss. Of course, prior to bathing, she had sealed all the clothes she had worn that day in a plastic bag, not just her outerwear, but everything she had worn. Until she could confirm whether those garments were still safe to wear, she had no intention of touching them again. Once everything was sorted, she finally felt inclined to prepare a meal. However, her appetite was evidently lacking, likely due to her unsettled state of mind. The food seemed tasteless, and she felt a vague sense of discomfort without being able to pinpoint its source. In this state of unease, Zhou An'an utilized her wealth to replicate a batch of medications. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, she eventually succumbed to sleep. However, her slumber was anything but peaceful, plagued by nightmares that resurrected numerous events from her past life, including the treachery orchestrated by her brother and sister-in-law. Yet, she felt like a mere observer, helplessly watching her own demise unfold. Upon awakening, she found her nightgown drenched in sweat, and sat on the edge of her bed in a daze for a considerable time before realizing her sticky discomfort. Unable to return to sleep, she decided to rise and take a bath. Fortunately, she discovered that she appeared unchanged, suggesting she had not been affected by the blue smoke after all. It remained uncertain whether the fear surrounding the blue smoke was unwarranted, or if the air bubble had indeed served to completely isolate her from its effects. In any case, not being affected was the greatest stroke of fortune. Considering that dawn had likely broken outside, Zhou An'an emerged from her space with both herself and her vehicle, instantly encasing herself in an air bubble. Peering through the car window, she detected no immediate danger. However, upon opening the driver's side door, she halted mid-step. Beneath the door lay a cluster of wildflowers, but unlike the yellow ones from the previous day, they were now a riot of colors. A patch of vibrant little flowers swayed gently in the breeze against a backdrop of lush greenery, appearing quite beautiful. Yet, confronted with such beauty, Zhou An'an was instantly covered in goosebumps. While seated in the vehicle, she had overlooked this blind spot, causing her to miss the wildflowers. Silently, she closed the driver's door and climbed to the passenger seat, gently opening that door as well, only to find another cluster of small flowers beneath it, this time purple, varying in shades, both delicate and lovely. Zhou An'an sighed inwardly and once again softly closed the door. It seemed that her position had attracted the attention of these unknown entities. Though she was enveloped in an air bubble, she dared not take any risks until she could ascertain its efficacy in ensuring her safety. With both side doors presenting danger, she had to devise another plan. The small cargo van was a two-seater, leaving only 2 doors, and with both now compromised, she had to think creatively. Shattering the glass was out of the question. Not only would she lack a replacement, but the noise might also attract the attention of the 2 clusters of flowers. She had been careful to close the doors quietly, ensuring they were only ajar, as a tight closure would inevitably produce a distinct sound. Looking up, she noted that the roof of the driver's cabin was metallic. Regardless of whether it was iron or steel, her powers had now matured sufficiently to manipulate it. Silently wielding her abilities, she created a small hole the size of thumb in the roof, then transformed herself into a small insect and flew out through the opening. Upon landing on the roof, she shook herself and instantly morphed into a small bird, preparing to take flight. Of course, during her ascent, she made sure to wrap herself in another layer of air bubble protection and retrieve the small cargo van. She could not bear to abandon her sole vehicle, especially since it contained numerous supplies, including her sunshade tent. Just as the small van vanished, the 2 clusters of wildflowers transformed into tendrils of blue smoke, slowly rising into the air. However, owing to Zhou An'an's preparedness, she had already begun flapping her wings vigorously, flying diagonally upward, thus avoiding any ill effects. The blue smoke, as it ascended higher, gradually dissipated into the atmosphere, leaving no trace behind. Having escaped danger, Zhou An'an exhaled in relief and found a sturdy tree branch to alight upon. After ensuring that no threats lingered nearby, she returned to her human form and promptly opened the communication channels interface. Chapter 196, Stranded on a Deserted Island, Part 11. Upon examining the numbers, Zhou An'an's pupils constricted in shock. Over 30 individuals had vanished since the previous night. She pondered the circumstances surrounding their demise. Had they succumbed to the ominous green smoke? Or had they been unfortunate enough to encounter the malevolent entities that emerged under the cover of darkness? Gratefully, her spatial abilities had reached a sufficiently high level, allowing her to rest without the constant fear of being caught off guard while asleep. The prospect of remaining perpetually vigilant, both day and night, was a harrowing thought that could easily lead to mental exhaustion. The chat among the group was lively, filled with speculation mirroring her own, yet the prevailing sentiment leaned towards the notion of the ghastly creatures being responsible. After all, the peculiar flowers that had appeared during the day could be avoided with caution, whereas the night brought with it an obscured vision and the unpredictable nature of these entities. They floated silently, posing a grave threat, as they did not require feet for locomotion. Even with the knowledge of an impending attack, evasion remained perilous. The darkness could conceal unforeseen dangers. Thus, being discovered could easily lead to disaster. Zhou An'an found this reasoning compelling. It appeared that only players who had acquired and upgraded their spatial abilities had a higher chance of survival, sparing them the need to seek refuge at night. This game, as it unfolded, was decidedly unkind to novice players. Despite the additional points offered by the system, they remained unable to afford spatial abilities. Enduring both day and night on this island doubled the danger. However, Zhou An'an felt little sympathy for others, as she herself was struggling to survive. Fortunately, the game had not introduced any new threats in the days to come. By hiding in her space at night and remaining cautious during the day, avoiding the colorful flowers and the wild beasts in the jungle, she managed to mitigate most risks. As she grew accustomed to this new existence, survival seemed less daunting, though the necessity of perpetual vigilance had curtailed her foraging and hunting. Thankfully, her spatial realm was abundant with provisions. Yet, she remained on guard. Given the game's nature and her understanding of its mechanics, she was certain that they would not be allowed to pass through unscathed. Complications were bound to arise. Before long, the game had reached its 28th day. One early morning, as Zhou An'an emerged from her space, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Positioned in the driver's cabin, she peered through the glass and noticed that the once clear trees had become obscured. A thick fog had descended upon the landscape. Instantly, her desire to venture outside dissipated. Even a sunlit forest concealed dangers, let alone an environment shrouded in mist. She sensed that the game was about to unveil some formidable challenge. Calculating the time, she realized it was nearly due. Her space was now stocked with ample wild vegetables, sufficient to replenish her vitamins, and she had also gathered wild fruits, albeit some were less palatable than ordinary ones. To facilitate her movements, she had melted a small passage between the driver's cabin and the cargo area using her metal abilities, while the entire interior of the cargo area was lined with a thin layer of metal. The flowers transformed into green smoke only upon contact. However, with the game approaching its final days, she could not dismiss the possibility of rule changes. This was a survival game, after all, and if everything proceeded smoothly, it would contradict the essence of survival itself. The gas could infiltrate any space, and while the driver's cabin offered some visibility through its glass panels, the cargo area was opaque. Given the flower's ability to morph into smoke, she refrained from creating any openings in the metal box to observe the outside, determining that complete sealing was the most prudent course of action. Her precautions extended beyond the cargo area. She also sealed any gaps in the driver's cabin. The issue of oxygen depletion due to lack of airflow was easily resolved, as she possessed an oxygen generator and agents. Moreover, with only 3 days remaining until the game's conclusion, she had no concerns regarding her supplies. As it turned out, Zhou An'an's caution was well-founded. Around 10 in the morning, while idly sitting in the driver's cabin, she inadvertently glanced towards the left front and spotted a cluster of vividly colored flowers. To her astonishment, these flowers began to transform into curling wisps of smoke. Surrounding the flowers was nothing but a tangle of weeds. No creatures, neither birds nor insects, were present to disturb them. Thus, there was no apparent reason for the flowers to change before her eyes. Yet, this time, unlike before when the smoke would ascend directly, it appeared animated, weaving through the trees as if in search of something. Soon enough, the wisps of smoke seemed to detect something, drifting steadily towards Zhou An'an. Although its movement was not rapid, it was unsettling enough to induce dread. Realizing she could easily retreat into her space, she hesitated, considering the limitations of her time within. Instead, she retrieved a binding talisman, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching smoke. As it neared, she rolled down the window. The smoke, sensing the increased presence of life, gravitated towards her. However, before it could reach the window, Zhou An'an activated the talisman, causing the smoke to freeze in place, contorted yet motionless. Drawing her peach wood sword, she thrust it toward the smoke that lingered perilously close. Chapter 197. Conclusion. It was hard to discern whether it was merely an illusion. But at the moment the peach wood sword pierced the green smoke, Zhou An'an seemed to faintly hear a scream. This cry resonated not through her ears, but directly in her mind, rendering her momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure, observing the wavering form of the green smoke, neither fully coalescing nor dissipating. With a flurry of strikes from her peach wood sword, lacking in any formal technique, yet executed with remarkable speed, she unleashed 7 or 8 rapid blows in an instant. Under the onslaught of the sword, the green smoke soon became transparent. The dissolution of this ethereal mist appeared akin to the unlocking of Pandora's box, perhaps triggered by the scream she had faintly perceived, calling forth its kin, who began to drift towards Zhou An'an in response. She had no choice but to incessantly fling the talisman she had acquired while simultaneously wielding her sword, increasing her speed to prevent the wisps from drawing near. After nearly half an hour of relentless effort, she finally dispersed the waves of green smoke that had been drawn by the sound, bringing this ordeal to a temporary close. Despite the lightness of the peachwood sword and her enhanced physique, Zhou An'an felt an inexplicable weariness. This fatigue was not merely physical, but stemmed from her very soul. She surmised that the continuous echo of that agonizing scream during the combat must have carried some form of sonic or psychic assault, inducing this profound exhaustion. Once the fighting ceased, this fatigue enveloped her in drowsiness, compelling Zhou An'an to retreat into her space for recovery. She felt that should she encounter another such battle at that moment, she might very well collapse. After resting for over an hour, she managed to alleviate her fatigue. But mindful of the night ahead, she dared not linger in the space and quickly exited. Upon emerging, she was met with the sight of small flowers transforming once more into green smoke, hastily homing in on her location. Zhou An'an thought, is this not yet over? The entirety of the following day was spent in this relentless state of battle. Though weary, she did not emerge empty-handed. With each encounter, she found her endurance increasing, as if her resistance to that psychic assault had strengthened. As twilight descended, considering the remaining time in her space, she refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to engage in another round of combat before returning to rest. However, as darkness enveloped the land, her foes transformed from the green smoke to more sinister apparitions. The moon illuminated the night, but only a sparse amount of its light managed to penetrate the dappled canopy, rendering the apparitions even more elusive and enhancing the atmosphere of mystery and dread. To ensure better visibility, Zhou An'an activated the vehicle's headlights and fortified the openings between the driver's cabin and the rear compartment, as well as the gaps in the roof. With her metallic abilities, she was astonished to discover that the car windows could also withstand the assaults of these apparitions, the impacts echoing ominously against the glass, instilling a sense of trepidation. Worrying that the glass might shatter under pressure, she opened one side of the window to lure the entities toward her. Despite their terrifying appearance, she perceived their attacks as relatively weak, especially given her current skills and weaponry, which were more than adequate to handle the situation. After maintaining her defense for an hour outside, she retreated back into her space. The ensuing days unfolded in a similar loop. By the 30th day, Zhou An'an realized that the green smoke's psychic assaults had nearly lost their efficacy against her. Checking her status panel, she was delighted to find her mental strength had risen from 10 to an impressive 14 points. This unexpected benefit made her view the green smoke with newfound appreciation. As the 30th night approached, she needed only to endure a few more hours until midnight, when she could finally exit the game. Initially, she anticipated a grand finale typical of the game's nature on the final day. However, the experience proved no different from the preceding days. There was, however, a notable difference. The attacks from the green smoke and apparitions seemed particularly frantic today. It was understandable, as the conclusion of this calamity loomed, and their delectable forms would soon vanish, prompting their urgency. Yet, despite the increase in numbers, their hasty assaults revealed more vulnerabilities, making them manageable for Zhou An'an. As night fell, she returned to her space. In the final hours, she decided to remain within, merely waiting for the last tick of the game clock before re-emerging, knowing she had ample time left in her sanctuary. With only 2 minutes remaining in the game, Zhou An'an emerged, enveloping herself in a protective air bubble. To combat the surrounding darkness, she donned a headlamp and attached one to each thigh, making her appear as a radiant orb of light, undeniably conspicuous. Immediately, she became a target for the approaching apparitions. With agility, she maneuvered through the throng, successfully enduring the final 2 minutes until the game concluded. Transporting her away from that realm, back in the comfort of her home, Zhou An'an collapsed onto her bed. Although it had only been 2 minutes, the sheer number of surrounding apparitions had rendered the moment tense and precarious. Who could say if her air bubble would withstand their onslaught? Checking her personal panel, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she had not procured supplies, she had gathered a substantial amount of wild fruits and vegetables, alleviating her concerns about vitamin deficiencies for the near future. In the following 10 days, she planned to embrace a period of relaxation, preparing herself for the impending challenges of future disaster games. With her current attributes, she had risen to prominence among players, confident in her ability to survive. For this, she was willing to exert every ounce of effort,